Let's kick this off on a big blue marble where folks love to say that dying ain't exactly a beauty pageant. It's never pretty and it's never soft. Picture a gorgeous city skyline, right? Now, picture a supercar tearing up the asphalt at breakneck speed. Then, disaster strikes. Some poor guy delivering fast food gets totally blindsided and turned into roadkill. The impact is brutal. The delivery dude and his bike get dragged across the pavement like bad graffiti. Blood is spraying everywhere, and a bracelet flies off his wrist in the chaos. The bike is absolute toast, smashed to bits. And the driver of that luxury car, total coward, peels out immediately without even calling 911, leaving the guy there in the dark. Above him, the stars are twinkling, the kind of view that usually makes people dream about their bright futures. But for this unlucky delivery guy, those stars don't mean jack squat. He's flattened on the blacktop, bleeding out like a stuck pig from his head and limbs. His hands are clawing at the asphalt while his brain goes into hyperdrive. Thoughts are racing through his mind like, is this really how I check out? Was my life even normal? Nope, not even close. I just followed the herd to some university in the boonies. I spent 7 years cramming for government exams like a zombie. Now I'm 33, delivering burgers for a living. Talk about a wasted grind. Damn it. My mom did everything for me. Selling insurance, waiting tables, arranging flowers, she worked her fingers to the bone after dad kicked the bucket. From high school all the way to college, she carried the whole world on her shoulders. All dad left her was a mountain of debt. Then cancer took her out last year. If I die now and see her on the other side, will she even be proud? I mean, this ugly mug was her whole world, after all. Just as the memories of his mom start fading to black, he realizes his ticket is punched. But wait, suddenly, something starts glowing in the dark. He spots it. It's that jade bracelet his dad used to wear when he was a kid. Seeing the last family heirloom, he forces his broken body to move. He drags himself forward, paralyzed limbs and all. The pain is screaming at him, basically trying to finish him off right there. But what does he have to lose? His life is a zero. That bracelet is the only legacy he's got left. He'd bet his last breath on grabbing it, eyes shutting down, hands shaking like crazy. But right before he flatlines, he manages to snag that jade bracelet. Talk about a photo finish. Then things get weird. The jade nukes the area with light, and our delivery boy's soul gets yeeted through the fabric of time. He crash lands into the body of a young guy lying in a hospital bed. The merger takes like 2 seconds flat, and boom, he snaps awake. He checks out his new limbs, totally confused. Wait, I'm still breathing? Based on his last memory, he was pretty sure he was dead meat. How the hell am I alive? Before he can even chill for a second, a tsunami of someone else's memories crashes into his skull, making him dizzy. The previous owner of this meat suit was named Trieu Huy, and this world is definitely not Earth. Before he can process the data, visitors arrive. In walks a hulking dude that's the new dad and a drop-dead, gorgeous lady with long hair and rosy cheeks. That's Trieu Hui's mom. Mom sees her precious baby boy awake and lights up, telling her husband, "Look, honey, Trieu Huy is back with us." The dad leans in close and asks, "Trieu Huy, how are you feeling, son?" Knowing he can't spill the beans about being a time traveler, he plays it cool. "Head hurts a bit, but I'm good." Dad says, "You were out cold for 4 days, kid." Suddenly, his stomach lets out a monster growl. Mom looks worried and says, "He must be starving. If his energy is back, we gotta get some food in him." Dad looks stressed out, though. Mom turns to him and asks, "Darling, still no word from the big boss regarding the business?" The vibe in the room instantly drops to 0. Trieu Huy searches the memory files and realizes this big boss runs the salt and iron monopoly in Anhui. Basically, if you want to forge swords in this town, you gotta kiss the ring and buy iron from the big boss. No exceptions. Dad can't hide the anxiety. He sighs, everyone wants a piece of the big boss. The line is miles long. We're just praying for a miracle here. Mom presses on. What about the Hua sword sect? Dad just hangs his head. Silence says it all. That route is a dead end too. According to the memories, the sect leader, Hua Tae-min, is a total snake. That guy is the reason the workshop is in trouble. He promised to hook them up with the big boss for 2,000 silver taels. But after taking the cash, he ghosted them completely. Back in the room, Dad turns to leave. "You watch over the boy, honey. I gotta go run some errands." This place is so broke that the second Trieu Huy looks around, he can't help but think, "Man, we are dirt poor." Strange images keep flashing in his mind, making him wonder, are these Trieu Huy's memories or am I tripping? His dad, Trieu Tien, is a blacksmith. Mom is a total sweetheart who loves him to pieces. Then there's the dim-witted big brother he apparently looks up to, the sickly little sister Trieu Duyen, and finally, him. Trieu Huy, the nerd who memorized the classics in 3 months. But now, his brain is stuffed with an insane amount of info. It's definitely not the original kid's knowledge. No normal person walks around with this kind of data in their head. But the weirdest part, the name Sima is etched into his brain, and every time he thinks of it, he gets hit with uncontrollable rage. It's total chaos, like he hopped dimensions. He can still feel the phantom pain of getting crushed by that car before he died. It's hard to accept he actually kicked the bucket. Unanswered questions are making him cranky, and honestly, who can blame him? He's grimacing, cursing internally. What the hell is this? Why am I here? Is this some kind of joke? I mean, what's the plan? I'm not a king, a general, or a wizard. I'm just a guy with zero skills except cramming for exams and delivering takeout. The idea of stumbling upon some miraculous encounter and becoming the #1 martial artist in the world sounds dope in theory. But then I look at my dim-witted big brother, who I actually look up to, swinging that sword around. I told myself, yeah, surely if it's kung fu, he's a beast at it. That thought evaporated the second I actually focused on his moves. I watched Big Bro Zhao. He stumbled through his training. Seriously, what is that? A grade schooler with a plastic lightsaber has better form than this guy. I walked up to him. And Zhao, he finally noticed me. He stopped and asked, "Yo, little bro, you good?" I kept a poker face and replied, "I'm walking just fine. But hey, where exactly did you pick up those moves?" He puffed his chest out, acting like the main character of a heroic saga, and grinned. "Glad you asked. Learned it from my buddy Zhang San after I bought him some booze. Guy used to be a guard. I realized instantly that learning this chicken-chasing style was a total waste of time. I had to ask, why are you learning from some random mall cop? Why didn't you find a real martial arts master from the Murim world?" That question made Zhao, he snap. He went from a gentle giant to a raging bull in a split second. Veins popped out on his forehead as he yelled, "You think I'm joking? You know I traveled all over the place trying to learn. I never met a single person from the martial arts world." I realized he had actually run away from home back then just to find a master. I quickly backpedaled. "Ah, right. My bad, bro. Since I got isekai'd here, I was still fuzzy on the lore." I asked, "So I guess learning from one of the 9 great sects is even harder, huh?" Zhao, he sighed heavily. "I didn't realize my little brother was this slow. Listen, those guys are legends. Peasants like us will never see them in a lifetime. Even the royal family can't just hire them for lessons." I rubbed my chin, thinking hard. If this dummy keeps practicing that cat scratch style, he's going to have a rough life. Zhao's face lit up with excitement. "Heh, are you finally interested in the way of the warrior? Let Big Bro teach you." Since his moves couldn't even scare off a stray cat, I shut that down immediately. I turned around and started walking. "I'm out. You keep training hard, though." I paused mid-step. I looked up at the sky and let out a depressed sigh. Man, those martial arts novels were full of lies. There's no destiny. No hidden grandmasters waiting to take me in as a disciple. It's all fake. Still, I couldn't just mope. Even though I was totally lost, I had to survive. Hopefully, things would get easier. Being alive in this dump is still better than being dead, I guess. I finally accepted the reality of my situation. I steeled myself and whispered, "From today on, I am Trieu Huy. I'm just going to own this identity and live my life. Even if I didn't like it, facts are facts. In this world, you have to keep moving forward if you want even a sliver of hope." It had been 2 months since I landed in the Central Plains. The daily grind was simple enough. Mornings meant chopping wood with my big brother. Afternoons were for making charcoal and cleaning up the smithy. Sometimes I'd deal with customers. Luckily, Dad somehow found some silver to solve our food crisis. I had no clue where that cash came from. Time just kept slipping by, from sunrise to sunset. Inside our little shack, the dinner table was actually stacked for once. We had stir-fried mountain veggies, sweet and sour fish, and a bunch of side dishes. All 3 of us kids took our seats, eyeing the food. But Mom and Dad, Xiao Xian and Kong Jiasheng, were standing by the table having a tense conversation. We didn't catch a word until Mom suddenly lost her cool. "Huh? What did you just say?" she asked, her voice trembling. Dad couldn't even look her in the eye, clearly knowing he screwed up. He mumbled. I said, "I borrowed 60 taels of silver from Wang Li and Tai." Hearing those words hang in the air was like a punch to the gut. Mom looked absolutely horrified. She couldn't believe it. 60 taels? We couldn't pay that back if we worked for the rest of our lives. I'd never seen her look so desperate. She started shouting, losing it completely. "So the money we've been spending came from Wang Li and Tai? How are we supposed to pay that back? Why would you borrow from him?" Dad's face turned beet red. He tried to hush her, stop nagging me about it. But Mom was way past the point of staying calm. She couldn't stop her mouth from running. "Don't tell me to stop. Everyone knows if you're a month late paying him, they chop off your hands and feet." What were we going to do? The cozy family dinner vibe was dead, replaced by pure dread about the future. Dad couldn't handle the pressure anymore, his teeth grinding audibly. He whipped around to face Mom and screamed, "So what? Should we have just starved to death? Should we all just hold hands and march to the afterlife? You need money to buy food." Mom knew he had been carrying the weight of the whole family on his back, so she bit her lip and went silent. Dad turned to the dinner table and said, "I'll figure out a way to deal with Wang Li and Tai. Just stop worrying about it and eat your dinner." Inside my head, I was sighing nonstop. Damn it, we're totally cornered. I looked around the room. The place hadn't been fixed up in ages. There were spiderwebs in the corners, and the wooden doors looked like a stiff breeze could knock them down. Everyone sat there in gloom, eating in silence. It felt like we were strangers. With that heavy atmosphere, the food tasted like cardboard. Suddenly, a waft of air floated up from the trash corner. As soon as it hit my nose, I started sweating. That smell was more toxic than a burning landfill back on Earth. I thought, yeah, the dead is a crisis, but this funk might actually kill me first. The hygiene in this house is a disaster. Clack. Dad put his chopsticks down. He looked a mix of sad and relieved. For these people, 3 meals a day and changing clothes every 2 days was winning the lottery. Dad held up his soup bowl and announced, "It's been a long time since I've been this full." He lifted the bowl and chugged it like a man dying of thirst. After draining the bowl, he exhaled a cloud of what looked like toxic gas. He even had grains of rice stuck to his face. His face twisted into a weird expression as he started picking his teeth. Looking at the man I had to call father made me question my entire existence. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Oh, Dad, really?" My sister, Zhao Lian, who had been silent the whole time, finally turned to Mom with a bright smile. "Hey, Mom, I just washed my hair. It's been over a month." Mom managed a weak smile and said, "Well, look at that. Our little Lian is finally looking fresh." Back on Earth, folks say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but here, my sister Duan hypes me up so much it's straight up creepy. Is this really something to brag about? Man, I just can't deal with this weirdness. Huy shuts his eyes and crashes after a totally chaotic dinner. Finally waking up, he jumps out of bed, ready to flip this family's fortune. "Yo, Dad, where can I snag some really stiff bristles?" Caught off guard by the random question, his dad, Trieu Huy, stares at him. "Bristles? Like, from a wild boar? There's tons of that stuff. You want some? I can grab a whole load for free." Huy bows politely. "Yeah, thanks, Dad." By high noon, Trieu Huy drops a massive sack of boar bristles in front of him. Huy looks at the mountain of hair and facepalms. "I just needed enough to make toothbrushes for the family. This is total overkill." In front of Huy sits a box of small wooden sticks. Next to it, a fire is crackling away. Hu gets straight to work crafting toothbrushes. It's not rocket science, no fancy tech needed. With his skilled hands, it only takes a few steps to finish one. It honestly looks like a high-end luxury item. Duyan, being her usual nosy self, runs over immediately. "Big bro, what you doing?" Huy keeps a poker face. "It's freezing out here." "Go inside, kid." Ignoring her question and giving her the cold shoulder, Duyan pouts, her cheeks turning bright red, and she stomps back into the house without looking back. Huy knows her drama queen temper well, so he doesn't bother comforting her. He looks at his new creation. All right, back to the grind. Time flies when you're in the zone. Before long, Huy has pumped out hundreds of toothbrushes. His dad stares at the pile, completely baffled. "Son, what on earth are these?" Huy demonstrates, scrubbing the air. "You use it like this. Here, Dad, give it a shot." It's awkward at first. Kids back on Earth take days to learn this, after all. But suddenly, Trieu Huy feels something weirdly satisfying. The water scrubbing between his teeth, the fresh sensation. He's hooked. "Whoa, this feels incredible." Huy grins. "It's called a toothbrush. I invented it." Still riding the hygiene high, a light bulb goes off in Trieu Hui's head. Wait a minute, these would sell like hotcakes, wouldn't they? Huy spots the capitalist glint in his father's eyes instantly. "Judging by your reaction, oh yeah, it's gonna be a blockbuster. Pack it up, Dad. We're hitting the market." Trieu Huy excitedly grabs the entire stash, leaving just 2 for themselves. "Let's go, son." The village market is popping, packed with buyers and sellers. At the Du family stall, the father-son duo introduces their revolutionary product, the toothbrush. And just as Hu predicted, people are lining up. Voices clamor over each other. "Gimme one, I'll take 2. Before they know it, they're completely sold out. Caught up in the hype, they both cheer. Trieu Huy is losing his mind. "We sold every single one in just 4 hours. Huy nods. "And we made 500 coins. That's 5 whole taels of silver." Trieu Huy gasps. 5 taels. In 4 hours, while they celebrate their windfall, shady eyes from the crowd are locked on them. Something Huy and his dad are too distracted to notice. Son, the materials are just boar hair, wood, and grass, right? Let's buy out the supply immediately and make more. Hu's usual caution evaporates in the thrill of victory. If we get the whole squad working on this, he replies, we could crank out 3,000 units a month, bump the price a little, sell all 3,000 minus costs. Our profit hits 80 taels. We can pay off the debt and still be swimming in cash. Trieu Huy points to the sky, energized. Yes, we're gonna be rich. The next morning, they buy insane amounts of wood and bristles. Mom and the rest of the family hear the news and go wild. The whole house turns into a factory, grinding late into the night with a goal of 3,000 units. 15 days later, at the Anhai city market, Trieu Huy carries not just toothbrushes on his back, but the family's entire future. But the moment they step into the market, the bag slips from his hands and hits the dirt. The smiles vanish instantly, replaced by shock, disbelief. Trieu Huy stammers, what is going on? Right in front of them, a merchant is loudly pitching. Toothbrushes. Feast your eyes on this beauty. The perfect gift for your wife and daughter. Genuine toothbrushes right here. Use it with rice water and say goodbye to bad breath. The crowd is swarming. People buying 10, 3. It's a frenzy. And it's not just one stall. There are 2 huge stands hawking them. We've got kid sizes. Come look. Ours are reinforced with an iron core. Developed in-house. Lasts 3 times longer than the cheap stuff. Watching his invention get ripped off by copycats, Hui's face turns beet red. He clutches his head, his modern soul screaming about intellectual property rights. Then reality hits. This era doesn't believe in copyright. Trieu Hui's legs give out. He's trembling. Son, what do we do now? Hui, fully panicking, asks Dad. We only have 15 days left to pay Vuong, Li, and Tai, right? If we default. Will they actually chop off our limbs? The question cuts Trieu Huy deep. Everyone fears death. The merch isn't selling, and standing here won't fix it. Defeated, father and son trudge home. 15 days left on the clock. Just 15 days. Hui stands alone. In the yard, hand on his chin, deep in thought. In those damn novels I read, the main character always finds a loophole instantly. Invent electricity? Ugh, no clue how. Steam engine? Need tracks for that. Maybe a gun? He scowls. I only know how to shoot 'em, not build 'em. While his brain is spiraling, Duyen walks up. Hey, big bro, what about the water situation? Stressed out and scowling, Hui snaps back. Just stop washing your hair, okay? Seriously. You dropped that exact same line yesterday. Zhao Yuan huffed, pouting hard. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui just stood there digging for gold in his ear, looking bored out of his mind. Tomorrow, for sure. Actually, make it the day after tomorrow. And go wash your hair. It's a grease trap. Zhao Yuan turned tomato red and screamed, Mom, did you hear what he just said to me? Still rocking that ice-cold vibe, Zhao Hui shrugged. If you think the house is too gross, go hit the river. We've got, like, 2 whole spots in town, right? Suddenly, big bro Zhao, he burst onto the scene, stretching like he just had the best nap ever, totally interrupting the sibling rivalry. Yo, who's got all that energy this morning? You guys sleep good or what? Zhao He whipped out his prized wooden sword, making whoosh and Cao Cao noises while swinging it around. Zhao Hui's face went flat. It looked like first-grade recess. He sighed, thinking, is this guy for real? He's so carefree it's scary. This family is doomed. Shouldn't I at least pretend to panic? While Zhao He was striking a hero pose with his glorified stick, Zhao Yuan shuffled over, putting on her best puppy dog eyes. Big brother. Second brother is acting super weird today. Zhao He froze mid-pose. Say what? Zhao Yuan looked totally baffled. Ever since that toothbrush supply run, he's different. He guessed the exact output based on the raw materials instantly. I've never seen anyone crunch numbers that fast. Zhao, he nodded, looking weirdly proud of himself. Yeah, caught me off guard too. Then he slapped his knee, laughing. You usually just have your nose in a book, little bro, but now you're a human calculator. Channeling a disappointed math professor, Zhao Hui sighed and put his hands on his hips. Hilarious. For a guy from the 21st century, basic multiplication isn't exactly magic. Then it hit him. Wait a sec. These guys don't know their multiplication tables. He rubbed his chin, thinking. In this era, doing basic math in your head is basically a superpower. Zhao Yuan tilted her head, asking, so, big brother Zhao He. Plus, he keeps using these big, fancy words like progress and hand family courage. It's gibberish. Zhao, he nodded aggressively. Totally. Lately, half the stuff coming out of that kid's mouth goes right over my head. Hearing them whisper made Zhao Hui smirk internally. Well, obviously, I'm from the future. I've got memories of a past life with 20 years of hardcore schooling, from kindergarten to university. I lived in the information age. People, smartphones, internet, TV, I absorbed it all. I know how people tick just by binge-watching dramas and reading novels. That's why I sound so advanced to you guys. A thought popped up. Compared to these ancient folks, am I actually a genius? Then his eyes went wide. Wait, no. That's not simple. That's terrifying. Everyone back up. Move. Zhao Hui shouted like a maniac, shoving Zhao Yuan aside. He dropped to his knees and grabbed a twig. Give me some space. What is wrong with you? Zhao Yuan gasped. Ignoring her, Zhao Hui scribbled furiously in the dirt. The secret weapon isn't some tool or trick. It's the entire database of modern knowledge stored in my brain. He carved out words like religion, culture, politics, philosophy, art, and tech. He knew Zhao He and Zhao Yuan wouldn't get it. Bro, what are those scribbles? Zhao Yuan asked, squinting. I have literally never seen symbols like that, Zhao, he admitted. Look at him. Red eyes, super serious face. He looks like he's possessed. This is dangerous stuff, Zhao Hu thought. Market principles, microeconomics, basic calculus, dynamic theory, maximizing efficiency, supply and demand curves, behavioral economics, interest rate calculation. Suddenly, Zhao Hui's face lit up like a light bulb. He threw his head back and screamed, That's it. That's the answer. He marched straight to the smithy and found his dad, Zhao Xian. The hammering stopped. What's with the yelling, boy? Zhao Hui stood tall, looking dead serious. I want you to hand over the Zhao family smithy to me. It is way too early for your nonsense, Zhao Xian grumbled. Zhao Hui sat down, laced his fingers together like a CEO, and said, I've got a vision, Dad, and I'm going to make it happen. Zhao Xian sighed, giving him the right look. You think it's that easy? Running this place is a grind, Hui. You've got zero experience and you definitely don't respect the craft. I can boost our profits. Zhao Hui shot back instantly. Big time. Boost profits? Zhao Xian blinked, then exploded. We've got 10 days until the debt collectors show up. What are you talking about, you little brat? Zhao Hui cut him off, pointing a finger at the anvil. That hammer alone is worth 50 silver taels. Add up the rest of the tools and materials, that's another 30. Plus, we can leverage the shop's reputation. If we mortgage the smithy and the assets, we could pull in a loan of 300 taels easily. Zhao Xian's jaw dropped. He couldn't speak. Zhao Hui pressed on. I have a plan. Just trust me. Let me borrow the assets, and I promise I'll pay you back triple. Cold sweat started dripping down Zhao Xian's face. Did he just say mortgage? Is he trying to pawn off the family legacy? Is he going to sell me, his mother, and his sister next? And if we're borrowing, Zhao Hui added with a smirk, we do it right. The Fire Dragon Merchant Guild. High reputation, run by top-tier traders. You've never been there? Zhao Xian snapped. He jumped up, ready to throw his hammer. You ungrateful little. But Zhao Hui didn't flinch. He just sat there with those intense red eyes and a creepy little smile. Zhao Xian froze. When did he get this intense? Is this the same kid? It started with the toothbrushes. Maybe he actually knows something. Zhao Xian exhaled and sat back down. Fine. You're a smart kid with ambition. Spill it. What's the scheme? Zhao Hui crossed his legs, cool as a cucumber. Goal 1. On Hui's #1 smithy. I'm going to turn this family business into a massive steel empire. Zhao Xian frowned. A steel empire? Do you have any idea how bad our situation is right now? If raw ore is the problem, Zhao Hui said, we stop using it. We buy processed iron ingots instead. Oh really? Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow. You mean the purified blocks with all the slag removed? You know how expensive those are? Zhao Hui didn't blink. Market average is about 3 taels of silver. For real? Smelting iron is just ditching the junk from the ore. Zhao Xian asked, sweating about the price tag. Zhao Hui chimed in. If we're talking market average, like 3 silver taels, Trieu Huy shot him a skeptical look. You actually have the guts to say that to my face? Trieu Huy beamed, looking like he just won the lottery. The best seller in our smithy is going to be the iron plow. It's an essential item for every farmer, so we're going to sell it hot and slash the price by 1/3. Trieu Hui's jaw practically hit the floor. What? That's impossible. Do you have any idea how brutal it is to forge a single iron plow? It's a nightmare. It takes 15 whole days to finish just one. Trieu Huy didn't flinch, sticking to his game plan. Sure, the old way is slow, but if we use this method, we save a massive amount of time. Just trust me on this, Dad. We can crank one out in 4 days. Trieu Huy wasn't buying it and hollered, 4 days? Easy for you to say. We'd have to work ourselves to the bone. Do you know the labor costs? A woodcutter costs 10 coins a day. 4 days, that's 40 coins down the drain. Trieu Huy sighed, looking like a CEO dealing with a stubborn intern. Who said you were doing the heavy lifting? Trieu Huy blinked. Huh. Trieu Huy smirked, ready to drop the master plan. Is there any place in the entire province of Anhai selling heavy-duty iron plows for just 28 taels? No. Once rumors get out, people will swarm us. Even if we just bought and resold them, we make a profit. But we're going to mass-produce these bad boys. Trieu Huy looked terrified. Have you completely lost your mind? Trieu Huy laughed it off like it was nothing. It's totally normal, Dad. Step 1. We start by hiring 20 people. He stood up and whipped out a mysterious red book from his robe like it was a sacred text. I'll handle the education and assign the roles. Trieu Huy frowned. Education? Trieu Huy broke it down. First up is charcoal splitting. I'll teach that class myself. 2. People per shift. Shifts run 12 hours, so we rotate 4 guys to keep the work flowing. Trieu Huy still looked suspicious, but he kept his mouth shut and let the kid cook. Trieu Huy flipped a page in his secret playbook. Next up is the blast furnace. Dealing with the fire is tough work, so we swap a 2-man team every 2 hours to keep them fresh. Same logic applies to the 12-hour shift 4 guys on rotation. Obviously, I'll have to teach them how to manage the heat levels. Trieu Huy kept his I don't believe you face on, waiting for the punchline. Trieu Huy kept rolling, moving on to the iron refining stage. This is the beast. It's the hardest part and needs the most manpower. We've only got 1 anvil right now, so we'll have groups of 4 working 12-hour shifts. That's 8 guys total. They are the engine of this operation, so their training has to be top tier. Trieu Huy rubbed his chin. You could see a flicker of hope in his eyes, but the doubt was still there. Trieu Huy confidently continued his get-rich-quick presentation. Casting comes after refining. 2 guys per group, 12-hour shifts, so that requires another 4 people. I'll handle sales, marketing, and dealing with customers for now. We're starting small, but once we move the smithy, we'll ramp up the workforce. Trieu Huy didn't say a word, but for the first time, his eyes actually lit up with real hope. Here's the payroll. Charcoal guys get 8 coins, fire tenders get 9, iron refiners get 12, and casters get 11. So, total daily burn rate is 200 coins. That's 2 taels. Trieu Huy started counting on his fingers, looking confused. He couldn't keep up with Trieu Huy's rapid-fire math. At first, the rookies will be slow, so let's say we only make 20 plows. But that number is going to climb. That brings in 400 coins a day. Subtract wages, and we clear 200 coins pure profit. That's 2 taels a day. Meaning, our monthly surplus is 60 taels of silver. That covers all our living expenses, too. But I'm not stopping there. I won't quit until this smithy is 20 times this size. It was a hurricane of information for a simple blacksmith who knew nothing about business. Trieu Huy, eyes slightly red with emotion, gently closed his detailed plan. Let me break it down one more time. Trieu Huy just sat there, completely frozen. While his dad was still buffering from the shock, Trieu Huy was mentally patting himself on the back. Oh man, the old man is speechless. My presentation was too fire. This plan is probably alien technology to people in this era. See, craftsmen these days try to put their soul into every piece. They try to do every single step themselves. But if we chop the job into pieces, you don't need to be a master artist to make 60 taels a month. Trieu Huy glanced at his dad, who looked like a statue, and dropped the closer. It takes years to master every step, like you said. But what if we stop trying to raise artists and just focus on the system? Trieu Huy frowned, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening as he digested the idea. Damn, the kid makes sense, he thought. This is it. This is the big break. Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime shot, Trieu Huy gathered every ounce of guts he had. He looked intense. Are you confident you can pull this off? He looked dead serious, sweat beading on his brow. I mean, are you really sure? Trieu Huy didn't hesitate. Bet on me, Dad. Trieu Huy exhaled, the tension leaving his face. All right then, the smithy is yours. And just like that, the Industrial Revolution was about to hit this ancient world. Time to bring mass production to the iron game. Cut to a corner of Anhui province, bathed in sunlight and teeming with people. A massive mansion loomed ahead, guarded by 2 buff warriors. Trieu Huy and his dad approached. Trieu Huy looked down at his shoes. They were absolute trash, falling apart at the seams. First thing I'm buying with my money? New kicks, he thought. Damn, my heel is killing me. He glanced at his dad, who had stopped cold. Why are we planting roots here? Let's go in. Trieu Huy was sweating buckets, literally shaking in his boots. Was all he could manage. Trieu Huy stepped toward the guards, forcing his dad to snap out of it. He looked at his dad's panic and sighed. Man, he thought. He might be a father, but honestly, he's just a simple guy who doesn't know how the world works. Trieu Huy walked up to the stone-faced guard. The guard saw his intention, pointed a finger toward a long crowd, and barked, "Guests of the third prince, get in line over there and wait your turn." Huy flashed that slick businessman smile. He figured the bouncer wasn't just muscle dude, actually had eyes in his head. "Appreciate it, man." Huy and his pops slid into the waiting line. Up ahead, some martial arts type was guarding the door like he was protecting the crown jewels. The third master shouted something from inside. Next thing you know, a guy stumbles out looking like his soul just left his body. Man, the line of desperate folks behind him was still a mile long. Hui's sharp eyes caught the absolute misery on the guy's face. Even his dad, Trieu Tien, started sweating bullets just looking at the poor wreck. Huy did the math. Nobody walks out of there smiling. It's rough in these streets. Finally, the waiting game was over. Next, the guard barked, voice cutting like a knife. Hui's old man started trembling like a leaf. Huy kept his cool mask on, realizing the pressure was too much for Pops. "Hey Dad, just chill here, all right? I got this." "Yeah, okay, I got it," his dad stammered. Huy strutted into the room with pure confidence. Inside, the third master was just chilling, looking like a scholar, leisurely scribbling on some paper with a brush. A middle-aged servant stood by like a statue. Huy paused. The guy in front of him wasn't what he expected. Wait, is that Li Trong Tai? Up close, the dude was actually stylish. Hair tied back loosely, handsome face, rocking a white tunic under a gold robe that screamed filthy rich. He clasped his hands and didn't even look up. "How much cash you need?" Hugh blinked. Thinking the voice didn't match the face, Huy replied, "I need 300 taels." The master's eyes flicked down to Hui's beat-up sneakers. Then he waved a hand at the servant. "Throw him out." The servant nodded. But before he could make a move, Huy unleashed his aura. He stood tall and loud. "Give it 3 years. If you kick me out now, you're gonna regret it big time." Lai Truong Tai's face hardened. Huy smirked, knowing he hooked him. Hu put a hand on his hip and pointed a finger like a boss. "In fact, this might be the biggest fumble of your entire life, bro." "Excuse me?" Lai asked. Huy didn't back down. "Listen up. You run the biggest iron supply game in Huy, right? But you're sleeping on a deal with the cheapest workshop in town." Lai Truong Tai narrowed his eyes, getting serious. He got cautious. "You from the Kim Cao workshop? Or maybe Dai Hoa hack?" Huy dipped his head with mock respect. "Name's Trieu Huy, second son of Feng Tai Hien. And yeah, I'm representing our workshop." Bam. Lai slammed his hand on the desk, face twisting with rage, veins popping out. "You playing games with me, kid? You think the Hoa Long Merchant Guild is some kind of comedy club for punks like you?" Huy didn't even flinch. He just sighed. "Man, I don't know why our rep is so trash these days. Look, I ain't asking for a handout based on trust." Lai was still fuming. "Then what?" Huy coolly pulled a mysterious red book from his jacket. "Everything made of iron has a price. And everything can be collateral. 300 pounds of iron is 500 taels. 2 big hammers, 2 small ones, 3 iron plates, 6 steel molds. Even at a fire sale price, that's 40 taels. The workshop land is 200. The oak wood is 3,000 coins. Fragrant wood, 1,000 coins. Charcoal, 400. Firewood, 3,000. Huy did the conversion in his head. That junk alone is about 10 taels. Total package, around 150 taels. I'm putting the whole shop on the line. Lai Truong Tai listened, finally cooling down. He was intrigued. "Okay, but you're still short another 150 taels. What else you got?" Hugh's eyes went dark and determined. "My father, my mother, my big brother. I'm mortgaging the lives of all 4 of us." Lai paused, an idea sparking. Human lives? Who didn't stutter? In the black market, people get bought and sold every day. Prices vary, but going by the standard government slave rate, 4 healthy humans cover that last 150 taels easily. Lai Truong Tai rubbed his chin. This kid sounded nuts, but he wasn't just some lunatic. He was interesting. "Fair enough," Lai said, "but liquidating assets costs money. First, I gotta send a crew to verify your inventory. We need to appraise the value. And if you default on the loan, it costs me time and manpower to seize your stuff, especially the human collateral." Huy smiled, crazily confident. "Exactly. That's why I'm here. To give you an opportunity, a chance to do business with me." Lai frowned. "Opportunity? Kid, you got this backward. You need me." Huy ignored him, walking straight up to the desk. He slapped that red book down. "Everything listed in here? My workshop will sell it directly to the Hoa Long Guild. And the prices? Insanely reasonable." Lai flipped the book open. His eyes went wide immediately. Large iron plows. 28 taels? You serious? I can actually get them at this price. Huy knew he had him. We can sign the paperwork right now, boss. Lai hesitated, looking suspicious. Hu sighed, feigning disappointment, then dropped the bomb. Well, if you don't want the deal, I guess I'll take this offer over to the Hu Bach Merchant Guild. Lai snapped. Excuse me? Going to his biggest rival? Oh, hell no. He thought. Is this kid mocking my pride? Lai shouted. Manager Ha, get in here. Manager Ha scrambled over, bowing low. Yes, master. Lai didn't hesitate. Give him 1,000 taels. Ha's jaw dropped. Master? Lai leaned back, cool as ice. He mentioned the black market, so we play by those rules. If we're talking about buying human lives, we gotta pay the market rate. He was basically saying he owned me, talking about selling me off as a servant or worse, a eunuch. Like, yikes, dude. But honestly, not gonna happen. Li Trung-tai pointed a finger right in my face, dropping threats. You can't pay up? That 1,000 silver is the price tag on your head, kid. I just smirked. I tucked my red notebook away, looking totally unbothered. Dream on, buddy. Outside, my dad, Trieu Huy, was sweating bullets. Whose son? What's the play here? I kept walking and asked, Pops, what is the one thing you see everywhere? Dad froze, brain buffering. Dirt? I grinned. Nope, it's cheap labor, the workforce. As soon as we got back to Fung Thai Hien, I set up shop right at the entrance. I stepped up to the ironworks door. That door creaking open wasn't just wood moving, it was the start of an empire. The future was bright, like someone turned the brightness settings all the way up. It was my moment. I wondered if the recruitment flyer worked. Spoiler alert, it did. A massive, noisy crowd was waiting. People were shoving each other just to get near the ironworks gate. I stood tall, cleared my throat, and shouted, all right, listen up. Single file for interviews. Dad knew I planned this, but seeing a mosh pit outside our door still shocked him. It was a morning like any other, except for the mob. Inside my head, the HR gears were turning. First rule, axe the loudmouths. People who yap too much are usually shady or start drama. Second rule, no elderly or frail folks. Look, I love grandma, but this is heavy metal work. They'd snap like twigs, harsh but true. Third rule, reject the dimwits. Empty heads mess up the assembly line. It doesn't matter what business you're running. Talent is king. In my past life, I majored in business administration. I've got that corporate hustle in my DNA. I learned the startup game from the internet and random self-help books. Back then, I thought they were cheesy, but now, pure gold. Books like $5 Million Startup and CEOs who crush it. Fast forward a bit. It's a crisp morning at the ironworks, and I'm hyping up the crew. Welcome to the team, everyone. Since you're all rookies, attendance is mandatory every single morning until you get the hang of this. I flashed $1 million smile and handed out papers. This is your contract. Don't panic. Charcoal team, front and center. If you can read, check it. If not, just listen to my beautiful voice and I'll break it down. Readers, verify the info. They looked at the paper like it was alien code. I sensed the confusion and jumped in. Like I said, base pay is 8 coins a day. But wait, there's more. If you work past closing time, that's overtime. You get an extra 2 coins per hour. The crowd started murmuring. Overtime, what's that? Someone whispered. I grinned like a game show host. It means more money in your pocket just for staying later. That friendly vibe and the promise of cash lit them up. For real? I've been working my whole life and never got paid extra. 2 coins an hour? Oh, they were loving it. But I wasn't done. Also, you work 6 days, you get the 7th day off. And yes, you still get paid for that day off. 6 coins. Their jaws basically hit the floor. They looked like they'd seen a ghost. They couldn't process it. Paid to do nothing? I beamed at them like a literal saint descending from heaven. Even if you chill at home, you get paid. Rest is crucial. Guys, you can't grind if your body is broken. Recharge so you can crush it the next day. The workers were losing their minds. They legit couldn't believe what they were hearing. This was unheard of. Getting cash to sleep in? Getting paid without lifting a finger? Is this guy serious? I dropped the next bomb. Don't freak out, but there are performance bonuses too. Make over 30 charcoal bars a day, and you get extra. Hustle hard, and you could take home 12 coins a day. The crowd gasped. 12? Oh my god. I reeled them in closer. And holidays? You're off. Paid. You get 1 designated day off a month. If you decide to work on a holiday, double pay, baby. They were speechless. I was painting a picture of paradise, and they were buying it. Plus, annual leave. Work hard all year, no screw-ups, and you get 5 extra days off. Fully paid, obviously. Or, if you're a workaholic, come in during those days and earn double. Your call. The excitement was palpable. They were practically begging to start. It sounded too good to be true. No way. This is insane. For a modern guy like me, this was basic stuff. Just the result of centuries of capitalism, trial and error. But to them, magic. Everyone in other departments gets the same deal once you sign the dotted line, I explained. But here's the catch. What happens in the ironworks stays in the ironworks. No blabbing to anyone, not even your grandma. Leak my secrets and you're fired. Instantly. And trust me, there's a line of people waiting to take your spot. The workers nodded aggressively. They were basically fanboys now. We won't say a word. Lips are sealed, boss. Just let us work already. I gestured to my dad. Charcoal crew, with me. Everyone else, stick with my old man. I flashed one last grin. And don't worry, you even get paid while you're learning the ropes. That sparked a fire in them. The ironworks wasn't just a job. It was their ticket to the good life. We got you, boss. We'll work till we drop. No one pays like this. I stood in the back, smiling that secret capitalist smile, giving off some seriously sinister villain vibes. But the crew down below, they went absolutely feral hearing that. Every single one of them was hyped, ready to sell their souls to the capitalist machine. Dong Fan yelled out, "We got this. We're down to bleed for the ironworks. Ain't nobody else dropping checks like this." Over at the workshop, the workers were grinding hard. Some were burning iron, others were hammering away like maniacs. Suddenly, from the corner, Trieu Hui's voice rang out, sounding super salty. "Yo, I told you the bellows can't stop. And quit burning the coal like that. If you look away, the heat drops. You gotta feel the heat with your whole body." The guy getting chewed out just bowed his head and whispered, "My bad. I know. Barely." A few seconds of peace passed before Trieu Hui started yapping again. "Tsk tisk, hammering like a zombie just makes noise. I told you not to vary the force. Hit the exact spot with the exact same power." The dude turned pale and quickly replied, "Got it. Won't forget." Trieu Hui's whole vibe flipped 180 degrees when he watched another young guy working. He looked super stoked, grinning ear to ear. "Nice. That's it. The key to casting is getting the shape with the least metal possible. Skipping the handle in the mold frame was a high IQ move. We can just use wood for the handle anyway. And go. That you're a quick study show you once, you master it. Getting props from the boss is the best feeling." Knew that. Grinned and scratched his head, acting all shy. "Haha, you're too kind, boss." This made the other guys low-key jealous, since they were getting roasted while he was getting toasted. Trieu Huy watched from the back as his dad managed the crew like a total boss, reminding him of team leads in big corporate gigs. He chuckled to himself, thinking, the job really makes the man. Trieu Huy walked up and said, "Pops, got a sec?" Because he was so dialed in, Trieu Hui almost didn't hear his son. He tilted his head, asking, "What's the deal?" Trieu Huy kept a poker face. "Crew looks pro now. Think it's time we actually start selling stuff." Hearing that, Trieu Hui snapped his head away, looking super unsatisfied. "No way. With this level of skill, we can't put out trash. The ironworks' reputation can't take a hit like that." Trieu Hui stayed chill. "Didn't I already say a good coat of paint covers everything?" Trieu Hui frowned, his voice getting weird. "Paint? Don't you dare. These guys ain't ready." Trieu Hui was starting to sweat it. "Dad, you know the payroll situation, right? It's been 20 days. You want to blow the whole 1,000 taels just on wages?" Trieu Hui's reality check left his dad speechless. Trieu Hui kept going. "We paid off Vuong Li and Tai, and after the booze bill, we can only float for another 10 days. Salaries, food, living costs, it's no joke, man. You gotta make a call right now." For the Trieu family, every second was money. Trieu Hui held up 3 fingers right in his son's face but shouted, "4 days. Give me 4 more days. I'm gonna try to speed run the artisan techniques." Trieu Hui looked dead serious. "You said that days ago." "This is the absolute last time, Pops. I got it." Trieu Hui spun around and stormed off without another word. Time waits for nobody, not even the main character. 4 days flew by, and the workshop was still banging. Guys shoveling hot coal, guys cranking machines till they turned red, guys handling the molten metal pour. After the mold was set, 2 jack dudes took over with hammers. Their sync was insane, like they achieved hammer-human oneness, super fast. Trieu Hui's goofy dad walked in and couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, this efficiency is nuts. How'd he come up with this? I spent my whole life doing every single step myself, breaking my back, making coal, molding, forging. Yet he cranks out a massive iron plow in just 4 days. It was a huge blow to Trieu Hui's ego. Grinding your whole life just to get outplayed by your kid in 4 days, That hurts. In 40 years, Trieu Tien had never seen anything like it done. The two guys yelled, hyped on the new product. Trieu Huy grabbed a hammer to test the ring. Clang, clang, sounded crisp. Trieu Huy was vibing with it, but his dad, creeping up from behind, looked kinda off. He stomped over, sounding super salty. You little punk, give me back my 40 years. Seeing his dad crying, Trieu Huy was like, bro, what are you talking about? Trieu Tien sniffled. If you had this cheat code, you should have told me earlier. Realizing what was up, Trieu Huy laughed. Haha, best ideas always come last. Better late than never, right? Trieu Tien's face went dark, thinking about all his wasted years. Trieu Huy didn't want to waste time on a therapy session, so he asked, hey, notice anything missing? After looking around, Trieu Tien realized, oh snap, the cast and crew is just chilling. Trieu Huy nodded. Yep, gotta buy more hammers as soon as possible so we can get more guys forging. Trieu Tien shut up and just smirked at his son. That day, running shifts, they pumped out 2 iron plows. Hitting 100 plows didn't even take 4 days. Time flew, and 6 months later, the Trieu workshop was a whole different beast, way more staff, and the professionalism leveled up big time. Every hammer strike now had 6 months of non-stop grind behind it. The sun was blazing overhead, shining into Trieu Hui's room. He was picking out kicks from his rack, admiring. A pitch-black shoe. He looked like a boss who's winning at life, fancy clothes, fresh kicks. He grinned. Guess I don't have to be jealous of anyone anymore. Huh. At the door, an old dude stood frozen with a book in his hand. Trieu Huy finally looked up. Come on in, Manager Lai. The guy called Manager Lai was actually Lai Yu New Tung, the general. The manager of the ironworks spoke up. Hey boss, here's the stack of paperwork you gotta sign off on today. Staring at the novel-length report, Li Rutong handed him. Xiao Hui nodded. Just as I thought, the Big Mountain Division is absolutely killing it right now. Li Rutong bowed slightly, keeping it professional. Most of the guys are grinding hard, but the rookies over in Small Mountain, they're still pretty green on the skills front. After scanning the whole thing, Xiao Hui spotted the real issue. He turned to old Li. Skill is one thing, but this is a morale game. Those guys in Big Mountain need a raise, but seriously, go hype up the Small Mountain team. They need a major confidence boost. Xiao Hui did the math. He had completely rebranded the ironworks into 3 branches. Big Mountain was the heavy hitters, cranking out massive iron products like plows, gates, and pillars. Small Mountain handled the light work, sickles, hoes, iron rods, and served as the boot camp for all the new hires. Then there was Qi Mountain, a brand new R&D department funded to engineer high-tech gear like safes, locks, carriage, parts, lanterns, and iron wheels. This corporate franchise style was super effective because, well, that is exactly how companies did it in his past life. So, he was feeling pretty cocky about it. Li Rutong nodded at the instructions. I'll get right on that. But then he froze, cutting himself off. Xiao Hui felt a weird vibe and asked, what, something else go down? Li Rutong replied, we actually have a guest who came looking for you. Xiao Hui had a hunch who it was, but needed to verify. Is it Brother Fei? Is he chilling in the VIP lounge right now? Li Rutong chuckled softly. He rolled up like 4 hours ago, but he said he would wait until you wrapped up your shift. As soon as the words left Lai's mouth, Xiao Hui took off like a rocket. He was sprinting and panicking at the same time. Gah, you should have told me sooner, man. Inside the guest lounge, Li Changsei was casually sipping tea when he heard footsteps. It was obviously Xiao Hui. The moment Zhao saw him, his face lit up. He ran over like an excited toddler, keeping his voice sweet. Oh, Brother Changzai, my sworn brother. Li Changzai was just as hyped to see him. But before he could even sit down, Xiao Hui was already running his mouth. I still feel queasy from our drinking session 3 days ago. Don't tell me you are here to drink me under the table again. Li Changzai laughed. No way. My stomach is just as wrecked as yours. I just stopped by to say what's up before heading back. Hearing that, Xiao Hui got all smug and arrogant, laughing loudly. I love seeing you try to act all tough like that. Li Changzai looked salty. It is just that the host of that place didn't vibe with me. Next time, I am definitely taking the win. Xiao Hui immediately extended his hand with a greedy grin, laughing like a maniac. Anyway, cough up the silver you promised me, yeah? He didn't want to, but a man of his word pays his debts. Li Changzai pulled a bag of silver from his coat and handed it over, grumbling that the game wasn't over and it was a boring win. And seriously, you kept calling me Brother Zheng Kai. Who is that guy anyway? Xiao Hui didn't care about the name mix-up. He only cared about pulling those silver bars out of the bag. It made Li Changzai pretty annoyed, but he couldn't do anything about it. They chatted nonsense for a while until Li Changzai got serious. All right, so, have you made a decision on the Guardian issue yet? Trieu Huy nodded. Yeah, I will think it over and get back to you. Li Changzai shook his head. Being careful is good, but we are officially out of time. Using the Fire Dragon Guild's name as his shield has its limits. No matter how much I worry about security, the secret is leaking. People are starting to realize all these cheap iron products flooding the market are coming from your workshop. Li Changzai's words weighed on Trieu Huy, though he was surprised it happened so fast. Li continued, your goods have been circulating all over Anhui City for 6 months. Even if we tried to be low-key, there are hundreds of carts moving between you and me. Unless they are total morons, everyone knows the iron the guild is selling is yours. Plus, just looking at the front gate of the iron workshop, anyone can see how much bank you have been making lately. If the officials raid this place and audit your steel supply, what happens then? The workshop vanishes without a trace. It is just a matter of time. And obviously, as your supplier, I am going to take a hit too. Trieu Huy understood the risk, but he didn't think it was doomsday yet. He looked totally relaxed. True, but nothing bad has actually happened so far, right? Li Changzai suddenly snapped. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his voice cold. Are you actually that naive, or are you just playing dumb? Up until now, you have only dealt with the Fire Dragon Guild, and even that protection is about to break. You have no clue how sly those corrupt officials really are. While Li Changzai was freaking out with anxiety, Trieu Huy was all smiles. He calmly pulled a red book out of his pocket. His carefree attitude made Li grit his teeth, thinking, ugh, he is pulling out that book again. Flipping through his encyclopedia, Trieu Huy said, yep, the rumors are true. I actually visited the Great Truth Guild a few days ago. Oh, and the Hue Fact Guild? They somehow found out I collect shoes and sent me some silk ones as a gift. Their trade terms are pretty sweet, too. Those guys aren't lightweights, right? They could probably block the outside pressure just like you do. Unable to handle Trieu Huy's attitude, Li Changzai snatched the book right out of his hands. He wanted to punch Zhao but settled for yelling. Wow, listen to you. How can you reduce human relationships down to just profit? What about feelings? What about brotherhood? After venting for a second, Li Changzai calmed down. Phew. Look, you can't hide under my umbrella much longer. It is not just the officials. It has been over a month since the iron merchants started protesting in front of the guild. Soon, they are going to swarm you. You are messing with their livelihood, so they are desperate. As soon as Li finished, Trieu Huy interlaced his fingers, looking completely unbothered like he saw this coming a mile away. He confidently said, if that is the problem, I have already got it figured out. Li Changzai flinched. Wait, what? Trieu Huy didn't spill the beans immediately. He just gave a cryptic little chuckle and told the old man to stay tuned for part 2. If the kid wasn't talking, the old guy knew better than to pry. The old man said, we need to fix this iron issue. Like, yesterday. Sure, riding the local magistrate's coattails would be the easiest play, but a low-level official can't cover a whole ironworks. You need to hook up with a heavy hitter, someone with real connections and fast. Trieu Huy took a slow, deliberate sip of his tea, giving the guy a look that said, I'm playing 4D chess while you're playing checkers. He asked, so, bro, what do you think my monthly take-home profit is from running this iron gig? Naturally, Li Changzai didn't have a clue. Trieu Huy dropped the bomb on him. About 600 silver taels. That's 60 gold taels. Easy. The reveal made. Li Changzai's brain practically short-circuit. 60 gold. Even back when his merchant guild was in its prime, they barely saw that kind of cash. A smirk tugged at the corner of Trieu Huy's mouth. Look, the government stooges are already on the payroll. Call it a periodic subscription fee. I'm not scared of the suits. The thing that actually keeps me up at night is them getting greedy and trying to swallow this whole operation. Regular folks fear the law and stay in their lane to make a buck. But there's another crew, the ones who choose violence. Total savages who don't play by the rules. They hide their beefs deep and draw hard lines between their squad and their enemies. That's the Jianghu, the martial underworld. Everything Li Changzai mentioned, Trieu Huy was already 5 steps ahead. He was cooler than a cucumber. Exactly. That's why I made the call. He dipped a finger into his teacup. He started tracing characters on the table with the tea, water, his eyes locking onto Changzai with a razor-sharp gaze. I'm talking about a powerhouse that stuffs the royal ranks with their own bloodline. A place so terrifying that just hearing the name makes the bad guys wet themselves. The leaders of the 5 great families, the ones who headhunt the sickest swordsmen in the game to build their own private armies. Staring at the wet characters on the table, Li Changzai forgot how to speak English. He stammered, wait, you can't mean? Trieu Huy's voice boomed with confidence. Bingo. I want the king of Anhui to be my bodyguard. The Nam Cung Clan. The sky-piercing sword masters who dominate the realm. The ultimate sword of the Central Plains. Hearing Trieu Huy drop these heavy titles like it was nothing made Li Changzai almost fall off his chair. He was shaking like a leaf. Bro, be real. Is that even possible? Flashback to a few days ago, downtown Jiangfeng district, Anhui. The place was popping with martial artists and civilians everywhere. The streets were loud and chaotic. Trieu Huy was just vibing, taking a stroll, when he noticed a crowd gathering. Being nosy, he stopped a local. Yo, what's going down over here? An old-timer spilled the tea. Word is there's a brawl at the pavilion. Some dude with long brown hair and a flashy red outfit is causing a scene with a massive blade. Guy's giving off serious pressure, looks mad as hell. He just roared, "You speak English or what? Let's throw hands." Winner takes the spot, loser walks. Trieu Hui's eyes lit up. He was hyped he'd never seen a real martial arts throwdown before. He thought, oh snap, are they actually going to scrap? The two warriors stopped talking and started swinging. They closed the gap with lightning-fast footwork, putting everything they had into the first clash. Clang. The sound of sword meeting blade was ear-splitting, sending shockwaves through the air. In split seconds, the guy in red unleashed a combo of dozens of slashes. His blade looked like it could chop reality in half, but his opponent wasn't some scrub. The guy just smirked contemptuously and dodged every single strike like he was in the Matrix. Trieu Huy had never seen metal clash with that kind of ferocity. His jaw hit the floor, mouth forming a perfect O. He couldn't hide the hype. Whoa, who are these beasts? Two bystanders started analyzing the fight. Humph, the guy with the blade is a local military officer, famous in the Tiger King school. But he's not top tier yet. The sword guy is a freelancer named Fire Sword. He's decent, but I wouldn't call him a master. They traded blows, neck and neck, until Fire Sword suddenly launched himself sky high. Trieu Huy thought, "You're telling me these guys aren't masters? Are you kidding me?" Back to the action, Fire Sword swung down from the heavens like he was trying to rip the sky open. The Tiger King guy planted his feet and swung up, countering with a slash that looked like it shattered space itself. The aerial ambush worked. Fire Sword started dominating the rhythm of the fight. With slick swordplay, he baited the Tiger King disciple into a trap. Just a split second more, and Fire Sword's tip was about to pierce the guy's throat. The Tiger King guy stared death in the face. Suddenly ping. A random pebble flew out of nowhere, hitting Fire Sword's blade and knocking it off course. The blade missed the jugular. Both fighters froze, stunned by the rock that crashed their party. Fire Sword, who had the win in the bag, screamed, "Who the hell did that?" A dude in the Nam Cung Clan uniform strolled up, radiating menace. "You freelance trash. I take my eyes off the street for 1 second, and you multiply like roaches. Get lost, insects." Fire Sword and Tiger King turned pale the moment they saw the Nam Cung crest. They didn't hesitate, they bolted instantly. Trieu Huy watched the whole thing with fanboy sparkles in his eyes. That was awesome. That was the moment he decided to go all in on the Nam Cung Clan. Fast forward to now, back at the ironworks. Trieu Huy and Li Changzai were chilling with their tea. Trieu Huy broke the silence. "Hey, you remember the first day I showed up at your door?" Li Changzai choked on his tea. "Pfft, how could I forget?" Trieu Huy looked all sentimental. "Yeah, crazy times. I had nothing but a pinky promise to offer, yet you fronted me the cash." Changzai laughed. "Ha, if I could go back, I wouldn't have given you 1,000. I would have dropped 10,000 taels on you. Easy." Trieu Huy nodded. "I'm taking a gamble on the Nam Cung Clan this time. Worst case scenario, I lose the investment. It's not like I'm losing my head, right?" Changzai relaxed. "True. You're the big bad iron boss now. You're not hurting for cash. If this works out and you get your bodyguard, don't forget your old pal." Trieu Huy gave him a greedy look. "That's it. No bonus?" Changzai sighed, feigning annoyance. "Geez, this guy. All right, I'm out of here. If anything goes down, send a bird, okay?" Trieu Huy walked him to the door, bowing respectfully. "Safe travels, big bro." "Thanks, little bro," Changzai called back. Suddenly, the shop manager, Li Rutong, popped up. "Boss, your father is asking for you." Trieu Huy blinked. "My old man?" Back at the family estate, Trieu Huy was checking his reflection, wondering why he was told to dress up. His dad, Zhao Xian, slowly opened the door. He was carrying a fancy, mysterious purple box. "Sit down, son." "Yeah, sure thing." Hai sensed the vibes were off. He shot his dad, Trieu Tian, a side eye. "Okay, spill it. Why the sudden drama? Pop, you good?" Tian rested his hand on the creepy-looking mystery box he'd just brought out. "Honestly, no clue when our fam picked this up. Legend says OG ancestor Duck started it, but that's just hearsay." But the rule is simple. Hand it to the MVP of the generation. That's you, kid. Don't care what the haters say, you rebuilt this squad from zero. You're the captain now. Huy started sweating. Yo, why does this sound like a goodbye speech? Chill out, Dad. We wouldn't be here without you. Tien went full serious mode, slamming his hand on the box. I, Trieu Huy, 20th head honcho of this clan, hereby pass the heavenly blood jade to my boy, Huy, the new face of the franchise. Huy opened the box, looking confused. Hold up, deja vu much? I swear I've seen this scene before. In my last life, Dad gave me this exact ruby-looking necklace. Suddenly, Tien's face got super intense. Keep this strapped on you 24/7 until you find the next heir. That's the deal when you hold the blood jade. Huy's brain started buffering. Wait, if this rock is the family's ultimate loot, and it's sitting right here, does that mean I reincarnated way back into some ancient ancestor's body? Suddenly, the blood jade lit up like a disco ball and started making weird noises. Buzz. Hum. Voices started leaking out. Yo, check this aura. Kid feels just like that one descendant who wielded the heaven sword. No cap, Grandpa. That's definitely supreme level energy. Is this kid a venerable or what? 100%. No doubt. But hold on, that's glitching reality. How is a venerable walking around in the mortal world? If he cycled through life and death, his soul should be stuck in the jade with us. Huy, hearing voices in his head, totally lost it. Holy mother of. But Tien just stood there, stone-faced. You okay, son? Huy's voice was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. The jade. It's talking. Before he could even process the craziness, the rock started yapping again. Wait, the kid can hear us? Since when is that a thing? Does that mean we can actually chat with a living? Genius runs in the fam, I guess. Tien stood up, dusting off his robes. I had some weird, trippy dreams about it too. It's a magic item, so just keep your vibes positive, okay? Right. Positive vibes. Tien bounced, leaving Hai alone with the creepy glowing box. Hai cleared his throat awkwardly. Hello? The jade flashed, and a hologram of an old dude popped out, radiating serious boss energy. The room went silent. State your name, kid. Huy blinked, feeling weird but surprisingly chill. I'm Huy. And I'm good. No need to be formal. Just talk normal. The ghostly figure nodded. All right, here's the deal. Since you can hear us, your soul stats are maxed out same level as us, venerables. But there's a glitch. I don't see the tether attached to you. Tether? Say what now? The ghost explained. Usually, when the blood jade chooses you and grants you a buff, it creates a soul link, a literal string. And when your game over screen hits, your soul gets pulled into the jade. It's the price of the power. But you're wireless. No string. Huy perked up. Wait, back up. Did you say grant a buff? Like a superpower? Obviously. That's usually how it works. Otherwise, there's no way a rookie like you would have a soul on par with a venerable. Huy leaned in. So, hypothetically, what kind of power are we talking about? The ghost shrugged. Depends on your build. Want to fight? You get a body that masters moves instantly. Want to be a scholar? Supercomputer brain. Want to be a king? Max charisma to command the masses. Want to be a monk? Instant enlightenment. Huy slumped. Man, I got ripped off. I never got a welcome gift like that. Seriously. If I had cheat codes like that, I wouldn't have busted my back trying to get that iron workshop running. The ghost pointed a spectral finger right in his face. Ha! Don't play dumb. You definitely took something. That's the only explanation for your high-level soul stats. Huy froze. Okay, there was one weird thing. I died in a car crash and respawned in the past as this version of myself. Wait, did the jade trigger my respawn? Can I even tell these ghost grandpas the truth? Huy debated it internally, then decided to come clean. Okay, real talk. I went through something insane. I don't know if it was the jade's doing, but it's my biggest secret, and honestly, it freaks me out. The ghost sighed. Kid, you have trust issues. We're your ancestors. You're our blood. That's it. We're just glorified memory files stored in a rock. We can't touch the physical world even if we wanted to. How could we possibly hurt you? Huy squinted. You guys are really my ancestors, right? No catfishing. The spirit rolled his eyes. Yes, the jade is bio-locked to the Trieu bloodline. You're carrying the squad now. Why would we want to sabotage our own MVP? Huy hesitated for a split second, then dropped the bomb. I reincarnated. The chat room inside the jade exploded. Reincarnation? No way. You mean like a do-over? The heavens blocked my appeal for that. I'm just stuck here as a memory fragment, floating like a dead goldfish. Ha ha! Sima, you old fox, you actually won. Ha 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 ha. The light show cut out abruptly. The room went dark. Ancestors? Hello? Dead silence. Huy picked up the box, bewildered. Man, what is up with this thing? Suddenly, thump, thump, thump. Footsteps thundered down the hall. Bam. The door flew open. Trieu Huy stood there, looking wrecked but hyped. Yo, am I crashing the Nam Cung trip with you? He stood there, gasping for air, waiting for the green light. Hugh's eyes flashed, but his face remained ice cold. Nope, not happening. Trieu Huy put his hands together, giving him the ultimate puppy dog eyes. Come on, my beloved little brother. Huy turned his back, totally unbothered. Save the drama. I'm not changing my mind just because you're acting sad. Hash shouldn't quit. He looked like he saw a winning lottery ticket and started bargaining hard. I swear, I'll be a mute. I won't say a single word. Just let me stand next to you. I just want to see them one time. Huy kept his poker face and shook his head. Denied. Trieu Huy literally dropped to one knee, clasping his hands like he was proposing. Bro, please, don't do this to me. Huy saw that his brother was desperate to tag along, so he threw him a bone. They came to ask Dad to forge a true sword. Hosh looked like his brain short-circuited. Wait, a true sword? Like, the real deal? Realization hit him like a truck. Hak bowed so low, his nose practically touched the floor. Even if there were 10 true swords, I'd be a statue. I wouldn't move a muscle. Please, he gasped. The Nam Cung family? For real. Huy stood his ground. Absolute zero chill. No means no. Hak started shaking, and 2 actual streams of tears rolled down his face. Suddenly, Trieu Huy walked up from behind, having watched the whole pathetic show. Huy, cut your brother some slack. He won't open his mouth. Just let him ride shotgun. Huy looked conflicted. Seriously? You're taking his side too, Dad? Trieu Huy smiled that warm, fatherly smile. You guys are brothers. Don't carry the weight of the world alone. Besides, Hak is technically the older brother here. Huy hesitated, saying, while thinking, yeah, but this guy hasn't exactly acted like a responsible son yet. Trieu Huy gave a sincere pitch. I promise I won't ask you for favors like this ever again. Just let it slide this one time, okay? Huy looked skeptical, then let out a long sigh. You swear big brother won't say a word, right? Hak sprang up like a ninja, full of energy. Absolutely. Martial artists are honest people, and I'm the calmest guy around. Huy exhaled loudly, relieved it was settled. All right, brother. We roll out in a few days. Go get your stuff ready. Trieu Huy and Trieu Huy shared a little smirk. Hash was bouncing off the walls with joy. Awesome. Leave it to me. I'll pack all the gear we need. Back at the ironworks, it was just another average Tuesday until someone burst in with news. Boss, we got a major situation. Huy stayed calm. What's up? The messenger, an old man, was hyperventilating. There's a huge mob heading straight for our workshop, and they're armed to the teeth. Hugh's eyes narrowed as he connected the dots. Weapons? Huh. Outside the main gate, the noise was deafening. You scumbags. We're taking you all out. Crash. A guy holding a sledgehammer kicked the front door right off its hinges. Behind him, a sea of people waved axes, spears, and sickles. He screamed, wipe everyone in this ironworks off the map. Huy figured this day would come sooner or later. What happens, happens, he thought. He stepped out, looking cool as a cucumber, clasped his hands, and greeted them loudly. I am Trieu Huy, the owner of this establishment. The guys in the front row were foaming at the mouth, shouting over each other. There he is. Finally. I'm gonna tear you apart with my bare hands. Look at that dirty face. Is that you? You're the clueless punk ruining everything. Die. Damn it. You think bowing is gonna save you now? You shameless jerk. Huy looked genuinely confused, shrugging off the hate. I'm honestly not sure what I did to upset you, gentlemen. Sledgehammer guy screamed. Even merchants have a code of ethics. Huy actually snorted. Puffed. Merchants? Ethics? The leader felt the shade and got triggered. You mocking me, kid. Huy took slow, deliberate steps forward, his aura suddenly dominating the room. Let me ask you one thing. Even if you sell cheaper than my workshop, you can't beat my quality. If you lower your prices to compete, can you even afford to feed your families? The mob went dead, silent, looking at each other. The reality check hit hard. Huy thought, of course not. Most of these guys run tiny mom-and-pop shops. Huy switched into CEO mode. Follow me. I'm gonna give you the grand tour of my workshop. The small business owners hesitated, exchanging awkward glances, but eventually followed Huy into the forging room. They were about to get their minds blown. Inside, the vibe was intense. The sound of hammers hitting anvils shook the ground like an earthquake. The focus was insane, the work moving at the speed of light despite the roaring fires. The visitors were stunned by the sheer scale of the operation. Holy cow, how many anvils are in here? Look at all these people. How many blacksmiths do they have? This is nuts. Impossible. Huy looked at them with sharp eyes. Do you honestly think you can beat me? The small shop owners slumped their shoulders, avoiding Huy's gaze. They knew it was game over. Whether it was speed, quality, or quantity, they were completely outclassed. Huy took a deep breath and raised his voice like a general. When are you guys going to wake up? You're getting crushed by the big four workshops. When will Hai finally have a workshop that's ranked #1 in the world? Why are we sitting here letting this Sichuan province kick our butts? The crowd nodded, resigned to the truth. He's right. Yeah, that's exactly how it is. Hugh declared loudly, firing them up. In the last 100 years, hasn't Huy received a single order from the royal family? No, they just take our sons to be cannon fodder soldiers. Our province doesn't deserve to be ignored like this. Am I right? Huy smirked, seeing he had their attention. Besides, do you know what we have here? Who forged the legendary heavenly sword and the dragon saber? That was us. That's in our DNA. Huy's words sparked a fire in the small business owners. They shouted back, that's right, we're the descendants of legends. Iron is just cold metal until we touch it. The Emperor is blind for not using our talent. We have to rise up. Huy saw his opening and clasped his hands. Then help me make that dream a reality. They paused, a bit confused. Help him make a dream come true. What is he talking about? Huy kept the momentum going, bold and aggressive. If we want to beat Sichuan, we need to overwhelm them with numbers. Items made from Hu iron need to be everywhere in this country. If we stay small and divided, we lose. But if we team up, we can take the crown. That's why we need to unite. Huy pointed to his own workers. Please, guide them. Be their mentors. Use the experience you've gathered over a lifetime to help us win this war. You don't need to do the heavy lifting anymore. Huy reached out toward Trieu Huy. Dad, come here, he said, shocking the old man. Listen up, everyone, Trieu Huy announced, commanding the room. You all know this man, he built this iron ward from the ground up. But right now, I'm the one calling the shots here. I'm formally inviting every veteran smith in town to set up shop under my roof. And don't worry about the paycheck. We're talking straight silver. On top of that, you get performance bonuses based on pure skill. Oh, and I'm buying out all your old inventory at premium prices. So, are you guys going to help me out or what? The owners of the smaller shops started whispering, hesitant to jump on board. Trieu Huy didn't give them time to overthink it. He clapped his hands and barked an order to his servants. Bring out the package. 2 servants walked in, moving smooth and careful, carrying a large rectangular object between them, completely draped in cloth. Trieu Huy strode over and ripped the cover off in one decisive motion. Gentlemen, consider this a symbol of my determination. And Huy Ironworks. Behind the cloth was a massive, flashy signboard that immediately grabbed everyone's attention. Trieu Huy raised his voice, hyping up the crowd. If you agree to work with me, you are the ones who will build the legend of Hai Ironworks. The crowd erupted. You could feel the electricity in the room as people started cheering and shouting, count me in. Let's do this. We're going to make Hai the #1 workshop in the world. With a smirk that said all according to plan, Trieu Huy turned to Trieu Huy. Father, why don't you explain the details to our guests? Trieu Huy looked a bit flustered. Right, I got it. While the room was still buzzing with hype, Trieu Huy casually turned his back and walked away. A faint smile played on his lips, but his eyes glowed a dangerous red. Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd scripted it. That, he thought, is the art of the deal. As he stepped out of the forge, Manager Nu Tung was already waiting. Manager, Huy said. The manager responded instantly, yes, boss. Trieu Huy had already mapped out the next moves for the new recruits. Take half of the new guys and send them over to the Mount Key Pavilion. The manager paused. Mount Key? Boss, isn't that where you wanted to work on the carriage upgrades? Trieu Huy laughed, looking pleased with himself. Bingo. It's time to build a luxury carriage, comfortable, affordable, something the Central Plains has never seen before. Once we drop this product, it's going to be a total revolution. We're going to corner the entire market. The manager bowed respectfully. I can only marvel at your vision, boss. You're on another level. Did you tally up today's expenses? Huy asked. Make sure the cash is ready. Already handled, sir, the manager replied. Trieu Huy nodded to himself. He really had picked a genius for business. Curious, the manager asked. Boss, if I may, how long will you be gone? Huy's expression turned serious. Can't say for sure. I'm not coming back until I get what I'm after. It's a long road, and there's no ETA on the finish line. The manager looked worried. But what if a major crisis pops up? We can't just put everything on hold until you return. I left a playbook, Hugh said calmly. It predicts a few scenarios I think might happen. Use it as a guide. The manager bowed low. I will follow your instructions to the letter. Sometime later, on a mountain trail, Trieu Huy and Trieu Tien were riding their horses at a steady, leisurely pace. Trieu Tien was multitasking, reading a book while steering his horse. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy was just trying to stay in the saddle, thinking, okay, I'm getting the hang of this, but I still feel like I'm going to faceplant any second. He glanced over at Trieu Huy, amazed. How's that guy riding so perfectly? The book. Trieu Huy was glued to Cao Cao's eye. It looked like the Chronicles of Wind and Cloud. Rumor had it that book was a 1,000-year history of the martial world written by the legendary scholar. Jia Cat Du Ven. Is that thing actually interesting? Huy asked. Trieu Huy didn't even look up. Yep. Huy sighed loudly, shaking his head. Oh God, please let this guy get over his kung fu fanboy phase. Suddenly, Trieu Huy snapped the book shut and dropped a truth bomb that made. Trieu Huy jump. You're roasting me in your head right now, aren't you? Look, I know I'm the big brother, but I haven't done much for you. That's why, all this time, you've never seen the real me. Honestly, I still can't believe you're actually my little brother. The Trieu Huy I knew wasn't this. Sharp. Huy was speechless, a wave of anxiety hitting him. Trieu Huy continued, the way you convinced those old smiths, you were like a monster from another dimension. I don't know anyone with a silver tongue like that. Trieu Huy looked forward, his eyes shining with a strange determination. But just because you're a genius doesn't mean I'm gonna slack off and live a lazy life. Trieu Huy was confused. This wasn't the goofy brother he knew. What's with the sudden serious vibe? He took a good look at Trieu Huy, really looked at him. The posture, the hidden, muscle definition under the tunic, the calloused hands covered in scars. Wait, Huy thought. I thought he was just pretending to be a hero from a novel. Feeling a wave of respect, he said. So, you've actually been training hard this whole time. Trieu Huy hesitated for a second, then got serious. When you swing a sword, it helps you forget things. You remember that famine year? Trieu Huy searched his memory, his eyes darkening. You mean 10 years ago? When the crops failed and those mountain bandits hijacked the relief food? Those scumbags beat father half to death. Trieu Huy growled. You know what I was thinking back then? I just wanted to be strong enough to protect him. To protect you. I swore I'd never let anyone lay a hand on my family again. Trieu Huy was stunned by his brother's intensity. This isn't the fool I thought he was back in the day. A genuine smile touched Hugh's lips. His eyes showed pure trust. He reached out and slapped Trieu Huy on the shoulder. You're gonna make it, bro. I believe in you. Huy, not used to the encouragement, turned beet red. Hey, cut it out. Get off. Oh, come on. The two brothers laughed, joking around as they rode. Suddenly, the Blood Jade flared up, glowing bright red. A voice echoed from the stone. Just a scumbag using fancy words to blind the world. Heh. Even though the horse was doing all the work, Huy looked annoyed. He really didn't feel like listening to the sassy spirits in the Jade. The voice kept nagging, a descendant of the great Zhao clan. And all he builds is a blacksmith shop? Pathetic. Looking at him makes me tired. But I guess he's slightly less useless than his father. Still, don't get it twisted, he's not much better than that other idiot. He was super annoyed but couldn't really pop off in public, so Trieu Huy just stewed in his own juices. He thought, seriously, this is the inheritance? No bling, no cash, just a boatload of drama and bad vibes. It was like those ghosts had Wi-Fi connected straight to his brain because they clapped back instantly from inside the Blood Jade dimension. Three old dudes grunted, excuse me, bad vibes, sounds like you're trash-talking us. Do you have any clue how rare this Blood Jade actually is, kid? Like, do you even know the value? Getting called out by a bunch of ghosts who could scroll through his thoughts like a Twitter feed made Trieu Huy jump out of his skin. He mentally screamed, wait, you guys can literally hear what I'm thinking? The spirits immediately broke it down for him. Duh. Your soul is basically squatting on our turf. You haven't fully synced with the Blood Jade's connection yet, but we just realized your soul is tied to the wheel of righteousness. So yeah, we're mentally Bluetooth paired. Obviously, Trieu Huy was pretty salty about this. Zero privacy meant zero secrets. Plus, if he roasted them, they'd probably nag his ears off 24/7. Trying to change the subject, he asked, so, is it just the 8 of you in the squad? The shadowy figures grinned, showing pearly white teeth even though they were faceless, creepy, but kinda cool. Not bad, kid. You got a brain in there. Recognize my voice already? Trieu Huy blinked, totally confused. Isn't that normal? You hear a voice a few times, you remember it. Not exactly rocket science. One spirit chuckled, man, you really don't realize how sharp you are, do you? That hit different. It was the first time anyone had ever called Trieu Huy smart. In his past life, People said he had the gift of gab or a good memory, but nobody ever accused him of being a genius. If he was actually smart, he would have aced the civil service exam on the first try. Instead, he flunked it 7 times, a world record for stupidity. Honestly, inside the Blood Jade, the spirits were gossiping. You think his soul upgrade is just for show? Ha. But raw spiritual power doesn't explain this kid's street smarts. It's gotta be an isekai thing, you know. Reincarnation perks. Look at the tech he's using in the workshop. That stuff definitely ain't from around here. True, that. Even I was shook by those gadgets. While the shadowy dudes were yapping, another spirit cut in. This one was different, high definition, full portrait mode, not a shadow. Humph, the old man scoffed. He's not cut out to be a conqueror. He can't inherit the legacy of Mengde. The name Mengde hit Trieu Huy like a truck. Wait, Mengde? Like Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms lore? Is my ancestor seriously the Cao Cao? Before he could geek out, the old spirit shut him down cold. Me? Your ancestor? Don't be ridiculous. The Cao bloodline goes way back. My dad was just adopted by a eunuch, which kinda changed my trajectory. While Trieu Huy was daydreaming about ruling the world, a shadow spirit argued with the HG spirit. Hey, he's still better than the other scrubs in the family. The old man fired back. He's too soft. How can a guy like that be king? He gets disrespected before he even makes a move. That really grinded Trieu Huy's gears. He frowned. Yo, I pay them wages, so they respect me. What do you want me to do? Call them slaves? Hypnotize them into a cult? That's not how business works. His startup was running smooth with just a skeleton crew, so he ignored the ghostly backseat drivers. He looked over at his big bro, Trieu Huy, who was glued to a book, muttering, the sword god. Who the heck was this guy? Trieu Huy had no clue what the nerd was on about. Say what? Trieu Huy whipped around, eyes wide with hype. Dude, this is insane. Like, actually unbelievable. In Trieu Huy's head, it was like a blockbuster movie. The sword god, soloing armies with one hand, bodies flying everywhere, enemies turning to dust. This guy literally deleted the 8th leader of the Black Demon sect. It only took 6 hits to decapitate the boss. For a total noob like Trieu Huy, this was the coolest thing ever. Trieu Huy, totally out of the loop, asked, who are these demon guys? Hatch replied, you know Heavenly Demon City. Basically, they're grandkids. That info was actually useful. Trieu Huy did the math. Heavenly Demon City is the top dog of the evil faction's big 3, right alongside the Black Lotus and the Sichuan gang. And this sword god guy single-handedly wrecked the sect that spawned them. Did he really pull that off? Seeing his brother's doubt, Trieu Huy explained, bro, nobody in history has ever been this OP. He's only known by his handle, Sword God. No real name, no doxing. Nobody knows if he had kids or how he died. It's all just rumors and clout. Just then, Trieu Huy looked triggered. He shoved the book in Hui's face. Look at this garbage. That Sima guy gets 2 whole volumes, but the Sword God only gets 3 pages. That is so rigged. The quiet didn't last long before the Blood Jade radio turned back on. Hey, you ever wonder about something? Trieu Huy blinked. Wonder about what? The spirit pressed. How is it that the descendant of the great Mengde, a literal conqueror, is living life totally clueless? Trieu Huy frowned. I don't know. They say wealth doesn't last 3 generations. Are royals supposed to be special or something? The spirit schooled him. Mengde was never a slacker. The inheritance alone was 100,000 strings of cash, massive money. But after him, the Trieu family history basically got deleted from the server. Trieu Huy's eyes merely popped out. 100,000 strings? He did a quick mental conversion. That's like 375 tons of cash in modern standards. Absurdly rich. Then the spirit dropped the bomb. You want to make a deal? That sounded sketchy. Trieu Huy narrowed his eyes. A deal? Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? The complete spirit explained. Those guys are still powerful. But if you have us backing you, you could step into the ring and actually fight for the throne. Those guys? Who is he talking about? Trieu Huy was lost. Suddenly, the old man inside the Blood Jade flipped a switch. His eyes glowed with pure murder, fists clenching until his knuckles turned white. What Mengde wants is to wipe the Sima clan off the face of the earth. Trieu Huy started sweating. Okay, so he's got beef with the Simas. That explains the grudge. But let's be real here, he thought. The Sima clan is literally the most powerful family in the world right now. I'm just running a small workshop. How am I supposed to take them down? Gliding through the lush greenery of the Heavenly Jade Forest, I called out, hey, big boss, I think we could download some of those high-level martial arts skills into this kid's brain. Just a thought. A voice echoed back. If the Grandmaster gives the green light, I'm game. But before the peace and quiet could settle in, Trieu Huy just had to ask, wait, who's chatting in the chat room? In the Crimson Mental Lounge known as the Blood Jade, right after making a pact with the self-proclaimed old ancestor, a figure materialized. Handsome face, silver hair, sword in hand. It was the sword god, Trieu Huy, and the guy who supposedly never took an L in his life, who definitely heard the spirits gossiping, but his biggest nightmare was staring him right in the face. If his dim-witted big brother stumbled upon the sword god's cheat codes, it was going to be total chaos. Suddenly, the Blood Jade lit up like a neon sign. Zhang, my boy, you cool with passing on the ultimate lineage to this rookie? The sword god didn't even hesitate. As long as his descendants don't get wiped out by those shady dark merchants, I'm down to teach him. Just listening to these two ancient spirits barter over his destiny, Trieu Huy couldn't help but smirk. You look pretty intense for a ghost, sword god. The spirit was busy browsing through Hu's memories, flashing images of airplanes, luxury yachts, and skyscrapers from his past life on Earth. I can see the other world you daydream about, the spirit mused. The tech and knowledge there, it's wild. Stuff I couldn't even dream up. Hu wanted to curse, talk about a privacy violation, but he just gritted his teeth. Damn it, you see my browser history too? That's stalker behavior, Hui thought. The old ancestor cut in. If you combine that weird otherworldly logic of yours with our power, you could run this place. So, are we making a deal or what? In his previous life, Hui just wanted a chill existence, but reality was rigged against him. But here, he hit the respawn button. He always wanted to be a pro player in this world but lacked the connections. Now, with an invite from these ancient legendary spirits, it was a no-brainer. He tightened his belt, feeling the adrenaline kick in. He was all in on this transaction. Crossing the final stretch of the forest, the brothers finally reached the spot. From up high, the city looked like a packed server, markets overflowing, people everywhere. The scene triggered a flashback for Hui. Back on Earth, everyone was glued to their smartphones. Here, they were hauling heavy baskets on their shoulders. This city moves like one giant, breathing beast, Hui mused. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy's face lit up with pure hype. He spotted a group waving flags ahead. The Trieu brothers moved in closer. Hotch turned to an old guy in white robes and asked, "Hey Pops, is this that famous Beijing opera-style stuff?" The old man laughed. "Ha ha ha. Look at this fresh-faced rookie. First time seeing a show, kid?" Heck nodded vigorously, grinning like a goofball. "Yup, we're straight out of Feng Thai Huan." Watching them, Hui thought. Man, people here have zero filter. They just spill everything to strangers. After staying quiet for a beat, Hui stepped up. "Sir, we're actually both from Feng Thai Huan." The old man's smile got even wider. "Ha, two country bumpkins from the same village? What are the odds?" The pre-show party was getting rowdy. In the center stage, two cosplayers were going at it, one dressed as the South Jade Blood Demon in purple, the other was the Azure Sky Swordsman. Hui realized they're reenacting the legendary biography of the swordsman, the head of the Nam Cung family. That guy is basically an idol in Hui. While Hui was analyzing the lore, Hatch was vibrating with excitement like a toddler who just got a lollipop. With those sparkly anime eyes, he didn't look like a martial artist at all, just a total fanboy. The performance heated up, the crowd cheering louder as the actors clashed. But not everyone was impressed. Nearby, a smirk of pure disdain cut through the mood. "This theatrical trash is the same as always." One of three guys whispered, "Right?" Elder Van Fact 2 already debunked this. The one who fragged the Blood Demon was the Thunderblade guest, not the swordsman. Why don't they update the script? Another guy chimed in, "These peasants clearly don't read the stormy Jianghu Chronicles." Zero literacy in this crowd. The nearby fans heard the trash talk and whipped around, faces twisted in anger. Who said that? Which one of you wants trouble? But the tough talk died instantly. The crowd saw the insignia on the heckler's shoulders, a specific beast emblem. Three elites being stared down by commoners. The tension spiked. The locals realized they messed with the wrong crew and were probably doomed. Suddenly, a blur motion passed the old man. Before anyone could blink, Trieu Huy was there. He clenched his fists, causing the air to vibrate, and shouted, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Hui was stunned. His goofy brother was actually stepping up to these bullies. One of the elites glared back, eyes glowing red with killing intent. "And who are you supposed to be?" Asked for his name. A martial arts nerd like Hotch wasn't going to back down. He whipped out a book like it was a holy scripture. "I'm a huge fan of the stormy Jianghu Chronicles, okay? And yeah, the Thunderblade guest took the head, but who returned to the world 6 months later with a crimson handprint scarred on his body? The swordsman. That mark comes from the Blood Sky Great Sword hand. Even though he took the hit from the Blood Demon's ultimate move, he still won and walked away. That's the real history. That is a fact every single person in Anhai knows." Hui was floored. This was the first time his brother actually sounded coherent, laying out facts like a lawyer. The crowd started murmuring in agreement. The heckle looked around, realizing he was losing the audience to a random kid. He'd been silenced by logic. Hotch continued, I respect your elder, Mr. Van Fact too, but nobody gets it right 100% of the time. Watching Hotch drop truth bombs made Huy feel a sudden burst of pride. My bro is a legit hero, he thought, nodding. Then his brain caught up. Wait. No. Stop. Those are the Chu Cat family disciples. One of the 5 great clans. But the 3 elites weren't going to let a country kid own them. The middle one tilted his head, looking down his nose. Oh yeah? Did you see it with your own eyes? Hawk stood his ground, voice booming. Exactly. Are you calling the Azure Sky Swordsmen and the heroes of the Nam Cung family liars? The guy sneered. Humph. Rumors spread like a virus in this province. Our elder Van Fact 2 has already invited the swordsmen to clarify. The price of truth, baby. Turning down that invite, that is straight up disrespectful to the Nam Cung family. Hearing those words fly out, Zhao, he looked completely shook. His face twisted up like he just smelled something nasty. Of course, as an elder, Van Fact 2, the real deal, Sword Saint totally wrecked that Nam Ok blood demon in the duel. Or maybe just knocked him out cold with that blood sky greatsword technique. Once he woke up and went back to the clan, well, you know how it goes. Zhao, he was losing his cool, screaming at the top of his lungs. What are you even talking about? Did Van Fact 2 actually see the Thunderblade guy chop off the Nam Ok blood demon's head? He chopped it right off and banned it from walking away. The crowd lost it. They were cracking up. Zhao, his rant was pure comedy to them. Even the old guy he was talking to earlier was cackling. Yeah, chop the head right off. Huh. You know how it is when someone looks stupid. They get mad at the guy calling them out. The dude facing Zhao, he got that crazy look, veins popping, voice dripping with murder. Civilian or not, pal, you're gonna pay for running your mouth. Zhao Huy saw the red flags instantly. If this kept up, his brother was gonna get stomped out right there. As the thug stepped up, Huy yanked Zhao Huy back, flashing a nervous smile at the mob. Hey, big guys, my bro here totally lost his marbles. He's nuts. Come on, bro, why are you out here? Go play with the puppies. Zhao, he tried to argue, but Huy clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him off before he could dig the hole any deeper. The martial artist didn't bother chasing the 2 Zhao brothers. Fast forward to the afternoon in a tiny rented room. The brothers sat facing each other. Hui face palmed, looking totally done. Dude, if you hadn't started a scene. Luckily, there were witnesses in the market square. Seriously. You trying to collect your own funeral insurance? I told you to go home. Zhao, he just sat there with a blank, goofy look. Nah. That stupidity just triggered Hui even more. He shouted, You jerk. What do you mean, nah? You promised me you keep your trap shut. We just got to Hefei and you're already beefing with this huge family? You think that wooden stick is Excalibur or something? Didn't you say your life sucks because I'm the genius? Zhao, he knew he messed up and almost got Hui killed, so he just stared at the floor. Silent. If you were actually good, you'd probably try to beat up the Martial Alliance leader by now. Ugh, you are officially insane. Hui was too frustrated to even hit him. He just grabbed a cup of water and chugged the whole thing. The room was tense until Zhao, he suddenly yelled, Fatty bro. Over here. It was Li Changzai. The guy barely sat down before asking, What's the drama? Hui shook his head. Nah, nothing. Just sit down, bro. Once Li Changzai settled in, Hui got straight to business. Spill everything you know about the Nam Cung family. I need your hookup. Mentioning Nam Cung made a player like Li Changzai get super cautious. Hui continued, I need the deep cuts. Not the stuff from the gossip mongers or the wind and cloud record. I want personalities, daily routines of the VIPs, the current head, their hobbies, beefs, and whatever dirty laundry they're hiding. That's the intel I need. Li Changzai's face got serious. Let me think. Brother, you're asking for premium tea that even the info brokers can't pour, so there's no way. Hui pushed. Li Changzai sipped his water, thinking hard, then finally spoke. Well, it's not impossible. Better than the beggar sect, you've got the night butterflies or the moonlit forest. Those massive intel networks definitely have what you want. But a third son of a merchant guild like me, I can't get a meeting. And even if I could, their price tag is astronomical. About the night butterflies. Knowing about them could get a kid like you erased. Li Changzai dropped a bit more lore. It's a legendary network, but nobody knows if it's real or just a myth. Hui thought about it. Regular info was already a ripoff, but right now, this was the only play. Hui asked, If I request a meeting, what's the wait time? Li Changzai sighed heavily. Do you know how many people drop requests at the Nam Cung gate every day? Hundreds. Even high-ranking dudes get turned away without seeing a soul. Hui gasped, hundreds a day. Li Changzai broke it down. Yep, they hand out tickets based on status. Government officials and army brass get gold tickets. Martial world folks get silver. Everyone else, rejection pile. You usually need to be a clan heir to even get a look. Hui pressed. What else? Chang's eye continued. People related to the family get copper tickets. That includes distant relatives and suppliers for food, clothes, or weapons. Moving on, Hui didn't want to miss a beat. Next are the red tickets for people wanting to join the clan workforce, basically manual labor and stamina tests. Finally, merchants wanting new deals or people asking for favors like you guys get the green tickets. This gave Huey a massive headache. Gold, silver, copper, red, green. If it's us, do we get anything special? Li Chang's eyes sighed. We're the Fire Dragon Guild. Even with a green ticket, we wait. My dad once waited a whole month just to see a mid-level manager. A month? You could die of old age by then. Huey was disappointed, he thought. Of course, snobs and expensive bureaucrats. He bowed respectfully to Chang's eye. Thanks for looking out for me, brother. Sorry, I couldn't be more help. What's your plan? Li Chang's eye asked. Hui's face stayed stone cold. I have to meet them. I'm hitting up the Nam Kong estate tomorrow. Before leaving, Li Chang's eye wished Huey luck on this crazy mission. Night fell, then morning came. At their rental, Zhao, he was already up. Being a martial arts nut, he always woke up early. I'm heading out to train, he told Hui. Hui yawned, still half asleep. Yeah, you're a real grinder. Have fun. Just when everything was chill and quiet, the ruby on his chest started glowing like a disco ball. The spirit locked inside decided to nag right in Trieu Hui's ear. Yo, when are we finally vibing to the sword tomb? Trieu Huy was trying to catch some Z's, but this spectral dude had zero chill. Ignoring him wasn't an option if he wanted any peace and quiet. He grumbled, do we seriously have to trek all the way to the sword tomb? The sword god snapped back, kid, if you don't survive the tomb, you'll never grasp my sword logic. How many times do I have to spell it out for you? Trieu Huy let out a massive yawn, sighing. Listen, old man, for a normal guy, that place is a hike. It takes 4 or 5 months, easy. You know, I'm booked solid with stuff to do here and in Hui. That attitude made the sword god instantly blow his top. He gripped his blade tight, roaring. You think my techniques are some basic parlor tricks? If I, the sword god Trieu Huy, pass down my ultimate secret arts, it's the kind of legacy people kill for. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy was mentally checking out, thinking, the sword tomb is basically on the border of Shaanxi and Gansu. In modern terms, that is the middle of nowhere. It is a 5-month road trip, minimum. Add in bandits or a lame horse. We are talking forever. It is a total waste of cash and time. Even though his brain was screaming hard pass, his gut knew he couldn't fumble the bag on learning from a literal god. Trieu Huy sighed, fine. I will get to the sword tomb as fast as humanly possible. The sword god pressed. When do we roll? Trieu Huy shrugged. I still have business with the Nam Kung family. Give me a month. Maybe 2. Hearing that, the old master lost it. Too late. Disciples start grinding when they are 5 or 6. You are 20. Your joints are already stiffening up. Forget it. Even if it drains my spirit, I am hijacking your body for a bit. Brace yourself. Trieu Hui's eyes went wide with panic. Wait, did you say hijacking? The ruby exploded with purple energy, shaking the whole room. Hold up, elder. Time out. But the sword god's personality was way too chaotic to listen to reason. It only took a few seconds for the takeover to finish. Trieu Hui's goofy expression vanished, replaced by the intense, sharp glare of the sword god. An invisible pressure radiated off him, only a real pro would notice it. The old master scanned his new vessel and scoffed, humph, weak trash. I can only pilot this wreck for maybe 7 or 8 minutes. I will have to force feed it some prenatal true chi. Trieu Hui's internal voice piped up in a panic. Elder? If we use prenatal true chi. He didn't even finish the sentence before the old man barked, you are too loud. Shut it. Instantaneously, the frail body erupted with power. His clothes shredded off like wet paper, and his eyes burned with battle lust. Inside the gem's mental space, Trieu Huy watched the transformation in horror. In his head, it looked like he was turning into the Incredible Hulk, minus the green skin. His body swelled up, muscles popping out until he was rocking a rock-hard 6-pack. It is the golden rule of cultivation. You have to cleanse the marrow and reforge the bones. Trieu Huy was getting the express treatment. This body hadn't seen a gym in 20 years, so a thick layer of black gunk oozed out of his pores. The sword god just swiped it away. With the prenatal true chi, I am power washing your meridians and veins. Trieu Hui's jaw dropped. Elder, wait. Doesn't using that stuff tank my survival rat? He wasn't allowed to finish his guess. The god interrupted. So your lifespan drops by 10 years. Big deal. Walk it off. Trieu Huy felt like he had been struck by lightning. Who trades a decade of life for a beach body? What if he was destined to croak at 40? Now he is on a 30-year timer. Realizing the price for unlocking his meridians was a 10-year slice of his life, Trieu Huy threw a mental tantrum, sobbing and raging. You are only talking smack because it is not your body on the line. The sword god replied with surprising calm, Kid, if you master and perfect my entire sword art, concepts like lifespan won't even matter to you. Now, I am giving the wheel back. In a flash, the soul retreated into the Blood Jade. Trieu Huy regained control, but he wasn't ready for the aftershock. Rewiring a human nervous system isn't exactly a tickle fight. A wave of agony crashed over him, making him feel like he was shattering into a million pieces. Inside the gem, the sword god sneered, pathetic. You are screaming over a little ache. Your will is weak. Trieu Huy collapsed, writhing on the floor. The voice in the gem turned cold. I burned too much energy fixing you up. I am going offline for a while. While I am gone, toughen up your body and mind. With that final order, Trieu Huy passed out cold. The ruby went dark. The next morning, sunlight flooded the room as Trieu Huy dragged himself back from the dead, groggily waking up. Oh. He was still sore from the ordeal. As he tried to piece together last night, he noticed a golden gas swirling around his right hand. Curious, he stared at it. Whoa, intense. Then he noticed his vision. He had read about this in legends. Suddenly, the world was high definition. He looked out the window and could see individual tiles on buildings miles away. Okay, this definitely is not normal human eyesight. Is this internal energy? Deep inside his gut, his dancing golden energy was pooling up and pumping through his entire system. He had never felt juice like this before. He focused, channeling a little bit of that energy into his palm. He gave a casual wave, and boom, the furniture in front of him disintegrated into splinters. The sheer destructive force left him stunned. Okay, I get why he is obsessed with this martial arts stuff now. He didn't know his power level, but he knew this was a total game changer for his daily life. New confidence unlocked. Trieu Huy grabbed a fresh shirt, ready to start his day with a whole new vibe. Phase 1, hit up the Nam Cung estate. He stepped out into the bustling city, making his way to the massive compound that towered over the neighbors. The place was a zoo, people streaming in and out. Trieu Huy stood there, jaw on the floor, just gawking. Whoa. At the gate, guards in Nam Cung uniforms were directing traffic like bouncers. Sign the guest list, then move to the holding area. One barked while pointing at a table. Trieu Huy grabbed the brush and casually scrawled his name and hometown on the scroll. Trieu Huy. Ironworks and Huy. The guard took one look at the paper and a sneer curled his lip. He was definitely judging. Zhao He was absolutely geeking out, vibrating with energy. He started his hero intro, I am Zhao He, a warrior of but Zhao Huy. Seeing the guard's stank face, grabbed his brother and dragged him away, muttering, Yo, let's bounce, hurry up. Just like Huy predicted, the guards smirked, looking at them like they were total trash. Probably thinking, look at these clowns. The place was basically a glorified waiting room where guests sat around hoping for a VIP invite. Just a bunch of tea tables and nervous people. Huy looked at He like he was a toddler off his leash, but he was vibing hard. It was his first time seeing so many martial arts dudes in one spot. He wouldn't shut up, completely starstruck. Bro, you see that? Even signing in feels intense. I heard the real Nam Cung estate starts at the back courtyard. How many people do you think fit in here? Huy just nodded, tuning him out. Yeah, sure, whatever. The back courtyard was strictly for the Nam Cung family elite. While he was rubbernecking at everything, Huy was deep in thought. Man, if everyone here actually gets an invite, I'm wasting my time. I need to flex somehow to stand out. While he was scheming on how to get noticed, that old guy from yesterday suddenly showed up. Huy paused. Wait, isn't that? Last time he thought the guy was just some random boomer. Huy hesitated, then approached. Hey there, Pops. The brothers bowed respectfully. Sorry we dipped early yesterday without saying bye. The old man looked happy to see them, but then he noticed the lack of service, frowned, and shouted, Is this how we treat guests around here? That outburst totally freaked the brothers out. Suddenly, a guy in a suit sprinted over, sweating bullets. He bowed low to the old man. Boss, what do you need? The old man didn't mess around. Give these two the gold pass. Take them to the inner court. Now, Huy and He were stunned, head spinning. The suit hesitated, trying to quote the rulebook, but sir, protocol says they have to wait here. And isn't the inner court strictly for the retired elders? Outsiders aren't usually allowed in the sanctum. The old man snapped, waving his hand angrily. Shut it. You kids have zero respect these days, always acting like you're so busy. These two are the only ones who protected our family from those huge creeps. I want to buy them a drink. You got a problem with that? Humph. The suit turned pale, realizing he messed up. No, sir. Sorry, sir. Right away. The brothers were still buffering, trying to process what just happened. It was so absurd, Huy, and he couldn't believe it. They exchanged a look and just started cracking up. Bro, for real? Inside the inner court, the old man had them set up in a fancy tea room. A maid smiled at them. Can I top off your tea, sir? Huy waved her off, trying to act cool. Nah, I'm good. Suddenly, the red pendant on his neck glowed. A voice echoed in his head. Whoa. Is that art from the Yin ruins? Like Shang Dynasty stuff? That's ancient Bronze Age history. Huy thought, Yin ruins? The Shang Dynasty? No way, I'm seeing that right. The spirit in the jade snapped back. Kid, you daring to doubt the eyes of the great scholar Zhou Yu? Huy realized he stepped in it. My bad, my bad. The spirit kept going. Himph. That technique is definitely ancient style, created by a top scholar for the royal family. That is 100% the Peach Blossom Chaos Star Map. No mistake, Peach Blossom Chaos Star Map. Huy stood in front of the painting, looking smart, but he didn't know jack about art. The spirit started feeding him lines. It's not a waterfall. Those peach blossoms, painted with rooster blood. The stars in the sky, crushed white stone powder. The tree trunks, charcoal. That's why the colors haven't faded after all this time. Honestly, it's preserved insanely well. I'm impressed. I don't know who owns this, but they deserve a medal. Huy thought it sounded cool, so he repeated it out loud to look smart. Ah, the Peach Blossom Chaos Star Map. Fascinating. Rooster blood and white stone powder. Thousands of years old and still fresh. Smash. The sound of glass breaking shattered the silence. The old man had dropped his wine bottle. He'd been lurking behind them. How? How on earth do you know about the Peach Blossom Chaos Star Map? The old man was shaking. The best art snobs in Anhui don't know this. Even the experts are clueless. It took me 80 years to figure that out. Today is just full of surprises. Kid, who is your master? Where did you study? Huy started sweating. He couldn't exactly say, a ghost told me. My master? I mean, why am I babbling? I don't know. The spirit whispered in his ear. Relax. Just tell him you're a descendant of the Thousand-Thought Sage. Huy thought back, who the heck is the Thousand-Thought Sage? The spirit scoffed. That's my nickname from back in the day. Genius. Huy composed himself and told the old man, I am a descendant of the Thousand-Thought Sage. The old man gasped, connecting the dots himself. The Thousand-Thought Sage? The legendary Hamlin scholar from 300 years ago? You're Zhou Yu's kin. It has to be. If you're his descendant, this is a huge blessing for the Central Plains. Suddenly, two more old dudes appeared. One huge, one short with a sword, but both radiating serious final boss energy. The big guy boomed. What's all the noise about? Before anyone could answer, the sword guy squinted. You dragged this stray in here? Huy bowed instantly. Greetings, elders. I am Zhao Huy. The big guy laughed. Oh, did you finally find yourself a disciple? The old man waved his hands frantically. No. He's the heir of the Thousand-Thought Sage. I wouldn't dare claim him. The sword guy asked, who's the Thousand-Thought Sage? The old man led Huy over, laughing at his friends. You uncultured swines don't know the sage. The sword guy ignored the history lesson. So, he's not your student? The old man shook his head. Nope. But listen to this. The sword guy didn't wait. He grabbed Huy by the collar, grinning like a maniac. Cool. Then this kid is mine. Before Trieu Huy could even blink, the biggest old guy snapped at the others. Hey, respect the pecking order. You really trying to snatch this kid right from under my nose after he just unlocked all his meridians? The old dude carrying the sword just chuckled. Hey, so you got your eyes on the rookie too, huh? It's wild, though. Look at his hands, smooth as a baby's. Zero sword calluses. He doesn't look like a fighter, so how the heck did he break past normal human limits and unlock his full energy flow? Usually, you have to hit a specific level and basically rebuild your bones to break those limits. It's a total metamorphosis. You're supposed to clear the main channels before you can even think about the advanced stuff. But his body isn't exactly at the Grandmaster level yet. Real pros can spot power levels a mile away. The big boss suddenly spoke up. Kid, looks like you power leveled like crazy in no time flat. I've literally never seen anyone gain stats this fast. The sword-wielding elder chimed in with the explanation. For anyone else, that grind would take at least 30 years. But you, looks like you've already formed a golden core. That's when your internal energy condenses into a solid pill in your gut. The big guy sighed, even I haven't managed to pull that off yet. With that kind of mana pool, you're practically unbeatable already. He looked Trieu Huy up and down, a light bulb going off. Wait, If you're already at the core stage, how did I miss it? Doesn't this make him the perfect candidate for the ultimate technique? That's the legendary tier only the top dogs like the 7 seats ever reach. The big guy laughed it off. Haha, yeah right. Like life is ever that easy. The elder with the sword on his hip added his 2 cents. But look at his age. While the old geezers were busy chatting, they totally forgot about Trieu Huy, who was zoning out in the chair, and Trieu Huy, who was still dangling there, grabbed by the collar by the sword elder. Huy finally caught his breath and spoke up. Excuse me, can you put me down? Being choked isn't exactly comfy. Huy let out a huge sigh of relief when his feet hit the floor. The elders were having a good laugh, but then the big guy got right up in Huy's face. Ever thought about changing your last name? If you join the main Nam Cung line, you can take our name. I'll even adopt you as my son right now. Trieu Huy was totally blindsided by this sudden offer. All he could manage was a confused, adopted by the big boss. Huy started daydreaming. Nam Cung Huy has a nice ring to it. With that name, I'd be untouchable. Talk about a sweet deal. Suddenly, the Blood Jade screamed in his head since they can hear his thoughts. The audacity. You dare celebrate? Look at that goofy grin. You got a death wish. I'll take over your body right now. Hearing that threat, Trieu Huy snapped out of it. Bad idea, don't get tempted. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy scrambled to his knees, beaming. Oh, great master. Trieu Nam Cung Hack at your service. Please, bestow the name upon me. I'll be loyal forever. I'll be your weapon. Please. The ghosts in the jade started roasting the guy immediately. Look at that sellout. Isn't he supposed to be the eldest grandson of the Trieu clan? The big elder blinked, surprised, but kept his cool. Not bad. You got guts. But let me think. We got plenty of disciples already. Do I really need another one? Trieu Huy kept bowing, desperate. I'll work super hard, I swear. Trieu Huy shook his head, looking awkward. Whoa, how can you just ditch the name your ancestors gave you like that? I can't do it. Sorry, sir. The old man completely ignored the kneeling guy and turned back to Huy. Tisk, why do the talented ones always have to be so stubborn? Inside the jade, the spirit sounded way happier. Exactly, that's how you do it. The big boss pondered. This kid is a 1 in 500 years prodigy. Letting him walk would be a total waste. He came up with a plan B. So, the name change is the deal breaker, right? Trieu Huy nodded firmly. Yup, fine then, the elder said. How about being a registered disciple? A registered disciple gets the perks of a family member learning almost all the cool moves except the top secret bloodline techniques. It's basically like being an honorary sworn brother. Trieu Huy mentally checked with his ghostly roommates. Ancestors, this is cool, right? I kinda need the Nam Cung family's backup here. A voice from the Blood Jade replied, Humph. Registered disciple? Back in my day, the Nam Kungs were nobodies, but I guess they're big shots now. Fine, go for it. Back in a private room at the Nam Cung estate, Trieu Huy knelt down for the ceremony. With Trieu Huy and the other 2 old guys watching, he bowed. Trieu Huy greets the master. The old man made it official. Rule number 1, don't you dare drag the Nam Cung name through the mud. Rule 2, when things get hairy, you don't run. Rule 3, you follow orders. Do you swear to this? Trieu Huy nodded. I swear. Good. Up you get, the master said. Now spill the beans. How did you cultivate that much internal power without a teacher? Trieu Huy stammered, trying to stall. The old man cut him off. Don't even think about lying. Why do you think we were fighting over you earlier? We knew you were a free agent immediately. Your energy has no specific form or style. Huy panicked mentally. Help me out here, sword god ancestor. What do I tell him? The Blood Jade stayed silent. The old man pressed on. Did you chug some legendary elixir? Or maybe ate a magic beast core? But here's the thing, even if you ate a miracle drug, you need a cultivation technique to absorb it, otherwise it's useless. And if you have a technique, you have a master. The other elder nodded. Solid point, the master wasn't done. Plus, you're telling me you open your meridians just by absorbing raw energy? Is there even a god-tier skill that exists that can do that? Even our family's secret Azure Sky technique might not be able to pull that off. And if someone actually taught you such a crazy powerful method, why didn't they teach you how to fight? You're totally clueless about combat. Trieu Huy started sweating bullets. Man, these old dudes are sharp. I can't exactly tell them I have a magical jade in my pocket. Suddenly, the Blood Jade spoke up with pure arrogance. Humph, this mediocre old fool actually thinks his tiny brain can comprehend my descendant. Trieu Huy instantly recognized the voice and snapped back. Yo, ancestral sword god, you good in there? The soul inside the Blood Jade replied. He's fine, just totally drained his mana bar. He's in sleep mode recharging right now. Trieu Huy thought to himself, thank God, but seriously, how do I glitch my way out of this mess? The sword god spoke up from the Blood Jade, seeing as the kid didn't have any famous backers or a fancy sect to name drop. Just tell them you got a lucky legendary drop and inherited a skill set from some ancient pro player. Trieu Huy took a deep breath to compose himself and address the group of elders. Actually, I stumbled upon a hidden quest and unlocked a legacy from an ancient master. But the internal energy manual was so high level, like endgame content, that just learning the mana breathing techniques took everything I had. I haven't actually unlocked any of the combat skills yet. Trieu Huy's master wasn't buying a single word of it and snapped back angrily. An ancient master's legacy? You've been reading too many fantasy web novels, kid. You expect me to believe that garbage? Where's this secret cave? Give me the GPS coordinates. I want to learn these cheat codes too. Trieu Huy tried to defend himself. I'm telling the truth, the master roared. The audacity. So you're telling me you memorize all those high-level moves from a book? Trieu Huy hesitated for a second. Oh, of course, the master shouted. Then cast them. Let's see a demonstration right now. Trieu Huy stammered. My stats aren't high enough yet. The master exploded with rage. Enough. You think learning kung fu is like downloading a file? You think this is a joke? That's just stuff made up by storytellers to sell books. If you could pass down ultimate techniques with a few sheets of scrap paper, why would martial arts schools even exist? Trieu Huy tried to argue. But doesn't the Shaolin Temple keep their manuals in the scripture library? The master clicked his tongue. Tisk, tisk. Internal mantras and deep combat theory. No matter how detailed the wiki page is, without a teacher to guide you, you can't actually inherit the style. Manuals are just backup hard drives to prevent the art from being deleted from history. You'll never reach the developer's level just by reading the patch notes. The sword god suddenly projected his voice from the Jade. Why is this NPC talking so much? Don't bother with the long explanation. Tell him to 1v1 you in a mental simulation battle. A sword debate. You want to trick guys like this? You have to beat them at their own theory crafting game. Trieu Huy stood up tall, brimming with confidence. If master really doesn't trust his student, then please, challenge me to a mental sword debate. The master paused, realizing something was up. A sword debate? You know the meta for theoretical combat. Trieu Huy spoke clearly. Since you don't know my moveset, I'll stick to the 6 Harmony Fist and the 3 Talons sword styles. For movement, I'll run the 7-star footwork build. And to keep it fair, let's cap our mana usage at 10 years of cultivation power. Everyone in the room was stunned by the kid's guts. The master nodded. Fine. I'll use the same loadout to test you. Trieu Huy accepted immediately. Deal. The master put on his serious game face and announced, since I'm the veteran here, I'll let you have the first turn. Show me your skills. The simulation starts. Now. Trieu Huy said, student opens with finger points the way, aiming for your upper body. As soon as the words left his mouth, a holographic simulation played out in Trieu Huy's mind. He stepped forward, slashing horizontally across the middle lane. The master instantly countered. Ha. I'll use the retreat stance from 7-star footwork to dodge, then counterattack your midsection with Giant Dragon exits the sea. The simulation of the master. Moved like lightning, backstepping out of range before launching a straight punch. Trieu Huy narrated, I'm using the diagonal stance from 7-star footwork to debuff your attack power. Then I'll switch to the speed stance, drifting to the right to target your vital pressure points with 2 heavens, 2 paths. Guided by the sword god, the master was forced to pause and think about his next move. This is weird, he thought. The standard combo for the 3-talent sword usually flows into 1 heaven ascending right after that move. If he retreated, 1 heaven ascending would be the meta play. But since he didn't retreat, 2 heavens, 2 paths is actually a genius counter. The master made his choice. I'll use the speed stance to flank your right side, blocking you off, then hit you with a movable mountain aiming right for your energy center. Trieu Huy announced, I'm burning the full 10 years of mana cap. I'll use a hard cancel to block, then transition into flying eagle flash to target your throat. The master had been waiting for this. Ha ha, finally using your mana? Good. I'm matching your 10 years of power and using the luck stance from the 7-star steps. Suddenly, the master froze. Wait, hold on. That doesn't work. He used his internal energy earlier to block my hit, and now he's initiating a new attack sequence? In a match like this, you have to link at least 3 combos before switching up the flow. He's not just using offense and defense as one, he's improvising midstream. The master started walking back his move. No, wait, scratch that. I'm not using the luck stance. I'll use the retreat stance to pull back and cast Cold Light Pierces the Sky. The sword god judged him from the Jade. Look at this guy. Does he think this is a game? You can't just control Z in a real fight. Trieu Huy spoke up. Hey, master, you know the rules. No take-backsies. You can't stop a skill once it's cast. The master looked embarrassed, but forced his next move anyway. Fine. After retreating left with the Lux stance, I'll max out my power. Target your upper body with giant dragon exits the sea. Close the gap with speed, and chain it into cold light pierces the sky. Trieu Huy reacted instantly. Student also goes all in. I'll use the 5 stance. After taking control of your lower body zone, I'll use 1 heaven ascending to slash upward instantly. The master froze. He realized in that split second, he had just lost the simulation. The old man who brought Trieu Huy to the Nam Cung estate was watching in disbelief. There's no way. The Azure Heaven Sword Immortal, my big brother, lost in just 4 rounds. The master was the eldest of the 3 brothers. The one who brought Trieu Huy in was the second brother, and the third one, the guy who had grabbed Trieu Huy by the collar earlier, was watching in shock. The third brother thought, this kid. He doesn't know any flashy moves, but he's got a killer instinct. He attacks weak points without hesitation. He's brutal. The master forced a smile. Ha ha, not bad, kid. I got a little distracted and my ping was high. That's why it got messy. Desperate to save his reputation, the master fished for an excuse to go another round. Care for a rematch? I want to see more of what you can do. Trieu Huy nodded seriously. Sure, but this time, please play for real, master. Treat it like a life or death battle. The master looked a bit awkward but replied, oh, of course. No holding back this time. I'm going full try-hard mode. Trieu Huy replied, cool, let's go. Since the master was the senior, he still insisted on the courtesy. But, you should still make the first move. Trieu Huy responded, you got it. Since I'm on offense, I'm gonna hit the gas and aim for your left flank, master. Master froze up like a statue, sweating bullets. The second elder was cracking up inside, thinking, haha, big bro is actually trying his hardest and still only lasted 7 rounds. Meanwhile, Master Cao Hui laughed it off to save face. Haha, that was actually pretty slick. That immortal points the way move at the buzzer, pure genius. Cao Hui just nodded calmly, yes, sir. But the master wasn't having it and insisted. How about a rematch? Cao Hui kept his cool. Sure thing. The master cleared his throat. I'll let you make the first move again. They say whoever strikes first wins, so if I keep taking the initiative, it's actually unfair to me, right? Cao Hui replied, all right then. This time I'll let you take the lead, master. The master was all like, good, good. Fast forward a bit, and Master Cao Hui's face was twitching, totally speechless from the beatdown. The second elder whispered, yikes, only lasted 6 rounds this time. But the master, stubborn as a mule, pointed his finger and demanded, run it back. Cao Hui just shrugged gently, you got it. By the time they were done, the sky had gone from bright morning to pitch black. The master had lost so many times, he was having a full-blown existential crisis, looking like a zombie. Is this a nightmare? I gotta be dreaming. The second elder tried to bail out the big boss, saying, hey, maybe it's just because. You haven't totally mastered the 3 talents sword style yet. Let's call it a day. The great elder snapped back, embarrassed. Zip it, you brat. The second elder didn't know what to say, just stuttering, but bro. The great elder decided to spin the narrative himself, laughing nervously. Ha, you must have been grinding only this 3 talents sword style, right? You gotta give me some time to learn it properly so it's a fair fight. Cao Hui thought, what do I do with this guy? He's desperate to avoid humiliation. He played along. Well, the 3 talents sword is entry level, but you need at least a month to really get the vibe, right? Cao Hui sighed in relief. Phew. Okay, let's spar again in 1 month. The great elder jumped up like he was sitting on a spring, clearly waiting for that exact out. Deal. And don't you dare be afraid to show up at the Elder's Hall when the time comes. He bolted before anyone could say another word. Cao Hui actually felt bad for the guy, thinking, if he knew he was debating sword logic with the sword god, his brain would probably short-circuit. Suddenly, a hand slammed onto his shoulder. Zhao Hash was staring at him like he was looking at an alien, asking, who the heck are you really? He was just chilling out when suddenly his older brother, Zhao Hash, got up in his grill, slapped a hand on his shoulder, and interrogated him, seriously, who are you? I mean, anyone in this situation would be sketchy. Zhao Hatch wasn't dumb enough to miss such a crazy transformation. His face was super intense as he thought, I grinded that 3 talent sword style harder than anyone. I've got the whole moveset memorized. But is this guy a martial arts prodigy? No, it feels way scarier. Like I'm standing next to a monster who's suppressing his power level. Seeing Zhao Hack spiraling into an existential crisis, Cao Hui stepped in. Bro, just chill. I'll explain everything to you later. The The second elder kept stroking his beard, muttering to himself, I wanted to grab a beer with the kid, but that might be weird. Let's see. Hu Hoa is already hitched. Oh yeah, I've still got Gay Ong. She was a total knockout, with skin so perfect it looked photoshopped. The second elder piped up. So, what's your take on the most beautiful flower in the Nam Cung family, the second miss? Right now, Cao Hui cared about romance about as much as he cared about taxes. Keeping a poker face, he replied, the women of the Nam Cung clan are obviously gorgeous, but it seemed like nobody really knew the real Cao Hui yet. An image popped up, a girl in a blue dress with massive anime eyes. That was just the second elder's imagination running wild though. He puffed out his chest, super proud. That's my granddaughter. Come on, let me set you two up. The second elder had barely finished trying to play matchmaker when the third elder cut in, panic mode engaged. No, brother. She's already engaged, remember? Hearing that, the second elder's mood nosedived. He barked, Who? Which loser dared to put a ring on my granddaughter? The third elder whispered, the little dragon of Manhwa. Hearing that name drop, the second elder screamed, Who decided to give my precious granddaughter to that beggar Taoist? The third elder didn't dare say another word, just staying quiet to avoid the heat. Anyway, the weather was perfect, sunlight streaming through the windows. Inside the guest quarters of the Nam Cung estate, Cao Hui woke up at the crack of dawn. He paced around the room, thinking, something's off. Even though it's cool that the elders like me, I'm stuck here for 2 weeks with them. I really should be getting back to expand my business. Instead, I'm grounded here at the sword sect. Man, when am I going to see that little girl again? Cao Hui glanced at a row of zithers leaning against the wall. He hadn't really paid attention to them before, but walking past them gave him a weirdly magical vibe. He walked up to one sitting on a table and wondered, does this thing even still play? He asked, but his hands were already moving. As he plucked the strings, the notes seemed to come alive, dancing around the instrument and creating a super unique sound. He played the pentatonic scale, Kung, Shang, Jue, Z, U, which is basically just do, re, mi, so, la. Feeling the rhythm, he thought, oh yeah, this takes me back to my college days strumming the guitar. The melody drifted out, totally mesmerizing a young lady nearby. Just as Cao Hui was vibing, a girl's voice piped up. How in the world did you do that? Cao Hui snapped out of his trance. He stared at the girl like he'd just been struck by lightning, total love at first sight vibes. Wait, isn't this the second elder's granddaughter? Seeing him freeze up like a deer in headlights, she spoke up again. Seriously, how did you make that sound? Noticing the second elder standing there too, Cao Hui quickly bowed. Oh, my bad. I was rude. But the granddaughter wasn't letting it go. How do you create that tone? While waiting for an answer, she stared him down, cheeks flushing pink. She was analyzing it in her head. He blocked 3 strings simultaneously with the same pitch to get that resonance. That's how the sound happened. Usually, singers mix different notes. Dropping her shyness, she stepped closer to Cao Hui and practically begged, Please, you have to teach me how to make that sound. It took a few seconds for Cao Hui to reboot his brain. He replied, it's actually not that hard. I don't suppose you could help me tune the pitch on these other 2 strings. The second elder's granddaughter didn't hesitate for a second. She stepped up to the zither, eyes sparkling, and said, If it's tuning, I'm your girl. I can fix any pitch. What are you looking for? Cao Hui watched her and said, If you could set one string to a pitch between Shang and Ju, and another between Yu and Kung, that would be perfect. She paused and asked Cao Hui, If we're going between Shang and Jue, do you want the major Lu pitch or the Gu Xian pitch? Gu Xian hits the 5th note in the Eastern 12-tone scale, while Shang Lu takes the 6th spot. But honestly, all that technical jargon flew right over Trieu Hui's head. So, he just threw a Hail Mary and asked, Hey, could you strum that for me real quick? First time around, the big boss's granddaughter played a Gu Xian, but that wasn't the vibe He was looking for. But the second she hit that next note, that Zhang Lu Hu's brain lit up immediately. Bingo! That was the sound. In the world he came from, they called that a Lin Zhang, basically the 12th note in the Eastern setup. Hui strummed the strings and started lecturing like a pro. When you mix the right notes together, it's called a harmony. A chord, you know. Basically, it's the sound you get when 2 or more pitches decide to hang out together in a specific order. Obviously, this was brand new info for the second elder's granddaughter. Her mind was totally blown. The very first note Hui played had the girl next to him losing her cool and letting out an excited whoa. But wait, what's a C chord? Her innocent question hit Hui like a truck. He had no idea how to explain music theory 101 to someone from this era. He had just blurted it out. He said, start with a C chord out of habit, stuff only music geeks from his old world would get. While playing, Hui was sweating internally, thinking, man, how do I spin this? I seriously don't know how to explain this. He decided to just keep playing. Next up is the D chord. The second the sound rang out, the girl couldn't hide her hype. Ah, that's it. I heard that melody earlier. It's beautiful. More. Play more. Beautiful was the only word she could find, but it meant she thought it was perfect, literally indescribable. Seeing his granddaughter vibing with a total stranger, she just meant bonding over tunes. No less, the second elder was shook. He was thinking, what's the deal with this guy? He just drops out of the sky and she's all smiles. Even the rich pretty boys from other clans get the cold shoulder. Why is she so happy with him? The granddaughter interrupted his thoughts, asking, Sir, you played the Kung and Jiao notes together just now, right? Huy nodded, spot on. Add a chord to the mix and, well, honestly, my skills are a bit rusty. His fingers started shaking hard to look cool when your hands won't cooperate. The girl, however, was having a blast. She reached for the instrument. Let me give it a shot. Her music lit up the gloomy room like fireworks. Listening to it, Huy had a flashback. Wait, this sounds familiar. Is she playing Girls Like You by Maroon 5? A total musical genius. Huy looked at her, grinned, and admitted defeat. Okay, I'm definitely embarrassing myself in front of a pro here. The big boss watched the young couple and got nostalgic about his glory days. He finally walked over and broke the ice. Haha. After hearing that masterpiece, how can I ever listen to regular musicians again? By the way, what do you think of my granddaughter? That point-blank question from the second elder threw Huy off balance. He looked at the petite girl and his mind started racing. Thoughts flooded in. Whoa, hold on. I've seen every plastic surgery perfect idol in South Korea, but this girl? She's got me feeling some type of way. Maybe natural beauty just hits different. Maybe it's because this world doesn't have Botox? Huy dodged the trap and answered. Great sound. The grandpa was speechless at the dense response. Huy bowed. I should get going. Seeing Huy trying to bolt, the elder asked, heading back to old man Tan's place. Huy gave a nervous laugh. Yeah, master told me not to wander off. Can't disobey him. The elder laughed loud. Kid, you really don't know him at all. Hey, want to make a bet with me? Huy wasn't about to pass up a gamble. Later that night, in a small guest room at the Nam Cung estate, Huy's brother was snoring like a chainsaw. But Huy was deep in thought, telepathically chatting with the Blood Jade. Sword God, be real with me. What did you do to my body? Why is everyone freaking out? Old Man Sky inside the Jade replied calmly. Relax. I just uploaded the Heavenly Sword God art, my exclusive mental manual, straight into your system. Huy pressed. Is it top tier though? The old man shot back. What answer are you hoping for? Huy had no clue what this strange energy inside him was, and the unknown is always the scariest part. He argued, Dude, it's my body. Shouldn't I get the user manual? I'm freaking out over here. The old master explained, because I force opened all your meridians. Obviously, your internal energy is skyrocketing. Don't sweat it. Give it 3 years, and you'll form a core. Huy asked, So, is my energy stronger than the Nam Cung leader's blue sky lotus art? Being compared to amateurs triggered the sword god. He snapped, Who do you think I am? If you want to compare my art, put it against the great Dharma of the Shaolin or the Tai Chi divine art. Everything else is trash. Huy asked, What about the violet mist art from Mount Hua or the heavenly demon art? Aren't those the goats? The spirit scoffed, Don't mention that demonic garbage. And I've never even heard of violet mist. Must be some fan fiction style created by the later generations. Huy stood there looking dumbfounded, scratching his head. Wait, did Mount Hua not exist in your time? The spirit replied, It existed, but violet mist? Never heard of it. Probably invented by some descendants. After chatting for a bit, Hu felt like he had enough lore to avoid looking stupid later. He figured his cheat was just a higher-level version of the standard 5 great arts. Huy grinned like an idiot and projected his thought, Thanks, old man. The spirit smirked, Don't thank me yet. Your power leveled up too fast. You're gonna get hit with some nasty side effects. Hu stammered, Wait, side effects. The spirit didn't hesitate. Ha, obviously. Did you forget the hell you just went through? Do you even remember the process? If mastering a god-tier art was that easy, everyone would do it. Bro, if it was that easy, every rando out there would be a god-tier warrior. All I did was blast you with some serious prenatal ki force, fed you the good stuff. Basically power washed your meridians and hardwired that heaven's sword art into your system. The side effect, if you fight anyone on your level, you're gonna smoke them. Every single time. Total cheat code. The sword sect can handle the messy details. But without them backing you up, you're toast. You'd just be a snot-nosed brat running around with a nuclear reactor inside him. Trieu Huy finally realized there's no elevator to the top floor, you gotta take the stairs. Suddenly, his brain started flashing images. We're talking life or death scenarios playing out in 4K resolution. He let out a sigh, figuring once he wrapped this gig up, he was beelining it straight to the sword sect. Before he knew it, the sun was creeping up. Morning light hit the Grand Elder's room. His son was sitting across from him, looking like he needed about 5 coffees. Suddenly, the guy jumps up, stuttering like he's in trouble. "Peepops, come on, let me bounce." The Grand Elder wasn't having it. He looked at his grown-up kid and barked, "Not so fast. Tell me your next move, now." The son let out a heavy breath. "Okay, fine. After I lock you down with a 7-star retreat step, I'm aiming high with a Rising Dragon strike." That answer? It made the Grand Elder crack up. "You moron. Rising Dragon right after a retreat move? Are you kidding me? This is exactly why you're stuck at your current level. You're so basic. After going all in with a retreat step, you gotta sweep the legs with the Heaven's Path move." Well, the son slumped his shoulders. "I lost. You got me." Seeing his middle-aged son folding faster than a lawn chair, the Grand Elder burst out laughing. "Ha ha, that's more like it. Order is restored. Obviously, I'm the winner here, right?" Suddenly, the son clenched his fists, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. He couldn't hold it in anymore. "I'm out of here. For real this time. It's been 2 days since I've seen my family." The Grand Elder switched back to his lecture mode, ignoring the outburst. "That kid. He uses the second sky path like it's his own signature move. It breaks every rule in the book. It's chaotic, unpredictable, a total anomaly." "Exactly. 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds. He must have some serious backing to pull that off. That technique. It's all about redirection, using your enemy's strength against them." Tai Chi 101. Soft beats hard. The son, hearing his dad break it down so seriously, suddenly snapped to attention. "Wait, what? The 3 great sword arts. Who is this guy? Did someone actually corner you using those moves?" He couldn't believe it. His dad, the guy who basically owns the arena, actually lost to someone? The son was dying of curiosity. He demanded a name. But when he found out it was some fresh-off-the-boat disciple, he felt insulted. "Excuse me? A rookie? You're joking." The Grand Elder sighed, laughing through the pain. "Haha. 13 times. I went 13 rounds with that kid and didn't win a single one." The son's jaw hit the floor. "You took in someone as strong as the 7 martial seats as a student?" The elder scoffed. 7 martial seats? Please. If I lost to a legend like that, I wouldn't be moping around. This kid, he isn't even 20 yet. That hit him like a freight train. A man who had spent a lifetime mastering the blade, getting owned by a teenager. If word got out, nobody would believe it. The son was still in denial. "You're pranking me, right? This is a joke?" Since talking wasn't working, the elder decided to demonstrate. He told his son to draw his sword, but the guy didn't have the guts. He just lost, remember? So he quit asking stupid questions. Where's this kid anyway? Probably chilling at the elder's pavilion? Over at the elder's pavilion, the main hall was packed. Usually it's quiet, but today, it was buzzing like a beehive. Everyone was gossiping. No way. The sword fairy lost to a teenager. Are you for real? If I didn't see it myself, I wouldn't believe it either. Usually, that kind of thing only happens in trashy novels. Some guys were just angry for no reason. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy was sitting there, clueless as hell. The vibe in the room was getting heavy, people staring daggers at him. He put on his innocent face. Guys, did I break something?" Right at that moment, "Excuse me?" The Grand Elder and his son walked in. The crowd of students immediately snapped to attention, bowing low. "Greetings, Sword Fairy. Greetings, Master." The old man plopped down in the chair right across from Trieu Huy. "All right, kid. You ready to do this?" Trieu Huy looked totally unbothered, like he just rolled out of bed. He yawned. "Prepare? For what? I've just been sitting here waiting for you. Teach." The elder was getting ticked off at the kid's lack of respect, but hey, he asked for this fight. He swallowed his pride. "Fine. I'll make the first move, all right." Trieu Huy shrugged. He wasn't going to be petty about it, but the crowd went wild. "The sword fairy is attacking first? Seriously?" Suddenly, Trieu Huy held up a hand. "Hold up. Before we start, I want something." The old man raised an eyebrow. "You want to make a bet?" Trieu Huy grinned. "Since you brought it up, yeah, let's call it a bet." The elder was game. He asked what the kid could possibly want from the Nam Cung family. Trieu Huy pulled a scroll out of his robe. The old man squinted at it, surprised. "Wait, isn't this a map of Hefei? What are all these red dots for?" Trieu Huy was already picturing a massive 3-story luxury hotel in his head. "Those spots? That's where I'm opening my new franchise of inns." The elder blinked, totally confused. "Inns? You want to run a hotel chain? You want to be a businessman? TSK. Fine. If I lose, I'll give you the Heaven Sword badge. But if I win, you change your last name and become the heir to my family." Trieu Huy mentally calculated the odds. With the sword god literally inside his head helping him, he couldn't lose. It was free real estate. Deal. Trieu Huy was already counting his money, but inside his mind space, the sword god theme was furious. He clenched his fists. That arrogant old coot. He thinks he can make a Trieu change their name. I'm gonna teach him a lesson he'll never forget. The bet was set. Time for the ultimate showdown. Of talking. The Grand Elder kicked it off. I'm taking your blind spot using the cloud step. Outside the hall, the crowd was getting hype, people leaning in to hear. They were freaking out. Whoa! It sounds like a lecture, but it's a duel. Responding to the Elder's opening gambit, Trieu Huy didn't flinch. Inside, Thien took the wheel. I'm countering with 80% power, using the return step to get behind you, then hitting your vital point with a mountain-breaking flash. In this simulation, the Grand Elder's attacks were basically registering 0 damage total glitch mode. If he tried to cheese it with the luck tactic to dodge, I just counter by spamming the Sky Splitter variant to activate the sword technique. If he tried the evil tactic to evade, I'd go for the two-path strike, targeting his brain stem and energy center. The first hit missed, but Trieu Huy's second strike landed, slicing him with a sharp cut. The Grand Elder's face looked a little unstable. He was thinking, every single movement of my luck tactic, an evil tactic is getting blocked. Suddenly, Trieu Huy's voice piped up. It's been half a moment, Master. You know the rules of this duel. But with the Grand Elder's massive ego, he wasn't about to rage quit that early. He threw his hands out and yelled, Speed tactic. I'm using the speed tactic in reverse to glitch out of your attack range. The NPCs outside were getting hyped, thinking the Grand Elder was about to clutch a comeback. Trieu Huy sighed. Apprentice, using 80% power. He waited for the recovery phase he just used, hit 50% output, and chained his movement combo to unleash the full force of the luck tactic. Then, he finished it off by flashing behind the master like a teleporting eagle, seeing a vision of himself getting one shot killed instantly. The Grand Elder's mental state just collapsed. He had lost. That made 14 losses in a row. He realized the skill gap between them was huge. He sighed and said, Kid, I fold. Let's call this round a loss, but you down for a few more matches? Trieu Huy didn't mind farming a few more wins against the Grand Elder, so he agreed without hesitation. The gossipers outside whispered, It feels like the master is begging to take lessons from him. The sword debate kept going, and the Grand Elder's swordplay actually started leveling up. Every strike he threw carried a hint of true sword way, contradicting his exhausted look, while Trieu Huy looked totally chill. Suddenly, the Grand Elder panicked, sweat dripping down his face. He looked at Trieu Huy and saw someone infinitely larger than himself, ready to crush him like a bug. The Grand Elder couldn't control his inner thoughts. This is a titan standing before a titan. My sword skills are disintegrating. Suddenly, he snapped awake. A weird energy exploded around him, and he clapped his hands together, the stance of someone who just unlocked sword enlightenment. His son saw this and shouted, Did you just ascend? Guards, protect him, now. Even though the sword duel had ended, the crowd at the old pond compound didn't shrink. It actually got bigger. The buzz grew louder. After a bit of time passed, the Grand Elder finally opened his eyes, a neon green light flashing in his pupils. His son next to him was thrilled. Did you complete the great work? The Grand Elder said, The Sorrowless Sword's final 3 moves. I reached the first stage. Hearing this, all his minions were super pumped. Then, every eye turned toward Trieu Huy. They all had the same thought. You can actually achieve enlightenment. In the middle of a PvP match, stared at by hundreds of people, Trieu Huy finally felt the pressure of viral fame for the first time. Breaking the tension, the Grand Elder looked at Trieu Huy like he'd struck gold and said, Do I have to call you Sensei now? Haha. Trieu Huy asked, Master didn't forget about the Sky Sword token, right? The Grand Elder didn't even think before replying. From now on, you can use the Nam Cung name for whatever you want. I'll clear it with the inner court boss. Trieu Huy bowed respectfully. Thanks, Master. Seeing Trieu Huy so happy about a business deal, the Grand Elder asked, I don't get it. In my whole life, I've never seen a martial arts prodigy like you. Do you really just want to be a merchant? Trieu Huy had his own plans. He kept a poker face and replied, Master, don't say that. If I can't eat, how can I train? Apprentice asked permission to visit the inner court boss now. The Grand Elder asked, leaving so soon. Trieu Huy nodded. Yeah, got a ton of stuff to do. Oh, and by the way, can Master accept my big brother as a martial arts instructor for the family? I don't know about his stats, but his passion for the sword and the streets is unquestionable. Trieu Huy stood on the side. hearing his little brother ask for him to learn martial arts at the family estate, and he just froze for a few seconds. In response, the Grand Elder spoke up. The Green Dragon leader, his son, standing behind him, immediately stepped forward and said clearly, "Present. I asked the Sky Pawn Master to give the order." The Grand Elder commanded, "Admit that kid into the Green Dragon Corpse and train him." Understood. Tears appeared on Trieu Hui's face for the first time. These were tears of pure happiness. Seeing his big brother like that, Trieu Huy walked over and asked, "You got what you wanted, right?" Trieu Hui was so happy he couldn't even speak. His life's dream had finally been fulfilled by Trieu Huy. Trieu Huy said, "We probably won't see each other for a few years. You gonna be okay without me?" Trieu Hui replied confidently, Absolutely." Trieu Huy added a reminder, "Don't forget to stop by the iron workshop to visit mom and dad occasionally, okay?" Of course, Trieu Hui would do that, but noticing Trieu Hui's weird vibe, he asked, "But where are you going?" "Where I go is classified info." Trieu Huy smirked. Trieu Hui's silhouette walked out the door of the old pond compound. The jealous looks from earlier were now replaced with total admiration. "Young hero, please spar with me." "Young hero, please teach me one move." But in response to their begging was total indifference because the kid had way too much work to do. When would this debate ever end? Back in Hu City, at the house where Trieu Hui's family stayed, Manager Lee was gazing at the scenery. Ever since he first met Trieu Huy, he knew that young man was built different. He recalled Trieu Hui's words, "Of course you can't use money to buy the elders' loyalty, but I will make their hearts beat again." Deep in thought, the door opened. Trieu Huy walked in and asked, "Manager, you still good?" Old man Lee wasn't even fully awake when Trieu Huy flashed the token with a smug face. Seeing the token in his hand, Manager Lee couldn't help but gasp. "Oh my god, the Sky Sword token. We have to set up a new factory immediately." Trieu Huy said, "Not just that." Manager Lee seemed to remember something and laughed loudly. "Ah, the military sale token. We can finally sell weapons." Trieu Huy handed Manager Lee the token and said, "I already met the district official. Hang this up. In a month, about 5 or 6 carts of iron ore will arrive here. The district officials are personally escorting the shipment." Manager Lee calculated the finances and said, "I don't think we have enough funds to buy that much iron ore." However, Trieu Huy didn't look worried at all. He casually replied, "Let the officials calculate it at their own pace." This command code was simple, but not just anyone could pull it off. Manager Lee felt his anxiety drop a bit. Trieu Huy pointed a finger straight ahead, his face full of anticipation. "And Hui's #1 ironworks. We're going to turn in Hai into a kingdom of iron." Watching this insane transformation unfold, Manager Lin knew he had bet on the right horse. He was grinning from ear to ear, saying, "You actually pulled it off, boss. Real deal." Zhao Hui shrugged it off. "I haven't done squat yet. This is just the warm-up. Let my old man handle building the new factory. He can figure out weapon production on his own. Anyway, let's dub it the Mount Soldier Pavilion for now. Manager Lai, you handle the hiring process. With our iron workshop's output, we're talking hundreds of swords a month. But where do we offload that inventory?" That was the million-dollar question keeping old man Lai up at night. But Zhao Hui was playing 4D chess while everyone else was playing checkers. He pulled a letter from his robe. "This is a recommendation from the magistrate himself to the general's estate. For starters, I'm going to supply weapons to one of their battalions completely on the house." Manager Lai's jaw hit the floor. "Wait, a whole battalion? For free?" Zhao Hui kept his cool. "A few free samples aren't going to make the general bat an eyelash. We need to create weapons that make every master smith out there drool with envy. Until we hit that level of quality, we hold the shipment. Also, we need our own independent trading caravan to handle exclusive distribution." Old Lai scratched his head, still a bit foggy. "But doesn't that pretty boy from the Fire Dragon caravan already handle our logistics?" Zhao Hui cut in. "I'm talking about a totally independent operator. Ours." It took a hot second, but then it clicked. Zhao Hui wasn't just talking about switching couriers. He wanted to build a Zhao family logistics empire. Manager Lee gasped, "You're planning to launch your own trading company?" Zhao Hui grinned like a Cheshire cat. Bingo. With the Heavenly Sword token in hand, there's no reason to hesitate. The manager looked like he wanted to argue but stopped. "Workshop master, but..." Zhao Hui stood his ground. "Think about it. The Fire Dragon caravan has monopolized our distribution for ages. How much cash do you think they've really raked in?" The realization hit Lai like a truck. True. Our slice of the pie is definitely smaller than theirs. Zhao Hui did the mental math. "Try double. They're making twice what we make." "Twice," Lai choked. Zhao Hui's voice turned icy. "With a measly 60 gold investment, those guys pulled in 1,000 gold in 8 months. That's an insane return on investment." Manager Lai started sweating. But, isn't the third young master your sworn brother? Cao Hui waved it off casually. I've done enough for him. Business is about equivalent exchange. You can't keep a deal alive when one side is bleeding money for the other's benefit. He knows the score better than anyone. I've been dropping hints and warnings about this reality for a while now, but since they didn't offer a better deal, I'm pulling the plug. We've been taking the L on these trades for way too long just to be nice. It was all for a few bars of gold. But once we secure the raw ore supply, we stop being doormats. After his lecture, Cao Hui dropped the bomb. Manager Lai, I want you to double as the head of our new trading caravan. The old man nearly jumped out of his skin. Huh? Cao Hui pressed on, clearly enjoying this. If you run the exclusive distribution for the iron workshop, how much profit are we looking at monthly? Manager Lai did some quick mental gymnastics. 1,000 gold. Walk me through that, Cao Hui challenged. Manager Lai laid out his forecast. Well, profit margins jump 5 times thanks to the raw ore savings. Plus, operating the caravan directly nets us another 300 gold. And add in the 700 from the gadgets developed at Qishan Pavilion. Cao Hui listened intently but caught the error. You forgot the Mount Soldier. Pavilion. I left it out because you demanded perfection. If we need weapons that impress those arrogant master smiths with their sky-high standards, we're looking at 6 months of R&D minimum. So I excluded that revenue. But if we land the general's contract, Manager Lai narrowed his eyes, calculating, then said firmly, 5,000. We're looking at a projected 5,000 gold. Cao Hui nodded, satisfied with the numbers. Spot on. Good work. Manager Lai stared at Cao Hui's poker face, thinking, how is he not freaking out? That's 60,000 gold a year. Suddenly, Cao Hui whipped out another paper. Now, we can finally launch the real startup. Manager Lai blinked. Startup? What new business? The paper was a map. Wait, isn't this a map of Hefei City? Cao Hui smirked while studying the map. I put in an order at Qishan Pavilion the other day for those small vehicles. Actually, carts isn't the right word. Remember what I told you? Oh, you mean those bicycle contraptions? Exactly. Once the prototype is finalized at Qishan, I want 500 units manufactured and stockpiled immediately. Manager Li rubbed his chin. 500? We're going to need a massive warehouse. When do we launch sales? Cao Hui shook his head. We're not selling them. Absolutely not. Manager Lai looked totally lost. Huh? Cao Hui broke it down. Have you ever thought about how great it would be if someone could deliver restaurant-quality food right to your door? Lai was still buffering. Deliver? Like, carry it. Cao Hui explained smoothly. Yeah, someone picks it up and drops it off. The light bulb finally went on for Lai. Is this that hospitality business you were teasing earlier? Cao Hui dove into the pitch. You got it. Anywhere there's a street or an alley in Hefei, our kitchen can deliver hot meals. I've been mapping out exactly how this delivery network will function. Look at the map. See these hundreds of blue dots? Those are our order hubs. Every morning, our staff heads out to these spots to take orders for lunch and dinner. Payment is collected up front. The second an order comes in, they write the location and time on the dispatch board. Then our dashers, check the board to confirm the route. They race back to base, submit the order to the kitchen, and once the food is plated, they zoom off to their assigned zones for the drop-off. Manager Lai suddenly. Got it. That's what the bicycles are for. Speed. It's a breakthrough so the food doesn't get cold. Lai was hyping himself up now. Whoa, okay. So if the blue dots are orders, these 8 red dots in the middle. Cao Hui grinned comfortably. Those are our cloud kitchens. Manager Lai raised his hand. Rubbing his chin, he went into full strategy mode. This new business model was pure genius. The competition couldn't copy it even if they wanted to literally, because they didn't have the wheels for it. That's exactly why they weren't in the delivery game. After running the numbers, the general manager voiced his concerns. Boss, the overhead is insane though. Wouldn't we have to hire, like, hundreds of guys just to run deliveries? Hui replied smoothly. Even if it costs a fortune. People gotta eat, right? The manager's jaw dropped. Huh? Hui rested his chin on his hand, looking totally over it. Real talk, the food around here is absolute trash. Zero flavor. Who was the clown that said this cuisine was the GOAT? Total lie. It's bland city because salt and sugar cost more than gold right now. So the food is just sad and tasteless. The spice game is weak compared to modern times. Seriously, compared to what I was eating back in the future, this stuff is depression on a plate. But because my palate is refined and the food market is wide open, there's massive potential here. Hui was done eating garbage. He stood up and gave the order. Manager, I need you to buy a massive amount of salt and sugar from Jiangnan. Like, all of it. The manager looked confused. Salt and sugar? Huy was locked in. I'm about to drop a new menu. Once people get a taste of that sweet and savory combo, they're gonna get hooked. It's addictive. They'll pay whatever we ask. The manager scratched his head, thinking salty and sweet, but asked, so we're prioritizing this over the iron workshop gig? Huy shrugged casually. Guess so. The manager bowed respectfully. Understood. I'll grind it out. The idea was to bring modern junk food vibes to ancient times. The locals had literally never seen food like this. They couldn't even imagine the flavor profile. Huy's eyes lit up, and he grinned like a supervillain with a master plan. He hyped himself up. Listen up, Central Plains. Daddy's about to teach you what actual flavor tastes like. Meanwhile, on a totally normal morning at the Nam Cung estate. In the inner sanctum, Uncle Bach, the big boss of the inner court, was drowning in paperwork that piled up while he was away. Suddenly, Bach spotted a glitch in the matrix. One name kept popping up like a spam ad. He'd never seen it before. Gold guessed. Trieu Family Iron Workshop. Trieu Huy, and he wants a Commerce Heaven Sword token. Bach was baffled. Who is this Trieu Huy guy from the iron shop, and why has he requested a VIP pass like 3 or 4 times in 1 year? I already gave him one when I was on that business trip to Henan, didn't I? Who does this guy think he is? Then Bach saw the approval stamp. Approved by the damn Elder Institute. Bach saw red. His eyes filled with pure hate. This is absurd. Disrespecting society, the rules, and the family code. Kung Bach slammed the desk so hard it could have cracked. 3 months ago, I brought that kid here, tried to stop this brotherhood nonsense, and now we're handing out elite tokens to some no-name workshop. Bach jumped up and stormed out, fuming. I can't let this slide. He marched over to the metal refinery, scanned the room, and thought, wait, why is this place a ghost town? Bach took a lap around the inner court of the Nam Cung estate. Still no one. Not a single soul. He wondered. It's prime training hours. Where did the Azure Dragon squad disappear to? While looking around, he suddenly heard a commotion. Loud noises. Bach frowned. Humph. He walked toward the sound and found a massive crowd. What is everyone gathering for? The disciples spotted him coming and immediately panicked, bowing down. Yo, greetings, inner court master. Nam Cung, Bach asked. Is the whole Azure Dragon squad chilling here? What's the tea? A disciple from the squad replied quickly. We're watching a sword debate. A duel. Bach was shook. A sword debate? His face turned purple with rage. Last I checked, spectating duels was banned during work hours. Am I tripping? The disciple answered fast. The squad leader gave us the green light. Sir. Bach flinched. The squad leader? He swallowed his rage, thinking, are the family traditions just collapsing now? Then he exploded, waving his arms at the disciples. Sword arts are a lifetime grind. You don't know that. What kind of circus is this? Are you trolling me? The disciple tried to explain. The Institute master met us directly at the damn Elder Court. Bach was still screaming. What did you see? The disciple continued. The Institute master. He unlocked Heavenly Eye mode after the duel reached its peak. Bach froze. His brain buffered for a few seconds. For real? He thought. The Heavenly Eye? That's a legendary trait that only pops up when you max out your sword's stats. In the history of the family, fewer than 10 people have ever unlocked it. The disciples around him were hyping it up. Yeah, we saw it live. Bach forced an awkward laugh. Ha, ha, he thought. If a top-tier player on the same level as the family head shows up and drops a legendary performance, I guess you can't blame them for watching. Bach continued his interrogation. So, who was he fighting? The family head? The disciple beamed with excitement. Nah, he was fighting a nameless registered disciple of the master. Bach was confused. Nameless disciple? He did the math. A nameless disciple at that age? That's going to be a bureaucratic nightmare. He asked, who is this disciple? The disciple replied instantly. It was the young hero, Trieu Huy, from the Trieu Iron Workshop. Bach went from shocked to stunned. And now, that name, the one giving him a headache from the reports, was back. Trieu Huy again? Bach was dying to know who this Trieu Huy kid was to have this much clout with the disciples. Suddenly, Bach shouted, Spirit Shadow. Instantly, a guy spawned out of thin air right next to him. Dressed in all black like a ninja, he bowed. I'm here. Bach barked the order. Run a background check on this Trieu Huy from the Iron Workshop. Now, the shadow bowed. Bet. Fast forward a bit inside a tower at the Nam Cung estate. In a private VIP room, the Grand Elder was meeting with a man who looked super elegant and classy. The Grand Elder laughed. Finally came to visit your grandpa? Being the CEO, keeping you too busy? The elegant man turned out to be the head honcho of the Nam Cung family, the Sword Hero Nam Cung II. Sword Hero Nam Cung. Tu clenched his fist, his hand shaking a little. I read the battle log you sent over 3 days ago. The Grand Elder chuckled again. Ha ha. Bet that blew your mind, right? Nam Cung Tu nodded. Yeah. Tu was deep in thought. He used the 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds technique, the flower shift, the 3-talent sword. Moves I've literally only seen once or twice in my life. That's a skill level I haven't even reached yet. At this moment, neither the Grand Elder nor Nam Cung Tu could have guessed that the guy who sparred with the Elder that day was actually the Sword God, a legendary, untouchable beast of a warrior. Back to the conversation, Nam Cung Tu looked intense and asked, "Was it Manhwa?" He was thinking of the Sword Saint, the #1 player on the server, the only guy he couldn't beat. The big boss gave a slow, smooth headshake. Nope, not our guy. Nam Cung Tu was sweating bullets, voice tight. Then who exactly are we talking about? The Elder took a breath so deep it could vacuum the room, opening his heavenly eyes. His pupils lit up electric blue, crackling like high-voltage wires. Patience, kid. You'll get it soon. I just hope the clan head picks up on the vibes. Nam Cung Tu's face lit up like a Christmas tree. He jumped up, hyping his uncle. Uncle, that's huge. Congrats on cracking the code. The Elder laughed like a supervillain who just won. Ho ho ho. Fast forward to that afternoon, the sunset turned the whole city golden. At a random inn, the waiter was hustling, greeting guests like, "Welcome, fam, come on in." The wanderer grabbed everyone's attention. People started whispering trash talk immediately. Pfft, Hoa Sword Sect? More like Hoa Dog Pound. That's Hoa Te Min, the family's pet poodle. He walked in like he owned the place, taking slow, swag-filled steps. He scanned the room, then waved at a table. Yo, if it isn't the heroes from the Chu Gat squad, everybody's here, huh? A young dude with a fan, looking totally unbothered, hit him back with that fake polite tone. Brother Hoa, still breathing? I see. Hoa Te Min smirked, dropping a savage roast. Wait, is this the little Chugat? Ta Cao Yun. Everyone rolled their eyes so hard it hurt. Suddenly, the waiter yelled out, "Table for 2." 2 new players entered the chat, catching Hoa's eye. Well, look who it is. A guy and a girl from the Nam Cung clan walked in wearing matching gear, looking like main characters with a glow filter on, completely outshining the NPCs. Hoa Te Min, face red with excitement, stepped right in their path like a bouncer. He grinned at the girl. "Miss, you're looking like a snack today." The lady, clearly not impressed, gave a forced reply. "Long time no see." The Nam Cung guy, the little sword master, cut straight to the chase, looking disgusted. "Still got 0 chill, huh?" Hoa Te Min laughed it off. "Ha ha, brother Trong Ho." Then he got loud. "You and little Chugat hanging out? Guess little dragon threw a party." Trong Ho's face went dark mode instantly. He was fuming inside. If the fam didn't order this, I wouldn't waste breath on these clowns. Dragging me all the way to Shanxi with dudes who dirtied my dad's name, with their cheap writing. The Nam Cung girl standing behind him felt super awkward, but kept it professional. Truong Ho snapped. "We eat, then we dip." Meanwhile, Trieu Huy was in a shouting match with the innkeeper. "So, what's your deal, man?" The owner looked fed up. "Hey kid, what do you want from me?" Nam Cung Tu heard the noise and recognized the loudmouth immediately. It was Trieu Huy. The owner crossed his arms, yelling, "Why should I give you my secret recipe?" Trieu Huy bit his lip, totally stuck. He thought, damn it, I humbled myself for this? If nobody tells me how to run a hotel, my whole master plan is toast. The owner smirked, thinking, poofed, rich kid came out of nowhere. Think I don't know you want to open a hotel? Just then, the door chime rang. A familiar face stormed in like a hurricane, beelining for Trieu Huy, gasping for air. Bro, my sworn brother. Trieu Huy turned around, instinct kicking in. Trin Tai, or should I say lie. Trin Tai's face was grim. He was clutching a paper and wheezing. What is the meaning of this? Trieu Huy was low-key impressed. Wow, the manager works fast. Lai Trun Tai screamed, making everyone look. Do you know how hard I look for you? You cut our deal cold turkey without a word. Is this how you treat family? Trieu Huy put on his best innocent face. Bro, it is what it is. Lai Truong Tai crushed the paper in his fist, raging. What do you mean, it is what it is? Even our rivals wouldn't pull a stunt like this. How could you ghost a merchant guild that brings you 1,500 taels a month? You didn't even negotiate. You just quit? I thought we were brothers. Trieu Huy didn't panic. He stood tall and replied calmly. I respect you, big bro, but business is business. Truong Tai stammered. Brother. Trieu Huy cut him off with an icy tone. You act like I didn't give you a shot. But be real. How many chances did I give you? I warned you every single day. Truong Tai stuttered. About that. Trieu Huy shut him down instantly. The profit you pocketed from me in 1 month was 120 tells. As a merchant, you know that's a massive bag. Truong Tai's anger turned into panic. He looked like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He thought, he knows how much I made off the Anhai Ironworks deal. Trieu Huy pressed him hard. Sworn brother, you talk a big game. But tell me, what little brother gifts his big brother 120 taels a month? That's not brotherhood, that's highway robbery. That's a bribe, isn't it? Truong Tai panicked, trying to spin it. No, it's not like that. To get you that silver, I had to. Trieu Huy reached into his shirt and pulled out the Heaven Sword badge. The innkeeper and Truong Tai dropped their jaws when they saw the badge. Truong Tai looked defeated, whispering, "Ah, so the gig is up." The innkeeper recognized the badge immediately, bowing so low he nearly hit the floor, hissing a frantic apology to Trieu Huy. "Oh my god, sir. I didn't know who I was talking to." Trieu Huy blinked. "Huh?" Just then, heavy footsteps approached. It was Nam Cung Zhang Hu. The so-called Little Sword Master threw his weight around. "Who are you guys, and why do you have my family's gold badge?" Trieu Huy, caught off guard, quickly bowed and introduced himself. "I'm Trieu from the... No, I'm Trieu Huy from Anhui Ironworks. Nam Cung." Truong Ho looked skeptical about Trieu Huy and his little shop. "And Anhui Ironworks? Let me see that badge." Suddenly, Nam Cung Tutu rushed over. "Big brother, wait. Young Master Trieu Huy is the biggest VIP in our family right now. That Heaven Sword badge is legit." Truong Ho frowned. "VIP? Since when?" Tutu explained slowly. "You just got out of seclusion yesterday, so you're out of the loop. Ask the elder later. Actually, just ask any squad leader, they all know." Nam Cung Trong Ho guessed. Did he donate some legendary sword technique to the clan or something? Nam Cung Toto just busted out laughing and was like, "Haha, nah, you got it all wrong. This guy is actually a total beast at martial arts." Meanwhile, Nam Cung Trung Ho threw some serious side-eye at Trieu Huy, noticing his hands were super slender, definitely not the hands of a fighter. His gaze was soft, zero killer instinct, and he didn't give off that elite warrior vibe at all. Trung Ho barked, "Are you trolling me right now? There is no way this dude knows how to fight." Nam Cung Toto got a little flustered and stammered. "Well, the thing is, he actually beat grandfather in a sword duel." That hit Nam Cung Trung Ho like a ton of bricks. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and gasped. "Grandfather?" Toto kept going. They went at it dozens of times, and grandfather lost every single round. Nam Cung Trung Ho was reeling from one shock to another, only managing to choke out a confused "what?" before Toto dropped another bomb. Plus, grandfather took him in as an honorary disciple. So technically, even though it's just a title, he outranks both of us. You really shouldn't be disrespecting him like that. Nam Cung Trung Ho refused to buy what she was selling. He clenched his fists in rage and snapped, "A disciple? You're telling me this guy who clearly can't fight is an elder of our clan? No way. I'm not buying it until I see proof with my own eyes." Nam Cung Toto just shrugged it off and said, "Fine. Go back to the main house and ask them yourself." Nam Cung Trung Ho, clearly annoyed and cornered, grumbled, "You're so annoying." Trieu Huy thought to himself, "I've still got to deal with my sworn brother's drama. Getting mixed up in this mess would be a disaster." He bowed politely and said, "I'll take it that Lady Nam Cung Toto has verified my gold tablet, if you'll excuse me." Suddenly, Li Trung jumped in, seizing the chance to bow and introduce himself. "I saw you from afar once, young sword master. It's an honor. I'm from the Fire Dragon Merchant Group." But Nam Cung Trung Ho completely ignored the guy, locking eyes on Trieu Huy and shouting, "Hold it right there." Trieu Huy turned around, confused, and asked, "Is there something else?" Nam Cung Trung Ho stood his ground and declared, "The Tune Thine Gold Tablet represents the absolute authority of our main family. You're walking around with it, but I have no clue who you are. I can't just let that slide." Trieu Huy, getting a bit ticked off, replied, "Didn't Lady Nam Cung Toto just vouch for me?" Nam Cung Trung Ho raised his sword with an imposing, heroic vibe and bellowed, "On behalf of the clan head, I order you to prove yourself to me right now." Nam Cung Toto and the crowd were totally shook by Nam Cung Trung Ho's challenge. Everyone in the inn was glued to the scene. Suddenly, the Blood Jade started glowing, and a voice echoed from the sword. "God, this kid is interesting. It's rare to see a swordsman reach this level at his age." Trieu Huy thought, "The sword god elder never compliments anyone. Does he actually like this guy?" Then, the sword god cracked his knuckles, eyes filled with bloodlust, and added, "It would be incredibly fun to absolutely crush him." Trieu Huy froze for a few seconds. "What? Crush him?" Inside the Blood Jade, Thine clarified, "I believe in your world's slang, you'd say. He needs to get schooled. Hearing Thian say that gave Trieu Huy the creeps. He was surrounded by elite heirs, and now this. Trieu Huy thought, needs to get schooled. Wait, oh my god, you can't do that here. Thian immediately barked, shut up, he's asking for it, so go get him. Even though he had Thian watching his back, this was the first time he'd ever faced such hostile energy directed straight at him. Trieu Huy asked, Nam True Ho, was it? The guy, acting all tough, shot back, a duel. If it was just about that, I mean, even his grandfather lost, so he doesn't stand a chance. The voice from the Blood Jade resonated in his head. Repeat exactly what I tell you. Don't add any of your own unnecessary commentary. So Trieu Huy did exactly as he was told, lecturing Trieu Huy with borrowed confidence. The Nam Cung sword style focuses on raw power and absolute stillness. So why? Are you obsessed with speed and showing off? You've obviously been practicing acupoint striking techniques. Please, stop training so carelessly. While it's normal for a swordsman to train their eyesight, you shouldn't rely so heavily on just what you can see. Trieu Hui's words hit home, making Trieu Huy suddenly feel a spike of fear. His eyes went wide as he shouted, "What the hell do you know?" But the angrier he got, the more it proved that Trieu Huy was spot on. Trieu Huy kept the lecture going regarding your acupoint striking. When you unleash your internal energy, it comes with severe side effects. Even if you were born with a natural gift for sensing blood flow, mixing that technique with the Nam Cung family sword style creates a disastrous conflict that you probably haven't even felt yet. Nam Trieu Huy suddenly realized the hidden meaning. Is he saying I'm talented but heading down the wrong path? His face twisted in anger, teeth gritting together as he hissed, "Shut your stupid mouth." Trieu Huy, seeing that the guy was still in denial, pointed a finger right at him and raised his voice. You don't agree? Do you have any idea how bad your condition is, despite your obsession with the sword? Look at your hand. Nam Trieu Huy looked down at his right arm, a flicker of fear in his eyes. What about it? Trieu Huy broke it down. Isn't your right arm a little longer than the left? And look at how your shoulder muscles are, swollen. Only your Cloud Gate acupoint is overdeveloped. When you strike someone's acupoints, you're actually the first one taking the impact. The residual internal energy is slowly destroying your arm. Your personality is typical of a swordsman blinded by obsession. You just want to win at any cost. Everyone around them, including Lady Nam Cung To, zeroed in on his right arm. The whispers started up again instantly. At that moment, Trieu Huy looked like a legit grandmaster. Every word he spoke sounded like absolute truth. The marks on a rock reveal its true nature. It might survive the fiercest storms, but eventually, it will crumble. The path of the divine dragon, punishing a rotten world, is one of disdain yet tolerance for all living things. The soaring dragon ascends. The true essence of the azure sky is tolerance even for demons. It suppresses with power, but refuses to crush everything in existence. The path of a sword saint is a ceaseless battle where there is no room for error or failure. The azure sky views the world with arrogant eyes, yet holds deep compassion in its heart. In the 200 years of Nam Cung sword history, there has never been any trace of a sword style as fast and berserk as yours. Trieu Hui's words struck like lightning, shattering Trieu Hui's understanding of the sword. And then, just like that, Trieu Huy stopped talking because, well, he ran out of lines from Thian. On the outside, he looked cool as a cucumber, but on the inside, he was freaking out. Did I act too much like a boss? I just parroted everything the sword god said, exactly how he said it. What do I do now? Is he gonna punch me? He was panic spiraling, wondering what would happen next. Coming up next, the guy everyone called the lapdog of the West. Well, to put it simply, for 400 years people thought he was completely out of his mind. But while the crowd was busy gossiping, a light bulb suddenly went on inside Nam Cung Zhang Hu's head. He realized the guy was simply talking about the absolute basics of the Nam Cung family swordsmanship. I completely ghosted the fundamentals. When did I start carrying this terrifying obsession with power? Anyway, I couldn't keep up with his speed at all. Dozens, hundreds of flashy sword moves. Just to beat him, I spent the last 3 years grinding, pushing my body to the absolute limit. But in the process, my heart turned into a callous, cruel rock because I was so terrified of realizing this. Trieu Huy clenched his fist, and the shaking finally stopped. He wasn't an idiot. He knew how the world worked. He lifted his head, the arrogant vibe completely gone, replaced by genuine respect. You said your name is Trieu Huy, right? The attendant standing, Cao Hui whipped out. Next to him almost had a heart attack, thinking, is Big Bro actually using his polite voice? That's me. Trieu Huy answered the question Trieu Huy asked earlier. Trieu Huy said, you just scolded me exactly like a father would. Trieu Huy didn't really know what to say to that daddy issue vibe, mostly because he was technically quoting some divine wisdom earlier. Trung Ho gripped his sword with both hands and held it out, speaking with total respect. I, Nam Cung Zhang Hu, am not some moron who doesn't know manners. I don't doubt your skills anymore. Technically, according to the hierarchy, I should treat you as a master. However, I'm still a young family head, so please cut me some slack. I can only offer you polite respect rather than bowing and scraping. Unlike the trash-tier villain errors in the novels Trieu Huy used to read, Trung Ho was a totally different breed. Trieu Huy stared intently at Trieu Huy, thinking, damn, that's the behavior of a true hero from a righteous sect. That's legit. Trieu Huy bowed back like an equal, grinning as he said, haha, don't sweat it, man. Your family basically strong-armed me into becoming an honorary disciple anyway. Just talk to me like a normal person. Watching Trung Ho and Trieu Huy chatting like besties, Li Trung Tai was floored. The young sword master was actually showing respect too. Trieu Huy. If the big boss saw his son acting this humble, he'd probably faint on the spot. Being a merchant, Li Trung Tai's reaction speed was off the charts. He slid over to Trung Ho, acting all humble. Greetings. I'm Li Trung Tai, Trieu Hui's sworn brother. Haha, also the third son of the Fire Dragon Merchant Guild. Trung Ho completely ghosted the guy's introduction. He didn't care what he said and just asked Trieu Huy, if it's not too rude, care to join me for tea? Trieu Huy replied, I'm honored, but let's make it booze instead. Deal? And just like that, the two of them walked off, leaving the extras behind. Li Trung Tai was panic sweating. He couldn't let his connection with Trieu Huy flop like this. He immediately whipped out a ledger from his robe. He was terrified Trieu Huy would bounce and he'd miss his chance, so he scrambled. Wait a sec. At least do me this one solid first. Trieu Huy gave him a look of pure disdain. Bro, seriously, does the Fire Dragon Merchant Guild not pay their accountants or something? Li Trung Tai shook his head, looking a bit sheepish. Haha, no, it's just that you calculate like 10. No, 20 times faster than them. I need this done, as soon as possible. Trieu Huy immediately turned to Trung Ho and bowed slightly. Sorry, give me a quick second. Trung Ho chilled out. No worries, handle your business. Trieu Huy sat in the chair, grabbed the book Li Trung Tai was holding, and started rattling off numbers while reading. Stone grinding wheels, 288 pounds of herbs, 1,536 pounds of metal. Ink bars, 474 pounds of charcoal, 3,200 rolls of fabric, 380 rolls of silk. If there are 82 items total in the buy ledger, the total purchase price is 4,873 taels. Li Trung Tai blinked. 4,873? Yup, Trieu Huy replied, handing the book back to him. Seeing the merchant's reaction, Trieu Huy got curious. You bought a ton of fabric this month. Did you find a discount plug somewhere? Or is there a sudden demand spike? Li Trung Tai shook his head vigorously. Nah, just buying up inventory while prices are in the basement. That answer triggered Trieu Huy. He shouted, see, look at you. That is exactly why you're a merchant down to your DNA. You never show your full hand, and your heart is just full of greed. You got a business scheme and didn't put me on. How am I supposed to trust you, huh? Even though he got roasted, Li Trung Tai looked happy. He laughed. Haha, next time. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. Then he bolted toward the exit. Watching him run away, Trieu Huy felt his eyes were being assaulted by the ugliness. Meanwhile, Cao Cao finally processed Trieu Huy's talent. A question popped into his head. That's ridiculous. How is that even possible? Trung Ho and Trieu Huy were just about to hit their table for drinks when Cao Cao suddenly stood up and screamed, How? How did you do that? Just when he wanted to chill, another random weirdo interrupted, making Trieu Huy feel annoyed as hell. Cao Cao ranted. There were 82 items with different weights, over 3,600 pounds of goods and 3,000 rolls of fabric. How did you calculate that in your head? Are you the god of math or something? Cao Cao ran through a mental list of everyone he'd ever met in his life, thinking, even the top scholars in my clan who studied math since they were in diapers can't calculate that fast. How the hell did he do it? Cao Cao's brain was flashing through geometry shapes. He kept babbling. What arithmetic method did you use? An abacus? No, your hands were empty. Is it some kind of memory-based calculation? The flood of questions hit him like a tsunami, messing up Trieu Huy's gender dar. Cao Cao was clearly a guy, but somehow Trieu Huy was looking at him and seeing a girl. Trieu Huy thought back to the knowledge from his previous life. I want to explain it to her, him, whatever. But how do I explain modern math? The biggest difference between modern math and the arithmetic, here is the concept of zero. Even with a laundry list of items, I can just use polynomials or exponents to breeze through it. Why is she looking at basic math like it's some kind of superpower? Anyway, I gotta say something. Let's test this. Trieu Huy spoke up. If you try to multiply 5 by nothing, what do you get? Cao Cao Vane immediately pictured 5 sticks multiplied by thin air. Confusion hit. How can a number be multiplied by nothing? Trieu Huy asked. Have you never considered the concept of zero? Is it possible that nothing is actually a number? Zhao Hui's question hit Zuo Chuyun like a brick wall. He just stood there, buffering. The concept of nothing being a defined number, that sounded completely alien to him. What the heck? He finally stammered, staring at Zhao Hui. Numbers have value, that's the whole point of their existence. How can you turn empty air into a digit? In Zuo Chuyun's head, math was simple. 1 dude equals 1. 2 apples equal 2. 3 buffalo equal 3. It was basically kindergarten logic. Zhao Hui saw this mental spiral coming from a mile away and decided to pull the plug. All right, look, just forget I mentioned it. But Zuo Chuyun wasn't about to let it go. He was like a dog with a bone. He rushed out. Hold up. You have to explain this. How do you multiply something by 0? Zhao Hui shrugged. You can't multiply it. That's why it stays as nothing. That answer basically fried Zuo Chuyun's circuits. Say what? How does that work? If a number can't be multiplied by nothing, shouldn't the 5 just stay a 5? It's a natural number. It has to go somewhere. What kind of broken math is that? Zhao Hui sighed, giving him a look of pure pity. Total airhead. Zuo Chuyun blinked, confused. Huh? What did you just say? Obviously, Zhao Hui was thinking. This guy is as thick as a brick wall, but he liked his teeth where they were, so he didn't say it loud. He just forced a smile. Oh, nothing. Meanwhile, Nam Zhang Hu was standing off to the side. A smirk was plastered across his face, dripping with disdain. If you can't explain it with your own brain power, maybe don't treat everyone else's intelligence like trash. Guess that's just your true colors showing. Master's huge. Or should I say, the divine calculator. To Zhao Hui, Zhang Hu was starting to look like your classic antagonist looking for a fight. Wait, Zhao Hui thought. Didn't this guy have that whole righteous hero vibe a second ago? Why is he acting like a petty jerk now? Surprisingly, Zuo Chuyun didn't lose his cool. He sighed, waved his hand dismissively, and shot back. Funny. All I see is a bunch of idiots staring at swords, thinking that's everything. You love dishing out insults, but you sure can't take them. Zhang Hu scoffed loudly. I'd rather bite off my own tongue and die than live like some prissy little rich boy who only knows cheap parlor tricks. A real man lives by the sword, training every single day, seeking the true path of the warrior. Zuo Chuyun heard this lecture, rolled his eyes, and physically turned his back on him. And that, Zuo Chuyun muttered, is exactly why I treat everything you say like a bad joke, not wasting the brain power. Zhang Hu leaned in aggressively, practically getting in his face. Excuse me? Speak up, pretty boy. I can't hear you over your whispering. Suddenly, Nangong Susu snapped. Would you two morons knock it off? Seriously, stop it. Just in time, too, the chef walked out with the food. Zhang Hu signaled everyone to sit down, but then Hua Siming popped out of nowhere, laughing like he owned the place. Well. The little sword master and the little Zhuji in one room? How could this party start without the Prince of Peach Blossoms? Mind if I crash this table, brothers? His voice immediately grabbed Zhao Hui's attention. I know that guy, Zhao Hui thought. That's definitely him. I only saw him from a distance back when I was with my dad at the Hua Sword sect, but I never forget a face. In Zhao Hui's mind, this guy was trouble, definitely not simple. Since they ended up sitting nearby, Zhao Hui decided to be polite. Greetings. I'm Zhao Hui, representing the Zhao Ironworks, but Hua Siming just gave him a bored look. Oh yeah? Cool story. That ticked Zhao Hui off. You could practically see a vein pop on his forehead. This punk pocketed 2,000 silver taels from us and doesn't even remember me? Are you kidding? Hua Siming completely ignored him and turned his charm on Nangong Susu, grinning like a Cheshire cat. I still can't get your performance at last year's insect festival out of my head. I'm dying to see it again someday. But Nangong Susu treated him like empty air. She turned straight to Zhao Hui, her eyes bright. Oh, I was in such a rush earlier, I didn't greet you properly. So rude of me. Thank you so much for your guidance earlier. Susu's elegance was off the charts. Hua Siming looked at her like she was a literal goddess descended from heaven. Zhao Hui just nodded politely at her. No problem at all. Please, have a seat. Seeing the weird chemistry, Zhang Hu frowned at Susu. Wait, since when are you into martial arts, sis? Susu shot back, is punching stuff literally the only thing inside that skull of yours. Roasted by his own little sister. Zhang Hu couldn't even argue. He just sighed. Okay, fine. So, what exactly did you learn from him? Susu's expression softened, her mind filling with images of falling peach blossoms and chirping birds. She looked totally blissed out. A musical masterpiece, she said dreamily. The rhythm was so profound. You can't find that kind of depth anywhere else. Zhang Hu stared at her blankly. Music, rhythm. If it wasn't about sword forms, his brain filtered it out. But Trieu Huy caught the vibe immediately. He shot a look at Trieu Huy. Wait, you're an expert in music theory, too? Trying to dodge the spotlight, Trieu Huy waved it off. Let's not get carried away. I'm just a humble merchant running an ironwork shop. Trieu Huy wasn't buying it. He knew Trieu Huy was sandbagging hard. His mind started racing. Who is this guy? He claims he has no martial arts, yet he outsmarted Nangong and Zhang Hu. He's a math genius who blew my mind. And now he's a music virtuoso? He keeps saying he's just a merchant. Meeting him might be the single best thing that's happened to me in Hefei. Deciding to make a move, Trieu Huy pulled something out of his robe. It looked like a gold bar, but paler. He placed it on the table with serious weight. This is my family's Phoenix Gold token. I'd like to formally invite you to visit our estate as a guest of honor. If you show this to anyone there, they'll treat you as if you were me. It was a classic move. Everyone knew the smaller noble families were always desperate to recruit fresh talent. The moment the words left Trieu Huy's mouth, Zhang Hu slammed his hand on the table. Bam. Put that away, he barked. Trieu Huy looked at him calmly. And why should I? Why? Zhang Hu's face was getting red. Because young hero Trieu Huy holds the gold plate. He's practically family to us. He's not some outsider you can just poach with your little tricks. Trieu Huy, ever the smooth talker, didn't flinch. Is that so? Show me the law. That says I can't invite a warrior from another sect over for dinner? What kind of backward Jiang Hu rule is that? I thought we were living in an era of open exchange between the clans. I'm genuinely inviting him to be a guest, and you call it a trick. That's rich. That pushed Zhang Hu over the edge. If his two lackeys hadn't held him back, tables would have flipped. So what if I did, you scumbag? Zhang Hu roared. The air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Trieu Huy stepped in before punches were thrown. I appreciate the generous offer, really, but I can't accept it right now. Trieu Huy's face fell, disappointment written all over it. On the flip side, Zhang Hu looked like he just won the lottery. Zhang Hu bowed respectfully to Trieu Huy. My apologies for ruining the vibe, sir. Let me make it up to you, drinks are on me next time. Trieu Huy nodded. He wasn't the type to hold a grudge over a little drama. Having smoothed things over, Zhang Hu glanced back at Trieu Huy. Hurry up and eat. We're moving out. You coming or what? Even that playboy Hua Ziming asked to tag along. Seeing them all rush off like that, Trieu Huy couldn't help but ask, you guys on a mission or something? Ta Koven didn't hesitate for a second, shooting back. We're hitting up the Little Dragon Banquet at Mount Hua next month. No question. Little Dragon Banquet. That name rang a bell for Trieu Huy. He thought to himself, pretty sure I've heard of that one. Isn't it that massive festival for all the martial arts prodigies that happens every 3 years? Like, a huge tournament plus a feast. I heard they have everything tea ceremonies, painting, music, calligraphy. Basically a giant mixer for every topic imaginable. Wait, did he say Mount Hua? Trieu Huy suddenly connected the dots. That was exactly where the sword elder said the sword insect was hiding right at Cam Tuyen, on the border between Gansu and Shaanxi. And Mount Hua is in Shaanxi. Realizing their destination matched perfectly with the Trieu Huy crew, Trieu Huy spoke up immediately. Hey, mind if I tag along? I'll cover my own expenses, obviously, since it was sort of a last-minute decision. Trieu Huy figured these were solid guys he could trust. Plus, it was a golden opportunity to tour Mount Hua and network with the Big Five families. For the group, having Trieu Huy join was a total win. Toto and Ta Calven answered in unison. You're more than welcome to ride with us, young hero. And seriously, don't sweat the money. The next morning, on a winding mountain road, the convoy was on the move. This was the squad's big road trip to Mount Hua. Inside the carriage, Hoa Tae Min started flexing. I don't mean to brag, but my family's Flower Sword clan owns a ridiculous amount of property. You probably couldn't even imagine it. Trieu Huy played along. Oh, for sure. Everyone knows the famous flower bank in Hefei. Legend has it. Hoa Tae Min side-eyed To, hoping to impress her, but she was deep in meditation and ignoring him. So, he turned back to Trieu Huy to keep the humble brag train running. Ha. Well, it's not just the bank. We've got the Kai Duong escort agency, the bistro. The heavenly fragrance fabric shop, plus hundreds of inns. Trieu Huy wasn't shocked but acted the part. No way. Isn't Kai Duong the biggest escort agency in Anhui? And the Bakni Bistro? I heard the view from the tower is insane. People line up around the block just to get in. Hearing Trieu Huy hype him up, Hoa Tae Min laughed, clearly loving the attention. You know about that too. Man, you really are a guy of culture and knowledge. Trieu Huy smiled. Honestly, owning just one small inn would be enough for me to retire happy. Haha, stop being so modest. But yeah, you're absolutely right. He started rambling about the Honglu and Vantho inns. To Trieu Huy, Hoa Tae Min looked like a total clown. I barely complimented the guy and his ego exploded, he thought. Suddenly, a guard shouted from outside. Young master, we got a situation. What is it? There's a flag up ahead. Trung Ho asked the guard, who are they? The guard replied instantly. It's the Great Tiger Camp, sir. Trung Ho thought, Great Tiger Camp? Those scrubs are the weakest crew in the Green Forest 12 Mountains. The idea that a young sword master was getting blocked by these nobodies was insulting. He slammed his fist against the carriage wall, grabbing his sword. They have the nerve to block my path. Ta Cao Van let out a tired sigh. Ugh, chill out. They aren't wild animals. Do you have to turn everything into a brawl? Use your brain for a second. Trung Ho was furious, but he knew the strategist had a point, so he shut up. Ta Cao Van continued, think about it. The Great Tiger Camp aren't idiots. Nobody has a death wish like that. They saw our flag and they're still raising theirs. That means they've got backup. Trieu Huy, not fully up to speed on gang politics, asked, so you mean they're confident because they have a strategy? Ta Cao Van nodded. Exactly. The underworld isn't a playground. Mr. Anhui Ban family. That nickname annoyed Trieu Huy. This jerk keeps bringing up Anhui. Trung Ho, still angry, grumbled, whatever. This is getting messy. First, the Alliance nerds overthinking everything. Now the evil factions are making moves. Just a bunch of annoying pests. Ta Cao Van peered at the flag planted ahead and laughed. Wait a minute, look at the symbol. That's a bear. There's only one camp that uses a bear flag in the Green Forest, the Crimson Bear. That's the mark of the Iron Bear tyrant, the Green Forest King himself. That means the big boss is here, or at least his elite disciples or personal guard. Hearing that name sent a chill down Trieu Hui's spine. The Iron Bear tyrant, he's not one of the 7 thrones, but his reputation is on the same level. Ta Cao Van hopped off the carriage, looking miserable. Just my luck. What kind of cursed trip is this? If we just charge in, I'm gonna get beaten to a pulp. Suddenly, silhouetted figures swooped down from the cliffs above. Ta Cao Van recognized them immediately. It's the Red Bear Gale squad. Monsters. That's the only word for them. They were the elite combat unit led by the Green Forest King, a force with enough power to rival an entire sect. Every single one of them was ripped, terrifying, and covered in battle scars. They also had one signature look-matching capes tied around their necks. Trung Ho drew his sword with one hand, the sheer pressure shattering nearby rocks. He signaled his men. Grand Nam Kung. Battle stations. Every soldier drew their blade. Trung Ho leaped to the front, barking orders. Form up. The second Trung Ho gave the command. The Nam Kung bodyguards snapped into action, prepping their sword formation to handle whatever was coming. Ta Cao Van wasn't lagging behind either. He barked orders to the Zhuge family guards. Defensive positions. Set the stone wards and the wooden array. Deploy the Tai maze formation in the back. The Zhuge guards moved, with lightning speed, placing the materials to set the trap, waiting for Ta Cao Van's signal. Activate, he shouted. Instantly, thick fog rolled in, shielding the mages' positions. Wind howled around the perimeter they had set up. Ta Cao Van stood tall at the eye of the formation, yelling to Trung Ho, if you see no path to victory, retreat into the formation immediately. Head for the life gate and let me know. I told you I didn't want to argue, but you're leading these men, so you're responsible for keeping casualties down. Trung Ho, a righteous warrior full of fighting spirit, understood the weight of that responsibility perfectly. Got it. Trieu Huy, standing safely inside Ta Cao Van's defensive fog, watched as the mist blocked anyone from seeing inside. It was his first time seeing this kind of magic, and he was internally screaming, this is insane. Suddenly, Cao Cao spoke from the Blood Jade. Surprising. Is that an upgraded version of the 4-image illusion array? What's more shocking is that these mages are on a whole other level. They're syncing up perfectly to cast it, meaning they fully understand the Tai maze. Definitely the descendants of Kunming. Trung Ho channeled his energy into his blade. It glowed with the signature blue light of the Nam Cung clan. He roared, boosting the morale of his troops. Grand Nam Cung. Charge. The Namgung bodyguards instantly tightened their formation around Nam Cung Zhang Hu. Suddenly, a scream shattered the tense vibe. Hold up, we got company. A dude with a spear launched himself into the air, did a triple backflip to kill the momentum, and stuck a perfect superhero landing. Trieu Huy watched the cinematic entrance and thought, okay, that was straight out of a movie. The new guy looked like a total nightmare. Savage face, eyes bulging out like he was on something, staring at them like he wanted to snack on their organs. He spoke with this creepy, overly happy tone. Nam Cung Zhang Hu sensed the guy's insane energy, paused, and asked, Yo, are you the Iron Bear tyrant? The guy looked visibly offended. He shouted, Say what? You tripping? You think I'm that old geezer? Are you blind? Another guy asked, Huh, how old are you then? The scary-faced dude grilled, I'm 17. That answer hit the room like a brick. Everyone was shook. Everyone except Namgung Susu, who wasn't shocked but looked interested. Trieu Huy thought, what is up with that face? 17? My guy, you look 40. At least, Namgung Zhang Hu clearly wasn't buying it. Himph, quit playing games. If you're trying to test us, the scary-faced guy looked like he was about to explode with rage. He screamed, completely losing it, I am done. I am so done. Why does everyone think I'm a boomer? I am a teenager. Why won't anyone believe me? Trieu Huy watched the meltdown and thought, bro, maybe try washing your face or looking in a mirror? Then again, bandits probably don't do skincare. Namgung Zhang Hu shook his head. I need receipts. Tell us who you really are. Stop talking nonsense. The savage-looking guy turned around and screamed at the bandits behind him. Arg, are you guys crazy? Kang Dazhou, back me up here. Why are you standing there like a statue? Kang Dazhou immediately jumped in. If we're dropping names, this is the top disciple of the Green Forest King. Young hero Zhang Yilong. Show some respect. Zhang Yilong clenched his fist and yelled, I didn't bow to that old man. He said I wasn't his student. Why do you keep saying that? We just threw hands, that's it. Then he whispered, wait, shouldn't you mention my age? Kang Dazhou grinned. You took the green blood treasure, so you're definitely the king's disciple. Have some dignity, boss. And yes, the little prince is. Zhang Yilong glared at Kang Dazhou with murder in his eyes. Are you laughing at me? Kang Dazhou instantly put on a serious face. Our little prince is 100% 17 years old. Zhang Yilong beamed with a massive smile. See, told ya. You heard him, right? Did you hear him? Namgung Susu turned tomato red. Her heart going boom boom in her chest. She whispered, so cute. Trieu Huy looked at her, completely floored. Seriously, that is her type. Suddenly, Zuo Chuyun stepped out of the formation. Who's calling my bandits dumb? Why don't you fight us before running your mouth? Do you know how much money I dropped on this rock formation? Whatever. So, you say you're the king's disciple? Zhang Yilong snapped. I told you, I ain't. Zuo Chuyun cut him off. Fine, let's hear the excuse for this mess. Clearly, you guys are acting hostile. You were planning to jump us, right? Kang Dazhou growled. Don't you know that messing with the righteous heroes in these mountains is a stupid move? Zuo Chuyun yelled back, annoyed. What? You noble types pulling this stunt? Do you realize the Martial Arts Alliance branch is only 20 miles away? Kang Dazhou stood his ground. We are following the king's orders, nothing else. Zuo Chuyun blinked. King's orders? What orders? Kang Dazhou replied, protecting the little prince is our mission. Zhang Yilong got annoyed. Kang, you're twisting facts. I just wanted to flex the flag and walk down the mountain. You guys are the ones following me. Zuo Chuyun's eyes went cold and sharp. Then I need a word with you. The alleged disciple, Zhang Yilong, pointed a thumb in his own chest and shouted, I told you I'm not a disciple. I am Zhang Yilong. Zuo Chuyun and Kang Dazhou both went silent for a second, then sighed. Zuo Chuyun said, okay, young hero Zhang Yilong. Even if you're young, you can't just wave war flags and threaten people. Take some responsibility. If we were a second slower, people would be dead or bleeding out right now. You think the martial world is a playground? Zhang Yilong stammered, then tried to look tough. No, I just. Look, let's keep it real. You talented disciples from big clans never just talk. If we don't flash a weapon, you walk all over us. You saw the Green Forest flag and freaked out immediately. You self-proclaimed heroes have been harassing my camp for ages. Nam Cung Zhang Hu couldn't handle the roast on his righteous clan. He drew his sword and pointed it straight at Zhang Yilong. You call yourselves warriors, but you live by robbing people and extorting travelers. Innocent civilians, women doesn't matter. You're filth, and you need to be wiped out. All the bandits standing behind. Zhang Yilong glared at Nam Cung Zhang Hu with pure hate. Nam Zhang Hu immediately raised his sword tip to the sky, gathering energy. He channeled internal power into the blade. The sword looked like it was about to rip the air apart and destroy everything in front of it. Nam Zhang Hu shouted, "Fine. Come get some. I'll send you trash straight to hell today." While Zuo Qiuyun was analyzing the situation with a serious face, Cao Hui thought, "Ugh, so childish." He decided to step in. "Yo, let's talk first. Let the man finish his sentence." Nam Zhang Hu kept charging his attack. "I've got nothing to hear." Zhang Yilong didn't panic, but he looked annoyed. "See, this is exactly what I mean about prejudice. Hey, Mr. Noble Namgung, do you even know the highest law of the Green Forest?" Zhang Yilong pointed right at Namgung's face. "No pointing swords at the Green Forest outside of combat zones. It's been 200 years since the bandit emperor made that rule." Kang Daju sneered with hatred. "You think these righteous types care about our laws? They don't even teach their kids history. The Green Forest has been too soft. It's great for these heroes. They use us as villains just to motivate themselves. They can't teach the young ones to fight the real demons, so they pick on us." Nam Cung Zhang Hu shouted, "Shut your mouth. You aren't civilians. Your cruelty never changes. Yo, listen up. Brothers, name me one business in the Central Plains that isn't in bed with the government or the gangs. Find me just one, and I'll admit the Green Forest is nothing but a den of villains." Nangang Zhang Hu leveled his sword right at Zhang Yilong and barked, "Excuse me? Run that by me one more time." Nangang Zhang Hu's face went dark, his teeth grinding audibly. "Oh, so intimidation and robbery count as justice now? Give me a break. The roots of evil never change." Zhang Yilong fired back without missing a beat, head held high. "Oh, that is rich. You guys want cash? You stick a flag in the ground, claim all the good timber, and if anyone touches it, you cry foul and ruin them. Isn't there a vacancy down in Hefei?" Then Zuo Qiuyun jumped in, arguing, "We earn our keep through legitimate strength. We are nothing like you mountain bandits." Zhang Yilong cut him off cold. "So, threats and robbery are bad, huh? Fine. Let me ask you a hypothetical question. A loaded merchant opens a massive luxury inn down in Hefei. Business is booming, money is flowing. Who's the first to swoop in and take a slice of that pie? Even if you claim your methods are different from the dark factions who just wreck the place. You guys flex your muscles so hard the owner has no choice but to lean on you. And if they don't pay for your protection, you back their competitors or call the cops to shut them down. Isn't that just robbery with extra steps?" Zhang Yilong looked smug, pointing a finger right at Nangang Zhang Hu. "That owner is a decent, law-abiding citizen, right? By your logic, you should just cheer them on. Why are you leeching off honest people like parasites?" Nangang Zhang Hu was stumped, stammering like a deer in headlights. "What? Leeching? I don't." Zhang Yilong clenched his fist, looking like he was ready to eat Nangang Zhang Hu alive. He was furious on behalf of the common folk, shouting, "You just called us the villains. But we only mess with merchants who are already in bed with the martial world. You guys, you fight other sects constantly for honor, which is just a fancy word for profit. From where I'm standing, we're both holding knives and robbing people. No different from thugs fighting over scraps. If the 9 great sects heard this coming from the 5 noble families, they'd probably laugh you out of the room." Zhao Hui watched, silently, thinking. Usually, guys built like that are missing a few brain cells. Suddenly, Wan Xiangxiao, watching from the Blood Jade, noted the bandit's logic sounded familiar. Zhao Hui took a deep breath, stepped up, and said, "There is a massive hole in your logic, my friend." Zhang Yilong snarled, "Hole? What hole?" Zhao Hui coolly raised a finger, pointing it straight at the bandit leader. "First off, those so-called rules you live by, they're full of cracks." Zhang Yilong scoffed, "Cracks? Are you serious?" Zhao Hui's voice was razor-sharp. "You preach about laws from 200 years ago, but just 7 years back, during the Great Famine, bandits hijacked the government relief grain meant for starving families." Zhang Yilong froze, unable to clap back. "That bandit crew on Mount Gaoshang in Anhui, Fengdai district, we know them as the Gaoshang Stronghold. They didn't just steal. They slaughtered innocent villagers and took every last grain of rice. Those people were hanging by a thread, and those bandits cut it without losing a wink of sleep. My father was one of their victims." Zhao Hui's eyes burned intensely. "And based on my intel, the leader of that stronghold, Yang Tianhu, was definitely one of the 72 commanders of your Green Forest Alliance. Can you look me in the eye and say your Green Forest law actually controls the thousands of bandit camps under your banner?" Zhao Hui's voice was like steel, shocking everyone with his fearless demeanor. "If atrocities like that happen in a small, fried territory like this, imagine what I'd find if I looked across the entire Central Plains. If the core rules of your organization are this flimsy, they aren't laws, they're suggestions, and bad ones at that." Right now, your green forest name is being used to crush the weak. So your whole argument that we are the same is total garbage. You complain that the orthodox factions don't respect your revised laws. Why should they? Why respect criminals who never actually change? Zhang Yilong stammered, hold on, that's just. The green forest is huge, okay? Cao Hui pressed. The attack. And here's the other thing. How we make money is fundamentally different. Sure, on the surface, it looks similar. The orthodox factions use pressure to expand their influence and secure deals, which might look like you guys kicking down doors with swords. But here's the kicker. Do you have a code of chivalry? Do you help people when they screw up? Do you help strangers in a crisis? Have you ever actually looked at the faces of the locals in Hefei when they talk about the Nangong family? Do you see fear, terror, jealousy? No. You see genuine admiration. They respect the Nangong family because they actually protect people. That respect is for the justice they uphold. Did anyone put a gun to their heads to make them feel that way? No. Zhang Yilong glanced over at Namgung Zhang Hu. The man was standing there, radiating confidence and pride, not an ounce of shame in his posture. Cao Hui continued his verdict. Look, I'm not saying the Nangong family is perfect. There are definitely some arrogant jerks who use the family name to feed their own greed. Namgung Zhang Hu twitched, feeling a bit called out but smart enough to keep his mouth shut. Cao Hui pointed squarely at Zhang Yilong again. But they have spent generations taking care of the vulnerable. They suffer when the people suffer. They celebrate when the people celebrate. That connection? You guys don't have that. That is chivalry. That is justice. Internally, Cao Hui was thinking, these guys block roads, threaten travelers, and demand tolls, then have the nerve to preach philosophy? Honestly, I should just wipe them all out. Zhang Yilong looked back at Kang Dazhou and the rest of his crew with a weary expression. Now you know why I tried so hard to avoid talking to these guys. Man, I really hate being a bandit. Kang Dazhou gasped. Young boss? It was clear Cao Hui's words had completely dismantled their worldview. Zhang Yilong immediately unclasped the green blood robe from his shoulders and tossed it into the dirt like it was trash. Kang Dazhou and the gang freaked out. Whoa, he just ditched the robe. Zhang Yilong shrugged, totally unbothered. I never understood why you guys hype up that cloak. I only wore it because the old man gave it to me and the fabric was tough. His voice turned ice cold. Go tell the old man I'm done. I'm leaving the stronghold. Kang Dazhou and the bandits started hyperventilating. Young boss, wait. But Zhang Yilong ignored them, walking straight up to Namgung Zhang Hu and Cao Hui. So, he asked, what do I gotta do to join the Nangong family as a fighter? Zuo Yun jumped in. Seems that way. Suddenly, his vibe shifted from casual to dead serious as he pressed. But seriously, why jump us? You guys gotta have a reason, right? Spit it out. Zhang Yilong decided to keep it real. Look, I need a solid, he admitted. Can you guys help me out? Zuo Yun raised an eyebrow. Help with what? Yilong scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. I seriously want to join the Great Young Dragon Society, but I can't figure out a way to get in with my current reputation. Cao Hui was totally speechless. In his head, he was screaming, wow, this dude has absolutely zero filter. He just spills everything. Zuo Yun snapped, clearly annoyed. Wait, you pulled all those crazy stunts just to get a membership card? Yilong gave a cringe smile and shrugged. Yeah, my bad on that one. Hue Shiming crossed his arms, acting all high and mighty. Fine, we'll treat you like a grunt for the Namgung clan for now. But if you're really 17, shouldn't you show some respect to your elders? Skipping the formalities just makes you look like an uncultured brat, you know. Yilong blinked, looking a bit guilty. How old is the crew? Zuo Yun replied, aside from Lady Susu, literally everyone here is older than you. Yilong flashed a million-watt smile. Got it. I'll play nice since I'm one of the good guys now. He unleashed the ultimate weapon, puppy dog eyes so sparkly they practically radiated pink hearts and purred, Big Brother Zhao. Cao Hui shuddered, feeling a full-body cringe. Dude, stop. That gave me instant goosebumps. Keeping that nauseatingly cute expression, his eyes twinkling like stars, he turned toward Namgung Zhang Hu. Brother Namgung Zhang Hu wasn't having any of it. He snapped, one more syllable, and I will literally gut you. Yilong pivoted to Zuo Yun, face glowing with innocent baby energy so bright it could light up a cave. Panic mode engaged, Zuo Yun whipped out a sealing talisman like he was exorcising a demon. Back off, don't you dare. The only one immune, or rather, infected, was Namgung Susu, her eyes sparkling just as hard. Brother Yilong, she chirped. Yilong beamed back, Sister Susu. And just like that, night fell. 2 weeks later, the convoy was closing in on the destination. Inside the carriage, Namgung Susu stretched her arms and arched her back, groaning. Oh, road trips are the worst. I would kill for a proper bath right now. Zhu Qiuyun stayed professional. Hold on, we're almost there. We'll hit the first checkpoint soon. Zhao Hui raised an eyebrow. Checkpoint? Zhuo Qiuyun explained. Mount Hua is huge, but they can't handle this entire mob of martial artists all at once. The 5 great families are gathering at the inn ahead first. We'll start seeing the other clans' banners on this road. Suddenly, Hua Ximing popped the window open. Speak of the devil, I think that's them. Zhu Qiuyun looked out and spotted a yellow flag emblazoned with the black tortoise. Peng Clan. Nam Cung Zhang Hu rolled his eyes so hard it hurt. Unbelievable. I have to hang out with those brainless steroid junkies. Yilong peeked out, eyes widening with curiosity. Whoa, who are the beefcakes? I've hung out in bandit dens, and even those dudes aren't that jacked. In front of him stood a wall of pure muscle, guys looking like they ate rocks for breakfast. They were flexing hard, wearing gear that looked like fish scales. The young master of the Peng clan, the new Blade King Peng Kuo, sized them up. That guy's build is insane, better than anyone his age. Peng Kuo was chilling on a giant log, lost in his own hype. Real men need power. The blade is the ultimate weapon, pure, unadulterated destruction. Swords, just fancy spears. And don't get me started on kicks or hidden weapons, cheap tricks for weaklings. 3 years ago, I hadn't mastered my blade or my strength, so I took a loss. That Mount Hua punk tricked me with his flashy flower sword style. Not this time. I'm going to smash him and prove that raw power is the only law in this world. My blade is supreme. He was mid-mental flex when a minion ran up. Young master, the Zhuji and Namgung squads just pulled up. Peng Kuo didn't even blink. Ignore them. They're irrelevant. Suddenly, he did a double take. Leading the pack was a massive, hulking beast of a youth holding a spear. Peng Kuo had no idea this guy was actually the lowest on the totem pole, while the real VIPs walked behind him. Since when did the pretty boy Namgung clan breed actual men? Before he could react, Yilong grinned at him. Ha, nice gains, bro. Let's arm wrestle. Peng Kuo raised an eyebrow. Arm wrestling? Pure muscle only. No internal energy hacks. Peng Kuo's eyes lit up finally. A worthy challenge. Yilong gave a cocky smirk. Trust me, if I used energy, I'd snap your arm like a twig. Garbage talk. Peng swung his massive blade, chopping down a nearby tree to create a makeshift table. He slammed his elbow down. Get over here, kid. It took 2 seconds of trash talk to start the match. The terms, best of 3. The clan soldiers formed a circle, turning it into an impromptu fight club. The cheering was split right down the middle. Nobody had the edge yet. Zhao Hui couldn't believe his eyes. He nudged Zhuo Qiuyun. Why are they doing this? Yun shrugged. Honestly, he's fitting right in. That's just how the Peng family rolls. While everyone else was facepalming, Susu was totally into it. She thought it was the coolest thing ever. Her admiration made Namgung Zhang Hu want to crawl into a hole and die. Meanwhile, the match was heating up. Yilong's veins were bulging like vines, his face turning tomato red. Peng Kuo wasn't looking much better. Sweat was pouring down his face so hard he could barely keep his eyes open. Suddenly, the scale pattern on Peng Kuo's shirt glowed. Bam! He slammed Yilong's hand down in a split second. His crew went wild. That's our young master. Beast mode. While they chanted Blade King, Yilong jumped up, fuming. Damn it, you used energy. I didn't think you'd actually cheat. Accused of hacking in real life, Peng Kuo froze. He looked dumbfounded, knowing he couldn't exactly talk his way out of this one. Even his own hype squad looked betrayed. For real? You actually cheated, boss. Wow, that's kind of cringe. Red-faced and stuttering, Peng Kuo tried to save face. Can we go again? Yilong stretched, looking away dismissively. Not a chance. Zhao Hui was reeling. Wait, did he really just push the Blade King to the brink? Is he even human? Suddenly, the heavenly sword god chimed in from the void. Think about it. That kid has to be a descendant of the Blade Emperor. They're the rare breed in the martial world who prize raw muscle over internal energy. Zhao Hui was confused. But why would physical strength ever beat internal energy? The sword god broke it down like a gym philosophy 101 class. It's the age-old debate. Do you condition the body first to build a vessel capable of holding God-tier power? Or do you cultivate internal energy first to blast open your meridians before hardening your muscles? There's no cheat sheet for these questions. Kid, this argument has been running since the dawn of martial arts. The real trick is balance, not playing favorites. If you get too hung up on one method, you get tunnel vision. Your mind gets rigid. That's exactly why these guys can't touch the Shaolin monks. Even though Shaolin is famous for external hardness, they don't slack off on the internal meditative stuff either. The biggest problem with your attackers, they think holding a sword is beneath them. They've got this weird, unhealthy obsession with a saber. With a twisted mindset like that, you can't master anything, let alone high-level martial arts. Hearing the sword god go on this rant, Trieu Huy looked a bit defeated. He muttered, "So, does that mean the old saying 100 days for the spear, 1,000 days for the saber, and 10,000 days for the sword is just total nonsense?" The old master scoffed. "You really think mastering the spear only takes 100 days? Look at Zhang Fei. He spent his whole life grinding through hell with that serpent spear of his. Even if Zhang Fei had swapped his spear for a sword, do you think his enemies would have dared to cross the Changban Bridge? Not a chance. True, the sword packs a lot of power and flows better in its moves, but it's pretty shallow too. Think the sword is the king of weapons just because of that. The real reason there are so many sword sects out there is simply because hand-to-hand combat styles hadn't really taken off in the Central Plains yet. You can't mix a saber with fist techniques smoothly. Only the sword vibes perfectly with all forms of martial arts." Just as the old man finished, Trieu Huy telepathically messaged him, "Wait, didn't you basically just say the sword is the best?" The sword god, getting called out by Trieu Huy like that, just gave a goofy laugh. Did it sound like that? Trieu Huy sighed, totally done with the old guy's antics. He thought, well, I wouldn't be surprised. It'd be weirder if the literal sword god didn't think swords were number one. Inside the Blood Jade, the sword god shook his head. It's not just bias. Back in the early days of the martial world, a lot of fist styles were just people copying animals. If those moves hadn't evolved, we'd all still be maining bows and arrows right now. Let's be real. The bow is the actual MVP of warfare. But when complex fist arts appeared, things changed. Think about it. Why do you think Zhang Sanfeng, the guy who founded the Greece Wudong sect, adapted his Tai Chi fist into Tai Chi sword, specifically the Enlightenment sword style? It's because he literally couldn't do that with a saber. A blade just doesn't flow with Tai Chi mechanics. So, while the sword isn't the only king, it got the title because of how it meshes with the history and culture of Central Plains martial arts. Trieu Huy hadn't even finished saying swords are king out loud, but a sensitive hothead like Peng Kuo imagined the insult anyway. He ground his teeth, eyes bulging out, and snarled, "I bet you think those flimsy little toothpicks are superior. Huh. Talk about bad timing." Out of nowhere, this guy is getting aggressive, and Trieu Huy felt a spike of fear. If that dude threw even one punch, Trieu Huy would probably be spitting out teeth. He was frozen, not knowing what to say, but luckily Zhang Hu stepped up and said, "Do me a favor and just ignore whatever garbage is coming out of his mouth." Peng Kuo was so mad he practically had lightning shooting out of his eyes. His muscles rippled as he barked, "Why wait until we get to Mount Hua? Let's settle the score from 3 years ago right here, right now." Zhang Hu stayed cool as a cucumber. Since when does a loser who just got clapped by a rookie soldier from the Nam Cung family have the guts to challenge me? That comeback was like rubbing salt in an open wound. Peng Kuo froze, completely dead inside. Zhuo Qiuyun appeared out of nowhere, patted Peng Kuo on the shoulder, and said, "Hey man, life's a roller coaster. Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. Cheer up, buddy." Peng Kuo slapped Zhuo Qiuyun's hand away, shouting in pure rage, "Get lost, you devil's huge. Last year I lost to your illusions and got stuck in that 9-palace maze for 3 whole days. It was absolute torture. Just looking at you makes me want to twist your head off." Zhuo Qiuyun just turned his head back and asked, "Chill out. By the way, where's the Tang family? Weren't they with you?" Peng Kuo grumbled. "They bailed. Said they're staying at a different inn. The Sima family also said they're sitting this one out, so I guess the gang's all here. Let's roll." "Roger that." And just like that, Trieu Huy's crew set off for Mount Hua. They were marching along this insanely narrow path, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk single file. Trieu Huy was sweating buckets, feeling absolutely miserable. He thought, whoa, how do people even live up here? Do they just not care about trading or talking to the outside world? This is nuts. Zhang Natlong glanced back at Peng Kuo, who was panting like a dying dog. With a super smug look, he asked, "You look a little winded there, big guy. Want a piggyback ride?" Immediately, Peng Kuo slammed his chest and yelled, "I'm not tired at all. If anything, I should be carrying you." Others weren't having as much fun as that killer Zhang Natlong. Lady Su Su was totally gassed. Between heavy breaths, she managed to say, "Huff, puff. I really hope the 5 great families host the next Young Dragon tournament." Hoa Min, seizing the opportunity like a true simp, heard Su Su's complaint and immediately turned around with a confident grin. "Lady Su Su, allow me to carry you." But his offer got shut down instantly. Before he could even feel sad about the rejection, Zhuo Qiuyun jumped onto his back, which annoyed him to no end. Talk about immature brats. Watching that noisy group, Zhang Hu felt they were all painfully weak. Without a word, he stomped his foot, launching himself dozens of yards forward in a single leap. Peng Kuo wasn't about to lose. He shouted, "All right, you want a parkour battle? Let's go." Instantly, Zhang Nat Long cut right in front of him, blocking his path just to mess with him. A while later, an ancient architectural wonder appeared before them. But, of course, there were still hundreds of stairs to climb before they actually reached it. This killed the mood for Trieu Huy, Zuo Qiuyun, and the rest of the crew at the back. An old man standing at the entrance greeted the newcomers. "Welcome, everyone. You must be from the 5 great families. Thank you for traveling such a long way to be here." The first one to bow respectfully was Zuo Qiuyun. Junior Zuo Qiuyun pays his respects to the elder of the Manhwa sect. The old man smiled warmly. "You look familiar. You participated in the Young Dragon tournament 3 years ago, right? How could I forget the young master of the Zuo Qiu clan? Come on in, quickly. Mount Hua is a great place to wash away the fate of the road." "Yes, thank you, elder." And so, the whole group headed inside. The heirs from the top-tier families were rolling in from all over, dapping each other up and exchanging fake pleasantries. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy decided to ghost the social hour and slipped away to a quiet corner. Trieu Huy arrived at a spot where cherry blossoms were drifting down like slow-motion snow. Taking in the scenery, he thought, it's not huge, but it's definitely got that zen, high-class aesthetic. Even the heavenly sword god stared at the petals and got all philosophical, saying, "These blossoms survived a brutal, bone-dry winter, just to pop off and announce that spring is officially in the house." The scent of the flowers was a total classic. Suddenly, that rude brute Truong Nat Long crashed the party. He let out a loud, "Whoa," and hollered, "Check out this view. It'd be absolutely legendary to hike up here with a jug of wine and get wasted while reciting poetry." Trieu Huy looked at Nat Long's face, which honestly just begged to be punched, and asked, "You're 17. Bro." Already addicted to the bottle, Truong Nat Long flashed a cheesy grin and clapped back. "Isn't 17 exactly the age when you're supposed to chug strong wine and laugh at the world?" That line convinced Trieu Huy that this guy was the ultimate bandit, just hopeless. Then Nat Long asked, "So who are you, anyway?" "The Nam Cung squad said they're protecting you, so I figured you were part of their clan, but you don't really match their vibe." Trieu Huy shrugged. "I'm just a merchant, dude." That actually surprised Truong Nat Long. His face turned into a giant, curious toddler's as he said, "A merchant? You're in sales? Does that mean you're loaded? Like, filthy rich?" "Ugh, hiking all day has me starving. Bet it's gonna take forever for them to serve the grub. Why is cooking in the martial arts world so extra? First grilling, then stir-frying. It's too much." Trieu Huy explained. "Chill. They can't just throw some instant noodles at VIP guests from the 5 great families. It's gotta be fancy." Truong Nat Long was literally drooling, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Man, back in the day, food was just a chunk of meat on a bone, roasted over a fire. Simple. I don't get why they have to overcomplicate everything. Trieu Huy listened to him and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, this guy is a legit chaotic bandit. But then, a light bulb went off in Trieu Hui's brain. Wait a minute, why didn't I think of that before? Thanks to this random chat with Truong Nat Long, Trieu Huy zoned out, diving into deep thought. He realized he just stumbled onto the golden ticket that was going to launch his future business empire into the stratosphere. Trieu Huy was speechless. What's the breakthrough of the modern food industry? Fast food, baby. Tasty grub, super cheap, reasonable prices, and you don't have to wait forever. McDonald's is the GOAT for a reason. Trieu Huy sighed, internally face-palming. How could he forget he's literally from the future? Even though he had memorized all these killer recipes, he wasted his time trying to fix the pathetic culinary scene of the Central Plains. All right, brain blast time. Flour and salt for buns easy. Yeast? I can use new rook. The distillery probably has tons of that stuff. Ground meat is a piece of cake to get. Lettuce. Sauce. Okay, no tomatoes for ketchup. But there are plenty of other sauces that slap. Sugar is definitely in stock. After a quick brainstorm, Trieu Huy made a decision he definitely wouldn't regret. He flashed a grin at Truong Nat Long. Hey, you want to do some business with me? Truong Nat Long gave him a cold look. Business? For real? Trieu Huy went into sales mode. It's nothing too crazy. I'll fill you in on the deets later. Trust me, you won't regret it. Truong Nat Long laughed, looking satisfied. All right, bet. Since I'm one of the good guys now, I guess I don't need to rob people for cash anymore. Haha. Trieu Huy's eyes practically glowed red, like he just trapped a loot goblin. He thought, this naive fool. If only everyone was this simple. He pulled a piece of paper from his robe. This right here? It's called a business contract. Trong Nat Long looked at it like it was alien tech. Ooh, a contract. Trieu Huy broke it down gently. Nothing fancy. But peep the salary line. 50 taels of silver a month. How does that sound? Trong Nat Long was shook at the number. 50 taels? He thought, man, my whole bandit crew doesn't even pull in 30 taels a month on a bad run. He stammered, totally flustered. Wait, you're legit gonna pay me 50 taels every single month. Trieu Huy kept it cool. Don't waste my breath. If I wasn't serious, I wouldn't have said it. Trong Nat Long got a bit nervous. Look, I'm a righteous martial artist now. You're not gonna ask me to whack anyone or do anything shady, right? Trieu Huy replied, nope. You just gotta stand in one spot. Trong Nat Long was baffled. Just stand there? That counts as a job. Trieu Huy chuckled. Haha, chill. I'll explain the whole gig to you eventually. Suddenly, someone made an entrance at the main gate, striding into the courtyard like they owned the place. Everyone froze and stared. Someone shouted, it's Trieu Long from Manhwa, the hottest rookie in the martial arts world. This Trieu Long guy was slim, moving with this smooth, lazy grace, but his aura hit different. As he glided in, Trieu Huy was internally impressed, thinking, whoa, the vibes around this guy are next level. The sword god picked up on Trieu Huy's thoughts and explained, that's the Peach Blossom Energy Transformation, also known as Peach Blossom Generative Power. It's a unique internal style that mixes Tai-Than cultivation with the Wudang sect's Peach Blossom technique. It's honestly top-tier stuff. Trieu Huy wondered, is it even better than the legendary Heavenly Sword style I learned? Meanwhile, Trong Nat Long piped up enthusiastically. Yo, let's go introduce ourselves. Trieu Long from Mount Hoa bowed to Truong Ho. Thanks for making the long trip out here, sir. Truong Ho bowed back. Trieu Long, you're looking sharper than ever. Trieu Long replied with a condescending tone. Actually, you're the one surprising me. Your energy channels aren't trash anymore. You've actually improved quite a bit. Truong Ho thought, annoyed. I hate the way this kid talks. Total arrogance. But I guess he's still human. But that ego is going to drag him down a dark, lonely road. The soul in the Blood Jade watched this unfold and commented, he's got mad talent and hit the peak early, but he's too obsessed with his own hype. That's dangerous. The sword god flipped out. What is that Mount Hua punk doing? I'm gonna crush him like a bug. Trieu Huy reacted fast to stop the sword god from raging. Whoa, hold up. You can't crush anyone, remember? This is my body, dude. Please chill out. The sword god was still fuming. If I don't check him right now, that kid's gonna be a walking disaster for the whole martial arts world. Trung Van spoke up. I heard the prizes from each sect are massive this time. Hope everyone brings their A-game. Cao Cao Van bowed and added, pleasure to meet you. Mr. Trung Van too. It's been 3 years since we last crossed paths. Trung Van too bowed back, dripping with sarcasm, always an honor. Young Master Jia Cat. Let's hope this time you actually live up to that treasure of humanity nickname. Ta Hao Vane, the big brain strategist of the Zhuge clan, let out a dramatic sigh and said, man, from the high and mighty perspective of the Mount Hua sect, I guess the 5 great families look like straight-up bugs to them. The clout these 9 great sects have held onto for all these years is honestly kind of impressive. Trung Van To, giving off major main character energy, did a fake humble bow and said with a snarky tone, you've got it all twisted. How would I dare talk trash in front of the legendary genius of the Zhuge clan? If I offended you, my bad. Ta Ko Vang was annoyed, thinking, even his apology sounds like he's picking a fight. Banquet burst out laughing and hollered, wahaha. For the weakest guy here who only knows how to throw flower petals around, you sure do yap a lot. Trung Ventu didn't even bother engaging with the meathead, leaving Banquet on read as he turned away. Nam Cung Tu spoke up, asking Trung Ventu, long time no see. So, what's the legendary loot for this year's Young Dragon tournament? Trung Van To replied, you already know about the 7 treasures pill and the divine ink steps. Our sect leader announced that those are actually the prizes for the next tournament. This time, we're dropping the divine sun sword and the 10,000-year-old ice silver. The crowd instantly hyped up after hearing the rewards. The background NPCs started whispering, wait, aren't those the legendary artifacts that went MIA after the Great War of the Martial World? Trung Van To explained, straight facts. The Divine Sun Sword and the 10,000-year-old Ice Silver are treasures from the Sun Temple and the North Sea Ice Palace. Ta Ko Van was trying to guess the plot twist when Trung Van To interrupted his train of thought. Exactly. The martial gods family sent them over as prizes for this event. The vibe instantly got chaotic. Trieu Huy thought to himself, the martial gods family? Is he talking about the Sima clan? A random martial artist shouted, does that mean the Sima clan is actually pulling up to the tournament this time? Trung Van To shut that down immediately. Nah, they let us know they can't make it, just like usual. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, laughing comfortably. Trung Van To looked at the crowd with pure judgment, thinking, are they really that terrified of the Sima name? Do they think they can surpass Mount Hua? Suddenly, Trieu Huy broke the silence. Oh, I get it now. Trung Van To looked back and spotted Trieu Huy. Trieu Huy continued loudly. That narrow mindset and massive ego of yours have no place in Taoist martial arts. The core technique of Mount Hua is pure. A demon like you shouldn't be allowed to grow on this holy ground. Trung Van To shot him a death glare. Trieu Huy stood his ground looking heroic, but internally he was freaking out, thinking, I didn't mean to say that. I just couldn't resist the sword god's intimidation tactics, so I had to speak up. Trieu Huy boldly continued. It looks like the demon god's influence has already corrupted Mount Hua. Trung Van To and the other Mount Hua disciples stared at Trieu Huy with pure malice. Trung Van To's eyes were bulging with hate. The purple underworld demon god. The first demon to ever appear in the martial world. He was the first leader of the heavenly demon cult and the ultimate symbol of evil. His martial art was called the purple underworld demon art, and every righteous fighter cursed its existence. His body was always covered in purple hellfire whenever he stepped onto the battlefield. But the sudden appearance of Mount Hua's internal energy looks suspiciously like that demon art. The purple underworld divine art possesses overwhelming power that makes people tremble, infinite internal energy, and even that purple fire looks way too similar. Secret rumors started spreading everywhere, and the Mount Hua sect actually visited other clans to prove what their art really was. Back then, the most respected martial artist, the one-son sage of the Tai family, confidently declared in the Great Hall of Wudang that Mount Hua's art was 100% righteous with zero demonic energy. Trung Van To stared daggers, radiating intense killing intent, and said, that drama was settled 100 years ago. I can't believe someone is bringing it up again. You've got a death wish. The sword god furiously spoke to Trieu Huy. Scram. Trieu Huy, totally confused, replied, why do you keep telling me to scram? This is my body. If you offend everyone standing here, how am I supposed to explain my way out of it? Cao Cao Van suddenly stepped between them to play peacemaker. Haha. Come on, guys. Why are we acting up at such a big event? There will be plenty of chances to throw hands later, right? Trung Van To, looking like he wanted to eat Trieu Huy alive, demanded, drop your name. Trieu Huy jumped in to do damage control. This is Trieu Huy, a guest of the Nam Gong family. He's still a total rookie with zero experience, so he doesn't know how to act. Please let it slide. Trieu Huy was annoyed and mentally questioned the sword god. Great. In the blink of an eye, I become an inexperienced noob. This is all your fault. Sword god, please stop raging. I'll give you a chance to do whatever you want when no one is around. I don't like that guy either, the sword god replied. Trung Van To turned his back and walked away. The sword god quietly suppressed his rage. Cao Cao Van said, all right, intros are done. Let's all head to our rooms. After some time passed, night completely covered Mount Hua. In front of Trieu Huy's guest room, he stood in the courtyard. At this moment, the sword god had fully possessed the body. Testing out the controls, the sword god said, this body is actually usable now. The sword god, piloting the body, scanned the buildings at Mount Hua and detected 2 purple internal cores. He stomped down, cracking the ground beneath him. Trieu Huy's body immediately shot into the air, looking like he was gliding through the sky. In the dead of night, the full moon illuminated the mountain. Trieu Huy's silhouette softly drifted into the courtyard of a separate villa. The sword god landed in the center and unleashed a massive wave of internal energy to bait Trung Van To. Feeling the overwhelming pressure right in his front yard, Trung Van To immediately jumped out of his room, thinking, who is emitting such bloodthirsty energy? Trembling before the aura the sword god was releasing, he stuttered, who are you? The sword god just used his gaze to manipulate his internal energy, wrapping it around a random sword on the weapon rack, and pulling it straight into his hand. Trung Van To was terrified, thinking, telekinesis? Even a grandmaster can't do that from that distance. The sword god stood tall, in the middle of the courtyard, channeling power into the blade until it sparkled like it was powered by the stars themselves. Shining like a nebula in the cosmos, the sword god fiercely said, show me your moves. Trung Van To felt mocked. He glared angrily and activated his signature purple internal energy. Toxic fumes swirled around like smog before snapping together at the sword's tip. He sneered, you want a show? Fine, watch closely. Catching a glimpse of that half-demon, half-human glitch state, Trieu Huy just shook his head. Just like I thought. You use spiritual filters to mask your vibe. No wonder you fooled all the NPCs out here. But here's the thing, you can hide the files, but you can't change your operating system, right? That messy fight you just pulled? Definitely a mashup of a demon's soul and that twin flame hack. Trung Vantu's face looked extremely salty. Having a total stranger read his entire build like an open book made him grind his teeth in frustration. He was spiraling, wondering how this random dude knew about the twin flame technique. Trieu Huy pointed his sword tip right at the guy's nose. Spoiler alert, your fancy double fire trick isn't gonna stop my blade. As soon as he said it, blue starlight started popping off around Trieu Huy. Instantly, those specks of light morphed into the image of swords. It was the flowing heaven sword, meteor shower. Just hearing the name sounds flashy, kind of like that Return of 10,000 Swords move. The second Trieu Hui's eyes flashed, those swords locked onto Trung Van, to like heat-seeking missiles. Seeing that barrage of blades coming in hot, Trung Van, too, could barely keep his balance. He knew if he didn't block this, it was game over. He immediately spammed his defensive skill, Plum Blossom Condensed Fragrance. True to its name, the sword move created a wall of plum blossoms to tank Trieu Hui's attack. But let's be real, how could a guy like Trung Van, to make any, waves against a sword god? His little flower shield was basically just background decoration for Trieu Hui's swords to tear through. Trung Van didn't even have time to process the lag. Dozens of blades turned him into Swiss cheese, making him scream in agony. After landing the hit, Trieu Huy said, "I've already snuffed out your twin flames. What's the plan now? You got any excuse left to fight the real human hiding inside you?" Trung Van looked absolutely pathetic. He looked like a walking meat shield right now, but he was still yelling, trying to gaslight the situation. After all, the sword of Mount Hua is not an evil blade. Is that so? Trieu Huy dropped those 3 words and raised his sword above his head, the blade glowing with blue starlight again. Trung Van felt like his avatar was about to shatter, so he panicked. "What are you doing to my body?" There was a sword and a silk strip already inside him, just piercing through. Before he could figure out what was happening, from the inside, it felt like dozens of swords were bursting out. His screams got louder and louder. He couldn't stop the blades from shredding him apart. Trieu Huy said, "Now you've really gone against the medicine god's wishes. Show me the truth about this divine body everyone keeps hyping up." Trung Van stared at him. At this point, the guy was nothing but noise and a blood-soaked mess. Trieu Huy asked coldly, "On a scale of 1 to 10, how wrecked are you right now?" Suddenly, Trung Van's eyes shot out purple energy. His body got wrapped in that toxic aura, looking exactly like he was entering a demonic rage mode. He screamed, "Shut up! Stop talking nonsense! Shut your mouth! Shut it, you pathetic jerk!" Trieu Huy pointed his sword forward. "So, it's an inner demon. Taoists are supposed to carry a desire for a peaceful exit, yet you get swallowed up by such cheap ambitions." Barely finishing his sentence, Trieu Hui's sword already slashed. That one strike deleted Trung Van's inner demon into the void. His body just flopped over and collapsed right onto Trieu Huy. Trieu Huy caught him, but his eyes were locked on a nearby room emitting the exact same energy signature as Trung Van. Immediately, Trieu Huy jumped, the impact cracking the surface around him. Inside that room, Trieu Huy spotted. There was an old man writing something. That guy was the 28th sect leader of Mount Hua, 2. Tin Kem Duong Thien Dan. He was chilling, but suddenly the room he was working in started shaking like an earthquake. This totally shocked Duong Thien Dan, but he was even more spooked when a voice from outside echoed right inside his head. "Show yourself." Duong Thien Dan looked terrified, staring at his hands, which wouldn't stop, trembling. He thought to himself, "This aura. Telepathy? A vague state forcing me to go there? This person must be some kind of high-level sage. I have to go, meet this expert." But the moment he opened the door, Duong Thien Dan was instantly shook because what he saw was the bloody body of Trung Van, sitting next to a young man he'd never seen before. Duong Thien Dan ran over, yelling loud, "What have you done? How could you act so savage?" Trieu Hui's face looked furious. "A guy who craves power and injected toxic garbage into his own disciple. You dare talk to me about being savage?" That clap back from Trieu Huy made the old man's face turn pale. Trieu Huy reached out and an invisible spiritual lasso appeared again, but obviously, regular people couldn't see it. Trieu Huy said, "I don't care how much you cultivate, you're still human. You can still be swayed by ambitions that go against the code." Suddenly, the sword Trieu Huy used earlier got snagged by the spirit rope and yanked right back to where Trieu Huy was standing. "Sword in hand," he said, "if you were truly a cultivator, you'd end your greed, desire, and suffering with death. But instead, you dare to corrupt the next generation too." The sword tip Trieu Huy held started glowing. This light wasn't simple at all. Old Duong Thien Dan got hit by the reflection. and immediately coughed up blood on the spot. He panicked, thinking, just the sword aura radiating from his blade broke my meridians. Sword of peace energy. I can't resist it. He's like a god. Someone like that shouldn't be interfering in the mortal realm. He didn't know he was facing the sword god Trieu Huy, so he was full of doubts. Duong Thian Dan's whole body was shaking as he asked, "This is our dynasty's business. Why is the celestial realm interfering with us?" Trieu Hui's eyes suddenly radiated energy. He said, "I'm not the high-level sage you think I am. I'm just a guy bound by a Blood Jade. Getting involved in your drama isn't really my favorite idea. However, I will speak up for the martial arts community. Plus, I've taken over this body, so technically, I'm a human right now too. In the name of the ancestors, I'm asking my descendant one more time. Can you let go of your ambition and your inner demon?" Hearing this, Duong Thian Dan immediately shouted, "Who are you to dare?" Before he could finish, a wave of Trieu Hui's hand turned all the matter around him into nothingness. The house, the land of Manhwa, gone with a flick of the wrist. When everything dissolved into the void, old Duong Thian Dan woke up in terror. His eyes bulged, and his legs gave out because he couldn't stand up anymore. Trieu Huy walked closer and said, "If you keep pretending to be a preacher of righteousness for the Mount Hua sect, do you really think you'll survive the rage of my sword?" Inside Duong Thian Dan's head, a light bulb went off. In the entire history of the martial world, only one dude ever packed this kind of insane firepower. The sword god, the guy with a literal glitchless blade. Zero weaknesses. The old man's guess was dead on, but right now, he was getting grilled. Trieu Huy stepped up, sword in hand, his voice dropping like a 10-ton weight. "I warned you, but you're way too obsessed with this edgelord demonic path. You're so deep in the sauce you can barely find your way back. That black plum blossom energy is still flickering inside you. Just come clean. There's still a shot for you and for the Hoa Sun sect." Boom. Golden light exploded from Duong Thian Dan's energy core. The whole area turned into a light show, looking like fireflies raining onto the trees, covering the whole mountain. He was feeling the vibe, his own personal way. His aura exploded outwards. Inside Trieu Huy, the sword god smirked. Finally, the black plum blossom blooms. Suddenly, the waterworks started. Old man Thian Dan began bawling like it was his first time crying. Voice trembling, he stammered, Could it be? Am I actually?" Seeing the meltdown, Trieu Huy said, "Think of it as a hard reset. Nature's rolling out the red carpet for you. Congrats, sect leader." Thian Dan looked up, heart racing. The legend passed down for 300 years the black plum blossom had actually bloomed. He looked at the kids smiling at him and realized, this guy wasn't human. He'd leveled up to full immortal status. With golden energy swirling in his eyes, the old man asked, "For real, are you actually the sword god?" Trieu Huy didn't say a word, but the silence screamed yes. That was all the confirmation Thian Dan needed. He immediately bowed, full respect mode. "I owe you big time for the lesson and for saving my soul." As soon as the words left his mouth, he looked up and Trieu Huy was gone. Poof. Now he noticed Trung Van To passed out cold in the courtyard. He rushed over, scooped him up. A dramatic spotlight from the sky hit the master and student hugging. He whispered, "Please forgive me, kid." Ho-san was dead silent. 0 people knew what went down that night. Back in his room, Trieu Huy got his body back from the sword god. But the flashbacks, terrifying. He thought, just one word from that guy felt heavier than a mountain. He soloed the entire Hoa Sun sect with one move. The sword god clapped both Trung Van To and the sect leader. Is he the strongest in the dynasty just using sword aura? Could the Emperor's army even scratch a guy who flattens his sect with one hit? I gotta talk him out of messing with the mortal world. If there's a demon in Hoa Sun, it's the one I signed a contract with. Next morning, at Hoa Sun, that elder from the entrance stood center stage, hands up, yelling, "Let the games begin." The crowd had been waiting 3 years for this, so the hype was real. Everyone thought they were the main character of this anime. In the crowd, Trung Ho was scanning the area, thinking, "I'm gonna win this." But where's Trung Van To? Suddenly, Trung Nyo Long walked up. "Yo, brother Ho. Sleep well?" Just the greeting ticked Ho off. He cleared his throat. "I warned you." Remembering his junior sister crushing on this guy, he thought, "Don't call me brother with that punchable face." Behind them, Trieu Huy was chatting with Ta Cao Ven. "Tell me more about this 10,000-year ice crystal." Ta Cao Ven was happy to explain, but Trung Ho butted in to mansplain it first. Ta Cao Ven glared at him. "Dude, can't you see you're interrupting?" Trung Ho had skin thicker than a tank, so he ignored the shade. He turned to face Trieu Huy. "The ice crystal? It's legendary loot from the North Sea. For ice users, It's a god-tier item. Also works as a miracle cure for women with terminal illnesses. Basically, priceless. Trieu Huy asked, "What's the visual?" Trieu Huy shrugged. "Never seen it in real life, but rumor says it looks like an ice coffin. Perfect spot to grind ice cultivation levels." Hearing this, Trieu Huy couldn't hide the hype. So it's basically an infinite mana battery. Cao Cao jumped back in with the lore. It showed up after a war. Legend says this North Sea ice crystal has been around for 1,000 years. Hearing 1,000 years made Trieu Huy twitch with excitement. He immediately asked, "So, what's the meta for this tournament? How do we fight?" Cao Cao thought for a second. "Ooh, that's up to the devs, the organizers. I'm clueless." Trieu Huy watched them guessing and getting nowhere. He stepped forward, mocking them. "You guys just stand there buffering. All thought, no action. Why not actually do something?" Trieu Huy grabbed a random Hoa Sun participant. "Hey, friend. I'm from the Nam Cung Clan. Break down the loot table for this tournament." The guy blinked, surprised, then put on a customer service smile and bowed. "Oh, heard a lot about you. Big fan. The prize for the combat winner is the Azure Sun Sword. Goes to the winning clan." Trieu Huy was relieved he already had a sword, so he didn't need that trash. He asked, "What about the ice crystal?" The guy answered, "Oh, that's the prize for the academic bracket." Trieu Huy froze. "Academic what?" Cao Cao stood behind him, looking smug. "It's a debate on calligraphy and painting. If you don't have a degree in arts, you're toast. It's basically kryptonite for us meathead warriors." Suddenly, Trieu Huy did a complete 180. His eyes lit up. "How do I sign up? And is it starting right now?" Cao Cao explained, "Academics isn't like the arena. It starts whenever the judges feel like arguing." Trieu Huy pressed. "Oh yeah? So who took home the trophy last year?" Before Trieu Huy could even finish his sentence, Cao Cao was already giggling like a schoolgirl, nodding with that "I'm the main character" vibe. "Yup, that's totally me." Zhao Hui was low-key obsessing over the Van Tuong Tao inside the Blood Jade. He decided to ghost his average painting skills for a minute. "If I want to tap into Elder Zhao Shan's brain, I gotta bait him into a philosophical roast battle." "Yo, I think the show's starting." Zuo Chuyun checked out the mob gathering downtown. The center of attention was some loudmouth looking like a total nerd, flexing a fan like he's cosplay royalty. He goes, "Anyone brave enough to step up and test their brainpower against me?" Zuo Chuyun hid half his face behind his fan, scheming. Should we crash this party?" Right then, Lady Susu pulls up on the nerd and goes, "I accept your challenge." Seeing a girl wanting to throw down on philosophy shook the scholar for a sec. He goes, "Be my guest. You pick the topic." Lady Susu yelled out, "Let's talk Han Fei's 5 Vermin." That's the book about the 5 types of pests that destroy a nation. Susu barely finished speaking before the scholar guy lost his cool. "You're seriously defending that trash philosophy?" Susu kept her cool. "I'm just here to drag Confucius. Honestly. What better topic?" The scholar guy was grinding his teeth so hard you could hear it. "Excuse me." Susu didn't stop. "Pretty sure everyone here knows Confucian idealism is a total scam that ruined everything." Standing next to Zhao Hui, Zuo Qiuyun was looking like the coolest guy in the squad. He decided to chime in on the drama. The Qin dynasty was built on legalism and collapsed in like 20 years. "Change the topic. Missy, you're gonna take the L." Suddenly, Zhao Hui took a deep breath and stepped into the ring. He moved toward the center of the debate looking like he was glowing, radiating big brain energy like some ancient sage. The reason the legalist school flopped during the Qin era is because they only cared about controlling and crushing people. If the system was actually fair and honest, the Qin dynasty wouldn't have folded so easily. Every word Zhao Hui dropped hit Zuo Qiuyun like a truck. He fired back, ignoring status and money. Equal treatment for everyone? Yeah, that's the legalist dream. Everyone knows that. The problem is, actually doing it is impossible. Take the Qin laws on cheating. If a guy gets caught with a married woman, he's executed on the spot. But ironically, who knows how many ladies the emperor was messing around with? The scholar guy wasn't having it. He yelled, "How can you treat the emperor, who holds the nation's fate, like a regular peasant?" Zhao Hui let out a sigh, dripping with sarcasm. "Great, another social justice warrior." The scholar didn't realize Zhao Hui was calling him an idiot who loves drama. Zhao Hui asked, "What's the basics of Confucianism again?" "Whether you're up in heaven or down here, everyone's equal. Whether you're a king or a farmer digging in the dirt, there's one simple fact. They're both human." Isn't that Confucianism 101? But you're acting like kings and regular folks can't be compared. Are you saying one is human and the other is an animal? Zhao Hui's logic had Zuo Qiuyun spinning. He tried to argue. Confucianism says the nation is just a big family. The emperor is the responsible father protecting everyone, and the subjects are his kids. Back to Trieu Huy. He pointed a finger at the sky, voice sharp. That right there is why people hate Confucianism. You're twisting concepts for your own benefit. It's just a fancy way to give the emperor special privileges. At least be honest about it. Trieu Huy's words blew the minds of the crowd standing nearby. They were sweating bullets, realizing, wait, is Confucianism just gaslighting the people? That's what Confucius taught? Lady Su Su closed her eyes, vibing with the wind. Trieu Huy shouted, basically, calling the emperor the father is just an excuse to give him a free pass, right? Let me ask you again. Can you stand there and say that everyone is equal, and the emperor is the father don't contradict each other? Are they really not clashing? Do they actually support each other? If everyone is equal, then having kings and commoners on different levels makes zero sense. Or are you saying the emperor isn't human, so he gets special perks? The crowd on the sidelines was buzzing. Most of them thought Trieu Huy was spitting straight facts. I'll say it again. The Qin dynasty crashed because the law wasn't applied fairly to everyone. It didn't matter who you were. It failed because the punishments were way too extreme. The scholar guy's face went blank after Trieu Huy's rant. He looked confused and asked, you mean there's another way to enforce laws besides punishment? Trieu Huy thought about all the brutal torture methods and replied, punishment isn't wrong, but here's the catch. Those punishments were psychotic. Death penalty for cheating, branding faces with hot iron, ripping out tongues for lying. You think that's okay? You think those laws are fair? Only the weak and powerless end up suffering. That's why the law needs to change. You gotta separate major crimes from minor ones, and split the punishments between fines and physical stuff. Effectiveness is key. If the law doesn't work, what's the point? Trieu Huy's words hit everyone like thunder, whether they were uneducated or so-called experts. They were all stunned by his logic. Zuo Qiuyun couldn't help but ask, so how do you decide what's a major crime and what's minor? Trieu Huy replied, depends on the country. But for me, if you hurt someone or threaten their life, that's a felony. Everything else is a misdemeanor. That's just how I see it. Zuo Qiuyun had never heard a breakdown like that. He thought, this guy talks like a legalist but knows his Confucian stuff too. Trieu Huy was now the main attraction at Mount Hua. Even the muscleheads were hooked on his words. Minor crimes are things like stealing property, mocking people, or ruining someone's reputation. The first one gets you a fine or jail time. After a quick lecture on modern legal concepts from his old world, Trieu Huy wrapped it up. Citizens gotta have the right to vote freely without some big brother watching over their shoulders or laws tying them down. A real government needs to step up and actually serve the people, not just rule them. Trieu Huy realized he was wasting a metric ton of spit arguing with these guys. Crap, he thought. I might have gone a bit overboard with the soapbox speech. Cao Cao and the crowd around him suddenly turned their attention to Trieu Huy like he was the latest viral trend. Even total strangers were gossiping about him. Cao Cao tapped his chin with a card, looking deep in thought. So, power to the people. I dig most of that, but that last part, handing that kind of power to regular Joes, sounds like a recipe for disaster. Trieu Huy shot back. Why do you think that? The scholar dude suddenly had an epiphany and chimed in. Exactly. Forget the theory, how can you trust the fate of a nation to a bunch of peasants who can't even read a stop sign? They don't know jack about running a country. That high and mighty attitude made Trieu Huy's blood boil. He stared the scholar down. Look, I respect your diploma and all, but that doesn't give you the right to treat everyone else like uneducated trash. A person's worth isn't about whether they can write poetry or paint pretty pictures. Take a farmer working from dawn till dusk. He knows how to respect his folks. He knows how to love and protect his wife and kids from thugs. He knows what it takes to be brave against bandits. And he knows enough about kindness to share his harvest with the neighbors. And you have the nerve to call them stupid. The dumbest thing a smart guy can do is assume regular folks are idiots who need babysitting. Trieu Huy felt incredibly badass after delivering that roast. Just then, Van Turing Tao made his grand entrance, looking majestic as heck. Step aside, kid. Trieu Huy let out a huge sigh of relief. You got it, boss. Take the wheel. It was the first time he gladly handed over control. With Van Turing Tao in the driver's seat, Trieu Huy's aura just skyrocketed. Radiating a chill level of confidence that was off the charts, he asked, all right, what's the game plan? How are we settling this? Cao Cao wanted in on the action, snapping his fan open. Count me in. Let's discuss the classics, specifically the opening of the Great Odes from the Book of Songs. Van Turing Tao closed his eyes for a sec. The Great Odes, huh? I'm gonna need some paper and ink. Cao Cao signaled his crew, and a servant rushed over immediately. Right away, sir. Speaking through Trieu Huy, the ancestor said politely, much appreciated. He gracefully knelt on the mat to grind the ink. Just the way he moved his hand showed he was a total pro at calligraphy. Cao Cao watched, impressed. Whoa, check that out. Trieu Huy picked up the brush. His grip was solid as a rock, yet the strokes flowed like water. Watching him work was like seeing a masterpiece come to life in real time. Stroke by stroke, the characters appeared on the crisp white paper, oozing pure style. Every single line was a work of art on its own, coming together to form something legendary. The crowd stood there with their jaws on the floor, eyes popping out of their heads. They couldn't stop whispering, "Dude, that is next level." Cao Cao was shaking just watching it. What in the world, he thought. How can a 20-something kid write like an ancient master? No way. Knowing when he was beat, he bowed his head. I fold. You win. The crowd went nuts. Cao Cao gave up. The guy hadn't even touched his brush yet. The dude who was talking smack about challenging Trieu Huy just accepted his fate. I lost, he said. May I ask for your name, sir? Right at that moment, Van Tung Tao handed the controls back to Trieu Huy. Still riding the high and thinking about his prize, Trieu Huy blurted out with a grin, "Haha, refrigerator." The scholar totally missed the context and bowed respectfully. Master Refrigerator, you've really opened my eyes today. Like the old saying goes, there's always a higher mountain. Trieu Huy turned beet red, waving his hands frantically. No, I'm not a fridge. I'm Trieu Huy. The scholar nodded. Ah, my apologies. Master Trieu Huy. The sun went down, bathing Mount Hua in a golden glow. Back at the villa, Trung Van To woke up feeling like he'd been run over by a truck after Trieu Huy beat him to a pulp. His master, Dung Thiem Dan, came to check on him. You awake, kid? Feeling any better? Trung Van To replied weakly. Yeah, master. I think so. Suddenly, tears started streaming down Trung Van To's face. Dung Thiem Dan sighed. Let it out, son. Don't bottle it up. Trung Van To grabbed his master's hand and bawled his eyes out like a toddler. Boo-hoo, master. Dung Thiem Dan hugged him, feeling bad for a warrior who lost his mojo. I get it. Don't worry. I'll help you get your groove back. Trung Van To sobbed, full of bitterness. That wasn't the Nam Cung clan's sword technique, I swear. Looking at his broken student, Dung Thiem Dan advised. Look, it's best you don't dig too deep into that. You gotta let that hate go. I know it sucks, but you have to move on. But Trung Van To was consumed by rage, eyes practically popping out of his skull. No way. I'm gonna train until I drop. Whatever it takes. Dung Thiem Dan flared his energy, his eyes turning that signature Mount Hua gold. Out of nowhere, a golden sword appeared, decked out with glowing peach blossoms. Trung Van To gasped. Is that, Master, did you achieve the Heart Sword realm? That's right, he replied. Trung Van To stopped crying, sniffing the air. It smells like peach blossoms. Dung Thiem Dan kept a straight face. Even with this power, I wouldn't bet money on beating him. Trung Van To was speechless, like he'd just been struck by lightning. His level is way beyond anything human, the master continued. Seriously, holding a grudge against a monster like that is a bad idea. The next morning, sunshine was hitting Mount Hua. Inside a tea house, Trung Ho slammed his hand on the table, clearly ticked off. Giving up? Seriously. Cao Cao just shrugged. Yep, that Hua Shan kid. Trung Ho was boiling over. He really has the guts to tuck his tail and run like that? Trieu Huy watched awkwardly, seeing Trung Ho fuming. He thought, well, the Sword Saint did go full beast mode on him. No wonder he's traumatized. Suddenly, Trung Van To walked in. Trieu Huy blinked, thinking, recovered already? That was fast. Trung Van To walked straight up to Trung Ho and Ta Ko Vun. I have to pull out of the fight for personal reasons. Hope you guys understand. Trung Ho jumped up, furious, yelling, Why on earth are you flaking on the Thieu Long tournament? Trung Van To obediently pointed at himself and humbly admitted, My kung fu is glitching out. Truong Ho, surprised, replied, You mean your internal energy? Trung Van To looked like a zombie and sluggishly said, It's not that bad, just. Truong Ho sighed, Thank God. Trung Van To explained, You don't know how long I've waited for this day. I'm not dodging you guys. Please chill out. Next time we meet, I definitely won't turn down a match with you all. Before he could finish saying goodbye, a hand gently landed on Trung Van To's shoulder. It was Trieu Huy. Trieu Huy started. Anything can happen in this world, right? Bet you prepared for this? Trung Van To was still suffering from major PTSD, like a kid who just got the belt from his dad. Terrified, Trung Van To quickly swatted Trieu Huy's hand away and said, Back off. Trieu Huy was confused. I'm just talking to you normally. But the trauma hadn't healed. Trung Van To collapsed to his knees screaming, Go away. Don't come near me. Truong Ho, Cao Cao Van, and Banquet stood nearby, watching the scene in stunned silence, totally curious about the situation. They all shot side eyes at Trieu Huy with confused, slightly fearful looks, making Trieu Huy feel super awkward. Cao Cao Van sharply asked, "What did you do to trigger him like that?" Trieu Huy loudly defended himself. "Oh, so you think all I do is cause trouble? That actually hurts my feelings." Cao Van gave him a suspicious look and replied, "It's not just this. There's got to be something shady going on." Banquet took a wild guess. "Bet you dragged him into some dark alley and beat the daylights out of him, didn't you?" Trieu Huy was speechless, thinking to himself, "No way, I'm a sword saint, show some respect." Truong Ho also looked at Trieu Huy. Trieu Huy immediately clarified, "I told you, it wasn't me." Truong Ho mentally replayed everything he knew about Trieu Huy. "I don't get it. A martial arts prodigy who can go toe-to-toe with the undying sword, a music genius who blew the mind of the #1 beauty in Hop Phi, Nam Cung Zhang, a math whiz who countered the strategies of the brilliant Jia Cat Clan strategist, a philosopher who changed the worldview of martial artists, and a literary talent who puts emotion into every word. Who is he really?" Trieu Huy sighed and said, "All right, I'm leaving the mountain now." Cao Cao Van surprisingly asked, "Right now?" Truong Ho provoked him, saying, "The match hasn't even started and you're scared, so you're running away?" Trieu Huy innocently replied, "You're the genius swordsman of the Nam Cung clan. Of course I have to avoid you. Do I look crazy enough to fight you?" Truong Ho froze, only managing to utter, "Oh." He thought, "Not what I expected," then said, "So you're just dipping, not staying a bit longer?" Trieu Huy totally ignored Truong Ho and walked away, slowly approaching Truong Nat Long, who was sleeping face down on a tea table in the corner. Trieu Huy said, "Young hero Truong." Truong Nat Long, half asleep, replied, "Who's a hero?" Trieu Huy quickly said, "Didn't you agree to work for me? You need to understand the contract you signed." Truong Nat Long slowly pulled the contract out of his clothes and excitedly said, "Oh, levels. Is that a job title?" Trieu Huy replied, "Think of it that way. If you do well, you level up fast. Higher level means higher salary." Truong Nat Long excitedly grabbed the contract like he held a bright future in his hands, exclaiming, "Let's go." Little did he know, Trieu Huy was snickering internally. If he knew the tasks coming up, would he still be smiling like that? Trieu Huy seriously said, "I don't know when I'll get to Hop Phi, so arrange for the Nam Cung side to go first. I'll send you a letter. When you get the letter, go to the location I request." Truong Nat Long smiled and said, "Okay, HV." Trieu Huy immediately corrected his lackey, "Say that again, properly." Truong Nat Long obediently said, "Big boss." Trieu Huy gave a thumbs up in approval, then walked over to Truong Ho, Cao Cao Van, and Banquet bowed, and said, "Thanks for rolling with me. I learned a lot." Truong Ho waved goodbye and said, "If you want to leave, there's no stopping you. See you in Hop Phi." Then Truong Ho curiously asked, "What are you planning to do with that 10-year-old crystal?" Trieu Huy suddenly realized the problem. Oops, how am I supposed to carry that heavy thing to the sword tomb? Trieu Huy had to ask for a favor. "Can I ship it to the Nam Cung place?" Truong Ho happily replied, "Sure, but I need to hand it to someone to receive your stuff." Cao Cao Van, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, "I'll do it." Problem solved, Trieu Huy happily said, "Thank you very much." On some mountain peak reaching the clouds, Trieu Huy was on his way down Mount Hua, resting on a rock. The place Trieu Huy was at was Cam Tuyen Cliff, Shaanxi. Trieu Huy anxiously asked the Blood Jade, sword saint. Trieu Huy got no reply and put it back away, sighing. He hasn't said a word for 3 days. How am I supposed to know where the sword tomb is? Damn it. Suddenly, a noise rang out. Someone intentionally stomped hard on the ground to get Trieu Hui's attention. Strangers with red eyes radiating malice were looking at Trieu Huy and said, "Who's this?" Trieu Huy was startled, looked around, and thought, "These guys are the Red Feather Gang." The bandits were surprised that Trieu Huy recognized them even though they were wearing masks. The bandits shouted in unison, "How did you know?" Trieu Huy sighed, "Your chest muscles are showing right there. At least cover them up, guys." The bandit leader shouted, signaling the other bandits, "This brat is insolent. Get him, capture him." Trieu Huy put his hand out to stop them, saying, "Hold on." The rude bandit leader swung a massive punch toward Trieu Huy while saying, "Make him shut up first. If he gets a word in, we'll be the ones losing out." Trieu Huy was surprised and a bit scared. Why? Why is everyone I meet so abrupt? The pros about the body A show. Bandit leader swung a powerful fist close to Trieu Huy and cursed, "Shut your trap, you dog." Trieu Huy instinctively stepped back and swung his fist toward the bandit leader. The two fists collided, compressing the surrounding air with pressure that felt like it could blow the bystanders away. The bandit leader was shocked that Trieu Huy could block him. He furiously screamed, "This bastard isn't normal. Are you trying to act like you're special? You mess with a vicious, evil faction like us, you're done for." Trieu Huy got angry and lost his cool, swearing, "Damn. You're ganging up on just me. How many of you are there total? And you still dare to call yourselves men? Typical uneducated jungle bandits, that's all you are. Using 10 to fight 1? Who does that? Just sit down, calm down, drink some tea, and discuss mutual benefits. Let's see. Why is this sissy talking so much?" The fierce voice of Kang Dai Chao rang out. "Enough." He slowly approached with sharp eyes. Trieu Huy was surprised and said, "You're the leader of the Blood Bear Gang." Kang Dai Chao, wearing women's clothes and sporting Neza-style hair buns, appeared looking fierce and said, "Fate brings us together again. What's with that expression?" Trieu Huy didn't know what to say, seeing the strong, fierce Kang Dai Chao appearing in such an outfit. Trieu Huy regained his composure and continued, "Humph, you really stick like a leech. Now all of Shangzi is crawling with all kinds of weird cults." Kang Dai Chao shot him a look pure enough to curdle milk and let out a cold, nasty chuckle. "Listen up, kid. That fancy martial arts throwdown at Mount Hua is like 25 miles away. You could scream until your lungs explode, and ain't nobody coming to save your sorry behind." Zhao Hui thought, "Damn, dealing with these smooth-brained bandits is painful. Did they trade all their brain cells for bad breath, or were they just born this dense?" Zhao Hui tried to talk his way out. "Look, bros. I've been to Anhui maybe once or twice tops. I got zero beef with anyone in the underworld. I'm not about that life, okay?" He flashed the Azure Heaven Gold badge like a VIP pass. "See this? I'm a straight-up VIP guest of the Nam Cung family, not to mention the owner of the Heavenly Sword. Try using those peanut-sized brains for a second. You touch one hair on my head, and the entire Nam Cung clan will turn you into fertilizer. You really want that smoke?" Kang Dai Chao's eyes bugged out, radiating pure murderous vibes. "If I just chop you up into little bite-sized pieces and scatter you all over the mountain, the wolves are going to eat like kings tonight." Zhao Hui started sweating bullets. "Geez, these psychos talk about dismemberment like they're discussing the weather." He shouted back, "Yo, you think offing me is going to solve your problems? Think again." Kang Dai Chao froze. Cat got his tongue. Zhao Hui kept the hustle going. "I bet some boss of yours ticked off the Nam Cung family, right? But going all cavemen on me isn't going to fix a mess that big." One of the crusty old bandits stepped up to Kang Dai Chao. "Boss, stop letting him run his mouth. He's trying to play us." Just then, Zhao Hui flicked a silver coin into the air. It rolled right to the old guy's feet. Instinct took over, and he snatched it up instantly. Zhao Hui smirked, thinking, nothing hacks a moron's brain faster than the sound of cold, hard cash. Another bandit pulled a shiv and barked, "What's the angle, punk?" Zhao Hui tossed another coin at him. Pure reflex kicked in, the guy dropped his knife to catch the loot. Kang Dai Chao screamed at his crew, "You useless idiots. You call yourselves members of the legendary Greenwood Alliance? You're embarrassing me." Suddenly, Zhao Hui whipped out a solid gold ingot, grinning like a shark. Kang Dai Chao did a double take. "Is that real gold? You think you can bribe the leader of the Blood Bear Gang with just one bar? I mean, I want it." His brain said no, but his greedy hands were itching. Zhao Hui tossed the gold right at him. Kang Dai Chao caught it and instantly turned into a puppy dog. "Ahem. So, what can we do for you, sir?" Zhao Hui laid it out. "You keep the cash, every cent I got. I keep my life and walk away. Deal?" The bandits were practically drooling, blinded by the bling. "Deal. No problem. Hey, boss, we get a cut, right?" Dang, this kid is absolutely loaded. Zhao Hui was boiling on the inside, but he tried to channel his inner zen. Confucius once said, "A gentleman waits 10 years to serve revenge cold." He sighed. It had only been 3 days since he last ignored the old sage's advice. Why does moral philosophy always pop up when I'm getting robbed? His life just one big loop of chaotic nonsense. Suddenly, a voice echoed from his Blood Jade. "Is that really how you see it?" Zhao Hui blinked. "Huh. Elder, you're actually talking to me." The Blood Jade went silent again. "Great. Ghosted by a rock." Back in reality, Zhao Hui turned to the bandits. "So, gentlemen, am I free to bounce?" The bandits, mesmerized by the pile of loot, just waved him off like a fly. Yeah, beat it. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Actually, just never come back." Zhao Hui was so salty he could have seasoned a steak, but he walked away while they were distracted. He muttered to himself, "Enjoy it while it lasts, you shameless jerks. I'll be back." He continued his trek toward the sword tomb, looking like a lonely figure against the massive mountains. Inside the jade, the sword god seemed deep in thought before dropping a bomb. "I will not show myself to you again." Zhao Hui thought, "Check out this drama queen, always plotting something. He's getting more toxic by the day. If passive aggressiveness was an esport, this guy would be Grandmaster rank." Then it hit him usually. The old man would explode after a roast like that. "Wait," Zhao Hui asked, "are you actually mad at me or something?" The sword god's voice was ice cold. "We need to reach Autumn Valley. Immediately." Zhao Hui scratched his head. "Autumn Valley? Never heard of it. Is it on the map?" "Follow that white birch tree," the sword god commanded. "Stick to the ridge until you see the burnt edge of the forest. Then, climb that mountain." Zhao Hui spotted the tree and his stomach dropped. "You want me to do more cardio? Come on, chief. I just atoned for my sins. Look, just possess my body again, you could speedrun us to this valley in like 2 seconds. The sword god snapped. "Quit your yapping. The sun is going down. Move your legs, now." All right, geez." Zhao Hui mumbled, defeated. He reached the spot the sword god mentioned. The mountains were skyscrapers of stone, absolutely massive and breathtaking. But Zhao Hui wasn't enjoying the view. He was clinging to a sketchy ledge halfway up, listening to the wind howl. "Man," he whimpered, "this is way too extreme. Why do I have to be Spider-Man right now?" He was dangling in the middle of nowhere. One look down gave him instant vertigo, and the wind was trying its hardest to yee him off the face of the earth. In front of him was basically a vertical wall. The sword god nagged him, "If the sun sets before we're up, we are in deep trouble. When it gets pitch black, you're gonna wish you stopped complaining and started climbing." Zhao Hui gripped the rock until his knuckles turned white. "I'm so getting payback for this," he thought. "I just made a tiny joke and now he's being petty. He's definitely torturing me on purpose with this shortcut." The sword god roared in his mind, "Silence. Is this all the resolve you have? You're worthless. You run your mouth about revenge all day long, but you don't even have the guts to climb a pile of rocks." That hit a nerve. Zhao Hui thought about how he had to bribe those bandits with his entire life savings just to survive long enough to be here. Rage fueled him. His eyes snapped open, blazing with determination. He wasn't going to die here. He summoned every ounce of strength and started scrambling up the cliff face, hand over hand. He screamed. Slow and steady wins the Ra, but he jinxed it. In his rush, he stomped too hard on a foothold. Crack! The rock shattered under his foot. Gravity took over instantly. He was free falling. Desperate, he clawed at the cliff face, trying to find friction, screaming as the world blurred past him. Whoa! Trieu Huy totally lucked out, managing to stick the landing on a jagged rock ledge while he was basically free falling. Gasping for air like he just ran a marathon, he looked down nervously and wheezed, clutch landing. Seriously, thank God for this rock. Trieu Huy was playing it safe this time, burning every last calorie to reach the spot the sword god had hyped up. Finally, right before the sun dipped, casting that golden hour glow over the valley, Trieu Huy slapped his hand on the cave's ledge. Dude looked absolutely wrecked, like he was ready to faceplant any second. His hands were hamburger meat, completely shredded from clawing at jagged rocks. Gasping for air, he wheezed. So, this is the real deal. The sword god tomb. Sword god Tian just gave a chilly reply. You got it. Right now. Trieu Huy was standing at the mouth of the cave, basically high-fiving the clouds. You know what they say about altitude. The air gets thin up in the nosebleed section, so he was wheezing too hard to even step inside. Sword god Tian piped up. Whatever epiphany you get in this holy place is on you. Ditch the shady schemes and dirty tricks. Just walk in with a clean vibe. Trieu Huy blinked, confused. Wait, hold up. Are you telling me I've got roommates in there? Just echoes of the past, sword god, Tian replied. Trieu Huy fished a torch out of his inventory and sparked it up. Echoes, huh. Sword god Tian broke it down. The real treasure I found in this tomb isn't gold. It's the blade engravings. Those marks are the literal source code of this entire place. Trieu Huy forced a crooked smile while getting the flame going. Hold up, Gramps. I have 0 martial arts skills. You seriously expect a total noob like me to become a top-tier player just by looking at some scratches? Sword, God Tian snapped, his voice booming. Watch your mouth. I don't know which legend carved these, but don't you dare call him some average Joe. The guy was built different. Trieu Huy tiptoed into the cave, curiosity getting the better of him. Built different. So, what? Was he a literal god or something? Exactly. Sword god, Tian replied. These engravings are the legacy of a true deity. Even the Sword King gets called a god these days, but he never even dreamed of stepping into the ring with this guy. In the martial arts world, perfection is supposed to be a myth. That's what they taught me, anyway. But this guy's technique, it was literally flawless. How does a human being hack the system to reach that level of perfection? When I first saw the carvings in this cave, it gave me a total existential crisis. Everything I thought I knew went out the window. I was completely shook. Trieu Huy pressed on. So, what was his power level? Like, how OP are we talking? Suddenly, a gust of wind shot up from the depths. Trieu Huy swung his torch out, and the light revealed a cave that was absolutely plastered with slash marks. Every inch, every angle, the walls were scarred deep. Trieu Huy froze, jaw on the floor. Sword God Thean noticed his reaction and asked, "Wait, can you actually decipher those ancient texts?" I made hundreds of copies and showed them to every genius and scholar I could find, but nobody could crack the code. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy couldn't believe his eyes. He was freaking out because he recognized these symbols from his worst nightmare, high school physics class. We're talking vectors, connecting velocity points, instantaneous acceleration, and free-fall motion. This sudden blast of knowledge made Trieu Huy's head spin all over again. He realized this guy calculated the root of every sword move using physics, then divided it by his chi output to achieve instantaneous terminal velocity. He even wrote a formula for gravity based on the sword's specific weight. Trieu Huy started hyperventilating. Hold up, the only way someone knows these formulas. This guy had to be from the modern world. And a Korean, too. Sword God Thean nearly jumped out of his spectral skin. The old man couldn't keep his mouth shut, stammering, "Why? Are you saying the master who left these behind is from your home dimension?" Trieu Huy pulled himself together, keeping a poker face. Bingo. When was this cave discovered? The old master replied, "It's been known for at least 1,000 years. Trieu Huy paced around with his torch, scanning every variable and equation. He thought, a modern guy got dropped in the Central Plains 1,000 years ago, and he just used raw physics to grind his sword skills. To this god-tier level, did he really carve his name in history just based on these ruins? An image popped into his head, a warrior gripping a sword, wearing nothing but a loincloth from the waist down, hair flowing long like a lady's. The old master interrupted his thoughts. I've wondered that too. The final sword scar he left behind wasn't something a human could do. It's weird, though you'd think someone with that kind of insane power would be famous in the martial arts world, but he's got zero clout. Trieu Huy couldn't even picture what that final trace would look like. Sword God Thean's face went pale as he asked, "Hey, did you notice how weird the layout of the Autumn Valley was?" Trieu Huy replayed the hike in his head. Now that he thought about it, yeah. Normal valleys zigzag and curve, but this one was a perfect straight line, like a laser beam. Sword God Thean dropped his voice to a whisper. That entire Autumn Valley, that is his final sword strike. Trieu Huy's brain short-circuited. He imagined a mountain getting sliced in half so deep it looked like a natural canyon. He couldn't hold it back, and just let out a curse. Holy crap, you're telling me that massive, 4-kilometer-long canyon was made by a dude? Trieu Huy started pacing the small cave again, trying to process. He craned his neck to read the scribbles on the ceiling. Day 24 of analyzing the wall, I realized he deleted any sword moves that physics couldn't explain. For example, he tossed out all the spiritual woo-woo and ghost magic stuff. After that, he categorized the moves. Group A, applying vector products with first-order variations. Group B, moves needing replacement coefficients for second-order variations. And finally, the heavy hitters, moves complex enough to cause optical illusions. By the time he compiled all the formulas, 100 days had flown by. And those 100 days, they had Trieu Huy's brain running on overdrive. He looked wiped out. This guy was a beast, he thought. Talk about dedication. We're from the same world, just different timelines. Bummer. He kept reading the wall. Day 120 of the wall study. The basic attacks from the major clans have been optimized to a level even higher than their so-called ultimate moves. However, there's an outlier. The Shaman Sect's dual mind ocean technique. It's a move that maximizes the value of a function containing a variable. By splitting your consciousness in two, you can run two sword skills simultaneously. In mathematical terms, this allows multiple variables to exist at the same time alongside a constant function. This one needs more lab time. Day 139. The only things left in my brain are points, lines, and planes. Why do the trajectories curve at that specific coordinate to minimize drag? Instead of centering my gravity, I gotta use a linear transformation. Time to switch it up. Man, I tried my best, but my tendons and bones just aren't built for this kind of stress test. Using chi is turning out to be a total dead end, too. Am I just stupid? I only just realized the reason it curves is that the limit of motion can actually be mapped out by the human body. After 180 days of staring at this wall, theoretically, I can simulate light speed movement. But here is the glitch in the system. My squishy mortal body can't handle the reboot during the formula execution. Doesn't matter how perfect the math is, if the hardware crashes, the software is useless. It's all going to be a total wash. Why didn't I see this basic truth earlier? At the end of the day, you gotta hit the gym first. I need a body that can actually survive and regenerate after going through that intense formula. Day 487 of studying this wall, and once again, I'm reminded of how fragile we humans really are. I picked a random moving point on the wall and tried to see how many sword strikes it would take to hit it perfectly. Total count, 720,642,020 times. Took me 2 whole years just to replicate a simple motion vector connecting point A to point B. Is this formula even possible for a flawed mortal like me? This isn't something you can unlock just by grinding stamina stats. I need a different cheat code. Trieu Huy was feeling pretty salty about that country bumpkin dude. Just one simple slash from him took me over 700 million tries to replicate. It really made Trieu Huy wonder if that guy was even human or some kind of NPC glitch. There was still a ton of content to learn, so Trieu Huy kept grinding, reading every word. After 4,685 days of wall gazing, I finally realized that trying to use physics to fix unfixable bugs is just dumb. There's a reason Taoism and Buddhism exist. If you only train the body and skip the mental gains, you'll never completely master your own avatar. Ironically, the only way to upgrade your body to god-tier status is to cultivate the mind. By visualizing the mortal world as a living hell, I successfully mapped out my entire sea of consciousness. Deep in my mind, I could literally deconstruct myself down to individual atoms, or expand my ego to be bigger than the whole universe. Finally, in my mental simulation, every movement of every line and plane was reconstructed into a perfect whole. I don't even know when the line between my imagination and reality got deleted. Even when I don't eat, drink, or breathe, I still don't die. After 6,932 days of research, my body can now replicate and perform all the formulas flawlessly. But that's not enough. I can see the source code of every phenomenon now, just like Neo in the Matrix. Mother Nature's laws have completely merged with my skills. Do I even count as human anymore? I can feel the eyes of the great saints watching me. Suddenly, reading that line, Trieu Hui's body started glitching out. His aura flared up like crazy. In his vision, he saw a dude with white hair wearing a red loincloth, slashing out cold beams of light. One swing cut through mountains and severed rivers. No exaggeration. Sword God Trieu Huy couldn't help but shout, "Impressive. Too impressive. It took me 7 years to see the stars, but you saw the starlight instantly." Trieu Hui's body was in a trance, mumbling, "Heaven and earth meteor sword." The sword god, Trieu Huy, confirmed it immediately. Inside the gem, he was shocked and shook, thinking. He downloaded all that in 15 minutes, perceiving the meteor sword and the stars simultaneously. This is the highest level of enlightenment. The heaven and earth meteor sword has completely installed itself into this kid's soul. A genius? No, that word isn't strong enough to describe this destiny. So the heavenly way set this kid's path up from the start, and I'm just the bridge to his destiny door. Whatever the sword god inside the Blood Jade was thinking remains a mystery, but he was definitely hyped for Trieu Hui's future. Meanwhile, on the outside, Trieu Huy was vibing with these tiny lights surrounding his body. He had been lost in his headspace for 3 whole years without even realizing that a sword god genius was just born. The next day in Hefei, it wasn't the dusty Hefei of the past. It was looking insanely majestic now. Down on the fancy flower road stood a dude who looked super sharp, clothes perfectly pressed. He was the young master of the Kim family, Kim Truk-son. In front of him, a guy was leading a carriage closer. Seeing this, Kim Truk-son got annoyed and snapped, "Hey," I said, "take it easy." He snatched the reins and yelled, "You know how much this heaven cloud carriage is worth. Handle it with care, bro." The servant bowed nervously, sulking. "Sorry, young master. I'll go grab the reins right now." Ignoring him, young master Kim Truk-son cursed under his breath, dusted off his shoes, and hopped into the driver's seat of the heaven cloud carriage himself, cruising down the crowded East Market Street. Kim Truk-son was feeling good because this was his first time driving this whip to the river tower since he bought it. After driving a bit, he spotted a sign engraved with 5 words, Trieu Family Charity House. Suddenly, a gorgeous girl popped up next to him, smiling brightly. "Hello, valued guest. Welcome to the Trieu family's restaurant. What can I get for you?" A pretty girl out of nowhere. Kim Truk-son didn't know how to say no, so he ordered a meat sandwich and some black iced tea to cool off. The girl beamed, eyes crinkling. Got it. Please wait a moment. Kim Truk-sun watched her walk away, snickering to himself. In no time, his order was ready. The same girl brought out 2 trays of food with both hands and said, "Here is your order, sir. That will be 99 coins total." Kim Truk-sun handed her a silver coin, and she wished him a good meal. Inside his head, he was thinking, 99 coins? Why not just round it up to a silver? Even with 1 coin left over, I feel like I'm robbing them. He picked up the burger, took 1 bite, and the flavor of the grilled meat, mixed with the bun and fresh veggies, had him totally hooked. He took a sip of the black tea and felt his whole body dive into a refreshing ocean. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is legendary. Tastes this good and costs less than a silver, too cheap." Literally 0 complaints. Eating and drinking, happily on a street lined with lanterns. The lights at the entrance were blindingly bright. This was the river tower, majestic, loud, and bustling. It loomed right in front of Kim Truk-sun. While he was busy looking around in awe, he noticed another carriage nearby. Check out that ride. And let's talk exclusivity. This is a limited run. They manufacture maybe 5 of these carriages a year, tops. As soon as I stepped out, the valet at West Flower recognized me instantly. "Welcome back, boss. Young Master Nut Long is ready to serve you today." Hoa Tae-min hit them with the question, "How's the flower situation tonight?" Flower, by the way, being slang for the entertainers. The waiter flashed a winning smile instantly. "Don't you worry, sir. The selection tonight is absolutely top tier." Kim Truk-sun, watching from the back, spotted a waiter's name tag that read Bruce Lee and thought, "Bruce Lee? Seriously? Bet that guy knows kung fu." He stepped out of his carriage, slow-motion style. Immediately, a server rushed over to welcome him. "Young master, I'm Sammo Hung, at your service today. Have you picked out your personal wingman yet?" Kim Truk-sun blinked, totally clueless. "Wing who now?" Sammo Hung grinned with a knowing look. "First time, huh? A wingman is the matchmaker who sets you up with a beauty. Think of it as your personal dating consultant." Kim Truk-sun didn't say a word, but his face lit up like a kid in a candy store. Sammo Hung didn't miss a beat. "Trust me on this one, sir. Right this way." Then he flexed his authority at the valet, shouting, "This is the young master's ride. Guard it with your life." The valet nodded. "You got it." Suddenly, a loud commotion broke out nearby. "Huh? Why does that loser get in but I don't?" Outside a heavily guarded building with a massive line, some guy was screaming at the bouncer. Kim Truk-sun thought to himself, "Whoa, so this is the mysterious forbidden zone of the red light district everyone's been whispering about. Probably some drama involving Tu Jia Chao from the Ban family getting rejected in Hefei." The bouncer kept his cool, saying softly, "Can't do it, sorry. Please try again later, sir." The customer, clearly wasted, wasn't having it. "You trying to scam me? Do you have any idea who I am?" The bouncer's eyes turned icy sharp. "Sir, you're making this difficult." He cracked his knuckles, staring daggers at the guy. "Go home while you can still walk. Keep this up, and I'll rearrange your spine right here on the sidewalk." The drunk guy slurred, "Squeeze me." Suddenly, Truong Nat Long walked up with that resting villain face of his and asked, "What's the drama, Trinke?" The bouncer replied, "Nothing major, boss. Sorry to disturb you." Manager Truong, "Wait, no, it's owner Truong now." The drunk guy saw Truong Nat Long and his face went pale. Jaw hit the floor. Kim Truk-sun watched from a distance, impressed. Truong Nat Long glared and said, "I just got promoted yesterday, so I'm in a good mood. Drag your butt home before that changes." The drunk guy took one look at Truong Nat Long's terrifying aura and trembled. Yes, sir." He bolted like his pants were on fire. Truong Nat Long watched him run and then announced loudly, "Listen up. Happy hour is over. No more free entry." The staff immediately responded, "Understood." Kim Truk-sun, curious, asked Sammo Hung, "Free entry? You mean if I showed up before the dog hour, I wouldn't have to pay?" Sammo Hung waved his hand dismissively. "Nah, that rule doesn't apply to the guys. Just the ladies." Kim Truk-sun was shocked. "Only the girls?" Sammo Hung nodded. "Bingo. Any female guest arriving before the dog hour gets 3 jars of wine and snacks on the house." Truong Nat Long glanced over at Kim Truk-sun and Sammo Hung. He sighed and waved Sammo over. Sammo Hung hustled up. "Yes, boss." Truong Nat Long whispered with zero enthusiasm, "Aren't you being a little too friendly?" Sammo Hung's eyes sparkled with pure capitalism, like he'd just hooked a whale. "Boss." He arrived in a carriage. Truong Nat Long froze for a second, then instantly flipped the switch to customer service mode, shouting, "Someone get over here. We've got a VIP guest." The inside was mind-blowing, rainbow disco lights everywhere, people dancing on the first floor. guests chilling on the second and third floor balconies. The vibe was electric, literally just a modern nightclub. To be exact, it was an ancient-style nightclub created by Trieu Huy. It had a stage, private tables, and lighting that shifted depending on where the dancers were performing. Kim Truk's son, a total rookie at this, covered his ears because the bass was thumping too hard. Sammo Hung kept the sales pitch going. You want a private room, sir. If you want the ladies to really take care of you, a private room is the move. Kim Truk's son replied, nah, just get me a table. Sammo Hung was quick. Prices depend on the location, just so you know. Kim Truk's son, hearing this for the first time, was surprised. For real, Sammo Hung continued. See that spot right in front of the stage? Most expensive seat in the house, but totally worth it. You want that one? Kim Truk's son looked over. He saw the gorgeous dancers and his eyes turned into dollar signs. Done. Take me there. Sammo Hung, still in upsell mode, asked. And what are we drinking? Kim Truk's son innocently said, just bring me a bottle of the regular stuff. Sammo Hung frowned, looking offended. You're joking, right? You think a hottie is going to hang out with a guy drinking the cheap stuff? Sitting at a table like this, you need at least 2 jars of cold iced chrysanthemum wine. Kim Truk's son looked at the menu and nearly choked on the price. Seriously? 2 jars is 20 silver taels. Suddenly, the stage lights flared up. An MC shouted, tonight, our young master Cao has ordered the Snow White Pearl Special. Music started blasting. Kim Truk's son was like, Snowflake White, what now? The hostesses rushed off the stage toward the VIP section while the crowd went wild. 3 girls carried a wine jar, smiling like they just won the lottery. Who is the legendary young master Cao? The ceramic jar looked fancy as hell, sitting on a special platter that made it look like a holy relic. Kim Truk's son looked over at Hoa Tae-min's table and wondered, who's that clown? The hostesses, beaming, fought for attention. Young master Cao ordered the Snow White Pearl. What are you guys doing standing around? Oh ho ho. Sir, you were just too handsome. Hoa Tae-min sat there, soaking up the ego boost, then noticed Kim Truk's son. He smirked and gave a dismissive wave, totally mocking him. Kim Truk's son caught the shade and muttered, arrogant son of a. Feeling insulted, Kim Truk's son shouted, bring me a bottle, no. Make it 2 bottles of Snow White Pearl. Sammo Hung panicked. That's 100 gold taels a bottle, and you gotta pay up front. Kim Truk's son yelled, don't worry about it, just bring the booze. Sammo Hung grinned, yes sir. Coming right up, Truong Nat Long saw the spending war heating up and signaled a female staff member, one of the top hostesses. She looked at him and said, what's up, boss? I'm busy. Truong Nat Long gave her a sharp look. See that guy? Go give him the premium service. She glanced over and asked, what's the commission? Truong Nat Long replied, 100 taels a bottle. The hostess laughed. Ho ho ho, deal sealed. She marched over to Kim Truk's son's table and treated him like a king. Just like that, Kim Truk's son from the wealthy Kim family blew his entire fortune in less than a month. Meanwhile, at the business headquarters that evening, manager Trieu announced, the key player has arrived. Trieu Huy walked into the room and said, everyone sit down. No need to be formal. The long meeting table was packed with Trieu Huy's most trusted inner circle. Trieu Huy didn't waste time on pleasantries. What's the status on the ice chamber renovation? The guy in charge looked nervous. About that. I think we tanked it, boss. Tanked it. Trieu Huy snapped. Do you have any idea how much cash we dumped into that project? Explain yourself. The manager stammered. It seems like, well, the bigger the surface area, the worse the efficiency gets. We tried producing ice in one of the upgraded chambers, but the output barely budged compared to the old setup. Trieu Huy squinted. So, you're saying it just takes longer to freeze? The guy let out a heavy sigh. Exactly. Used to take half a day, now we're looking at a full 24 hours. At this rate, we're capping out at roughly 750 pounds of ice. Trieu Huy facepalmed hard, mentally kicking himself. Damn it. The first law of thermodynamics. Energy in a closed system remains constant, it just changes form. How could a modern guy like me totally blank on basic physics? We increased the mass, so of course the energy requirement went up. Rookie mistake. He sighed again. All right, moving on. How's the Coca-Cola project? The head chef jumped like he'd seen a ghost, trembling as he stepped forward. He presented a jar of the prototype. Trieu Huy took a calm sip, then slammed the jar onto the table. What is this garbage? It's even worse than the last batch. You scoured every hot spring in the region just to bring me this sad excuse for carbonated water? The chef bowed furiously, looking like a bobblehead. I'm sorry, I messed up. Trieu Huy glared. Go write 20 self-reflection essays. Now, the chef retreated, practically crying a river of tears inside. Brutal. Trieu Huy didn't miss a beat. And how's the Riverside Tower doing? Trung Neat Long beamed. Boss, our profits have literally doubled. Seriously, big bro. Trieu Huy was impressed. Man, and to think I originally hired this guy just to stand at the door and look pretty. Turns out, he's a total business prodigy. Quick learners show him the ropes once, and he masters the whole game. He's hustling customers day in and day out. He earned that spot. Trieu Huy drifted back to his thoughts. Making coke is tougher than I thought. Suddenly, Newt Long interrupted. Big bro, I've got an idea. Trieu Huy nodded. Spit it out. The 10,000-year ice crystal. It's the crown jewel of the Northern Ice Palace. That thing is legendary for generating ice and boosting the cultivation of anyone practicing ice-style martial arts. Trieu Huy looked blank, so Newt Long elaborated. So, basically, you could just hire a master expert in that specific field. Doesn't strictly have to be someone from the Northern Ice Palace. Honestly, I don't get why you're so obsessed with building our own ice chamber anyway. Trieu Hui's jaw dropped. He was speechless. Newt Long kept going. We don't need to bleed money every month on this useless tech. Instead, if you just secure that 10,000-year ice crystal, the experts will flock to you. Look, all martial artists are the same. We strike a deal. Let them use the crystal to train, and in exchange, they act as our human ice machines. Way better, right? It was like a light bulb exploded in Trieu Hui's head. The kid's a genius. He actually felt a pang of shame. What have I been doing messing around with fridges when the Northern Sea exists? I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe I used to bully this guy and call him a brainless meathead. There's no denying it anymore. He's got a brilliant business mind. Trieu Huy stood up and addressed the room. All right, who wants a trip to the Northern Sea? Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone froze because the Northern Sea sounded like a nightmare. It's super far north. A round trip takes a solid year. That place used to belong to the locals back in the medieval era and World War I times. Then the shaman clans swept through like a hurricane and absolutely brutalized the Northern Ice Palace. They captured the Northern Sea King alive, paraded him around to humiliate him, tied him up, and starved the guy to death. Knowing the commute was hell, Trieu Huy sweetened the pot. 1,000 gold taels to whoever brings back the ice technique. Newt Long's eyes lit up at the cash. He shot his hand up. Big bro, let me handle it. Trieu Huy shook his head. Not you. He thought, I need him here to keep the Harbin Hall running smoothly. So, who else fits the bill? Suddenly, an idea struck. Trieu Huy turned to the general manager. Hey, what are those scumbags up to these days? The manager looked confused. Scumbags? Which ones? Sir. Trieu Huy clarified. You know, the buff dudes covered in red bear tattoos. Oh, right. You ordered us to cage them for the good of the people, so they're rotting in the basement dungeon. Trieu Huy tapped his chin. How long has it been? Have they recovered yet? The manager nodded. It's been about 6 months. That long? Huh. Trieu Huy ordered. Bring them up. The manager bowed and hustled out. Moments later, he returned. I've got them, sir. They're waiting in the hall. Trieu Huy waved a hand. Just send the leader in. Yes, sir. Step by heavy step, Kang Dai-cho shuffled in. The guy used to be a mountain of muscle, a total six-pack Chad. Now, he was a shadow of his former self, skinny, frail, looking like a strong breeze would knock him over. His gaunt face screamed starvation. Newt Long was so shocked he almost choked. He jumped up, eyes wide. Brother Khan, is that seriously you? Kang Dai-cho dropped to his knees, shivering and sobbing uncontrollably. Boo-hoo, you monster. Newt Long rushed over, panicked. What the heck happened to you, man? As Kang wailed, Trieu Hui's face darkened. He shot a razor-sharp glare. Cut it out. Stop with the melodramatic waterworks. Quit crying and get over here. Newt Long, sharp as ever, read the room instantly. If the boss is treating him like dirt, there's only one explanation. Brother Kang must have crossed a line. Kang Dai-cho struggled to his feet, swaying like a candle flame in a hurricane. Trieu Huy looked him dead in the eye. I'm ordering you to go to the Northern Sea. Kang Dai-cho turned pale. But the Northern Sea is... Trieu Huy stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. I guess you prefer to stay here and survive on plain steamed buns? Kang Dai-cho flinched like he'd been slapped. The memory of being locked up with his bandit brothers haunted him. Why do they feed us nothing but buns every single day? He looked up, desperate. If I pull this off, will you let us go? Trieu Huy shrugged calmly. Obviously. Summoning the last of his strength, Kang nodded. Deal. We'll do it. Trieu Huy gave a cold smile, his eyes radiating pure menace. If you try to bail halfway through, well, you know how that ends. Kang Dai-cho clenched his fists, shaking with rage. If we could have escaped, we would have been gone ages ago. You lying, manipulative, heartless monster. He swallowed his pride. That won't happen. Time flew by. Over at the Nam Cung estate, Nam Cung Bach was massaging his temples while reading a report. Not this again. He furiously signed the paper, thinking about Trieu Huy. Man, I really should have nuked that 1,000-year ice field business 3 years ago when I had the chance. Every time I cross paths with that kid, it's nothing but drama. That shady merchant sold us some sketchy gut-rot cure, and now even the delivery guys think they can just waltz right into our private manor like they own the place. It's gotten so crazy that the local bigwigs and power players are losing their gigs and coming here to whine about it. But wait, it gets worse. The customers started tipping the delivery drivers with food, and then the drivers passed it on to the receivers, creating this massive viral loop. Because of that, even the security escort agency is taking a financial hit. And that's not even all of it. They invented this new ride called an auto totally wrecked the old-school carriage market. The kid also launched the Zhao family brewery and cornered the whole Hefei beer market with just a single glass bottle design. Then he went and built a massive food court, selling cola and these 6-layer pancakes that just completely dominated the fast food game. The problem is, every time he starts a new hustle, he goes around flashing that badge of his everywhere. It caused a total stampede to the Nam Cung estate. We've been trying to do damage control and calm the public for 3 years, but you know what ticks me off the most? Just as I'm spiraling, a servant bursts in like, "Yo boss, the Zhao delivery just dropped. You want it while it's hot?" Nam Cung Bai didn't even hesitate. "Heck yes, bring it in." Nam Cung Bai grabbed the bottle and took a massive swig. Ah, that crisp, icy freshness hit his brain instantly. It was like all his rage just evaporated. He thought, man, I am totally hooked on this Zhao takeout. Suddenly, a disciple from the Nam Cung clan came running in to report, "Boss, bad news. Another group is here to see you." Nam Cung Bai, who hadn't even finished his drink yet, snapped. "Why now? Seriously?" The disciple replied, "I think it's about the restaurant franchise." His stomach growling because he hadn't eaten yet, Nam Cung Bai grumbled, "Oh, I almost forgot about those stupid food joints." The disciple added, "There's more." Nam Cung Bai cut him off. "What now?" The guy looked stressed. "The Flower Sword sect is back again." Nam Cung Bai facepalmed, trying to keep it together. "Dude, Trieu Huy again? Seriously?" He thought. "What did we ever do to the Flower Sword guys? Why are they always beefing with us?" The disciple kept talking, and Nam Cung Bai finally lost it. "Okay, spit it out. What is it this time?" The disciple mumbled. "The young masters are here to visit too." Nam Cung Bai rolled his eyes. "If he's just here to hang with his boys, let him in. Why are you bothering me with this? He's not here to hang out, sir." Nam Cung Bai stiffened. "Then what?" The disciple looked terrified. "He's here as a mid-level inspector for the Martial Alliance." Nam Cung Bai jumped up. "Say what?" "Okay, I'm coming out." The disciple bowed. "Copy that. Sending him in as soon as possible." Nam Cung Bai was scrambling, wondering what the heck was going on. Meanwhile, under the bright sun at the Nam Cung estate, the disciple led Zuo Qiu Yun to the room. "Sir, the inspector has arrived." Zuo Qiu Yun walked in. Nam Cung Bai stood up to welcome him. "Welcome." Zuo Qiu Yun bowed respectfully. "Master Bai, been a hot minute. You holding up okay?" Nam Cung Bai gestured to the tea table. "I'm good. Heard you climbed the ladder to inspector? You're killing it, kid. Have a seat." Zuo Qiu Yun sat down. "Appreciate it. I'm gonna get straight to the point." Nam Cung Bai nodded. "Shoot, but let me ask you one thing first. An inspector was just here 3 months ago. Usually, you guys don't circle back for 2 years. What gives?" Zuo Qiu Yun smirked. "The chief inspector swung by Hefei a few days ago, and he thinks something smells fishy." Nam Cung Bai asked, "Like what?" Zuo Qiu Yun got serious. He thinks the Zhao family's business empire is actually just a front for the Nam Cung clan. Nam Cung Bai shouted, "You gotta be kidding me. You're his friend, you know better than anyone that the Zhao business runs solo. How can you even say that?" Zuo Qiu Yun gave him a sharp look. "You're not reading between the lines here, are you?" Nam Cung Bai paused, realization dawning on him. "Wait, don't tell me." Zuo Qiu Yu said coldly, "Hefei's population doubled in 2 years. It's gonna overtake Nanjing soon. The Alliance wants a piece of that." Nam Cung Bai muttered, "I get it, but we're just a side branch." Zuo Qiu Yun continued, "Plus, the Black Sky Moon sect is acting shady." Nam Cung Bai gasped. "Black Sky Moon?" Zuo Qiu Yun explained, "Because of them, Hefei is basically a war zone now. If we can secure the Zhao monopoly and Hefei's massive economy, we'd be the top dogs in the 300 heavens. But right now, the Zhao business is walking a tightrope between good and evil. It's dangerous. The Alliance wants their vault, and you need to play ball so everyone wins. Nam Gong Bai grimaced. Ugh. Zhuo Qiuyun pressed on. The guy running the biggest conglomerate in Hefei isn't part of the Alliance. We can't support an outsider. Worst case scenario, the Nam Gong clan faces the Black Sky Moon alone. I know it sucks, but you gotta pick a lane. Nam Gong Bai tried to stay cool. How much time do we have? Zhuo Qiuyun replied, the Shadow Unit got wiped out. The Alliance is flying blind right now. The clock is ticking. Nam Gong Bai slammed the table. Damn it. He realized their intel network was toast. This was basically a declaration of war. I'm calling Trieu Huy over to strategize right now. The Alliance probably pinged him too, so he should be en route. Zhuo Qiuyun nodded gravely. Yeah. A bit later at the Nam Gong estate, Chief Zheng was escorting Trieu Huy. The guard pointed the way, all smiles. We were told to skip the ID check for you, sir. Right this way. Trieu Huy nodded. Cool. Thanks. Chief Zheng bowed. Hope you play your cards right. Trieu Huy bowed back. Stay safe out there. Trieu Huy was thinking to himself. What's the vibe here? Why so serious? The atmosphere in the Nam Kung main hall was thick enough to cut with a knife. As soon as he walked in, he spotted the usual suspects and thought, looks like the whole squad pulled up. You had the big boss Nam Kung too, Young Buck Truong Ho, Nam Kung Than Trian, Nam Kung Bok, Nam Kung Vu, and Taejiap Van. Trieu Huy had barely parked his rear in the chair when Cao Cao Van whipped out a report and started reading. The rep from the Trieu Alliance has a message for you, boss. First off, end of quote. Trieu Huy kept a poker face, thinking, they're trying to make it sound like rocket science, but it's basic. All they really want is to put their business under the Nam Kung umbrella. That's it. They want me on a leash, supervised and controlled by the Martial Alliance. And obviously, the monthly protection fee is going to be whatever random number they dream up, or else the Alliance suddenly has no reason to protect us. These self-righteous Alliance clowns are no different than thugs on a street corner. Trieu Hui's eyes went bloodshot and sharp as razors, his voice dropping an octave. It seems like the Alliance elders have got the wrong idea. Cao Cao Van looked shocked. What do you mean, wrong idea? Trieu Huy clapped back. You guys are judging us based on the current street meta, right? You think I can't turn Nam Swang into a total ghost town? Cao Cao Van was shook by Trieu Hui's attitude. Say what? Trieu Huy started tapping a beat on his thigh and broke it down. I'm a businessman, baby. High risk, high reward, that's just the game. But there are too many leeches trying to skim off the wealth I built with my own blood, sweat, tears. In this scenario, any hustler would think like me. Who's gonna offer the better ROI? Nam Kung Bak lost his cool and shouted, what are you saying? You ready to be a cash cow lapdog for the Black Heaven Moon crew? Trieu Huy gave him the cold shoulder. So what else am I supposed to do when everyone just wants a piece of my pie? Human greed is a bottomless pit. Yo, big man, have I ever messed with the Nam Kung family's money flow? Nam Kung Bak was fuming. What? You getting smart with me? Have you even seen one of our business branches? Trieu Huy cut him off sharply. Nope. 3 years ago, Hop Phi had a population of 80,000. Now it's up to 170,000. I'll ask you one more time, did I tank Nam Kung's business? Yes or no? Nam Kung Bak was gagged, only managing to stutter, you. Trieu Huy continued, if the family OGs have spoken and want me to back down, I'm cool with that. Even if my last name is different, I still ride for Nam Kung, not the Alliance. Tell your leader that. I'm not leaning towards the heroes or the villains. Nam Kung too chimed in, staying neutral. Huh? Throughout history, only a handful of legends pulled that off. They all had a few things in common. Trieu Huy nodded, you're right. A buddy of mine told me the same thing. Trieu Huy quoted the sword god. Those who settle for compromise will always be losers standing on the edge, going all in. To protect your own values and your people is the only way to level up. Trieu Hui's eyes turned platinum silver as he entered a completely different Ephrated state, his aura crushing everyone in the room. He clenched his fist and slammed his thigh. I'm gonna follow that path to become the GOAT. Trieu Hui's vibe was so intense it made the mountain where the Nam Kung estate sat start to tremble. From miles away, you could see the mountain shivering from his power, and right there in the room, the pressure was suffocating. Everyone was freaking out, panic written all over their faces, barely able to whisper, this is. Trieu Huy thought, the whole world looks like a blueprint to me now. This stuff is hardwired into my brain. At first, it felt weird, getting lost in the sauce of enlightenment. Felt like it lasted a second, but when I snapped out of it, my clothes were raggedy and torn, and the sword god told me 3 years had flown by. He was hyped for me, calling my upgraded body the almighty Sword King Bod. Even though I had some issues with the creepy ghost eyes at first. Nam Cung Tu gasped. Under the pressure Trieu Huy was releasing, his eyes were glowing like he had X-ray vision. Nam Cung Tu thought that's the state where the soul and energy remix perfectly in a martial artist's eyes. Unless it's some exotic move like the peach blossom tide, this phenomenon proves he's reached God tier. How can a young dude unlock that level so early? Nam Cung Fan Trian thought, whoa. He calls himself that guy's disciple? Even if he's Vu Kim Duong's star pupil, this is insane. He asked, Inspector, you catching these vibes? Cao Cao Van was totally lost in the sauce, stammering, feel what? Nam Cung Fan Trian explained, that dude is operating at God tier level. Cao Cao Van was floored. God tier? Even in the 9 big leagues, only 4 people have hit that level. Nam Cung Fan Trian said casually, you better go convince your boss to flip-flop on this. Cao Cao Van turned to leave. I'm heading back to the Alliance. After he walked out, Nam Cung Tu asked softly, real talk, what does Nam Cung mean to you? Trieu Huy powered down from his super state and replied, like a cool uncle. Trieu Huy thought, the kind of uncle who bails me out when I mess up, which I appreciate. A useful guy who gives me whatever I want when I'm stuck. Nam Cung Tu looked satisfied. Like family, How about we put this kid on the official family tree? Nam Cung Bok crunched the numbers in his head and replied, if you want to put an outsider into the main lineage, he's got to meet one condition first. Mr. Chairman, Nam Cung Tu asked, what's the catch? Nam Cung Bok answered, marriage. We'll sign off on this if the kid agrees to marry one of the girls in our clan. Nam Cung Tu side-eyed Truong Ho and said, Truong Ho got the hint and shook his head. No shot, Dad. Tatu is down bad for Truong that long. She's practically his personal chef at this point. Nam Cung Tu stroked his beard in deep thought. We still have 2 me on the roster, right? Nam Cung Bok and Nam Cung Vu looked like they saw a ghost. They thought, oh snap, that's a bit much. Truong Ho awkwardly said, Dad. I mean, boss, that kid barely just turned 19. Trieu Huy heard that and panicked, waving his hands frantically. What the heck are you old dudes trying to set me up with? I don't want to be a doormat. Nam Cung Tu, not up on the modern slang, asked, a doormat? Trieu Huy blushed but stood his ground. Whatever, man. Even in your dreams, I'm never agreeing to that. Nam Cung Fan Trian dropped the nice guy act and said, look, if you don't want the job we're offering, you better cough up that sword god command token right now. Trieu Huy blinked, totally blindsided, and shot back. You gotta be joking, right? Trieu Huy thought to himself, yeah, sure, sounds real peachy, but you guys just want to keep me on a short leash. Nam Cung Fan Trian caught the vibe and snapped. Wait a minute, didn't you just claim the Nam Cung clan was like family to you? Trieu Huy let out a dramatic gasp. Oh, right. Nam Cung Fan Trian kept pushing his sales pitch. You know, you can still keep running that massive business empire of yours. We won't stick our noses in your operations, not even a little bit. We're talking ride or die loyalty here. If that isn't family, I don't know what is. Trieu Huy accepted his fate with a heavy sigh. Yeah. This family is just the greatest, he said, thinking, man, I am so cooked. He decided to play along. Fine, I'm in. But let's get one thing straight, I am absolutely not getting married. Nam Cung Tu stroked his chin, thinking, then barked out an order to gather every elder and clan member for an emergency all-hands meeting. Nam Cung Vu looked confused. Wait, seriously, what's the big idea? Nam Cung Tu shrugged like it was obvious. To rewrite the rulebook. What else? Nam Cung Bok's jaw dropped. Oh. Trieu Huy stood up with a smirk and asked, so, am I free to bounce or what? Trieu Huy tried to slide smoothly toward the exit, but Nam Cung Bok immediately rushed over and grabbed his shoulder, fuming. Not so fast, buddy. Trieu Huy looked annoyed. What is it now? Nam Cung Bok raised his voice. Are you blind? Can't you see we have VIP guests in the house? Trieu Huy scratched his head, looking clueless. I came in pretty hot, didn't really notice. Is that a problem? Nam Cung Bok shouted, losing his cool. Every single power player in Anhai province is gathered here right now, and it's all because of that club of yours. Trieu Huy blinked. My club? What's wrong with my spot? Nam Cung Bok was practically foaming at the mouth. Everything is wrong. Don't you realize almost every rich kid in the martial arts world is blowing their entire allowance at your place? They aren't grinding on their studies or training anymore. No, now they just want to. Party like rock stars. You know what people do before they get hitched? Bachelor parties. Do you have any idea how many political alliances and marriages have gone up in smoke thanks to that establishment of yours? Trieu Huy felt a little guilty for a second, but he straightened his spine and defended himself. Hey, look, I didn't twist anyone's arm to make them spend money on those premium drinks and snacks. If they want to throw their cash around like it's confetti, that's on them. What am I supposed to do about it? Nam Cung Bak groaned. Just shut it down for a bit. Let the hype die down and get those kids out of there. You need to know when to stop. Trieu Huy shrugged. Fine. If that's what you want, the Doen Jia trading post shuts down for 2 weeks, starting now. The crowd of disciples instantly freak out. Whoa, hold up. What are you talking about? Just close the club. Why shut down everything else? What about my favorite bakery? And the inn? Hey, the brewery didn't do anything wrong, right? Tell me the beer is safe. Trieu Huy crossed his arms, looking dead serious. We can't just pick and choose. It's all or nothing. I have to be fair. Closing one branch while keeping the others open? That's just bad vibes. Do you really want to kill my employees' morale? Nam Cung Bak looked confused. Can't you just throw more money at them? Raise the wages and you'll have people lining up around the block to work for you, right? At the mention of money, Trieu Huy transformed into a financial demon. His eyes bulged out as he snapped. You old fogies think closing is free? Is the Nam Cung clan gonna foot the bill for those extra wages? Do you have any clue how much cash we bleed if we shut down for just 24 hours? Nam Cung Bak was shaking in his boots. No, no. Chill out, young hero. The crowd started murmuring again. Man, I can't survive a single day without that premium iced tea. And if we don't get that beef jerky, my son is gonna starve himself. I'd rather die than live without my snacks. Nam Cung too stroked his beard and cleared his throat loudly. What about that limited edition carriage I ordered? Am I still gonna get that drop anytime soon? Trieu Huy raised an eyebrow. You mean the Thien van model? Nam Cung too nodded. That's the one. Trieu Huy tapped his chin. If my memory serves me right, it should be rolling in about 2 days from now. Nam Cung too looked visibly disappointed. 2 whole days? He turned to Nam Cung Bak. So, where is this VIP guest you mentioned? Nam Cung Bak answered immediately. Over at the Azure Dragon unit, sir. Nam Cung too's eyes shifted to the signature blue of the Nam Cung bloodline. He stomped outside, radiating a menacing aura like he was about to flatten someone, and growled, I'll be back. I need to go meditate and power up my energy levels. Nam Cung Bak watched him go, thinking, seriously, what is wrong with this family? Meanwhile, after Cao Cao Van left the main hall of the Nam Cung estate, he was sitting on the stairs, poking at the dirt with a stick like a kid who just had his candy stolen. He sat there sulking, rethinking his entire game plan. I calculated like 1,000 different scenarios for this trip to Hop Fi. I even had backup plans for my backup plans. But now, all that work is just down the drain. It's actually kind of terrifying. Who would have guessed that guy who's basically my age would be so ridiculously overpowered? He's not even in the Martial Arts Alliance. He's just a super successful businessman who happens to be a genius scholar with perfect handwriting. Is he even human? Cao Cao Van couldn't accept reality and groaned, Man, the universe is so unfair. Suddenly, Trieu Huy came walking down the stairs right behind Cao Cao Van. They locked eyes, and things got awkward fast. Trieu Huy broke the silence, shouting, Hey, you remember how much cash I dropped on those blueprints you made? 100 gold taels. 100. Don't you feel even a little guilty? You just land a sweet gig with the Alliance and immediately turn around to stab me in the back. Just then, a massive tremor shook the main hall, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Air. Trieu Huy waved his hand dismissively, signaling Cao Cao Van to ignore the agony. Hey, ignore that. I want to hear your excuse first. Cao Cao Van looked uncomfortable. Look, I'm with the Alliance now. I can't just call the shots anymore. I just do what the higher-ups tell me. It's above my pay grade. Trieu Huy instantly flipped his lid. I knew you were going to say that. Your master plan is just to mess with my hustle, isn't it? Cao Cao Van waved his hands frantically. Whoa, cool your jets. No matter what you think, I'm still an official inspector for the Alliance. Okay? Trieu Huy took a breath and thought, yeah, I guess a low-level grunt like him doesn't have a choice but to follow orders. He's got a point. Trieu Huy looked at him. Whatever. Just stay out of my way and go smooth things over with the Alliance. Do that, and we're good. By the way, did you think about that job offer I threw at you? Cao Cao Van shook his head immediately. I thought I already told you. I can't do it. Trieu Huy pressed on. Why not? If you come on board as vice president of my trading post, you're looking at a salary of 100 gold taels a month. That's way more dough than the Alliance is paying you, right? Cao Cao Van sighed. Money isn't really the issue here, Trieu. The Alliance and the Chu Cat clan are suddenly. Truong Ho burst onto the scene, interrupting them. He yelled at the top of his lungs, Master Trieu, I want to be your apprentice. Teach me your ways. Cao Hui looked super awkward and muttered, Man, what is this? I thought we already squashed this beef. Zhang Hu did a formal bow but spoke with total confidence. Since the big bosses gave us the green light, you're basically on the same level as the elders now. So please, senior, school me. Zhang Hu's face lit up as he kept talking. I still can't wrap my head around someone my age being the crack at martial arts. Seriously, mad respect. Zhao Hui just turned around and started walking away like he didn't care. Zhang Hu bowed again, shouting earnestly, Look, I know I'm a total noob compared to you, but don't sleep on my determination. Suddenly, the sword god chimed in from the Blood Jade artifact, Hey, don't ignore the kid's hustle. Zhao Hui thought for a second and sighed. All right, fine. Follow me. Zhang Hu got all hyped up and replied, Thanks a million, man. Cut to the Namgung family training grounds. It was showtime. Zhao Hui and Zhang Hu stood on the stage while everyone from the rookies to the old heads watched with bated breath. Zhang Hu bowed with some serious aura and said, Ready when you are. Teach. Zhao Hui lifted his sword, looking totally chill, and said, Bring it on. Zhang Hu went 0 to 100 instantly. He channeled his signature blue energy into his blade, spinning like a buzzsaw. He unleashed a massive wave of sword pressure right at Zhao Hui, Emperor's sword style. Second slash, Royal Authority. The attack was a monster, ripping a huge gouge in the floor, but it hit absolutely nothing. Zhao Hui had already casually sidestepped it. He barely moved a muscle. At that point, Zhao Hui had flipped the switch into his trance state, eyes rolled back all white like a demon. Zhang Hu was tripping out how he dodged, thinking, Is he teleporting? No, that wasn't teleportation. That was an afterimage. Zhao Hui caught Zhang Hu lacking mid-thought and closed the gap in a heartbeat. He was right in his face. Zhang Hu started panicking against the pressure as he screamed, Ah! Zhao Hui was unleashing a combo that was just straight-up perfection, stuff you learn in the sword grave. It was like Zhao Hui was dancing with the blade, smooth and fluid like water, but every hit packed a punch that could level a building. Zhang Hu couldn't even react to the onslaught. All he could do was frantically block his vital spots. In a split second, Zhao Hui laid down 7 nasty strikes. Zhang Hu couldn't handle the heat. After those 7 hits, he got launched backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He jumped back to get some breathing room. He thought, he smashed through my ultimate defense like it was wet paper. How the hell? Wait, those creepy eyes, is he reading my energy flow? He's breaking my moves by watching how my chi moves. That's the only explanation. Zhang Hu was terrified now. Can a human being actually do that? Zhao Hui didn't give him a second to breathe. He kept pressing the attack, spamming the same moves like Zhang Hu was just a wooden training dummy. Zhang Hu realized he's doing it again. He decided to go all in, left hand forward, sword held back, legs planted. He launched himself forward like a rocket, putting every last drop of his energy into one massive, desperate slash. The king's ultimate slash, heaven-shaking dance. Nam Cung Zhang yelled out, Zhang Hu, stop. You aren't ready for that move yet. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui ramped up his trance state, his eyes glowing silver like literal stars in the sky. Zhang Hu was sweating buckets, looking up at him. Against Zhang Hu's ferocious tiger-like pounce, Zhao Hui used total stillness to counter. He swung his sword gently, and bam, dozens of energy blades shredded the air toward Zhang Hu. The kid tried to fight them off but got blasted backward, screaming in pain. Oh snap! Nam Cung Zhang and the other disciples gasped, looking worried for Zhang Hu. Little sword lord, you okay? The stage was covered in smoke from the energy collision. As it cleared, a silhouette appeared. It was Zhang Hu. He was wheezing and coughing up more blood, but managed to ask, Ugh, that move you used. What you call it? Zhao Hui powered down, his eyes going back to normal. That was the heavenly sword flow. And this blade? It's called the Galaxy Meteor Sword. Feels like a shooting star just crashed into the Namgung estate, right? After Zhao Hui spoke, the place erupted. The Namgung disciples were cheering like crazy. Namgung so lost his composure, muttering, How does a martial arts genius like this even exist on Earth? Namgung Zhang stood next to him and said, That guy? A genius? Nah. Zhang Hu is what you call a genius, smart, talented, young. But him? He's different. Namgung so asked, Then what do you call the guy who two-shots the genius? Cheng Zhan laughed. Why don't you tell me? Namgung Bai was confused. What are you guys getting at? Namgung Zhang explained. Regular eyes can't even capture what that kid is doing. Even if the strongest fighter on the continent showed up, the result would be the same. He took down our family head, one of the 7 great masters, in one step. This isn't just about talent anymore. His sword lines look smooth and harmonious, but there's something alien about them. Something that doesn't belong in this world. How do I put this? It's something humans aren't supposed to reach. Nam Cung so went into his analytical mode, staring at Trieu Huy. So when you showed me the records, this is the kid? Do you think you could block those hits? Nam Cung Zhang sighed. Honestly, can't say for sure. Nam Cung so nodded. His swordplay is literally flawless. Nam Cung Bai was floored. He thought, this old man usually says even the sword emperor sucks, but he's calling this kid flawless? Nam Cung so explained, he controls the entire space and shuts down every attack. That makes it a perfect technique. It forces the enemy to play defense, nothing else. If he was a bit more flashy with it, he'd basically be a sword god. Nam Cung Zhang looked conflicted. Yeah, we can't call him a genius. The word genius implies limits. This kid isn't immortal. He reminds me of the three sovereigns. Nam Cung Bai thought, panicked. This kid is definitely the next big thing. We can't let him leave. Heavenly Sword Flow. A technique that touches the realm of gods. Might sound arrogant, but it's legit. Back in the arena, Zhang Hu was staring at Trieu Huy with starry eyes, totally fanboying. Trieu Huy felt super awkward under the gaze and said, Bro, why are you sitting there staring like a statue? Get up already. Nam Cung so continued. Working as a spy basically means living with a target on your back 24/7. Go grill young master Truong Nat Long about the dark cult. He knows their playbook inside out. It was golden hour, late afternoon sun hitting the villa roof just right. Inside, Truong Nat Long was busy fixing his drip when he spotted the crew rolling up. He shouted, Yo, I'm swamped right now. What do you guys want? Then Long realized it was Trieu Huy and switched up. Oh, big bro is here too? What's the tea? Did something go down? Nam Cung Truong Ho looked super awkward, scratching his head like, we came to get some pro tips. Basically, how do we act like total scumbags from the evil sect without blowing our cover? Truong Nat Long looked confused. You want to look like the bad guys. Cao Cao Van stepped in. See, the situation is getting sticky, and we need to. Truong Nat Long got quiet, humming a little tune to himself. Suddenly, he hit them with a perfect, polite bow and said, My esteemed guests, would you be so kind as to get the heck out of my room? Without thinking, Nam Cung Truong Ho and Cao Cao Van bowed right back. Oh, for sure. Long instantly exploded, busted. You guys failed the most basic vibe check. Someone treats you with manners and you just politely bow back? Pathetic. Nam Cung Truong Ho blinked, totally clueless. Wait, isn't that how it works? You give respect, you get respect. It's basic bro code. Long face-palmed and pointed at his temple, shouting, Use your brain. You gotta delete that nice guy programming immediately. You call that acting like a villain? You guys might as well tattoo I follow the rules right on your foreheads. Even a blind monk could see you're orthodox. Cao Cao Van had a light bulb moment. Dang, I really did just autopilot that bow to Truong Ho, didn't I? Before he could finish, Truong Nat Long bowed again. Like clockwork, Cao Cao Van and Nam Cung Truong Ho bowed back instantly. Trieu Huy watched the whole train wreck and just sighed. Truong Nat Long shook his head, defeated. Forget it. Just give up. That righteous hero DNA is baked too deep into your bones. You can't just wash that off with a weekend workshop. Trieu Huy stepped up, looking serious. We can't bail. There are sharks circling, trying to muscle in and steal our entire operation by force. We have to stop these clowns. Truong Nat Long raised an eyebrow. For real? Who's got the guts? Trieu Huy dropped the name, the Black Heaven sect. Truong Nat Long went 0 to 100. Those cold-blooded snakes, they want a piece of us. Okay, bet. Since everyone is down to save the Empire, I'm in. I'll turn you softies into certified villains in exactly 4 days. He pointed a finger right at Nam Cung Truong Ho. First rule for you, big guy, stop screaming your attack names. This isn't a cartoon. Why do you announce the name of your move before you throw it? You're basically sending the enemy a text message saying, Hey, please dodge this way. It's embarrassing. Nam Cung Truong Ho mumbled, but it sounds cool. Cao Cao Van chuckled while Truong Ho looked bummed out. Long kept going, Listen, real villains are shady. There's this snake I know, total two-faced dirtbag. You know his signature move. He throws hidden poison needles right at your face, while he's busy, smiling and dapping you up. That is the gold standard for bad guys. Nam Cung Truong Ho looked like his mind just exploded, realizing how dark the world actually was. He thought, how can a martial artist be that trashy? No honor at all. Truong Nat Long continued the lecture. Ever heard of the demon child? Legend says he looks like a sad, lost puppy. But the second some nice person tries to comfort him, bam. He sucks their energy dry. Cold world. And watch out for the guy acting like he's crippled. Total scam. Hundreds of masters got their skulls crushed because they didn't expect his iron leg kick. Trieu Huy shook his head. So basically, No normal people. Just a bunch of psychos. Nat Long grinned. Ha ha, exactly. But the number one trademark of the evil sect is. Trieu Huy cut him off, stabbing people in the back. You got it. Nat Long nodded. Bingo. You get why the old heads in the evil sect are so savage? If you don't have ice in your veins, you won't survive the game. It's a trap-filled jungle out there. The only rule is, betray them before they betray you. Eat or be eaten. Suddenly, Nat Long spun around. Now, on to you, Cao Van. Cao Van jumped. Yeah? Lose the fan. And fix your face. You look too smart. You can't walk around looking like you just graduated from an Ivy League university. Cao Van panicked. Wait, why not? Long mocked him. Oh, look at me. I'm a fancy noble from a rich family. Bro, if you want to run with the dark side, you can't flaunt wealth. Most of these guys turned evil because they were broke and hungry. You think dudes who can't afford lunch are worried about higher education and poetry. You stick out like a sore thumb. Cao Van looked crushed. Nam Cung Zhang Hu started snickering. Long roasted them both. You naive rich kids. You won't last 5 minutes. Go home and cry to your mommies. Say that again. Nam Cung Zhang Hu grabbed his sword hilt, ready to throw hands. Cao Van was pouting. Long laughed. See, that right there. Someone disses you and your first instinct is to draw your weapon? That is 80% good guy behavior. Cao Van snapped. Okay, chill out with the insults. Nam Cung Zhang Hu grumbled. This guy is nuts. Long got sharp. A real villain doesn't get triggered by words. They stay ice cold. They watch your hands and eyes. While you're busy yapping, they're finding the opening to end you. Silence is golden, especially before a kill. Trieu Huy smirked, feeling himself. Guess I was born for the villain life then. Suddenly, Long whipped out a knife, twirling it around. Not bad. But can you keep your cool if I start trash-talking your parents? Nam Cung Zhang Hu and Cao Van flinched. Long shouted, All right, class is in session. Time for the real training. Zhang Hu, Cao Van, sit down. Face to face. I want you to scream the nastiest insults you can think of. If you twitch or get mad, you lose. First up, Zhang Hu versus Trieu Huy. Go. Zhang Hu started. You. Greedy money-obsessed merchant. Hui instantly replied, Your mom. Nam Cung. Zhang Hu's veins were popping. You filthy mongrel. Trieu Huy yawned and fired back. Your mom. Zhang Hu couldn't take it anymore and screamed, Arg! Fight me. Nat Long stared, impressed. Why is this guy wasting his talent here? He's a natural troll. Okay, big bro, you graduate. You don't need this class. Trieu Huy thought, Please, I deal with toxic internet comments all day. This is nothing. Long turned to the others, Zhang Hu. Maybe you just keep your mouth shut. Don't engage. Just pull a hat down low, cover your face, and act like a mysterious drifter. Cao Van nodded. Good plan. Let's just say he's our hired muscle or something. Trieu Huy shrugged. Works for me. I'm out of ideas anyway. Nam Cung Zhang Hu was absolutely fuming. Man, why am I still sitting here listening to this garbage? We should have pulled the trigger on this ages ago. He swallowed his rage and barked. So, when are we hitting the road? Trieu Huy replied. First, put out the word that we're going off the grid for a while. Once I tie up a few loose ends, we're ghosting immediately. Nam Cung Zhang Hu wanted to snap but kept it professional with a bow. Fine. Just shoot me a message when you're ready and I'll be there in a heartbeat. Trieu Huy bowed back. You got it. As Nam Cung Zhang Hu stomped out looking defeated, Trieu Huy continued. Word on the street is the Black Sky region is crawling with at least 8,000 fighters. Half of them are camped out in Nam Shuang, trying to track down An Feng Lin with Black Sky elites lurking on every corner, especially with our rookie-level experience. That's a suicide mission. Cao Van chimed in, but you've got the aura sight technique. You can spot a disguise on a person or an object from a mile away. Plus, the absolute sound state cranks your hearing up to the max, letting you hear a pin drop from 10,000 miles away. And the Heaven's Eye? That basically gives you X-ray vision to see every blood vessel in your opponent's body. Cao Van grinned like a kid in a candy store. You could drop 100 pros at once. 30 Grandmasters, 5 Supreme Elders, easy money. We have a massive advantage here. You want me to keep listing your stats. A body immune to 100 poisons, doesn't feel heat or cold, skin like copper, bones like iron, weapons bounce right off you. Plus, telekinesis and flight. Trieu Huy looked cringed out. Okay, chill, he thought. Immune to poison, bulletproof. Who started these wild rumors? Cao Van kept the hype train rolling. All the tactics in the world are trash compared to a fraction of your intellect. That's exactly what Cao Van is terrified of. Unless you're protecting a teammate, you can escape any trap solo without breaking a sweat. You're literally the sharpest weapon in our arsenal. If things go sideways, you just blame the Alliance or the Nam Cung Clan. Trieu Huy replied, sounds a lot like biting the hand that feeds me, doesn't it? Cao Cao shrugged. I mean, technically true. Trieu Huy thought, this kid is a walking time bomb. He sighed. You're hyping me up way too much. Cao Cao stated proudly, because you're the undefeated G-O-A-T. Trieu Huy was stunned. Just because I haven't lost doesn't mean I'm immortal. I'm just a dude, okay? Why do you simp for me like I'm some sort of deity? Cao Cao replied, because until someone actually beats you, you are immortal. A god, exactly. You're the only existence that makes Cao Cao actually shake in his boots. It doesn't matter what schemes they have, they can't touch you. Sword god Trieu Hui's voice echoed from the Blood Jade. This kid is worshipping your half-baked skills a little too hard. Trieu Huy looked annoyed. Tell me about it. He decided to come clean. Look, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm not this invincible warlord you think I am. Cao Cao frowned, but the head of the Nam Cung Clan said you were. What's that supposed to mean? Trieu Huy explained, honestly, my version of transcendence is a bit weird. Usually, top-tier masters start by purifying their internal energy and grinding their endurance through hidden techniques. They spend years sharpening themselves to break through the limits. They have to use external force to bend the rules of physics, breaking past the normal balance while keeping their sanity intact so they don't go full psycho. They study philosophy, fairness, and logic after spending all that time in mana, standing at the top of that desperate climb. That's the true transcendence realm. But in my case, I didn't put in the hours or the sweat. I didn't grind. I hit the transcendence level instantly thanks to the sword tomb loot. Right now, I'm just running 3 skills I picked up: the pill control, the speed sword, and the heavenly sword flow I got from the tomb. So all that stuff Cao Cao is praising like being wise or undefeated, it's bogus. Things like lightning body, voice transmission, disguise, or energy condensation. That kid has zero clue. I don't know the basics of any of that. I'm just another guy with high stats, that's it. If this strategy is betting everything on me being a god, we're gonna take a massive L. Suddenly, it clicked. Wait, this whole misunderstanding started with the Nam Cung elders. Then I'll just dump the responsibility on those old geezers. Trieu Huy said. Hey, keep our guests entertained here. I need to prep some gear. Cao Cao asked. Prep? For how long? Trieu Huy shrugged. Who knows? Maybe 2 weeks. Maybe a month. Cao Cao panicked. That's bad. We're in a crisis here. We don't have that kind of time. Trieu Huy replied coldly. Then go straight to Nam Suang without me. Cao Cao shouted. I can give you 4 days. No more, or your precious Doan family is toast. Trieu Huy replied indifferently. I'll do what I can. The next morning, sunshine was flooding the Nam Cung estate. In the backyard, Nam Cung was vibing with the lotus flowers. Suddenly, Trieu Huy walked up. Boss. Nam Cung replied. Trieu Huy? Is that hellish boot camp finally over? Trieu Huy bowed. All done, sir. Nam Cung laughed. Haha, guess I won't be seeing your face for a long time then. I know you're legit, but watch your back out there. Nam Cung noticed Trieu Hui's mood was a bit off. Trieu Huy asked, do you honestly think my martial arts are at the transcendence level? Nam Cung answered, what kind of nonsense question is that? Your skills clearly hit the plateau. If that's not transcendence, what is it? Trieu Huy replied, after going into that unconscious Zen mode in the sword tomb, yeah, I can scare people. But I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I actually hit that level using a cheat code. The thing is, Nam Cung looked confused. The thing is, Trieu Huy sighed, I never read the manuals. I never learn the forms. I don't even have the basic knowledge. Nam Cung asked, then what were those insane sword skills you showed us in the arena? Trieu Huy looked awkward. That. Trieu Huy thought back, I was just moving fast to not get hit. He decided to be bold. I'll explain later. You said I've got the rank of an elder in this family, right? So, how many of the Nam Cung secret techniques am I allowed to learn? Nam Cung answered immediately, with elder privileges, you've got an all-access pass to everything. Except the clan head's personal ultimate, of course. Xiao Hui didn't beat around the bush, hit me with everything. Teach me the Nangong family martial arts. Nangong asked, which style specifically? Xiao Hui kept it real, everything. From scratch. If I'm allowed to see it, I want to learn it. Nangong was totally down with that. Haha, deal. He figured if this kid roamed the world flexing their moves, the family's rep would skyrocket. So he added, all right, I'll personally show you the ropes. Xiao Hui gave a little nod. Thanks a million. So footwork first. Nangong. So didn't waste a second. He started moving, feet flying so fast it looked like he had a dozen legs. Heavenly Wind Walk. First form, Great Wind Wheel. After images popped up everywhere, juking left and right, totally unpredictable. The wind from his steps made the movement look smooth as butter. Then came the second form, Spirit Return Wind. Third form, Great Crow Wind. Fourth form, Flash. Light Wind, and the fifth form, Overlord Wind. Just like that, Nangong so finished the demo. And that's the Nangong family special. What's the verdict? Trieu Huy had been watching like a hawk. He closed his eyes, replayed the tape in his head, and then started busting out the moves himself. But the vibe was way different from the teachers. As Trieu Huy unleashed the technique, Nangong So's jaw dropped. Don't tell me that's the Pure Open Wind. The signature of Pure Open Wind is all about illusions and tricky footwork. It's basically an escape artist's toolkit for getting out of sticky situations, by kicking up wind and blinding the enemy, but it doubles as an attack too. When Trieu Huy finished, he looked at the wrecked training ground and panicked. My bad. I got a little too hyped trying it out. Nangong So waved a hand. No biggie. But seriously, was that actually the Pure Open Wind you just did? Yes, sir, Trieu Huy replied. Nangong So stroked his beard, confused. Then why's it look miles apart from what I just taught you? Trieu Huy thought to himself, I just trimmed the fat and tweaked the physics for maximum efficiency. But he couldn't exactly say that out loud. So he ran it back at 1/3 speed. Nangong So was floored. He felt like he was watching a completely different martial art, wondering if even the top-tier secret techniques of the world could match this. I've practiced this my whole life, he thought, and never once thought to remix it like this. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy was thinking, add a little physics, and the movement looks like professional figure skating, doesn't it? And this part, Trieu Huy explained while moving, burns way more energy. Unless it's do or die, I wouldn't recommend spamming it. Nangong So was mesmerized. I should be mad he's messing with tradition, he thought, but honestly, I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. Aloud, he said, can you run that back one more time? Nice and slow. You got it. Trieu Huy started stepping through it again. Suddenly, Nangong So shouted, hold up. Wait, that move right there. What on earth is that connection? It looks like you're bridging empty space into a straight line. Trieu Huy sighed internally, you'd need a physics degree for this. It's just a bad habit, he lied. Pretend you didn't see it and teach me the next part. Nangong So looked skeptical but nodded. All right. 4 days later, back at the Nangong estate, the whole place felt like it trembled. Nangong Chengjian laughed. Ho ho ho. The third elder of the Elder Hall asked, Big brother, what exactly are we looking at here? They were watching Trieu Huy learn and test out the Nangong family sword styles. Look at that. It feels like 4 centuries of our sword tradition are being mashed up to create something brand new. They say the sky's the limit, but I feel like I'm seeing the edge of the universe right now. That glowing sword flying through the air. It feels like nothing on this planet can touch it. The third elder was shaking in his boots. Is that really our family's martial arts? Because Nangong Chengjian patted him on the back. Don't sweat it. You're just a normal guy. You couldn't pull that off. The third elder looked offended. Normal? How can you call us the elders of the clan regular Joes? Nangong Chengjian activated his transcendence mode clear sight eyes. Stop judging that flying thing with your mortal logic. I sense a power source that doesn't even belong to this world. The third elder frowned. What are you talking about? It's something regular eyes can't pick up. It shatters everything we know about the world. I haven't felt a vibe like this since the era of the 3 sovereigns. The third elder broke into a cold sweat at the mention of the legends. A god? Nangong Chengjian nodded firmly. I'm sure of it. That kid is the next eternal sovereign. Just then, Nangong So finished the final lesson. That's a wrap. I've taught you everything, even the family head's secret stash. Trieu Huy slid his sword back into its sheath. He bowed deeply, totally sincere. I really appreciate the guidance, master. Nangong So clenched his fists, thinking, the Emperor's sword style. I want to teach him that too. If anyone can master it properly, it's this kid. Nangong Chengjian seemed to read his mind. He put a hand on So's shoulder and shook his head. Don't. Nangong So sighed. Uncle, look at Trieu Huy. He looks like a zombie. He hasn't slept in 4 days. Those dark circles rival a Chinese national treasure. Trieu Huy mustered his last ounce of strength. Can I bounce now? Yeah, go ahead. You did good, kid. Right this way. Sometime later, back at the Merchant Guild, Trieu Huy was in his office, staring at a map. The manager led Zuo Qiuyun in. Young master, he's here. Zuo Qiuyun greeted him respectfully. Trieu Huy gestured to a chair. Have a seat, guys. Once everyone was settled, Trieu Huy got down to business. All right, Before we roll out, run the plan by me again. Let's make sure it's bulletproof. Zuo Chuyun shrugged. Like I said before, we're just gonna tail those spies. Trieu Huy flashed a wicked grin, eyes burning with intensity. Lucky bastards. So, we meet the spies, and then what? Zuo Chuyun replied instantly. We swipe all the intel they've been gathering, obviously. You asking that makes me think you're underestimating the payout. We're not just tracking their budget, manpower, and supply lines. We catch them, and we get the roster of every top-tier fighter involved in their next scheme, plus the exact timeline. That's the real prize. It is totally possible to switch up the Martial Alliance's prep work, Trieu Huy said with zero chill. But tell me this, after we leak all the intel to the Alliance, what's the next move? Cao Cao broke it down further. Look, if the Alliance lets Anhui, our ancestral turf, fall into their hands, it's like sleeping with a tiger in the room. You gotta watch your back constantly. To stop that, they're 100% gonna send backup. We're talking at least 3 or 4 massive armies marching straight into Anhui province. Trieu Huy raised an eyebrow. Just 4 armies? Ain't that a bit stingy? Doesn't the Alliance have like 15 armies on deck? Cao Cao shook his head. You think they're the only haters we got? The Alliance has beef everywhere. We're busy locking down the borders between Hunan and Guizhou to keep the Sichuan crew out. Plus, the Nam Cung family is about to send a boatload of soldiers, right? Trieu Huy tapped his chin, thinking, so, 4 Alliance armies plus the Nam Cung squad. Okay, let's say we actually catch the dub and win. Then what? Cao Cao stood up, walked over to the map, and said, knowing our top generals, they're going to flex hard on the enemy to apply pressure. But at the same time, they want to keep actual fighting to a minimum. The best case scenario, we cut a deal with Northern Jiangxi and absorb them into the Alliance. Furthermore, Trieu Huy cut him off mid-sentence. Hold up, basically. After burning through a mountain of supplies and manpower, the grand prize is just absorbing a tiny slice of the Black Heaven Union. Cao Cao stood there, totally shook. He thought, this guy's famous, a big boss, yet he has no clue how terrifying the Black Heaven Union is. How can he ask such a rookie question? Trieu Hui's vibe got dark and serious. That settles it. I've decided I'm not taking any handouts or help from the Alliance. You can show yourself out now. Cao Cao gasped. Excuse me? Trieu Huy stood his ground. I said, it's a hard pass. Cao Cao panicked. You can't be serious. I just told you our spies in the Alliance got wiped out. We've crunched the numbers. There is like a 90% chance the Black Heaven Union is gonna raid Hefei. Under these conditions, Trieu Huy cut in. Trust me, that's not happening. So just chill out and go home. Cao Cao yelled, confused. What is that supposed to mean? I know the Nam Cung family has your back, and you're an undefeated beast yourself. Confidence is cool and all, but the Black Heaven Union has a roster of 1,000 elite masters. And 20 of them are practically invincible. Trieu Huy dodged the logic. I'm not interested in spilling my trade secrets to an outsider. If I let you in on the plan, you gotta switch teams and roll with me. That means no going back to the Alliance ever. Cao Cao blinked. Are you gonna lock me in a dungeon or something? Trieu Huy flashed a wicked grin and said softly, nah. I don't need to do all that drama. You just gotta help me execute my playbook. I mean, you can quit the Alliance, right? Cao Cao pushed back, absolutely not. Trieu Huy went savage mode. If you don't want to listen, then get the hell back to the Alliance. Cao Cao felt a knot in his stomach. He was shaking, wanting to fight back. He desperately wanted to know Trieu Hui's master plan, but he couldn't just bail on the Zhuge family back at the Martial Arts Alliance. He was drowning in his thoughts, but in the end, curiosity killed the cat he couldn't resist. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head. Trieu Huy was just waiting for that final moment of resistance to crumble. He smirked, pulled a contract out of his robe, and said, in my life, I've never heard of a promise that wasn't on paper. Seeing Cao Cao about to fall into the trap, Trieu Huy barked, hurry up and sign. Right here and here. Trieu Huy was way ahead of him, having the ink and paper ready to go. Cao Cao grabbed it, scribbled his name, and panted, done. Now spill the beans. Trieu Huy gloated, look at you, Mr. Inspector, so impatient. If the Trieu clan packs up and leaves Hefei, how do you think things will play out? Cao Cao looked confused, so Trieu Huy dropped the bomb. I've never considered myself a merchant who just sells stuff to make a buck. Cao Cao couldn't believe his ears, asking, then what do you call the massive business empire you've been running this whole time? Trieu Huy stated clearly, I sell culture. Cao Cao thought, that sounds ridiculous, yet somehow totally convincing. Maybe Trieu Huy really was on another level. Culture is something unchangeable, deeply carved into the lifestyle of a group of people, from the black water and cold tea to the logistics, transportation, and the ice business that was unique to Hefei. What if all those things suddenly vanished? What, then? The people who got hooked on that lifestyle would never be able to go back. Those needs are what keep my business rock solid. But his business controls that culture. Trieu Huy laid out his vision. I'm going to export that culture straight to Jiangxi. Cao Cao Van gasped. Say what? Trieu Huy continued. But it's not what you think. It doesn't mean we're working for them. The power of the Black Heaven Union. Sounds scary on paper, right? But the second they try to mess with us, I pull the plug on all operations in Jiangxi. You think the locals can handle us disappearing? Plus, do you really think the Black Heaven Union warriors can survive without our supply chain? Once we've hacked their culture, nobody can touch the Trieu family business. The Black Heaven Union can't. And heck, even the Martial Arts Alliance can't touch me. Cao Cao Van's eyes went wide as he realized the play. Wait, are you planning to? Trieu Hui's voice turned savage. Exactly. I'm gonna put them in my mouth and chew them up, piece by piece. I'll make those trashy Black Heaven Union thugs who want to leech off me get on their knees and worship me like a dog. Cao Cao Van shivered after hearing that. If you have such a massive ambition, shouldn't you be doing this quietly? And wouldn't you need to stockpile a massive amount of capital? Trieu Huy nodded. Yeah, I figure I need about 100,000 taels. Cao Cao Van quickly replied, 100,000 taels of silver. Trieu Huy looked unimpressed. Looks like you're underestimating the Trieu family business. Cao Cao Van blinked. Excuse me? Trieu Huy replied coolly. I didn't say silver. Cao Cao Van was thunderstruck. 100,000 taels of gold. He thought, just how much money do you guys make every month? It wasn't just Cao Cao Van. Most people in the area thought their main gig was running brothels and inns, but that was way off. Half the family's income came from the Anhui Iron Forge. That forge is the only spot supplying weapons for the 30,000 troops stationed in Anhui. The cash flow from selling weapons to that army, in just 6 months, it hits 50,000 taels of gold. And that's not all. Add in the repair fees for existing gear, and that's another 20,000 taels. That is just the cash my family racks up from the military in Hefei in a single year. If you toss in carriages, farming tools, mining gear, other random items, nobody can even imagine how much the Anhui Forge pulls in annually. The reason we've had Hefei in a chokehold for 3 years is that we take that cash and reinvest it into other hustles. Trieu Huy declared, I plan to drop an initial investment of 100,000 taels of gold. And if that's not enough, well, paying double or triple ain't even an issue. I've made up my mind. Once I drop that kind of cash, their brains are going to totally short-circuit. So, what's the play? Zhuge? Why isn't the manager getting up so we can hash this out? Cao Cao Van reread the contract and flipped. Hold up. I'm not the general manager, and the pay is literally half of what was on the table before. Trieu Huy smirked, giving him a side-eye. Price fluctuates with the market, buddy. Back then, I was desperate to recruit you. The vibes are different now, so don't act brand new with me. Cao Cao Van sighed. Fine. At least teach me your secret math hacks then. Trieu Huy looked confused. Math? Cao Cao Van nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, manager Duong Than walked up and announced, Sir, the young master is in the building. Trieu Huy turned to Cao Cao Van. Cool. I'll school you on the ride to Nam Trung. Cao Cao Van lit up. Bet. I'm looking forward to it. The manager brought in Nam Cung Truong Ho and Truong Nat Long. Truong Ho said, My bad for the late arrival. Truong Nat Long beamed. Sup, big bro. Zhuge, you crashing the party too? Suddenly, Nat Long made a move toward Cao Cao Van. Van's instincts kicked in, his body ready to throw hands, but he chilled at the last second. Nat Long laughed. Dang, bro. Your self-control is next level. Trieu Huy asked curiously, What are you doing here so early? Truong Nat Long put on his hero face. Look, I couldn't let you roll solo. I know how savage these wolves are better than anyone. Let me ride shotgun. Trieu Huy stroked his chin, thinking, Truong Nat Long kept pushing. If you're stressing about who's running the inn, why not give the rookie a shot? Trieu Huy was skeptical. Hong Kim Bao, that dude hasn't done anything impressive yet. Nat Long insisted, Nah, trust me. He's a beast at management and sales. I've got an eye for talent. Trieu Huy finally caved. Fine. If you're that sure, Kim Bao runs the shop while you roll with me. Nat Long pumped his fist. Trieu Huy grinned. Look at us. We're like the Avengers assembling. Cao Van looked confused. What's an Avenger? Trieu Huy just giggled. Heh. Then he led the squad out, hyping them up. You guys ready to blow money like we hate it. Meanwhile, at some fancy tower, a lady in red was striking poses on the roof. Down on the balcony, there was a guy who looked pretty sketchy and sinister. He snarled, "That witch is at it again," letting her hair down on the roof like she's some beauty queen. "You know you look like a straight-up ghost, right?" The lady in red snapped her head back, glaring daggers. She gripped her whip tight, ready to lash out, her face looking all kinds of gloomy and dark. Her eyes were dead, and with that messy hair covering her face, she was basically a red-dressed demon. The guy just leaned back, unbothered. "Yeah, that creepy look suits you way better. I ain't trying to chat anyway. Quit acting like a psycho and get down here." She leaped off the roof like a stuntwoman, landing on the balcony right next to him. She snapped her whip tight and hissed, "Say that to my face again." The guy flinched but scoffed. "Look at you, pale as a sheet. I bet if I stabbed you, you wouldn't even bleed. You look like a walking zombie. Gross." She immediately started swinging that whip, lashes flying faster than the wind. "Keep talking if you've got the guts, you spineless eunuch." Blocking the hits, the guy yelled, "You crazy witch, who peed in your cereal this morning. Why are you taking it out on me?" He pulled out his sickle to parry the attacks. "Look at this old maid spitting venom. No wonder no guy will ever marry your crazy self." She was fuming, death in her eyes, cracking her knuckles. "Spit it out. Why are you here? And if I don't like the answer, I'm chopping off your family jewels." The guy sighed. "Okay, chill. Business time." The Golden Devil has popped up at Baoyang. She frowned. "Golden Devil? You mean someone's messing around in Poyang Lake?" He shrugged. "Heck if I know. I'm just the messenger relaying what the big bosses said." "Oh, and this guy bought up a ton of land around the lake." She scoffed, confident as ever. "Bought land? Please. He'll get robbed a couple of times and run home crying. We see losers like him every day. Why do we even care?" The guy smirked. "He bought 20,000 hectares. Still think he's just some random loser?" Her jaw dropped. "Wait, 20,000? She composed herself and thought for a second. "Must be some government big shot then." The guy laughed arrogantly. "Even the Minister of Works got his butt kicked and ran off. Who else would have the guts to show up?" She shook her head, finding the whole thing hilarious. "What a joke. What do they think buying all that dirt is actually going to accomplish?" "No clue," the guy said. "But the higher-ups want us to go meet this dude." She raised an eyebrow. "Huh? What for?" "Word on the street is he wants to buy our turf," he replied. She looked skeptical. "Our turf? You mean he's actually trying to throw cash at the Black Heaven Lotus for our land?" "Yup." She burst out laughing. "Did someone beat the brains out of his skull or what?" The guy winced, disgusted. "Geez, you savage. Why you gotta be so graphic?" She rolled her eyes. "Oh please, you're the one smashing heads in, not me." The guy holstered his sickle, a nasty thing on a chain that looked like a soul harvester, and said, "Whatever, gear up, they're almost here." She looked surprised. "Already? They're walking straight into the heart of Black Heaven Lotus territory?" "Yeah." She started giggling like a maniac and pointed at his chain. "Ooh, let me borrow that toy later. I want to slice his belly open and watch his guts spill out like spaghetti." The guy saw her expression and shuddered. You're sick." She just kept laughing that psycho laugh, eyes wide, totally lost in her murder fantasy. Ignoring her, he mumbled to himself, "Should we call the crew over to take a vote on which one of us is the bigger psychopath?" He got annoyed. "Hey, I'm talking to you. A vote like that would just prove you're completely mental." She sighed, bored now. "Drop it. Where are we meeting them?" "Fish Fragrance Tower," he replied. A bit later, at the tower, sunlight was streaming through the windows. Trieu Huy and Cao Cao Van were chilling at a table, while Nam Cung Zhang Hu and Truong Nat Long stood guard like bouncers. The whole squad was waiting for the Black Heaven Lotus crew to show up. Truong Ho and Cao Van looked a bit jittery, but Trieu Huy and Nat Long were cool as cucumbers, veteran vibes. Suddenly, a figure walked up the stairs. Sure enough, it was the creeper who was talking to the lady in red earlier. Cao Cao Van clocked him instantly and thought, "Guess who just decided to crash the party?" This dude struts in and whips out a wicked chain sickle combo like he's auditioning for an action movie. The lady in red starts helicoptering that chain, spinning it fast before slamming the sickle blade right onto the table to flex on us. But Trieu Huy, guy didn't even blink. Only Cao Cao Van flinched at the noise. Chain dude is gripping his weapon, looking at Trieu Huy like a hungry wolf eyeing a steak, barking. "So you're the punk trying to buy our turf." Huy just leans back, totally chill, and goes, "Take a seat, tough guy." The dude keeps mugging him, looking all savage. "Wow, check out the stones on this kid. You know who I am and you're not shaking in your boots." As soon as he stops yapping, Nam Cung Zhang Hu, standing next to Huy, flexes his internal energy so hard the air gets heavy. Chain dude sneers. "Oh, so you brought a tank with you. That explains the attitude." Hu stays cool as a cucumber, saying, Since you came all this way personally, I assume you're actually down to hear our pitch, yeah? The guy plops down with zero manners, throwing a leg up on the table just to be a jerk. Cao Cao, having recovered from his mini heart attack, points at the blade. Yo, I need to spread out the map. Can you get that toy off the table? The guy yanks the chain, snapping the sickle back into his hand with a swift motion. Happy now? Ven stands up and unrolls the map. It's looking like a pepperoni pizza with all those red circles marked on it. The guy eyes it and goes, "Don't tell me you want to cop all those marked spots." Vane just shrugs and replies, "Bingo." The guy slams his foot down, jaw dropping. "You guys are tripping. Are you insane?" Suddenly, a creepy-ass cackle erupts from the shadows behind Trieu Huy. Hee hee hee. It's the lady in red, hanging upside down from the rafters like a bat. Eyes popping out, messy hair dangling. She looks like straight-up nightmare fuel from a B-grade horror flick. She's staring daggers at them. Long jumps out of his skin, hollering, "Holy mother of..." Even Huy is shook, thinking, who let the grudge in here? Even Chain Dude flinches, yelling, "Geez, do you have to make an entrance like that every time, you psycho? Almost gave me a coronary hanging from the ceiling like that." She flips down into the room, grinning like a shark. "If we just flatline him, we keep all the loot, right? They look a bit tough for a solo run, though. You gonna help me jump him?" The guy facepalms and sighs. "Ugh, you cheapskate. Maybe don't plot their murder while they're sitting right there." She immediately snaps a whip out of her sleeve, cracking it right past his nose. With a demonic look, she screams, "Shut your trap. Hey, you rich posers, you rolling with us or do we have to wreck you? If not, get lost." The guy jumps, muttering, "Damn." He scrambles to his feet. He draws his weapon, barking, "You moron. Watch where you swing that thing. Can you not tell friend from foe?" He chucks his sickle at Trieu Huy, smashing the dinner table to splinters while yelling, "Watch and learn. This is how you aim at the enemy." Taking the hint, the red lady cracks her whip at Huy too. Both attacks zero in on him, but Huy just glows with energy, reaches up, and catches the whip and the sickle bare-handed at the same time. Boom! The impact shakes the room, but Huy crushes the force like it's nothing. He glares at them, furious. "You savages really have zero chill, don't you?" The guy turns pale, trembling. Is this dude the final boss or something? He's freaking out internally. He caught my Reaper's sickle with one hand, and the girl is as strong as me, but he stopped her poison whip at the same time. Huy drops their weapons with a clatter and icy command. "Sit down." Now, Chain Dude drops into his chair like a disciplined schoolboy. "Sir." "Yes, sir." Huy glares at the girl. "You too." She actually blushes. "Okay." Huy snaps his fingers for the waiter. The poor server jitters over. How can I help you, gentlemen?" Chain Dude lights up, rattling off a menu. "I want the gold fish, the spicy braised pork, 8 treasured duck, and bring the top shelf booze." Huy gets annoyed, flicks a bullet of air right between the guy's eyes. Thwack. Huy cuts in. "Cancel that. Just 2 T's. The guy rubs his forehead, whining, "But you." Trieu Huy snapped. "You total moron. If some dude wanted to ice you the second he saw you, would you treat him to a 5-star surf and turf dinner? I don't think so." He glared at the girl in red who was just zoning out. "Yo, she-devil, why are you still standing there like a statue?" She shrugged, totally innocent. Ran out of chairs, genius. The guy scoffed. "You trying to flex or something? You smashed the chair. Who's gonna sit there?" Even in the summer heat, the guy felt a chill. Trieu Huy was standing next to Trieu Huy with his arms crossed. Listening to the guy ramble, Long lost it. He glared and barked, "This son of a gun never shuts up. Boss, let's just off this guy named Quach." The man blinked, confused. "Huh, who's this now? I thought he was just the carriage driver." Trieu Huy just pointed a finger at a chair and used his internal energy to slide it over Jedi style. The man's jaw dropped. It moved. Trieu Huy cut him off. "Quit beating around the bush and park your butt down." The girl in red sat down, giggling like a schoolgirl. "Tee-hee, thanks a bunch." Trieu Huy got serious. "Listen up. The forces that left the Black Heaven Alliance, where are they hiding?" The man got defensive, cursing. "You scumbag. You asking questions like a cop. You're with a righteous faction, aren't you?" Nam Cung Zhang Hu was hyperventilating, but Trieu Huy stepped up, confident as hell. He pulled down his shirt to flash a ripped 8-pack and sneered, "Are your eyes broken or what? Do we look like the good guys to you?" Then Long spun around, revealing a massive red bear tattoo that covered his entire back. The man chuckled. "Well, look at that. The red bear tattoo. Ha. So you're with the Nak Catch Lam crew." Suddenly, his face dropped. "Wait a minute. Why would Nak Catch Lam guys be asking about our manpower? Flood season is coming. Shouldn't you be scouting high ground? Why are you obsessed with buying our turf?" Trieu Huy started connecting the dots. Wait. Nakach Long waits for the summer floods to switch from mountain bandits to pirates. He asked, "Yo, where does our spot connect to Poyang Lake again?" Anhui Province. So Nakach Long plans to sail the floodwaters and hit the Nam Kung family in Anhui. Long froze for a second, then improvised. "Look, I just follow orders from the big shots. I don't ask questions." The man nodded nonchalantly. "True that. You guys are always fighting, then chilling, then fighting again. Honestly, the weather is crazier than a moody ex." True Nut Long laughed. "Haha, hey, we can't call ourselves underworld bosses if we can't put aside petty beefs for the big score, right?" The man hummed. Makes sense. If you're under orders to buy this land, I get it. Give us Duong Thien Street to set up camp. It's a key strategic spot for us. We need to mobilize 7,000 soldiers and 3,000 laborers. If you agree to help us out, my boss will definitely sell you the land." Suddenly, the girl in red piped up. "Look, our cheapskate commander is the type of guy who wouldn't quit even if Lake Poyang turned into a literal ocean of blood. And hold up, you guys claim you're from Nojulin, but then you're asking about Black Heaven Alliance troops? That is super sus, bro." Zuo Q-Yun was sweating bullets, stressing over 7,000 bandits. Zhao Hui, however, kept his cool. "Relax, we just wanted to vibe check you guys. It's hard to tell if you actually have any real clout in the Black Heaven Alliance." The guy and the girl in red both froze. "Wait, do we look like we have issues?" Zuo Xiuyun was spiraling inside his head. "This is bad. 7,000 form Nojulin plus 3,000. Black Heaven troops. That's 10,000 people. If they storm the river to attack Anhui, it's going to be a legendary bloodbath that makes the history books. I gotta bounce and warn the Alliance as soon as possible." Zhang Yilong slid a fresh table over. Zhao Hui leaned in and said, "All right, cards on the table. We know who's who, so let's get down to business. You rolled up here with enough juice to make the call on the best turf for the Black Heaven Alliance, right?" The girl in red nodded. "The Duke sent us personally, so yeah, I'm betting we do." Zhao Hui didn't waste a second. "You've peeped the map. That plot of land, how much do you want? Name your price. Let's go." The guy shrugged. The Duke didn't say jack about selling anything. Zhao Hui's face went dark, and he raised his hand like he was about to backhand him. "You punk." The guy put on his best puppy dog face. "I ain't lying. The Duke just gave me the lowdown on your personality type. He literally said 0 about selling land." Zhao Hui's voice got icy. "So you got the badge, but no power to pull the trigger on a deal? Sounds like you're nothing but a glorified lapdog." The guy snapped, clearly triggered. "Excuse me." The girl in red couldn't hold it back. "Hee hee. Lapdog." The guy started screaming at the top of his lungs. "Listen here, you lying sack of trash. You think I don't know Nojulin is broke as a joke? Where are you going to get the cash to buy the whole lake? You trippin' or what? Answer." "Me, you brave, brainless idiot from Nojulin. You got the Martial Alliance upstairs and Sanbei Shuan downstairs watching your every move. How are you going to feed all those mouths on your tiny little turf? Huh? We already know you guys are starving. You're fighting back like there's no tomorrow because there isn't one." He pointed a shaking finger at Zhao Hui. "And how did a pipsqueak from Nojulin like you block our attacks so easily? You think you're Superman or something?" He was raging, totally losing it. "Someone like you in Nojulin? I've never even heard your name on the streets. If we were gonna fake it, at least make it believable. Who do you think you are? Huh? You bunch of losers." Zhao Hui sighed. This dude's lost his marbles. Suddenly, a waiter popped up out of nowhere. "Here's your wine, folks. Enjoy." Nam Cung Zhang Hu stood there and casually bowed. "Much obliged." Then it hit him he's supposed to be undercover, but his polite reflexes just snitched on him. Everyone stared at Nam Cung Zhang Hu. The guy and the girl realized immediately. Oh snap, they're actually the good guys from the righteous sect. Shut up and run. They jumped out of their chairs to bolt. Fast forward a bit. The sky was blue, clouds were fluffy, and somewhere in the woods, the guy was buried up to his neck in dirt. Zhang Yilong scratched his head. These weirdos are still cracking jokes in this situation. They've officially lost it. I've seen crazy people in these mountains, but this is a whole new level. The buried guy yelled, "Hey, scumbag. I'm practically 6 feet under here. I'm just trying to keep a positive mindset." He was planted right in front of the girl in red, face to face. He spat. "Why am I buried nose to nose with this chick? There are things humans should and shouldn't do, okay? And quit staring at me. You trying to laser me with your eyes?" The girl in red snapped back. "Shut your trap, you eunuch. Your breath smells like something died in there. I don't even think you're human. You think I'm enjoying this view?" Zhao Hui appeared behind them, stomping on the dirt next to the girl's head. She's just fake fighting with him to wiggle herself loose. Don't you get tired? You know when to fold 'em right. As Trieu Huy stomped down with some serious chi power, the girl shrieked. Ah, quit it, I give up, I swear. Trieu Huy scoffed. Ha, heard that one a million times, you witch. The girl giggled. Witch, you got that right. Just so you know, this girl is basically a legendary villainess with a serious body count. Zuo Chu Yun cut in. Master Zhao, it's about to pour and we're out of options. We gotta book it to the Martial Arts Alliance, as soon as possible. If this goes south, the Namgong family is gonna be facing 10,000 troops solo. We should just off these two and bounce. Namgong. Zhang Hu was locked and loaded, waiting for the word. Zhang Yilong hesitated. They claim they're students of the 8 emperors of the Black Heaven. You sure we should smoke them? If we do, won't their crew come hunting for us? Namgong Zhang Hu smoothly pulled his blade from its sheath. I don't have the bandwidth to overthink this. We can't waste another second here. The buried guy screamed, are you guys even human? You're literally debating whether to kill us while we're right here. You realize you're the villains in this scenario, right? Let's meet the contestants. Yan Changlu, the scythe wielder. Got the nickname Black Killer way too young. Rank number 200 in the Black Heaven Alliance. He's a secret guard, and unlike his goofy mouth, the guy is pure evil inside. Then there's Trieu Huy, the poison red plum, aka the ghost assassin. She's ranked number 250. Her position is the evil assassin, and her personality is totally random. Trieu Huy tilted his head. Why is she so hard to read? Yan Chenglu yelled, are you blind? She's just a nutjob with flowers for brains. By the way, where did you buy that intel? Who the hell has the guts to sell Black Heaven secrets? They must be suicidal. Trieu Huy shrugged. They're only ranked around 200. You really think the Black Heaven Alliance is going to send a rescue squad for these clowns? Zhang Yilong explained. Their ranking looks low on the outside, but that's just because they're rookies. Their actual internal power is way higher than their rank suggests. Only their boss can keep them on a leash. I'm betting someone comes looking for them real soon. Trieu Huy fell into deep thought. If I let these guys walk, they'll leak our identities and blow our cover. It'd be like releasing a tiger back into the wild. But if I smoke them right here, the Black Heaven Alliance will just send more goons. What a headache. If the rain starts early, those two gangs will ride the floodwaters straight to Anhui. Hui snapped out of it, glared at Nam Cung Zhang Hu, and yelled, can you stop that? Is it really that hard to sit still? Trieu Huy noticed Diem Thurlok wiggling around on the ground, trying to worm his way out. Hui walked over, menacingly. You got a death wish or something? He stomped hard on Diem Thurlok's shoulder. The guy shrieked, Gah! Ouch! Okay. I'm staying put, I swear. Suddenly, Trieu Huy piped up, I really need to pee. Should I just let it flow right here? Trieu Huy sighed, fine, I'll let you guys out. Both of them hopped out of the holes they were buried in. Trieu Huy bolted immediately. Trieu Huy draped his arm around Diem Thurlok's shoulder like a buddy. Thurlok, you little rascal. Diem Thurlok blinked. Excuse me. Trieu Huy put on a fake nice voice. Earlier, it was all Big Brother this, Big Brother that. Why the silence now? Diem Thurlok spat back, screw you. You think someone from the Black Heaven Alliance calls a goody two-shoes like you Big Brother? Trieu Huy instantly switched to slaughter mode. His eyes bugged out, radiating pure killing intent, and his internal energy felt heavy enough to crush bones. Diem Thurlok's face went white. Big Brother. Trieu Huy smirked with disdain. That's better. He continued, Thurlok, I'm gonna make you an offer. Diem Thurlok asked, an offer? Trieu Huy grinned. I won't kill you. Diem Thurlok let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. For real? Trieu Huy widened his eyes like a maniac. However, there's one condition. Diem Thurlok gulped. What condition? Trieu Huy pulled a notebook out of his shirt. You gotta mark the map. Show me where the Black Heaven Alliance keeps their stash. Cash, pills, weapons, armory, everything. Anything you know about, put an X on it. Cao Cao Ven gasped. Wait, are you? Trieu Huy glanced at him, looking smug. Yup, you get it. Cao Cao Ven thought to himself. It's a diversion. Hit them from the back while their elites are distracted somewhere else. Out of the 36 stratagems, this is top tier. But Tringnut Long chimed in. Those greedy dirtbags love money. Boss, you really think they leave the vault unguarded? I bet there are tons of pros guarding the goods. Cao Cao Ven looked worried. He's right. I guarantee there are at least 1,000 guards stationed there. Trieu Huy chuckled internally. They don't know about robbing a place without stepping inside. I'll show them what Supreme Core Control can really do. Trieu Huy grinned confidently. My target isn't the soldiers. Cao Cao Ven frowned. Then what are you gunning for? Trieu Huy gave a sinister smile. We're gonna bypass the guards completely and just swipe the loot and cash. Ta Calvin blinked. Say what? Nam Cung Zhang Hu was getting hyped. They're gonna have that place on lockdown. How are you gonna sneak past the guards? Trieu Huy waved him off. Chill, chill. We've got the strongest core on our side. Nam Cung Zhang Hu scratched his head. The heck is a core? Trieu Huy used his energy to levitate his sword into the air. After learning martial arts from the Nam Cung family, I finally get why they're top tier, even when they're outnumbered 10-1. The Nam Cung family's Emperor Sword strikes. Every single move covers a massive area of effect. So, what if someone who can manipulate a sword from a distance use those same techniques? Trieu Huy focused, guiding the floating blade with his mind. He unleashed a sword tide. The blade zigzagged left and right without losing a single ounce of speed, then shot straight up into the clouds. DM Thurlok watched, jaw on the floor. What the? Nam Cung Zhang Hu recognized his family's move instantly. That's the Heaven and Earth Azure sword technique. The sword looped back and landed gently in Trieu Hui's hand. Hui was panting heavily. Huff. Think that range is far enough for you? Truong Nat Long was totally freaking out. He muttered, Tisk, no way. How is this even possible? The guy is basically my age. So how are we in completely different leagues, power-wise? Nam Cung Zhang Hu was hyping it up. I bet that attack range was over 30 feet. That is the absolute peak of the muscle-changing sword technique. Like, seriously, next-level stuff. Just then, Trieu Huy came back and saw DM Thurlok shaking like a leaf. She asked, what's the drama? But DM was so scared he was about to wet himself, so he didn't have the energy to deal with her nonsense. He thought, I can't beat him. In the history of the Dark Cult, only 4 heavy hitters have ever reached this kind of undefeated status. The 4 Emperors. The only ones who can go toe-to-toe with the 7 martial seats of the righteous factions. You've got the Master of the Dark Heaven City, the head honcho of the Black Heaven Alliance, Lai Kuang Kan, the Poison Emperor of the Sichuan Pagoda, and the Blood Lord Mac Vu. Is this guy seriously on their level? Trieu Huy got mad about being ghosted and snapped. Hello? Earth to pig brain. Answer me. DM Thurlok yelled back. You airhead. I told you he's invincible. Trieu Huy rolled her eyes. Invincible? Yeah, right. Stop trolling. DM Thurlok was losing it. Is your head just a hat rack? I just watched him launch his sword attack from 3,000 feet away. With my own eyes. Trieu Huy finally realized Trieu Huy was OP and stammered. So, am I cooked? Trieu Huy turned to Cao Cao Van, crunched the numbers. Say we bolt back to the Alliance, drop this intel, and wait for them to march an army to Hop Phi. How long are we talking? Cao Cao Van did some mental math. Roughly 2 months. Maybe 6 weeks if they hustle. But monsoon season hits in 2 weeks, and once the river rises, we lose another week waiting for the water levels. Unlike the Alliance, the bad guys are already locked and loaded. They could launch an invasion from Anhui instantly. Between now and the rain starting, plus the floodwaters rising enough to float their navy, if you add it all up, they're going to show up at the exact same time our backup arrives. Trieu Huy nodded. That's just a hypothesis, though. What if nature throws a curveball? If the water rises faster, they get here sooner. Worst case scenario, the enemy beats the Martial Alliance to Hop Phi by 2 whole weeks. Nam Cung Zhang Hu looked stressed. Are we sure they're actually going to wait for the rainy season to attack? Ta Cao Van broke it down. Look, moving that many warships through this jungle is physically impossible. Unless Noah shows up with a biblical flood to raise the water level, they're stuck. Nam Cung Zhang Hu nodded. Yup, totally. Ta Cao Van continued. 2. If we had just 1 carrier pigeon or, a decent Wi-Fi signal, we could have already DM'd the Alliance about this mess. Trieu Huy cut in. The million-dollar question right now is, if we hit them from the back, do they hit the pause button on the Hop Phi invasion? Truong Nat Long replied, these guys are greedier than a Luke Goblin. If we keep wrecking their gear and torching their snacks, they'll pull a U-turn faster than you can say bankrupt. Trieu Huy giggled. Oh, please. Hop Phi is basically a free kill, a fish in a barrel. The loot there is already in the bag. Why would any sane person gamble a guaranteed win for? Whatever this risky play is, DM Thurlok snapped. Yo, what the hell? Why are you snitching on everything? Trieu Huy shrugged casually. You said he has the Yi Jin blade. That means he's stronger than my master. Do the math. Genius. Trieu Huy's expression shifted from casual to terrifyingly murderous. You have no idea how creepy that old man's stare is. I'd pay good money to watch his face get turned into hamburger meat. Ta Cao Van asked, so, mind pointing out the Black Heaven Lotus hotspots on the map? Trieu Huy held out her hand, palm up. Cash upfront, honey. No freebies. Trieu Huy thought to himself, okay, I actually kinda like her. Girl knows how to hustle. Trieu Huy smirked. 100 coins. Trangia Hu sighed. Boring. Gold coins, he clarified. Boom, she lit up like a Christmas tree and started pointing at the map immediately. Right there. See that river? Northwest side. There's a Tomb for Heroes classic cover story. It's actually a top-secret safe house, she explained, tracing the map. The Blade King stashes all the profits from his fishing business there. It's loaded. Cao Cao Van asked. Anything else? Trangia Hu nodded enthusiastically. East bank of an high province. There's a mountain called Five Flashes. The entrance to the valley, that's the Iron Fist King's vintage manor. Diem Phuong Lok lost it, screaming, you traitorous witch. Trieu Huy leveled his sword at him, killer vibes radiating off him. Your turn. Spill the beans or lose a limb. Diem tried to act tough and cursed. Trieu Huy pumped internal energy into the blade, making it hum with enough power to slice atoms. Diem gulped, holy crap, thinking, how is he swinging that heavy metal like it's a feather duster? Trieu Huy gave him the death stare. You're useless. I should just delete you right now. Trieu Huy took a slow, menacing step forward. Diem Phuong Lok panicked, waving his hands. Whoa, chill. Time out. He was terrified. That look promised an instant bisection. Since when do the good guys have psychos like this? I'll talk. Trangia Hu smirked, teasing him. See, I'm getting paid. You're getting played. Diem Phuong Lok muttered, damn it. He pointed at a spot on the map. Here, main warehouse, holds 20% of the harvest from the entire Yangtze Delta. And this spot here, I don't know exactly what's inside, but the security is insane. Like, final boss level. Gotta be something good stashed there. Trieu Huy mused. So that's the difference between a grunt and a boss. It's all about access to the classified intel. Diem Phuong Lok tried to copy Tran's hustle. 200 gold coins. Trieu Huy's face went dark. He poked Diem's pressure points, locking him down instantly. Diem wailed, ow. What the hell, man? Why'd you turn off my powers? Trieu Huy snapped, you talk too much. Shut it. Trieu Huy looked over at Trangia Hu. Now that he actually paid attention, he realized she was kind of a batty, cute face. Body that just wouldn't quit. Plus, that nervous, shy act she was putting on, totally working for her. Trieu Huy thought, touching her directly to seal her powers seems a bit unprofessional. So, he stood back and used air pressure shots to hit the points on her back. Thwack. Thwack. Trangia Hu let out a moan. Ah. Trieu Huy paused, awkward. You're making those noises on purpose, aren't you? Trangia Hu giggled. Nope. Just feels amazing. First time anyone's done that. It's quite a rush. Trieu Huy sighed, weirdo. Then aloud, they're still useful. Bag 'em and tag 'em. Let's move. Let the young master and the others handle the real estate deals. Truong Nat Long asked, what about me? Trieu Huy replied, you're rolling with me. Truong Nat Long grinned, sweet. Dealing with those shady merchants was boring me to death anyway. Trieu Huy grabbed Trangia Hu's leather whip. Tie him up first. Trung N. Diem Phuong Lok cursed, man, this is humiliating. Meanwhile, Trangia Hu was starting to enjoy the abuse because she's weird like that. Trieu Huy just said, all right, let's bounce. Truong Nat Long finished tying the two prisoners up and looked confused. This girl is straight up broken. Let's move. Suddenly, Trangia Hu got all excited and let out a weird moan. The guys just dropped their jaws. Truong Nat Long sighed, I can't deal with this. Anyway, big bro, where do we hit first? Trieu Huy smirked. The biggest warehouse they've got. Over at Ba Duong Lake, the sun was blazing. It was business as usual, people hustling and trading everywhere. Trieu Huy was sitting on a nearby peak, meditating. He wasn't just sitting there though, he was sucking up all the life energy around him like a vacuum. Trangia Hu, still tied up, saw this, and gasped, whoa. This guy is leveled up enough to turn outside energy into internal power. That's the true martial flower stage, isn't it? That's when a human can literally reshape their veins to turn their whole body into a power core. They call it the empty dantian. Every time he uses a move, pure energy just radiates off him as a shield. Feeling fully charged, Trieu Huy stood up and grabbed his sword. He stared down at the Black Heaven Alliance base, unsheathed his blade, and took a deep breath. He cranked his power up 70%, 80%, maxed out. He casually tossed the sword toward the base at Ba Duong Lake. It was the Limitless Sky Sword technique. Second form, Sky Dragon Claw. The sword flew over the gate. The guards below didn't even notice. Trieu Huy was steering that thing remotely, at supersonic speeds, smashing through buildings like a wrecking ball. The poor guys inside just sighed. having zero clue why the roof was suddenly caving in. Action over. Cao Hui yanked his sword back with a snap, zero hesitation. As soon as the hilt hit his palm, he juiced it up with another massive surge of energy and yeeted that thing hard. The blade went soaring right over the middle of Lake Poyang. Then Cao Hui unleashed the boundless firmament technique, third form, sky-quaking rain. Sounds fancy, right? But basically, it's a massive area of effect nuke. Sword beams blanketed the lake like an exploding bomb, tearing through everything. Anywhere those energy waves touched, got completely wrecked. Houses, roads, people deleted from existence. Explosions popped off one after another like a chain of dominoes. The Black Heaven Lotus guys were screaming their heads off, running around like headless chickens. Watching this orbital strike which packed the punch of a mini nuke, by the way Yan Changlu was shaking in his boots. He stammered, "Damn, that's so cheap. How is anyone supposed to block a surprise attack like that?" He looked at the absolute chaos down below and thought, getting clacked by a random sword beam falling out of the blue? Who even preps for that? Trieu Huy smirked, just a little corner of her mouth twitching up. She thought, this guy's style is seriously one of a kind. Even the big boss of the Black Heaven Lotus, who's supposed to be at the peak of martial arts. I wonder if seeing his legendary moves would give me the chills like this kid does. Meanwhile, the sword god spirit, Zhao the Heaven Child, spoke up from the Blood Jade. Ha! I'm actually shocked by how this kid solves problems, not just his raw power. Usually, the ego of a grandmaster who's hit that invincible tier is way too high. Their pride is on another level compared to normal folks. Even though they could use a cheap trick, they wouldn't be caught dead fighting dirty like this. For a master, this kind of sneak attack is unimaginable. Just then, Cao Hui caught his returning sword, wound up, and chucked it back toward Lake Poyang. 16 or 17 times should do it, yeah. Cao Hui started spamming that AoE attack again. Sword energy ripped through everything in sight. Fire was raging everywhere, and total panic took over the scene. If you can't picture it, just imagine Cao Hui camping in a safe spot way off map, indiscriminately firing his ult just to cause maximum lag and destruction. Yan Changlu's face went dark. Ugh, this is absolute madness. Cao Hui was starting to feel the fatigue. He panted, "All right, where's the next key location? Hopefully, it's not a cross-country hike from here." Yan Changlu was sweating bullets. He hesitated for a split second before spilling the beans. There's a mountain in Anhui. All the loot the Iron Fist King stole is stashed there. Iron Fist King, Cao Cao, one of the 8 big bosses of the Black Heaven Lotus. Just like his name suggests, the dude ruled the whole evil sect with nothing but his fists. His rep in the martial arts world was huge, and his bank account matched his fame. He'd scraped together a fortune, partly because he was the guy holding the commander's token for the Black Dragon fleet, dominating Lake Poyang. The lives of every civilian crossing the river were in his hands. A top-tier executive. Cao Hui smirked. Sounds like this one might actually be a challenge. A while later, the sun dipped out, and the moon took over the shift, lighting up Iron Fist King Cao Cao's stronghold. This place was backed by mountains on 3 sides, classic turtle strategy, easy to defend, nightmare to attack. Cao Hui, Zhang Yilong, and the 2 prisoners were perched on a peak nearby. Cao Hui broke the silence. "So this is the spot? Oh wow, look at that. They're already in formation. Makes sense. These days, carrier pigeons fly faster than 5G internet. They definitely got the memo about what went down today." Cao Hui entered his flow state, launching a high-power sword strike right at the fort. He kept control of the blade, unleashing the boundless firmament 5th form, boundless Skynet. This move made the sword energy split into tiny beams, raining down on the Iron Fist King's base like a deadly laser grid. The energy net blanketed the whole fortress, smashing watchtowers, houses, and the Black Heaven Lotus guards on the perimeter into dust. Cao Hui didn't stop there. He switched to the boundless firmament 4th form, Rain Star Sky Thunder Cannon. The sword hovered in the middle of the base, spawning dozens of energy streams. Each stream carried a compressed ball of internal energy. Looked like cannonballs, but way deadlier. Think of it like Garp throwing those massive cannonballs in one piece. Every stream carrying a thunder cannon obliterated whatever it touched instantly. It was like dropping mini tactical nukes all over the map. The Black Heaven Lotus troops weren't total scrubs, though. After eating 2 sneak attacks, they finally reacted to the bombardment. Archers immediately started firing. Fire arrows at the wood piles around the walls to light up the dark. Cao Hui looked smug. Whoa, look at the chickens finally waking up. The fortress was wrecked, barely any buildings left standing. As soon as the fire lit things up, a voice roared from inside. "You son of a..." How dare you call yourself a swordsman of the Nam Cung family after pulling a dirty stunt like this? Cao Hui ignored the trash talk and caught his sword. Yan Chenglu spotted the boss. There's the Iron Fist King. Cao Hui immediately smacked Yan on the head. You really are a dog biting its owner, huh? Yan Chenglu, stunned by the slap, snapped back angrily. What the hell? Why should I be loyal to you anyway? Cao Hui smirked, hands on his hips, totally mocking him. I only found this place because of you, buddy. We're in deep now, and you still claim you're not a traitor. Cao Hui glared, his voice dropping to a threat. I wonder what kind of show we'd get if I told the Iron Fist King you snitched. Yan Chenglu, realizing he was cornered, muttered, You scumbag. Cao Hui felt pretty good about himself. Funny how these guys think I'm the head of the Nam Cung family. Makes sense, though Nam Cung has been rivals with these guys for decades. They see the sword skills and jump to conclusions. Just then, Iron Fist King Cao Ba screamed in a rage. Nam Cung too, you cowardly rat. How dare you hide in the shadows like a common thief? I've never seen anything this pathetic in my life. You're disgracing the title of the 7 martial seats. Cao Hui, standing safely out of view, just shrugged. You're probably saying all that to hurt my feelings, but honestly, I have zero reason to fight you. Cao Hui grinned, thinking to himself, why waste the energy? I heard there are like 20 hardcore pros down there, and I have to babysit Zhang Yilong at the same time. Who has time to entertain a cranky old man? Cao Hui turned to Zhang Yilong. Take these two to the hotel I mentioned earlier. Go to the spot where I arranged to meet brother Cao Cao. Zhang Yilong looked confused and worried. Why? What are you planning? The Iron Fist King is rumored to be as strong as King Nak Cash Lamb. In a one-on-one, I know you'd win, but they have the numbers. Cao Hui flashed a grin and dropped a reassuring hand on Zhang Yilong's shoulder. Don't sweat it, bro, he said with pure confidence. I'm Cao Hui, remember? I got this. Zhang Yilong looked at him with total faith. All right, boss. Just watch your back out there. Yilong dragged the 2 prisoners away, barking at them to move it. Old man Diem was cursing up a storm, while Tran kept whining and moaning like usual. Once the coast was clear, Cao Hui hopped off the cliff edge, using his wind step technique to literally surf the air currents. He swooped down toward the fortress like a ghost, eyeing the piles of timber the archers had lit up for visibility. Cao Hui chuckled to himself. They really prepped for everything, he thought. Shame I have to ruin it. With one swing of his sword, he scattered the burning wood, purposely making a huge scene to trigger the Iron Fist King. The king spotted him instantly and screamed, Stop that, punk. Tackle him if you have to. The Black Heaven troops immediately shouted, Roger that, and swarmed the woodpiles hunting for Cao Hui. They slashed wildly at the flying logs, but just then, another bonfire got launched into the sky from a totally different direction. The Iron Fist King reacted fast, unleashing his ultimate move, the 9-Dragon Flame Fist. One punch sent 9 massive fiery dragons roaring out, incinerating everything in their path. Bad luck for the king, though Cao Hui wasn't sticking around to trade blows. By the time the punch landed, Cao Hui was already at the next pile. He checked out the crater and whistled. Whoa, Pop's got some power. Let's see how long his cardio lasts. Cao Hui wrecked 2 more bonfires on the other side. The Iron Fist King was absolutely fuming. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a warrior this strong fight so dirty? This guy is from the elite Nam Cung clan. Where's the honor? Even the 4 demon lords wouldn't pull stunts this cheap. The Iron Fist King snapped. I'm done with this vandalism. Assassins, on me. He grabbed 6 of his best killers and took off after Cao Hui, screaming, Nam Cung too is here. Catch him. Cao Hui saw the mob coming and sprinted up a vertical cliff face. The king led his squad up the wall, yelling, You coward. Where do you think you're going? But when they vaulted onto the peak, Cao Hui was gone. Ha! The king paused. Suddenly, one of his assassins pointed down. Boss? Look down there. The king's eyes went wide. What the? While climbing, Cao Hui had pulled a fast one. Since he went up first, he broke their line of sight, did a U-turn, and dove back down the cliff to flank the city. Gotta slow down, he thought. He channeled his internal energy to the tip of his blade and fired. A beam of blue force. It was basically a laser cannon, punching massive holes through the fortress walls and rooftops. Cao Hui rode the momentum, flying right through the gaping holes his sword blasts had just created. The henchmen inside didn't stand a chance. They couldn't even run before debris from the ceiling rained down, crushing them amid screams of agony. Cao Hui kept his combo going, smashing through 3 rooftops in a row, causing explosions that sounded like artillery fire. Up on the mountain, the assassin looked at the king nervously. Sir? The Iron Fist King was so mad he just let out a choked scream and nosedived off the cliff back toward the city. The assassins looked at each other, confused, before yelling, "Follow the boss." The king landed in a rage, ready to kill, but all he saw were wrecked buildings. "Where is he?" he roared. Suddenly, he felt a massive surge of energy gathering nearby. He whipped his head around and looked up. Zhao Hu was standing on the very cliff ledge the king had just jumped from, charging up his sword. The Iron Fist King panicked. "He's above us. He's right over our heads." Xiao Hui looked down with a mischievous smirk and swung his blade. 5 razor-sharp energy beams slashed downward. The assassins, totally caught off guard, got shredded from behind before they knew what hit them. The Iron Fist King turned beet red, looking like he wanted to eat Zhao Hui alive. "You dare. You shameless, dirty little scumbag." But Zhao Hui just vanished, leaving behind a burning, ruined city. In one night, the ruler of the valley had been completely played. The next morning, the Iron Fist King was still raging, cursing up a storm. Turns out, he was tallying up the bill. The 6-armed Buddha statue worth 10,000 gold coins he bought from a high monk melted into a puddle. A white porcelain vase worth a fortune, dust. The famous landscape masterpiece by the royal artist, shredded into confetti. That painting had rare birds and scenery, it was priceless. And his prize friggin' a horse, a gift from General Wat Tuk, had been roasted alive in the stables. But the kicker? The mansion itself, designed by the legendary Tran Han, built over 3 years with all his blood, sweat, and tears. The place that held 60 years of his life's treasures was totally destroyed. The Iron Fist King was so angry he was practically crying blood. "Nam Cung Zhang, you son of a." He abandoned the ruined city and ordered everyone to the main headquarters immediately. Meanwhile, at the main hall, sunlight was just creeping in. As the big boss, Li Kurang Kan, started the interrogation. "So, the main warehouse was burned to the ground?" 6 subordinates kneeling on the floor replied, "Yes, cult leader." Li continued. "And the 20 hectares of crops at the Devil Fields? Torched?" The minions trembled. "Yes, sir." He pressed on. "And the entire naval fleet at Kaisan port is at the bottom of the ocean. Faces buried in the carpet," they mumbled. "That is correct." "And one of my 8 kings got beat down?" Li scoffed. "Look at these guys, getting a little fame, and suddenly they can't handle their business." A minion spoke up. "Reports say all attacks were carried out by the Nam Cung clan, sir." Li Kurang Kan looked surprised. "Nam Cung?" He started connecting the dots. The warehouse was destroyed by the Yi Jin sword technique, a high-level skill that lets the user shape-shift their attacks. That's definitely a signature move of the Nam Cung family. The attacker is clearly an elite warrior, someone powerful enough to rank in the 7 martial seats. The prime suspect is the Azure Sword hero, the Ghost Shadow himself. A scout rushed in. "Report. On the Duong River, 2 dead, 75 injured, 8 warships totaled. All merchant vessels destroyed. The damage matches high-tier techniques," the scout added. "Teleportation strikes, aerial dashes, energy blasts. It's the shifting sword style." Li nodded. "Those are definitely Nam Cung moves, and masterfully executed too. Aside from the Azure Sword hero, nobody else could pull that off." Li Kurang Kan realized it was Nam Cung too and let out a dark, mocking laugh. "If my intel is right, this is going to be headline news. Even the lowest bottom feeders in our cult wouldn't stoop to dirty tricks like that. Seriously, how does an endgame-level martial artist act like such a scrub?" That Nam Cung 2 guy tossed his reputation in the dumpster like a used napkin. Usually, these self-righteous hero types care more about their clout than their actual lives. Turns out, the Nam Cung family's honor just got fed to the mutts. Lai Kuang Kan pivoted, asking, "What's the total damage looking like?" His strategist replied, "Roughly 200,000 gold taels, boss. And that's just the base cost. We can't even calculate the private loot the 8 emperors lost, so that's just a ballpark estimate." Li Kuang Kan ran the numbers. 200,000 gold buys 4 prime downtown mansions. He couldn't believe one solo player caused this much wreckage. When a top-tier fighter stops giving a crap about the rules, they are absolutely terrifying. He waved a hand to signal. "Tell the armies to chill. Freeze all movement. Wait for the rainy season, then send the Han Jumon crew and the local bards to start spreading dirt on the Shang Tian sword hero. Go viral with it." The subordinate kneeling on the floor responded instantly. "You got it." Lai Kuang-kan thought to himself, "We took a massive hit, sure, but why am I vibing right now? Actually, I feel great. 200,000 gold to destroy that cocky swordsman's clout, totally worth the price of admission. Money is temporary, just 200,000 gold. We can make that back in 6 months, maybe faster if we squeeze the local merchants and fishermen a little harder." He couldn't help but burst out laughing. "But losing your rep, that's permanent. You can't buy back the image of a great martial seat with cash." Suddenly, the Iron Fist King crashed the party, blind with rage. "Chief, Let me lead the Phantom Squad. I'm gonna wipe the Nam Cung clan off the map personally. Lai Huang Can stayed ice cold. You get hit too, bro? The Iron Fist King screamed, yes. That Nam Cung too is completely shameless. I can't take this anymore. Li Huang Can asked, what did he do to you? After hearing the story, Lai Huang Can laughed his head off. Ha 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 ha, what a mess. He thought it was hilarious that a righteous hero would pull stunts like that while still pretending to be part of the martial arts world. Hearing about the good guys acting like dirtbags was deeply satisfying. However, Lai Huang Can said, I can't give you the Phantom Squad. The rainy season is almost here, and our main army will arrive soon anyway. Just let them handle the heavy lifting when they get here. The Iron Fist King was fuming. I'm burning the Nam Cung family to ash right now. Why wait? My manor, the place I put all my effort into, is already toasted. Li Huang Can shrugged. Are you disobeying a direct order? The big guy shouted, Lai Can Tan, have you lost your mind? As he spoke, the boss unleashed a purple suppression aura, forcing the Iron Fist King to his knees. The Iron Fist King, Lai Can Tan, lost his tough guy act and started sobbing. But my manor is gone. My master's remains were inside. Boom. Suddenly, a massive explosion blew the roof off the main hall. Lai Huang Can thought, is that the sword hero? The blast tore a giant hole in the ceiling, and right in the center of the gap, a sword appeared. You guys guessed it. Trieu Huy teleported straight from the Iron Fist King's place to the evil sect's main hall. Trieu Huy unleashed his skill through the blade. The sword energy manifested a dragon claw, then morphed into a full-blown dragon coiling around. Lai Huang Can reacted instantly. He fired off his Dark Dragon Fang move, using his internal energy to create countless arrowhead projectiles. It looked like a shadow dragon clashing with a spiky energy beast. The Iron Fist King yelled to his goons, roof's coming down. Run. The two attacks collided and blasted out of the main hall. Lai Can Tan noted the sound was fading away. Lai Huang Can, the Iron Fist King, and the minions immediately bailed out through the hole Trieu Huy created. Landing on the roof, the boss spotted a fire at another tower, but the sword was gone. He said, did he recall the blade? He thought, retracting sword energy is way harder than firing it. Even I would have to risk my life to pull that off. Yet this guy attacked the Black Heaven Palace again without taking a break. Wait, that means the attack on me was just bait, both at once? Using two teleportation moves simultaneously. I mean, I could do it, but I'd be bedridden for 2 or 3 months after. Suddenly, Trieu Hui's sword reappeared in the sky, but not just one. 2 swords. They abruptly split up, mid-air, flying in opposite directions. Lai Huang Can couldn't wrap his head around it. How is his body not breaking apart? And he's launching a dual-sword teleport strike. Even for an endgame player, that should be impossible. One flew northwest, the other northeast. The weapon depot is in the northwest. Lai Huang Can immediately flashed step towards it. Hundreds of cannons are stored there for the Emperor's relative, Kim Duong. The gunpowder and ammo ingredients are all in there too. If the armory blows, it's game over. I have to stop that sword, even if it costs me my life. He entered a trance state, his eyes turning pitch black with pupils glowing red like drops of blood on a dark curtain. He drew his sword and unleashed the demon heaven kill. Purple-black energy condensed on his blade, forming a ghostly aura that swallowed Trieu Hui's sword. He slowly consumed the incoming weapon. The sword dissolved, but it was just sword energy made solid. Lai Huang Can gasped. Another decoy? Suddenly, a massive boom echoed a different building and the complex was burning violently. Lai Huang Can screamed, the Black Heaven Palace. He shook his head, frantically looking around, yelling, Ku, where are you? He couldn't hold back his rage anymore, losing his cool completely. Where are you hiding, you rat? While the headquarters turned into a fireworks display, Trieu Huy was chilling on a nearby peak, legs crossed, smirking. Look at the old man rage. Trieu Huy looked pleased with himself. That Vu clan tech is next level. The ancestor who designed the sword grave poured his soul into creating this dual mind technique. It lets you run 2 separate mental threads to handle different tasks. Top-tier skills obviously drain the mana bar like crazy, though. Trieu Huy slowly stands up, flexing with dual blades in hand. Man, looks like I seriously need to grind some more XP. Trieu Huy dives off the cliff, power stomps the rock face behind him into gravel, and hovers while telekinetically steering the swords. But hey, dual-wielding remote control isn't exactly a walk in the park. One blade can't handle his raw energy and snaps like a twig. Crap, am I maxed out already? The Dark Demon Palace is packed with loot, armory, gunpowder, assassin gear. Still got critical targets to hit. If I keep burning mana like this, I'm toast. Gotta chill and focus up. Alright, game plan. Hit the armory first. I dropped a cool 1,000 gold tails buying intel from the Night Butterfly, the top info broker in the game. They claim the armory is the Black Heaven, Lotus's Achilles heel. And get this, these psychos have a backdoor into the royal family. Gunpowder is supposed to be on total lockdown by the feds, but those corrupt royal relatives hijacked the stash and hid it right here. They literally risked their necks stealing it to prep for a civil war against the emperor. If this gets leaked to the public, that's a one-way ticket to Execution City for treason. Cold-blooded monsters for real. But hey, big risk, big payout. As he sneaks up on the HQ, he thinks, is blowing this joint really the only play? Igniting that huge pile of powder is going to make a massive boom and definitely attract heat. If the regional inspectors from Jiangxi show up, all the dirty laundry airs out. Then the royals might crack down hard on the martial arts world. Can't have that drama. I gotta leverage this situation. He pauses and projects his voice over the entire base. Yo, I want to cut a deal. Iron Fist King Li Qintren hears it and goes ballistic. Nam Cung Tu, you scumbag. I'm gonna rip you into confetti. Where you hiding? Come out. You spineless chicken. Hui projects back to stay hidden. Zip it, you glorified lapdog. I'm here to talk to the big boss, not his pets. Li Qintren thinks, did he just call me a dog? I'm Black Heaven royalty. He starts smashing everything in sight. Coward. Where are you? Come out and fight. You wreck the place and still call yourself a righteous hero. Do you have zero morals? Trieu Huy shoots back. What are you even babbling about? You scumbags run gambling dens, brothels, and hit jobs for cash, and you want to judge me? You animals don't get to preach. Shut your trap and let your boss handle this. By now, Hui's already inside the base. Hey, big boss, stop hiding to look cool. Come out or I blow the Emperor's fireworks sky high. The Black Heaven leader, Li Kung Kane, is totally blindsided. He knows about that. He projects back. That's impossible. Trieu Huy doubles down. Keep testing me, and see how much of your treasure pile is left when the dust settles. Li Kung Kane goes dead silent. Trieu Huy presses on. Get out of Jiangxi province, or else. Or maybe I snitch to the governor. Nah, you guys are probably in bed together. I'll just go straight to the Emperor with the receipts. Li Kung Kane starts sweating bullets. If I get busted with stolen royal explosives, the truce between the court and the martial world is toast. The royals won't care if we're a good or evil sect, they'll wipe us all out. He screams, you psycho. You want to pull a kamikaze mission and take us all down. Huy immediately sends his two floating swords hovering right over the center of the base. Kan's face goes pale. Stop. Huy asks, you leaving town or not? Kan composes himself. We're talking about 8,000 lives here. Kid, quit spouting fairy tales and be real. Huy gives a wicked laugh. So no deal? You really think your 8,000 goons are going to be safe if I nuke that warehouse? You sure you can handle that kind of fallout? Kan is fuming but keeps his cool. I want to kill this guy. Is he really the noble Nam Cung Tu? He's got the skills, but he acts like a total street punk. The guy is masking his voice with energy, so no age ID. Kan yells, show your face. You expect me to negotiate with a ghost. Huy sees right through the trap. Yeah, right. You got Iron Fist and a squad of assassins waiting to jump me. You think I was born yesterday? I know exactly how snakes like you operate. Hugh taunts, hey Iron Knuckles, give it up, you won't find me. You guys just stalling for time. Suddenly, Huy splits his swords, sending them zooming in opposite directions. Kan panics and chases one, screaming, no. He thinks, it's probably a bluff, but I can't risk it. If that's a real attack, it's game over. He has zero choice. Kan unleashes his ultimate move. Heavenly Tribulation Dragon Fang. Massive energy forms into countless dragon fangs, aiming straight for Yu's blade. It hits like a dragon strike, shattering the sword instantly. But the blade dissolves into thin air. It was a fake. A decoy. Boom. Another building in the compound detonates and burns to ash. Kan loses it. You little rat. Let's see who burns out first, your mana or my fortress. Get him. He orders everyone to swarm the gunpowder stash. The Black Heaven troops scream back, sir, yes sir. They set up a 4-layer defense at the depot. 2 perimeters outside, 1 on the 2nd floor and 1 on the roof. The place is leaking, killing intent. Huy strolls across a nearby rooftop. So they're putting all their eggs in one basket? Fine by me. Ideally, for his clan, a chaotic Jiangxi is good, but he needs a plan B. He projects his voice again. Man, you guys are high maintenance. Fine, I'll give you a discount on my demands. Li Kungkang replies icily, talk. Huy lays it out. I want 3 things. 1. Cut ties with your buddies in Tangchuan and cancel your alliance with the Greenwood Syndicate. 2. Transfer all your business ops in Jiangxi over to the Trieu clan. Third condition. You sell land to the Trieu family. As much as they want. That's my final offer. You refuse, and I flatten this whole place. Li Huangcan was sweating bullets. He knows everything. Even our secret pact with the Green Forest bandits. I bury that intel deep. I bet even the Martial Alliance doesn't know about that. But how does he know about the Trieu family business? That massive operation. That's why we're doing all this. Intel says the Trieu clan rakes in 710,000 gold pieces a year. If our plan works, we basically own the whole province. But now he wants us to let the Trieu family set up shop here. Wait, thinking about it. That's not actually bad for us. Hop-Fi is booming right now, bigger than the other major cities. If that money starts flowing into our territory, we get rich. And if they do business with the Dark Sect, the Martial Alliance is going to flip out. Is that his game? Expanding the family business while causing drama? I wonder how the good guys will react to the Nam Cung family working with us. Interesting. Li Huangcan shouted, "Deal." His warriors protested, "Boss, we can't compromise." IY turned to them. "You got a better idea?" The warriors immediately shut their mouths and looked at the floor. I yelled back up, "But if the Martial Alliance tries to block our business, you gotta promise to handle them." Trieu Huy telepathically replied, "Duh. If they try anything, I'll punish them." Li Huangcan was stunned. Huh. He looked at his crew. "Punish? Did you guys hear him say punish?" The warriors nodded. "Yeah, boss." Loud and clear, the henchman thought to himself. So, the Namgung clan really decided to hammer the Martial Alliance. Humph. He smirked, whispering to himself like a villain in a movie. "Namgung Su, you absolute madman." Things just got spicy. Then, loud enough for Trieu Huy to hear, he added, "You got it, boss." That was the deal, after all. Trieu Huy grinned like he'd just won the lottery. The sun came up, blasting light everywhere. Down at a spot near Poyang Lake, the squad Cao Cao Van, Truong Nat Long, Truong Ho, Trangia Ho, and Diem Thuong Lok was chowing down. Lok was talking with his mouth full, absolutely zero manners. To me, he just looks like a total rookie. Truong Ho snapped his head up. "You talking smack about me?" He sighed, rolling his eyes. "It is way too early for your nonsense, man." Lok looked genuinely confused. "The math ain't mathing. You look 20, max. But that middle-aged dude calls you big bro. So, two options. Either that guy is wearing a mask, or you're a straight-up boomer in a Zoomer suit." Truong Nat Long looked around, confused. "Who you calling middle-aged? Lok?" Lok pointed a finger right in Truong Nat Long's face. "I'm talking to you. Why are you calling a baby-faced kid like him big bro?" Long snapped. He jumped up, grinding his teeth, eyes looking like he was ready to eat Lok for breakfast. Cao Cao Van stepped in to play referee. "Chill out. Who cares if he looks 20-something? Lok, shut it." Lok wasn't buying it. "You gotta be kidding me." Long was turning purple with rage, ready to end Lok's entire bloodline. He screamed some gibberish. Lok gave him a side eye. "Wait, for real? You're actually only 4 years younger than me?" He thought to himself, "Dang, what kind of trauma did this guy go through to age like milk?" Trieu Huy giggled, throwing massive shade. "Yikes. That's a 23-year-old's face? That's rough, buddy." Truong Nat Long fired back. "You look worse. You look like a walking zombie, neither human nor ghost." Trieu Huy clapped back instantly. "Go to hell, you jerk." The guy who looked ancient, Truong Nat Long, grumbled. "Why do you always look like you've been drained of blood?" Suddenly, footsteps approached. Truong Ho jumped up like a soldier at attention. "Boss Trio." Trieu Huy immediately started roasting them. "Can you guys quit the bowing routine? Seriously, if you go one day without being extra, are you going to break out in a rash or something?" Trieu Huy slapped a stack of papers onto the table. Cao Cao Van asked, "What's the loot?" Cao Cao Van picked up a sheet, his eyes popping out of his head. "This is." He read it, totally confused. "Hundreds of land deeds, all belonging to the Black Heaven Lotus." He paused. "Wait a sec, didn't I already have all your cash in the safe?" Trieu Huy grinned like a Cheshire cat. "The Black Heaven crew donated them, voluntarily. Can you believe it?" Cao Cao Van's jaw hit the floor. No way. He actually scammed the dumbest guys in the martial world. Meanwhile, over at the Namgung estate, Namgung Su was staring at a report, totally losing it. What in the actual? What is this mess? Namgung Su sat there questioning his sanity. "I haven't left my room. Who is writing this fan fiction about me?" Sure, the Black Heaven Lotus falling apart was great news. But who pulled the trigger? Someone used my signature move's formless sword, the whole 9 yards to wreck their HQ. If he was just flexing his skills, fine. But this guy stayed invisible. Sniped them from the shadows. Now the streets are saying the sky's sword. Hero did it. It was obviously Trieu Huy, but Nam Cung Su was the one trending for it. His reputation was on the line. Su sat there, looking like a deflated balloon. He thought 10,000 fighters in the Martial Alliance have zero clue about the evil cult teaming up with the Nos Cash Lamb. I'm shocked they knew about the plot but still chose to scatter. That was a massive army from Anhui. They could have wiped us out. This is a huge win, theoretically. Being called a hero is cool and all, but the reward from the Alliance leader isn't going to cover this stress. He coughed. Nam Cung Bok panicked. Boss, you okay? I'm good, Su replied. Nam Cung Su was spiraling. What's the play here? I have no idea what the Black Heaven guys will do next. The rumors have already hit Anhui. Soon, everyone will know someone is catfishing as me. Nam Cung Bok hesitated. Sir, there's one more letter. Su groaned. What now? More bad news? Su sighed. Fine. Hand it over. Let's deal with all the garbage at once. It's from Trieu Huy, Bok said. Su skimmed it, then exploded. That absolute dirtbag. Nam Cung Bok was sweating bullets. He goes, Grandmaster Nam Cung too. Literally everyone in the martial arts world knows we run the Trieu family. But these guys have the nerve to use the Trieu name to buy up every inch of land in Jiangxi. It looks like Trieu Huy is planning a hostile takeover to turn Nam Thuong into a bandit paradise. Our business needs to stay focused on the evil sect's central turf. Yo, if we launch this biz, we gotta split the dough with a Black Heaven Lotus crew. That's a huge red flag, could get the Nam Cung fam booted from the Martial Alliance. Trieu Huy wrote in his letter, Sorry Pops, my bad. Totally on me. After reading that, Nam Cung just stood up and slammed his hand on the desk, screaming, Hell no. I'm heading to Nam Thuong right now. Get my gear ready. Nam Cung Bok tried to chill him out, like, Boss, take a breath. But Nam Cung Tu's face went dark, shouting, Chill? You want me to just sit here and watch everything burn? Nam Cung Bok immediately barked at his subordinate, Manager, go pack our bags. Forget the entourage, I'm rolling solo with the boss. The manager replied, You got it. The next morning at Lake Ba Duong, the sunset was hugging the water, totally peaceful vibes. In a small pavilion, Cao Cao, Van, and Trieu Huy were taking a stroll. Cao Van asked, Penny for your thoughts? Trieu Huy replied, I'm wondering if folks in the Central Plains could handle living on top of each other. Cao Van looked confused. Living close? What are you getting at? Trieu Huy grinned. I'm picking your brain about construction. With your skills and our current tech, how high can we actually build a tower? Standing in the Central Plains, Cao Van asked seriously, What's the budget on resources? Trieu Huy shrugged, Unlimited. Sky's the limit. Cao Van was skeptical. And people are going to live in this thing? Trieu Huy nodded. You bet. Cao Van rubbed his chin, calculating, I guess we could hit 5 or 6 floors. Maybe 7 if we really push the envelope. Trieu Huy dropped a bomb. What if we ditch the wood and use iron? And not just iron, but steel. Cao Van zoned out, thinking hard. Steel as a foundation and pillars, the cost would be absolutely astronomical. He couldn't even imagine the price tag, but if money wasn't an issue, Cao Van said, I'd need to crunch the numbers for a solid answer, but I think double the wood height is doable. Steel's durability and weight are a whole different ball game. Trieu Huy asked, So, tell me straight, if we use steel, can we hit 10 floors? Cao Van answered confidently, Yeah, absolutely. Trieu Huy smirked and said, Awesome. 10-story steel tower. Start the blueprints today. Cao Van was puzzled. Wait, why though? Wouldn't it be more efficient to build 10 smaller buildings with 2 or 3 floors instead of one giant monster? Nope, that doesn't work. Trieu Huy said with swag, I'm building over 20 steel towers right on the lakefront. Cao Van gasped. Say what? Trieu Huy was thinking. Just pop a window open and boom, instant lake view whenever you want. Soaking up the majestic scenery from way up high, the river and grass welcoming us to the world outside, the family estate. Cao Van was confused. Then it clicked. He got hyped. Hold up. You mean you want to build these towers as homes for people to live in? Trieu Huy said, First, let me check your sketches. But right now, I'm thinking about fitting 2 units per floor. Cao Van started. But that would. Trieu Huy cut in, revealing his master plan. First floor is the lobby and the Trieu family bakery. Second floor will be the Trieu family store. We'll sell our own merch. People living in these 10-story high-rises won't need to trek far to grab iced tea or a burger. They won't even have to go outside for booze. They just take the stairs down and see the massive Trieu empire right there. Cao Van was floored, muttering in awe. Whoa. He thought, I never imagined a housing concept like this. This is evolution. Cao Cao said excitedly. I bet a tower like this will be super high-end. People are gonna fight tooth and nail to live here. Trieu Huy replied, Meh, since it's made of steel, the rent is gonna be steep. Trieu Huy figured the view of Lake Poyang would jack up the price too. People love living near water, humans can't resist the liquid appeal. He continued, we can set the price tag after it's built. The only issue is making sure the floor plan fits the ratio. Cao realized it and thought, this guy is a business god. Never seen anyone like him, never will again. A legend bringing the first modern residential district in history to this era. Suddenly, a laugh from the Overlord Man Duke echoed from the Blood Jade. Ha ha ha. The Overlord thought, I've been watching this kid for 7 years now. His achievements, too long to list, started with a tiny shop and a mountain of debt, yet he managed to hustle and flow, knowing exactly when to push and when to pull. The Trieu family has the whole Hefei market in the palm of their hand. And now, not just Hefei, he's grabbed Anhui province too. He didn't stop there. That trip to Jiangxi woke him up, made him sharper, more rational, and way smarter. He's determined and knows how to be brutal when necessary. What impresses me most is that while the Trieu biz took the win, all the drama and gossip got dumped on the Nam Cung family. He's super practical. Keeps a cool head, willing to toss aside useless things even honored to hit his goals. That's king energy right there. But the best part is the squad he's built around him. So much talent. You got the young master of the Nam Cung clan, Trieu Huy, the top student of the Physician King, Trieu Nat Long, the young master of the Two Cat clan, Ta Cat Van, the Grim Reaper Ta Liam Dao, and Diem Thuong Lok from the Black Heaven Lotus, plus the ghostly poison expert Hong Lai Tu and Trangjia Hu. These guys are like oil and water, enemies from the good and evil factions, yet here they are. Their future paths all converge on one key factor, Trieu Huy. Whether they respect or fear his martial arts, nobody can deny this kid's business genius and strategic vision. Everything revolves around his existence. Ruthless, cold-blooded, scheming. The world paints me with the nastiest words possible. But who would have guessed that the guy with the strongest crew under his command is actually yours truly? The Overlord grinned and said, Ha, you really must be the reincarnation of Trieu Man Duck. Trieu Huy looked confused. What's that supposed to mean? The Overlord continued, you aren't planning to build your own private army, kid. Trieu Huy was surprised. An army? Seriously. The Overlord said darkly, you think this martial arts world is big enough for you? Even if you win everything here, it's just a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. Trieu Huy thought to himself, is this old dude trying to make me a king or something? The Overlord clenched his fist, his face dead serious. The richer and stronger you get, the more targets you paint on your back. It's inevitable. So, the only way to squash the drama is to sit on top of the world. He meant total domination. Trieu Huy replied, are you talking about the shaman tribe? Ba Vuong gave him the cold shoulder and said, Humph. The Vu clan is just a drop in the bucket. As long as we breathe the same air, the Trieu family isn't going anywhere fast. The Vu clan's rise is all because of that one thing. Trieu Huy tilted his head. And what thing would that be? Ba Vuong broke it down. Even the current emperor is clueless. We're talking about a non-human entity here. Something that can track, exploit, and even decide who lives or dies. There are 1,000,004 ways to describe it, but it's all still pretty foggy. That gemstone is an heirloom passed down from them. You could say everything in existence is under their thumb. Maybe you and I are just dancing right under their noses. Then the sword god, Trieu Huy, chimed in. Listen up. Even if you've made a name for yourself as a grandmaster, you're still a toddler compared to them. Mortals like us shouldn't poke the bear. Even if you hit peak power, don't look them in the eye. Run for the hills immediately. They flattened the Mount Hua sect with a single kick. Trieu Huy got nervous. But what about people on their level? Nope, even higher. Suddenly, Cao Cao burst in clutching a stack of papers, slammed them on the desk, and said, I'm ready to start the blueprints. Take a look for me? Trieu Huy shrugged. I'm not exactly an expert in this field. Ta Cao unrolled the designs, trying to convince him. But you're way better at math than me. Your help is huge. First off, I estimated the load-bearing capacity of that steel we want to use and laid it out in these block formations. After running the numbers, this is the only viable way to build a skyscraper-style structure. But the biggest headache is the water situation. Getting water up to the penthouse for daily use is going to be a nightmare. Trieu Huy snapped his fingers. Oh, right. He realized this world doesn't exactly have elevators or escalators yet, so plumbing is a beast. He mused, I think we can fix it by putting a massive water tank on the roof and designing a pipe system to gravity feed it down to each floor. That should solve it, but now we have groundwater issues. Trieu Huy really just wanted to install a modern toilet in this 10-story high-rise. I'm used to those fancy wall-mounted commodes, but are there any potters in this era skilled enough to make a porcelain toilet? Maybe that's not the biggest hurdle. Trieu Huy groaned. Ugh, wait. Then he kept thinking, speaking of which, thermal insulation is a problem too. To supply hot water for 10 floors, we need a boiler and a giant coal furnace up on the roof. If we try to use a stone heating system, the building will collapse. Then it hit him, rubber hoses for heating systems haven't been invented yet, so we have to use iron pipes, but the weight and rust are going to be a disaster. Man, I really should have majored in engineering. Trieu Huy face-palmed, sighed, and said, shelve that for now. I need to see if there are other materials we can use. This needs way more brain power. Just then, Trieu Huy and DM Thuong Lok walked in. Tran asked, so, what are we supposed to do? Trieu Huy waved them off like flies. I don't need you guys anymore. Pack your bags and head back to the Black Heaven Lotus. They both jaw-dropped. You gotta be kidding me. DM Thuong Lok fumed. You promised you wouldn't snitch to the evil sect or Nak Cash Lam that we were the ones who leaked the base locations. Trieu Huy yawned, looking bored. Yeah, whatever. DM Thuong Lok lost it, screaming, ugh, holy crap, I can't believe this guy. That's 2 human lives on the line here. Get serious, you moron. Trieu Huy turned cold, shooting him a glare. Didn't you used to brag about slaughtering 10 martial artists with your bare hands, and now you're whining about just 2 lives? DM Thuong Lok shouted, damn it, those scumbags deserve to meet their maker. Trieu Huy replied flatly, so do you. DM was furious but powerless, letting out a frustrated scream. Trieu Hui's face went dark, his eyes radiating killing intent. Then get on your knees. You trash. Immediately, Trieu Huy and DM Thuong Lok dropped to the floor. Yes, boss. Trieu Huy frowned, looking annoyed. Do you want to keep breathing or not? DM Thuong Lok stammered, terrified. Yes, absolutely, boss. Trieu Huy tossed 2 papers at them. Sign these. DM Thuong Lok read it, confused. What's this? Employee evaluation? Trieu Huy explained, it's a ranking system in our organization. DM lit up. So, employee is a high rank, right? Trieu Huy was blunt. Nope. Bottom of the food chain. DM Thuong Lok exploded. 70 coppers a month? Are you messing with me? Even the waiters at the tea shop make more than that. Trieu Huy shrugged innocently. Read rule number 4. There are performance bonuses. DM yelled back, this is highway robbery. I drink 2 jars of wine and I'm broke. Trieu Huy asked softly, do you like being alive? DM hung his head and cursed, son of a. Trieu Huy pointed a finger right in his face, mocking him. From now on, go out and find me skilled carpenters, masons, potters, basically any construction expert you can find. Drag them back here. I'll pay you 5 times what they make. Deal? DM Thuong Lok swore again, still salty. Screw it. Understood. Trieu Huy raised her hand. What about me? Do I just sit around doing nothing? Trieu Huy asked coldly. Well, what are you good at? Tran mimed, choking herself. Grinning. Murder. Trieu Huy sighed, disappointed. You like crawling onto the roof and staring at the lake, don't you? DM interrupted. Yeah, that's her crazy hobby. Trieu Huy nodded. Good. Climb up there every day and keep watch. If you see anything suspicious, report back to me immediately. Can you handle that? Trieu Huy laughed. Piece of cake. Meanwhile, back at the Black Heaven Lotus headquarters, Lai Kwang Can asked, have we figured out what he's up to yet? He thought to himself. After the deal went down, that guy in the demon mask showed up. At first, we all thought he was the Azure Sword hero, but then we realized the voice belonged to some young kid. The problem is, during the whole negotiation, I could feel the aura of a martial arts expert coming off him. So, is it possible the guy who crashed our party wasn't the Azure Sword hero at all? The masked kid that Lai Kwang Can was sweating over? Yeah, that was Trieu Huy. But he didn't know that yet. His advisor chimed in. All the S-tier fighters in the Nam Cung clan are locked down in the Heaven Blue Wing. We think this guy might be some random Smurf account leveling up on his own. Lai Kwang Can kept grilling him. Yo, what's the deal with that young heir though? What's his story? The advisor hit him with the stats. Look, at the tournament, dude was already borderline S-tier. It's been 6 years since then. Even if he's a total prodigy or born with a silver spoon, he couldn't have cracked the god tier level yet. Impossible. But something smells fishy. Lai Kwang Can was like, spill it. The advisor continued, it's about the guy the Nam Cung family adopted. The boss of the Trieu Corporation. Lai Kwang Can frowned. Does this dude know Kung Fu? Because the head honcho of the Trieu biz never looked like he could throw hands. He just looks like a standard money-chasing merchant. That made Li Kuang-kan pause for a beat, scratching his head, but he couldn't dig up any more dirt. Suddenly, the advisor pictured the masked guy and it clicked. He immediately snitched, boss. The merchant who bought up literally all the real estate around Lake Po Yang is that Trieu Huy guy. I'd bet my life he's got the same vibe as that masked weirdo who visited us. We need to look into this as soon as possible. Li Kuang-kan nodded. You're on it. Make it happen. The advisor bowed low. You got it, boss. Just one thing though, purely for my own curiosity, can I ask you something? Li Kuang-kan raised an eyebrow. Rare for you to be nosy. Go ahead. Shoot. The advisor got serious. About giving away our sects land for $0. Why did you make that call? Li Kuang-kan smirked. Because that guy made a mental deal with me. Guess how long this contract lasts? 3 years. Hearing 3 years made the advisor jump out of his skin. That guy's got guts. Li Kuang-kan flashed a creepy, steel-cold smile. He's definitely playing the long game, planning to make us his pets. Once those 3 years are up, I bet he starts making some totally insane demands. The advisor kept his mouth shut, not saying another word. Inside, he was screaming. If you know that, why give him the land, bro? Li Kuang-kan pushed himself up from his chair. Just him standing there made the air feel heavy enough to crush a soda can. He declared, if things go sideways, that scumbag is gonna try to swipe our warehouses and bases. To dodge that nightmare scenario, I'll just drop some cash to move the Black Heaven Lotus squad somewhere else. We need to overhaul the security system for the treasures right now. Liquidate everything into banknotes and stash them in a secret location. Easy peasy. I'm just dying to see his reaction when the rug gets pulled. Now that he's got the land, he's going to dump a truckload of capital into it. And once he turns that place into a booming metropolis, I guarantee we will snatch it right back. The day our crew rises up is the day he crashes and burns. Meanwhile, over in Anhui City, things were getting as busy as herp. Fee! A carriage pulled up at the gate. A young dude hopped out, bowing to Trieu Huy. Welcome back, boss. Trieu Huy strolled over, cool as a cucumber. Anything go down while I was gone? The guy standing in front of him reported, Yo, those heavy hitters who went to the North Sea? They got back 4 days ago. That news made Trieu Huy flinch a little. Did anyone tag along with them from the north? The kid nodded enthusiastically. Oh yeah, and thanks to those guests, our place has been rowdier than a frat house lately. Trieu Huy looked a bit panicked. Why? Did something bad happen? Totally missing the boss's stress, the kid grinned like an idiot. Nah, those heroes brought back a guy and a girl from the north. Rumor has it they're absolute tens, like model status. Everyone's been trying to sneak a peek at them. Trieu Huy had seen plenty of gorgeous women, so he kept his cool despite the hype. The underling, however, was totally simping. Seriously, boss, they're like angels that fell from the sky. Trieu Huy rolled his eyes and headed inside. The second he walked in, the first thing he saw was a mob of people huddled together, gossiping like teenagers. Probably gawking at the supermodels, the kid mentioned, Trieu Huy thought. Slacking off on company time? Seriously. Then, Trieu Huy actually stopped in his tracks. A girl was walking toward him, and she was. Wow. She was rocking a winter coat, with white hair flowing down to her ankles, ocean blue eyes, and cheeks flushed pink like a 20-year-old influencer. She was the main character. Period. Her vibe was brighter than the first day of spring. Meanwhile, old man Hung Dai-Du looked furious. Took you long enough. Meet Master Snow White and Miss Snow Smart. Trieu Huy immediately switched to business mode, bowing politely. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Trieu Huy. His smooth manners shocked the bystanders. Miss Snow Smart asked, So, you're the guy who owns the 10,000-year ice crystal? That's me. Trieu Huy replied. I actually made it. By the way, did my crew explain the terms and conditions of your visit? Master Snow White cut in. Until we see the ice crystal, we're not answering 20 questions. Fair enough. Trieu Huy shrugged. Right this way. He gestured to the right. Just as they were leaving, Hung Dai-Du screamed, Hey, what about us? Are you seriously just going to let us walk away? Trieu Huy seriously felt like these guys were a total headache. He shooed them away like flies. Do I look like a cheapskate who breaks promises? Go back to your precious big mountain or whatever middle of nowhere place you came from. The second he said it, the gang bolted like their pants were on fire, crying snotty tears of joy. They were screeching like escaped zoo animals, so much for being tough gangsters. Watching them scatter, Trieu Huy wondered, should I feed the guests some buns before the show? He decided to just lead the two guests to the stash. The entrance to the 10,000-year ice crystal vault was tiny, barely wide enough for two people to squeeze through. Inside, there was a staircase leading down to a basement. Trieu Huy pointed the way, and the three of them descended. They didn't even have to get close to feel the insane energy radiating off the crystal. The temperature dropped so hard it felt like the North Pole in there. Standing in front of that intense, chilling aura, Master Snow White and Miss Snow Smart couldn't take their eyes off it. This was the legendary loot everyone wanted, the kind of treasure people would literally kill each other over. I've been dreaming about this moment forever, Snow White thought, finally seeing it in real life. This is why we bailed on our ancestors, changed our last names, and ate so much dirt, just for this. Seeing it makes me want to cry. Right before Mom kicked the bucket, she wouldn't stop talking about this 10,000-year ice crystal. The feels were hitting Master Snow White hard, turning into anger. How dare these randoms possess such a holy artifact? He fumed silently. Wait, using our sacred North Sea ice as air conditioning? The Ice Prince had a mini-stroke thinking about it. Trieu Huy didn't care about his feelings. He pointed at the eternal ice crystal. Serious question, why are you North Sea guys always broke? Ever heard of supply and demand? Ice is super rare in the Central Plains. It's pricey. You're sitting on a gold mine. You can make bank just selling a few chunks. If I were you, I'd corner the entire ice market and be swimming in cash. The Ice Prince looked salty. Is this guy serious? Disrespecting the sacred frost like that? The ice god arts used to terrify the whole server. Every time an ice master showed up, it was a bloodbath. One hit would freeze entire maps, rivers, mountains, everything. That guy turned 10 top-tier warriors into popsicles in a split second.
People trembled at the name. And this clown wants us to use our legendary powers to run a convenience store?
Total lack of respect for the grind. Trieu Huy noticed they looked triggered. Why the long faces? Got something to say? I thought you guys were here to handle business. They just stared at him like he grew a second head. Trieu Huy shrugged and kept talking. Let's talk numbers. I'll lend you the eternal ice crystal for as long as you want. In exchange, you work for me. Pretty sure my guy already briefed you on the terms. Young Master Snow Ice was clenching his jaw so tight it was practically vibrating, and even the guys standing next to him could feel the rage radiating off him. He was thinking, wait, for real? Is this guy actually trying to turn a lethal weapon into a side hustle? Tuyet Bang could not keep his cool anymore. He immediately started trash-talking Trieu Huy, telling him to shut his trap. It wasn't just anger. The guy pointed up and basically signaled game over. Get out. Meanwhile, Tuyet Bang's hand was charging up this blue energy that looked exactly like the stuff the 10,000-year ice crystal gives off. It was crystallizing right in his palm, forming a blue orb about the size of a catcher's mitt. He screamed out in rage, "You are solo in this lobby, and you still dare to talk smack like that. You must have an ego the size of the sky." Neither Tuyet Bang nor Tuyet Hyen seemed to realize that Trieu Huy could probably send them both to meet their ancestors with a single move, so they kept acting all high and mighty. On the flip side, Trieu Huy was cool as a cucumber. He stared at that energy ball in Tuyet Bang's hand and thought, sick graphics, man. The moisture in the air is condensing, getting dense, hitting absolute zero, and instantly creating these countless vortexes that just keep ramping up in power. The perfection of this math formula is basically converting compressed air into sound waves instantly. Aside from the sword techniques, I would say this skill has reached the top of the meta. After charging up for a while, Tuyet Bang fired that thing straight at Trieu Huy. But hey, he just stood there, didn't even twitch. Right when it was about to graze his shirt, the attack suddenly swerved and smashed into the rocks in the room. Talk about all bark and no bite. It was purely for show and did not even crack a single stone. Then, like a glitch in the Matrix, Trieu Huy appeared right behind the two of them, grinning like a kid. Wow, crazy fast. With speed like that, we could definitely do long-distance shipping. Seeing that Trieu Huy did not have a scratch on him, both of them started cursing up a storm. Tuyet Bang called him a son of a gun, but internally he was thinking, okay, this guy isn't just your average salesman. Tuyet Bang formed 2 ice crystals in his hands, prepping a move called the White Water God Fist, second style. North Wind combo. Waves of ice energy shot out with this snowy special effect that looks super cinematic. But let's be real, flashy visual effects do not always equal high damage. Trieu Huy didn't even bother fighting back, he just zigzagged around, dodging everything. Watching all those attacks hit the surrounding rocks, he actually looked kinda satisfied. Meanwhile, Tuyet Bang was wheezing, totally gassed out and low-key terrified. Trieu Huy said, "Whoa. Normally it takes 3 hours to freeze this room naturally, and you just ice the whole place with one move. Why waste a talent like that on murder? Just chill and listen to my pitch. That move you just used is the most viable one for hurting people, right? And whether it did damage or not, it still froze 11 solid blocks of ice. You got other skills with that same area of effect freezing capability?" Tuyet Bang felt a bit weird about the question but answered, Obviously. The old 5 secrets in the whitewater god fist and the snowy heaven style. Trieu Huy asked, and how many blocks of ice could those moves freeze? About 50, 20H answered, which made Trieu Huy happier than a kid in a candy store. Hu said, see. So, how many times can you spam that move? The two Snow brothers looked at Trieu Huy laughing like a maniac and got confused. 20H, now actually scared, said, 4 or 5 times. Trieu Huy continued, is that so? Guess it drains your stamina bar pretty hard. Anyway, one ice block is worth 13 silver coins. Let's do some quick math. 50 blocks per cast, full power 4 times. That equals 200 blocks. Hearing that, the brothers got nervous. Going all out physically every single day sounded like working themselves to death. But Trieu Huy kept going. Don't sweat the details. Bottom line, if you two can freeze 200 blocks, that converts to 2,600 silver coins. That is 260 gold coins. You can't get more productive than that. Seriously, you guys are basically walking ATMs. 20H and 20H looked like two idiots who didn't understand a word of the hustle. Trieu Huy was beaming. He didn't give them a chance to reply. Think about it. The 10,000-year ice crystal you guys want is right in front of you. Create 200 blocks, take a rest to regen mana, then rinse and repeat. If you keep grinding like that 5 or 6 times a day, your powers are going to get sharpened like crazy. Keep that streak up for 5 years, and imagine what level you will be at. You would basically be top-tier masters by then. Sounds like a sweet deal, but who knows if they would survive 5 years of that grind to become masters. The brothers still looked worried. Seeing them hesitate, Trieu Huy threw in his sweetener. I'll cut you guys in for 10% of the profits. Oh snap. Seriously, a deal this sweet. You won't find this anywhere else but here. I don't get why you two are moping around with long faces when we're sitting on a gold mine. 20H is clearly a rookie in business, looking completely clueless as he asks. So, this 10% you mentioned, how much is that exactly? Zhao Hui smirked that look that says he's plotting something nasty. Totally depends on your hustle. You know, working like dogs. Whoops, I mean, your professional dedication. That answer hit home for Shui Bing. He thought, with the clan back in the North Sea still huge, making some extra bread wouldn't hurt. But then the anxiety kicked in. There's a catch, isn't there? What kind of catch? Zhao Hui didn't blink. I just opened a new branch in Jiangxi, and I only need one of you to tag along. We don't need 2 ice wizards for one job. So, you two figure it out. Rock, paper, scissors. Your call. That demand went over like a lead balloon. Shui Bing and Shui Xian flipped out immediately. Are you crazy? I can't leave my brother. Zhao Hui saw that coming a mile away. He let out a long sigh. All right. Since you're so dramatic about splitting up, there is one other option. Spit it out. What is it? Shui Bing demanded. Zhao Hui replied, teach me those ice moves you just flashed. Shui Bing's face turned beet red with rage. He yelled, you scumbag. No way. We're not handing over our clan's secret sauce to some random outsider. Zhao Hui's playful vibe vanished. He locked eyes with them, dead serious. Meanwhile, behind his back, a snowflake was forming in his palm, straight up leeching energy off the 10,000-year ice crystal. Finally, he revealed it to Shui Bing and Shui Xian, his voice dropping to sub-zero temperatures. I'm just asking for a blessing here, guys. Honestly, this isn't really a request you can refuse. Just say yes. Staring at the thing in Zhao Hui's hand, both of their jaws hit the floor. They were speechless. Their brains were short-circuiting with questions. Shu Bing stared intensely at Zhao Hui's hand. He realized, wait, there's 0 spiritual ice energy in that thing. Is that pure ice essence? That move usually takes years of grinding in the coldest hellholes to master. Shu Bing couldn't hold it back. How did you copy-paste that after seeing it once? Zhao Hui flashed a smug grin. It's knockoff quality anyway. Performance-wise, it's trash compared to your real deal. That's why people always pay extra for the authentic brand, right? Zhao Hui waved his hand, and the snowflake vanished. He put on a face that made you want to punch him and said, but hey, I memorized every single pixel of your technique. So, what's it gonna be? Break up the band, or give me a tutorial. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Shu Xian started sweating bullets. I hate this, but I'll go. Her words shocked Shu Bing. He panicked. No way, you stay here. I'll go. Shu Xian looked fiercer than ever. She used to rely on her big bro for everything, but now she was stepping up to the plate solo. She said firmly, no, you're the one staying here. She thought about her home in the North Sea, about her family. In her mind, her brother was the last hope to save. Their people. Only he can rebuild the ice palace. She stepped forward, then turned back one last time. Big brother, bring home the win. Seeing his little sister sacrifice everything for him, watching the tears roll down her cheeks, Sui Bing started, shaking uncontrollably. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Shui Xian, if only the ice palace was strong enough. You should be safe, growing up like a princess, surrounded by love, and be the darling of the North Sea. But instead, you're dragging yourself through the mud to follow this money-hungry merchant. It's like you're being sold off. And it's all because we're too weak, too useless. That helplessness turned into fuel. Shu Bing walked over to the 10,000-year ice crystal. He sat right on top of the crystal, letting the freezing energy explode outwards. He swore to himself, I will become the ultimate ice master, and I will end that guy's life. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy got exactly what he wanted, so he didn't give 2 cents about what Shu Bing was thinking. He figured, as long as I keep the girl, I don't have to worry about that psycho stealing the ice crystal back. Plus, we can mass-produce ice now. Our market share is gonna double, maybe triple. After handling the ice business and some random chores, it was already late afternoon. Anhui City was buzzing. Trieu Huy and Princess Shui Xian were walking down a narrow street, but everyone kept staring and whispering about them. Who knows what the gossip was about? Suddenly, Trieu Huy grabbed her sleeve and yanked her into a dark alley. She didn't even have time to react. You stick out like a sore thumb, he said. Go change your outfit. Now. Shui Xian was shocked. I can't take this off. Her voice was so loud that the local vendors came running, yelling at Trieu Huy. Hey, look at this creep. Bullying a nice girl in broad daylight. Man, this generation is going down the toilet. Trieu Huy was getting real tired of this. He scowled and stomped his foot. Boom. The ground shook like an earthquake. A massive crater opened up right where he stood. He screamed at the crowd, mind your own damn business. Why do you people always have to be so nosy? Terrified, the mob scattered for their lives. They wouldn't be trying that hero act again anytime soon. Back to business, Trieu Huy explained. Look, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Wear local clothes. You're attracting way too much attention. Shu Xian flashed back to her childhood, thinking of her mother knitting. This outfit, my mother made it for me before she passed away. It took her years to finish. She used rare wolf pelts and sewed enough layers to last me until I grew up. This isn't just clothes. It's my mother's love. How can I just take it off? Trieu Huy waved his hands, trying not to look like a jerk. Okay, I get the sentimental value, but aren't you roasting in that fur? You're gonna smell like a locker room if you keep sweating in that. Sui Xian clutched her chest, her face turning bright red. Who knows what kind of weird ideas were running through her head? Trieu Huy sighed. Women. Who understands them? He leaned in, playing the blunt guy role. Am I wrong? It's humid and hot as hell out here. You wear that, you're gonna melt into a puddle. Didn't you see everyone staring, or do you like being the center of attention? Shui Xian blinked. What does center of attention mean? Trieu Huy is the kind of guy who's a bit eccentric and actually enjoys being the center of attention. After thinking for a second, Trieu Huy says, fine, I'll switch outfits, but I'm not tossing this one. Please keep it safe at the manor for me. Trieu Huy nods. You got it. No problem. Decision made. Trieu Huy takes Trieu Huy to a clothing store in the city. Before they even hit the door, a guy rushes out to greet them, super enthusiastic. Oh, welcome. Please, come on in. Trieu Huy tells the guy, hey boss, pick out something that suits this lady for me. The salesman hasn't even made a sale yet, but flashes a totally corporate smile, saying, hey, you really hit the jackpot, sir. This young lady is a total knockout. Getting ready for a wedding, perhaps. The shopkeeper's comment makes Trieu Huy's face twitch with annoyance. In your dreams, just regular gear for a martial artist. Keep it simple, nothing fancy. Seeing the customer getting annoyed, the shopkeeper reads the room immediately. Ah, right away, sir. And he sprints inside to grab the goods. In a flash, the owner brings out a white outfit with some sparkling gold accents. Holding the clothes, Trieu Huy says, don't pick bright colors like this. Get something dark. And don't you have any softer fabric? Hearing Trieu Huy's demands, the old shopkeeper starts stuttering. Huh. Oh, right. Yes. I'll go swap it immediately. The old man brings out a black outfit, but he looks like he's about to cry. Probably terrified he'll have to go back and swap it again. Trieu Huy examines it for a moment, then looks at Trieu Huy. Here, go change into this. Trieu Huy looks a bit reluctant to take off her current clothes, but for the future of her clan, she has no choice. A moment later, Trieu Huy steps out wearing the black outfit from the changing room. As soon as they see her, both Trieu Huy and the shopkeeper are speechless. The image of a girl with a petite frame and silver hair like a breeze, chasing away all sorrow. Both men think the same thing. Holy cow, the clothes really do make the person. Trieu Huy sighs and says, "Does your shop have anything for middle-aged women? Something loose and comfortable, and throw in a hat to cover her face." The employee says, "Yes," but Tuit pouts a little and says, "But I like this one." Trieu Huy says, "Well, at least wear the hat. Walking around showing your face like that is just asking for trouble." Tuit replies, "Miam," while secretly thinking, "This is the first time anyone has ever bought clothes for me." A while later at the hotel, Trieu Huy is chilling on a chair, a bowl of noodles in front of him, with a waiter standing by. Two chefs are also standing nearby. General Manager Lai says, "Good morning, boss." Trieu Huy casually finishes the whole bowl, slurping every last drop until it's clean enough not to wash, then says, "Ha, the flavor is authentic. Good job." Trieu Huy praises the two chefs. "You guys have solid skills. A hotel that doesn't have killer noodle soup isn't even worth calling a hotel. Keep the ingredients and seasoning exactly like this for the broth." The two chefs are hyped and respond, "Yes, sir, we understand." Trieu Huy signals the chefs to leave, and the waiter clears the table. Then Trieu Huy turns to General Manager Lai. "No hard feelings about your pay getting docked for not managing the chaos earlier, right?" Manager Lai replies, "I wouldn't dare complain. I'm actually ashamed. This old man promises never to make a mistake like that again." Trieu Huy touches his fingertips together in a pyramid shape and coldly says, "Two people made the same mistake, so I have to be fair and punish both of you equally. Company rules are company rules. I hope you don't hold a grudge." Then Trieu Huy holds out Tuit old clothes and says, "Oh, one more thing. Store this for me for a while." The manager takes it with both hands and replies, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, the manager touches the clothes and gasps, "Whoa." Trieu Huy looks surprised. "What is it?" The manager smiles and says, "The North Sea clan has incredible sewing skills. This isn't just some ordinary animal skin coat." Trieu Huy gets curious. "For real?" The manager smiles broadly, pointing at a seam, and says, "Yes, take a look at this." Even though the fabric has some stains, the stitching between the leather layers and the grain is in pristine condition. If a tailor from the Central Plains tried this coat would have fallen apart ages ago. Trieu Huy exclaims, "Oh?" At this moment, Tuit slowly walks down the stairs toward Trieu Huy. He excitedly turns and asks, "Who made this cloak for you?" Tuit innocently replies, "Our mother did." Trieu Huy asks curiously, "Is your mother a saddle maker?" Tuit doesn't get it and asks, "What is a saddle maker?" Trieu Huy explains, "It's a craftsman who specializes in making leather goods." Tuit says naively, "In the north, we don't have a job like that. Mother is just in charge of sewing clothes." Trieu Huy is surprised. "You mean every woman in the North Sea has top-tier sewing skills like this?" Tuit answers, "Well, my mother is definitely superior. My skills aren't as good as hers." Trieu Huy is surprised. "So you know how to make leather clothes too?" Tuit replies, "That's right. I'm not as good as mother, but I know how to do it." Trieu Huy excitedly says, "Let's sign a contract," thinking to himself, "Here comes the money." Tuit is confused by Trieu Huy's reaction and asks, "What does a contract mean?" Trieu Huy says with a beaming face, "Please teach my people your leather working techniques. Naturally, I'll give you something of equal value in return." Then Trieu Huy turns to the manager and says, "Hold on, old man Lai. What do you think if we opened a leather shop?" The manager smiles and replies, "That's a brilliant idea." Trieu Huy strokes his chin with a scheming look, thinking, "I've just been treating her like a subordinate, but this girl is an actual treasure trove." Suddenly, someone walks in, followed by a growing crowd standing at the door of Trieu Huy's room. The leader says, "Boss, I brought 3/4 of the workforce from the Anhai Iron Works." Trieu Huy looks at the group and thinks, 3/4? That's going to slow down production at the iron works. But whatever. I have no choice. I need them to make H-beams. H-beams are used in construction. Trieu Huy waves his hand forward and smiles. "You guys got here fast. Let's get to work." Dominating the market, Grand Merchant pacifies the world. Trieu Huy steps outside and says, "Full speed ahead to Jiangxi." The workers all cheer in unison. The next day in Nam Chang, the sunset is blazing over the glittering lake's surface. At a restaurant by Poyang Lake, people are bustling in and out. Suddenly, there is a man standing in front of the restaurant, shouting loudly, "Nat Long, you traitor, your master is here. Get your face out here and welcome me." It is the great king of the forest, possessing an imposing aura. Thiet Hung Fetch kept yelling, "I said get out here. You want me to demolish this place before you show your face." Right as he finished speaking, Trong Nat Long opened the door, surprised. "Huh, master? Why are you here?" Without a word, Thiet Hung Fakch teleported behind him and grabbed him. Long, caught off guard, choked out, "Ack, let go of me." Thiet Hung Fakch raged. "You think any news in the underworld escapes the eyes and ears of No Catch Lamb? I tried to be patient, but I'm done." Thiet Hung Fakch threatened. "So, you're playing the role of the righteous hero now?" "Huh?" Truong Nat Long gasped in fear, then spoke up as the fist was inches from his face. "It's not what you think. Let me explain." Thiet Hung Fakch replied, "A righteous hero begging for forgiveness from No Catch Lamb? How does that taste?" Long snapped back, "Damn it, this is exactly why I left." "Why are you still planning to beat me to a pulp without listening to a single word I say? What am I, your pet dog? Why do I have to take this abuse every single day?" Thiet Hung Fakch angrily retorted, "Are you saying your eternal iron armor body is useless? That martial art uses physical trauma as the basis for training. It is a top-tier skill that nobody has fully maxed out in the last few hundred years." He continued threatening, "You want me to smash that tender spot that's just healing up? You got that wound thanks to me. I don't mind doing it again." Thiet Hung Fakch channeled his internal energy into his hand and pressed it against Truong Nat Long's stomach. Suddenly, Trieu Huy, who was on the roof of the tavern, noticed something and shouted, "Hey everyone, the guy named Nam Kung is here." Thiet Hung Fakch turned his head and glanced behind him, seeing someone walking toward them. He immediately recognized the sword of Nam Kung Tu. He thought, that is the Emperor God's sword. Nam Kung Bak was walking with Nam Kung Tu. Nam Kung Tu spoke up, "Thiet Hung Fakch." Thiet Hung Fakch, still in a rage, went wide-eyed and stared at the two of them. Nam Kung Tu, he was shocked, thinking, 2 weeks ago, the Black Heaven Lotus suddenly announced the order to disband the army, disbanded before I even stepped on the boat. The number of martial artists mobilized from No Catch Lamb was 7,000 strong. Man, my crew and I have been grinding for 2 straight months, patiently waiting for the river levels to rise. Do you have any idea how much cash it takes to feed 7,000 hungry soldiers for that long? We basically bet the whole house on this deployment. For the Nakrim clan, if we don't set foot in Anhui, the whole mission is a total bust, absolutely meaningless. But then these clowns hit me with "We're canceling the plan." I hadn't even finished cursing them out for being slow when boom, they drop a bombshell that froze me in place. A piece of news way worse than the first one. The Alliance is dead. I thought I was hearing things, so I started yelling at the Shadow Guard, but he spelled it out clearly. They wanted out. They were the ones who slid into our DMs proposing the team-up. And now they're bailing? I swear. I wanted to dig up 18 generations of the Black Heaven sect's ancestors, but I had to keep my cool and send scouts to Jiangxi to figure out what the heck was going on. Finally, the picture got clear. Rumors about Nam Kung Tu's antics were spreading faster than a viral video. Of course, I couldn't trust every crazy story, but one thing was for sure. This guy was the root of all my drama. So, Iron Bear Hero let True Nat Long go and turned to Nam Kung Tu. "Yo, warehouse looter." Nam Kung Tu immediately threw his hands up. "It's just a misunderstanding, bro." Iron Bear rolled his eyes so hard it hurt and gritted his teeth. "Misunderstanding?" He started channeling insane energy into his right fist until it blazed like a literal incinerator. His face went dark. "You realize your little Upsy is about to push the entire Nakrim clan off a cliff into extinction, right? Even a worm fights back when you step on it. You really want to wipe us out? Is that the Martial Alliance's true endgame?" Nam Kung Tu stayed quiet, thinking, anything I say now just sounds like a lame excuse. Good guys and bad guys don't usually chat over tea anyway. Nam Kung Tu grabbed the sword in his left hand, unsheathed it, and instantly entered the zone. That signature blue aura of the Nam Kung family flared up, blowing debris everywhere, total show-off move. Iron Bear sneered. "I gave you the easy way out. Now you're asking for the hard way. Huh." Iron Bear got into stance, cocked his right arm back, and condensed his energy into a punch that felt like it was scorching the air. Thunder Fist Breaker, Sky-High Smash. At the exact same time, Nam Kung Tu channeled his energy, creating sharp sword chi stones with his boundless sky sword technique, specifically the Thunder Rock skill. The energy was forming into countless razor-sharp rocks. Iron Bear charged in with a fist full of destruction aimed right at Nam Kung Tu. The young master stood his ground, firing those energy rocks straight at him. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the area the second the attacks collided. The blast wave yeeted everything nearby, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Iron Bear was struggling, coughing up a lung. Nam Kung Tu didn't give him a break. He raised his blade for round 2. King Sword Style, Emperor's Path. Fourth form, Infinite Severance. He slashed down vertically fast and heavy right at Iron Bear. The pressure was insane, like gravity just got turned up to 11. The ground beneath Iron Bear shattered and floated up. He couldn't dodge or block, just gasping out a weak ugh as he realized, my mana flow is being severed. Turns out, Nam Cung Zhang's second move was designed to cut off an opponent's internal energy, leaving Iron Bear unable to counter. He had to tank the hit with just his physical toughness. Iron Bear strained to hold on, thinking, is this guy seriously this OP? Suddenly, the floating rocks shattered and dispersed instead of acting like meteors aimed at his face. Iron Bear blinked. The sword energy vanished. The King of Knock. Rim isn't even worth killing. The only reason the kid stopped was pity. He knew that shot would have been a one-hit KO, so he canceled the ult mid-cast. While Iron Bear was having an existential crisis, Nam Cung Zhang casually sheathed his sword, completely ignoring the older man's shaking rage. Iron Bear thought, what a jerk, acting all high and mighty. My mind is blank. When did the power gap between us get this wide? I poured my blood, sweat, and tears into training like a maniac just to get here. And yet, I'm just standing here like a statue in front of him. In this world, you have to prove yourself to get respect. Rushing in angrily after losing instantly was a total stain on his reputation as a martial artist. Just then, Iron Bear glanced back at Truong Nat Long. But that kid, that's a different story. He's carrying the future of our clan. I can't just watch him rot here. Iron Bear dashed over, grabbed the guy by the collar, and hissed, scram. Truong Nat Long was totally startled but immediately talked back. I already left Mount Dai's son, and I ain't going back. Iron Bear lost it, raining punches on Truong Nat Long, while shouting, you left the mountain already. Truong Nat Long was used to these surprise beatings, so he threw his hands up to cover his body, but the force still sent him flying backward. He gasped for air and yelled, what the hell? Is this how you treat your disciple? Can't you show a little love like the righteous sects do? I'm not asking for much here. Don't you think this is a bit excessive? Iron Bear was actually pulling his punches, thinking, whoa, recoil damage? Looks like he hasn't been slacking off after all. Then he asked, has your body reached the rock armor threshold yet? Rock armor is only level 8 of the eternal iron body. Truong Nat Long replied, I'm at Aurora level. Iron Bear's jaw dropped. Aurora? He couldn't believe it. Aurora is the state beyond the 9th level, basically breaking the level cap. How did he surpass the maximum limit? What did he do in the 6 years he was gone to achieve the impossible? Iron Bear asked, how? You didn't even have the Green Forest elixir. You couldn't even stomach the Blood Bear drink before. Truong Nat Long laughed. Ha! I told you, fighting isn't the key, old man. Since I left the mountain, I haven't even trained that hard. I just ate like a king, slept like a log, and chilled. That's why my strength doubled in such a short time. Iron Bear froze, his brain buffering. Wait, what? I thought getting beat up was the meta for leveling up the eternal iron body. My old master used me as a punching bag for over 10 years. Was that whole method a scam? He muttered, nah, that can't be right. Truong Nat Long lifts his shirt, flashing an 8-pack so shiny it's practically blinding, and cuts in. Yo, you still don't buy it. Turns out you got played by the master too. Huh. Iron Bear felt a heavy weight in his chest, thinking. So all those years of taking beatings were basically for nothing. Damn. No wonder my master always looked like he stepped in gum back then. Breaking the awkward silence with a nervous laugh, Iron Bear tried the smooth talk approach. So, hey, let's just head back to Mount Dashan, kiddo. Oh, and throw this bad boy on. He tossed the bandit cloak, the same one Zhang Yilong had already ditched onto the ground. Yilong stood his ground like a brick wall, shaking his head. No means no, Pops. You little brat. Iron Bear started fuming, but Nam Cung Zhang Hu cut in. Look, he hit the level cap you wanted, just not using your cheat codes. The kid's a legit warrior now. What's the rush? Iron Bear rolled his eyes hard enough to see his own brain. Mind your own beeswax, Grandpa. Stroking his beard like a sage, Nam Cung Zhang Hu countered. You sure about that? He's a top-tier fighter and the captain of my family's scout squad. Pretty sure that makes it my business. Damn it, he's my disciple. Iron Bear roared. He's the future king who's supposed to lead 1,000,000 bandits of the Green Woods. Nam Cung Zhang Hu snapped, pointing a finger right at the big guy's face. Knock it off. How can a big shot leader be this dense? Yeah, I get the whole master-student bond, but you treat the kid like a pet you own, not a student. Drop the entitlement, pal. Iron Bear was fuming, but he didn't have the vocab to clap back. He just sputtered, excuse me. Nam Gung Su turned up the volume like he was scolding a toddler. Why are you stomping on a grown man's dreams? A real teacher hypes up his students' goals. You only live once, don't ruin his life just because you're selfish. He then glanced at Yilong, his voice dropping to a chill whisper. You, step back. Yilong blinked, totally confused. Say what? Nam Gung Su explained. This old geezer dragged an army of 7,000 and allied with the Black Heaven Lotus just to flex on us. I was actually planning to let him slide, out of respect for you being here. But now, it's clear he's not worth the mercy. Watching him, Yilong realized Nam Gung Su was exactly the kind of hero he'd always idolized in the orthodox sects. Yilong was beaming on the inside. He thought about all the shady bandit lords back on Mount Dacian and realized they were all just like him, flawed. Didn't matter how high up they were, they'd rage quit if a friend backstabbed them, chase skirts, and drool over gold. Just basic human greed. But the Divine Sword hero? Different breed entirely. Every move, every word, literally every pore on the guy's face screamed. Pure, unadulterated righteousness. A true noble gentleman, living up to the hype. Seeing a legend like that in 4K resolution made Yilong think, man, I want to be that guy. He wanted that life. Even if his fighting style went against the entire meta of the martial arts world, his convictions were rock solid, no wavering. That is, what you call class. Everything he had, Yilong wanted. You can feel a million different things standing in front of people, but today, for the first time ever, he knew what it felt like to truly respect a man. With his heart racing, Yilong spoke up. A guy who just stands by while his master is in danger doesn't deserve to call himself a student. If you're seriously trying to flatline my master, then I've got no choice but to throw hands with you. Nam Gung Su's eyes crinkled as he let out a belly laugh. Ho ho ho. Hey, Iron Bear, if your eyes still work, take a good look at your boy. He's fully converted to Team Nam Gung now. He ain't your minion anymore. Iron Bear turned to look at Yilong, whose eyes were blazing with that shiny righteous energy. Gone was the gloomy criminal vibe. Bear felt a pang in his chest, call it heartbreak. He turned away, muttering, rotten brat, and marched out with his head high. But man, watching that lonely exit kind of made me feel bad for the big guy. Nam Gung Su turned to Yilong. Any regrets? Nope, Yilong replied, cool as a cucumber. Nam Gung Su nodded. You live by the code now. He challenged our family publicly. I let him walk because of you, but next time, I'm throwing the book at him. You cool with that? Yilong nodded. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Nam Gung Su's vibe shifted to serial killer mode. So, where the hell is that kid Zhao? Finding out Trieu Huy was MIA, Nam Gung Su stormed into the inn to find Tuso Chi-Wan and Zhang Hu. Explosion-level shouting ensued. You two morons were supposed to stop him. Call this competence? You think you're in the right? Outside, Yilong, Jia Hu, and Yan Changlu stood in silence, holding a mental funeral for the guys getting roasted inside. Man, Changlu winced. They're getting chewed out so hard their ears are gonna bleed. Jia Hu was shaking, like a leaf. Honestly, a beating would be merciful. This verbal abuse, it's basically psychological warfare. Yilong frowned. This sucks. Some other idiot causes the drama, and we're the ones stuck here catching stray bullets. Yilong sighed internally. It's a vicious cycle. Turns out the good guy elders come with baggage too, namely, destroying my eardrums. I guess this is the orthodox way of teaching, pure mental torture. Jia Hu was right. A punch to the face would be a vacation compared to this. Just then, Zhao Hu rolled up to the inn, trailed by a convoy of movers carrying gear from Anhui. Yilong lit up. Big bro Zhao. Zhao Hui strolled in casually. Yilong shot a look at Changlu. Yo, get off your butt. Changlu cursed, but scrambled up. Yilong, traumatized by the ambient noise of Nam Gung Su's lecture, whispered to Zhao Hui, bro, you are so cooked. Get upstairs, as soon as possible. Zhao Hui tilted his head. What's the tea? Drama at home? Yilong grimaced. Nam Gung boss man is here, and your crew has been getting verbally annihilated for 4 hours straight. Oh. Zhao Hui blinked. He figured the Nam Gung family would be salty, but he didn't expect the old fossil to show up in person. He turned to the staff. Hey, make sure the horses get fed, yeah? There's a ton of troops outside, so we probably need to book another hotel nearby. Don't sweat it, boss. I'm on it, Yilong said, pumping a fist. Thanks, Manager Zhang. Zhao Hui grinned. Mentally preparing for his funeral, Zhao Hui took the stairs one step at a time, heading toward the torture chamber. Even standing outside the door, he could hear Nam Gung Su screaming. Have you lost your minds? Real friends stop their buddies from doing stupid crap. You're all just a bunch of. You call yourself a warrior, but you're just standing there like a frozen statue. Cat got your tongue? Just then, Trieu Huy kicks the door open like he owns the place, asking, "Yo, big boss, how's life treating you?" Nam Cung zones out, eyes popping wide, radiating energy like a tiger about to snack on some prey. He turns his head and addresses Truong Ho and Ta Cao Van, whose ears are basically exploding, blood gushing like a faucet. They gasp, "Thank God, we're saved." As Trieu Huy walks in, he spots the two of them on their knees, getting schooled. Trieu Huy doesn't even give Nam Cung a second to breathe. He whips out a map, slaps it on the table, and starts his pitch. "Look, I've crunched the numbers. There is literally no better spot to build the Nam Cung family branch." Nam Cung raises an eyebrow. A branch office? He starts processing it mentally. A branch means a separate base fully owned by a clan. Up until now, not a single family or gang, big or small, has ever set up a satellite base. Even the heavy hitters like the Martial Arts Alliance or the Heavenly Devil City haven't pulled a move like this. Yet, this kid is gunning for Lainat Street, the absolute heart of trade on Lake Ba Duong. Every single cargo ship passing through the lake has to drop anchor there. So, everybody knows this spot. Planting the Nam Cung flag in such a loud, busy place, if we can pull it off, it's like destiny itself. Picture family. But what about Nam Shuang? That's smack in the middle of Black Sky Union turf. Trieu Huy slides a paper over, breaking down the strategy. The contract with the Black Sky Union has loopholes. Check these clauses, I need you to verify them. Nam Cung grabs it, curious. All right, let's see. As he reads, it clicks. Trieu Huy switches into his shady businessman mode, smooth talking hard. "Look, the whole world already knows the Nam Cung family and my business are thick as thieves. We use that. I need you to sign off on lending me your elite fighters. In exchange, you get to operate incognito under my company's banner." Nam Cung hesitates. "But, listen here, Trieu." Trieu Huy grins like a fox. The wheels are already turning. "You know the saying, once you ride the tiger, you can't get off. Just relax and let me handle the Jiangxi region." Nam Cung realizes the gravity of the situation. Control Jiangxi? Neither the Black Sky Union nor the Alliance dares to touch that land. And this kid wants to rule it with just a small trading company? Yeah. Trieu Huy continues. "You saw the clause. They agreed not to interfere with any commercial operations, as long as my family's seal is on the paper. It's ironclad. Back when I was struggling, you helped me out. Now it's time I return the favor. I'm lending you my business cover." Nam Cung frowns. "What's your angle?" Trieu Huy explains. "Look at the acquisition report. In 2 months, we bought nearly 32,000 acres. That is roughly 21 million square meters, going by the old measurements. I'll sell you a quarter of that land at the original cost." Nam Cung is stunned. "That much?" The shady merchant keeps pouring honey in his ear. "Why hesitate? It's a sweet deal. All you gotta do is stamp our seal and maybe network with some distant relatives. If the Black Sky Union digs this up, it's gonna be messy." Trieu Huy stops talking, leaving Nam Cung and his boys frozen in shock. Trieu Huy presses on. "Come on. You're one of the 7 martial lords. What's there to think about? Imagine Lainat Street swarming with our guys. The profits will dwarf what we made in Hefei. This deal is a literal gold mine." Nam Cung is still on the fence. Trieu Huy pushes harder. "And forget those Black Sky goons. I already beat them so bad they lost their pants. They won't dare show their faces for a while. Even if they plan a move, they'd just be thinking about relocating. We have a window, so we gotta act fast." Nam Cung finally asks the hard question. "If I send fighters, who should I pick?" No elders, no celebrities. Trieu Huy instructs. "Pick guys nobody in the underworld recognizes. We need intel. Send me people who are strong but can keep their cool. I'll handle the rest." Nam Cung nodded. "Deal." Zhao Hui grinned, practically seeing dollar signs floating in the air. If this goes smooth, the Nam Cung clan is looking at raking in 100,000 gold coins a year from Ba Duong Lake alone. Nam Cung chirped happily. "For real?" Zhang Yilong stood there watching Zhao Hui charm Nam Cung, feeling his soul leave his body. "There goes my path to righteousness," he thought, totally crushed. Fast forward to the next morning, suns blazing over the restaurant when a fancy theme van carriage from the Zhao business empire pulls up. It stopped right out front, and Xue Xian stepped out. Even with a veil covering her face, she was an absolute baddie. Her platinum hair was shimmering, and her silhouette was straight fire, instantly, turning every head on the street. Suddenly, a sickle attached to a chain looking way too much like DM Thuanglok's gear came flying out of nowhere and sliced right through Xue Xian's veil. She was shook for a second, then got annoyed and went on high alert. The weapon belonged to one of the 8 emperors of the Black Heaven Lotus, the Demon Sickle King. He whistled. "Whoa!" The crowd started freaking out, whispering, That creep is out here acting wild. It's the demon sickle king. The creep in question licked his lips like a total perv and said, "Hey there, gorgeous. In all my years roaming around, I've never seen anyone as fine as you." Suddenly, another guy popped up, interrupting with a raspy laugh. Heh heh, heh, truly a one-in-a-million beauty. The crowd started murmuring again. Oh God, not this old guy too. Turns out, he was another one of the Black Heaven Lotus's 8 emperors, the Poison King. He and the Sickle King were the masters of Trieu Huy and Diem Thuong Lok. The Poison King gave a sleazy grin. I only came here to check on my student. But look what treasure I stumbled upon. Hey, sweet cheeks, I'd be happy to let you warm my bed. How about you become my concubine? The Sickle King cut him off. Yo, you already have 8 concubines at home. Stop being so greedy and let me have this one. Xue Xian was trapped between the 2 geezers, looking for an exit. The Poison King scoffed. You crazy lunatic, you can't handle women. You trying to crush this once-in-a-lifetime beauty to death? The Poison King was checking out her curves with zero shame. Xue Xian noticed immediately, got grossed out, and channeled energy into her hands, ready to throw hands. Back off, she screamed. The Sickle King looked surprised, then his face went dark. Ice magic? You must be from the North Sea. Are you out of your mind? Since when does trash from the North Sea have the guts to walk around in broad daylight here in the Central Plains? The Poison King chuckled darkly. Don't worry, baby. I'm not like that old guy. This is evil sect turf, so I'll keep you safe. Right until you become my wifey. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed out. Are you boomers tripping or what? It was Trieu Huy, stepping up to welcome Xue Xian. He spoke loud and clear. Miss Xian is a top executive at the Zhao Corporation. Talking about concubines is total garbage and honestly insulting to a hardworking professional like her. Xue Xian lit up when she saw Trieu Huy, acting all happy before getting shy and putting her poker face back on. The Sickle King sneered. Did this kid lose his mind? Trieu Huy shot back. You're blocking my way, Gramps. You dirty old pervert. The Sickle King raged, licking his weapon again. Do you have any idea who I am? Trieu Huy looked at him with pure disgust. Yeah, I know. That sickle is bigger than a tractor plow, and your beard looks like you shaved in the dark. You're the Sickle King, right? The Sickle King paused. So you know, but you still don't get it? Trieu Huy shrugged. Get what? The Sickle King face-palmed. I'm just trying to take a walk and I run into a lunatic. Trieu Huy kept going. You must have just come down from Mount Duong Hu, right? That explains why you're so clueless about how things work here. What gives you the guts to start trouble on Zhao Corporation property? The Sickle King's eyes went wide. Mount Duong Hu, that's classified intel. Trieu Huy pulled out a stamped document and said, I bet you recognize this seal from the Black Heaven Lotus leader, don't you? The Zhao clan is hosting an event here, and your sect isn't allowed to mess with anything under our name. Or are you planning to defy your boss's orders? The Sickle King stared in shock. The Zhao clan, the Sickle King, and the Poison King were floored. They thought, why would the Black Heaven Lotus sign a contract with some rinky-dink little family like this? What happened while we were stuck up on the mountain? The Poison King's face went dark. Did I get that old? Did the leader just hand over Ba Duong Lake unconditionally? He uncoiled the whip from his waist, radiating killing vibes. You definitely pulled some dirty scam to get this. Trieu Huy sighed, staying totally chill. You're one of the 8 emperors, right? Yet you don't even recognize your own leader's seal, or are you just pretending you can't read? Trieu Huy ran a thumb across his throat in a mocking you're dead gesture. You better smarten up, old man. Break the treaty, and heads are gonna roll. The Poison King snapped, screaming, You little bastard. He lashed out with his whip, but Trieu Huy smoothly sidestepped, dodging it by an inch. The whip shattered the pavement where he'd just been standing. The old man thought, am I getting too old? Is my eyesight failing? He channeled his energy into the whip again, launching a laser-focused strike straight at Trieu Huy. But Trieu Huy cleverly used his own energy to cancel out the power in the whip, knocking it aside so it landed harmlessly next to him. The Poison King was stunned. What move did he just use? Why couldn't I sense anything? The Sickle King realized something was sketchy, so he powered up the chain on his sickle and launched a surprise attack, aiming to slice Trieu Huy's throat. But once again, Trieu Huy deflected the sickle with energy and dodged the Poison King's follow-up. Both kings were shook, thinking, he dodged us 3 times in a row and used a technique we couldn't even track. This kid is a pro. The 2 villains immediately got serious, entering a battle trance as a pale gold aura wrapped around their bodies and weapons. Trieu Huy thought, first it was that kid Zhang Yi Long's master, then the heavenly sword hero upstairs, and now these rude old geezers are causing a scene. What is this, a cultivator parent-teacher conference? But the bottom line is, I still can't blow my cover. I spent way too much effort shifting the spotlight onto the Heavenly Sword hero. If I show my real power now, my whole plan goes down the drain. What do? I haven't really shown any martial arts moves yet, so these two geezers might be suspicious. They might think, I just got lucky with those dodges. I need to stall for time and chat them up. Trieu Huy stayed cool and said, in the evil sect, you run into scumbags everywhere, huh? Don't kill me just yet. Let's talk for a sec. Trieu Huy scanned the crowd, calculating his next move. Given the situation, even those shadow guards, watching from a distance could be a problem. The Sickle King scoffed, how does a kid who still smells like breast milk dare to talk such trash? Trieu Huy continues, pivoting to the enemies. What's the matter? You guys allergic to manners. Did nobody teach you how to respect people? Ma Liam King laughs, ha. The brat is hallucinating. The Poison King adds, you claim the moral high ground over this tiny turf. Who's your leader, kid? Trieu Huy flashes the Azure Sword token. Open your eyes and look. The Poison King recoils. The sword sect? Tisk, so you're with the Anhui sword sect. That's what the villains call the Nam Cung family. Suddenly, Nam Cung just steps out from behind Trieu Huy with a loud ha. Trieu Huy jumps. Dude, I told you to stay back. Nam Cung looks annoyed. Master Trieu, how long are you going to keep up this charade? You're obviously a martial arts beast. Why hide behind my family's skirts? Trieu Huy facepalms, totally speechless. He looks up at the sky, sighs like he hates his life, and then boom. He switches modes. Massive energy surges as he curses, son of a. He unleashes the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique. A wave of pure power crashes out, suppressing everything in the vicinity, literally crushing the atmosphere around them. Nam Cung stumbles. Tuiet Hian drops to her knees immediately. Ma Liam King and the Poison King try to step back, but the pressure forces them to the ground. Ma Liam King is terrified. What the hell is this moveset? If I was dizzy, I'd say it's an illusion spell. But I'm wide awake. I can feel my own dark energy pumping through my veins, and my body hasn't lost strength. So why can't I move a muscle? Meanwhile, Trieu Huy is calculating. There has to be a black sky shadow guard hiding in that crowd. If I don't flush him out, we're screwed. He instantly activates a detection skill to spot the spy, the Heavenly Sword Lightning Storm. Ignoring the two villains glued to the floor, Trieu Huy rockets into the crowd, scanning every single face to find the rat. Even with the Sword God's advice, no matter how OP a martial artist is, you absolutely should not spam this move for more than 7 minutes. He said if you go over time, you're toast. This move is straight up self-destruction. It wrecks your body, fries your brain, and leaves you looking like a grandpa with white hair for the rest of your life. I heard these Black Sky Lotus ninja wannabes all rock a scorpion tattoo right on the back of their necks. Trieu Huy spots one of these shadow guards, grabs the dude, and yeets him into the air like a ragdoll. Then he just keeps gliding. He scans the crowd, spots another creeping shadow, and launches him sky high to join his buddy who was just tossed. Rinse and repeat. Trieu Huy rounds up dozens of these hiding rats. Once he catches a whole batch, he pulls up on the Demon Scythe King and the Poison Immortal Killer King, points at the heap of bodies, and goes, you guys know this crew, right? The Demon Scythe King panics and yells, you little devil, you poisoned us with something invisible, didn't you? If you know what's smart, you'll stop this right now and hand over the antidote. Trieu Huy taps his chin, thinking, invisible poison? That's actually a pretty solid idea for a bluff. The Scythe King keeps rambling. It has to be poison. If it was anything else, there would be a mark or a wound. But there's nothing. Trieu Huy looks down on them like a boss, thinking, classic. The older and more experienced these experts get, the more stubborn they become. These old cult leaders have never seen the Heavenly Sword flow, so they just assume it's poison. Works for me, I'm not complaining. Trieu Huy reaches into his robe and pulls out something. It's actually just some high-end health supplements manager lies slipped him because he works too hard. Basically, super expensive vitamins reserved for the elite with power and money. Trieu Huy tosses 2 pills toward the Scythe King and the Poison King, then spins a terrifying yarn to mess with their heads. Wow, I didn't expect you two to figure it out so fast. You saw right through me. This poison takes a full month to absorb. If you don't take enough antidote after a month of infection, you're just going to have to wait for your insides to turn to mush until you rot from the inside out. The Scythe King thinks, I knew it, while the Poison King is shaking, thinking. This is the classic villain move, control the enemy by giving them the cure piece by piece. Shaking like leaves, the two villains reach out and grab the pills. Trieu Huy hits them with the attitude. Eat it or don't, totally up to you. They pop those pills instantly. The Scythe King lowers his head, suspicious but scared, and asks, all right, what is it that you actually want? Trieu Huy starts. First off, I want those shadow guards to keep their mouths shut. Not a word about this to anyone. Immediately, the Scythe King's eyes glow red with bloodlust. He unleashes a scythe attack not at Trieu Huy, but at his own men. It's a bloodbath. One swing takes off 6 heads instantly right in front of the tavern. The crowd is freaking out, and even Trieu Huy is shook, asking, "Whoa, what are you doing?" The Scythe King, holding his chain still dripping with the blood of the shadow guards, looks ice cold and says, "You got a better idea? Once you're dead and in the underworld, keeping your mouth shut is pretty much guaranteed." Trieu Huy orders them to head back to the Black Sky Lotus. "If I need anything else, I'll send a letter. I'll have my disciples drop off the rest of the antidote later. Don't try anything stupid or you'll regret it and forget about seeing your students ever again." The 2 old men answer in unison, "Understood." They turn and bolt immediately. Trieu Huy glances at the crowd, which is still terrified and chaotic. Nam Cung Zhang Hu shakes his head. "Those guys are actual demons. I don't get what the Martial Emperor is doing, letting these monsters run wild. He's supposed to be the head of the Martial Alliance, the Azure Cloud Immortal, right?" Trieu Huy feels his mood drop a bit and says with sympathy, "The moment they sign up to be shadow guards for the Black Sky Lotus, they put a target on their own backs. Whether you're a warrior or not, once you step into the martial world, you can't really dodge fate, right?" Nam Cung Zhang Hu says, "Still, the fact that they lost their lives is on you. Give them a proper burial." Trieu Huy nods. "Yeah, absolutely." Suddenly, the old man gets serious and asks, "Kid, are you even human?" Trieu Huy pauses, confused. "Excuse me?" Nam Cung Zhang Hu clarifies, "I'm talking about your martial arts skills." Trieu Huy gives a vague answer just to brush it off. Nam Cung Zhang Hu thinks to himself, realizing he underestimated the kid. He thought nothing could surprise him anymore, but he was wrong. According to the theory of the genesis of martial arts, back in ancient times, at the center of the universe, there was an object that controlled the flow of spiritual energy. It's beyond human understanding, only gods know about it. Even I, known as one of the 7 martial seats, can only vaguely sense it, never clearly felt it. But that man, this kid standing right in front of me knows exactly what he's looking at, while anyone else, even the pros, would just see a blur. He created a massive, chaotic current of energy, a swirling mess with no center that was absolutely brain-melting to look at. I am a top-tier master who has been at the peak game for over 10 years, and even I could barely track the vibes coming off this thing. The craziest part was that this chaotic flow wasn't targeting a single spot. It was an area of effect covering the whole zone, and I have never seen anything this wild in my entire life. Seeing the flow of the universe is supposed to be god-tier stuff, so how is this youngster pulling it off? Not only can he see it, but he is networking the energy across the entire map, which made Nam Cung Zhang Hu ask, "Yo, Trieu, have you ever heard of the natural realm?" The natural realm is the highest level a human can grind to, basically the endgame cap. It is when your mind, body, and spirit sync up perfectly with the universe, blurring the line between a mortal and a literal god. It lets you tap into the full power of nature with an immortal body, and in all of history, only 3 legends ever reached that level, known as the 3 gods. Trieu Huy laughed and said, "Haha, what are you talking about? Do I seriously look like a deity to you?" The veteran swordsman Nam Cung Zhang Hu was super suspicious and asked, "Then what kind of kung fu is that?" Because nobody in the server has ever seen it before. Trieu Huy stood there looking cool and thought to himself, "Yeah, this style was just a freestyle sketch the sword god came up with on a whim. That is why it has such a fancy name like the Heaven-Earth Absolute Sword Spirit." Back in the day, the sword god had the power but didn't understand the physics formulas behind the kinetic energy vectors. Those formulas make 0 sense unless you studied advanced math in the modern world like I did, so even the sword god could not fully master the concept. I cannot hide it anymore, and after stealing all his premium content, it would be pretty trashy of me to deny my connection to the sword god now. Trieu Huy placed his hand on the Blood Jade, tapped it to make a crisp sound, and announced, "Sword god Trieu Huy, that is my master's government name." Who is the sword god? Only one of the 3 greatest martial artists to ever breathe air. The descendants of the martial god and the demon god are still running around out there, leading the Sima family and the heavenly demon city. Those guys have massive clout and street cred in the martial arts world, widely respected by everyone. But the sword god, arguably the strongest of the big 3, just ghosted the world without leaving a trace. When people think of him, they remember a guy who soloed the entire Darkming faction, which was way stronger than the heavenly demon sect with just 1 sword. 1 man, 1 blade, stepping over thousands of souls, creating a nightmare scenario that every swordsman idolizes but can never touch. Nam Cung Zhang Hu was completely shook by what Trieu Huy said and stammered, "The sword god? No way, you are kidding, right?" "Yup," Trieu Huy replied casually, because honestly, he wasn't trying to scam anyone. Nam Cung To asked. So that move you just did, that is the Heaven Sword Flow. And Trieu Huy nodded. That is the exclusive content only the sword god knew. Trieu Huy thought the name Heaven Sword Flow piercing the blue sky sounded super arrogant before, but now he gets it, it fits the sword god's vibe perfectly. The old man's eyes popped out of his head, mixing fear with total fanboy admiration as he asked, Sword god Trieu Huy, so does that mean you are? Trieu Huy replied, yeah. He is basically the ancestor on my family tree. Nam Cung To finally relaxed, probably stoked that he was buddies with someone so famous, and laughed. This is huge news for the good guys, we gotta tell the whole world. Trieu Huy immediately shut that down, saying, I would really prefer if we didn't do that. Seeing Trieu Huy get annoyed, Nam Cung To asked, why not? If the Alliance knows you are the sword god's heir, you could start your own sect and get millions of followers. Wouldn't that be a massive power-up for the Orthodox factions? He insisted. Trieu Huy just asked, okay, but will starting a sect make me more money than running the Trieu family business? That question stumped the old martial arts nut, who sighed deeply and put on his serious face, saying, look, as a family head, I get that money is important, but honor is everything. But Trieu Huy was built different. In his modern mindset, cash was king and honor didn't pay the rent. He remembered his childhood vividly. My parents used to scream at each other every single day just because we were broke. My mom died on a hospital bed because we didn't have the cash to save her, and my ex-girlfriend dumped me because she saw no future with a guy who couldn't afford a decent apartment. Friends ghosted me one by one because I couldn't even chip in for a round of drinks. Does anyone know what my nickname used to be? They called me Mr. Shoelace because I'd always bend down to tie my shoes the second the waiter brought the check. Do you know how it feels to get invited to a best friend's wedding but be too ashamed to go because you can't afford a gift? As a man, not being able to pay for dinner is humiliating. I used to wander the streets smoking loose cigarettes I bought off the curb. I would walk around crying, wondering what the hell I was doing with my life while my friends were getting married in their early 20s. Those guys all had one thing in common. They were at least middle class, with their parents handing them 20 or 30 million to start their lives. Meanwhile, I had 10 million in student debt before I even graduated, so how could I dream of a wife and kids before I even landed a stable job? Reminds him of a question he once ignored from a girl. So, when are we getting married? He had to ignore that pure, innocent question because of the life he chose. Walking through the crowd, Cao Cao asks himself, is he staying single because he likes the bachelor lifestyle? Nope, that's definitely not it. It's just an excuse for being broke. If poverty sucks in the modern world, imagine how brutal it is in this cutthroat martial arts world. It's terrifying. Cao Cao remembers his first day in this world. Poverty meant his dad got beaten, his mom and sister cried in each other's arms, and his brother hurt himself out of guilt for being useless. Unlike you, rich kids from the big clans, born with silver spoons and living in luxury, you'll never get it. You can't imagine how money can twist people, make them pathetic, or strip away their humanity completely. You guys will never understand, but that trauma is rooted deep in my soul. Despite all those heavy feelings, Cao Cao never told anyone. He just grinded every single day to get where he is now. Seeing his determination, Nam Cung To realizes he can't stop him. He sighs. Looks like once you set your mind to something, there's no talking you out of it. I'm heading out. I'll send word when the troops are ready. The old man walks away, and Cao Cao doesn't say another word to him. Cut to Cao Cao's office in a fey. There are 11 people gathered around a table. Cao Cao, sitting in the middle, starts the meeting. All right, time to introduce the new members. He looks at Diem Tungluk and Chun Jiahui from the Black Sky Lotus and says, from right to left, meet Diem Tungluk and Chun Jiahui. The dude, Diem, looks normal enough. But that girl, Chun Jiahui, she's got her hair down looking like a straight-up horror movie ghost. It's making the manager, and the new recruits want to throw up. Cao Cao looks done with life and says, can you please tie your hair up? Look somewhat presentable. You look like a zombie, you're scaring the living daylights out of everyone. Chun Jiahui just interlocks her fingers and cracks a super creepy smile. Laughing like a bunch of extras from The Walking Dead, they teased, you totally have a thing for ponytails, don't you? If it was anyone else, Cao Cao might have vibed with it, but for this specific girl, he shook his head so fast he almost got whiplash, stammering. Heck no, but, I mean, tying it back does look way cleaner, right? Chun Jiahui clapped back immediately. Please, I've been rocking this hairstyle since day one. Cao Cao was speechless, basically taking the L on that conversation. Suddenly, Miss Xue Xian walked into the room, looking like a total goth queen with long white hair and an all-black outfit. She was wearing the fit Cao Cao picked out earlier. Between her figure and that face card that never declines, everyone in the room was instantly mesmerized. She was a total knockout. Zhang Yilong looked like he was straight out of an anime, face bright red, staring without blinking like he was in a trance. Yan Changlu couldn't hold it back and blurted out, "Holy smokes. I don't think these two have ever seen a girl this level of gorgeous before." Trieu Huy and Zhang Hu managed to keep their cool a little better, mostly because they're young masters from elite families and have a reputation to uphold. But let's be real, they were barely holding it together compared to the total simps in the room. In complete contrast to the sausage fest, Chen Jiahui was the only girl there. So when she saw all the guys thirsting over Shui Xian like that, she got a little salty. Chen Jiahui flip-tied her hair up, letting it bounce with some attitude. It gave her a totally different vibe. Honestly, if we're talking about Heifi standards, Chen Jiahui is a top-tier baddie herself. She asked, "Are you guys happy now?" Zhao Hui replied instantly. He gestured to Sui Xian, standing next to him, and said, "And this right here is Miss Sui Xian, straight out of the North Sea." The second he dropped the words North Sea, the mood shifted. Zhang Hu and Chu Yun started tweaking. Zhang Hu got all high and mighty, but Zhao Hui shut that down fast. "Yo, chill out. That beef is hundreds of years old. You guys hold grudges way too long. We're running a business here, keep it professional. Were you seriously about to kick a customer out?" Zhao Hui's words hit different, carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Basically, if you didn't listen, you were asking for a beatdown. Zhang Hu nodded and introduced himself. "I'm Nam Cung Zhang Hu." Trieu Yun introduced himself too. On the flip side, Zhang Yilong was all smiles, turning on the charm. "Haha, I'm the young master, Zhang Yilong. Super nice to meet you, miss." Yan Changlu was stumbling over his words. And I'm Yan Changlu." Out of everyone there, Shu Xian was low-key checking out Zhang Yilong because the dude was absolutely shredded, and his muscles were giving off an intense aura that made her feel a bit breathless. Once the intros were done, Zhao Hui said, "Miss Xian, grab a seat." Meeting time, Zhao Hui rolled out a map. It was a sketch showing some massive buildings. He started, "All right, priority number 1 right now is setting up the Zhao family's business network." He pointed to spots all over Lake Poyang. "I've already scoped out the prime real estate, those red marks on the map. Anybody got any hot takes or ideas?" The general manager spoke up first, asking, "The layout is way different than what we did in Hefei. What's the deal?" Zhao Hui broke it down. "Because at Lake Poyang, we don't need to build giant ice warehouses. Each spot gets a small cold room. When we need ice, Miss Xian here will handle it personally." Everyone started oohing and awing, totally hyped. The manager was stoked. That's going to save us a ton of cash. Perfect timing too, since our budget is running on fumes. The old guy had been stressing about money for ages. Suddenly, Old Lee spotted something sketchy on the map. He pointed at a red dot and got serious. "Hold up, I don't think this spot is a good move. It's way too close to the relay station." Just for context, a relay station is basically a government rest stop for horses and officials delivering mail or traveling. If we set up shop there, there's a 90% chance we're going to clash with the officials. Starting off with bad PR like that is a rookie move. Zhao Hui had to think about Old Lee's point for a second. Trieu Yun jumped in. "Bro, that's an easy fix." Zhang Yilong asked, "What's got you so worried, big bro?" Seeing these two acting all confident, Zhao Hui asked for their input. "You guys got a hack for this?" Zhang Yilong pointed at the map. "Look, all these red dots are our turf, right? We own the port too. For a relay station to even function, the #1 rule is they need permission from local officials and access to a port in the area. So, if we just make up some bogus excuse and shut down our port for a few months, the relay station won't have any choice but to pack up and leave." Zhao Hui's eyes went wide, totally stunned. He turned to Chu Yun and asked, "So, what was your big plan, Chu Yun?" Trieu Yun wanted to say something, but he was completely gagged. He turned to Zhang Yilong and said, "Dude, what kind of monster are you? That's diabolical." Seeing Cao Cao look all flustered and blushing made Trieu Huy actually want to give huge props to Tring Nut Long. Hui was thinking to himself, maybe I should start calling this guy Einstein Long instead. If Long had been raised with a silver spoon and went to a top-tier prep school, who knows how powerful he'd be today. I haven't seen everything the others can do yet, but I'd bet Long is the MVP here. Hidden behind those massive biceps is a wicked sharp mind. Totally contrary to what Hui thought, Cao Cao was shook. He figured Long just glanced at that giant map and came up with a killer strategy instantly. That's not easy. Even a guy like me who's buried his nose in strategy books for 10 years stumbled on that one. Since nobody objected, implying they were cool with Long's idea, Hui took the center seat and said, "Awesome. First up, we tackle the harbor situation. We're sticking to the plan Long just pitched. And remember, this logistics business is strictly hush-hush." Then Manager Lee pipes up, "Is this blueprint from the Steelworks crew?" Hui nodded. "Bingo. Huy was picturing a high-rise, kind of like those college dorms back in the day, he said. Instead of wooden beams, we're going full metal for the structural supports. The process is the same as before, using everything we've got. To make the most solid, durable steel pillars that can handle massive weight, tell the workshops to focus entirely on this. Manager Lee looked a bit skeptical and asked, "Steel pillars? What kind of weight are we talking about here?" Huy replied, "At least 6 tons." Manager Lee's brain was doing gymnastics trying to picture 6 tons supported by a single steel column. He'd never seen anything like it, so the doubt was real. He asked, "Excuse me, sir, but what exactly are we building?" Hugh grinned with pure hype. It was supposed to be top secret until the pillars were done, but basically, I'm building a tower over 10 stories high. As soon as the words left Hugh's mouth, the whole room went into panic mode, faces looking totally freaked out. 10 stories? That's impossible. A century ago, that legendary architect spent his whole life building his magnum opus, a 6-story pagoda, and that took 7 long years. Manager Lee added, "Maybe steel makes the structure possible, but where are we getting the budget? And we don't exactly have the #1 architect in the country hanging around here." Cao Cao suddenly gave him a look like he was staring at a bug. #1 in the country, saying that right in front of a member of the Zhuge family is a pretty massive flex and kinda rude. Manager Lee realized he just stepped on the toes of a major noble house. He started sweating bullets and stammered, "Oh, my bad. Please forgive me, young master. I didn't mean to cause any drama over this small stuff." Huy laughed out loud. "Yeah, telling this huge heir he can't design is a bold move. You're dead wrong on that one. Don't knock it till you try it." Manager Lee bowed apologetically to Cao Cao. "I don't follow the street gossip, so I didn't know you were the huge heir." Huy turned to the manager and said, "And about the plan, don't sweat it. The Zhuge prodigy is collaborating with us. You're about to witness the sickest design ever created." Suddenly, Manager Lee's hand was trembling as he pointed at the map. He tapped the bottom corner and asked, "Wait, we're not just building one, are we?" Huy flashed a cheesy grin. "Oh, right now the plan is just to build 20 towers." Manager Lee nearly jumped out of his skin. "Say what? 20 towers over 10 stories high? Building one is a miracle. Just casting one steel pillar costs a fortune, and you want to build that many. We're talking over 100 pillars." Manager Lee looked down, absolutely terrified, thinking about the astronomical amount of cash this would burn. Just the pillars alone for 10 buildings? Lee asked if the capital was ready. Seeing the old man stress out, Huy confidently said, "Relax, I got a plan." Old man, Lee thought, well, he always finds a way to get the cash somehow. I'm honestly too scared to ask where the money is coming from at this point. Cao Cao suddenly asked, "You really think the Black Lotus Syndicate is going to cough up that kind of dough for us?" Hearing Black Lotus was like a bomb going off for Lee. Everyone knows who they are and using their money? That's insane. Huy shrugged. They don't have a choice. If they don't pay, I'll go collect from the city lord himself. Cao was confused. The city lord? Seriously, why him? Huy smirked, eyes full of ambition, and gave a thumbs-down gesture to show the city lord was totally beneath him. The Jiangxi city lord is a close relative of that guy Huang Yehian, part of the Empress Dowager's crew. Basically, royalty. But whether it's the Black Lotus or the city lord, they're all dirty. They've been embezzling gunpowder and cannons from the royal armory, so if I go down, I'm taking them all with me. Hearing that, even Trieu Huy and Koven started getting creeped out by Huy. Since we're on the topic, I'll just say it, the current emperor is a total moron running this country. If we threaten a rebellion, what are they going to do? Lee gasped, "Moron? You're talking about the son of heaven." Huy replied, "Cool as a cucumber. If you can't do your job, you get fired or stabbed in the back. Even the emperor isn't safe. A real king wouldn't let his mommy's squad run the show like that. He needs to take control." Before he could finish, Trieu Huy slapped a hand over Ho's mouth. "Dude, the walls have ears around here." Huy pushed the hand away, not worried at all. He grinned like a total psycho. "I treat my staff like family, unless there's a traitor hiding among us." Everyone in the room knew the score crossed Trieu Huy, and you're toast. Nobody dared to breathe wrong. They knew if they flipped on him, they were practically signing their own death warrants. Trieu Huy rolled up the map and cut to the chase. "All right, let's get down to business. Grab the blueprints." One of the guys hopped up and took the map from Trieu Huy. Before dipping out, he hesitated and asked, Boss, you want any last-minute tweaks or edits on this thing?" Trieu Huy laid it out cold. "I don't care if you tweak the length, width, or weight, but the core structure, do not touch it. It needs to support at least 6 tons minimum. You got that?" The lackey nodded vigorously. "Loud and clear, sir." With the first phase of the castle project handed off, Trieu Huy addressed the rest of the crew. Stone-faced and serious, he barked, "All right, head to your assigned posts. I need full inventory reports sent to Mr. Lai immediately." Meeting adjourned. The whole squad yelled, "Yes, sir," in unison. The sound echoed off the walls, sounding like a promise that Trieu Huy and his crew were about to take over the world. Over at the Black Heaven Lotus HQ, right by the Medicine King's clinic, two guards were standing watch. The second they spotted the Poison King and the Demon Scythe King approaching, they bowed so low their noses almost touched the dirt. The Scythe King didn't waste time, hollering, "Hey, Medicine King. You in there, old man?" The Medicine King strolled out looking completely unbothered. He'd clearly seen this movie before. He clicked his tongue and sighed. "Geez, you two causing drama again. Getting ahead of yourselves? Huh. Look, the blood orb pill isn't ready. Beat it. Come back later. I told you I'd let you know when it's done." The Demon Scythe King leaned in close, whispering like a paranoid teenager. "We got hit with the invisible poison." The Medicine King paused, totally confused. Invisible poison? That legendary stuff has been off the streets for ages. Who would even have that tech? He looked at the guy like he was nuts and said, "You must be going senile, Gramps. That poison went extinct like 100 years ago." The Poison King jumped in, looking panicked. "No, seriously. We both felt the symptoms kick in. We even took the temporary antidote for half a month already." The Medicine King listened and immediately roasted them. "You morons. You let the enemy play you like a fiddle." Normally they'd be mad, but they were too scared. The Scythe King begged, "Just whip up a cure for us, please." The Medicine King rolled his eyes. "Did your brains rot out? You think I can just snap my fingers and find a cure for a legendary poison? Sit down and let me check your pulse." He grabbed the Scythe King's wrist. After a few seconds of silence, the Medicine King frowned. "Your meridians and energy flow are totally fine. Actually, your internal power levels are spiking. You guys look healthier than ever. What are you on? Find some new super supplement?" Hearing this nonsense made the Scythe King snap. He started yelling, "You absolute blockhead. Do you know what invisible means? It means zero symptoms. It kills you silently without leaving a trace until you're knocking on death's door. You call yourself the Medicine King and you don't know basic toxicology." The Medicine King didn't clap back. He just thought for a second. "Okay, theoretically possible, but come on. A poison that doesn't mess up anything inside the body. Impossible. The whole point of poison is to break stuff. There's no such thing as a poison that doesn't touch your meridians," he muttered. The Scythe King shouted, "We know we were poisoned. We were literally paralyzed, totally unable to move, just waiting to die." "The poison?" King shuddered, remembering how his whole crew dropped like flies. It gave him the creeps. "It was potent stuff," he said, voice trembling. "Everyone around us just blacked out instantly. I've been in the game a long time, and I've never seen anything that nasty." The Medicine King asked, "Wait, you said you took a temporary antidote meant to last half a month, right?" "Yeah," the Scythe King replied. The Medicine King rubbed his chin. "Well, hate to break it to you, but that probably wasn't an antidote." "Excuse me," the Scythe King gasped. The Medicine King broke it down. "If you're sure this invisible poison doesn't show up in the body, then it's attacking the brain. That explains the sudden burst of energy and mental clarity." The two villains stared at him blankly. "You guys still don't get it?" The Scythe King frowned. "Speak English, Doc." "What are you saying?" The Medicine King said grimly. "That antidote you ate? It's actually a different poison. It's forcing your body into terminal lucidity." Terminal lucidity. That sentence sent a chill down their spines. These two ruthless killers, who usually murdered people without blinking, suddenly looked like scared little kids facing the Reaper. The Poison King stammered, "But we feel great right now. There has to be a cure for a poison attacking the brain." "Not really. Legend says one guy survived by burning the toxin out with pure energy," the Medicine King explained, "but it fried his system. His hair turned white and he became a vegetable." He looked at their panicked faces and sighed. "And honestly, if you survive but lose your mind, are you even really alive?" The Scythe King and Poison King looked like they were about to burst into tears. Their voices cracked. "Don't look at us like we're already corpses. Come on, Doc, you gotta figure something out." The Medicine King got serious. "I'm telling you the truth. That antidote is just masking the symptoms. Your only hope is to beg for mercy from the guy who poisoned you." Mercy? The Black Heaven Lotus guys were ruthless monsters. Now they had to rely on someone else's kindness. It was a sick joke. "Look, the unwritten rule of the poison trade is to always carry the antidote," the Medicine King mused. "Just in case you accidentally dose yourself. If you go back to him, he probably has the real cure on him. Or at least he knows how to fix you." The two villains looked at each other and cursed under their breath. "Son of a. So our lives really belong to that brat now." The Medicine King shook his head. "Who is this guy anyway?" Mastering the invisible poison? That's next level stuff. Was it someone from the Tang family or the Poison Valley crew? The Scythe King snapped. Are you deaf? We told you we don't know. And keep your mouth shut about this, you hear? The Medicine King scoffed. Please, unless someone's literally dying, nobody comes to visit a boring old man like me anyway. The Demon King clicked his tongue. T-esque. The next day, on a beautiful morning with the sun shining, light hit the Zhuge estate. Inside the study, the head of the family, Zhu Xian, was meditating. Suddenly, a servant appeared, bowing respectfully. Sir, the young master is here to see you. Zhu Xian gave the nod. Send him in. The brother of Zhu Juan and heir to the Zhuge dynasty, Zhu Jian, walked in, bowed, and said, Father. Yi Xian asked, What's the situation? Zhu Jian slid a piece of paper across the table and said, It's about Un. Zhu Xian raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued. He grabbed the letter and cracked it open. As he read, his internal monologue kicked in. Ever since that kid became an inspector, he's gone completely rogue, totally ghosting the Martial Alliance's protocols. Suddenly, Yi Xian shouted, What the actual hell is this? He was fuming. He slammed his fist on the desk. If you just apologize and promise to come home, I could fix this. But no, this is going to give me an aneurysm. Resigning out of the blue wasn't enough. Now he wants to borrow 20,000 gold pieces. That's the entire family's annual revenue combined. And he wants to dump it all into the Zhao merchant group. The alliance is already watching the Namgung family. But why on earth does he want to? Throw money at those Namgung losers. Zhu Jian, seeing his dad lose it, asked, Dad, can I see that? Yi Xian sighed and handed it over. Zhu Jian scanned the content and his jaw dropped. The kid's lost his mind. That's it. I'm going to Anhui to drag Un back by his ear. Yi Xian, regaining his cool, said, Sit down first. The old man organized his thoughts. Listen, until now, Un never gave a damn about anything except books and architecture. For a kid like that to quit his cushy alliance job just to join a startup and the Namgung clan, he's my son. He doesn't do random. There's a play here. He looked at his eldest. Remember what he told us after the martial arts tournament? Zhu Jian replied instantly. You mean that guy, Trieu Huy? The father nodded. Bingo. The hidden dragon Un wouldn't shut up about. My sleeping dragon of Anhui claimed this guy is playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Martial arts, intellect, the art's totally different league. A master of everything? Zhu Jian scoffed. Sounds fake. Kids his age get obsessed with shiny new toys. It's probably just the first time. Un met someone with skills he doesn't have, so he's fanboying. Definitely an exaggeration. Yi Xian countered. Maybe. But the kid ran away from home again just to see him. Un was usually Mr. Logic. He wouldn't cause this much drama for nothing. Zhu Jian thought about it and conceded. Fair point. Yi Xian commanded. Go check this Trieu Huy character out. See what he's really made of. Zhu Jian bowed. Consider it done, father. I'll pack my bags. I'll tell the treasurer to give you some gold for the road, Yi Xian added. Zhu Jian blinked. Wait, really, Dad? Yi Xian's eyes sharpened. This young Trieu Huy cornered the entire Hefei economy in a few years. Watch him. See if the man lives up to the myth. You decide if we invest or not. Leave Un out of the equation. Zhu Jian accepted the mission. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, at the Black Heaven Alliance HQ, the sun hit the Dark Towers. Inside the main hall, Li Jianqiang asked his subordinate, Is that demon mask freak back again? A kneeling shadow guard replied, Yes, cult leader. And just like last time, he's solo. Li Jianqiang let out a long sigh. I gotta give it to him. The guy has guts of steel. Walks into the Black Heaven Alliance like he owns the place. He glared at his men. And let me guess, the Black Gate guards didn't even notice him. That is correct, sir. Li Jianqiang looked like he was about to vaporize the guard, but waved his hand. Let him in. Yes, sir. Moments later, Trieu Huy strolled in, rocking that creepy demon mask. He waved casually. Yo, how's it hanging? Li Jianqiang thought. Hasn't changed a bit. Still has that punchable, sarcastic tone. He growled. Ask me a stupid question again, and your head won't be attached to your neck. Trieu Huy just chuckled, totally unfazed. Whoa there, relax. We're both businessmen here. No need for the bad vibes. Pretty soon, my Zhao family trucks will be moving in. We're really eager to get our hands on your shares. Li Jianqiang's eyes glowed red. Next time, follow the damn protocol. Send a letter, get approved by the Black Gate guards, then enter. Trieu Huy shrugged. Too much effort. Identity checks require taking off the mask, and honestly, I'm not feeling that. Li Jiangqiang flared up, pressure rising. You think I can't rip that cheap piece of trash off your face myself? Cao Hui stayed cool. Pretty sure we covered this. Every time I visit, I have a guy waiting to sprint to the Imperial Palace. If I'm not out in 2 hours, the Emperor gets a very interesting letter. Li Jiangqiang forced himself to calm down. What do you want this time? Cao Hui leaned back. Hook a brother up with 100 gold pieces. You know how it is, we loaned out too much cash and now we're liquid poor. Don't worry, I'll cut you in on the interest. The minions started losing it. Is this guy insane? Shameless pig brain. Cao Hui ignored them. What? You guys stand to make a killing for my family. Consider this an early angel investment. Be generous, and the ROI will be massive. Li Jiangqiang's face went stone cold. Dark Heaven Assassin. Instantly, a demonic shadow dripped from the ceiling, materializing into a person. Here, sir. The Dark Heaven Assassin, known as the Shadow of the Cult Leader, his secret right hand. Rumor had it that even the Iron Fist King, top dog of the 8 emperors, sweated a little around this guy. Li Jiangqiang gave the order. Deploy the Ghost Squad. Lock down the harbor. Nothing gets north, not even a fly. The assassin nodded. Understood. Li Jiangqiang, eyes pitch black with killing intent, slowly drew his sword. Cao Hui watched calmly. So, you're actually trying to kill me? Cao Hui sighed and clicked his tongue. Teased. He instantly shifted gears, releasing a wave of internal energy that crushed the room. You think I have the skills to walk in here, but not the skills to walk out. He unleashed the heavenly sword flow absolute blade spirit. Without moving a muscle, his aura blasted outward. It sent the minions flying and pinned them to the floor like gravity just increased tenfold. Only Li Jiangqiang and a few elites could manage to stay on their feet. Cut to the chaos, everyone else was kneeling on the ground, clutching their heads or collapsing, screams filling the room. Cao Hui thought to himself, it was like this at the inn, and now here too. Why do I keep getting pushed into corners where I have to flex my real power? I thought a little intimidation would be enough. Who knew this old guy would go nuclear and lock down all the ports immediately? Would it kill you to listen to me for 5 seconds? Li Kuang-kan was shaking like a leaf, terrified by the scene. He thought, what the heck? So the culprit that time wasn't Nam Cung, it was this masked kid. What is even happening right now? Just trying to stand up is a struggle. Is this seriously martial arts? There are only 2 possibilities. It's either the dark sorcery of the West, or the soul control arts of the heavenly demon god. Those moves are just parlor tricks, using hypnosis and hallucinations on the enemy. But I'm not dizzy, and my heart isn't racing, so this is definitely not a mind trick. This pressure isn't draining my energy, but that doesn't mean I can use my power either. Every time I try to move, some invisible force crushes my body, making every effort useless. It's like a ghost is sitting on me. The only time I've ever felt pressure this heavy was back when my willpower wasn't solid yet. In other words, right now, I'm the only one left standing because I've hit the super absolute realm and have a steely will. Everyone else must be clueless as to why they're face planted on the floor. The minions crawling around started whispering, it's poison, deadly poison. Li Kuang-kan quickly yelled, no, it's not. Before he could even finish his sentence, Cao Hui yeeted a pill straight into his mouth, shutting him up instantly. Before Li Jiangjing could even process the trash talk, he'd already gulped it down. He let out a confused, huh? Just as Cao Hui hit him with a cold threat. That's the antidote, buddy. If you want your minions to get a sip, you better listen up. Realizing the play, Li Jiangjing panicked, shouting, don't listen to him. He's full of crap. It's not poison. But the subordinates kneeling down, zero faith in their boss. Makes sense, this is the Black Heaven Lotus. After all, red-eyed with rage, the minions looked ready to straight up murder their leader, muttering, this heartless old wolf doesn't give a damn about thousands of us being poisoned. We're hanging by a thread here, and he orders an attack? Of course, he already got his cure, so why would he care about us anymore? Li Jiangjing read the room and fumed silently at these ungrateful animals. Meanwhile, Cao Hui smirked, thinking, if this were the Nam Cung family, one word from the head of the house and the soldiers would charge in, morale blazing, ready to die. But this is the flaw of the evil sects. It's just a bunch of greedy individuals held together by a power hierarchy. For groups like the Black Heaven Lotus, the weakest link is their so-called faith. For these guys, belief isn't about honor or loyalty. It's purely about the cash. So the second the benefits dry up, the whole organization teeters on the edge of collapse. Controlling the game, Cao Hui said coolly, you really think I can't take over your warehouse? Your life is literally in my hands. Li Jiangjing was speechless, this cunning brat. No matter how many times I test him, his aura and resolve screamed dignified, noble power. It's the kind of vibe you only see in top-tier Orthodox warriors, yet his words and actions are sketchier than a demonic cult leader. What Li Jiangjing didn't know was, Zhao Hui had been forged in the fires of modern capitalist exploitation. He waved dismissively, turning away. Honestly, if I wanted to wipe out your crew right now, you couldn't stop me. Peace out. Li Jiangjing panicked and screamed, "Stop!" Zhao Hui paused, looking back with a bored expression. Huh, what now? Li Jiangjing looked pained. 100,000 gold taels. That's too steep. Zhao Hui snapped, "Cut the crap. You squeeze 30,000 a year just from businesses on Poyang Lake. Think I don't know about the taxes you skim from merchants and bodyguards? That's another 50,000 right there. During famines, you rake in 130,000 from rice trading alone, then 10,000 from seafood, plus another 70,000 in shipping fees on the lake. And don't get me started on the insane 400,000 profit from the casinos and red light districts. Around here, 400,000 gold taels. Where the hell does that money come from? Plus, a solid 800,000 from information brokering. You scumbags have the nerve to complain? You can't cough up a measly 100,000. Li Jiangjing stammered. But didn't you already sever all those revenue streams? Income is down. What am I supposed to do? Zhao Hui smoothly pulled a paper from his robe, sighing. Still making excuses. Huh? He shoved the paper in Li Jiangjing's face. Then what about the 30,000 annual profit from livestock? 30,000 from mining? And another 30,000 from hosting banquets? You guys have a massive diversified investment portfolio. The cash flowing into your pockets is way beyond just significant, isn't it? Li Jiangjing flinched, stuttering. That's not. Without waiting for an explanation, Zhao Hui kept pressing his advantage. Did you think I believe the Black Heaven Lotus keeps all its wealth in a few dusty warehouses? Do I look stupid? You hit it well, but want me to keep listing them. Like the royal uncle of King Zhujing, Li Jiangjing immediately cut him off, raising his hand to cast a soundproofing barrier between them. Zhao Hui thought calmly, a chi membrane. So that's a secret he absolutely can't let slip. Li Jiangjing signaled surrender. Fine. I agree to the 100,000 gold taels. But Zhao Hui suddenly turned his head away. The old man panicked, thinking, no way, this bastard. And he was right, Zhao Hui had him by the throat. Zhao Hui held up 3 fingers with a confident grin. Hey, negotiating the price was just step 1. Regarding the antidote, asked the royal. Let's skip the awkward family talk, it's better left unsaid. Look, people change, stars align differently, and I'm flipping the script. The price is now 300,000 taels. Take it or leave it, Li. 300,000, that's literally half the annual revenue of the Black Heaven Lotus. Staying the course would have hurt, but this is absolute highway robbery. He let out a heavy sigh, defeated. But Li realized he had to put a muzzle on this guy immediately before he kept running his mouth about the Emperor's sketchy uncle. Gritting his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, Li replied, Fine, you win. Hand over the antidote. Trieu Huy grinned behind his mask like he just won the lottery. Dang, you're dropping 300,000 gold bars without blinking. But you're sweating over a few pills? Since you're being so generous, allow me. Trieu Huy fished the antidote out of his robe and made it rain, tossing the pills to the Black Heaven, Lotus grunts kneeling on the floor like he was feeding pigeons. The minions didn't even chew, just gulped them down in a panic. Trieu Huy dropped the bomb. Enjoy the buzz, fellas. That batch will keep you breathing for exactly 2 weeks. Just try not to die in the meantime, Li muttered to his crew. Then he snapped at his manager. Hey, chief. The manager bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. He ordered the withdrawal of 300,000 gold bars from the vault. The manager confirmed, crystal clear. Li pivoted back to Trieu Huy. So, about that 300,000 worth of premium goods from the Zhao clan. When do we see it? Trieu Huy nodded. Oh, you'll get it. Got a specific wish list? Li got serious, his voice dropping an octave. First off, I want to cash in 50,000 gold worth of military-grade weapons, everything your clan can forge. Trieu Huy paused. Oof, that's going to be tricky. In his head, he was calculating 50,000 in weapons. That's roughly the entire annual supply chain for the Anhui provincial army. Funneling that much steel to the Black Heaven Lotus, that's like giving a tiger a jetpack, totally helping the bad guys level up. Not good. Plus, logistically, it was a nightmare. All of his top-tier smiths had already migrated to the Poyang Lake district. The skeleton crew left behind couldn't possibly handle a massive order like that, so Trieu Huy flipped the script. Tell you what, instead of swords, how about I give you full management rights to the Zhao clan's top-tier luxury restaurant for 1 year? Trust me, get a taste of the food industry, the profit margins are insane. Li looked at him like he had 2 heads. Wait, full management rights? Trieu Huy wagged a finger. Don't overthink it. I'm offering a sweet deal here. Just say yes. If you guys actually run it well, I'll treat you like VIP partners. Lee's eyes almost popped out of his skull. You trying to hustle me again. Cut the crap, you shameless little punk. Speak plainly. Trieu Huy just laughed. Boring. I'm done here. Fast forward a bit, sunrise over Poyang Lake. The vibe was chill, water glowing in the morning light. The lakeside restaurant was already popping with noise and customers. Trieu Huy started crunching numbers. It had been a wild ride lately, plenty of drama and sketchy deals. The local merchants on Poyang Lake used to be super old school and stubborn, always beefing over turf. But ever since that little field trip to the Black Heaven Lotus HQ, everything smoothed out. With that fresh injection of 300,000 gold, he wasted no time buying a fleet of transport ships for iron ore. Talk about leveling up. Trieu Huy was basically playing on God mode now. Since he held the cure, the Iron Fist King's goons had to work for him. Free labor essentially saved a ton on overhead costs for manual work. With the supply chain locked down, a massive ironworks factory finally opened its doors by the lake. It was a beast of a facility. The sheer scale of the place freaked out the Jiangxi governor. Dude showed up with a whole squad of soldiers, trying to flex his authority. But Trieu Huy's silver tongue flipped the situation instantly. He basically blackmailed the guy with dirt on his shady dealings. It was a classic call an ambulance, but not for me moment. The locals saw their governor turn paler than a ghost, like he'd seen a demon. It was a wake-up call. The Zhao clan wasn't just rich, they were terrifyingly powerful here. People wondered how they leashed the top dog of Jiangxi so easily. Once the land deals were signed, Zhao franchises started popping up everywhere. The brand was blowing up on Poyang Lake. Crowds were lining up for the signature iced tea, sweet, fragrant, and totally refreshing. It was the ultimate thirst quencher. It paired perfectly with the exclusive seafood cold noodles and the legendary 6-layer pork belly sandwiches. Pure comfort food heaven. Eating at the Zhao flagship restaurant was a spiritual experience. Customers left feeling that food coma bliss right down to their toes. It was flavor from another dimension. Then there was the booze. The spicy, minty liquor from the Zhao cellars was a massive hit. They said you could smell the good stuff from 5 miles away. But the real viral sensation? The Heaven Cloud carriage. Aside from the iron business, the clan started dealing in luxury transport. Merchants, high rollers, and even top-tier government officials were sending people to beg for one. It was the ultimate status symbol. The whole Poyang area was thriving. Meanwhile, at the local branch, Trieu Huy was strategizing with Ta Kovan and Nam Cung Zhang when the manager dropped some news. Boss, the leader of the Silver Vow Corps just showed up near the perimeter. Trieu Huy raised an eyebrow. Oh, the big bad leader is finally showing his face? For context, the Silver Vow Corps was like the secret CIA of the Righteous Alliance. Trieu Huy thought, funny. When I was fighting for my life, these guys were ghosting me. Now that I'm balling out of control, they show up at my doorstep. Talk about sketchy timing right when the new business is taking off. Manager Lee was sweating bullets. What's the play? Should we just ignore him? Trieu Huy gave a smirk that screamed trouble. Why ghost him? Invite him in. Let's see what he wants. Ta Kovan was stressing out. He was thinking, we're splitting profits with the Black Heaven Lotus on their turf, and now we're hosting the Righteous Police? Is this guy crazy? But the manager bowed, understood, bringing him in. A moment later, a tall dude with a ponytail and a serious I am the law vibe walked in. Ta Kovan immediately tried to be polite. Greetings, Inspector, I'm Zhuge Yun from the Zhuge family. Welcome. The man gave a tiny nod. I'm the commander of the Silver Vow Corps. He ignored the pleasantries and side-eyed Trieu Huy. You. Are you Trieu Huy, the current face of the Zhao clan? Trieu Huy stayed chill. That's me. Suddenly, the commander whipped out a rope, hurling it straight at Trieu Huy like a lasso. He shouted, by the authority of the Silver Vow, I'm auditing this operation right now. As the Zhao representative, consider yourself tagged by the Alliance. Trieu Huy didn't flinch. He just reached out and snatched the rope out of the air before it could bind him. The commander froze, totally shook. Did he just catch the Silver Phoenix cable with his bare hands? Zhao Huy suddenly turned serious, feigning offense. Whoa, hold up. I'm not some villain here. Why are you acting so rashly, my lord? The leader of the Silver Oath Corps held one end of the Silver Phoenix steel wire, declaring, I'm here to investigate reports of the Black Heaven Lotus seizing control. Look, my massive chain of stores is officially under the microscope. Mr. Tycoon Zhao Huy here. The Alliance has a strict zero-tolerance policy for shading dealings. You guys better start singing like canaries if you know what's good for you. Zhu Yun and Nam Cung Zhang Hu looked like they just saw a ghost, totally speechless, standing next to Zhao Huy. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui's brain was working overtime, trying to connect the dots. So, staying in our lane means we can't even talk to the other side? You're saying the good guys can't even slide into the bad guys' DMs? No networking, no deals, absolutely zero contact? Cao Hui dropped the silver phoenix steel he was holding and let out a heavy sigh. Bro, serious question though. Since when does the Alliance's rulebook apply to a solo entrepreneur? That's barely legal. The Silver Oath boss flashed a nasty, predatory grin. Cute speech. So, are you implying the great Namgong family is going rogue and ditching the righteous path? Cao Hui was about to snap, his face getting dark, but Zhuo Chu jumped in to save the day. Hold up, you got it twisted. That wasn't a betrayal, that was just bait. Poison bait to lure out the Black Sky crew. But the Silver Boss put a hand up, cutting the mic. Spare me the details. I don't care about your master plan. I don't need to know your life story. All I see is you guys splitting profits with the bad guys right now. Nam Cung Zhang Hu stepped up immediately. Yo, I'm Nam Cung Zhang Hu, Namgong family born and raised. We aren't denying we're part of the Alliance, but you're definitely misreading the situation here. The Silver Oath boss kept his stone-cold face. Misreading? How? Namgong broke it down. Zhao literally nuked the Black Sky Union's inventory, blew up their cash flow, and on top of that, he jacked about 300,000 taels of gold from them. How is hurting the enemy bad for the team? Sounds like we're giving the Alliance a massive advantage if you ask me. The Silver Oath boss smirked, dripping with sarcasm. Look at the little sword master talking finance like a Wall Street pro. Seems like the heir has turned into a greedy little hustler. Fits the profile perfectly. That hit a nerve. Namgong flared his aura, ready to throw hands. Back off. If you keep sticking your nose where it doesn't belong and disrespecting the big three families, I'm gonna forget we're on the same side. The boss wasn't phased, he cranked his internal energy up way higher than Namgong. Humph, you Namgong kids have been acting real shady lately, messing with the hierarchy. Cao Hui stepped between them, hand raised. Mr. Silver Oath leader, chill. The boss powered down the pressure. Speak. Cao Hui didn't flinch, hitting back with straight facts. Stop right there. Stop forcing your weird moral compass on my business deals. If you can't have a civilized convo, then get out. I'm not in your little club, and frankly, I never signed up for a membership. The Silver Oath boss went ice cold. That sounds a lot like a resignation letter from the Namgong family. You want out of the Big Five? Cao Hui fired back. My business is solo. Stop dragging the Namgong name into this every 5 seconds. Are you obsessed or something? The boss nodded slowly. I get it now. You're just hard-headed. You clearly don't understand the consequences of resisting a federal agent of the martial world, do you? He dropped the hammer. The second you push back, you're public enemy number 1. The 5 families, the 10 sects, everyone turns on you. No backup, no allies. Your reputation goes down the toilet. If the chief gives the order, we're not just talking sanctions. We're talking total clan annihilation. Cao Hui gritted his teeth. Annihilation? You'd wipe us out just because I won't be your puppet? You're really threatening to kill us all. Cao Hui stopped holding back and flipped the threat. Try it. I dare you. I'll burn every cent of the Zhao fortune to take you down. I'm fighting this as a businessman. No clan ties attached. But I promise you, I've got at least 2 generals in my pocket, and the royal family might just jump in too. You want to roll those dice? The Silver Oath boss went quiet. Cao Hui raised his voice, doubling down. Go ahead, check my files on the Anhui military connections, or look at my stronghold in Jiangxi. We built that from the ground up. If your Silver Oath network is so legendary, you should have known I'm not someone to mess with. Your intel is looking pretty weak right now. Namgong and Zhuo Shu were freaking out. Zhao was literally blackmailing the cops. Is he insane? But Zhao wasn't bluffing. He stood his ground, radiating pure confidence. The Silver Oath boss narrowed his eyes. That vibe. It's the same intense pressure I felt from that masked psycho at the Black Sky Union. Could this random merchant actually be him? No way. Cao Hui slipped into the zone, focusing on the guy's eyes. Everything turned into matrix code and wavelengths. Wait a minute. I know this frequency. It's that specific energy signature just like in physics class. I've definitely run into this guy before. To Cao Hui, the world was just math, and this guy was a familiar equation. Oh, snap. That's impressive, Zhao thought. I'm 99% sure. That internal energy wavelength. I've felt it. Cao Hui's face lit up with a smug realization. He pointed a finger right at the boss's nose. So, it's you, isn't it? The boss frowned, playing dumb. What are you babbling about? Cao Hui laughed like a maniac. Man, the righteous guys are wild. But hey, if your cover gets blown, you're toast. They'll send their hitmen to drag you straight to hell. Does the Alliance know they're taking orders from the infamous Dark Sky Killer? Nam Gong and Zuokyu looked blank. Dark Sky Hu. The Silver Oath boss, aka the Dark Sky Killer, froze. He gulped hard, totally caught off guard. Oh. Here's the tea. The Righteous Alliance spent over 10 years cooking up a master plan. They planted a deep cover mole inside the Black Sky Union. They gambled everything to create the persona of Dark Sky Killer to gain the enemy's trust. They finally succeeded, creating a legend and fooling everyone. The boss thought, this is top secret classified intel. If people find out I'm actually the mole. If the court leader is exposed, not only is his life in danger, but the reputation and influence of the entire alliance will be dragged through the mud. Even the existence of the Silver Oath core would be threatened. But the weirdest part is this peak-level internal energy. It's an ancient martial art from the previous era. It was created by the ancestor of the Red Demon Immortal family, one of the 8 great poison masters. And this technique was never supposed to be passed down. So how could anyone recognize it? Who exactly is standing in front of me? Trieu Huy observed him and said, not bad. The moves you're using aren't some roadside kung fu. Zuokyu Yun asked curiously, bro, who is this Dark Heaven Killer? Trieu Huy casually explained, you guys seriously don't know? He's a sleeper agent trained by the Orthodox Alliance. He used to be their golden boy until he stabbed them in the back to join the Black Heaven Lotus. Then, Trieu Huy paused, a realization hitting him. Wait a sec. If the Dark Heaven Killer is the Silver Oath leader, doesn't that mean the Orthodox Alliance already knew about the Six-Link plan? Oh man, this just got way more spicy. Zuokyu Yun shouted in shock at the Dark Heaven Killer. Is that true? Answer me. The Dark Heaven Killer remained silent. Zuokyu Yun's face went dark as the dirty secret sank in. So the Alliance knew the Black Heaven Lotus's scheme, and they sent me to the Nam Cung family anyway. Trieu Huy said firmly, if the codename Dark Heaven Killer gets out, those bugs at the Black Heaven Lotus will be on their knees crying for their mamas. Should I blow this wide open right on the battlefield? What do you say? Dark Heaven Killer's eyes are glowing demon red, just staring daggers. Trieu Huy, stone cold. He doesn't say a word, just hits him with the universal you're dead throat slash gesture. Then he drops the act and gets serious. Look, if I were you, I'd be shaking in my boots right now. Goosebumps City. Just imagine if the boss of the Silver Core was Nam Cung or someone from the Zhuge clan. Just the thought of those guys makes me want to slice some heads off immediately. Hearing this, Dark Heaven Killer instantly flips a switch. He goes full trance mode, pupils turning blood red. He draws his blade and starts leaking this creepy, evil black and red energy. The vibe is definitely everyone in this room is gonna die. Trieu Huy checks out the guy's aura and is actually kinda shook. He thinks, damn, this dude isn't just stronger than the Azure Sword hero from the 7 Seats, he might actually be top tier. The mana flow is insane. But honestly, no matter how buff he gets, he's still not on my level. Trieu Huy draws his sword and yells, everybody, clear out, now. Dark Heaven Killer pumps that spooky energy into his blade and charges. Trieu Huy stays sharp, channeling his own power to block the strike. Nam Cung and Cao Cao van. Yeah, they're way out of their league here. They have to dive for cover while the two titans just go at it. They trade sword strikes back and forth, tearing the place apart. The furniture gets absolutely trashed. Then the whole house just gives up and explodes because it can't handle the sheer pressure of these two clashing. Dark Heaven Killer is throwing out nothing but lethal, high-skill shots. Trieu Huy isn't losing ground though. He parries and counters the second he sees an opening. Cao Cao van bails out of the crumbling house immediately to avoid becoming collateral damage. Nam Cung is still standing there, looking dazed. Suddenly, the killer backs off to charge up his mana. Just him gathering energy is making everything around him shatter. Cao Cao van, running for his life, looks back and screams, what in the actual hell is that? Trieu Huy thinks. His mana is so dense it's practically solid, carving up the environment. That's terrifying. Don't tell me this guy isn't just a sword master. He's got magic chops too. Seeing the guy about to rush him, Trieu Huy unleashes his own move. Heavenly Sword Flow. Enlightenment. Form 8. The Void Path. It opens up something that looks exactly like a cosmic black hole, swallowing everything in its radius. Dark Heaven Killer juices up his sword and slashes right at the void. Bad move. The black hole is on a whole other level, it just eats his sword whole. The killer stands there, totally dumbfounded. Watching his weapon dissolve into nothingness, he whispers, Sword God. Trieu Huy freezes. He recognized the move. Suddenly, the Sword God Zhao Tian speaks from the Blood Jade artifact. Hey kid, let me drive for a sec. Trieu Huy replies, I got this guy. Don't worry about it. The Sword God presses. You really have nothing to say to me? Trieu Huy sighs, closes his eyes, and swaps seats. The Sword God takes over and asks the assassin, you're with the Red Demon Clan, aren't you? Dark Heaven Killer flinches, visibly shook. How did you know that? The sword god says, because you're leaking that arrogant aura the red dragon guys always have. Who do you think you're talking to, kid? The assassin is spiraling, thinking, what the hell? His entire vibe just did a 180. The sword god inspects the blade in Trieu Hui's hand. Nice sword. He channels energy, lifts the roof that got blown off earlier, and casually slaps it back onto the building to seal the room. This is boring. Zhao Tian yawns. Let's cut to the chase. Ask what you want. Dark Heaven Killer just blinks. Huh, fine, I'll go first. You lowlifes still taking orders from the Heaven Seat and the God Seat. Hearing those names, the assassin instantly drops to his knees, trembling. Trieu Huy watches from inside, thinking, how terrifying is this guy? Just hearing the name dropped him. The sword god smirks. Relax, I didn't force you to answer. The God Seat. A title above even the three gods. Mortals worshipped like deities throughout martial history. Observers, wanderers, those who toy with fate, guide it, decide it, and destroy it. Words don't really do justice to their power. Infinite authority. A vague existence, yet impossible to ignore. The assassin stammers, the sword god's successor, impossible. He's freaking out. This is the only figure in history crazy enough to square up against the God's Seat. The heavenly demon records say he met a brutal end. Legend says he crushed half the demon faction with one hand, turned them to dust. The only human ever to. Facing off against the divine seat meant having mental vibes on their level. But then the dragon demon fam dropped their secret technique, the heaven-defying ocean sun, and that basically put a period. At the end of that dude's golden era. His body got chopped into like 1,000 bits and scattered all over the map. After that whole mess, the heavenly demon Dao completely scrubbed the servers, wiping out any trace that the sword god ever existed. He deleted the martial arts he invented and ghosted every connection he ever built. Every single breadcrumb proving the Inish sword god was a player in the underworld got purged. In the end, his techniques became a total mystery, even to the heavenly demon sect. Even if they somehow got their hands on the cheat codes, nobody would have the skills to run the program. That terrifying power, especially the void energy stored inside the sword god's blade, is just way too overpowered for anyone else to handle. But right now, we are witnessing that legendary, world-breaking power live in 4K, right in front of our faces. The Voidbreaker sword technique. The sword god, controlling Trieu Hui's body, looked at the assassin like he was a bug, casually leaking some terrifying aura. Funny how things work, huh? Karma is a beast. You mess around, you find out there's no dodging the consequences. So, tell me, why is the divine seat suddenly coming out of retirement to bully people? Or is there a grander, more systematic conspiracy behind the scenes? Thian Sat stayed quiet, probably too stunned to speak. The sword god continued, got it. Nothing's changed in this world. Guess I don't need to waste any more breath chatting with trash like you. The sword god, piloting Trieu Huy, used the Voidbreaker to rip open a black hole way more stable than the one Trieu Huy made and said, the cycle of casualty keeps spinning. I'm destined to walk through these crossroads eventually. If you think about it, this is just the flow of fate. Don't take it personally, but I have to delete you now. As soon as the words dropped, the sword god swung the blade, sending the black hole straight at Thian Sat. The singularity instantly chomped down on the assassin's entire body, swallowing him whole before vanishing into thin air like a water drop hitting a pond. Silence returned. Once the black hole closed up, the only thing left was a rain of blood falling from where the void used to be. The black hole had eaten everything except the fluids. Thian Sat was gone, reduced to a puddle. The sword god closed his eyes and logged out, returning the body to Trieu Huy. After a moment of dead silence, Cao Cao Van and Nam Cung Zhang Hu rushed in. Cao Cao Van, looking totally spooked, asked, what on earth went down in here? Trieu Huy replied, top secret underworld business. That's all the intel I can declassify for you guys right now. Trieu Huy asked himself internally. Honestly though, old man Tui Tao had warned him about this a million times, but facing it in real life was a different beast. The threat message sent to his house meant they had definitely flagged him as a person of interest. Still, you have to give them props for multitasking, managing the alliance while dealing with the Black Heaven Union drama at the same time. But seriously, what is this divine seat? Is it a literal god? Does that mean deities actually exist? Trieu Huy looked around at the wrecked room and sighed. Man, the contractors are going to charge me a fortune to fix this mess. Then he figured, whatever. Overthinking it won't solve the puzzle. It'll just give him a migraine. He still didn't get why a humble, wholesome merchant like himself was on their radar. But hey, it works in his favor. It helps him expose their identities. He's got Mr. Tao and the legendary Van Thurung Ko on his team. Most importantly, the famous sword god is backing him up too. And that's not even counting the fact that he's a modern guy with modern smarts, capable of seeing the political chessboard of this world from a way wider angle. Hiding under the Master Thuan alias allows him to mask his true power while quietly building an army so strong nobody would dare look down on him. It's all thanks to the modern knowledge and top-tier tactics used by historical figures from his old world. Cao Cao Van stared at the exploded house, which Trieu Huy had pieced back together using nothing but sword intent. Cao Cao Van shivered, thinking, Trieu Huy is starting to scare me. Not only does he use ancient martial arts nobody has ever seen, but his schemes are getting deeper and harder to predict. As someone who watched him take over the entire Black Heaven Union without breaking a sweat, I'm starting to wonder if he's even human anymore. I definitely do not want to end up on his bad side. If the Nam Cung family goes to war with the Trieu clan, it's going to be a disaster. Just then, Diem Thung Luk, Chun Zha, Hui, and Trieu Nut Long walked into the ruins. Trieu Nut Long, surprised, asked, "What's up with the ceiling?" Dame Thurung Luk asked, "Ugh, what happened here?" Trieu Nut Long wasn't watching his step and accidentally stomped right into the puddle of Am Thayan Sat's blood. He jumped back, freaking out. Yuck! What the hell is with all this gore? Chun Jia Hui, on the other hand, lit up like she struck gold. Drooling, she ran over, crouched down, dipped both hands into the puddle, and then raised a hand to lick it. After tasting it, she looked high as a kite, grinning. This blood still has a hint of yang energy. A man, probably over 40, right? The Venom King's blood snake heart technique is basically a mix of energy, absorption, and blood-sucking arts. DM Thurung Luk looked disgusted. You thirsty freak. You're blushing over a dead guy's leftovers. Tren Jia Hui turned red and snapped back. Well, it's still human blood, okay? And it looks super fresh too. I was tempted to take a sip, so what? Speaking of which, where's the body? Trieu Huy facepalmed. Oh, is this chick a vampire or something? He thought to himself. I knew she was weird the moment she spent all that gold on bare blood. Suddenly, Tren Jia Hui felt something, and threw her head back, moaning and trembling. Diem Thurung Luk jumped again, cursing. What the hell? She's giving me goosebumps. That girl looks like she's climaxing just from sniffing blood. So gross. What is wrong with you? Tren Jia Hui, cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling with love, said, This is the first time I've ever tasted blood this potent and pure. Who was the owner? Which sect was he from? Don't tell me it was the fire cult. Trieu Huy looked, serious and disgusted, thinking, Exactly. This is why I don't let any villains from the heavenly demon path, even the Venom King, taste human blood. Masters of the blood snake heart technique get super high off even a drop of a true master's blood. Trieu Huy sighed, bet it tastes 5-star, huh? He thought, she drank it all, there's no going back now. Tren Jia Hui knelt obediently, blushing and looking at him with puppy eyes. It's literally top-tier delicious. She thought, I don't know why, but every drop makes my body burn with excitement. Then she suddenly buried her face in the puddle and started gulping it down, non-stop. Watching this, Cao Cao Van's jaw hit the floor, completely shocked. Yikes. Trieu Nut Long looked ready to hurl. Good lord. Trieu Huy couldn't watch anymore, turning away. All right, it's lunchtime. I'm heading back to the main house. Cao Cao Van immediately followed, saying, Yeah, let's get out of here. Nam Cung Truong Ho and Truong Nut Long also bailed instantly, ignoring Tren Jia Hui, who was still face-planted in the blood. Trieu Huy walked off with Cao Cao Van, Nam Cung Truong Ho, and Truong Nut Long, Diem Thurung Luk, and Tuit Hien rolled up to the Zhao family's inn. Moment they stepped up, the owner clocked Trieu Huy immediately and started bowing like crazy, going, Oh snap, it's the big boss. Trieu Huy kept it ice cold, saying, Yo, during business hours, your job is to treat every customer the same. I'm no special snowflake, so cut the bowing and scraping. Just act normal, okay? The manager nodded aggressively. Got it, loud and clear. Right this way, valued customer. Once they settled in, Trong Nut Long was practically drooling. I'm starving. I need meat or I'm gonna die. Trieu Huy cut him off instantly, yelling, Yo waiter, hit us with 6 bowls of veggie noodles and 3 shaved ices. Trieu Nut Long pouted hard, thinking he was gonna puke if he ate more veggies. Trieu Huy glanced at Tuit Hien. You cop a new face veil? Looks dope. Do me a favor and keep it on, yeah? Tuit Hien gave a chilly reply. Understood, boss. Trieu Huy pressed on. So, did you scope out that schedule I was thinking about? Can we pull the trigger on it or what? Tuit Hien shook her head. I personally checked all 32 spots on the list with manager Truong, but it's a no-go. We wouldn't even be able to secure half of them. Trieu Huy looked pretty bummed out, sighing, not even half. Seriously. Trieu Huy thought to himself, at this rate, my whole plan is going to flush down the toilet. We won't be able to use the giant ice wall. The investors already blindly bet on 20H once, so now they're clutching the purse strings super tight. The only move left is for her to keep grinding with her half-baked ice skills. Feeling defeated, Trieu Huy muttered, what a waste. 20H sounded cold but a little sad. I'm sorry. I just can't handle the heavenly ice crystals like my brother could. Cao Cao was deep in thought. Heavenly ice crystals. Heavenly ice crystals. Suddenly, he jumped up and slammed the table. Bingo. I remember now the Tang family is loaded with them. Trieu Huy raised an eyebrow. The Tang family? You mean the Sichuan Tang clan? Cao Cao nodded. Yup. Back during the Great War, the Martial Arts Alliance seized a ton of loot from the North Sea, and that included the heavenly ice crystals. Trieu Huy asked. So how did they end up with the Tangs? Cao Cao broke it down. Word on the street is they needed M for poison research, so the Alliance handed the whole stash over to the Tang family. Probably some backroom deal involved. Trieu Huy thought for a second. If you get access to those heavenly ice crystals, can you handle the entire operation at Poyang Lake solo? 20H nodded confidently. Consider it done. Trieu Huy replied, all right, I feel you. Just then, Trieu Huy stomped in, flinging blood all over the floor with every step. Customers and waiters dropped their jaws, someone even dropped their noodle bowl and screamed. She looked like she'd just taken a bath in a slaughterhouse, eyes wide and crazy, asking, where's the body? The crowd freaked out and started screaming, help, murderer. The next day at Poyang Lake, Trieu Huy was inspecting the smithy, thinking, from a modern perspective, this tech is practically prehistoric. Look at this convoluted process just to make steel clay furnaces as tall as a person, coal mixed in with iron ore, then fanning the flames with foot pedals all day without a break. And for what? A tiny scrap of steel. This massive workshop has like 70 of those furnaces. Even with the workers going full throttle, they only pump out about 20 caddies of steel a day. That's like 12 kilograms. This whole operation runs with about 250 people swapping shifts on the bellows. The output is pathetic, so chaos is basically guaranteed. For someone used to seeing molten iron pouring out of massive blast furnaces on the Discovery Channel, watching this is pure torture. Trieu Huy sighed, calculating. If I applied modern labor costs to this mess, a single metal ingot would cost an arm and a leg. Every time I visit the ironworks, this primitive nonsense drives me up the wall. Trieu Huy couldn't help but curse. Damn it, he kept spiraling. Every single morning, the workers smash over 70 furnaces. Since those clay ovens get blasted, with heat over 1,000 degrees all night, they turn into useless terracotta bricks, so they have to haul fresh clay from the river back to the workshop. Then they rebuild the man-sized furnaces, reload the coal and ore, and start pumping the bellows all over again. Just that. Whole process burns half the day. At this snail's pace, getting enough steel to build a single apartment complex would take decades. It takes a week just to make. Enough for one H-beam. Can't we run this like a modern smelter? Obviously, we can't do it with just wood charcoal. We have to go mining for actual coal. But with the tech in the Central Plains, unless it's an open pit mine, there's nowhere to dig. When you try to dig with a pickaxe and hit a rock layer, you basically have to abandon the mine. If I want to get serious about mining, explosives are non-negotiable. It's not even about manpower anymore. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Trieu Huy's head. Wait, do I actually need TNT? The raw power of the Shaolin Temple's secret, 100-step divine fist, or the Arhat divine art. If the rumors are true, who needs dynamite? In the Central Plains martial world, aren't there plenty of high-level masters who can pulverize a boulder into dust with a single punch? If I could just hire one of those muscle heads, then finding and clearing a coal vein would be a piece of cake. If I can mine a massive amount of coal, the OG fossil fuel, then my dream of a modern blast furnace isn't just a pipe dream. But how do I pull it off? The Shaolin Temple is top tier, ranking even higher than the Namgung family or the other big shots in the martial world. You think they'd show up just to dig for rocks? If I asked, those living Buddhas would probably lose their zen and smash my head in with a staff. The sword god did say my skills aren't up to par with the top dogs of the 7 martial seats yet. Right now, Grandmaster Kong, along with Martial Emperor Than Van from the Alliance and the Sword Saint from Mount Hua are the big 3, the absolute units of the 7 seats. While Trieu Huy was racking his brain, Trong Nut Long walked up, looking annoyed. Yo, boss, that big lug is back again. Trieu Huy blinked. What are you talking about? And seriously, Who are you to be calling anyone else big? Trieu not long explained. The dude I arm wrestled the other day. He got kicked out of the guest house, so I bet he's coming to start something. Trieu Huy nodded. Oh, right. Let me think. That's the eldest son of the limitless Blade King. Scene switch. Banquet, the new Blade King is ranting. With our strict standards, this guy's been rejected repeatedly. Sure, people have bought their way in before, but there's a limit, right? I feel bad saying this, but the dude is straight up ugly. Like, historically ugly, even if he wasn't. Hop Tan was running a tight ship, locked down so hard even the nepo babies of high-ranking officials were whining about it. But seriously, letting a guy as visually offensive as Banquet waltz in, the crowd would riot, screaming that we're letting just any stray animal through the door. Trieu Huy let out a heavy sigh and muttered, "Man, this guy is a walking migraine. So, where is he right now?" Trieu Nat Long replied, "He's crashing at the Trieu family guest house." Wait, isn't Han Tuit Hin over there right now, managing the ice inventory for the storage rooms? Trieu Huy snapped, "We need to move. Now." A bit later, over at the Trieu guest house by Ba Duong Lake, Trieu Huy and Nat Long walked in and were immediately hit with a cringeworthy sight. Banquet was hammered, flexing his muscles and trying to impress Tuit Hin. He was hyping himself up. Boom. Look at that. A real macho man, right? Total beast mode. Oh. Tuit Hin covered her face, turning away in second-hand embarrassment. Banquet, completely oblivious and grinning like a maniac, thought, did she fall for it? Is she swooning yet? Watching from a distance, Trieu Huy looked like he'd just swallowed a lemon. He thought, oh my god, that is horrifying. He looks even worse when he smiles. Trieu Huy, thoroughly annoyed, stomped over and shouted, all right, dial it back about 10 notches. Tuit Hin was caught between dying of embarrassment and just wanting Banquet to vanish. Banquet quickly adjusted his shirt to cover his pecs and said, I was just a little too hyped up, that's all. Then he glanced at the sword hanging at Trieu Huy's waist. He puffed up arrogantly, puffing out his chest. So, you finally pull out that butter knife. A real man isn't built like a twig, buddy. A real man looks like this. Trieu Huy sighed, looking completely over it. So, you came all the way here just to flex your muscles and show off your sword collection? Hearing that, Banquet remembered his actual mission. He yelled angrily, how dare you keep rejecting me? I am Banquet, the young master of the Ban family from Hebei. Let me into the Hop Tan Club right now. If you deny me again, I'm going to wreck this whole place. He was talking big, but his eyes were practically screaming with desperate thirst. He thought, please, bro. I just want to get in. I want to hang out with the ladies. Trieu Huy looked confused and thought, did this dude just subtitle his own thoughts with his eyes? Not Long immediately stepped in, holding out a hand to block him. No way. Go home. Banquet bristled. Why? Give me one good reason why I can't enter. Nat Long stared him dead in the eye and said coldly, because you're ugly. Banquet took emotional damage, tears welling up as he died a little inside. Huh. That's the first time anyone said that to my face. He slowly turned his head, looking tragic. My mom always told me I had a rugged, manly charm. He switched to anger. How dare you? You're just rude. All you have is muscles and zero manners. Furious, he stomped on the floor, shattering a floorboard. You punk! Let's settle this right now. Trieu Huy said calmly, then, the employee named Fan Na rushed over. Yes, boss, I'm here. Trieu Huy said coldly, that's 3 broken pillars. Who knows what else he's going to smash. Make sure you tally up every single cent and bill him for it. Got it? Fan Na nodded. You got it, boss. Banquet, enraged, swung his arm toward Trieu Huy, shouting, you little. Just then, Tuit Hin, who was standing next to Trieu Huy, shouted, stop it. People are trying to eat here. But as Banquet swung his arm, he accidentally backhanded Tuit Hin right in the face, knocking her backward and sending her, veil flying. The bystanders caught a glimpse of her face and immediately gasped. Oh my god. Whoa. How is that possible? She's a goddess. A total knockout. Banquet turned beet red, realizing he messed up. I'm so sorry, miss, he thought. Except for when I'm swinging a blade, my heart has never raced like this. This is a first. If a goddess actually existed, she'd definitely look like this. Trieu Huy coldly picked up the veil. Hey, I told you to keep track of your face covering. He handed it back to Tuit Hin. She reached out and took it, whispering, I'm sorry. Banquet was absolutely smitten. He immediately bowed and said, I am Banquet, the Black Tortoise, young master of the Ban family, one of the 5 great families of the Northern Heavens. It is an honor. May I have the privilege of knowing your name, miss? Nat Long jumped in between them, blocking 20H-4K and shoving Banquet back. Banquet snapped, "Hey, move it, you jerk." Nat Long shouted back, "You shady-looking creep. You think you can just stare at the lady like that? Beat it. Humph. Quit dreaming. You think you're worthy of asking for her name?" 20H-4K still politely bowed and replied, "I am the 17th generation descendant of the Han clan from the North Sea, 20H-4K. My name in the Ice clan is 20H-4K." Banquet jolted. "Wait, the North Sea Han clan? The Ice Palace?" He suddenly burst into dramatic tears. Sob. Love is so cruel. Then he got serious and yelled, "Hey, you! Let's settle this. If you're a man, stop hiding." Nat Long stepped up. "Bring it on. I'll teach you a lesson." Banquet charged at Nat Long, shouting, "I was hoping you'd say that. Against a guy like you, I don't even need my blade. I'll use my palm technique." Nat Long cursed, "You piece of trash." Suddenly, Trieu Huy cut in. "Wait, hold up. Palm technique? The Ban family has palm strikes, like actual martial arts styles." Banquet and Nat Long were grabbing each other by the collar, staring daggers at each other. "What is he talking about?" Then Banquet puffed up proudly. "As someone who roams the martial world, are you telling me you've never heard of my family's mixed element wall palm?" Trieu Huy asked curiously. "Is this mixed element wall palm stronger than the 100-step god fist or the Arhat god fist?" Banquet declared confidently, Even if the Shaolin arts are top tier, my family's mixed element wall palm is definitely in the same league." Trieu Huy grinned with the shady smile of a black market merchant. "Hey, so, you want to go around with me?" Banquet asked. "Fight you." Trieu Huy set the trap. "Let's call it a little wager." Banquet looked at Trieu Huy's scholarly, slim build and thought, "He looks like a dry twig. Does he really think he can take me on with that physique?" He immediately replied, "How are we doing this?" Trieu Huy casually held out his right hand. "Arm wrestling." Banquet was confused. "Arm wrestling?" He thought. He wants to arm wrestle with those noodle arms. Trieu Huy laid out the terms. "If I lose, you get VIP access to come and go at the Hop Tan Club whenever you want." Banquet beamed, visibly excited. What? What? Seriously?" Trieu Huy's smile widened. "But if I win, you have to sign an employment contract with me." Banquet, brimming with confidence, walked over to a table in the inn and said, "You're not going to back out on your word, right?" Trieu Huy followed him to the table. "That's exactly what we wanted to ask you. You know what an employment contract is, right?" Both of them sat down to prepare. Banquet said smugly, "Yeah. A gentleman never goes back on his word." Trieu Huy added, "Once said, 4 horses can't chase it back." Banquet asked, "No internal energy allowed, right?" Trieu Huy looked at him with calm confidence. "Whatever works for you. Your call." Banquet stuck out his right hand, totally cocky. "Is that so? Then no internal energy." He was celebrating inside, thinking, his bicep isn't even a third the size of mine. Hehe. Trieu Huy put his hand up to clasp Banquet's. As soon as their hands touched, Banquet's thoughts stalled. I just touched his hand. Why does it feel like I'm grabbing a chunk of granite? Suddenly, something feels off. He looks disappointed. "Hey, you sure you aren't using mana for this?" Cao Hui gives him a blinding, closed-eye smile. "You already know the answer. Why ask?" "Time to end this little hustle." Cao Hui flexes. "Ready. Let's go." Banquet grunts and strains, but screaming doesn't equal strength. Cao Hui gently, and I mean gently, slams Banquet's wrist to the table. The skill gap is so massive that Banquet's whole body flips over with his arm. Totally dominated and confused, Banquet lies there. Cao Hui happily pulls out a paper. "Since we agree on the labor terms, I'll just draft up the contract." Seeing Cao Hui's cheerful, casual smile makes Banquet shudder. Cao Hui starts writing. Truong Nat Long, standing nearby, busts out laughing. "Ha ha ha, that was gold." The crowd whispers. "Isn't that the young master of the Hebei Ban family? The guy's famous for physical strength?" Banquet can't believe he lost. That was black magic. "You cheated." Cao Hui looks annoyed. He puts his left arm up on the table. "Fine. If you think you can win, come take a shot at the left one." Banquet gets serious, locks left hands with him, and pushes with every ounce of strength he has. Cao Hui's arm doesn't budge a millimeter. Banquet is wheezing, thinking, how? His arm is like a twig. He can't move him. Cao Hui just leaves his arm there while using his other hand to hold up the contract. Roles, salary, bonuses. It's all in the draft. Just read it and sign here. Yo, since this is just a rough draft, if you've got any beef with it, just holler. I can tweak the details for you. Banquet got totally triggered by Trieu Hui's attitude. His eyes bugged out, and he slowly reached behind his back to grab his blade. Trieu Huy saw right through the move and said, "You talk a big game about honor and being a gentleman, but then you try a shady move like that? Wow, I am so surprised. You really gonna pull a weapon on me?" The second he finished speaking, Trieu Huy flipped the script, unleashing his own pressure. He went into a trance state, his eyes glowing with this electric blue light. His aura was this crazy mix of gold and sky blue, like a sunny day on steroids. Banquet froze with his hand on his hilt, thinking, realization realm? No way. How does that skinny twig have that kind of power? Even I, the genius of the North, haven't hit that level yet. Banquet tried to play it cool, quickly dropping his hand. My bad. Didn't know you were a martial artist too. So, what's the plan now? Trieu Huy kept flexing his aura and said, "You're gonna go scout for minerals with the crew. Once you find the deposits, you're gonna help them dig for coal." Banquet's face went dark. He looked totally defeated. Digging? He couldn't believe it. He was born into a famous family, spent his whole life training, and now this guy wants him to be a miner, like literal manual labor. He immediately snapped back. "No way. I'm a martial artist, bro. You think I'm some dirt digger?" "Me? A miner?" Trieu Huy just sat there, cracking his knuckles, and said, "A gentleman keeps his word." Banquet knew he messed up. "Yeah, I know, but this is way too harsh." Trieu Huy closed his eyes for a second, then dropped a deal. "If you scout successfully or dig up over 1,000 pounds of coal, on top of your pay, I'll give you a VIP pass to the Harmony Pavilion." Banquet lit up like a Christmas tree. The Harmony Pavilion? He signed that contract instantly. But suddenly, someone crept up behind him. Before Banquet knew what was happening, the person slashed his back. Blood sprayed everywhere. Banquet screamed in pain and spun around to see Trieu Huy. She was standing there giggling, holding the knife. "Awesome. That is some genuine alpha male blood right there." Truong Nat Long panicked. "Yo, is this chick crazy? Why did she just stab him like that?" Trieu Huy didn't care about anyone else. She blushed hard, looking totally unhinged, and licked the blood off her blade. That's the good stuff. Pure yang energy. Banquet saw Trieu Huy's pretty face and immediately forgot about the stab wound. He turned beet red and gasped. "Huh?" He instantly fixed his posture to introduce himself. "I am Banquet, young master of the Ban family, one of the big five in the north. It's an honor to meet you, miss. May I ask for your name?" Truong Nat Long was confused by Banquet's reaction. Trieu Huy cringed so hard his toes curled. How can this guy use the exact same pickup line? He used on hand 20H-4K. He must have rehearsed that in the mirror 1,000 times. Trieu Huy blinked and said, "Me? I'm Trieu Huy." Banquet beamed. Trieu Huy. He was hyping himself up internally. First Han 20H-4K, now her? Is it possible that he's actually a lady magnet? Maybe he really had that riz. Trieu Huy put on an innocent act, blushing while looking thirsty. "So, are you like a super top-tier master or something?" Banquet puffed out his chest, ego fully inflated. "Haha, you've got a great eye, miss." Suddenly, Trieu Huy touched his chest muscles. "Whoa, is this external cultivation? It feels harder than the golden bell." Banquet shivered with joy at her touch. "Golden bell? Please. This is the Ban family's overlord art. Those other styles can't even compare." Banquet flexed his arm to show off. Trieu Huy played dumb. "Oh, so that means you heal super fast, right? Wow, look, the wound on your back is already gone." Trieu Huy flashed a killer smile, using her charm. "Can I stab you just one more time?" Banquet, still flexing, nodded confidently. "Of course. A real man doesn't worry about a few scratches. It's nothing." Trieu Huy held up the knife, beaming. "Oh, thank you." Then, she brutally sliced his left bicep while he was posing. With that same flushed, crazy look, she leaned in to lick the fresh blood from the cut. Banquet was in pain, but he was simping so hard the pleasure took over. He actually let out a happy scream. Trieu Huy watched this train wreck and turned away. "Let's get to work before I lose my mind." Truong Nat Long looked just as disgusted. "Yeah, I'm with you on that." Big brother, when Trieu Huy, Truong Nat Long, and 20H-4K stepped out, they saw Cao Cao van approaching. The old man looked worried and hesitated. We have a bit of a problem." Zhao Hui asked, "What's the issue?" Zhuo Chu-yun explained, "Remember I mentioned I wanted to invest in the guild? Well, I went home and talked to the fam, and my big brother actually came here in person." Zhao Hui was curious. "Your big brother?" Just then, a dude walked over. It was none other than Zhu Jing. He bowed with a dramatic flair of a period drama actor and announced, "It is an absolute honor. I am Zhu Jiying, head of the inner court for the Zhuge clan. Cao Hui flashed a customer service smile, but inside he was roasting the guy. Is this dude for real? Sending a top-tier executive for a measly 20,000 gold investment? Talk about overkill. Walking toward his luxury sky cloud carriage, Cao Hui turned to his right-hand man. Hey, give our guest the grand tour. I'm swamped today, so I'm dipping out. Zhuo Qiu nodded. You got it, boss. In that case, Zhu Jiying started, but Cao Hui cut him off. Look, buddy, no offense, but my schedule is packed tighter than a subway train. Let's catch up later, yeah? Zhu Jiying snapped his fan open like some dramatic anime character. I'm not here for the sightseeing. I'm here for the mastermind behind the Zhao Empire. I promise I'll be quiet as a mouse, just let me tag along. Ugh, what a clingy dude, Cao Hui thought. But business is business, so he gestured toward the carriage door. Fine, hop in, Cao Hui said, resigning himself to the company. But don't say I didn't warn you. Zhu Jiying grinned and scrambled inside. As soon as his butt hit the seat, his head was on a swivel, gawking at everything like a tourist in Times Square. Shui Xian just sat there, silently judging him. This spec is insane, Zhu Jiying thought. I've never seen gadgets like this in my life. The interior design is light years ahead of anything we have. Ignoring the fanboying, Cao Hui signaled the driver. Let's roll. As the sky cloud carriage launched forward, Zhu Jiying gasped. Whoa, his brain couldn't compute. They were tearing down a gravel road along Lake Poyang, but it felt like they were gliding on air. He looked out the window, the scenery was blurring by, but the cabin was dead silent. It was a totally different vibe, smoother than silk, unlike any bone-shaking carriage ride he'd ever taken. Noticing his guest looking like he'd seen a ghost, Cao Hui asked, You okay there? You look a little shook. It doesn't feel like a carriage at all, Zhu Jiying stammered, clearly embarrassed. That's the point, Cao Hui explained. It's our custom shock absorption tech from the Anhui Ironworks. We call it the Sky Cloud chassis. Sky Cloud chassis? Zhu Jiying repeated, wide-eyed. Yup. Zhuge thought the name sounded way too cool for a vehicle part. Just then, the driver hollered, First stop, boss. Cao Hui hopped out first. All right, everybody out. The place was a zoo. It was one of the Zhao family diners, and the crowd was going feral. People were screaming, Give me a black water. Me too. I need a 6-stack burger and a large black water. Stat. Cao Hui turned to Shui Xian with a chill vibe. Ice me, would ya? On it, she replied. Meanwhile, customers were stuffing their faces right on the sidewalk, groaning with pure joy. Oh my god, how is this even legal? Inside, the kitchen staff was sweating bullets. A waiter rushed in, shouting, Code red. The chairman is here to taste test. The head chef scrambled to plate the signature burger and drink, rushing it out with trembling hands. Order up. I've got the goods. Chairman, sir. The chef watched Cao Hui's sharp gaze and gulped. Everyone knew the boss was a nightmare critic, and this was opening day at the new Lake Poyang branch. If the food didn't pass the vibe check, they'd be shut down before lunch was over. Cao Hui calmly reached out and picked up the burger. He took a calculated bite, chewed slowly, then washed it down with a fizzy black water. Not bad, he nodded. You kept the recipe standard. The chef practically collapsed with relief. He bowed frantically. It's still not quite Coke, 0 levels of crisp, but it'll do, Cao Hui thought. He turned to the staff. Pack me up 6 of the mega burgers and 6 drinks to go. Coming right up, boss, the chef beamed, looking like he just won the lottery. Just then, Zhai Nilong returned with Sui Xian, who looked wiped out from using her powers to make ice. Cao Hui caught it immediately. He tossed her a small vial. Don't burn yourself out. Down this, it'll help. Sui Xian caught it, nodding. Thanks. Her mana pool is way too shallow for that level of ice magic, he analyzed. I need to find that heaven ice spirit herb for her soon. Moments later, the chef handed over the grease-stained paper bags, smelling of heaven. Bag in hand, Cao Hui strolled back to the luxury carriage. All right, let's hit the road. We'll grab lunch on the way. Back in the seat, Zhu Jing eyed the bag like a hungry dog. Do you mind if I try a bite? Cao Hui laughed and handed him a burger. Knock yourself out, buddy. Zhu Jing peeled back the wrapper, looking confused, then took a tentative bite. Boom. Flavor explosion. His mind went blank. What kind of sorcery is this? It was smoky, spicy, and sweet all at once, dancing on his tongue. Zhu Jing started eating like he hadn't seen food in weeks, absolutely losing his mind over the taste, melting in his mouth. It was a flavor hurricane. Then he chugged the black water. A loud, satisfied burp escaped him, shattering his whole dignified, noble act. He turned beet red. My apologies, but he couldn't stop. He kept sipping the fizzy black drink, thinking, How does something this good even exist on this planet? Over the next few days, Zhu Jing's worldview was completely shattered. He tagged along on Cao Hui's business trips and saw things that defied logic. He got addicted to the soda, then completely lost his mind over the Zhao family's chilled liquor. One sip of the snowflower spirit wine actually made him weep tears of joy. But it wasn't just the booze. He saw the fleet of drivers covering every corner of the map for the Zhao Logistics Network. Seeing that army of bicycles left him speechless. It was a whole new world, and he was just living in it. They deliver hot food right to your door. It was a completely new economic model. Then, late that night, he stumbled across a blueprint for a 10-story skyscraper lying on a desk. That was the breaking point. Zhu Jing immediately penned a frantic letter home. Dad, it's me. Listen to me very carefully. Send money. Send every single gold coin the family has. This isn't just an investment anymore. This is a revolution. He paused, then kept writing. Cao Hui is terrifyingly brilliant. We have to be his partners, because if we try to fight him, we're finished. I'm staying here with Zuo Chu Yun to keep an eye on him and his crew. You'll have to cover my shifts at the inner court for a while. The first operation I'm going to monitor is... He sealed the letter and sent it via the fastest courier available. That letter was the spark. Rumors about the true value of the Zhao business empire exploded, spreading way beyond the local provinces until the entire martial arts world was buzzing about them. Zhu Jiying's detailed diary of his time at Lake Poyang became so legendary that it didn't just stay within the family, it ended up on the conference table of the Martial Arts Alliance itself. The next day at the Zhao family HQ meeting table, Cao Hui dropped the bomb. I'm heading out to the Tang family turf in Sichuan. While I'm Ghost, I need you guys to run this mega guild smooth. Zuo Chu Yun immediately clapped back. The Tang family in Sichuan? Are you crazy? What kind of people do you think they are? They'll just give us the cold shoulder. Forget about that, heavenly ice spirit. Nam Cung Zhang Hu chimed in. Facts. It's a dead end. You can't talk shop or make deals with cold-blooded killers like them. It's totally useless. Cao Hui frowned. If they're that bad, how are they still one of the 5 great noble families? I've always wondered that. I don't get why they're considered the good guys. Don't they specialize in poison, hidden weapons, and assassination? Zuo Chu Yun replied, they're a necessary evil. Cao Hui raised an eyebrow. Necessary evil? Nam Cung Zhang Hu broke it down. The Tang clan. They're the vanguard protecting the front lines of the righteous martial world. Front lines? Cao Hui asked. Nam Cung Zhang Hu continued. They're the ones who've been fiercely battling the heavenly demon's descendants for ages. The Sichuan Tangs are the only clan throwing down with the heavenly demon city. That's why they get a pass as a righteous sect. Cao Hui scoffed. You think they're fighting the demon city solo? If I dig deep enough, maybe we can cut a deal. The heavenly ice spirit is something you can only find in the endless snows of the North Sea. It's like hunting for wild ginseng on land. To the North Sea folks, it's basically a legendary elixir, maybe even on par with the purple cloud pill. For anyone training in ice arts, it's practically a cheat code. Xu Xian asked, Young master, how will you even recognize the heavenly ice spirit? Zhao Hui said, because you're stuck at Poyang Lake managing the ice warehouse, so I have to go to Sichuan solo. The issue is, I have zero clue what it looks like. If those sneaky Tang guys try to scam me, I'd fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. Xu Xian replied, I don't know either. The only person who's actually seen a heavenly ice spirit is my big brother. Zhao Hui hummed and hawed, thinking, ain't nobody got time to run back to Anhui to ask Han Shui bye. Suddenly, Xu Xian shrieked like she remembered something. Oh, he said, it reacts to the frosty energy of ice arts. Zhao Hui's eyes lit up. Frosty energy from ice arts. Xu Xian nodded confidently. Yup. Zhao Hui thought, easy peasy then. My skills are a bit raw, but I can definitely fake some ice energy. Zhao Hui stood up and barked orders. Dial the business down by 10% for now. I already briefed Manager Zhang. Just keep the ice warehouses running like he says. Hold down the fort while I'm gone. Guys, 1 month later. You know the old saying, dogs in Sichuan bark at the sun. Sichuan is so mountainous it's called Mount Shu, and the weather is totally bipolar, always raining. The dogs living in those perma-cloudy mountains never see a dry day. So when the sun finally pops out, they freak out and bark like maniacs. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui was chilling on a trail halfway up the mountain. He stretched his legs and groaned. Man, I'm beat. He thought, I feel like I've got mold growing on me after these last few weeks. Who knew sunlight was such a big deal? Zhao Hui looked at the mossy, fog-covered peaks and thought, the old-timers weren't lying. He strapped his boots back on, getting ready to move. If this road wasn't so tight, I would have taken the luxury carriage. These narrow paths, barely wide enough for one dude. were built like magic right onto the sheer cliffs. How in the world did they engineer this with current tech? Then a light bulb went off. Maybe martial artists built it. If these crazy dangerous paths on Mount Shu were made by kung fu masters, it makes total sense. Top-tier masters with wall gecko skills can just run up cliffs. They don't need to dangle from ropes like regular construction workers. Wait a sec. If I want to build a commercial apartment complex and I hire these martial arts masters as laborers, wouldn't that speed up construction like crazy? If a master just works for food, they'd stick around. Mobilizing the Black Heaven Lotus guys shouldn't be an issue. The higher-ups hold their lives in their hands with the antidote anyway. Just threaten them a little, and they'll fall in line. Suddenly, Trieu Huy saw a crowd ahead. Sichuan merchants, he thought. He walked up behind a guy, bowed, and asked, "Excuse me, boss." The man replied, "What's up?" Trieu Huy started. "It's my first time stepping foot in Sichuan. I was looking around and saw your caravan passing by, so I hustled over to say hi. If it's cool with you, mind if I tag along as a guest?" The man grunted. "You want to roll with the caravan? 10 taels of silver." Trieu Huy blinked. 10 taels? The man turned his back. "If you ain't got 10 taels, beat it. We're not running a charity." Trieu Huy gritted his teeth, thinking, "Geez, look at these highway robbers. Do they know who they're dealing with?" He reached into his pocket, intentionally letting his coat flap open to show the sword at his hip. "Fine, call it a guide fee." The man spotted the blade and did a total 180. "Oh, you're a martial artist? My bad. Since I took the cash, you're in. But we're coming up on Iron Blood Valley, mind lending a hand if things get hairy." Trieu Huy tilted his head. "Iron Blood Valley? Where's that at?" The man looked shocked. "You don't know Iron Blood Manor?" Trieu Huy repeated, "Iron Blood Manor. They call themselves a manor, but it's really the Iron Blood Fortress, a bandit den right at the entrance to Mount Shu. They've got a nasty rep." Trieu Huy asked, "Doesn't the Tang family run this area? Why not ask them for backup?" The man shook his head. "The Tangs don't lower themselves to work with merchants like us." Trieu Huy pressed. "Wait, the Tang family doesn't do business?" The man explained, "When they buy stuff, they send proxies. Actual Tang family members barely ever show their faces." Trieu Huy's jaw dropped. "Oh," he thought. "They won't even trade with their neighbors in Sichuan? There's being exclusive, and then there's just being ridiculous." Trieu Huy asked, "So the Tangs don't have any storefronts? If they don't trade, how do they fund the whole clan?" The man made a throat-slitting gesture. "We don't know how they operate to keep the clan running, and honestly, we can't find out. Because anyone who messes with the Tang family business usually drops dead mysteriously." Trieu Huy was surprised. "They all die?" The guy with a face like a thunderstorm growled, "You know the drill. Anyone running their mouth about the Tang clan just vanishes. Poof, no evidence. But hey, it is what it is, right?" Trieu Huy thought to himself, "Wow, textbook tyrant moves. Ruling by fear? That is straight out of the Dictator 101 handbook, just like those guys up north." Trieu Huy didn't back down, speaking with zero hesitation. "Man, talk about a major letdown. Aren't you guys supposed to be one of the big 5 orthodox families? Top-tier martial artists? How can you just ignore regular folks like this? Flexing on the weak isn't exactly heroic. It's trashy behavior for a so-called righteous faction." The dark-faced dude looked panicked. "Oh god, this guy." A bystander whispered, "Yo, shut up. You trying to get us killed. The Tang family? More like the trash family." Trieu Huy stood his ground. "Did I stutter? You call yourselves a noble house, but you treat your own soldiers and locals like dirt while you live the high life. You ain't heroes. You're just bullies with a fancy last name." The guy was shaking half fear, half rage. He gritted his teeth. The absolute audacity. Disrespecting the Tang clan like that? "You must be new here, kid." Suddenly flash, something snapped through the air. A throwing dagger. It cut through the crowd straight for Trieu Huy's face. But my guy was on high alert. He didn't even flinch, snapped his hand up and caught the blade between 2 fingers like it was nothing. A figure stepped out of the shadows, blocking the path. Dude looked absolutely savage. He sneered, fast hands, sharp tongue. "Not bad, kid." The moment the crowd realized who he was, panic set in. Tang family. Everyone dropped to their knees, forehead to the dirt, chanting, "Greetings, Lord of the Tang House." According to the intel from Cao Cao, the Tang drip code is pretty specific before you head out. Outer Circle scrubs wear 1 to 7 snakes on their gear. Inner Circle elites rock 1 to 7 poisonous dragons. 7 dragons usually means you're the big boss. But this old geezer, his robe was swarming with so many dragons it looked like a glitch. I couldn't even count them. Is this guy a fake? The martial world is full of frauds, clowns pretending to be top tier just for clout. Trieu Huy frowned. Guessing games are annoying, and waiting is worse. Even if this guy is a total fraud, something felt off. My hands were itching to throw hands. I could feel this weird energy radiating off him. I wanted to rush him, but I had to play it cool for a second. The old man was leaking energy like a broken reactor. You couldn't see it with the naked eye, but the air around him was warping. It was a mix of battle, spirit, and pure toxicity. Definitely not your average NPC. But here's the kicker. If he's really Tang Squad, what is with the dragon overload? Does he outrank the clan leader? Whatever, he is here to kill me. Enough thinking. Trieu Hui's eyes flashed neon blue. Zap. He vanished into thin air, moving like a literal lightning bolt. The old man realized instantly this kid wasn't a noob. He whipped out a dagger, stands solid as a rock, and thrust it forward. Clang. Sword met dagger in a sparks-flying collision. Dust exploded everywhere like a grenade went off. Out of the dust, Trieu Huy split 1, 2, 3 clones, each one unleashing its own combo. The final strike glowed with a freaky light. That sword strike sent a chill down the old man's spine. Cold sweat city. But the old guy wasn't a rookie. He lifted his leg, pulling a matrix dodge just in time. If that hit connected, he'd be affectionately known as Stumpy. He stumbled back a few steps. Decades of experience, and he's getting schooled by a teenager. He was livid. He threw his cloak open, boom, hundreds of daggers pinned inside. He fired them off like a machine gun, a swarm of angry hornets. The caravan leader screamed, "Duck! Get behind the mules." Everyone scrambled. If they didn't move fast, they'd end up looking like Swiss cheese. Meanwhile, Trieu Huy wasn't stressing. He unleashed the secret arts. Nam Kung's secret art, Sky Wind Step. He became the wind. Spinning his sword, he turned into a human tornado. It was the perfect counter. The old man's daggers hit the vortex and dropped like flies. Useless. Blocking 1,000 daggers isn't exactly a walk in the park, but Trieu Hui's eyes flashed again. He saw the opening. Slash. He brought his sword down hard. Blood sprayed everywhere as the old man's right arm got sliced. The guy grunted in pain. Trieu Huy yelled, "You toxic old bat. I'm the one trash-talking the Tangs. Why try to wipe out everyone else?" The old man pulled out a signal flare. "They saw you defy us. That makes them liabilities." Zero hesitation. He fired the flare straight up. Pop. As it echoed in the sky, he sneered. "Now you're going to see what real hell looks like, kid. The 12 poison fangs are coming for you. The Dragon Pavilion is mobilizing. We're setting up a dragnet. Every exit, every valley, every road lockdown. There is nowhere to run." While Trieu Huy was figuring out how to deal with this mess, a voice echoed from the Blood Jade. "Ah, an exile." Trieu Huy blinked. "Huh, what's that?" The voice replied, "Check his wrist. Look closer. See that firebrand sealing his blood flow? That is proof he has reached the poison blood stage. Dude is basically a walking biohazard, a poison man. It is a state everyone chases total transformation. Like a demon becoming a devil, or a North Sea fighter becoming, well, a beast." Trieu Huy mentally messaged back, "May. He doesn't feel that OP. Maybe on par with Bro Trung Ho at best." The voice immediately snapped, "You moron. He has zero internal energy." Trieu Huy froze. "Say what? That's impossible." Inside the Blood Jade, a voice spoke up. "Did you notice anything weird about his movement?" Trieu Huy thought back to the old man's arms and nodded. "Yeah, now that you mention it. His footwork was super glitchy." The spirit in the Blood Jade explained. "His poison blood is sealed, and the tendons in his limbs have been severed. The Tang family completely crippled his martial arts. The fact that he can still move like that shows insane willpower. To be a top-tier master and lose everything, that's a pain only a cultivator can understand." Trieu Huy spoke up loudly. "Did they cut all the tendons in your limbs?" The question made the old man jump. He wondered how this kid knew his secret. So what if they did? It turned out the one who told Trieu Huy was the sword god, Trieu Thien. He said he couldn't feel any martial energy from the guy anymore. That's the trademark of an exile. Having your life's work destroyed is agonizing. His resilience and self-control are honestly legendary. You should empathize with him. Trieu Thien's request made Trieu Huy feel awkward, who comforts the guy that just tried to kill them. But the sword god insisted. That mean attitude is just a mask. I want to see his true heart. Trieu Huy fell silent, looking deep in thought. He figured the sword god never asked for favors, and the old guy in black did look pathetic. Finally, Trieu Huy made a choice. He walked up close to the old man and asked, "You were expelled from the Tang clan, right?" The question hit the old man hard, leaving him no room to deny it. Trieu Huy continued, "Your pressure points are sealed with heat, and your veins are running with poison blood. The Tang family must be nuts to kick out someone who is so close to mastering the poison body." "How? How do you know all that?" The old-timer was completely shook. That was his top-secret intel. So how on earth did some random kid get the download? Of course, he had no clue the snitch was actually the divine sword, Zhao Tian himself. If he knew the truth, he'd probably have a heart attack right there. Xiao Hui didn't let up. Seriously, what kind of trouble did you get into to have them slash your tendons like that? And you're still defending them? I heard those guys change their security codes every 3 months. Talk about being extra, right? The old man kept his face stony, completely unbothered by the jab. He gave the kid the silent treatment. Xiao Hui leaned in closer, his voice dropping into that tone your mom uses when you messed up big time. The Tang family literally crippled you, dude. Why are you still writing for them? Why stay here in Sichuan living like this instead of just bouncing? That hit a nerve. The old guy started shaking and threw his hand up. Enough. Zip it. Xiao Hui grinned like a Cheshire cat. You already unblocked your energy flow, didn't you? The old guy was confused, but then he felt the vibe shift around him. Xiao Hui put his hands on his hips, looking pleased with himself. Come on, let's grab a drink. Alcohol? Zhao Hui nodded. The mountains were still covered in that early morning fog. They were chilling on a bridge connecting 2 peaks. Zhao Hui and the Tang family veteran were just hanging out. The kid pulled a bottle from his bag, used a secret technique to flash freeze it in seconds, and passed it over. The old man's eyes popped out. Ice arts? Save the surprise for later, Zhao Hui said. Take a sip first. The old guy drank like he'd been stranded in a desert. As the liquid hit his system, that icy sensation mixed with the premium brew made him lose his mind. He burst out laughing. The crisp aroma mixed with the chill was a flavor explosion, literally the best thing he'd ever tasted. He'd never had anything this high quality before. Seeing him hug the bottle like a teddy bear, Zhao Hui sighed. Hey, old-timer, you planning to hog that all to yourself? The old man snapped out of it and gave an awkward smile. Ah, my bad. Suddenly, his old injury flared up, making his hand twitch. Don't worry about the apology, Zhao Hui said. Let me take a look at that arm. I'm good, the old man insisted. The damage is pretty deep. Zhao Hui ignored him and tossed a small vial over. Slap some of this on. It's good stuff. This time, the old guy didn't argue. He caught it, said thanks, and then asked, You seem to know a lot about the Tang family, huh? Zhao Hui shook his head. Nope, not really. The old man side-eyed him. How does he know about the poison human, a top-tier secret, but claims he doesn't know the family? Zhao Hui read his mind. I don't know them, but I need a favor from them. I need the Heavenly Lotus Ice Crystal. That was the key ingredient for the legendary soul-destroying poison. The old man immediately shook his head. Yeah, that's going to be a hard no. Why's that? Zhao Hui asked. The old man explained, back in the day, the guy who recklessly challenged the poison wall got his tendons slashed and his poison blood sealed. That man was the ancestor of the current head of the family. Zhao Hui looked totally shook, his expression turning sour. He told himself, okay, if it's about protecting trade secrets, sealing the poison blood makes sense. But slashing the tendons, that's basically ruining a person's life. What's the point of living after that? Boiling with rage, Zhao Hui couldn't help himself. What a bunch of absolute psychos. The old man frowned, veins popping on his forehead like he was about to snap at Zhao Hui, but he held his tongue. Zhao Hui saw the anger and thought, seriously, they treat you like trash and you still get salty when I badmouth them. The old man took a breath to calm down and looked away. Look, just give up. You'd have better luck taking a trip to the North Sea. Zhao Hui didn't answer. He stared into space, and that greedy, capitalist glint returned to his eyes. His inner businessman was waking up. He handed the old man another bottle. Here, knock yourself out. The old guy's eyes lit up like high beams. He didn't hesitate. Much obliged. This was Tang Renshang, the ultimate poison human, a once-in-a-generation genius of the Tang family who had even dared to challenge the poison wall. And now, Zhao Hui was milking him for information. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, or rather, in the office. You know how life gets super stressful when you hit 50? Honestly, this old guy's life was straight up tragic. His biggest nerf? He was limited by how much poison and ammo he could carry in a fight. The Tang family brainiacs agonized over this glitch for ages until they unlocked a sick, twisted update, turning the dude's own blood into a toxic weapon, becoming a living toxicity tank. Let me tell you, it's not exactly a walk in the park. Your body is basically cooking itself in a permanent high fever. Every single day, your insides feel like they're melting and rotting away. Surviving 10 years of that torture is practically impossible unless you're built like a tank physically and mentally. Then there's the price tag. The ingredients for these poisons are insanely rare. Since the Tang family has to foot the bill for this toxic cocktail every single day, they don't just hand it out to anyone. The selection process is brutal. That's why they cap the Poison Man program at just 2 people per generation. Tough break, right? Because Tang Renshang didn't make the cut, the spots went to his half-brothers, Even though Ren Shang was hyped up as the greatest prodigy in clan history, internal politics kicked him to the curb. But hey, the universe loves a plot twist. One day, Ren Shang took a squad down to the southern barbarian tombs. The mission? Secure the poison spider venom, a key ingredient for the clan's signature lethal brew. But what was waiting for them wasn't some garden-variety spider. It was the legendary human-faced spider. This thing had been leveling up for 1,000 years, gaining sentience and a soul. It's called that because, well, it literally has a human face. Creepy, right? It turned into a 3-day death match. Ren Shang went absolute beast mode. By the end of it, you couldn't tell the color of his outfit because it was completely soaked in crimson blood. As time ticked by, a strange energy started radiating from his body. Just as he was zoning into a trance and breaking through to a god-tier level, the clan assumed the worst. They thought the whole squad, including the injured Ren Shang, was toast. But in the end, the spider got wrecked. Staring death in the face, Ren Shang severed its neck. That's when the magic happened. The creature's 1,000-year-old core and venom poured directly onto him. The absorption process took 3 whole months. But you know how people are, jealousy is an ugly thing. When he finally dragged himself back to the Tang estate, he tried to explain what happened. He told them his power-up was an accident, but they completely ignored him. They branded him a monster blinded by greed, accusing him of slaughtering his own kin to hoard the loot. The verdict? Banishment. Even though he had become the ultimate poison master, the Tang family refused to acknowledge him. On Judgment Day, he was so banged up he couldn't even crawl. His brothers just stood there smirking. His half-brother, Tang Tian Shang, crafted the supreme poison dragon robe, a mocking symbol, and personally shattered Ren Shang's limbs. He watched with glee as the old man crawled out of the gate. Hearing this, Cao Huy felt sick. That guy needs to pay, he growled, clearing his throat. They've lost their humanity. Are they even people anymore? He thought to himself. Sure, be jealous, but crippling a grandmaster instead of celebrating him. That's low. Watching. The old man downed his wine. Cao Huy sort of understood. There are no words to fix that level of loss, reaching the peak only to lose everything. Finally, Cao Huy asked, but seriously, why do you keep wearing that robe? Tang Ren Shang sighed. This robe is a badge of their lies and betrayal. But if I take it off, what's left of me? It's the only thing the Tang family ever gave me permission to have. He took another massive swig. You could see years of humiliation in that gulp. Cao Huy stayed quiet. Sometimes a sympathetic look is all one guy can offer another. Finally, Cao Huy stood up. Let's go. We're paying the Tang family a visit. Tang Ren Shang gripped his bottle, closed his eyes, and let out a dry laugh. It's pointless, kid. Cao Huy frowned. Pointless? How? The old man shook his head. What do you expect from me? I'm in exile. I can't do a thing for you. Cao Huy shot back. You're still willing to protect their honor, even after everything. I might not like it, but you are the true Tang family legend everyone talks about. You are the Tang family. Those words pierced right through Tang Ren Shang's heart. His life had been pitch black for so long, and now this kid was treating him like a human being. Acknowledging him, tears started welling up and rolling down his weathered, scarred face. He never thought he'd hear those words. He buried his face in his hands, body shaking, and choked out. Are you trying to make this old man look even more pathetic? Cao Huy stepped closer, his voice steely. Humph. We need to teach them a lesson. Let them see that, no matter how much they cast you out, they can never break a warrior's soul. Time flew, and before long, they were standing in front of the Tang estate. The architecture was actually pretty slick. There was a squad guarding the main gate and scouts patrolling the smaller towers constantly. From a distance, Cao Huy and the old man scoped it out. Tang Ren Shang was used to it, but it was Cao Hui's first time, and he was kinda impressed. Wow, majestic, he muttered. But before he could finish, he sat down, his expression shifting into something intense. Seeing this, Tang Ren Shang asked, Wait, are you planning to take on the whole Tang clan by yourself? Cao Huy smirked. This method is tried and true. Just watch. Suddenly, a golden aura exploded around him. The air for yards around started vibrating. Tang Ren Shang was terrified. Was this the legendary Tang flower technique? How could a kid be this strong? In a flash, Cao Huy opened his eyes, looking wildly confident. Quick question, destroying which building would piss off the clan leader the most? Tang Ren Shang blinked, totally confused by the kid's plan. What are you talking about? Cao Huy clarified, I mean, out of all those fancy buildings, which one holds? The hidden weapons or the stockpile? You know, the heart of the operation. The old man thought for a second and mumbled, well, that would be the Poison Dragon Manor. Poison Dragon Manor. That was a new one for Cao Huy. That's where they manufacture all the toxins and gear for the clan, the old man explained. Cao Hui's eyes went wide. Using his enhanced vision, the layout of the Tang estate sharpened into focus. He pinpointed a specific building among the cluster and asked, "You mean that one over there with the poison dragon statues?" Trieu Hui's words hit different straight to the heart. The old man had been living in shadow mode forever, but now he had a drinking buddy who actually respected him. It made him feel like a main character again. Tears started streaming down his weathered face. He covered his eyes, shaking, and choked out. "You're trying to make this old wreck look even more pathetic, kid." Trieu Huy stepped up, voice sharp as a blade. "Nah, we gotta show him. Even if they kick you out, they can't ever delete a warrior's soul or his pride. Let's remind them who they're messing with." A few moments later, they pulled up to the Tang estate. Place was looking like a 5-star resort, honestly. Guards were posted at the main gate, and scouts were patrolling the towers like NPCs on high alert. From a distance, Trieu Huy and the old man scoped out the massive setup. To the old man, it was just home. But for Trieu Huy, total first-time vibes. He was like, whoa, epic. But before he could finish fanboying, he sat down with a weird look on his face. The old man blinked. "Wait, you aren't planning to solo the entire server, are you?" Trieu Huy smirked. "Trust me, this strat is meta. It's already battle-tested. Just sit back and watch the show." Suddenly, Trieu Huy went Super Saiyan golden aura everywhere. The ground started rumbling like an earthquake. The old man was shook. Tang Blossom Arts? At his age? How? In a flash, Trieu Huy opened his eyes, looking confident. "Quick question. Which building would make the clan leader rage quit the hardest if I blew it up?" The old man stared blankly, not computing. "Say what now?" Trieu Huy clarified, "I'm talking high-value targets. Which one of those fancy pagodas is the stash for hidden weapons or the family's core tech?" The old man mulled it over and mumbled, "Probably the Poison Dragon Manor. Never heard of it, but okay. That's the R&D lab," the old man explained, "where they cook up every poison and weapon the Tang family uses." Trieu Hui's eyes went wide. Using his enhanced vision, he zoomed in like a sniper scope, everything coming into focus. He spotted a building. "You mean the one with the literal toxic dragon statues?" The old man nodded, totally clueless about the chaos about to unfold. Trieu Huy cracked a creepy grin, his eyes flashing with battle lust. His power level started spiking uncontrollably. The energy pressure was so heavy it cracked the pavement and sent rocks flying. Witnessing this, the old man felt fear deep in his gut. What the hell? How does a human have infinite mana like this? Meanwhile, Trieu Huy casually drew his sword. The kid was in the zone, completely ignoring the world. The old man was sweating bullets, thinking, is this that legendary martial soul everyone hypes up? Trieu Huy pointed his blade forward, wrapping it in a blue aura that looked like the deep ocean. He was channeling the shape of Dao telekinetic sword style. Trieu Huy smacked the hilt, and boom, it sounded like a cannon going off. The sword launched toward the Tang estate, moving too fast for anyone to clock it. Up on a guard tower, 2 minions froze as a strange blade came screaming in. Where'd that come from? It's a flying sword. The blade spun into a tornado and bam, destiny arrived. One hit and the Poison Dragon Manor was deleted, gone, reduced to atoms. Watching the fireworks, the old man's jaw dropped. I couldn't even dream of this level. Is this kid on par with the great poison masters? Back inside the estate, that single strike had sliced the manor into clean chunks. Debris rained down, triggering massive explosions. The Tang family members were running around like headless chickens, screaming in total confusion. Standing on the hill, the old man felt a dark satisfaction blooming in his chest. So this is what revenge tastes like, he thought. A petty grin crept onto his face. The sword flew back at Mach speed, ripping through the air until Trieu Huy caught it with a snap. All right, Poison Dragon Manor is toast, he said. What's the next critical target? Thank you for watching this far. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. The old man just stared at Trieu Huy, sweat dripping. I can't believe this is a human doing this. This is Grandmaster level stuff, and is he even trying yet? Finally, he spoke up. Next is the Vinbi archives. That's where they keep all the family history and secret techniques. Trieu Huy activated his long-range vision again. Locking onto the target, he grinned. Gotcha. I see it. Suddenly, Trieu Huy hesitated. Hold up. The first hit was his sucker punch, so they didn't have time to analyze the sword's signature. But a second shot, that's risky. The Tangs are one of the 5 great families. They'll have their defenses up now, and they'll definitely recognize the Nam Cung family energy signature in my blade. That's drama I don't need. Plus, spamming these heaven sword techniques burns way different mana than just mental energy. He sighed. This is tricky. Attacking first, negotiating later was the speedrun strats. It worked like a charm back in Jiangxi. If they didn't cough up the heaven ice, I just threatened to level more buildings. But this isn't like the Black Heaven Lotus era. If I fight the 5 great families while exposing Nam Cung martial arts here in Sichuan, things get messy. He sheathed his sword and groaned. Ugh. The old man asked, "What's wrong?" Trieu Huy waved it off. Nothing. Hey, recommend a decent hotel around. Here. A hotel? The old man repeated. Yeah, Trieu Huy lied effortlessly. I need a nap to recharge my brain cells. Meanwhile, over at the Martial Arts Alliance HQ, the chief strategist, Zhuji Kanhai, was reading a report with a totally baffled expression on his face. That absolute maniac. The older official fumed silently. He sent Q Yun to stop that brat, and now the guy has practically joined his fan club. Not only that, he ghosted his duties as the inner court head and never came back to Jiangxi. Zhuge Sanhui's face went dark with rage. And he wants us to wire all the family funds to Jiangxi? Is he trying to bankrupt us on a single startup? But then he paused. The Zhao family Grand Merchant Group's performance in Jiangxi was actually kind of insane. That trade guild had already taken over half of Poyang Lake, which is Black Heaven Lotus turf. And who are the Black Heaven Lotus guys? They're basically money-hungry demons. People like that don't just share their profits out of the kindness of their hearts. That means they're giving special treatment to the boss of the Zhao group. Whether it's skill or negotiation, there has to be some heavy leverage to move the leaders of the Black Heaven Lotus. And don't forget the Namgung family. It's obvious the Zhao group is being backed by them. If this report is legit, it means the Namgung family leaped over Anhui and grabbed half of Jiangxi with just their raw power. He crunched the report in his fist. At this rate, Namgung isn't just a noble family anymore, they're turning into a mega corporation or a sect. This is way above my pay grade. Zhuge Sanhui turned to a strategist. Any update on the Hidden Wind Spirit Lord? Nothing yet, sir. Zhuge Sanhui sighed, looking miserable. Why is everything going to hell? He slammed his hands on the desk and stood up. I'm going to see the Alliance leader. Meanwhile, back at the Tang estate, right next to the building that just got leveled, disciples were swarming the place. Elder Tang Tianshang turned to the family head, Tang Wu-hu. Was it explosives? Tang Wu-hu kept his cool. Explosives leave a mess behind. We didn't find any traces. Tang Tianshang frowned. So it wasn't a bomb? He stroked his beard, deep in thought. If it wasn't gunpowder but still caused this much destruction in a single hit, it had to be pure energy force. And that kind of power suggests the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. Than rushed in, totally confused. How did nobody spot the enemy? Even a ghost with maxed out stealth stats shouldn't be able to breeze through security like that. We haven't had a mole since my grandpa's era. The old man asked, "What's the damage bill?" Tang Wu-hu waved his hand, keeping it chill. It's peanuts. The serious toxins are locked down tight in steel tanks. They only smashed a few backup jars we use for the red sugar tiers. We just gotta rebuild the Poison Dragon Pavilion. That's all. Tang Tianshang started barking orders immediately. Round up every single poison master in the family. Right now, Tang Wu-hu shut that down fast. If there's a mole, we gotta move in silence. I'll handle this solo. Tang Tianshang snapped back. You dare clap back at your own father's orders? Tang Tianshang. What a piece of work. Back in the day, his guy was so heartless he made his own little brother wear the deadly poison robe and crawl in the dirt in front of the family elite just to flex. Even after becoming the boss, he didn't change. Petty, narrow-minded, always picking on the staff. Plus, he ignored the elders' board completely. Too busy embezzling family cash to spoil his mistresses and acting like the treasury was his personal piggy bank. The elders finally got sick of it and kicked him to the curb. He holds the record for the shortest reign in Tang family history. To save face, the family gave him a fancy Supreme Leader title, but he still walks around like he's the King of England. Tang Wu-hu sighed, trying to keep it professional. You can't just accuse the whole squad publicly without proof. That kills morale. You start pointing fingers like that, and loyalty goes out the window. Tang Tianshang, arrogant as ever, lost it. You moron. Someone just walked into our house in broad daylight, broke our defenses, and attacked clan. If we let this slide without handling it, it's going to keep happening. You think the elders are going to let you keep your job if our rep tanks, and the family looks weak? How are you even fit to be the leader? Tang Wu-hu was fuming inside. He was done being pushed around, done with his dad. Meddling in his authority, Wu-hu pulled an object from his coat and laid down the law. Nope, not happening. I'm vetoing the order to summon the Poison Masters with the 5 Poisons token. Turns out, as the boss, Wu-hu held the 5 Poisons token, the ultimate trump card. Tang Tianshang, stubborn as a mule, screamed, "You arrogant brat. You're using the token against your own father?" The disciples started whispering. Whoa, the 5 Poisons token? Denying that is like wearing the clan robes, but saying you're not part of the family. Seeing the old man wouldn't quit, Tang Wu didn't flinch. Arrest the supreme leader. The disciples were like, you got it, boss. Tang Tianchang turned pale. You ungrateful little. You wouldn't dare. But the guards grabbed his arms. Sorry, sir, just following orders. Suddenly, another disciple ran up, looking nervous. Boss? Big news. Wu asked, what is it? The guy stammered. It's, well. Wu snapped, spit it out, man. The disciple gulped. The poison ancestor. I mean, Tang Renshang is at the gate. Tang Tianchang's face turned purple with rage. Poison ancestor. You calling that exile by a hero's title? You want to die. You think our rules are a joke? The messenger panicked. My bad. Please don't kill me. Tang Tianchang charged up energy in his hand. I'll teach you some respect right now. Tang Wu stepped in, looking annoyed. Why isn't he in cuffs yet? Grab him. The guards immediately responded, yes, sir. They locked Tang Tianchang's arms tight. The old man went ballistic, screaming, get your hands off me. I'm the supreme leader. You should be chasing that traitor at the gate, not manhandling me. Let go. Tang Wu ignored the tantrum. I'm going to meet Uncle. Tang Tianchang gasped. Say what? You're letting that exile onto our turf? Are you insane? That's against protocol. Tang Wu ordered the messenger. Bring my uncle inside. Now. The guy nodded and ran off. Moments later, Tang Renshang walked in with Tang Hui. Renshang was looking around like, man, haven't seen this place in ages, getting all nostalgic. It had been a hot minute since the old man stepped foot on this turf, memories hitting him like a freight train. He looked at the poison ivy slicing through the hillside, practically smelling the toxic fumes rising from the ground. From the moss creeping up the walls to the wild little flowers blooming in the shadows, everything was exactly how he left it. Even though a whole decade had flown by, the family estate hadn't aged a day. It was the kind of place that haunted his dreams. Tang Renshang and Zhao Hui strolled up to where Tang Wu was standing, right next to the captive Tang Tianshang. Even in cuffs, Tang Tianshang couldn't keep his mouth shut, stuttering out, Uncle, look at you. Who do you think you are, showing your face here like you own the place? Tang Renshang kept his cool and dropped a truth bomb. You're wearing the shirt I literally stitched for you, bro. How are you going to rock the symbol of our brotherhood while acting like a total stranger? That shut Tang Tianshang up real quick. Renshang continued, I'm not here today representing the Tang family bloodline, though. Then why are you here? Tianshang snapped. That's when Zhao Hui stepped up, smooth as silk, and bowed. Sup, I'm Zhao Hui from the Zhao Merchant Guild. Absolute honor to meet you legends in the flesh. Tang Wu and Tang Tianshang were both shook. The Zhao Merchant Guild? Seriously? Tang Wu decided to give Zhao Hui the silent treatment. He turned straight to Tang Renshang and said, Uncle, you basically ghosted us. Do you have any idea how long the disciples from the Poison Spirit Hall have been searching for you? Tang Tianshang, feeling ignored and salty, barked, Excuse me. The guy was grinding his teeth, eyes popping out with jealousy. He realized even the elites of the family still fanboyed over Renshang no matter how hard he tried to replace him. Desperate, he yelled, Let me go. Your job is to arrest the exile and the troublemaker, not me. Thank you for watching this far. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Hui just smirked, totally unbothered. I might not be family, but I got an invite. Tianshang was furious, eyes wide, screaming that the Tang estate wasn't a playground for salesmen and told him to get lost. Zhao Hui fired back with a savage grin. Funny, I don't see head of the house on your name tag. Then Zhao Hui turned his attention to Tang Wu, extending a hand for a handshake like a true businessman. I'm looking to buy some raw iron ore from the Tang family reserve. Tang Wu paused. We're talking about Sichuan iron ore, rich, high-quality stuff that makes the best weapons. Technically, the government owns it, but since the terrain in Sichuan is a nightmare and far from the capital, they let the Tang family manage it. Tang Wu waved the hand away, shutting it down immediately. No deal. We don't sell ore to random merchants. That's been the rule forever. We only supply the general's estate and the royal family. So, take a hike. Zhao Hui didn't flinch. That's weird, he said casually. He pulled a little red notebook out of his jacket and started reading the receipts loud and clear. Last year, around the holidays, you guys shipped 2,000 swords and 70,000 pounds of iron to the Martial Arts Alliance. He flipped a page. And where did those 9,000 pounds of iron beads sent to Shaolin come from? Oh, and look at this, a deal with the Red Tiger Caravan too. 26,007 pounds of iron shipped to Dujiangyan. He snapped the book shut, leaving Tang Wu completely stunned. The Tang leader was sweating those deals with the Red Tiger Caravan were top secret. The fact that this guy knew the exact numbers was terrifying. But Tang Wu kept a poker face and lied. Never happened.
I barely lifted a finger, just tweaking a few scraps on the table. But that simple move, it had a grown man bawling his eyes out like a baby. It was so shocking that the chief scientist of the Dragon Kingdom didn't just walk, he sprinted to my house in the dead of night. Why the panic? Because I casually fixed a carrier model they'd been banging their heads against for 10 long years without a single breakthrough. And the kicker? I'm just a 12-year-old kid who had literally just finished his math homework. When they laid eyes on me, they saw nothing but a greenhorn, a pint-sized brat who probably still believes in the tooth fairy. Standing tall, Director Lee looked at me with pure skepticism written all over his face. There was no way he believed I was the engineering wizard behind the repairs. He was ready to call my bluff and expose me as a fraud. He crossed his arms, letting out a chilly mocking laugh. Listen here, Squirt. Talk is cheap and bragging is easy. If you've really got the skills to pay the bills, then fix the aircraft carrier deck right now. You pull that off, I'll get on my knees and call you daddy. Poor guy. He had no clue I'd awakened the god-level physics system, high-tech blueprints, quantum mechanics one glance, and I'd download the knowledge like a supercomputer. Staring at the wrecked deck, I didn't flinch. I raised a single finger right in Director Lee's face. 1 week. Give me 7 days and this thing will be brand new. 1 week, Director Lee was stunned, but he quickly nodded. He was dying to see just how spectacularly this arrogant little brat would crash and burn. Fine, fix it if you can. We'll get you whatever gear you need. I smirked. Great, get me a rolling machine. The most advanced one you have. Lee frowned, actually impressed. Not bad, kid. You actually know what that is? Old man Lamb must have taught you well, huh? I'll have it sent over. Standing to the side, my dad Lamb just smiled that helpless, awkward smile parents do when their kid goes rogue. Truth is, he never taught me squat about rolling machines. That was all me. But strangely seeing my confidence, Dad seemed to start believing that maybe his son wasn't crazy. Fast forward 1 week, I had Director Lee eating out of my hand as he delivered the heavy machinery. But when I laid eyes on the sad, pathetic excuse for a 20-high rolling mill, my face twisted like I'd just bitten into a lemon. Man, our tech level is still in the Stone Age. With this dinosaur of a machine, making high-grade aerospace steel is basically a fantasy. But hey, no need to panic. I gently placed my hand on the vintage scrap metal. Ding, analyzing structure. 18 high cold rolling technology unlocked. Carrier tech progress, 35%. With the blueprints for a next-gen machine in my brain, forging the ultimate steel was about to become a walk in the park. Luckily, the nation's raw steel reserves were overflowing. We had materials for days, but I didn't get cocky. This had to be perfect. I went full hermit mode in the workshop, sleeping optional, eating, maybe 30 minutes a day. My dad watched from the sidelines, his heartbreaking seeing his little boy work like a slave. But this was for the motherland. For a cause this big, I didn't have a single complaint. The deadline hit, tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone gathered outside the workshop sweating bullets, but the door locked tight from the inside. Bam, bam, bam. They pounded on the metal door until their knuckles turned white. Nothing. The deadline had passed. So why the silence? Someone whispered in the back. Maybe he failed. Maybe he's too scared to come out and face the music. You might be right. Director Lee raised an eyebrow, shooting a smug look at my dad. Even my old man started to look like a deflated balloon. Hey, old lamb. Looks like I won't be calling a 12-year-old daddy today. Lee cackled. He went to bang on the door again. Hey, kid, come out. Suddenly my voice rang out. Chill, I'm just applying the final coat of paint. Inside, I quickly threw a moisture-proof tarp over my new masterpiece. Precision machines like this are total divas. They hate humidity. Finally, the door creaked open. I poked my head out like a confused gopher. The anti-rust coating is still wet, guys, so keep your grubby hands off, all right? Seeing me alive and well, they all froze. It took a solid minute for Director Lee to reboot his brain. Wait, you actually finished? I nodded casually. Obviously. Boom, you could practically hear their minds blowing. Director Lee looked like he'd seen a ghost. A carrier deck restored in a single week. Is this a prank? How could a grade schooler pull off a miracle? But shock aside, facts were facts. If he says it's done, is it really done? Hold your horses, Lee muttered. We need to inspect it before we start popping champagne. The crowd flooded into the workshop. And there it was. The massive carrier deck shining like a diamond under the lights. The fresh scent of anti-corrosion paint filled the air like the smell of victory. It didn't just look repaired. It looked like it just rolled off the assembly line. Gasps echoed through the room. It looks brand new. Director Lee wasn't buying the hype just yet. He narrowed his eyes suspicious. Hey, brat, where exactly did you steal this steel from? I kept a poker face. From the warehouse, obviously. And the rolling equipment, he interrogated. I shrugged. Didn't you send that over yourself, Uncle? Hearing that, Director Lee let out a long, heavy sigh. I knew it. My dad realized what Lee was thinking. Standard steel, a basic rolling machine. There is zero physical way those ingredients create carrier-grade armor. Disappointment washed over his face. His son was a genius, sure, but maybe a bit naive. Lee gave a bitter, condescending chuckle. Kid, do you have any idea how this works? Let me educate you. Our nation's current steel technology is light years behind the requirements for a carrier deck. Hardness, flexibility, Tensile strength, we fail at all of it. That's exactly why this deck has been sitting here broken for a decade. I yawned, picking my ear. Is that all? That's a baby problem. So I just tossed in some extra trace metals and cooked up a batch of super plastic, high-strength alloy HLA 115. Excuse me, say that again, but slowly. Director Lee looked like his brain had just short-circuited. I sighed and repeated myself clearly. It's HLA 115 steel. Yield strength is roughly 800 to 900 megapascals. PFFT. He literally choked on his own spit. Li Qian-Kwok burst out laughing. Yo, kid, are you pranking me? Do you even know the yield strength of the steel on an N-class aircraft carrier? We are talking about HY800 and aviation steel with a yield strength of 550 megapascals. If you could forge even 500 megapascals, the heavens would collapse. I don't buy it. Go ahead, test it. Lee stood with his hands on his hips, totally confident. Think I'm scared of a little kid's bluff? Someone run the test for me. Wait, what is that? The machine roared to life, analyzing the sample. Suddenly the digits froze. 880 megapascals. Not a digit more, not a digit less. Li Qian-Kwok turned to stone. The other staff members gasped. The air sucked out of the room. Is this machine glitched or what? A technician smiled awkwardly. No mistake, sir. We literally calibrated it this morning. Lee stared at the number eyes wide, shaking his head frantically. His brows locked together like iron bars. Impossible with our current rolling mills. Creating high-standard steel like this is pure fantasy. How? How did you do this? Lee's eyes grew hazy, his thirst for the truth reaching a fever pitch. I shrugged, keeping it cool. Oh, it was easy peasy. I just tweaked the rolling mill a bit, no biggie. Lee nearly coughed up blood right there. Tweaked it. Advanced rolling tech has been blocked by foreign powers for years, and you just tweaked it. Do you have any clue how long we've been agonizing over the 20H rolling mill research? 3 whole years, and that was even with help from foreign technicians. Hold up. Before he could finish his rant, I walked over to the dust cover and whipped it off. Boom, an 18H cold rolling mill stood there in all its glory, blinding everyone with its sheer awesomeness. Li Qian-Kwok's blood pressure skyrocketed. To him, this wasn't just a machine. It was like seeing the legendary Monkey King's golden staff manifest in real life. Where are my pills? Someone help, I'm about to die from excitement over here. Lee screamed for help. The deputy quickly shoved a red pill into his mouth, and finally the man's soul returned to his body. You're my long-lost brother. Lee literally dropped to his knees, looking at me like I was the rarest treasure on earth. From now on, you're the special engineer for our carrier repair team. Top-tier benefits, I'm reporting this to Director Wang right now. I found a diamond. Lee sprinted like a madman straight to Director Wang Harshan's office. Wang was the big boss, the head honcho in charge of the aircraft carrier repair and modification project. He was sitting there, scouring documents with a grumpy face, stressed out because he couldn't find a solution for high-quality steel casting. Suddenly, Lee burst in. Chief, I found a treasure. Wang frowned, standing up to look at the panting man. What's with you? You look like you just found a wife or something. Lee waved his hand, laughing maniacally. A wife pleases a wife, as exciting as fixing an aircraft carrier. It's old Lamb's kid. He actually created the steel we need for the carrier. Wang froze for a few seconds, then walked over and felt Lee's forehead. You running a fever? Why are you speaking gibberish? Old Lamb's son is 12 years old. Are you so desperate you're making up fairy tales about children now? Lee frantically grabbed the director. It's real. I didn't believe it either, but he turned a 20H mill into an 18H cold rolling mill and forged the steel. Ridiculous. Wang glared at him. Is this guy possessed by a ghost? He still refused to buy it. Fine, show me. But if you're pranking me, you're dead meat. 5 minutes later, Wang was rubbing his chin, sweating bullets, staring intensely at the smart-looking 12-year-old. He just couldn't connect this little kid to the concept of military-grade aircraft carrier steel. But everyone else in the room was nodding, ready to testify to the miracle. Wang took a deep breath. Did you really cast this steel? I nodded. If you really did this, kid, you've done a massive service for the Dragon Nation. With this steel building, a carrier isn't just a dream anymore, is it? I chuckled. Well, this steel is perfect for the flight deck. But for the hull and armor, we need something way harder and tougher. Wang paused, processing my words. He let out a dry laugh. Kid, are you saying you can forge steel with higher standards than HLA 115? I nodded calmly. Wang narrowed his eyes, skeptical again. That is absolutely impossible. Lee stood on the side, spreading his hands. He didn't mention that part to us earlier. Who knew Lam Ham was hiding such god-tier skills? Wang frowned. He'd served the state for 40 years. He'd crossed more bridges than this kid had walked streets. He couldn't just believe such wild claims without proof. He laughed and shook his head. I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself, son. The steel you just made is already one of a kind on this planet. If you could beat HLA 115, that would mean our carrier would have better defense than the American ones. I just spread my hands, totally unbothered. So what, why not? Imagine a kid saying that with a straight face. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Before Wang could finish lecturing, I turned around and pulled a stack of blueprints from my desk drawer. Time was tight, so I didn't have a physical sample ready to show off yet. But with my design and the 18-roll cold rolling setup manufacturing, this steel would be a total cakewalk. One look at the blueprints, and Wang Harshan completely froze. You actually have blueprints. He snatched the paper's eyes wide with disbelief as he unfolded them. Real or fake, the engineering on these pages wasn't something a kid could just doodle. The chief was stunned, but his brain refused to accept that a child pulled this off. Li Jianguo's heart was drumming like a techno beat. He knew that this kid was a monster hiding some serious firepower. The chief read the specs aloud, his voice trembling slightly. 10 alloy composite steel. Yield strength, 1300 megapascals. 500 megapascals. If we slap armor this strong on a carrier, its defense would be top tier across the entire Blue Star. Even the foreign superfleets would have to back down in fear. It's just a shame. We don't know if this is actually buildable or just a fantasy. Wang Hashan stared at the professional-grade drawings, convinced this was some kind of high-budget prank show. Look, I get it. 2 years with zero progress on the carrier repairs has everyone desperate. But don't try to hustle me with fairy tales. Li Jianguo blinked, totally lost. Chief Wang, you still think we're joking? How do we prove we're for real? Wang Hashan frowned, his patience wearing thin. You guys just won't quit, huh? Fine. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Area 3 has a busted radar system that's been a headache for months. If the kid is such a genius, let him fix that. Li Jianguo shot me a look. Can you do it? I gave a tiny, confident nod, no sweat. The chief sighed, probably thinking we were doomed to fail, and waved us forward. All right, follow me. He led us straight to the repair zone in Area 3. I stared at the disassembled radar components, stripped down to junk. I reached out and gently brushed the scrap metal. Boom! Data flooded my vision. Contact with carrier radar system confirmed, analyzing technology, phased array radar tech, unlocked, unlock progress at 50%. Suddenly a voice barked out, Hey, whose kid is that? Don't touch anything. You want to break it more. The staff rushed over to stop me, but Wang Hashan waved them off. Let him play. You guys go do something else. The engineers frowned, thinking the chief had lost his mind. Why let a snot-nosed brat mess with military hardware? Wasn't the project delayed enough? I stood up dusting off my hands like I just finished a snack. This thing can't be broken any more than it already is. Trash it. We're rebuilding it from scratch. Hearing a toddler's voice drop such a bombshell felt totally surreal. Wang Hashan's face twitched. The kid was talking nonsense, but why did he sound so professional? They'd spent a year trying to patch up this radar. Some parts worked, some were fried. And this kid just wants to bend the whole thing. It sounded like total insanity. Give me 2 weeks, I said coolly. I'll write down the materials I need. You guys just make sure they get here. Seeing the kid's swagger, Wang Hashan let out a helpless laugh. Fine. If you actually fix this radar, I'll have the department treat you to the biggest feast of your life. But if you can't fix it, this little comedy show ends right here. And you're all writing apology letters until your hands fall off. Let's see how stubborn you can be then. 2 weeks later, I stood before a gleaming brand new phased array radar, wiping sweat from my forehead. Finally done. Meanwhile, Wang Hashan was on the phone with foreign suppliers, trying to import parts to save the carrier project. What are the specs on your latest radar unit? He asked, sounding desperate. We have the compact RON model, the seller bragged. 260-kilometre range, 90-degree lift, full 360 coverage. Price is £3 million, plus 40% tax. Total is £4.12 million. Wang Hashan grimaced at the robbery. Suddenly, Li Jianguo burst in, grinning like a maniac. Chief, it's done. The radar is finished. You got to see this. It'll blow your mind. He actually fixed it. Wang Hashan was skeptical. He told the phone salesman, hold that thought, and hung up. The seller on the other end scoffed. Walk away now, and the price won't be this cheap next time. We rushed to Area 3. Wang Hashan stopped dead. A futuristic radar beast sat there shining like a diamond. Wang Hashan was completely floored. You built this? I nodded. That foreign toy you were looking at only had a 200-kilometre range, right? So what can yours do? He asked, voice shaking. I held up 5 fingers. He squinted. 50 kilometres? I kept my face stone cold. 500 kilometres? The chief looked like he just took a sledgehammer to the chest. My God, can we test it? I nodded. Obviously. The technicians ran the test eyes glued to the data. One guy turned pale. Chief, it's not 500 kilometres. The chief glared at me. I knew you were bluffing. The technician gasped for air. No, it's 580. The chief nearly collapsed. Next time, say the whole number before I have a heart attack. 580 kilometres, that is double the range of our current aircraft carrier radar. Did this kid standing right in front of me actually pull this off? Director Wang's brain was doing backflips. It felt like a fever dream, but the cold, hard facts were staring him right in the face. I fixed your little radar problem. Li Jianguo was practically vibrating with excitement as he paced around, suddenly realizing he needed to dial up the big boss immediately. At this moment, Li Jianguo knew the game had changed forever. Director Wang's expression flipped faster than a light switch. He was hyped. Treat this kid Lin Han like royalty. I want the VIP treatment, no slack. With just that one move, I completely crushed any suspicion Director Wang had left. Li Jianguo slapped his chest, grinning like a Cheshire cat. You got it, boss. Consider it done. But right then, beep, a low, ominous alarm started wailing out of nowhere. I literally just twisted a few components on the table casual style, and this grown man was moved to tears. Talk about emotional. The head scientist of Dragon Country even rushed to my house in the middle of the night. Why? Because I fixed a carrier model they had been banging their heads against for 10 long years without a single breakthrough. And the kicker. That day, I was just a regular 12-year-old trying to finish my math homework. Seeing a 12-year-old kid who had not even hit puberty yet, Li Jianguo, the guy in charge of the institute, thought I was capping. He was ready to expose me as a fraud. He crossed his arms, looking down at me with zero chill. He let out a cold laugh. Listen, kid, anyone can talk a big game. If you're really the GOAT, go fix the aircraft carrier deck for me. You fix that, and I'll call your daddy. But before I could even roast him, that low alarm interrupted us again. Everyone snapped their heads up. What the heck was that? Sounds like something just went boom in Area 5. That is exactly where they are fixing the carrier's power system. The whole crew scrambled, rushing straight toward Area 5 like their lives depended on it. There stood Lei Tianming looking like a cartoon character after a bomb blast. Eyes wide, skin, charred black hair smoking. Only his pearly white teeth were floating in the darkness. What in the world was that explosion? Director Wang shouted. Lei Tianming saw Wang's lips moving but heard absolutely nothing. He yelled back, "Huh? I can't hear you, Director Wang. What are you saying?" Director Wang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed Lei Tianming by the ear and screamed at top volume, "I said, what was that explosion?" Finally, the signal went through. Lei Tianming spread his hands, looking totally helpless. We were trying to fix the carrier's engine system and, well, it blew up. All the original parts are toast. Seeing that innocent look on Lei's face, Director Wang could not even get mad. He just let out a long, defeated sigh. "So what's the plan now?" Lei Tianming scratched his ear. Seemed like his hearing was slowly coming back online. He put his hands on his hips and sighed. "Look, our only play here is begging the Russian bear to sell us a power system. Without a prototype to copy, we are stuck at a dead end." But I stepped in. "No, we don't need that junk." I walked straight past them, right up to the exploded remains of the carrier's engine that was looking more like a crushed soda can. Lei Tianming followed the noise and pointed at me. "Whose kid is this? Hey, you brat, get back. It is dangerous. What if it blows up again?" "It is already a pile of scrap metal. You start touching stuff, and you are going to wreck it completely." I ignored him, gave it a quick scan, and slapped my palm right onto the destroyed engine. Bam! The system voice rang in my head. "Contact with carrier power system confirmed. Analyzing engine tech. Electric drive system unlocked. Carrier tech unlock progress 85%. "This thing is literally garbage," I muttered. "Even if you fix it, this low-tier engine is straight out of the 1960s. Maybe usable back then, but right now, it is ancient history." Imagine a little kid calling the Russian bear's carrier tech ancient history. The audacity! Lei Tianming was fuming. He waved his arms around. "Director Wang, look at this kid spouting nonsense. The Russian bear's military might rivals the UK, and this kid calls their gear trash." He looked to Director Wang for backup, but the director just chuckled. "Don't underestimate this kid," Wang said. "I saw him fix the carrier radar with my own eyes, and he fixed the deck too." Lei Tianming raised an eyebrow, a smirk creeping onto his face that said, "Yeah, right." "Director Wang, are you trolling me right now? Since when do you make jokes? Tell you what, if he fixes this engine, I will drop to my knees right here and call him daddy." Li Jianguo heard that and immediately panicked. "Old Lei, what is your problem? Why are you trying to steal my new dad?" Lei Tianming had no clue what Li Jianguo was babbling about, but one thing was sure, he did not trust this brat for a second. Han, give it a shot," Wang said. I gave a confident smirk. "Too easy." But meanwhile, my actual dad, Lin Deming, was getting a very different kind of call. "Hello, Miss Lu," the teacher's voice crackled on the other end. "Mr. Lin, are you just letting your son run wild now? Lin Han is dead last in every exam, and now he is playing hooky. If he keeps this up, forget middle school. If he does not show up now, tell him don't bother coming back ever." Miss Lu slammed the phone down so mad she could not speak. Lin Deming, getting roasted like that, just stood there looking totally defeated. He thought about his son, the chronic last-place student, and his face twisted into a sour grimace. Guess I have to drag him to that exam. Fixing that aircraft carrier was priority number one. National pride was on the line and failure wasn't an option. At least, that was the plan. Until a familiar robotic voice echoed in my skull. The heaven-defying physics system had awakened. Absorbing cultural subjects would boost my tech comprehension. Stats, looks like the system is ordering me back to the battlefield known as elementary school. Mastering these academic subjects was the key to unlocking the ultimate technical efficiency. It was a perfect loop of power leveling. Acing. These tests wouldn't just be easy, it would speed run the aircraft carrier's development. Why refuse free XP? I agreed instantly. Though looking back at my memories, this body was basically the king of the bottom rank. The only time I didn't finish last was when the guy behind me literally quit the exam halfway through. That was my legendary peak. My dad, Lin Deming, was so proud he actually bought a celebration cake for not being dead last. But the loser of the past is gone. The current me operates on a completely different level. "Pops, I'm going to go grab first place real quick, then I'll be back to build that engine system." My dad froze his brain buffering before awkwardly nodding at Director Wang. But before the coolness could settle, my dad had to ruin it. He whispered, "By the way, that kid usually scores 0. Director Wang's jaw hit the floor. My dad just gave a bitter laugh, wondering when his son went from 0 to hero. Li Jianguo tried to save the mood with a martial arts metaphor. Think about it. Even the great heroes had to grind levels before they could fly right. Your son is probably just going through his own legendary training arc. Maybe he found a secret manual or ate a magical elixir. My dad's face went dark with embarrassment. Did they think I was the protagonist of a fantasy novel? Back at the school, I rushed into the exam hall like a hurricane. Panting heavily, I tried to apologize to the terrifying boss monster, Miss Lu. But she blocked my path like an iron wall. Lin Han, you skipped class for days, and now you're late for finals. What could possibly be more important? Is there anything in this world more important than your grades? I just shrugged. Funny enough, she hit the nail on the head. Does building a literal aircraft carrier count besides the test had barely started? Technically, the 15-minute rule says I'm still allowed in, so please make way. Miss Lu actually laughed out loud at my audacity. You, the kid who anchors the bottom of the class, your only talent is consistency. Consistently failing, that is. I shrugged off the insult. I'm not here to fail teach. I'm here to take the throne as number one. She looked at me like I was delusional. She was too tired to argue with a delinquent like me. She pointed to a desk. Fine, go in. Let's see you perform this miracle. The other students looked up from their papers, eyes full of judgment. What is Lin Han acting cool for? The guy's practically failing life, yet he talks about being first place. It was the funniest joke they'd heard all year. I ignored the background noise. Insects can never understand the ambitions of a dragon. The moment my fingers touched the paper, the system chimed. Ding, elementary cultural knowledge detected. Commencing absorption. Cultural stats skyrocketed. I instantly ascended to the level of a senior researcher. Tech efficiency buffs applied. My eyes flashed with a sharp light. It was working perfectly. This heaven-defying system was no joke. Anything I touched became instant knowledge. With my new stats, my research speed was going to break the sound barrier. This wasn't a test anymore. It was a massacre. An ocean of literature and knowledge flooded my mind. These questions looked like they were made for babies. My pen flew across the page. I finished the essay in under 30 minutes. It was a masterpiece that would make poets weep. Miss Lu watched me confused. Was I actually writing or just possessed by a god of literature? She figured I must be scribbling nonsense, but I didn't stop. Next up, mathematics. I blitzed through the equations at lightning speed. For the final boss question, I was so bored, I solved it using 3 different advanced theorems. I finished too early and couldn't leave, so I just kept flexing my math skills on the back of the page. Meanwhile, the principal peeked into the room like a hawk. Miss Lu rushed over to vent her frustrations about her problem student. Principal Bai, you have to see this. That kid is completely hopeless. He fails, everything skips school for days and disrupts the class. You need to expel him. I washed my hands of this disaster. Principal Bai Haoming frowned considering the situation. Didn't you file a report on him before? We should have warned him already. If his parents can't control him, the school will. It's time for forced expulsion. We're cutting him loose. He can't polish a turd after all. As soon as the final bell rang for the 5th subject, I bolted out the door without looking back. Miss Lu snapped. She screamed my name as I ran past her. I skidded to a halt and looked back. What now? She summoned all her rage and shouted, "Where are you running to? Are you rushing off to build your imaginary aircraft carrier?" My eyes lit up with genuine surprise. Whoa, Miss Lu, how did you know about that top-secret project? I got to speedrun this trip to the naval base or the chief is going to have a total meltdown. Before she could even finish a sentence, I'd already ghosted the scene, leaving Miss Lu standing there, mouth wide open like a fish out of water. That brat is actually climbing the wall. Zero respect for the rules. He lies as easily as he breathes. Just you wait. Kid Karma is coming for you. The principal has already signed off on your expulsion. Too bad I was already sprinting away, missing out on Miss Lu's villainous monologue. The grading session turned into a total freeze-frame moment. Principal Buck stared at the 5 teachers, then down at the exam paper looking like he'd just seen a ghost. He rubbed his eyes, needing a reality check. Are you guys serious right now? This is really Lin Han's paper. The entire faculty nodded in terrified unison. Did this kid suddenly unlock his brain's limiters or something? Or is this the greatest cheating heist in school history? One teacher laughed nervously. Principal, even if he was cheating, you can't fake an essay that sounds like it was written by a literary god. The principal went silent, eyes narrowing as the gears turned. Get Miss Lu in here, ASAP. She proctored the exam. She must have the tea on what happened. Miss Lu got the summon and marched to the principal's office. But on the inside, her heart was doing nervous cartwheels. They're definitely calling me about that troublemaker. Finally, the expulsion notice I've been dreaming of is here. She burst into the room, voice already at max volume. Principal, if I had known Lin Han was such a hopeless delinquent sooner, I would have disciplined the nonsense out of him. He wouldn't have ended up like this. Principal Buck frowned, cutting her off. Why are you trash-talking the top scorer? The grading teacher coughed awkwardly, trying to save her from total embarrassment. Miss Lu, you might want to pump the brakes on that. Lin Han scored a perfect 100 in every single subject. 1 point. Her brain short-circuited. I'm so sorry. Wait, say what? What? Miss Lu snatched the paper like a starving hyena. But seeing the clean sheet, the god-tier logic, and the elegant handwriting, she turned into a statue. Where is the real paper? There is no way this masterpiece belongs to that slacker. The other teachers just shrugged helplessly. The impossible truth was staring her right in the face. Buck sat down, sipping his tea like a wise sage. Take a seat and hydrate, Miss Lu. It's Lin Han. We couldn't believe it either, but we verified it. Miss Liu read through it, panic rising with every word. This essay, this isn't just high school level. This belongs in a national literary journal. No professional publication. Wait, it's actually bestseller quality. And these math problems, he didn't use standard formulas. He used advanced university calculus. He solved every problem 3 different ways. Oh my God, I watched him write this. I was right there. Is he a genius pretending to be a fool? The ultimate sleeper build. Principal Buck sighed, deeply shaken. It's his work, there is no doubt. Miss Liu took a breath so deep she nearly inhaled the room, desperately trying to keep her composure at 99%. But how the class clown's suddenly becoming Einstein? Perfect scores don't just fall from the sky. Impossible, I have a master's degree, and even I couldn't solve these equations with such terrifying precision. There is only one explanation that makes sense. He cheated, and he is a criminal mastermind at it. That has to be it. She started spinning conspiracy theories to the principal like a detective on caffeine. The room was confused, but they had 0 receipts to prove her wrong. So they just had to swallow the pill. Fine, we accept the score for now. But next time, we watch him like he's a national threat. If we catch him slipping, we expose him to the whole school. Buck slammed the table. Agreed. The council of teachers nodded. Miss Liu muttered to herself, eyes gleaming with vengeance. That brat, he clearly came prepared for war. Just wait for finals, Lin Han. I will expose your fraud if it's the last thing I do. Meanwhile, at the Aviation Bureau, I ordered Chief Wang to clear the deck. I need everyone out, leave the gear, and get lost. I stood alone in Sector 5. Lei Qianming was literally dragged out the door by the staff. Are we seriously trusting a high schooler? My anxiety is spiking. Chief Wang just chuckled, cool as a cucumber. Chill out. If the kid says he can do it, he's going to do it. Developing a carrier engine isn't like building Lego, Chief. We are talking about nuclear-grade propulsion systems. Other countries spent 20 years just figuring out the ignition switch. We are starting from 0, and you put a teenager in charge. This is insanity. Lei was losing his mind, but the chief stood his ground like a stone wall. Back inside, I stood before the rusty beast, the abandoned Aegis power system. I shook my head. Man, our tech tree is seriously lagging. At this rate, a nuclear carrier is just a pipe dream. But then I went to work. The repair zone became my domain for a solid month. Chief Wang kept the supply drops coming, top-tier loot and components. With my modifications, this junk was about to become legendary gear. The efficiency stats went through the roof. My system interface flashed, carrier tech, unlock progress, 99%. Just one more push. And I'll have the blueprint for absolute dominance. The cheat code system provided a design that was frankly illegal levels of OP. Even the global superpowers would have to bow down before this beast. 1 month of grinding later, I stood before the massive 30-meter engine cabin. A smile of pure satisfaction plastered on my face. This beast was finally complete. I had installed a dual nuclear reactor drive system, double the thrust, insane speed, and a backup power reserve that was basically overkill. It could even convert waste heat from the reactor into pure electricity. The output power rivaled any standard nuclear system. The only downside, it consumed energy like a starving monster. But with 3 of these bad boys running, it was more than enough juice to power an entire aircraft carrier. Li Jianguo was the first to hear the news I had cracked the code on the carrier's propulsion system. The rest of the crew came running. 1 month impossible. Lei Qianming's face screamed total disbelief. I just nodded, pointing to the engine bay behind me. It was done, but I hadn't run the final diagnostics yet. Lei Qianming frowned, scanning the machine with a critical eye. He let out a mocking laugh. Kid, maybe you should go back to school. Where's the crude oil intake? How are you even going to start this thing? How much oil can you even fit in that tiny tin can? I chuckled softly. Who said my tech runs on dinosaur juice? Lei Qianming put his hands on his hips, lips curling. Then what does it run on? A hot air. Don't tell me it burns coal, that tech was obsolete 100 years ago. Director Wang, I told you, what can a literal child actually accomplish? That was when Wang Hashan stepped up. He gently lifted the hatch, and a majestic, complex mechanical masterpiece was revealed. In that instant, the whole room froze. That's a nuclear reactor, a nuclear propulsion system. Li Jianguo's eyes lit up like high beams. He slapped the stunned Lei Qianming on the back, laughing, Hey, little Lei, feeling stupid? Yet it's a nuclear reactor who needs crude oil. Lei Qianming stood there, paralyzed like a statue. Thunder roared in his brain. How was this even possible? You don't just build a nuclear carrier engine on a whim? A model made in a month? Sure, right. It had to be a model. Otherwise, reality just didn't make sense. Lei Qianming gulped down his pride, composing himself. He pointed a shaky finger at the engine. It's just a model, good for scaring people, sure, but no way does it actually start. But the system was already humming to life. The sound instantly grabbed everyone's soul. Li Jianguo couldn't hold it back anymore. I just tweaked a few parts on the table and the man was moved to tears. The head scientist of Long Country even rushed to my house in the middle of the night. All because I fixed a carrier jet they couldn't crack for 10 years. Back then, I was just a 12-year-old student finishing my homework, seeing me a kid who hadn't even hit puberty yet. Li Jianguo, the head of the institute, didn't believe I fixed the components. He wanted to expose me as a fraud. He had crossed his arms, laughing coldly. Kid talk is cheap if you got skills. Fix the carrier deck for me right now. You fix it, and I'll call you daddy. But now Li Jianguo couldn't wait. He slammed the start button. It actually started. Lei Tianming felt invisible slaps stinging his face. Bro, did you really push it? Are you trying to humiliate me? Even if it turns on and look at the size of it, the torque is definitely too weak. Can this thing really pull an aircraft carrier? Lei Tianming doubled down on his doubt. His team used the Nimitz-class nuclear tech. Their reactors were massive beasts compared to my compact design. Could a mini reactor really handle the load? Wang Hashan stood there stunned for a moment. Then he started considering Lei Tianming's logic. The engine was running, sure, but compared to the Eagle Country's massive tech, it looked like a toy. I'm still just a kid, I probably don't get the concept of horsepower. That seemed like a normal assumption. Wang Hashan tried to rationalize the physics for me. Lam Ham gave us the blueprint. We can just scale up the horsepower ourselves later, right? He's still a child. It makes sense. He doesn't know the heavy lifting required for a carrier. Lam Duke Min chimed in with a laugh. Exactly. We have the theory now. Building the real deal is just a matter of time. Li Jianguo stuttered with excitement. Well, I guess let's just test the numbers. The testing machine is right there. I get it. What was the big deal? I didn't bother explaining. Like Lei said, the numbers wouldn't lie. 10 minutes later, Li Jianguo hooked up the horsepower tester to the engine bay. Old Lei, help me out. Crank it to the max. My eyes went wide. Wait, do not go full throttle. But I was too late. Lei Tianming's hand was faster than his brain. He slammed the lever to the maximum. Boom, the testing equipment didn't just break, it vaporized instantly, not a single scrap left. Lei Qian-Kwok looked like he just survived a bomb blast, his face plastered with debris. Everyone froze in shock. What on earth just happened? I just shrugged helplessly like it was no big deal. The testing rig couldn't handle the raw horsepower of the drive system, so boom, it blew up. Hold on, don't blame the gear. Loi Thianmin cut in, defending his toys. This is the most advanced testing equipment in the entire country. We can measure any data output up to 150,000 horsepower. Even a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. Tops out at 130,000 per engine. Two systems combined for 260,000. Are you seriously telling me your homemade engine is stronger than what the British Empire has? I spread my hands. Why can't it be stronger than theirs? If you don't believe me, go find a rig that can handle 400,000 horsepower or more. Before the skeptic could argue, Director Wang stepped in eyebrows furrowed. Wait, Area 6 has that beast imported from Hangascat. Old Lai dragged that monster over here to test. Lei Qian-Kwok was on it like a golden retriever playing fetch. Meanwhile, Loi Thian-Min muttered, this kid's bluff is getting way out of hand. 10 minutes later, the high-end testing unit was hooked up to the engine bay. It was time for the moment of truth. Beep, beep. As the machine hummed to life, the numbers on the screen shot up like a rocket. It climbed and climbed until it slammed into a hard stop at 400,000 Loi Thian-Min, froze like a statue struck by invisible lightning. The results are in. A single unit pushed roughly 200,000 newtons. Combined, the twin nuclear drives deliver a massive 400,000 horsepower. The technician's voice was shaking like a leaf. 400,000 horsepower. Li Qian-Kwok's eyes popped out and his jaw hit the floor hard enough to fit a whole watermelon inside. He glared at the stunned Loi Thian-Min with a look that screamed, see that who's the clown now? I told you not to doubt Lam Ham, but you just had to get your face slapped. Meanwhile, Director Wang's soul had already left his body for paradise. His brain was racing. With this kind of power, forget sailing, this aircraft carrier could practically fly into space. Your precious Nimitz, the French Charles de Gaulle, total garbage compared to this. The West calls themselves God's army. Well, go ask God how many divisions he has. They used to park their carriers on our doorstep to bully us. But today, we have the firepower to look them in the eye and stand our ground. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave win. If they want to fight, we'll give them a war. Loi Thian-Min was totally converted. With this advanced drive system, we wouldn't just sail, we'd rule the seven seas. He couldn't keep his hands off the machine, caressing it like a lover. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Beautiful. Absolute masterpiece. Lam Ham, you brat. I was loud before, but you're the real deal. You're like those legendary geniuses from the Capital University youth class. Director Wang, I concede, but Lei Qian-Kwok wasn't letting him off the hook. Just a sorry, that's it. Where's the rest? Loi Thian-Min laughed awkwardly. What else do you want me to do? Hey, little Loi, don't play dumb. You made a bet. If he built it, what were you going to call Lam Ham? Loi Thian-Min waved his hands frantically. Stop, stop. Don't embarrass me. I was wrong, okay? From now on, I'll follow Teacher Lam Ham's lead. You say jump, I ask how high. With 400,000 horsepower, the world will tremble. That's when I stood up, dropped a smirk and said, you haven't seen anything yet. Actually, this engine has a backup drive system. Loi Thian-Min and the crew looked like their brains just short-circuited. There's more. I kept it cool. Yep, there's a backup system that pushes about 600,000 horsepower. 600,000! Everyone's face twisted in horror. That's insane. That's 2 Nimitz carriers combined. This is getting into sci-fi territory. 600,000? Did you strap 3 small nuclear reactors together or what? Loi Thian-Min asked, sweating. I waved it off. It's electric. It recycles waste heat from the reactor to generate a massive burst of thrust. The catch is, it can't run forever. It isn't a continuous output. However, it gives the carrier the ability to drift, turn on a dime, and chase down anything. In a dogfight, it's the ultimate surprise attack, a literal game changer. The technician didn't waste time. He ran the test on the backup drive. Boom, the screen flashed 600,000. Seeing that number, their souls practically flew out of their mouths. The whole room was shaking with awe. My carrier drive system didn't just break the scale, it shattered their reality. It was like asking for a firecracker and getting a nuclear warhead. I didn't just pass the test, I lapped everyone. Director Vuong was grinning from ear to ear. The dream of a supreme carrier fleet was no longer a dream, it was happening right now. Director Vuong, Director Ai needs a report stat. A secretary rushed in breathless. The big boss was calling and Vuong Hason knew better than to wait. Meet Director Ai Thiet Kwan, the head honcho of the entire military industry sector. He was also the supreme overseer of the aircraft carrier renovation project. You guys keep chatting. I need to head up and report for duty first. Director Ai's office was Spartan, strictly business. Just a desk, a chair, and a massive mug steaming with hot tea. He took a sip, eyes narrowing at the documents like a hawk. Hearing footsteps, he looked up at Vuong Hason, his gaze a mix of anxiety and burning fury. Old Vuong, you know the situation. The British Navy has been prowling around our territorial waters like hungry sharks lately. And now they want to deploy air defense missiles right across the first island chain. Vuong's face darkened. Those guys are getting way too arrogant. But Director Ai cut him off sharp. That is exactly why the carrier progress needs to speed up. If we have a carrier, even a scuffed one, it would make them think twice before messing with us. Vuong knew exactly what the big boss was implying. He gave a wry smile. Director Ai, what if I told you something crazy? What if our renovated carrier is actually stronger than theirs? Would you believe me? Director Ai actually laughed out loud. Stop talking nonsense. Building a carrier isn't just about big talk and swagger. Confidence is good, but don't get delusional. The higher-ups need a progress report to scare off the British forces. We need a diversion tactic. I'm sending an investigator down there to verify everything personally. If you don't believe me, let him come and see for himself. 2 days later, Investigator Tien arrived at the Aviation Bureau. Chief Vuong personally rolled out the welcome mat. Chief Vuong, let's be real. It's been over 2 years. You guys should have something to show by now, but I always leave empty-handed. Don't let me down again. I can handle the disappointment, but Director Ai is running out of patience. This is a code red mission. If there's no progress, your team gets replaced. Vuong just chuckled, absolutely overflowing with confidence. Old Tien, chill out. Everything is ready. The materials are all prepped. He pointed to a stack of files. Tien scanned them carefully, but his frown just got deeper and deeper. Bam, he slammed the files onto the table in a fit of rage. Old Vuong, how can you lie with a straight face like this? You claim you've already manufactured carrier-grade steel. Are you kidding me? And this max power output? 600,000 horsepower. What even is this? Do you think I'm some kind of uneducated idiot? I'm a PhD candidate with 2.5 years of field experience. How could I believe this sci-fi fantasy nonsense? And this radar system detection range of 580 kilometers? Do you realize how insane that is? The British system isn't even half that strong. You're just making up numbers to save your skin, aren't you? Vuong laughed helplessly and looked him dead in the eye. Every single digit in that file is real, verified and tested. Don't believe me, fine? Come see it with your own eyes. Investigator Tien sighed, looking at Vuong like he was a hopeless case. Fine, I'll look. But if reality doesn't match these papers, don't expect me to cover for you when the boss asks. Bursting with confidence, Vuong led him straight into the modification zones. After the tour, Tien literally collapsed to the ground. Sweat poured down his face and his eyes were popping out of his head. This is impossible. Old Vuong, you guys have been playing us this whole time, haven't you? You waited until it was almost done to drop this bomb on us? You sneaky devils, you really know how to play the game. Vuong tried to explain, but Tien cut him off. Just you wait, I'm reporting this miracle to Director Ai immediately. Wait, old Tien, Vuong shouted, but the man was already gone. Meanwhile, back at Director Ai's office. What excuse is Vuong using this time? I didn't even look up from his paperwork. Suddenly, Investigator Tien burst into the room, gasping for air. Director, it's crazy, old Vuong and his team. They actually did it. They've created a monster. They successfully developed the carrier steel. And they built a propulsion system that defies logic. Director Ai finally looked up, a satisfied smirk forming. That old Vuong. 2 years of silence and finally some results. So they got the steel done. Good, that is very good. Tien gulped nervously before continuing. But Director, the steel they made, it's not normal carrier steel. Ai frowned. What's different about it? What can his steel withstand a nuclear bomb or something? Tien whispered weakly. Honestly, I wouldn't bet against it. I looked confused, then laughed. Are you two pranking me right now? Tien shoved the data file onto the director's desk. Director Ai, just look at the renovation specs. You'll see what I mean. Visibly annoyed, Director Ai pointed a trembling finger at the investigator. The director casually flipped through the file in front of him, looking totally bored. At first glance, it seemed like just another pile of paperwork. But when his eyes hit the specs for the aircraft carrier steel, he shot up from his chair. His eyes bulged out like a hawk spotting prey, jaw practically hitting the floor. 888 megapascals. Are you kidding me? A nuclear blast might scratch it, but a standard missile would bounce off this thing like a rubber ball. This steel is tougher than what the British use on their flagship carriers. He slammed the desk. Wang must be pulling a prank. He's writing fanfiction numbers to trick me. Who in their right mind would believe we have the tech to forge steel this strong right now? It's impossible. It violates every basic law of industrial development. You can't just skip levels in a tech tree like a video game. To make metal this hardcore, you need advanced smelting techniques and precision gear that we simply do not have yet. If we could even manage 500 megapascals, it would be a miracle that shook the heavens. But this is fantasy land. Director, hold on to your hat, because that 888 figure is just the appetizer. There's another alloy listed here with over 1,000 megapascals. It's god tier data. Reading further, Director I looked ready to throw hands. This has to be a joke, right? Is someone messing with him? Radar range 580 kilometers, carrier engine output at 600,000 horsepower. I wanted to laugh out loud at the absurdity of it all. Little Chen, are you and Chief Wang trying to meme me right now? The assistant helplessly spread his hands and whispered, I told Chief Wang you wouldn't believe a word of it. How about we go to the site? Seeing is believing, right, boss? Director II paused his brain working overtime. Fine. Actions speak louder than words. He wanted to see how Wang could possibly justify this tall tale. Let's roll. Take me there now. Meanwhile, I was busy running my hand along the massive external weapons elevator of the carrier. Just by touching the cold steel, I could feel the mechanics. I was communing with the machine. Ding's super heavy elevator technology unlocked. Aircraft carrier progress reached 100%. Boom, I just acquired every single secret of carrier construction. And the bonus prize, full blueprints for 5th generation fighter jets. A tsunami of information crashed into my brain. I now possessed the ultimate knowledge. Every rivet, every weld, every circuit, I understood it all perfectly. In other words, I could now build a fully functional supercarrier from scratch. But wait, the jet fighter data was settling in too. A three-dimensional hologram of a sleek, flat-bodied stealth fighter with aggressive air intakes materialized in my mind's eye. A wild idea sparked and I grinned like a kid in a candy store. A carrier is useless without its birds, right? I have plenty of time. Why not do both? I'll build the ultimate warship and the next-gen fighters at the exact same time. At that very moment, Director I stormed into the workspace. Chief Wang led the way, marching straight toward the repair zone. II glared at the repaired sections with heavy suspicion. He squinted, thinking, okay, there is some progress, but are those magical numbers on the paper actually real? Chief Wang just smirked and nodded. Director, would I dare scam you? Wang then started showing off each repaired component like a proud father. During the tour, Professor I bucked orders to run live tests on the data. As the results came in one by one, II froze. He was completely thunderstruck. He frantically compared the live readings with the report in his hand, checking and rechecking. Whether it was the insane steel density, the radar specs, or the monstrous horsepower, it was all real. Director I was flabbergasted, but he was most obsessed with the metal. The blueprints for this high-grade steel. Do you have them? Do you realize what this means? This casting tech isn't just for ships. We can use it for high-speed rail skyscrapers. Everything. This changes the entire nation's infrastructure. Your department has performed a legendary service. I was vibrating with excitement, but Chief Wang just let out an awkward laugh, looking a bit guilty. Director I frowned. Little Wang, I know you've grinded hard for 2 years. I'm reporting this to the top. You guys are getting a massive reward. Suddenly, Wang's face got serious. Director I, don't insult me with talk of rewards. For this country, I would give absolutely everything. I'd sacrifice my life without blinking, let alone a blueprint. Wang choked up for a second, his eyes stealing over. We were born into this era to pay the price for progress. But the person who made this god-tier steel wasn't us. It was a 12-year-old kid. Director I's brain short-circuited. He furrowed his brow. A 12-year-old? Did you just say 12? He knew what the word boy meant, but connecting a middle schooler to a cutting-edge aircraft carrier, I refused to believe it, not in a million years. Wang smiled bitterly. I didn't believe it either, boss. Not until I saw the kid work with my own eyes. That's when I knew a true genius has descended upon us. If that's true, bring him here now. I yelled, totally hyped. A prodigy like that? He had to meet him. In a flash, I stepped forward into the light. Director I stared at me for a long, uncomfortable minute. He frowned and said, a 12-year-old fixed-to-carrier kid. If Chief Wang didn't bet his reputation on this, I'd say you were telling the world's biggest lie. 3 months, Director I chuckled, shaking his head. You're sharp for a kid, but that's some serious big talk. Let's see if you're the real deal or just all hype. I nodded as he started grilling me on the complex mechanics of aircraft carrier propulsion systems. I didn't just answer. I dropped a masterclass knowledge bomb sounding like a tenured professor, lecturing his students. I broke down nuclear reactor principles and thermal to kinetic energy conversion like I was teaching ABCs, even throwing in steel casting steps for extra flavor. Director I's face turned beet red with pure excitement. He was hyping me up non-stop, basically praying to the heavens, don't hold back the talent, let it rain geniuses. With a prodigy like this, our nation's comeback is totally guaranteed. Wait, that steel casting plan you mentioned, did you actually cook that up yourself? I nodded and his eyes lit up like high beams. I casually tweaked a few components on the table and the man was so moved, he was ready to cry tears of joy. The chief scientist even rushed into my house overnight because I fixed a carrier model they had been stuck on for 10 years. And let's not forget, on that day, I was just a 12-year-old student who had just finished his math homework. Seeing a kid who hadn't even hit puberty yet, Li Jianguo, the head of the research institute, wasn't buying it. He clearly thought I was a fraud and was ready to expose my so-called repairs. He crossed his arms with a cold smirk. Listen, brat, talk is cheap. If you can fix the carrier deck, I'll call you daddy right here and now. But back in the present, Director I just wanted to talk business. About that HA115 steel and the Selena model rolling tech, is it actually doable? Before he could finish, I pulled out a thick stack of blueprints from my workspace. Director, I'm already 10 steps ahead of you. These pages held the secret source detailed plans for the steel casting and the rolling machine manufacturing. Director I gasped. This was a national treasure. With this tech, our infrastructure and military power would level up exponentially. This is a massive win for the country and our people. Good, amazing. We can discuss the payment right now. But I frowned, cutting him off. Director, if you think I'm doing this for a paycheck, you can take your stuff and leave. He froze, stunned. I continued, my voice steady. I don't seek fame or fortune. I only live to serve my country, giving everything I have until my last breath. I'm not in this for profit, but deep down, there were words I left unspoken. In this life, I swear to crawl through hell if I have to, just to wipe away the humiliation of our motherland. Hearing this intense declaration from a 12-year-old shook Director I to his core. He kept muttering, good, good, clutching the blueprints like they were gold. Ha-sun, Director I called out to Wang Ha-sun. You take care of Lin Han like he's your own family. If he loses a single hair, it's on you, and make sure the kid eats like a king. He is the future of our nation. Wang Ha-sun laughed awkwardly. Don't worry, Director. But the Director wasn't done yet. Lin Han building an aircraft carrier isn't just about big talk. That 3-month timeline you mentioned earlier, pure nonsense. Greatness takes time. We have tons of technical hurdles to clear. If you hit a wall, tell us. We'll move mountains to get you what you need. I looked him dead in the eye. Actually, 3 months is a guarantee. And I'm not just building any carrier, I'm building one that will crush the Nimitz class. Aren't they always messing around the first island chain? When this beast launches, they're going to wet themselves in terror. Director I forced a smile. He didn't say it, but he was thinking, classic kid, dreaming bigger than reality. Or maybe, am I just an old conservative dinosaur? He shook off the thoughts and chuckled. I shouldn't be too stubborn. Wang Ha-sun, keep him grounded. Wang Ha-sun sensed the Director's worry. This kid's imagination is wild, but assembling a carrier is a logistic nightmare. It involves infinite technical layers. Just the assembly alone is a massive headache. We had engineers design a gantry crane before. It looked good on paper, but in reality, total disaster. They're still stressing over it. Director I nodded. Exactly. Launching a carrier isn't an overnight miracle. Everyone needs to sync up. If we pull this off in 2 years, that's already speedrunning history. He checked his watch, then looked back at me with a grin. All right, young genius. Whether our fleet rises or falls, it's all on you now. If any other sci-fi level projects pop up in the future, you're the first person I'm calling. I've seen enough for today. Now I need to sort this data and drop a bombshell interview so the UK knows our carrier is about to hit the water. It was time to bounce. I said my goodbyes, feeling the adrenaline pumping through my veins. That military send-off lit a fire in my soul. I turned to Uncle Vuong, eyes blazing. Uncle, to be honest, I can handle that gantry crane tech, no sweat. Uncle Vuong froze for a few seconds, staring at me seriously. Then he reached out and aggressively ruffled my hair. You little brat, you're talking big game. You just built an aircraft carrier, and now you want to tackle the gantry crane too. I nodded 100% confident. Uncle Vuong pouted, looking defeated. Let me think about it for a sec. Okay, fine. Who told you to go and charm all of us? Anyway, I'll contact the Crane Research Division immediately. Go save their butts. Those old geezers have been popping painkillers for days because of this headache. Hearing Uncle Vuong's green light, I nodded and went straight back to grinding on the external weapon elevator tech. Meanwhile, Uncle Vuong got on the horn with the crane project lead, Little Zhang. Hey, I found you a guy who can build that crane. Relax, he's totally legit. The kid is a certified genius. He's not a foreign expert, but he's better than any of them. Why are you asking about age? The number doesn't matter. As long as he has the skills to help you, that's what counts, right? Little Zhang burst out laughing on the other end. All right, fine. Send him over. Let's see what he's got. I want to see if this brother can actually solve our crane problem. If he pulls it off, I'm treating him to the biggest feast in town. Uncle Vuong grinned. Deal. I'll have him delivered to you in 3 days. Honestly, fixing the external weapon elevator was child's play. For 3 days, I was a ghost. My dad barely saw me, and rumors flew that I was lurking in Area 8. But finally, it was done. I looked up at the super heavy external weapon elevator and flipped the test switch. Time to see what this baby could do. This beast had a max lift capacity of 180 tons. The platform was 20 meters wide and extended 33 meters out. From the deck to the hangar in just 12 seconds. Even a Nimitz-class carrier would be eating my dust right now. This was my little surprise gift for Uncle Vuong. Area 8 had the least damage, so the repairs were technically the easiest. That's why the repair team hadn't sent anyone there yet. They were busy fixing everything else, saving the spot for the cleanup crew. But I didn't just fix it. I gave it a legendary upgrade. Efficiency skyrocketed. Now this is worthy of our nation's first carrier. Ham Ham, Didn't you say you wanted to research the gantry crane I already set it up for you? Where have you been hiding these past few days? I had just walked out of Area 8 when I bumped into Uncle Vuong in the hallway. Uncle Vuong, am I clear to go now? I asked. He chuckled softly. Everything is arranged. Go find Zhang Heng. Just call him Uncle Little Zhang. I nodded mentally, noting the name, and hopped into the van straight for the naval base. Uncle Vuong watched my silhouette disappear, a kind, fatherly smile plastered on his face. Director Vuong, most of the carrier is patched up. We're only missing Area 8. I say we don't wait for Lam Ham anymore. I'll take a few guys and we'll fix it ourselves. The original parts are still usable. Lei Qian Kwok spoke up loudly. Uncle Vuong nodded in agreement. True, we can't rely on that kid forever. We need to get our hands dirty too. 3 minutes later, 7 or 8 technicians stood in Area 8 holding their tools, but everyone just stood there paralyzed. The external weapon elevator was gleaming like a brand new toy. Lei Qian Kwok gulped hard. Lam Ham, he already fixed this place. Quick, fire it up, check the systems. A moment later, the elevator hummed to life with a low, futuristic hiss. When the stats came back, every single jaw hit the floor. Max load 180 tons. Oh my god, do you realize what this means? The lift capacity of a Nimitz-class carrier is only around 40 to 60 tons, and a 12-second operation time. That's twice as fast as the Americans. I wondered where Lam Ham was for 3 days. He was secretly building a monster. The entire repair crew stood frozen in Area 8. The silence was so heavy you could hear a pin drop. Meanwhile, the van dropped me off at the military port. Zhang Heng had sent someone to pick me up. When the greeter saw me, he blanked out for a solid 5 seconds. Finally, he snapped out of it and leaned down. Where's your dad? I scratched my head, feeling awkward. My dad is still at the Aviation Bureau. The guy frowned deeply. Why did he let you come first? Why didn't he come himself? I smiled and dropped the bomb. Actually, the expert Uncle Vuong talked about, that's me. I'm here to fix your gantry crane research, simple as that. But the man scoffed, looking down at the little guy. Kid, you haven't even hit puberty yet and you think you can handle heavy industrial tech? Cut the crap, I retorted, lips curling into a confident smirk. Believe it or not, Uncle Vuong sent me personally. Just let me in and see for yourself. The receptionist's jaw practically hit the floor, eyes popping out in pure shock. With hands on my hips, I let out a sigh that sounded way too old for a 12-year-old body. All right, enough talking. Take me to your team leader. But the moment Zhang Heng saw me, rage blazed in his eyes like wildfire. He pointed a trembling finger, shouting, This is the expert director Wang promised us. I'm calling him right now. Zhang Heng was fuming, dialing Wang's number with aggressive force, his blood pressure skyrocketing by the second. Director Wang, are you mocking us right now? Does our department look like a joke to you? Are we out of qualified staff? You send a literal child to mess up our lab? Are you kidding me? If this gantry crane isn't finished, the aircraft carrier project is dead in the water. Wang tried to cool him down from the other end. Little Zhang, listen to me. Don't let Lin Han's age fool you. His skills are legendary. He might just be the miracle you need. Calm down and think about it. Have I ever steered you wrong before? Put your trust in me just this once. Zhang Heng was speechless. He couldn't win an argument with the boss, so he just swallowed his anger in silence. After hanging up, he glared at me, this pint-sized kid standing there like a lost puppy. The more he thought about it, the madder he got. Was Wang running a daycare center now? If he didn't owe Wang a huge favor from the past, he would have exploded right then and there. He waved his hand dismissively. Xiaofeng, feed the kid, let him stay for 2 days, then ship him back home. Xiaofeng, the young guy from earlier, looked at me with a helpless expression. Understood, boss? Come on, young master. Let's go. Xiaofeng gestured for me to follow, treating me like a fragile piece of glass. Ugh, this elementary school body is such a nerf everywhere I go. People treat me like a toddler. It's so inconvenient. Whatever. I'll just tail Xiaofeng for now. Once I get close to the unfinished crane, I'll use the system's heaven-defying physics engine to unlock every single tech secret. Once Xiaofeng got me settled in, he rushed back to Zhang Heng's side. Zhang was still venting. Director Wang is definitely pranking me, sending his relatives here to cause chaos, like we don't have enough problems. Forget it. Go back to work. We need to speed up our research immediately. That night, under the cover of darkness, I sneaked into the research zone. I laid my hand on the semi-finished machine. Ding contact made with defective gantry crane unit. The system roared to life, analyzing structural data. Advanced gantry crane technology unlocked. Boom, a tsunami of information flooded my brain. Success, I now possessed the complete blueprint for the most advanced crane in the world. I glanced at the garbage Zhang Heng's team was building and shook my head. Man, this is amateur hour. They are miles behind. Turning around, I spotted a stack of blueprints on the desk. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. Let 'em cook. I spent the entire night completely rewriting their designs, scribbling furiously until the first light of dawn. I swapped their old drawings with my masterpiece. This tech isn't even that hard. If they follow my guide, they'll be done in 2 weeks tops. Zhang's team wasn't stupid, they just had the wrong foundation. I simply corrected their path. Mission accomplished. I stretched my stiff back and headed to my room, collapsing onto the bed instantly. I was totally drained. Meanwhile, at the Port Research Center, the clock struck 8:00 a.m. Work was starting. Xiaofeng walked past my room, saw me dead to the world and shook his head. But when he got to the lab, a crowd was gathering, whispering in excitement. Is this the new draft the team leader fixed? It's incredible. It's so much more complete than before. Quick, split up the pages. Let's get to work. The energy in the room shifted instantly. Everyone grabbed a section and dove into the research with renewed fire. Zhang Heng had business outside and didn't drag himself back until noon. He walked past my room, peered in, and saw me still sleeping. His blood boiled instantly. Does he think I'm a fool? Grumbling with rage, he stomped down the hall. Came here just to sleep in, huh? Give him an inch and he takes a mile. Suddenly, Xiao Feng ran up to him, eyes shining. Boss, the drawings you fixed are genius. At this rate, we'll build the crane in less than half a month. Zhang Heng paused, taking off his coat confused. He glanced at the empty spot where the blueprints used to be. He realized the drawings were gone, already distributed among the section chiefs. He assumed they meant the old drawings. Good, we've been stuck for years. If we don't show results soon, the higher-ups will have our heads. We have to give it everything we've got. Xiao Feng checked to make sure the coast was clear, then whispered snidely. Boss, that brat Lin Han. He's been asleep all morning. It's noon and he's still out cold. Should we just stick him in an oil drum and roll him back to where he came from? Zhang Heng rubbed his chin, tempted. I wish I could. But for Director Wang's sake, we have to endure it. He let out a sigh that sounded like tires skidding on asphalt. Chief Wang did me a huge favor, and he's the one who brought this kid here. I let him crash for a few days before sending him packing. 10:30 in the morning. The sun was blazing like a spotlight on high beam. I woke up rubbing my eyes, realizing it was already noon. After pulling an all-nighter, my body felt like it had been run over by a truck. Thank God the blueprint was finally done. I dragged myself out of the room and headed to the crane research zone for a check. One look, and I realized my drawing from yesterday had vanished into thin air. But get this. The department heads were actually following the steps in my sketch to research the gantry crane equipment. Finally, I could chill. Just my luck, Zhang Heng spotted me casually strolling around. Rage flared in his eyes like wildfire. You brat, don't you know this is a top-secret research zone? What are you doing here? Get back to your room. There's a TV in there. Go watch your cartoons or something. I let out a helpless, bitter laugh. This guy really thought I was just some spoiled rugrat causing trouble. Whatever. I saw what I needed to see. Everyone was on the right track, so it was time to get back to my real grind. Uncle Zhang, I want to go home. Go home. Zhang Heng looked up stunned. Hearing me ask to leave actually made him flinch. He probably thought, hey, this kid isn't that annoying after all. Was I too harsh just now? If the gantry crane wasn't such a nightmare to figure out, he wouldn't have been so snappy. He'd basically vented his frustration on a kid like me. Realizing he messed up, he crouched down to my level, forcing a smile. Hey, I was a bit loud earlier. Don't take it to heart, okay? Why don't you stick around a few more days? I laughed and waved my hand. Nah, my work here is done. Boring to stay. I'm bouncing. Uncle Wang still needs my help on his side. Zhang probably thought, what is this kid yapping about? Done here, is he speaking? Alien. Kids just love talking. Smack, don't they? Zhang Heng didn't dwell on it. Since I was dead set on leaving, he couldn't stop me. He arranged a car to ship me back to the Aviation Tech Bureau. Wang Harshan saw me back after just one day and frowned. Why back so soon, kiddo? I nodded. Finished up over there. Give it half a month and that gantry crane will be ready to roll. Wang's frown deepened. He sensed something was off. Did Zhang Heng bully you? I waved it off. Nope, just wait half a month, you'll see. Right now, the carrier still has a mountain of junk components needing repairs and upgrades. I got to use this time to fix them all. Once the crane is ready, we can finally assemble the aircraft carrier. Seeing my confidence, Wang Harshan stopped questioning. He took a deep breath and nodded. All right. Time flew by. 2 weeks later, just like the blueprint predicted, the gantry crane was standing tall and proud. Zhang Heng and the crew were ecstatic, staring at the massive crane like it was the gateway to heaven. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. It was finally done, but then Zhang Heng frowned. Something felt wrong. This didn't look like the crane from his blueprints. Which blueprint did you guys use to build this beast? Xiao Feng and the others looked totally lost. Was there a mistake? All department heads, you guys managed every step. Didn't you catch any errors? Everyone shook their heads. They pulled out their copies. We followed the plans exactly. We double and triple checked the data, zero mistakes. Seeing the drawings in their hands, Zhang Heng snatched them back and scanned them with laser focus. This isn't the blueprint I drew. What? The whole room erupted. Wasn't it designed by team leader Zhang? Zhang Heng stared at the paper, his scalp tingling. He couldn't stop praising it. Not even a millimeter of error. It's not a machine. It's a work of art. Oh my God, how could I have drawn this? If I had these skills, the top dogs at the Chinese Academy of Sciences would be bowing down to me. The others held their breath, watching their boss freak out. If he didn't draw this masterpiece, then who is the ghost designer? Suddenly, Xiao Feng remembered something. He whispered a few words into Zhang Heng's ear. Lam Ham hadn't been just messing around. A light bulb went off in Xiao Feng's head, and he mumbled to Zhang. Zhang Heng's eyes went wide with shock, like his brain was about to explode. Pure terror written on his face. Impossible. He's just a kid, Xiao Feng added. Just call and ask. Zhang Heng gulped hard. If Lam Ham really did this, was I too harsh on a genius? Beep, beep, beep. Wang Harshan picked up. Hearing Zhang's voice, he chuckled. Yeah, I'll find the kid for you. Yue, Uncle Zhang wants a word. Lam Ham was busy upgrading other carrier parts. Wang Hashan held the phone up to his ear. Oh, Uncle Zhang Heng hurriedly asked about the Dragon Gate crane blueprint. Did you draw it? Lam Ham laughed casually. Oh, yeah, your design was ancient history. Plus, it had errors. Even if you built it, it would have been useless. So I just tweaked it a bit. Tweaked it a bit? You call this just a tweak? Just like that. He cracked the code that had the experts banging their heads against the wall for years. It was a total game changer. Chief Zhang, you got to see this right now. The Dragon Gate crane. It is the Dragon Gate crane. Zhang was still on the line phone glued to his ear. Lin Han heard the panic on the other line. Then came Zhang's voice, gasping for air like he had just run a marathon. The crane. What about it? On the docks, that mechanical beast stood tall like a gateway to the heavens, looming over the ocean surface. As the operator smashed the start button, massive gears ground together with a deafening screech. And just like that, a massive 300-ton cargo ship was lifted into the air as light as a feather. As the ship left the water, the ocean churned in protest. Water cascaded from the hull like a raging waterfall. It was like the legendary curtain of water from the Monkey King's cave. The sound of the waves crashing down shook the very earth. The whole crowd went wild, jaws were hitting the floor left and right. If it can toss around 300 tons like a toy, assembling an aircraft carrier would be a piece of cake. Originally, Zhang's design capped out at 10 tons. But the beast Lin Han built, he cranked that capacity up by 30 times. Talk about a level up. Zhang suddenly remembered he was still on the phone. Little brother. What is the max limit on this bad boy? Lin Han paused for a second doing the math. Because of the current material limits, we can only lift about 500 tons right now. 500 tons? You gotta be kidding me. That is just a material limit. You mean the steel quality? Lin Han nodded coolly. Yep. Zhang took a deep breath, trying to keep his heart from exploding. His tone shifted instantly to pure reverence. Master, do you have a minute? I will come pick you up right now. Please teach us how you pulled this off. Lin Han glanced at Uncle Wang and chuckled. No, I am busy. Gotta go build an aircraft carrier. The blueprints have everything you need, just figure it out. Building a carrier, Zhang felt like his brain was short-circuiting. Director Wang grabbed the phone, grinning from ear to ear. Listen, little Zhang, my boy is busy saving the world. If it is not life or death, do not bother him. We are swamped here. Click! Zhang stood there, frozen like a statue. His assistant slid up, whispering. Chief, is Lin Han coming? Zhang answered on autopilot. Nope. He is too busy building a carrier. The assistant looked at him like he was speaking alien. What? During this time, Lin Han went full hermit mode. He told Director Wang to keep everyone away unless the building was on fire. If he needed hands, he would ask. Every department was on standby, ready to jump at his command. Director, my son is not made of steel. He cannot keep grinding like this. Papa Lin was heartbroken seeing his boy work himself to the bone. He begged Director Wang to force him to take a break. But Wang just gave him the puppy dog eyes. Oh, Lin, I didn't force him. It was the kid he keeps saying every second counts. I heard him muttering that our country is running out of time. Papa Lin sighed heavily. I miss my boy. But he is doing this for the nation. He knew he could not argue with that. If he does not actually fix that carrier later, I'm going to ground him for a month. Then the news dropped like a bomb. A top military official went live on air. We have developed a new super steel yield strength a whopping 888. And within 2 years, our first carrier hits the water. The entire country went absolutely nuclear with hype. But over in the UK, they thought it was a joke. They laughed. If they build a carrier, I will do a handstand and eat trash. Those weaklings, what can they actually do? They'd probably just scavenge some rust bucket from Russia pathetic. The Vice Admiral sneered. Time to teach them a lesson. There is a Chinese cargo ship heading to the Middle East right now. Find an excuse. Impound it. Who do they think they are? Let's show them the gap between us. 50 years of military dominance, they're not even fit to tie our shoelaces. A bunch of nobodies from a trash-tier nation trying to play with the big boys. William plotted with the Chief of Staff. Their arrogant laughter echoed through the room. Bullying the East was just a game to them. In their eyes, the East was just a frail old man. One poke and they would crumble. A total paper tiger. Colonel William got the green light from the president. The order was given. Intercept that ship. The nightmare was about to begin. Half a month later, the British ambassador to Huaxia fired off an urgent invitation to the head of the Foreign Affairs Department. As soon as the diplomat saw the letter, he rushed over knowing this wasn't just a friendly tea party. The British ambassador looked down his nose with a sneer and dropped a bombshell. Our intel says your cargo ship is hiding a massive stash of chemical weapons. The Ministry of Defense is giving you a final warning. Stop the transport immediately or prepare to face the consequences. The diplomat stood there stunned into silence, getting roasted by the ambassador with zero chance to clap back. But Huaxia was in a critical growth phase and needed peace, not war. So he grit his teeth and promised they would investigate it themselves. The ambassador just scoffed, and turned his back on him with total disrespect, walking away like he owned the place. The diplomat clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, staring at the retreating figure. You arrogant scumbag. Just because you have high-tier gear, you think you can do whatever you want. A pack of wolves in designer suits? Do they really think the world revolves around them? Our vast land of Huaxia has never been the type to bully the weak. Whether it was ancient voyages or cultural exchanges, our history is full of greatness achieved through strength and peace. But the moment we hit a rough patch, these guys start flexing their muscles. A colleague stepped in to calm him down. Forget it, bro. Why waste breath on savages? If we had an aircraft carrier right now, would they dare act this cocky? The diplomat let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the nation on his shoulders. You're right. When will our steel beast finally be ready? After Huaxia's investigation, the cargo ship Golden River was found to be carrying nothing but stationery and school supplies. But of course, this result didn't satisfy the British side at all. The British ambassador stormed into the office, arms crossed and nose in the air, shouting, "You're shielding criminals! Just wait for our judgment!" The Golden River was forcibly hijacked in international waters. The British carrier fleet was on full alert, blatantly bullying Huaxia. Their helicopters landed on the deck without even asking for permission. Captain Su and his crew were detained like prisoners forced to endure ridiculous interrogations. The news of the ship's capture spread across the internet like wildfire. The whole world was watching Huaxia's reaction. Netizens speculated this was a test of Huaxia's patience, a wake-up call ringing loud and clear. Didn't Huaxia just brag about creating special steel for aircraft carriers recently? Now that this drama went down, everyone was waiting to see if they'd put their money where their mouth is. It was laughable. One minute they were celebrating, the next minute slapped in the face by the UK. Talk about embarrassing. It was a tragedy. Their carrier was 2 years away from completion. Far water couldn't put out a near fire. Meanwhile, deep within the heavily guarded headquarters, Huaxia's top leaders held an emergency secret meeting. The big boss slammed the table in fury. Tell the foreign ministry to keep pressing them. They need actual proof to hold our ship. The other officials looked grim. This sudden move by the UK definitely had a hidden agenda. They were squeezing Huaxia plain and simple. But with their naval power still in the newbie stages, they had no choice but to take the hit. The foreign minister received a reply and slapped the transcript onto the leader's desk. The leader read it and threw it down in a rage. They still have zero proof. They're just guessing there are weapons on board. That's their excuse. We asked for grounds to detain the ship, and they basically said, because we felt like it. Isn't that crossing the line? Another official fumed, we know they're lying through their teeth, but we can't do a thing about it. Huaxia was backed into a corner, forced to swallow the insult. If only they had a carrier, the UK wouldn't dare be this arrogant. Director I listened to the news, crossing his arms, nearly exploding with anger. Suddenly, a memory unlocked in his brain. He remembered Lam Ham once claiming he could speedrun an aircraft carrier build in just 2 or 3 months. Thinking of this, Director I facepalmed, laughing at himself. Am I losing it? Why am I even considering that nonsense? 2 months to build a carrier? Impossible. But without one, they'd have to watch Huaxia get humiliated on the global stage. Director I hesitated. He debated it for a long time, but finally decided he had to check, just in case. He looked up and shouted toward the door, "Little Tien, get in here quick." Agent Tien rushed in from the next office, breathless. "Director, what's the situation?" Director I sighed deeply. "Do me a favor. Go to the Naval Tech Department and see if Lam Ham actually finished that carrier." Agent Tien froze for a full second, totally flabbergasted. "Director, you don't actually think the kid pulled it off, do you?" 2 months, no shot. That is absolute cap. Director I debated it, raising his hand and dropping it again before deciding to go see for himself. The investigator looked totally lost. "Chief, do you seriously think a teenage kid has the juice to pull off something this massive?" 1 hour later, Director I headed to the Aerotech department to check the vibes, but got the news that the whole squad had already moved to the military port. So he hustled straight over to the docks. When he hit the port, his eyes went wide like dinner plates. His hair stood on end, goosebumps popping like popcorn. Absolute shock taking over his entire system. Because right there, he saw Lin Han acting like a total boss, commanding the massive gantry crane to assemble a full-blown aircraft carrier. Lin Han's face was covered in grime, looking tiny at just 12 years old, but he was directing traffic like a seasoned general. The mechanical joints clicked and clacked, singing a beautiful song of industry. Lin Han smiled satisfied. It is done, just the final piece left. "Uncle Zhang, let's go." Zhang Heng, controlling the massive crane, flashed his pearly whites and gave a big thumbs up to the young prodigy. Okay, perfect. In less than 30 minutes, the construction work was a wrap. That was when Lin Han finally spotted Director Ai walking over and stepped up to welcome the big boss. Wang and the others stood with hands on their hips, looking like they owned the world, pointing proudly at the fully assembled beast of a ship. Their faces were glowing with pride. Oh my God, the first carrier of Huaxia is actually complete. This is a history book moment, and it is all thanks to Lin Han. Where did that brat go? Looking back, they realized Director Ai had arrived, and the crowd instantly swarmed around him. "Director Ai, what are you doing here?" Director Ai just stared at Lin Han, completely speechless. "Is the carrier actually finished?" Lin Han nodded casually. "We can launch it right now." Wang held his head high, radiating confidence, as if saying, "See that, Chief?" Wang grinned and said, "Since we successfully revamped the carrier, you can't hold a public critique meeting to roast me this time, right?" Director Ai's eyes were sparkling like gold. He was totally mesmerized by the steel leviathan towering in front of him. This was the dream carrier Huaxia had been waiting for. Having this meant owning the waves and dominating the airspace. Huaxia doesn't just have endless land. The coastline stretches over 18,000 kilometers. Traditional warships just couldn't cut it when it came to defending our turf. Only a carrier-class weapon could truly protect the motherland. Decades of waiting, the hopes of hundreds of millions, finally becoming reality on this very day. How could Director II not be feeling emotional right now? Truth is only found within the range of a cannon. A carrier extends that truth, letting our missiles reach out and touch anyone who tries us. Owning a carrier on the open ocean means having a voice. The West wants to build island chains to block Huaxia's rise. Then we will use this carrier to slap them in the face and tell those punks to beat it. Director I was so happy he could cry, gazing at the ship like it was the Mona Lisa. Can I go up and check the vibes? Director I asked cautiously. Lin Han nodded. Of course, sir. Wang led the way while the director followed close behind. Lin Guodong patted Lin Han's head. This stinky brat is actually a genius. The moment he stepped onto the deck, Director I spread his arms wide, letting the sea breeze hit his face. This feeling was pure dopamine. Nothing beats standing on a ship built by your own people. All his worries just evaporated instantly. This flight deck is absolutely massive. How wide is this bad boy? Lin Han laughed and explained, I haven't measured the exact specs since we ignored the island area, but it is definitely bigger than the Western Nimitz class. That casual flex made Director I's eyes almost pop out of his skull. You were told to build a mini-model, but you accidentally copy-pasted and upgraded the top-tier Western carrier. That is too OP. What about the displacement Director AI asked in a rush? He was desperate to know the stats. If the displacement beats the Nimitz, it means Huaxia has officially leapfrogged the West in foundational tech. Lin Han and Wang exchanged a look, smirking. Seeing the director losing his cool, Lin Han dropped the bomb. I ran the numbers. It surpasses the Western Nimitz. Plus, this carrier has a draft of 14.2 meters and a full load displacement of 140,000 tons. Call up Fleet 15 and ask if they can handle this heat. Director II was shaking all over. The Nimitz only hits 100,000 tons. This monster has an extra 40,000 tons on it. The bigger the displacement, the more freedom it has to dominate. Simply put, the carrier Lin Han designed can haul way more weapons and jets than the competition. Good heavens, does the West still trust in their god? Drag their god out here. Ask him if he can tank a shot from a Huaxia carrier without getting absolutely wrecked. Wait, you said just now this thing is ready to launch. Is that for real? Chief I's blood was boiling with the memory of the humiliation Hoa Ha suffered at the hands of the British. If this carrier could hit the water right now, they could rush to Bay 34 and deliver a devastating first strike. Lam Ham gave a sharp, confident nod. Consider it done, no problem at all. Chief I. Lam Ham's voice was steady. You want the carrier at Bay 34 to force the British to release our cargo ship, the Kim Ha, don't you? Shock painted the chief's face. How did you know that? But before Lam Ham could speak, General Vuong jumped in with a massive grin. Before you even showed up, this kid already called it. We need to speed-run this carrier assembly. The British Empire is getting way too cocky these days. If the tiger doesn't roar, they treat us like sick kittens. Flexing their muscles in the first island chain and holding our ship hostage for zero reason, not on our watch. If we don't clap back now, they'll just keep pushing their luck until we have nothing left. This kid is exactly on my wavelength. Chief I looked at Lam Ham like he was looking at a pile of gold. This 12-year-old was way sharper than those book-smart PhD students back at the lab. Good, excellent, Chief I was beaming like a proud grandpa. The carrier is ready to splash down. Everyone get to the deck double time. But as the metal titan slipped into the ocean, Lam Ham looked up and his eyes lost their childish spark. A shadow of deep sorrow far too heavy for his age clouded his gaze. A dark memory from a past life resurfaced. In a parallel world, this exact nightmare had played out before. The British had cut the GPS feed, leaving our boys blind and helpless in the open sea. The Kim Ha held on for 43 agonizing days. But eventually, the pantry went empty. The crew had eaten every scrap of food. 17 souls starved to death. Only 3 survived that living hell. And those monsters didn't let anyone from Hoa Ha get close to save them. It was a stain on the nation's honor, a scar on Lam Ham's heart that never healed, burning with shame and rage. But now, in this new timeline, fate had dealt him a second hand. Lam Ham clenched his fists. He wouldn't let the British disrespect Hoa Ha again. History was about to be rewritten. We have the carrier. We have the leverage to go toe-to-toe with the British. But now that we have this beast, what do we call it? Chief I paced back and forth, hands behind his back. His face scrunched up in serious thought. He looked at the carrier like a father holding his newborn son. He needed a name that screamed absolute power and authority. How about Kulong? The proud dragon enters the sea that sounds legendary, General Vuong suggested excitedly. Chief I rubbed his chin, then shook his head. No good. There can only be one dragon in the sea. We're building a whole fleet here. That name is too small for our ambition? Kulong is too limited. The group fell back into deep thought. Suddenly a light bulb went off in Lam Ham's head. If we want a massive fleet, why not name them after our provinces? This hull was salvaged from Russia and rebuilt in Pongtian province. So let's christen her the carrier Pongtian. That's it. That's the one. The crowd erupted in applause. We can use major cities and special administrative zones for the rest. Hoa Ha has 34 provinces. Imagine 34 carriers dominating the ocean. If the British Navy tries to peek at us, then they'll catch these hands immediately. But a carrier is just a floating airport without its birds. It needs fighter jets to unleash its full potential. General Vuong slapped his chest confidently. Don't sweat it, kid. I was 2 steps ahead. I've had pilots training on MiG-29Ks for 2 years, just for this moment. Their skills are razor sharp now. And those Russian MiGs, they're beasts at low speeds, literally born for carrier landings. Hearing the general break it down, Chief Ai finally relaxed. Our brothers on the Kim Ha have suffered enough. I'm sending the report upstairs right now. Let our first carrier set sail. It's time to tell the world that the days of bullying Hua Ha are over. We are not to be messed with. Sunlight danced on the waves, reflecting off the steel bow of the Pung Thien. Yet amidst the celebration, Lam Ham let out a heavy sigh. General Vuong caught the mood shift. He frowned, walking over. The ship is done. Victory is ours. Why the long face? Is this the burden of a true genius? Even at the peak of glory, is he still finding flaws? What's on your mind? Why the sigh? Lam Ham had heard every word about the jets and it bothered him. Our military tech is still playing catch-up. We don't even have our own fighters. We're relying on imported Russian toys like the MiG-29K. It's barely acceptable. Lam Ham dropped the hard truth without hesitation. Sure, the MiGs work, but they just work. Against the British Royal Navy, they don't stand a chance. General Vuong's eyes widened as the realization hit him. Wait, don't tell me you want to build a fighter jet. Lam Ham looked up, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Why not? Is it impossible? General Vuong froze. A carrier is one thing, but a jet, that's a whole different beast. Is there anything this kid can't do? Can he actually build a combat aircraft from scratch? This was getting insane. A 12-year-old building a carrier? That's already science fiction. Tell that to a stranger on the street and they'd check you into a psych ward. God only knows what he's planning next. But a carrier-based fighter jet. The game is about to change forever. Wang Xiaoshan was vibrating with so much hype, he had to swallow a scream. The sheer adrenaline had him dropping F-bombs in his soul. But right now, the Golden River cargo ship was being held hostage and it needed a serious rescue squad. Sending in the Fenchen aircraft carrier was the ultimate power move to flex on those enemies. Lin Han's fighter jets were not exactly something you could whip up in a microwave overnight. That tech was even harder to craft than the carrier itself. After hitting up his superiors, Professor Ai Tai, Jun marched straight to the big boss. After dropping the specs on the carrier, the room went dead silent. Professor Ai, are you pitching us a sci-fi movie script or something? IT Jun nearly coughed up blood from pure frustration. This is no cap. It is 100% real, and we have already built the beast. Remember that rusty old hull we were fixing up 2 years of grinding, and we have successfully evolved it into a monster? We are talking a level 15 nuclear power system pushing 150,000 tons, fully loaded with MiG-29K fighters. Check out these receipts. This is the Fengtian carrier hitting the water, ready to unleash a tsunami of justice. Professor Ai slapped the hard data and visuals right in front of the Supreme Leader and the brass. When the big boss saw the stats, his jaw practically hit the floor. The shock was written all over his face. 6 months ago, I inspected the site, and it was a ghost town. You're telling me you maxed out the upgrades in just half a year. Professor Ai nodded aggressively, giving all props to Lin Han. Hearing that name, the leader grinned like a proud dad. That kid is a national treasure. I need to meet this genius personally. This carrier hitting the ocean is like a divine dragon returning to the sea. It is a total game changer. Does this beast have a name yet? Professor Ai jumped in fast. Oh, you bet! We have already locked it in. The leader caught this vibe immediately and nodded with a savage smile. Good. Great name. The British have been pushing us around for too long. Let's use this hostage situation to slap the British with a reality check. Deploy the Fengtian to international waters and show them who is really boss. The shiny new steel Leviathan sliced through the giant waves, charging straight toward the open ocean like a predator. Navy Captain Zhang Ti-ha was at the helm. Standing on the flight deck looking out at the endless blue, his chest swelled with insane pride. Hell yeah! Our nation finally has a carrier, and not just a toy, but a 150,000-ton fortress. Even those famous Nimitz-class carriers would have to bow down and call this thing daddy. Under a blood-red sunset, a British cruiser was lurking near the border. The crew was chilling, grilling steaks on deck, living their best life. Hey, didn't they claim they would build a carrier in 2 years? Yeah, right. We held that cargo ship just to score them. Those rookies need to learn that the British Navy is still the king of this blue marble. Suddenly, the massive 150,000-ton beast came tearing through the water, the crimson national flag snapping violently in the wind. Captain Zhang gripped his binoculars until his knuckles turned white, locking his sights on the enemy cruiser. Look at those shameless British clowns lurking around our front door like they own the place. Vice Captain, execute the tail whip maneuver. Let's give those grandkids a mouthful of salty ocean water. The Vice Captain barked orders to the crew. Engines roared to max power as the behemoth charged straight at the British cruiser. The British radar started screaming. A massive signal appeared. Something huge is coming at us, probably just one of their fishing boats. The British captain scoffed, crossing his arms. Why are you panicking? Have you never seen a boat before, you cowards? I'm staying right here. Let's see if they have the guts to touch a single hair on my head. Besides, Major Quiz is watching. Quiz glared at his men. Get me a cigar. I want to enjoy the show. But before he could light up a wave taller than a skyscraper blotted out the sun. Holy sh... He couldn't even finish his sentence before he nearly wet himself in terror. The wave was a literal titan swallowing the sky and roaring like a demon. Turn the ship around! Move, move, move! That is not a ship, that is a sea monster. It has to weigh over 100,000 tons to make a wake like that. A ship that big from that country, heavier than a Nimitz Impossible. There is only one explanation, Major. The wave is too fast. We can't outrun it. Sir, get inside the cabin now. Quiz scrambled across the deck like a headless chicken. But the freezing ocean water was already crashing down. Bam, the mega tsunami slammed into the cruiser with the force of a god's hammer hitting an anvil. The metal screamed in agony. The radar and sonar arrays were instantly twisted into modern art scrap metal. Quiz was tossed like a rag doll choking on gallons of salt water. Cuff, cuff, what the f... Suddenly a piece of broken radar equipment fell from the sky and bullseye it struck right in Quiz's sensitive backdoor area. Direct hit. The vice captain hiding nearby witnessed the tragic event. He clutched his own cheeks in phantom pain and hissed. Once the chaos settled, he dragged Quiz inside. Major, you good. Quiz was paralyzed, feeling a burning fire in his rear end. He was literally butthurt as he clenched his cheeks and screamed, "Did you guys see that kaiju or what?" Just seconds ago, a rogue wave hit us like a rampant beast, shaking this cruiser like a cheap toy. Who has time to play hide and seek with a sea monster right now? The ocean is throwing a tantrum. Wave after wave is stacking up and visibility is absolute zero. I can't see Jack's squat sonata. Wait, Major, I think I saw something. The scout stepped up, wiping debris off his face with dead serious eyes. It looked like an aircraft carrier, but massive, bigger than our Nimitz-class ships. Cap, Major Quiz side-eyed him hard. Stop yapping nonsense. A carrier that big can't move like a Ferrari. How does it just vanish in 10 minutes? But I swear on my life, I saw a massive steel shadow drift past us. The scout mumbled, but the vice captain narrowed his eyes, inhaling sharp ozone. Could it be a sea beast? Was that steel shadow actually its scales or armor? Otherwise, how do you explain a gigaton object just spawning out of nowhere? Heads up, incoming. Massive waves 70, 80 feet high are crashing down like the hammer of God. After tanking a dozen heavy hits, the British cruiser finally gave up the ghost. Snap. It cracked right down the middle and shattered like glass. Sunset bled into night. Darkness swallowed the sea, broken only by a lonely spotlight beam sweeping over floating debris. A man clung to a plank for dear life, his hair matted with salty, sticky seawater. Help, somebody. The vice captain pulled up in a raggedy rubber dinghy. The night sea was freezing, turning the survivors into shivering popsicles in the wind. Major Quiz, is that you? Quiz gasped through pale lips trembling like a leaf. Don't ask stupid questions. Just drag my butt up there. The news that a monster sank a British cruiser spread faster than a viral TikTok to the Vice Minister of the Navy. He roared in disbelief. Monster! What is this, a fantasy novel? You bunch of losers probably crashed into a Huaxia warship and made up a story to cover your embarrassment. His assistant Little Four nervously piped up, Sir, some rumors say they saw a Huaxia aircraft carrier. Unknown if true. The Vice Minister let out a dry laugh. Even more ridiculous. Huaxia are building a carrier that can sink a cruiser? If they have a ship like that, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair in the toilet. Meanwhile, in the dark, a steel leviathan was tearing through the waves toward international waters. Zhang Tiehan and the crew were hyping each other up. 2 hours ago, they literally drifted the Fengtian carrier toward the British cruiser like they were in Tokyo Drift. One epic tail whip maneuver and boom, the displacement waves smashed straight into that cruiser. When a 150,000-ton carrier drifts its tail, a tiny cruiser stands zero chance. They could only watch in horror as the tsunami swallowed them whole. The satisfaction was off the charts. The British will take that mystery to the grave. How on earth does an aircraft carrier drift to create a tidal wave? Zhang Tiehan stared at this steel beast with pure adrenaline in his eyes. Thanks to the nuclear drive and emergency power override, this colossal fortress pulled off the legendary drifter move. Next stop, international waters. Time to unsheathe the sword. Zhang Tiehan's eyes gleamed with the cold sharpness of steel. The British had forcibly detained a Huaxia cargo ship. That level of disrespect absolutely cancelled. This trip was about delivering divine punishment. Since the cruiser sank, the situation just leveled up from a minor incident to a global crisis. Every news outlet on the planet broke the story. British cruiser CGM-9 sunk by massive waves near the East Sea border. Reports state Major Quiz, the captain, claims to have witnessed a sea monster. Other leaks suggest a Huaxia aircraft carrier was involved. A Huaxia carrier? Hilarious. The British officer guarding the hostages scoffed. He glanced at the news and smirked. Huaxia building a functional carrier. Yeah, right, and pigs might fly. He turned to Captain Trieu Huy, who was being held prisoner, and sneered. Don't get your hopes up. Your country can't build a bathtub, let alone a carrier. A bunch of low-levels like you are only good for our amusement. But suddenly, out on the dark ocean, bright red stars began to shine with blinding intensity. Trieu Huy had real guns pointed at his head, but his spirit was unbreakable. He glared at James. You animals. You just want to suppress and humiliate us. They cut off food and water. Supplies were gone, but these captors had zero intention of letting them go. Just when the whole world doubted Huaxia's tech glowing red lights like a constellation of sea stars pierced the darkness of the international zone. The radar pinged instantly. Major James, unidentified warship approaching fast. It's not one of ours. James frowned, signaling his squad to the chopper. Hit it with the spotlight. The helicopter's floodlights cut through the night. The beam landed perfectly on a massive bright red flag waving proudly atop the island of the Fengtian carrier. The colors were vibrant enough to burn eyes as the light swept across the terrifying silhouette of the warship was revealed. James and his crew gasped so hard they nearly choked. It felt like their skulls were being pried open. Blood rushed to their heads in pure, unadulterated shock. Wait, is that a Huaxia aircraft carrier? How is this even possible? Looming in the darkness, the Fengtian carrier silhouette emerged like the Grim Reaper's scythe, ready to drop the hammer on anyone foolish enough to test it. Hovering before the steel titan, the British helicopter looked pitiful. It was like a tiny ant staring up at a colossus. The size difference wasn't just big, it was humiliating. Any jet on that deck could swat them out of the sky like a fly. Commander Zhang Tihan stood on the island bridge, radiating pure dominance. He grabbed the comms, his voice icy. Listen up, British forces. You dare lay a finger on our cargo ship? Just try it and see what happens. Commander Zhang wasn't the type to hold back. He'd been bottling this rage for way too long. Now with a supercarrier watching his back, he could finally let loose. The children of Huaxia have never known the meaning of fear. Worst case scenario, I'll use this entire carrier to teach you a lesson you won't survive. Facing the wrath of a Huaxia soldier. Little Four on the chopper was shaking in his boots. He stammered to Major Ram, "Boss, what's the move? Do we still hold the hostage ship?" Ram gulped, hard sweat forming on his brow. "Quick, get the Vice Minister on the line right now." 3 minutes later, the Vice Minister stared at the photo Ram sent. Under the pale moonlight, the silver sea shimmered. A massive, ghostly silhouette sat immovable on the water, ignoring the raging waves like they were nothing. Caught in the beam of a spotlight, the bright red flag of Huaxia snapped proudly in the wind. The Vice Minister's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He gasped, trembling from head to toe, the phone shaking in his grip like a leaf. Even through the gloom of night, the sheer volume of that carrier wasn't just big. It was monstrously, impossibly huge. "Sir, what are your orders?" Ram asked nervously. "Why are you panicking, you idiot?" "That Huaxia carrier is just a paper tiger. It's a pile of junk running on conventional fuel. It can't even compare to our glorious nuclear-powered Nimitz class." Comforted by the boss's words, James and the crew calmed down. "Yeah, it's just a conventional engine boat, right? What's there to be scared of? Learn your place. The Nimitz is a 100,000-ton beast, the apex predator of Blue Star. Ignore the Huaxia Navy's taunts. Just land on the cargo ship." Gamer ordered his subordinates to lock down Suda Hai and the crew. After waiting way too long with no reply, Zhang Tihan issued a final ultimatum. Get off the Jinyi cargo ship before dawn, or face the consequences. Everyone needed rest for the night, but the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. With the Fengtian carrier parked right there, the British forces didn't dare make a wrong move. But inside their camp, chaos was brewing. Did Huaxia actually build a carrier? Gamer looked like he was about to lose it. The Vice Minister slammed his fist on the table. "We still have one night tomorrow our Nimitz carrier arrives. What are you scared of?" Hearing the commander's guarantee, the heavy stone in Ram's heart finally lifted. "True, we have the Nimitz. Why are we tripping? No matter how strong Huaxia's ship looks, can it beat the Nimitz? How long have they even been studying carriers? A few years, please?" Ram slept like a baby. The next day, the morning sun kissed the sea, illuminating the Huaxia flag, still waving defiantly. The British forces froze in their tracks. The Nimitz had arrived, but it was completely overshadowed by a titan even larger than itself. That massive ship was flying the red Huaxia flag. "Hey, the Huaxia carrier is a whole size class bigger than our Nimitz, James. Why didn't you tell me this?" James held the phone, feeling like the sky was collapsing on his head. She rubbed her eyes and rushed out of the cabin only to see a steel monster anchored nearby. Beside it, the British Nimitz looked cute. Parked side by side, the comparison was brutal. The Nimitz looked like the Huaxia carrier's grandchild. That steel beast remained shockingly stable amidst the crashing waves. Even the Nimitz was bobbing up and down, but the Huaxia carrier rock solid. It was like a steel continent frozen on the sea. It was too dark last night, I didn't know. Who could have guessed Huaxia built something this massive? This thing has to be over 100,000 tons easily. The Nimitz captain gritted his teeth. "Impossible. That's over 150,000 tons. Our carrier is barely a third-rate player next to that." Ram whispered weakly. But the commander said it was just a paper tiger. He said they lack power. "Let's show them up. We'll do a drift maneuver right in front of Huaxia to prove that size isn't everything." That's a brilliant plan. Suddenly, the Nimitz roared to life. The nuclear propulsion system went full throttle, executing a sharp turn to splash waves right at the Fengtian carrier. It cut through the water at 30 knots. That's about 55 kilometers per hour. Honestly, not much faster than an e-bike. The waves it created, like a toddler splashing in a bathtub. Less than 200,000 horsepower. That's all you got. The Nimitz captain thought he successfully flexed the might of the British Navy. But in Commander Zhang's eyes, it was a comedy show. After taking command of this beast, he had memorized every single spec. Facing a Nimitz-class carrier, he didn't just have confidence, he had absolute certainty. The old man rolled up his sleeves, stomped his foot on the engine console like a boss, and grinned at the vice captain behind him. "Watch this, you disrespectful punks. I'm about to show you the legendary Divine Dragon Tail Whip. The vice captain smirked and shouted, "You got it full throttle in 30 seconds, horsepower climbing. We're hitting 600,000, countdown 3, 2, 1. Captain Zhang, the captain slammed the throttle forward. Who cares about 5th generation fighters? Everyone back off. The underwater current started churning like a washing machine from hell. 3 massive engine systems roared to life simultaneously, pushing the thrust to the absolute limit. 600,000 horsepower forced this 150,000-ton steel kaiju to spin on a dime. Giant waves crashed over 10 stories high. The blue sky and the raging ocean seemed to smash into one chaotic painting. Everyone looked up paralyzed as the endless wall of water roared toward them like a starving beast, opening its maw. In a heartbeat, the Fengtian carrier tore through the massive waves at a mind-blowing 80 knots, shredding the ocean like paper before finally stopping miles away. She aimed the super-grade telescope right at the British NMIT carrier, trying to catch them lacking. She wanted to see their jaws drop when they saw a carrier moving that fast. She couldn't see their faces clearly, but she didn't need a degree to guess the vibe over there. Total system crash in their brains. The captain of the Nimitz-class ship stood there in the control room, jaw on the floor, absolutely speechless. She whispered to the surveillance guy next to her, "Yo, check the stats. How many knots is that Chinese carrier pulling?" The guy swallowed hard, stuttering like a broken record. This is a glitch in the Matrix. It's too wild. Get me a line to the boss stat." James was already shaking in his boots, terrified by that tsunami-sized wave that just rolled through, leaving them drifting helplessly. Wasn't this the same sea monster cruiser and the boys ran into earlier? It all made sense now. The radio buzzed. What was he supposed to do? "Don't ask me who am I supposed to ask," the other side yelled back. The brass upstairs was even more furious than she was. He originally wanted to pull up in his super cool domineering Nimitz carrier and flex on everyone, teaching China a lesson about real power. But instead, he got absolutely schoolyarded by China, slapped in the face by a carrier with way more horsepower than his own toy boat. Since when did China's tech tree level up this fast? Are they using cheat codes? James rolled his eyes. Wait, the jet fighter competition? That's it. Our F-35 fighters are 5th generation beasts. They'll definitely blind these guys with pure awesomeness. The Nimitz-class carrier had just upgraded its loadout. The F-35 was the shiny new toy of the British fleet. Let's be real, a carrier is just a floating parking lot. The real muscle is the fighter jets parked on top. After that little reminder from his crew, the Nimitz captain's brain finally rebooted. "You're right. Why didn't I think of that? Send the order, launch the entire fleet. All 90 F-35 fighters in the air now. China wants a duel. Let's dance in the sky then." The Nimitz was maxed out with 90 combat-ready jets. The elevators on both sides of the ship started pumping out planes like a factory line one every 30 seconds, lifting them to the flight deck. The pilots were locked and loaded steam catapults, hissing ready to yeet these birds into action. One by one, the steel falcons screamed into the blue sky. The sun was high and the heat was on. Captain Zhang saw the swarm and his heart skipped a beat. Crap, we might actually get clapped here. I was having too much fun drifting and almost forgot the main event. But thinking it over, sure, their shipborne jets weren't as fancy as the British 5th gens, but they could absolutely crush them with numbers. The vice captain whispered, "They're still provoking us, sir. Do we accept the challenge?" Captain Zhang slapped his thigh hard. "Hell yes, we accept. Back in the day during the war, we didn't have the fancy toys either. We beat the Alliance with pure guts and overwhelming numbers. I'm going to show them that while our tech might be older, we bring the whole squad. Tell the pilots to suit up. Let's teach them what strength in numbers really means." The vice captain nodded instantly. "You got it!" His blood was boiling with excitement. The Fengtian carrier was packing double the fighter capacity of the enemy. The moment those dense clouds of fighters took to the sky, who cares about 5th generation? Everyone get out of the way. If this is a real brawl, I'll throw 200 My G29Ks at your precious F-35s. Do you have enough ammo to stop the swarm? That's the kind of crazy stuff Chinese soldiers pull off without blinking. Years ago, it was that same iron will that sent wave after wave of those pampered British soldiers running for the hills. I don't care how skilled you are or if you can tank the damage. We'll trade 1 for 1 if we have to. Heck, 2 for 1 is still a win for us. Silence fell over the Fengtian carrier for a moment. James actually thought his fancy 5th-gen jets had scared the Chinese fleet stiff. He started celebrating way too early, screaming, "Awesome China losers! If you're lost, then get lost. Stop embarrassing yourselves." Before the celebration could even start, the runway exploded with action. A swarm of MiG-29Ks screamed into the sky like angry hornets. The Fengtian carrier isn't rocking old-school tech. It's packing an electromagnetic launch system that sends jets flying at god-tier speeds. British steam catapults, please. They launch one bird and have to take a coffee break to cool down. But this electric beast, it has zero chill. It just keeps spamming jets into the air. And don't get me started on the elevators Lin Han modified. That speed is absolutely illegal. 2 elevators hauling war machines to the deck every 10 seconds. That's not engineering. That's pure magic. The MiG-29Ks didn't care about queuing up. They just shot into the clouds, wave after relentless wave. In a heartbeat, 200 fighter jets dominated the airspace. They swarmed the British S-35 squadron like a pack of wolves cornering prey. The captain of the Nimitz carrier went from smug to terrified in record time. Seeing that dense cloud of MiGs, his soul almost left his body. What on earth is this? Since when can a single carrier hold a 200-jet army? This is logically impossible. And those elevators aren't even pausing. They're feeding jets to the sky like a machine gun. Commander Zhang's eyes were bloodshot, glowing with the fury of a demon king. He roared into the comms, "Don't let a single S-35 escape block them all. Crush them." On the other side, the British captain was sweating bullets. "Break formation. Punch a hole through that Chinese blockade now." The sky turned into a massive chaotic arena. 300 jets dancing in a dogfight straight out of a sci-fi blockbuster. Guns blazed in a symphony of destruction. Messer slumped into his chair, watching the screens with a shiver running down his spine. All this for one cargo ship, are you kidding me? Is it really that deep? These people are way too stubborn. They're actually ready to go to war over this. Surround them. But the S-35 is a fifth-generation beast for a reason. It hit Mach 2, instantly flexing its superior engine power. The MiG-29K might be a solid Russian classic, but against the S-35, it's like bringing a knife to a nuke fight. The speed gap was just too wide. Suddenly, a British ace pilot pulled a pro-gamer move. With god-tier maneuvering, he sliced right through the MiG encirclement, seeing an opening 7 or 8 other jets hit the afterburners and followed him out. Commander Zhang saw the breach and his face went pale. Despair shot from his boots to his brain. They were getting away. Is it over? Did we lose? But then, boom, sonic boom shattered the atmosphere. A new challenger approaches sleek jets with duck-wing designs bearing the red flag swooped in like falcons. They blew past the S-35s and chased down the escapees instantly. Their speed, it made the S-35 look like it was flying in slow motion. That's our Air Force. You think you can bully us and just walk away? Not today, fam. Flashback time. When Lin Han unlocked the carrier tech, the system threw in a sweet bonus. Full blueprints for 5th-generation fighters. While everyone was distracted fixing the boat, a secret R&D division was cooking up these monsters in the shadows. The goal? To make sure China's first carrier wasn't just a floating airport, but a floating fortress of doom. You can't have a legendary bow without legendary arrows, right? Time was tight, so they only built 12. But let's be real, 12 of these bad boys are enough to give the entire British Navy nightmares. Knowing the British was sending their carrier, Lin Han had dragged Wang Xiaoshan to the secret lab earlier. Wang looked totally confused. "Nephew, why are we here? Isn't this the fighter jet workshop? Everyone is busy welding the carrier. Why bring me to an empty building?" Lin Han just gave him a mysterious smile. "Uncle Wang, we built the launcher, now we need the missiles. I'm here to give you the ultimate weapon." Wang's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. He stared at Lin Han in shock. "Wait, the jets you mentioned before you actually did it?" Lin Han nodded. "Bet on it." He pushed the heavy hangar doors open. Bam, Sam. 12 brand new beasts sat there in the dark. The cold steel glinted menacingly. 5th-generation fighters shining in silver-grey glory. Holy mother of... Wang felt like he was staring at a pile of gold. Lin Han tossed him a booklet like it was nothing. "Here's the user manual. Have the pilot skim it. It's pretty plug and play." "I designed the UI to be idiot-proof." Wang opened the manual and his heart started racing like a drum solo. This is 5th gen. Are you kidding me? This specs sheet is practically 6th generation. Plasma optical stealth multi-spectrum radar cloaking and a top speed of Mach 2.5. Kid, you aren't building jets. You're building meteors that can shoot missiles. So this is what you meant by multi-role fighter. And these are carrier-based. It defies physics. Uncle Wang looked like a squirrel caught in headlights, eyes darting everywhere. Lin Han just shrugged. "Short notice, so only 12. Hope they come in clutch." I dubbed these bad boys the J-35s, specifically designed to eat those British F-35s for breakfast. What do you think, Uncle? I was kinda rushed, so I only whipped up a dirty dozen of them. If professional aircraft designers heard this casual flex, they'd probably shave their heads and become monks out of pure shame. General Wang took a breath deep enough to suck in the whole room before immediately reporting to Director I. At first, Director I thought it was a prank, but one look at the specs and he almost fell to his knees in worship of these 12 mechanical beasts. The user manual left him buffering like a laggy video for a solid minute. Absolute genius. With a payload like this, calling it a bomber wouldn't even be an exaggeration. And the low-speed handling is god tier. We need to scramble these jets and give Commander Zhang full control, ASAP. Director I immediately hit up the Naval High Command to drop the bombshell news. Moments later, 12 shiny new mechanical predators streaked toward the international waters 2,000 clicks away. Whoosh Unit 1, calling the Phoenix carrier. The J-35s have arrived and are ready to rock. Commander Zhang froze when he heard the comms. "Wait, what? Since when did we have fighter jets that cool?" Oh my god, talk about divine intervention. It's like finding a heater in the middle of a blizzard. The lead pilot of the J-35 chuckled. "We're here to back you up, boss. Want us to encircle those hostiles." Zhang's eyes lit up like lasers. "Good, excellent smash. Those British bucketheads, don't let a single one escape." "Roger that." The pilot pulled up, blasting past the fleeing F-35s like they were standing still. The 12 metal birds surged forward, cutting off the British naval jets instantly. Those puny F-35s tried to dip, but there was nowhere left to run. The remaining 200 MiG-29Ks closed the net. It was checkmate. Panic mode activated for the British. The Nimitz captain saw his 90 jets trapped and spiked his hat on the deck in pure rage. Damn it, since when did they unlock tech that makes our F-35s look like toys? James watched his squad get schooled and knew it was over. The sleeping dragon had finally revealed its claws. The winner was clear. Commander Zhang, pumped with adrenaline, ordered the fleet to return home. In a flash, the skies cleared up and the 12 J-35s landed smoothly on the Phoenix deck. Now it was Commander Zhang's turn to flex. He stood on the tower, grabbed the mic, and blasted his voice across the ocean. "Release our cargo ship immediately. The game is up. We checked, and there is no dangerous chemicals. If you don't scramble now, you'll regret it." His voice boomed over the waves, sounding like a legendary war god laying down the law. The British carrier had been completely outplayed. Their pride was shattered into a million pieces. They wanted to hit us with a sucker punch, but got slapped in the face instead. "Stay any longer, and we'll verbally kick your asses all the way back to London." Ramses was shaking in his boots. Commander Zhang smirked. "You guys like humiliating people, right? Well, we have class. Attention pilots, roll out the red carpet and escort these British cattle out of here." The British carrier turned around and did the ultimate walk of shame. As Ramses tried to fly his chopper home, 2 J-35s and a dozen MiGs formed a mocking honor guard. "Hey, British brat, your daddy is here to walk you to the door." Talk about a power move. Ramses was so shook he almost snapped his helicopter's joystick. His reputation was officially toast. He didn't dare say a single word back. The British left with nothing but trouble while Captain Tow and his crew were finally free. Stepping onto the deck, they stared up at the massive Phoenix carrier in total awe. Holy cow, our homegrown carrier is an absolute beast. The Golden River cargo ship could finally sail on. The crew threw a massive party as the red flag fluttered proudly against the vast ocean backdrop. The bloodless war was over, but the legend of the Phantom carrier spread like wildfire. Even the top brass were confused. "Wait, when did we launch a carrier? Why wasn't I invited? Where'd the steel come from? What are the engine specs?" Experts from every field were blowing up Director I's phone, but everyone else got left on red. Professor Fang Zheng from the Institute of Material Science and Director Zhao of the Marine Engineering Institute were raising absolute hell demanding to see the ship immediately. They didn't just want a tour. They were desperate to study the advanced tech secrets hidden inside that mechanical beast. Since these two titans were tight with General I, there was no way to politely curve them without causing a scene. So General I passed the headache to Wang, telling him, "Good luck, buddy, take these legends to find Lin, hey." But when they stormed into Wang's office, the poor guy looked like he swallowed a lemon. He poured some tea and dropped the bomb. "Gentlemen, your timing is terrible. Our chief designer isn't here. He's at school." The two experts frowned in confusion. "School? You mean he's giving a lecture?" "Wow, such dedication. Which Ivy League university is he teaching at? Is it a secret research facility?" "University." Wang laughed nervously, waving his hands. "Bro, he's in 6th grade. He's currently sitting in class at elementary school number 1. Say what you mean to tell me. The hero of the nation is currently getting a timeout in the corner. Turns out our boy Lin, he got dragged back to class by his homeroom teacher because finals are just 2 months away. It's life or death, folks. If he flunks, he won't get into a top-tier middle school. The academic pressure in this city is no joke. Inside the classroom, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone was studying like their lives depended on it, except for the teacher's laser focus on one specific student. Because Lin, he was practically drooling on his desk. Whoosh! A piece of chalk flew like a sniper bullet. The teacher roared, "Don't get cocky just because you lucked into first place last time. Who knows what kind of cheat codes or black magic you used to get that score? Listen up, this final exam is the real deal. Do you understand the gravity of the situation? Top schools don't just look at one test, they check your history to catch scammers like you. With your trash grades from before, they're going to think your sudden success is totally fake and you're still sleeping." The surrounding NPCs started giggling. "He cheats once and thinks he's the main character, please. Just wait for the strict proctors at finals. He's finished." The top students were especially salty that a bottom feeder had dared to surpass them. "Lin," he rubbed his eyes. He wasn't lazy. He was exhausted from, building super ships for the government. But the teacher wasn't hearing it. She fired up the projector. "Wake up, everyone. Time for some patriotism. Something massive happened in our country recently. I'm sure you've all heard the rumors. Watch this news clip closely. This is what true greatness looks like. This is what you should aspire to be." The screen lit up, showing a reporter standing next to the legendary aircraft carrier, the Phoenix Sky. Even though the camera could only capture a fraction of it, the sheer aura of the vessel was suffocatingly majestic. The reporter was practically hyperventilating with excitement, rattling off stats. The teacher puffed out her chest like she built it herself. "Well, class, is it magnificent or what?" The students shouted in unison. "It's awesome. Study hard, and maybe you can build something like this too." "Yes, ma'am." The class roared, but Lin, he stayed silent. The teacher's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Lin, you're too cool to answer. Don't you think it's impressive?" "Hummy, Lin." He blinked, startled. "I mean, it's cool, but we could definitely build it bigger." Bigger. The teacher launched into lecture mode. "You think building carriers is like playing with Lego bricks? Look at the British Empire. Even their tech only manages 100,000 tons. Our first try is already 150,000 tons, and you're calling it small. You ignorant little brat." She glared at him furiously. "Look at those curves. Look at that hydrodynamic perfection. It's art. The designer behind this is an absolute genius sent from the heavens." Lin, he muttered weakly, "Nah, not a genius. Just a guy with a bit of extra luck." The teacher's eyes bulged out. Did you just insult the great designer? Lin He gave an awkward smile. Sorry, teacher, I was just talking to myself. Talking to yourself? You're disrespecting a national hero. If you weren't a kid, I'd drag you to the police station for slander. Who raised you? She was fuming. You are rotten to the core. Lin He, insulting the pillar of our nation is nothing sacred to you. Get out, go stand in the hallway and stare at the wall. Now, Lin He felt so wronged. He gets punished for being humble about his own invention. Talk about suffering from success. But the boss lady had spoken. He dragged his feet into the hallway. It was dead silent out there. Facing the cold wall, gravity took over. Man, I'm beat! And just like that, he dozed off standing up. Suddenly, the principal came rushing down the hall with Professor Fang and Director Zhao. They glanced at the sleeping kid, totally unaware they were looking at a legend. Every classroom is a jungle, always packed with a few wild monkeys causing trouble. Fang Zheng and Zhao Fenglai chuckled, vibing with the chaotic energy. Classic. Boys will be boys. We were all young and reckless once, right? Suddenly, the door swung open. Miss Lu froze like a deer in headlights. It was the principal. She scrambled over. Sir, what brings you here? Come in, come in. The big boss walked in, flanking two mysterious VIPs. Seeing the news playing on the screen, Hai Long nodded approvingly. Good. Excellent work. A man's duty is to his country. From family drama to global domination, you need to stay informed about everything. You kids are the future kings and queens of Huaxia. You need to keep your eyes on the prize and watch our nation rise. Small talk over. The principal dropped the bomb. Miss Lu, meet Professor Fang, the top dog at the Huaxia Material Science Institute. Miss Lu's jaw nearly hit the floor. Professor Fang. He's a national treasure. Why is a legend like him visiting their dusty little elementary school? Miss Lu frantically wiped her sweaty palms on her pants and bowed low, offering a two-handed handshake. It is an honor, sir. But wait, there's more. The principal introduced the next heavy hitter. And this is the Dean of Marine Engineering at the University of Science and Technology, Mr. Zhao Holy Cao. That place is the legendary cradle of warship engineers. It's the Ivy League of destruction. What on earth are two titans of industry doing in this humble classroom? Is my class becoming a special experiment zone? Miss Lu's heart raced. She thought her big break had finally arrived. I'm so lucky to work with you, she beamed. The principal frowned. Fang and Zhao looked at her like she grew a second head. Miss Lu sensed the vibe shift immediately. Oops, did she read the room wrong? The principal cut the chase. We're here for Lin Han. Where is he? I didn't see him at his desk. Miss Lu's brain short-circuited. Ice water flushed through her veins. These national heroes came specifically for Lin Han. The class erupted. Gossip exploded like a coop of angry chickens. Miss Lu glared them into submission with her laser eyes. Dead silence returned. Where is Lin Han? The VIPs pressed. Miss Lu laughed nervously, sweating buckets. I made him stand in the hallway, facing the wall. Say what Fang and Zhao's hair practically stood on end. After hearing about Lin Han's god-tier achievements from Wang Xiaoshan, they came to worship the genius, not see him punished. They came to beg for knowledge, but the Grandmaster is serving detention. The principal face-palmed. OMG, that kid I saw outside was him. Get a blanket. Don't let the golden child catch a cold. The trio sprinted out like the building was on fire. Once the door clicked shut, the class went back to chaotic screeching. Everyone was losing their minds. How does Lin Han have that much clout? Why are literal giants bowing down to him? Outside, Lin Han was leaned against the wall, snoring like a chainsaw. Was the kid really that exhausted? Miss Lu mumbled, Is he really that tired? Big mistake. That comment lit the fuse on Fang and Zhao's dynamite temper. Is he tired? They roared. Why don't we ship you off to build a 150,000-ton aircraft carrier for a few months? Let's see if you survive. Miss Lu froze. Carrier. Did they say aircraft carrier? Fang and Zhao glared daggers. You think the Jinhe cargo ship escaped the British by luck? That was all Lin Han? Our nation's dignity rests on his shoulders. He's drained because he burned his life force to light up the future for everyone. You watch the news, you feel the pride of a rising superpower, right? That's thanks to Lin Han's carrier lifting us up and you punished him. Miss Lu felt like she was in a fever dream. She pinched her arm hard. Ouch! The class stared as she suddenly shrieked in pain. It wasn't a dream, panic set in. I'll wake him up, she cried. But before she could move, Fang and Zhao blocked her path like bodyguards. Stop! Don't you dare touch him. Let our hero rest. He's wiped out. Get a folding bed. Get a duvet. It's freezing out here. Bundle him up like a burrito. Moments later, Lin Han was snoozing on a luxe folding bed wrapped in silk. Maximum comfort achieved. He was in a coma sleep. Principal, they whispered, when he wakes up, we need to talk. The principal blinked. Talk about what? What is there to discuss? Zhao grinned like a Cheshire cat. Obviously, taking him to the university, I'm processing his graduation right now. Fang jumped in. And after he graduates, my institute is hiring him immediately. Excuse me, is this real life? Direct entry to the top university instant job security at a national institute. If Lin Han gets fast-tracked like that, the principal's reputation goes to the moon. His face wasn't just beaming. He turned into a walking, talking 100,000-watt lighthouse. The principals from the other elementary schools were out there flexing, bragging about how many of their kids made it into the city's top-tier middle schools or the province's elite academies. But Principal Bai Haoming just pounded his chest with pride and declared, "Our star student, Lin Han, hasn't even graduated yet. He's already been scouted by a top university directly. We're talking about the cream of the crop in Huaxia. Who can possibly compete with that?" Just thinking about it made Bai feel like Lin Han was an actual deity walking among mortals. "Miss Liu, quick, get another blanket for our precious genius. We can't let him catch a cold." Miss Liu nodded frantically. If Lin Han actually skipped grades straight to university, it would be the ultimate legendary achievement for their entire school. And as his homeroom teacher, she might just get voted the greatest educator of the entire century. At that point, becoming famous would be inevitable. Just then, the school bell rang, and the elementary students stampeded out like a herd of wild horses. But when they saw Lin Han fast asleep in the hallway, guarded by the principal and other big shots like a national treasure, their jaws hit the floor. They got goosebumps just looking at the scene. They couldn't help but sigh. Now, that is how a real boss goes to school. He wanted a bed, he got a bed. He wanted blankets, he got blankets. Talk about living the dream with maxed out stats. When Lin Han finally woke up, he found 3 or 4 grown men staring him down. Lin Han jumped. "Who are you guys?" Through his sleepy haze, he saw the blanket sliding off and realized no wonder that nap felt so luxurious. As Lin Han rubbed the sleep from his eyes, the adults let out awkward chuckles. In that moment, they all thought the little genius looked kind of adorable. After all, he was burning the midnight oil for the sake of Huaxia. So what if he took a little nap in the school hallway? Principal Bai introduced Fang Zheng and Zhao Fenglai. The 2 experts rushed to shake Lin Han's hand, beaming with the pride of old masters witnessing a young hero rise. The phrase, "heroes are born young," had never been more accurate. "Professor Lin, we were just telling Principal Bai that we want to recruit you directly into the Huaxia University of Science and Technology, specifically the Institute of Communication and Ocean Engineering. Furthermore, we have several technical problems we're desperate to ask you about. Would you have some time to spare?" Even though Principal Bai and Miss Liu tried to keep poker faces, their hearts were doing backflips inside their chests. They held their breath, waiting for Lin Han to say yes. But Lin Han thought it over carefully. His mind could handle university easily, but his body was still a kid's. It would be inconvenient. For the sake of a healthy childhood, he should take it one step at a time. "Forget it," he thought. "If I go to college at this age, I won't even be able to get a girlfriend. I'd be a lonely single dog, watching everyone else date. I'd die of jealousy." His refusal stunned everyone into silence. Is this kid really only 12? His mindset is way too mature for his age, man. It was true. Lin Han's reasoning was so solid that no one could argue with it. Still, Principal Bai and Miss Liu couldn't hide their disappointment. Lin Han smiled and added, "However, regarding your questions, I'm more than happy to help. Feel free to ask whatever you want." The 2 experts exchanged glances and shook their heads. "It's not convenient to talk here. We have a car ready. Could we invite you to give a lecture at the Ocean Engineering Institute instead? Don't worry about the payment fee. We'll make it worth your while." Lin Han frowned slightly. "I personally don't mind, but final exams are coming up soon." Miss Liu's heart skipped a beat. Oh crap, she thought. Is this brat throwing shade at me? She immediately straightened her posture and declared, with a genius level like student Lin Han, "Getting into a top middle school is a piece of cake. You don't even need to take the final exams." Zhao Fenglai laughed. "That settles it then. Also, the high school affiliated with our university wants to establish a partnership with research institutes. Beijing City really produces talent, and since Professor Lin is from Beijing Primary School number 1, we should set up the partnership right here." This was like a massive pie falling from the sky, pure luck. Principal Bai started grinning like a fool and practically pushed Lin Han out the door. Go, hurry up and go with Dean Zhao. Just don't forget about your old elementary school." Lin Han let out a bitter laugh. The principal really just sold me off like that. 10 minutes later, Principal Bai and Miss Liu were waving handkerchiefs dramatically as the black business car drove away. "Have a safe trip. Come back and visit us often. GPS navigation system initiating. Destination, Huaxia University of Science and Technology Institute of Ocean Engineering. Dean Zhao, do you have a cell phone? I need to call my dad. Since I'm leaving so suddenly, I have to let him know." Zhao Fenglai smiled and handed a brick-sized Nokia to Lin Han. "Go ahead." Lin Han told his dad Lin Guodong about the guest lecture gig, but suddenly the voice of Wang Hashan exploded from the other end, screaming curses at Zhao Fenglai. "Fang Zheng, you snake, how dare you sneakily kidnap the treasure of our technical department? Didn't I warn you people? Get your asses back here, right now." Li Jiangwo chimed in from the background, raging uncontrollably. "You thieves! You scumbags! Bring my son back! I give you 30 minutes. Are you seriously making an elementary school to teach college students?" Laughter erupted inside the car. Zhao Fenglai laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha, Director Wang, chill out. I'm just borrowing Professor Lin for one single class. I promise I'll personally bring him back safe and sound, so don't worry." The trip to North City was barely a stone's throw away from Jiang City. We're talking a quick 2-hour cruise tops. Wang Hashan laid down the law voice, dripping with authority. "You better deliver him to me when the time comes or else." Zhao Fenglai just chuckled, shooting a glance at Lin Han before nodding at the phone. "Roger that, Chief Wang. Loud and clear." Lin Han ended the call. Who knew the big shots were hanging out with his dad? But suddenly, glitch. The GPS signal flatlined. Out of nowhere, the navigation system threw a tantrum right before a fork in the road. And poor Fang Zheng, he's totally lost without his digital crutch. Without the satellites to hold his hand, he panicked and swerved left into the unknown. He shouted, "What the heck? Why'd the screen go black?" Zhao Fenglai frowned. Fang Zheng sighed, looking defeated. "Let me guess. This is the United Kingdom playing dirty again, isn't it? Ever since our aircraft carrier flexed its muscles in international waters, those guys have been spamming the mute button on our GPS satellites." Lin Ham narrowed his eyes. In his past life, he'd tasted this bit of medicine before. Back then, they activated some shady anti-cheat mode scrambling the codes like a hacker in a bad movie. It completely blindsided our navigation systems. They didn't stop there. They blasted jamming signals to fry our reception. Talk about a low-blow tactic, truly bottom of the barrel. The worst part, in the future timeline, during the catastrophic earthquake of the century, just to squeeze us, they pulled the same stunt. Our rescue choppers were flying blind, missing the golden window for saving lives. Thousands of our people paid the ultimate price, all because of their petty games. Lin Ham had already rewritten the aircraft carrier timeline, slapping their arrogance in the face, but history still had that earthquake in the cards. Fate is tricky though. Lin Ham knew the disaster was coming, but the exact ticking of the clock was still a mystery. All he could do was prep his defenses. If only we had our own satellite network, we wouldn't be sitting ducks. Too bad launching a global positioning system is just as insane as building a carrier from scratch. We're talking god-tier difficulty. Hearing the driver's frustration, a light bulb went off in Lin Ham's head. But first, yep, we definitely took a wrong turn. Fang Zheng scratched his head aggressively. That mistake cost them an hour. Then magically, the GPS blinked back on. Totally rigged. It's a nightmare scenario. In a real war, if they cut the feed, our fighter jets would be headless chickens getting played like fools. The vibe in the car got heavy. Everyone started debating the need for independent tech. But aside from heavy size, nobody had a fix. Lin Ham, however, he sat there like a statue deep in thought. He swore an oath in his heart. If we build our own sky eyes, our birds will rule the heavens without bowing to anyone. Just thinking about their smug faces made him shake with rage. Finally, the car pulled up to the Science and Technology University. The hall was packed with the creme de la creme 328 elites from the Communication and Ocean Engineering Institute. Word on the street was the dean snagged the chief designer of the Fengqin carrier. This was a legendary event you couldn't miss. The gossip mill was running hot. How old is this guy? I bet he's got a beard down to his knees, right? I mean, you don't build massive warships without decades of experience and a reputation to match. Even Big Boss Zhao and Fang Zheng grabbed front row seats, looking like eager fanboys ready to take notes. Lin Ham climbed the stage and disappeared. The podium was a fortress hiding everything but his hair. The students craned their necks. Where's the boss? Maybe he's late. Shh, keep it down, the dean is right there. Assuming the guest was just taking a moment, Zhao Fenglai stood up scanning the room. All right, looks like the gang's all here. Let's give a warm welcome to Teacher Lin. Today's session is going to be a little different from your boring textbooks. No PowerPoints, no script. He's here purely to answer your burning questions. Don't waste this golden ticket. The hype intro was done. The legend's name was Lin, but, where was the man himself? The student council president stood up confused. Dean, where is Teacher Lin? Is he ghosting us? Lin Ham could see every face in the crowd, but they couldn't see him. Talk about a short king tragedy. With a sigh, Lin Ham hopped onto the chair to boost his height. Papa Wildchild appeared. The crowd gasped. Whoa, whose kid is that? Hey kiddo, this is a serious lecture. Go find your mommy and daddy, okay? Awkward. Lin Ham cleared his throat with maximum dignity. Fellow students, I am the teacher Lin the dean was talking about. Class is in session. The room went dead silent. Pin drop silence. Then boom, the crowd erupted like a volcano. You're kidding, right? That's Teacher Lin. He looks like he belongs in elementary school. Is he a dwarf or something? No way, look at that baby face. He's literally a child. Zhao Fenglai jumped in for damage control. Listen up. Teacher Lin might be young. Yes, he's in elementary school, but his brain is galaxy brain tier. Ask him anything. Listen up. Time is money, so stop wasting it with all this suspicion. But Dean, be real with us. How do you expect us to buy this? A literal grade schooler is going to answer our PhD level questions. That sounds like total cap. Who would believe that? Exactly no shot. You're telling me the chief designer of an aircraft carrier is this little kid? Kids these days might be smart, but building a carrier with their bare hands, impossible. The crowd was not having it, not one bit. Even when Dean Zhao put his entire reputation on the line, nobody wanted to face the truth. They'd rather believe a rumor that a grey-haired janitor was the secret genius behind the scenes. That was easier to swallow than admitting their worldview was broken, but Lin Han didn't stress it. He knew doubting a child was just human nature. However, Lin Han wasn't just here to flex. He wanted to clear the fog and help level up the next generation of ocean conquerors. Defending the glory of Huaxia wasn't a solo quest for one boy. It wasn't something he could grind out alone. It needed an army. Thousands of scientists grinding in the shadows, dedicating their lives without asking for clout. Fighting until their very last breath for the nation. With the wisdom of a sage, Lin Han spoke calmly. I accept all your doubts. Bring them on. The only way to prove my stats is to answer your questions. So please, don't hold back. Fire away. As soon as he dropped that line, the murmuring died down. The room went silent until the student council president stepped up to the plate. He threw the first curveball. All right, student Lin, I've got a critical issue with warship architecture. When the hull takes damage and the water ceiling breaches, how do you stop the ship from tipping over? Lin Han just smirked. He built a whole carrier. This was tutorial level stuff. That's simple. There are 3 levels to this. He didn't just give a textbook answer. He gave a masterclass that made the textbooks look outdated. First, compartmentalization. Second, counterflooding the opposite tanks to balance the weight. Wait, you can handle satellite positioning systems too. Lin Han's flow was so smooth, the entire room was left shook. And he didn't just talk the talk. When he got to the hype moments, he started sketching furiously on the blackboard. He was drawing blueprints that could revolutionize the entire shipbuilding industry. Right there, his lecture was a total knockout. The crowd was converted. The floodgates opened. Everyone started firing off questions without hesitation. Lin Han didn't dodge a single one. He answered with the depth of a veteran engineer who had spent decades in the abyss of the industry. The conversation eventually leveled up to the actual manufacturing of carriers, and Lin Han held nothing back. He dropped knowledge bombs left and right, explaining every detail. Listening to him was like an awakening. Concepts that used to be grey and confusing suddenly clicked into place like a key turning in a lock. It got so heated that even Dean Zhao couldn't resist jumping in with 7 or 8 questions. Professor Fang wasn't about to lose. He fired back with 10 questions of his own. These 2 old masters were practically fighting for the mic. The students started complaining. Since when did the dean and a professor fight over a lecturer like fanboys? Some students realized the gap between them and Teacher Lin was an ocean. They couldn't help but whisper, "Little buddy, you are actually a god." Lin Han wasn't just smart. He was expanding their skill trees. He was downloading advanced carrier tech directly into their brains. Everyone took notes like their lives depended on it. This was true inheritance. Passing the torch, the legacy was being passed down by a child. Late that night, the campus of the University of Science and Technology was peaceful. Only the grinders studying for level 6 exams were still chanting their texts. Ring! Suddenly Fang's phone buzzed. It was Director I from the military side. He picked up instantly. "Hello, yes. We had a glitch with the GPS signal today too. It just vanished. Those guys across the ocean are getting way too arrogant lately. If we don't prep now one day, they'll strangle us completely." Fang listened to the grave warning, then let out a wry laugh. "Relax, we didn't kidnap Teacher Lin. We just invited him for a guest lecture. I'm bringing him over right now." He hung up and grinned, spreading his hands. "Director I wants to launch the satellite positioning project. The red stamp document just dropped. Top brass approved it. He's demanding I bring you over ASAP." Fang looked at Lin Han. "Director I said if I don't deliver you, he's going to come down here and escort you to the northern frontier himself." Dean Zhao laughed from the side. "Sounds like old I is terrified we're going to hoard the genius for ourselves. Haha." At the Jiangcheng Satellite Monitoring Center, Director I literally yoinked the boy out of Fang's hands seriously. It was a snatch and grab. Fang laughed awkwardly. "I already briefed the satellite experts." Director I acted like nothing happened and got straight to business. Building a new satellite grid is nightmare mode. Costs new tech network signal transmission. But bottom line, we need a mountain of cash and some serious brainpower to pull this off. The JPS system belongs to the UK, and it's got its claws deep into our nation's infrastructure. They've got us by the throat. They can flip the switch whenever they want. It's total disrespect, like they're spitting right in our faces. Can we really let this slide? Fang Zheng felt the sting of that blockade firsthand. It was suffocating like an invisible hand crushing his windpipe. Totally trapped. Our survival depends on their mood? Nah, that's a level of humiliation we absolutely cannot tolerate. Fang Zheng pounded his chest with resolve. "You need manpower. Say the word. The Science Institute has your back." For the glory of the nation budget is no object. This is a legendary project, a 10 years to sharpen one sword deal. Money is easy, it's true genius we need. Hearing that straight talk, Commander I finally let out a breath he'd been holding. But he was real with it. We're talking at least 300 top-tier engineers. Building a satellite system isn't exactly a walk in the park. Fang Zheng ran the numbers and nodded. "Done. Consider it handled. I'm heading back to assemble the dream team right now." Suddenly, Lin Han timidly raised his hand. Can you add one more to that squad, like me?" The room went silent. Commander I and Fang Zheng snapped their heads toward the kid eyes popping out in disbelief. Fang Zheng was shook. He thought, "Bro, you already built an aircraft carrier. You're telling me, satellite tech too? Leave some talent for the rest of us." Commander I took a deep breath. Based on this kid's legendary track record, he knew this wasn't just empty talk. Then a thought hit the commander. He got serious real quick. "Wait a minute. Professor Chen from the Aviation Division was specifically asking for you today. He wants to pick your brain about the J-35 fighter jet project. It sounds like he's desperate for your help to get those warbirds in the sky." Lin Han weighed his options. The fighter jets could wait, they were stable enough, but the GPS blockade, that was a code red emergency. "You've got a point, kid." The commander nodded slowly. "I'll stall him for now. You can chat with the old man whenever you catch a break." "All right then." Commander I turned his gaze to Fang Zheng, who was still processing the fact that a teenager was about to lead a top-secret space mission. "He's all yours, Fang." Fang Zheng's eyes practically glowed with excitement. "Mission accepted. I won't let you down. Fang Zheng went into overdrive, recruiting over 100 elites and setting up 36 different R&D sites. The scale was massive. Everyone had their role, and the race to the stars was officially on. The energy was electric. Lin Han claimed a massive lab for himself packed with high-tech gear and a lonely satellite model sitting in the corner. This thing looks like a toy," Lin Han muttered. He reached out and tapped the crude model. Ding! Instantly, the system voice echoed in his mind. Contact with satellite model confirmed, analyzing navigation technology. Divisible microsatellite unlocked. Progress 30%. Lin Han paused. Wait, just touching a plastic model unlocks advanced tech. Talk about a lucky break. But the flood of information hitting his brain was insane. Launching the bird is just step one. Building the whole network. That's the real beast. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng was rallying the troops ready to dish out assignments to the different teams. Lin Han skipped the meeting. He'd already told Fang Zheng, "I'm staying in the shadows. No need for the drama of explaining why a kid is the boss." If he showed up, they'd just think he was some lost brat, and he didn't have time to flex on them. Fang Zheng totally got it. Meeting adjourned. As everyone scrambled, a middle-aged guy in a sharp suit stood out. That was Trieu Huy, a veteran at the Institute and a serious tech wizard Fang Zheng brought in for backup. He approached the boss, but Fang Zheng just smiled and patted his shoulder. "I've got a special task for you, Liu, but see that lab over there. Stay out, seriously." "We've got a VIP working in there," Fang whispered. Trieu Huy huffed. "Understood. Top secret got it." Watching Fang Zheng walk away, Trieu Huy sighed. "Man, I guess I'll have to grab that model later." The model competition isn't for a while anyway. Flash forward 1.5 months later, Lin Han had done the impossible. He built a real satellite that looked exactly like the model in the corner. But appearances are deceiving. He used a super rare alloy called Trieu metal. It might look like a toy, but once it hits orbit, boom, it expands and splits into dozens of units, creating an instant global network. According to Lin Han's master plan, 3 of these bad boys are all it takes to cover the globe with millimeter-level accuracy. Take that GPS. After finishing the prototype, Lin Han was totally drained. He crashed in the break room to recharge his batteries. Suddenly, the lab door creaked open. Trieu Huy poked his head in, hunting for the model number 24 for the competition. He crept in like a ninja, checked the coast clear. He squinted at the table. He mumbled under his breath. "Wait, didn't Professor Fang say some VIP researcher was working here? Place looks deserted." "Whatever. If he's a ghost, that's better for me. Time to grab the loot and scoot. The lights are out perfect for a little stealth mission." Liu lifted his head, and boom, jackpot. A satellite model sitting on the desk, practically glowing in the dark. Without a second thought, he stuffed the high-tech gear into his backpack, creeping out like a master cat burglar. 1 hour later, the car screeched to a halt in front of Zhangcheng. Liu threw the bag on, dragging his son toward the school gates like they were running from the cops. The parking lot was the war zone, packed with parents and kids, everyone flexing their science projects like they were weapons. The 12th aerospace model contest was about to kick off. But then, a voice dripped with venom. "Yo, Liu, where's your trash at? Thought your dad was some big-shot engineer at the academy. Can't he even glue some plastic together for you?" That was Liu Haiping Liu's son, and the kid roasting him. That was Wang, the school bully and local rich kid. But all eyes were on Wang's mom. She was a total baddie, tall, stunning, rocking black tights with letters on them. Absolute queen energy. "Dad, do something, she's mocking me." But Liu wasn't listening. His radar was locked onto Wang's mum like a heat-seeking missile. What man could resist a vibe like that? "Excuse me, miss, you here to drop off your kid too?" Liu's eyes were practically turning into heart emojis. The corner of her mouth twitched. "Oh yeah." Liu flashed his best grin. "Husband out of the picture, I've been divorced for 3 years. Wanna mingle?" She snapped. "Get lost." Furious, she grabbed Wang and dragged him toward the competition area like he was contaminated. Liu stood there with a fresh red handprint on his face, but he felt a cool breeze on his burning heart. Damn, she's feisty. I like it. Haiping gave his dad the death stare. "Seriously? Her husband is alive and well? Do you have a death wish? Now I know why Mom left you? You have zero chill." Embarrassed, Haiping stormed off toward the arena. The host, looking sharp, announced the rules. Fate being cruel put Wang and Haiping in the exact same group. Haiping took one look at Wang's masterpiece and let out a soul-crushing sigh. That thing was a work of art clearly built by pros. Meanwhile, the satellite Haiping built a month ago looked like a potato. His dad always used the "I'm too busy saving the world" excuse, so Haiping had to DIY that disaster himself. Compared to Wang's beast, it was like comparing a Ferrari to a tricycle. The match hadn't even started, and Haiping was already waving the white flag. "I'm cooked." He shot a skeptical glare at his dad. "Let me guess. You said you'd take it to the lab to fine-tune it. You didn't even touch it, did you?" Liu scratched his head, sweating bullets. He gave a nervous laugh. "Hey, science takes time, kid." Haiping hung his head in despair. The first group launched their models. Some of these things could actually simulate flight. Usually satellites need rockets, but these kids had models circling 7 or 8 meters in the air. That was the gold standard. One kid even used solar panels to power dual wings. Pure tech wizardry. So beautiful. Haiping watched with envy. If only his model could drop jaws like that. Imagine the clout flexing on the whole school, maybe even impressing his crush. It was a sweet dream, instantly crushed by the reality of having a flaky father. Then it was Wang's turn. He placed his model on the stage, and the crowd gasped. The design was exquisite. Real optical materials, dual wings polished to a mirror finish. It was a one-to-one replica of a real satellite. Absolute perfection. Just looking at it guaranteed full marks. Wang crossed his arms, striking a pose like an anime villain smirking at his victory. Hey Liu, is your bag full of garbage? You're too scared to even take it out. Wang wasn't wrong. It probably was garbage. But a warrior faces his death. Time to unveil the shame. Haiping pouted helplessly, slowly unzipping the backpack his dad handed him. Even Liu looked away at the sky, whistling awkwardly. He knew their model looked different from the flashy toys here. But the moment Haiping pulled it out, boom, a blinding light seemed to shoot into the sky. The sleek metal body, the elegant lines. It was more than just a model. It was a masterpiece of industrial art. It outshined Wang's toy by 1,000,000 times. You could look at this thing with a microscope and not find a single flaw. Haiping froze, holding the device. His brain short-circuited. Dad, did I actually make this? His eyes popped out of his head jaw, hitting the floor. Holy cow, the old man finally came through. This model felt heavier than a guilty conscience inside pure tech wizardry. Dad, did you give this bad boy an upgrade? Why the surprise attack? Lu Haiduang grabbed his dad's shirt like a needy puppy. Lu Kuei frowned, scanning the ground like he'd dropped his winning lottery ticket. Pops, what are you hunting for? Lu Kuei's face went pale. Son, did you swipe someone else's gear? This isn't the trash I made you. Return it, Daddy? Haiduang froze. But this came out of my bag. Meanwhile, Lu Kuei's brain gears ground to a halt. Wait, did he pull the old switcheroo by mistake? Was this the top secret prototype for that VIP client? Oh, holy crap, was his cover about to be blown sky high? Screw it. Maybe the universe was doing him a solid. No shame today, Lu Kuei let out a dry, awkward laugh to hide his sweating face. That's my genius, Dad. Haiduang planted a kiss on his dad's prickly cactus face, ignoring the sting. You are an absolute legend. Nearby, Wang Tianhook narrowed his eyes, radiating villain energy. Don't get cocky. My satellite is a beast. Being pretty doesn't win wars. Functionality is king, boys. The teacher flashed a smile at the rival squads. Now show us what these babies can actually do. Before the words even landed, Tianhook slammed the launch button on his remote. In a heartbeat, his satellite model defied gravity, soaring into the sky like a majestic bird. The crowd gasped. That was way too cool. Tianhook flexed his skills, unfolding the solar panels mid-air like a pro-transformer. He was putting on a whole circus act. Let's be real, Tianhook had first place in the bag. He shot a smug glare at Haiduang, who was still fumbling with his gadget. See this? This is the level gap between us, loser. Your dad's a scientist who cares. My old man was the citywide crafting champion, beat that. Suddenly, Haiduang spotted a button labeled Start. Yo, Pops, is this bad boy electric too? There's a trigger here. Lu Kuei panicked for a second, then just nodded wisely. Give it a shot. Meanwhile, the rival mocked. Hey, Junior, mine is already in orbit. Can that brick of yours even fly? Or is it just a paperweight? No, probably grounded for life. Tianhook sneered, basking in the spotlight like he was the main character of this show. Click Haiduang ignored the hate and pressed the button. A low hum vibrated through the air. System initializing. Solid fuel capacity check green. Systems nominal. Then the countdown began. T-minus 60 seconds. The mechanical voice was so cold, it gave everyone goosebumps. It looked like a launch simulation. Clever design, sure, but would this thing actually lift off or just blow up? Haiduang's eyes lit up. Dad, I figured it out. It was just a sound effect module. But a talking brick is useless compared to Tianhook's flying drone. Tianhook howled with laughter. Is that a baby toy? Are you serious? I'm dying. But suddenly, clank. The model shifted. High-tech metal plates slid out, wrapping the satellite into a sleek mini-rocket. It looked exactly like a legit military missile. The detail was absolutely insane. The whole gym exploded into whispers. Did that thing just transform? Is that even legal? Wicked design. Super cool. Just that mecha shift alone was worth maximum points. The tables had officially turned. Both father and son stood there totally dumbfounded. Haiduang looked at his dad with sparkling anime eyes. Dad, you're a god. You actually built this. If his dad actually built this, pigs would fly. But hey, it had been ages since his son looked at him like a superhero. Time to bluff? Lu Kuei puffed out his chest. Of course. Do you know who your father is? Pretty sick, right? Haiduang nodded so hard his head almost fell off. If it flies, we win everything. Lu Kuei laughed nervously. Haha, fly. Right. It was just a model. The transformation was already a miracle. Inside, he was praying to every god he knew. Thank you, rich VIP client, for saving my bacon. Tianhook wasn't impressed. So it's a transformer. Big deal. Does it fly? A satellite that doesn't fly is just trash. The countdown hit 0. 3, 2, 1. Boom, a massive cloud of smoke erupted, blasting the grass flat against the earth. Everyone jumped back in terror. In a split second, the rocket tore through the sky. A fraction of a second later, crack! A deafening sonic boom shattered the air. The sound was ear-splitting. It felt like a monk was going crazy on a giant temple bell right inside their skulls. The rocket pierced the clouds and vanished instantly, leaving only a white vapor trail and a stunned, silent crowd. What the hell is going on? A meteor piercing the heavens? Hey, old man, have you ever seen a meteor create a sonic boom cloud like that? That velocity, it just smashed the sound barrier. Liu Haiyang gazed up at the distant sky, whispering in total awe, "Dad, you are an absolute legend." Meanwhile, Liu Kuei's heart was hammering against his ribs like a war drum. A nameless dread was clawing at his insides. That thing didn't look like a toy anymore. It just generated a Mac cone. What kind of plastic model survives a supersonic shockwave? Are you kidding me? Dad, can you bring it back? Haiyang asked innocently. But looking at that trajectory, the thing was already kissing low, Earth orbit. In that moment, every single pair of eyes locked onto the father-son duo like spotlights on a stage. The host was so flabbergasted, his jaw practically hit the floor. It took him ages to finally stutter out a question to Haiyang's dad. Your, model flew away. Can we retrieve it? Liu Kuei forced a stiff smile, a sweat beading on his forehead. I honestly don't know. Can't we just score it first? Score it? Are you serious? Your model just broke the laws of physics. Who here could possibly compete with a sonic boom? The host laughed awkwardly. That sonic ring blew our minds so the score would be astronomical. But if the model doesn't come back, judging it is going to be tricky. Liu Kuei scratched his head, looking guilty as sin. But right now, I have no clue when it's going to land. Let's just wait a bit then. The host nodded, resigned to the madness. Guess we're waiting. Standing nearby, Wang Tianshu gripped his own model. Suddenly, his masterpiece felt like a piece of total garbage in his hands. He wished he had a satellite that could rip through the sky like that. Even if it vanished forever, it was infinitely cooler than the plastic junk he was holding. Liu Haiyang's face was glowing with pure admiration. His dad really was a top-tier scientist right now. In his eyes, only the Monkey King could rival his father's greatness. He looked up at his old man with a goofy grin. Dad, you're actually the GOAT. But as Liu Kuei stared into the abyss of the sky, that bad feeling in his gut was growing into a full-blown panic attack. Was that really a model? Even if it was, the fuel should have burned out ages ago. Why hasn't it started descending yet? A terrifying thought struck him like lightning. Don't tell me. Did he accidentally launch the actual prototype satellite into space? If that's true, he's in catastrophic trouble. Meanwhile, at the Zhangcheng Air Force Base, alarms blared as 7 operators tracked an unidentified flying object, moving at Mach 35. It's tearing towards low Earth orbit. What in the world is this UFO? Did the aviation department launch a rocket today? Negative. We haven't received any clearance codes or notifications. I heard Director I's team is working on a new satellite system. Could one of their experimental missiles have gone rogue? Get Director II on the secure line now. At that very moment, ITA Jun was deep in discussion with Professor Fang about the satellite positioning system. Suddenly, the call from the Air Force Command shattered the piece. His face went pale with shock. We are researching, yes, but we haven't launched anything. The Air Force Commander's voice turned cold. Understood. We will intercept and shoot it down immediately. Wait, hold your fire. A crazy idea flashed through Director I's mind. Let me verify something first. Do not shoot. Without hanging up, AI and Professor Fang sprinted toward Lin Han's research lab like their lives depended on it. Inside, Lin Han was tearing the place apart looking for his creation. It's gone! Who the heck stole my satellite? AI and Fang burst through the door breathless. Did you launch the prototype? Lin Han looked completely bewildered, spreading his hands. No way, sir! I wanted to run tests, but it vanished. Look, I only have this crude plastic model left. He handed the toy to the directors. Professor Fang saw the plastic toy and slapped his thigh in horror. Oh, disaster. Liu Kuei took a model for his kids' competition today? Did he grab the wrong one? Good heavens. Director I finally connected the dots. The chaos made perfect sense now. Professor Fang paused, confusion clouding his face. Wait a minute. That satellite doesn't have a booster rocket. It shouldn't be able to achieve liftoff on its own. Maybe it's not our bird up there after all. Lin Han cleared his throat awkwardly. Actually, I designed it as a fully integrated rocket-satellite hybrid. It doesn't need a booster to reach space. Then what are we standing here for? Find Liu Kuei immediately! Director I screamed into the phone. Do not intercept, repeat, do not intercept. That is our asset. Send a team to the No. 2 Experimental Primary School. We need support now. They needed to secure that Mark model site instantly. Lin Han was still processing the madness as Director I and Professor Fang literally dragged him out the door. Professor, what is going on? As they ran, AI briefed him on the Air Force report and Fang explained their terrifying theory. Lin Han's eyes almost popped out of his skull. He looked ready to pass out. The control link isn't established yet. Once it reaches orbit, establishing a handshake will be nearly impossible. Professor Fang jumped into the driver's seat engine, roaring to life. From the back seat, Director I shouted over the noise. We have no other choice. We have to get to the launch coordinates. We have to attempt the manual signal bridge from the ground. It's our only shot. The director's plan was their only hope. The Air Force has dispatched a mobile command unit with satellite gear. They should arrive the same time we do, step on it. 15 minutes later, Lin Ham and the crew pulled up to the No. 2 Experimental Elementary School like they owned the place. The competition venue was popping off, but the moment Liu Kuei spun around and spotted Fang Zheng and Director I, his stomach dropped faster than a broken elevator. It was over. He was absolute toast. He really stepped in at this time. Hold up, everyone. Fang Zheng flashed his ID like a federal agent. Science Academy engineers here. We've got a code red situation, so we need you all to cooperate right now. The teachers walked over, faces full of question marks, while Fang Zhang tried to do damage control. "Sorry about this," he lied smoothly. "We had a slight hiccup at work and accidentally yeeted a satellite into low Earth orbit from here. Just need to hook up the signal real quick." Meanwhile, Liu Kui was getting an earful from Director Ai. His eyebrows were drooping so low they practically touched his chin. Bro was getting roasted. "I swear I didn't know. I thought it was just that model my kid and I built way back when." Then Lin Ham cut in cool as a cucumber. "We're past the blame game now. Since the bird is already in the air, if we link the signal fast enough, we can still save this." Liu Kui frowned, sizing up the kid. Is this little guy Director Ai's son or something?" Director Ai shot him a death glare. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? This is Lin Ham, the genius who actually built the satellite. The very same toy you swiped was his masterpiece." "Huh." Liu Kui froze, his brain completely short-circuiting. The look on his face was pure shock. He looked at Lin Ham, then mentally compared him to his own kid, shaking his head like a bobblehead. "No way, Director. You're pranking me? This kid is tinier than my son. You're telling me a grade schooler built a satellite? That's insane?" Director Ai just sighed, tired of the stupidity. "Believe it or don't, I don't care." Right at that moment, the Jiang City Air Force rolled up in style. Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Hongchang was personally driving a massive military truck loaded with satellite gear straight onto the playground. Talk about an entrance. Students were being evacuated and everyone was totally freaking out at the scene. It was like something out of a movie. The few teachers in the know were whispering like crazy. Can you believe Liu Kui and his son actually launched a real satellite? Now the army's here to fix it. That's Science Academy engineers for you. Bringing a nuclear weapon to a fistfight, bringing a real satellite to a model contest. That's just savage. Every principal and vice principal in the district heard the news and came running like the building was on fire. This was officially going down as the most bizarre event in the history of Jiang City Experimental Middle School No. 2. A real object had blasted off during a plastic model contest. Meanwhile, poor Liu Kui was being held hostage by Director Ai to help with the tech. But Liu Haiyang, the kid, was strutting back to class with his chin up, looking like he just won the Nobel Prize. The other students were staring in awe. The girls were giving him the hard eyes. He secured bragging rights for the rest of his life before he even hit puberty. "Model competition, please," he scoffed internally. "That kid stuff is beneath me now. While you guys play with toys, I'm launching actual hardware into the stratosphere right from the playground. Levels to this game. Check the stats. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel escort top-tier Science Academy engineers on support duty. Who else has this clout? This is true class. Forget chasing pop idols or acting cool. This is the real deal." Since that launch, Liu Haiyang's heart had changed. It wasn't about beats anymore. It was about the flag waving high. "I used to think rapping and dancing made you the main character. Boy, was I wrong. Making aircraft carriers surge and fighter jets scream, making the enemies tremble and kneel. That's what a real man does. That's true star power." A seed of burning ambition had planted itself deep in Liu Haiyang's soul. Back on the field, Liu Kui was shaking like a leaf. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. A real satellite. It looked just like a toy. "Why are you standing there spacing out?" "Get over here and help," Fang Zhang barked. "If we can't connect to this bird, you're taking the fall for everything." Fang Zhang pointed a trembling finger at Liu Kui, so mad he couldn't even form words. Liu Kui hung his head like a kicked puppy, too scared to talk back. But inside, alarm bells were ringing louder than a fire station. Who built a sophisticated satellite in a few days and making the rocket and satellite one integrated unit? That's alien tech. It was too shocking. Director Ai, Professor Fang. Lieutenant Colonel Zhang marched up to the group, thumbing at the massive rig behind him. "I brought the heavy gear. Not sure if it's compatible, but it's what we got." "The tech team is tuning it now," Fang Zhang said, sweat beading on his forehead. "We just have to wait." But a moment later, the technician shook his head, looking grim. "Colonel, it's a no-go. We're not picking up a ping. Our control gear can't lock on mid-flight, and we can't even locate the satellite's frequency band." Seeing the crisis, Lin Ham stepped forward. "Let me handle it." But Zhang Hongchang froze for a second, then blocked the path. "Hold on, kid. Shouldn't you be in class with your teachers? This isn't a playground." Lin Ham gave a wry smile. "Actually, I'm not a middle school student. I'm in elementary school." Hearing the explanation, Commander Zhang's brow furrowed deep enough to plant crops. "You're telling me this pint-sized kid is the expert? Lin Han is the satellite developer. If anyone can find the frequency, it's him. Just let him try." Zhang crossed his arms, staring down at Lin Han like he was a bug. The kid barely came up to his belt buckle. "Satellite developer? Give me a break. Did he design it with crayons or something? I must be hearing things. A preteen building advanced tech? That's completely unheard of. This has to be a joke. Yeah, it's noisy out here. My ears are definitely playing tricks on me. He's got to operate military-grade hardware. If he breaks it, that's millions of taxpayer dollars down the drain. No way. Absolutely not. This is just a child we're talking about." But time was ticking. If they waited any longer, the satellite would drift out of range forever. Lin Han was getting impatient. With his small frame, he slipped past the commander like a ninja and hopped onto the truck. That brat, if he scratches the paint, he's toast. The Air Force technician screamed panic written all over his face. He didn't care about protocol anymore. But the two directors jumped in immediately. "We vouch for him. If anything breaks, it's on us." Commander Zhang let out a heavy sigh. "Fine. Out of respect for you two, I'll let the rugrat try. Hey kid, you ever seen tech this advanced? Don't wreck my equipment!" The technician barked. Lin Han ignored the noise. He scanned the console, his hand hovering over the controls like a maestro. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System interface connected. Scanning satellite control tech. Wireless override unlocked. Syncing positioning system. Progress at 65,000%. Can he really connect from over 6,000 meters away? A flood of advanced coding slammed into Lin Han's brain. His fingers started flying across the keyboard. Beep, beep, beep. The machine roared to life. What's that sound? Lin Han stayed ice cold. I'm utilizing encryption alpha to access the system's backdoor. Good thing I coded a backdoor or we'd be toast. There's still hope. Commander Zhang stared at the 12-year-old like he was seeing a ghost. Kid, are you actually doing this? A minute later, the console screamed, beep, beep, beep. It sounded like an air raid siren wailing in their ears. Everyone froze. Their jaws dropped to the floor. But the tech guy snapped out of it. I knew it. This brat doesn't know Jack. That's the overload alarm. The load is too high. He's going to fry the motherboard. The technician rushed forward to stop him. Commander Zhang's heart skipped a beat. That equipment cost a fortune. How was he supposed to explain a broken military asset caused by a toddler? Lin Han shot them a side-eye. Chill out. This controller is ancient history. I have to force compress the data. It'll stabilize in a second. The technician wasn't buying it. You little punk, I've been a pro for 10 years. You think you know better than me. Step aside. But time was critical. Lin Han didn't have a second to waste on this amateur. Just as the tech guy reached out, the screaming stopped instantly. The angry red light flipped to a soothing green. It glowed beautifully. Connection established. Everyone's eyes popped out of their heads. Did he actually pull it off? The loudmouth technician shut his trap immediately. He whispered in defeat, he actually did it. Commander Zhang let out the breath he'd been holding. Thank God. If that machine had broken, his career was over. Talk about sheer luck. Lin Han had already sent the command. High above the satellite locked onto the mid-range orbit. It was adjusting perfectly. The crowd on the ground didn't dare breathe. Commander Zhang was still reeling. A grade schooler hacking a military satellite. It sounded like a bad sci-fi movie. Is this real life? The directors looked at Lin Han like he was a gold mine. Their eyes were burning with intensity. They looked ready to bow down and ask this kid for lessons. Zhang frowned, realizing he couldn't touch the kid now. Not with those two protecting him. Lin Han was in the zone. His small fingers danced across the keys in a blur. Inputting signals, locking trajectory. Target orbit reached, stabilization systems active. After 30 minutes of intense coding, the satellite was finally where it belonged. It was humming along happily in orbit. Crisis averted. Job done. Lin Han hopped off the truck with a serious face. Don't move this truck. Leave it right here. And this controller, it's a dinosaur. Give me 1 week. I'll build you a new one that isn't total trash. Once the satellite link was locked in, the controller just needed to reach the base to sync up. Wait 1 week to develop a brand new controller? Is this kid trolling us right now? You think this is some Lego set, kid? This tech took our nation's top brains years of blood, sweat, and tears to perfect. And you're telling me you can cook up a replacement in 7 days? Talk is cheap. The Air Force techs almost busted a gut laughing at what sounded like a massive bluff. Everyone around Lin Han thought the same thing. This kid has guts, but he's capping hard. Still, nobody could deny that his satellite link-up just now was absolutely insane. Turns out this brat is a tech wizard, but he's also the king of yapping. Ha ha ha, you can't just build a controller over a weekend. That block of metal cost us hundreds of elite engineers. Aside from the Russian and British tech, ours is the top dog on the planet. But Lin Han just waved his hand like, nah, that's trash. That thing belongs in a museum, he said. Even Commander Zhang couldn't help but crack up at the audacity. This kid loves to flex. But hey, geniuses usually come with a massive ego, right? At the end of the day, he did save their butts by fixing the signal glitch. Being young and wild isn't a crime. Our ancestors were just as reckless when they pulled off the impossible back in the day. Those legends kept this nation standing tall through a storm of bullets and bombs. Remember Grandpa Zhao, he braved radiation burns just to bring critical tech back home. Starving and freezing, he walked barefoot for 1,200 kilometers, all to lay the foundation for our very first atomic and hydrogen bombs. Without that fire, we wouldn't be here. Little Lin Han might be cocky, but his heart beats for his country. While Zhang appreciated the spirit, Director I and Professor Fang just stood there with mysterious smiles. They were thinking, go ahead and laugh. Just wait until he drops the mic on all of you. After some serious convincing, Zhang finally gave the green light for Lin Han to take a crack at the project. The rest of the Air Force treated it like the joke of the century. It became the hot topic in the cafeteria. A 12-year-old wants to build military tech. And the craziest part, the big bosses actually said yes. He looks smart, sure, but high-end tech is a different beast. But then, 1 week later, Lin Han didn't just show up, he delivered. And just for fun, he casually cracked the British encryption while he was at it. With his new device, finding the system's backdoor was child's play. He had total control and could jam their signals instantly. Didn't those guys want to squeeze us by messing with the GPS? Well, tables have turned. Lin Han could now hijack their entire network whenever he felt like it. I'm the captain now. Meanwhile, back at the base, Zhang was still skeptical. Director I, seriously, why put so much faith in a middle schooler? The kid is gifted, I'll give him that. But building a satellite controller, he's definitely pulling our leg. Before he could finish, a soldier burst into the room gasping for air. Zhang panicked. What happened? He thought, crap, I knew letting a kid run the lab was a disaster. Now what? Even if he is a genius, messing with foreign satellites is impossible. The soldier waved his hands frantically. No, sir, nothing's wrong. He actually built it. He's calibrating it right now. Zhang froze like a statue. Say what? The soldier grilled from ear to ear. It's a success, sir. It's real. Processing those words, Zhang didn't know whether to cheer or faint. He had literally just finished trash-talking the kid's chances and instant karma slapped him right in the face. Meanwhile, Iron Fang kept their cool poker faces. Zhang awkwardly laughed. Ha ha ha. Well, let's go check out this masterpiece then. The other two were already used to Lin Han dropping miracles on a daily basis. Zhang gave a dry laugh. I mean, it's just a controller, right? No matter how good it is. Surely he couldn't have hijacked the British satellites too, right? The squad rolled up to the research zone where a futuristic satellite controller stole the show. A massive crowd had already gathered around the spectacle. Everyone watched Lin Han work his magic. His fingers danced across the console like a pro gamer, every movement smooth as silk. Beep, 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 connection locked. As the mechanical chime signaled victory, the room absolutely exploded with cheers. Success, total victory. It only took 10 minutes to link up. That is completely unheard of. This beast smokes the most advanced controller the UK has to offer. The crowd was buzzing with shock and awe. Lin Han smirked, dripping with confidence as he announced, that British tech is absolute garbage. My device, it is the daddy of their whole system. Crushing them in mere minutes, the crowd chuckled nervously. Calling it the ancestor was a massive flex, but the tech backed it up. Isn't the whole point of a controller to master the nation's satellite grid? That is all there is to it. General Zhang finally snapped out of his shock. Hearing Lin Han's wild arrogance, he couldn't help but laugh. Hey kiddo, try a little humility. Lin Han shrugged, totally unbothered. Humble? We don't need to be humble when dealing with that lot. Suddenly reality hit him. He spun around and realized General Zhang was walking right toward him. Lin Han gave an awkward smile. Oh, I didn't see you there, General. Zhang waved it off. No sweat. I actually agree with you. We don't owe those guys any modesty. Then his gaze locked onto the wireless satellite controller. It was a masterpiece of engineering. His eyes flashed with intense desire. His mouth might be tough, but his body language screamed, I want this. He caressed the machine like a treasure, staring mesmerized at the perfect connection signal and the satellite orbit data. He took a deep breath. A kid built this intricate masterpiece. Is that even possible? This brat isn't just a genius. The word genius is an insult to his actual power level. Unbelievable. A full satellite link in just 10 minutes. Hey little buddy, want to join Jiangcheng Military Academy? I can fast track you straight into the program starting as a cadet. 2 years to lieutenant, 3 years to captain. A talent like you is the exact seed our modern army is desperate for. Hearing this, Director I and Professor Fang looked like they had been struck by lightning. Is this old man trying to steal our boy in broad daylight? Don't think just because you run the Air Force that we are scared of you. Even a rabbit bites when it is cornered. Director I pulled Lin Han behind him like a protective shield and glared at Zhang. What do you think you're doing, robbing us? Lin Han is my guy. You can't just take him away. Staying with me guarantees a promotion too. Zhang Hongchang panicked at their ferocity. Whoa, relax. I just appreciate talent. No bad vibes intended. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Director I and Professor Fang square up was terrifying. Ever seen an intellectual go feral when backed into a corner? That is exactly what happened. Usually they are polite scholars, but touch their prodigy and they show their fangs. Who dares mess with them? Zhang instantly dropped the idea. But right then, alert, a fighter jet pilot suddenly screamed for help. The GPS signal was dead. Location unknown, requesting backup, requesting backup. No time for games. Zhang Hongchang abandoned the group instantly, switching into commander mode. He radioed the pilot immediately. How long can you hold out? The pilot's answer was grim. 30 minutes tops. If GPS isn't restored fast, I'm flying blind. Altitude unknown. I might be forced to crash land. But without coordinates, I can't even pick a landing spot. That basically meant it was a suicide mission. Worse, if he can't pinpoint his location, the jet could drop right into a residential zone. The casualty count would be a nightmare. This was a dirty trick by the UK. They suddenly jammed the source code, paralyzed the GPS across the region in an instant. Those scumbags will do anything. We just have to pray the signal returns before his fuel tank runs dry. Zhang stood with hands on his hips, eyes bloodshot with rage. He immediately dialed aviation command for a sit rep. Most international flights were fine. Only the domestic flights were glitching out. Damn it, those snakes! They're targeting us! Specifically, Zhang was fuming with anger. The UK's tactics were trash, openly provoking us like this. It was petty revenge for losing face over the aircraft carrier incident the other day. Filthy dogs! Zhang's eyes were sharp as steel blades. If those cowards stood in front of him, he would tear them apart with his bare hands. But they only dared to play dirty tricks from the shadows. Director I and the others nervously asked what was wrong. Zhang gritted his teeth. GPS jamming. One of our fighter pilots has lost all navigation and altitude data. If we don't fix this in 20 minutes, he is likely... Zhang choked on his words, unable to finish. The lives of these pilots were worth more than pure gold veteran sky warriors who had bled to protect the motherland's borders. But now the enemy just had to pull a cheap trick with signal jamming to snuff out a hero's life like a candle in the wind. Such a dirty, underhanded tactic. How could it not make your blood boil? Lin Han shot up from his seat, rage flickering in his eyes. They couldn't just sit there and watch. They want to play games with the GPS signals fine. I'll make sure they lose total control of the board. If number 29 can't use the navigation system, then I'll make sure the enemy's system becomes nothing but a useless brick. But won't that backfire on us? Besides, you're just a kid. How are you going to crash a military-grade GPS network? The enemy's navigation firewall wasn't exactly a playground gate, but a second later, connection established, infiltrating, access granted. Lin Han's fingers danced across the satellite controls like a concert pianist straight up hijacking the enemy's satellite network in real time. In that moment, jaws hit the floor. No way. Did this kid actually just pull that off? In the blink of an eye, while everyone was still processing the shock, Lin Han went full goblin mode on the keyboard. After boosting the satellite signal to the max, Lin Han looked up, locking eyes with Zhang Hongchang. Director Zhang was frozen solid. Hearing Lin Han call him, he choked out a response, his voice sounding like he'd swallowed a bag of sand. He was beyond shook. What? Lin Han let out a confident smirk. Tell the pilot to reconnect. The signal is back online. Zhang didn't waste a second questioning the miracle. He scrambled to the radio. Reconnect now. And just like that, the link was solid. A cheer erupted from the other side of the comms like a victory roar. Success! We are back online. Zhang gasped for air like a drowning man finally breaking the surface. The tension in the room snapped, replaced by overwhelming relief. Good, return to base immediately. The GPS signal was really back. And the MVP, a 12-year-old boy, standing right there. It was unbelievable. Lin Han dropped the bomb. Right now, the enemy's entire GPS network is dancing in the palm of my hand. I've locked their backdoor access for at least 3 hours. Their tech guys won't be able to crack this code. Basically, if I want a region to have signal, they get it. If not, lights out. Zhang was so stunned, he completely lost the ability to speak. He felt like his scalp was tingling, his brain buzzing with static. Since when could you play war games like this? Total control for 3 hours. That wasn't just impressive, that was absolute insanity. Even 30 minutes of jamming is enough to cripple a nation's air traffic, but 3 hours. That's an extinction-level event for their logistics. If we don't let them taste their own medicine, they'll never learn that bullying our nation is the stupidest mistake they can make. Lin Han kept working his magic on the wireless controller. 60 seconds later, air traffic networks across enemy territory started blinking out. Fighter jets mid-mission suddenly lost their eyes in the sky, flying blind and scrambling in panic. Civil aviation turned into a disaster movie. The entire enemy aerospace agency went into meltdown mode. What is happening? We lost satellite control. Signal interference. Wait, aren't we supposed to be the ones jamming them? What is going on? Crack the code. Now. We have jets about to take a swim in the ocean. Get the satellite division on the line. Flight paths turned into spaghetti. Without a signal, the financial damage was skyrocketing. Across the ocean, reports of crashes and chaos started flooding in. The news channels were already broadcasting the apocalypse live. It was total mayhem. Zhang felt a cold sweat coming on. Sure, revenge was sweet, but what if they traced this back to us? At that moment, Director I whispered, his voice grim. Those animals, when they tried to kill our pilot, do you think they cared about consequences? Save your pity. Even if they find out it was us. So what? If they're unhappy, they can come and get some. I missed out on the Northern War back in the day, and I've always regretted it. Let's see if the enemy wants to try dying today. Director I rarely swore, but the gloves were off. This was personal. Zhang forced a stiff smile. The director was right. The enemy nation was plunging into 3 hours of darkness. Their civilian planes were grounded. Dozens of fighters down. Casualties mounting. The head of the enemy's GPS department slammed his hat on the desk in pure frustration. Oh, damn it. The navigation system was compromised, and there was no way he was dodging the blame for this catastrophe. But even after 3 hours passed and they regained control, they still had zero clue why the system had gone rogue. The tech teams best guess a glitch. They figured that while jamming the enemy, they accidentally fried their own circuits. They assumed it was an operational error, a boomerang effect that came back to smack them in the face. That was the only logical explanation. Because surely the Eastern nation couldn't hijack their system, right? That was impossible. If they actually had tech that advanced, they would have built their own global network ages ago. The director sighed, looking defeated. This crisis was on his head. He was looking at a demotion, or worse, a full-blown investigation. Game over. Lin Han didn't just block the enemy's attack, he flipped the script entirely. General Zhang and the top brass were left shaking in their boots. Next time those guys want to mess with our GPS, they better think twice. You want to jam our signal? Go ahead, I'll glitch your system so hard, you'll be the one crying for help. We use your satellites because we're being nice. But if you push us, we can turn your entire GPS network into a useless brick in minutes. Your navigation system is only safe as long as it's useful to us. The moment we don't need it, nobody gets to play with it. Don't call us villains. In this world, might makes right. Whoever has the skills takes the crown. Talk about a total power move. Fang Zheng and Director I exchanged looks completely flawed by Lin Ham's god-tier skills. Who knew you could play with satellite controls like it was a video game? He didn't just fly our birds, he hijacked the enemy's flock too. turning a defensive play into a total domination. That his main character? Energy right there. It's just a shame, a genius. Like, this can't stay in the Air Force forever. General Zhang's eyes were practically sparkling with greed. He wanted to recruit this kid so bad it hurt. The other military technicians were left staring at their screens in disbelief. Counter-hacking the Western GPS system, they wouldn't dare dream of that in 1,000 years. But Lin Ham, he made it look like child's play. In front of this prodigy, those self-proclaimed experts looked like toddlers playing with mud. But since the nation's own satellite network wasn't fully built yet, the show had to go on. Lin Ham had to head back to the Science Academy to grind out the next level. After the first satellite went up, the rest was a piece of cake. In no time at all, Lin Ham yeeted the second and third satellites into orbit. 3 Metal Guardians now soared 20,000 kilometers above the Earth, forming an ironclad network. Actually, these 3 could split into smaller units like a mecha transformation, but the world wasn't ready for that tech just yet. With the network in the sky, it was time to fix the ground game. The problem was, all the receivers the country used were still stuck on foreign GPS tech. Without the right receiver, all that satellite data is just noise. It's the key to unlocking the map. Lin Ham realized this bottleneck and sat down for a strategy meeting with Fang Zheng and Director Ai. There's a massive summit happening in Jiang City soon, they told him. The Navigation Satellite Alliance, everyone who's anyone will be showing off their new tech there. That's our best shot at getting our hands on the advanced receivers we need. Lin Ham thought about it for a second. Let's crash the party. 3 days later, the Alliance Summit kicked off in Jiang City. But just as Lin Ham tried to enter, a security guard stepped in his path. Whoa there, kiddo. The playground is down the street. This isn't for children. Getting stopped at the door. Total face loss moment, but suddenly, Fang Zheng stepped up looking sharp in a black suit like a mafia boss. Director I couldn't make it. And hold up, this isn't some random kid. He's with me. We roll together. The guard froze. He recognized Fang Zheng instantly. That man was a professor at the Science Academy, a total VIP. The guard laughed nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. My bad, I thought he was lost. They walked into the banquet hall, which was decked out with futuristic decor and enough food to feed an army. Fang Zheng and Lin Ham were ushered to the third row. The front rows were packed with the heavy hitters of the scientific world people whose names alone were worth millions. Professor Fang, I thought we were here to see receivers, Lin Ham whispered. Fang Zheng smirked, shooting him a signal. Chill out. The real show starts after we eat. 10 minutes later, the room was packed to the gills. And naturally, a 12-year-old boy in a room full of boomers was attracting some stares. Who brought the kid? Is this a daycare or a top-secret summit? Did security fall asleep at the wheel? We need to file a complaint. What if he leaks confidential intel? Just as the gossip started heating up, a middle-aged man in a suit strutted onto the stage. He grabbed the microphone and scanned the crowd, a smug smile plastered on his face. Fang Zheng leaned in. That's the executive chairman of the Alliance. He's a big shot in satellite research. He helped to design the current GPS modules we use. Guy holds over 30 key patents. Basically, he's the final boss of the old guard. Ah, so that's him. Professor Zhen Aiguo. Even Lin Ham had seen his face on the tech news. Quiet down, everyone. I have a massive announcement to make today. Zhen Aiguo cast a sideways glance at Lin Ham and Fang Zheng's section. Fang Zheng and Zhen Aiguo were like oil and water, totally different philosophies on how to save the country's tech. Zhen cleared his throat. I have thrilling news. We've been in talks with Europe about joining the Galileo Satellite Alliance. Thanks to my team's relentless grinding, they've finally agreed. All we have to do is pay an entry fee of 20 billion yuan. From now on, we won't be under the thumb of the British or American systems. We can finally ditch their tech. Some people in the crowd started cheering, thinking this was a victory. Recently, everyone has been dealing with the GPS signal ghosting us out of nowhere. Joining Europe's Galileo navigation system seems like the golden ticket to solve Huaxia's sticky situation. As expected of the professor, he has got the moves. 200 billion is not a small chunk of change, but after this power move the folks over in the UK, we'll have no choice but to bow down and whisper. The crowd was nodding like bobbleheads, totally sold on Professor Zhen Aiguo's master plan. Seeing the worship and awe in everyone's eyes, Professor Zhen puffed up like a peacock, his face glowing with pure pride. After all, not just any random NPC could solve a crisis of this magnitude. But over in the corner, Lin Han's brows furrowed tight. In his past life, Huaxia tried this exact same move with Galileo, only to get played like a fiddle by the European Union and lose a mountain of cash. It looked like history was hitting the replay button. Lin Han let out a heavy sigh, muttering under his breath that the EU and the UK were cut from the same cloth. There was no way they would actually share their precious navigation codes. The only true path for Huaxia was to grind and develop their own satellite system so they would never be pawns on someone else's chessboard again. Even though Lin Han was just whispering to himself, the hall was so silent you could hear a pin drop, meaning his little complaint echoed like a shout. The moment those words hung in the air, every single pair of eyes locked onto Lin Han like laser sights. Their jaws hit the floor when they realized the disc came from a kid who looked like he should be in elementary school. Everyone here was a titan of industry, or a pioneer top-tier elites. Zhen Aiguo was a literal boss in the satellite tech world. And here he was, getting roasted by a pint-sized elementary student. Oh, his rage meter was definitely filling up. Forcing a stiff smile, Jen Aiguo dropped his voice to a menacing bass, demanding to know who dragged a toddler into such a serious setting. Was this really the place for a playdate? Just as the professor was grilling him, Fang. Zhang stood up and clapped back, declaring, "I brought him. He is with our Academy of Sciences." From the Academy? A literal child, Professor Jen let out a scoff, his expression barely twitching as he processed that Professor Fang was the babysitter. Who knew the prestigious academy was so short-staffed they had to draft kindergartners to fill the seats? Dropping the mic on that insult, Jen laughed and added, "Relax, Professor Fang, just busting your chops." Fang Zheng, however, gave him the silent treatment. Jen Aiguo turned his gaze back to Lin Han, narrowing his eyes like a predator. He decided to actually debate the kid on his so-called worries. "We have obviously calculated the risks. We are going to sign an ironclad contract with the European Union. They absolutely won't break their word." Lin Han's face twisted into a bitter expression, since the whole room heard his whisper. Anyway, he decided to drop the filter and speak facts. "Didn't we sign a contract with the UK back in the day, and look where that got us? If they want to flip the script, that contract is just useless toilet paper. Professor Jen, are you seriously signing up to get scanned by the EU for round 2? No one expected a teenager to have a tongue sharper than a katana." Professor Jen felt his inner calm shattering under the kid's brutal logic. Since when does an elementary schooler get to call the shots on national strategy? You think the EU would scam us? Seeing the professor fuming, the other NPCs started piling on, criticizing Lin Han. What does this snot-nosed brat know? Skipping homework to talk nonsense? Is the academy teaching kids to be this disrespectful? I guess the academy really is scraping the bottom of the barrel. Whose kid is this anyway, bringing him to such a high-level raid meeting? Fang Zheng wanted to fire back, but a glance from Lin Han stopped him cold. Meanwhile, Jen Aiguo puffed his chest-out chin high in the air. He stood there like a conquering hero. At this point, basically, everyone in the server was on his team. "Listen, kid from the academy, if we don't join the Galileo Alliance, tell me how exactly do you propose we deal with the UK?" Lin Han stayed as cool as a cucumber, replying, "I said it from the start. To put it bluntly, you're just scared of doing the hard work." He continued straight to the point. "If we can succeed on our own fast enough, why waste time playing 4D chess with the UK and their signal jamming?" The whole room stared at him. This kid is spouting absolute gibberish. Does he think finding a satellite is like playing hide and seek? He hasn't even touched the tech. So arrogant, it is like they opened the wrong channel and let a schoolboy troll the chat. Fang Zheng was about to expose the truth that Lin Han had literally already launched a satellite, but the crowd here was too mixed. Huaxia needed to move in silence right now. Low profile was the name of the game. It was best not to leak the satellite intel too early, so he forced himself to swallow the truth bomb he was about to drop. Seeing the room back him up, Jen Aiguo was feeling himself. He laughed and waved his hand. "Gentlemen, the ramblings of a child don't matter. Next, you are all about to witness history. We are breaking the UK's chains and joining the glorious Galileo Satellite Alliance. I just got the notification. The 20 billion is locked and loaded, ready for transfer." Witnessing this proud moment, everyone was hyped up, buzzing with excitement. Only Lin Han and a tiny handful of others looked like they were watching a train wreck. It didn't matter whose team you joined. If you didn't own the tech, you were still just a puppet on strings. There was nothing to celebrate about that. Lin Han didn't want to watch 20 billion get flushed down the toilet. Sending that cash to the EU was literally throwing money out the window. That is 20 billion. That kind of bankroll could completely fund Huaxia's own satellite research. Why spend it sewing a wedding dress for someone else to wear? Jen Aiguo finally lost his cool after Lin Han kept nagging him over and over again. He pointed a trembling finger at Lin Han and exploded. "I have reached my limit with you. You better learn your place, brat. If you are not with the Science Academy, I would have tossed you out on the street already. What does a little rugrat like you know about the real world?" He treated Lin Han's warnings like background noise. With everyone watching, he smashed the enter key and wired the funds straight to the European Union. The moment the transaction cleared the hall, erupted Galileo Galileo. But before the cheers could even fade, a reply pinged from the European Union. That response was way too fast. It was almost like they had it locked and loaded, just waiting for the cash. As expected of the legendary Professor Jen, money sent, deal signed. Surely this is the official confirmation for our access to the Galileo positioning system. Professor put it on the big screen. Jen Aiguo was buzzing with adrenaline. This was his baby, his magnum opus. Securing the Galileo Alliance meant he had single-handedly solved a massive crisis for the nation. He felt like the savior of the country. But as the email projected onto the giant screen, English text filled the room. First off, we thank Professor Jen for his generous personal support of the European Union and for donating 20 billion yuan to our cause. As a token of our gratitude, we have selected a minor asteroid and officially named it after Professor Jen. Wait, that is it. The entire room froze, wearing the exact same expression of disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. 20 billion just to name a rock. And they named it after him. The crowd was paralyzed. The money was already gone. The union basically said thanks for the cash here is a sticker now. Get lost. Jen Aiguo went into full meltdown mode. He frantically dialed his overseas contacts, but nobody picked up. The European middleman had ghosted him completely. Even a fool could see what just went down. Zhen Aiguo could not process this betrayal. They promised China a seat at the table with the Galileo satellite system. It was supposed to be full access. Instead, they got a worthless naming certificate for a space rock nobody cares about. Worse yet, having his name on that asteroid just cemented his legacy on the country's wall of shame forever. Zhen Aiguo was now the clown of the century, the fool who flushed billions of yuan straight down the toilet. The rage in the auditorium was palpable. Lin Han watched the chaos and shook his head helplessly. He had tried to warn them. The European Union was never going to just hand over the keys to their navigation system that easily. Professor Zhen, what is the meaning of this? You swore we were joining the alliance. 20 billion for a name tag, explain yourself. Facing the mob's fury, Zhen Aiguo stood on the podium shaking like a leaf. In a panic, he killed the projector power. Listen to me. This is not what it looks like. I do not spend national treasury funds just to name a planet they played me. I was scammed. But at this point, even if he jumped into the holy river, he could never wash away this stain. I will go there personally and demand answers. Zhen Aiguo tried to flee, but Lin Han's voice cut through the noise. Save your breath. The Union clearly planned to pocket that cash from day one. You are living in a dream world if you think you're getting a refund. I told you not to trust them. When push comes to shove, they and the kingdom are cut from the same cloth. We are weak, so we get played. Only when we hold the sword in our own hands do we have a voice. Have you all forgotten the humiliation of the treaty conference years ago? The crowd suddenly froze. They realized this was the same kid who had desperately tried to stop Zhen Aiguo from hitting send. Unbelievable. Everything had played out exactly the way this young man predicted. All eyes shifted to Lin Han. To see through a geopolitical trap at such a young age, this kid was a certified genius. Zhen Aiguo felt his gut twist with regret. The brat was right. He had spent months begging for this opportunity only to be played like a fiddle. They scammed him, and they scammed the country. If he had just listened to that warning, 20 billion yuan would still be in the vault. That money could have lifted thousands out of poverty or rebuilt entire cities. Instead, it bought a worthless piece of paper. So tell us, genius, what do we do now? The money is gone, the kingdom still controls our tech, and the Union just robbed us blind. Lin Han stepped forward. I gave you the answer, but nobody listened. That 20 billion is the price of your arrogance, especially yours. Lin Han pointed straight at Zhen Aiguo. The professor wanted to scream, but the shame felt like a stone lodged in his throat. You old fools make the mess, and someone else always has to clean it up. If we want to stop being puppets, we need our own tech. We need to build a satellite positioning system that belongs solely to us. The key is the receiver technology. Lin Han's eyes burned with intensity. He was about to change the world. Which brain-dead rookie came up with the bright idea to join the Galileo Satellite Alliance? Seriously, that's about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Professor Fang stood up, backing his star pupil all the way. He scanned the room, asking, does any unit here have a spare receiver we could borrow? We need hardware stat. Lin Han smirked. His plan was savage. You launched the satellites, I just used them for free. Boom, old man Zhen was shaking in his boots after getting roasted by a kid. To be lectured by a pint-sized brat. The shame was burning him up inside in front of the whole crew too. He vowed to dig up dirt on this kid later. Was this some prank by the Science Academy? No way was he letting this slide. Those guys were just waiting for a chance to attack his reputation. He had to get his face back, no matter what. Finally, someone rolled out a clunky piece of junk, an early model receiver from the Pan River Research Unit. It only picked up basic GPS signals, but for Lin Han, it was gold. His eyes lit up like anime sparkles. This is it. This was the whole reason he came. Lin Han touched the machine, and bam! A storm of data flooded his brain. The system kicked in. Scanning receiver technology, processing, frequency locked system, unlocking in progress, satellite positioning system, unlocked 100%. Just like that, he had the blueprints for the entire tech tree. And get this, the system even threw in a bonus, weather jamming tech acquired. It was like hitting the jackpot without buying a ticket. His brain was now an encyclopedia of future tech. Watch out, world, the Western powers were about to wet themselves. Within 1 week, China's navigation system would be online. You guys can take this scrap metal back now, I'm done with it. Everyone stared as Lin Han zoned out and started acting weird, leaving the researcher totally confused. Lin Han just waved his hand like a boss. We're good, Professor Fang. Let's bounce. No reason to hang around these losers. The professor nodded. He didn't know exactly what Lin Han was cooking, but that confident smirk, it screamed victory. Now for the noobs in the back, the receiver is the heart of the beast. It grabs signals and crunches numbers. It tracks user location and processes data. Basically, without it, you're flying blind. If Lin Han nails this step, China's own GPS isn't just a dream anymore, it's destiny. They turned to leave, but old man Zhen wasn't having it. Hold up, he barked, eyes narrowing. You drop a bomb and leave? Who said they could build a system in 1 week? If he didn't crush this kid now, his reputation in the industry would be toast. How could he show his face in the scientific community ever again? Build a satellite system in 7 days. Please. Even if God himself came down with a wrench, it couldn't be done. It was pure fantasy. Lin Han paused, glancing back with a savage grin. Bet, come to the Science Institute in a week. I'll show you a miracle. Zhen was so mad, he nearly popped a blood vessel. Fine, just you wait. If you fail, I'll make you the laughingstock of the century. And with that spicy mic drop, the meeting dissolved into total chaos. Lin Han, are you for real right now? Professor Fang asked, sweating bullets. Lin Han laughed. Relax, not only will I finish it, but I'm going to snatch the monopoly right out of the West's hands. It won't be easy, but I got this. The clock started ticking, and the Institute gained a legendary new resident. Over the next week, Old Man Zen kept showing up pretending he just wanted tea, but clearly trying to spy on the progress. Too bad Professor Fang played defense. He set up a VIP room, stuffed Jen with snacks, but locked him out of the lab. Geez, Professor Jen, beefing with a kid, really you need a hobby. If he actually pulls this off in a week, are you going to bow down and call him daddy, just wondering? Fang teased him mercilessly while sipping his tea like Kermit. The shade was real. Jen's face went dark. I'm the public enemy now. I was just trying to be realistic and that brat roasted me. I can't even show my face outside. It's all his fault. Fang just smirked. Careful, or you're going to get slapped by reality again. Jen rolled his eyes. A week impossible. Stop dreaming. I still don't get why a prestigious institute let a toddler run the lab. It's embarrassing. Fang stood up looking down on him with a knowing glint. Just wait a few more days. Your jaw's about to hit the floor. Time's up. 1 week later, Lin Han stared at his creation, grinning like a villain who just won the game. He'd installed a stealth antenna and boosted the frequency reception by over 100 times. The Galileo signals hacked. Russian satellites now, part of his playground. China wasn't blind anymore. Even Japan's signals were his to command. Oh, and did the West try to block their GPS cute? Lin Han's device just forcefully hijacked their signals anyway. The philosophy was simple. You launch them, I use them. Thanks for the donation. Hijacking your satellites. Please, you guys are helpless to stop it. I'm not just throttling your data packing speed. I'm completely seizing control of your entire satellite network. Anyone who's actually cracked open a textbook on satellite navigation knows the drill. More satellites equals sharper positioning and dead accurate guidance. But right now, the super frequency GNSS receiver that Lin Han developed is on a whole other level. It can literally leech off global satellite signals to transmit positioning data for Huaxia. In the future, we won't even need to launch our own birds into orbit. Of course, Lin Han wouldn't even bother looking at the garbage satellites other countries are tossing into space. Those useless hunks of metal have processing speeds slower than a snail. When push comes to shove, you still need the tech he built to get the job done. Professor Fang, it's been a whole week. Remember, that arrogant brat ran his mouth claiming he'd finished the satellite system in just 7 days. Time's up and I don't see a single thing moving, but then, who said nothing's moving? Suddenly, Lin Han's voice cut through the air from a distance. His face was the picture of chill, radiating that genius-level confidence. Seeing Lin Han stroll out, Chan Guo narrowed his eyes and shot up from his chair. Let's get one thing straight right now. He wagged a finger in Lin Han's face like a disappointed schoolteacher. This system you built better not be trash compared to the European Alliance. Otherwise, what was the point of your little science project? The accuracy needs to be within 100 meters minimum. And the signal transmission speed better stay within a 5-minute margin of error. With all those preconditions, Chan Guo felt confident that Huaxia's current tech level couldn't possibly pull this off in a week. If you fail, you apologize to me, right now. But if you actually did it, I'll drop to my knees and call you master. You could see the adrenaline pumping through Chan Guo as he spoke. His hair was practically standing on end from the excitement. Goosebumps everywhere. Talk about drama. Lin Han just looked up at him like he was watching a toddler throw a tantrum. Ignoring the noise, he walked straight over to Professor Fang. The gear is prepped and ready. Huaxia's satellite positioning system is about to go live. I think we should get Director I down here. We need to brainstorm a killer name for this bad boy. After all, we just shattered the foreign monopoly and broke through their blockade. Professor Fang chuckled softly. Don't worry, Director I is already speeding his way here. Before he could even finish, a gust of wind swept through the room. Director I Thiet Quan rushed in, looking breathless and gloomy, ripping off his coat as he entered. I heard the news. Lin Han actually pulled it off. He built the system. I rushed over as fast as I could. Seeing Director I's dark expression, Professor Fang asked, Is something wrong? Director I furrowed his brows and let out a heavy sigh. Ugh, I'm literally about to explode from anger. The 19th Missile Corps in Jiangcheng did a test launch today. But the GPS signal got cut and the missiles went rogue, flying straight back home. Is this another one of England's dirty tricks? Building our own satellite system isn't just a project anymore. It's a national emergency. Director I, sir? Chan Guo tried to get his attention. Seeing the legendary Director I in the flesh made him stiffen up. The man's reputation in Huaxia was massive. Nobody expected him to show up personally. Director I, I'm Chan Guo. I used to work on satellite positioning technology back in the day. Hearing that name, Director I's face instantly turned pitch black. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the guy from head to toe. Oh, so it's you. The guy who blew 200 billion yuan just to get scammed by the European Alliance. You really lost the bait and the fish on that one, didn't you? Chan Guo felt like the director was poking a fresh wound with a stick. He laughed awkwardly. I did it for Huaxia, who knew the Europeans would be such backstabbers. Director I waved his hand, cutting him off. He didn't want to hear excuses. That 200 billion came from the defense budget. Of course he was furious. Hurry up and show me this new system Lin Han built. I need something to cheer me up right now. Chan Guo caught the shade being thrown his way. Seething with jealousy, he whispered a snarky comment. What kind of advanced tech could a kid possibly invent? Sure, I got scammed by the Europeans, but at least I was out there fighting for Huaxia's interests. Fighting for what? Director I didn't even bother looking at him. Professor Fang had already spilled the tea days ago. Lin Ham tried to warn Chan Guo, but the guy wouldn't listen. 200 billion poof gone with the wind. Lin Ham led the group to the testing zone. In the center stood a mysterious device completely concealed under a moisture-proof tarp. Lin Ham stepped up to the center, grabbed the fabric, and yanked it down in one smooth motion. The moment the cover slid off, a sleek metallic super-frequency receiver revealed itself radiating a high-tech aura. Old Liu rolled the gear out. Ever since the model satellite incident, Liu K had been totally converted. He wasn't a hater anymore. He was practically Lin Ham's energetic hype man. Grinning from ear to ear, he pushed the satellite control unit into place. These two devices were about to link up with the birds in the sky. A complete, fully functional positioning system had officially been constructed. Chan Guo stared at the machines, letting out a mocking sneer. What is this supposed to prove? It's just two boxes, one controller and one receiver. The receiver looked like a straight-up brick, completely missing an antenna. Anyone who's ever cracked a book on GPS knows the drill. Bigger antenna means better signal. So what exactly was this toy supposed to catch a cold? Was it just a fancy FM radio? Everyone knew he was in a rush, but this was pushing it. Lin Han just let out a low chuckle and fired up the device. Liu Kui flashed a $1 million grin, showing off his pearly whites. All right then, showtime. A low hum vibrated through the room as both devices lit up in sync. The screen instantly projected a simulation of a satellite connection. You've got the hardware, sure, Jen Guo scoffed, shaking his head. But without the satellites, it's just a glorified paperweight. The whole point of GPS is the satellite. We don't even have a network up there yet. How are you going to navigate by vibes? Lin Han's smirk deepened. Who told you the sky was empty? Old Liu slapped his chest proudly. He was thinking, please, I do this for breakfast. I put those birds up there myself. His fingers danced across the keyboard like a concert pianist, far above at an altitude of over 12,000 miles. 3 dormant satellites woke up receiving the command from ground control. Instantly, 3 distinct lights pinged on the monitor. That was the undeniable signature of a live satellite link. Witnessing this, Jen Guo felt a chill run down his spine. His jaw practically hit the floor. Since when did we launch satellites without it being all over the news? Usually, a launch is a global event. We're a peaceful developing nation, came the reply. Real G's move in silence. Why make a fuss over tossing a few gadgets into orbit? Jen Guo forced himself to cool down. He realized he was tripping way too hard, making himself look like an amateur. Okay, so you have 3. Big deal. The British JPS system has 24 satellites providing global coverage. Lin Han laughed softly. You're only seeing 3 right now? Because that's the warm-up. Since our country only approved 3 orbital slots and frequency bands so far, that's all I can show you. But this is just the appetizer. Once the rest of the permit's clear, you're going to see a whole sky full of stars. Jen Guo shot him a side eye. Keep dreaming, kid. A sky full of stars. Let me give you a reality check. The British took 16 years to build their 24 satellite network. Your so-called starry sky is going to take, 100 years stop capping and be realistic. I told you from the jump building, a GPS network isn't an overnight job. That's why I pushed so hard to join the European Galileo Alliance. Jen Guo regained his swagger. He felt vindicated. Sure, the EU might have played them, but he was just a victim of circumstances. He held his head high, convinced his strategy was the only logical play. The situation is critical and the clock is ticking. Building our own system is a pipe dream right now. Honestly, I don't see any potential in this kid's project. My recommendation stands, we need to piggyback on another country's system. My team is already in talks with Japan. Hearing this, Aitish Kwan instantly exploded with rage. Are you insane? You want us to rely on the enemy joining the Japanese system is basically national suicide. Get out of my face! Jen Guo spread his hands helplessly. Then what's the play? The British keep jamming our signal. We can't live like this forever. We only have 3 birds in the sky. We are literally 1,000 miles away from a working network. Before he could finish his sentence, a middle-aged man in a suit burst into the room. He was clutching a folder, sprinting like his life depended on it. Sweating and panting, he screamed out in pure ecstasy. Success! We did it! 1,200 orbital slots and frequencies. All approved. It's Project 34. The infinite cosmos. It's the glory of our nation. 1,200 orbits. Hearing that number, Jen Guo froze. The entire room exchanged looks of absolute shock. Since when could you get that many slots in medium Earth orbit? Everyone stared at each other, eyes wide with disbelief. How is that even possible? The British system only has 24 satellites, and you just requested 1,200. Jen Guo let out a mocking laugh. Do you even know basic physics? Stop embarrassing yourself. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get a slot in medium Earth orbit? It's prime real estate. In the last 30 years, our entire nation only managed to secure 107 slots. And that includes the junk we already retired. Lin Han looked up, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Who said anything about medium Earth orbit? Ever heard of geostationary orbit, the satellite chain? 1,200 satellites forming a vast starry sky. And now I'm going to show you exactly what that looks like. Trieu Huy felt his blood boiling with excitement. He smashed the command key. Initiate fission sequence. The 3 original dots on the screen suddenly split apart at terrifying speed. The number of satellites on the monitor multiplied like a virus, a sky full of stars. Oh, it was very real. Jen Aiguo watched the points of light bloom across the screen. His breathing hitched. His heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. These signals, they weren't fake. That meant this kid who looked like he should still be in elementary school. He had actually built a massive satellite network, and he did it in geostationary orbit. That orbit was only about 300 to 400 miles above the ground. This changed everything. The signal speed was absolutely insane. The accuracy was pinpoint, and the services provided were next level. Plus, with 3 satellites in medium Earth orbit, the precision just took a quantum leap forward. Professor Chan felt his knees turn to absolute jelly. He clutched the railing for dear life, gasping for air while his heart tried to pound right out of his chest. Meds, I need my heart med stat. Professor Chan pointed shakily at his pocket, his eyes practically rolling back into his skull from the sheer shock. Fang Zheng scrambled to grab the pills from the professor's pocket and shoved 2 of them into his mouth. It took a hot minute for the color to return to his face. 100 satellites. What kind of celestial technology is this? And what about accuracy? How is your atomic clock research holding up? Linham just smirked like it was nothing. Atomic clocks are a piece of cake. Mine only loses 1 millisecond every 10 million years. What in the world? That tech completely crushed the British standards, and he was acting like it was child's play. Good heavens, kid! Are you trying to completely shatter my entire understanding of reality? Without that ultra-precise atomic clock, satellites are just expensive space junk. Hearing this, Professor Chan felt like he'd just been resurrected from the dead. 10 million years for a single millisecond of error. Do you have any idea how insane that concept is? The top-tier British clocks lost a second every 3 million years. But this kid's tech was off by a mere millisecond in 10 million years. Professor Chan went from total skeptic to fanboy in seconds. The raw data didn't know how to lie. The holographic displays proved everything the boy said was true. Huaxia's exclusive satellite positioning system wasn't just a dream, it was reality. Fang Zheng and Director Ai were left standing there with their jaws on the floor. They knew Linham was a genius, but this was god tier, a literal elementary schooler had mastered complex aerospace technology. It was almost ironic. Fang Zheng patted the still shell-shocked Professor Chan on the back. So what's the verdict? Professor Chan stared wide-eyed at the screen. The kid had actually pulled it off. He had lost so much face today he wanted to crawl into a hole. But curiosity won out. I just need to know how you did it. Saying that made Professor Chan cringe so hard his toes curled up in his shoes. Linham chuckled. If you want to learn, I don't mind schooling you. I actually put together a development handbook for the satellite positioning system right here. Since you've got such unique skeletal structure and a face thick enough to block bullets, I'll gift this manual to you. Study it hard, maybe you'll reach enlightenment. Professor Chan wasn't a villain at heart. He was just an obstinate old mule. Past glory had made him arrogant, blinding him to the truth and leading his research into a dead end. But his stubbornness had cost the nation 20 billion yuan. The people were paying the price for his foolishness. And honestly, Linham wasn't exactly ready to forgive and forget that level of waste. Professor Chan grabbed the book like it was a sacred relic. To him, this wasn't just notes, it was like the legendary Nine-Yang Manual of Martial Arts. Is this really for me? He rubbed his hands together, trembling with excitement. Linham nodded, and a golden light seemed to flash in the professor's eyes. With this knowledge, Huaxia wouldn't have to fear any signal jamming or interference from foreign powers ever again. Looking back, his refusal to trust Linham was just pure ego and arrogance. Yet the kid didn't hold a grudge. He even handed over the tech Linham might be small, but his spirit was larger than life. Professor Chan humbled himself completely. I was wrong. If I had listened to you, we wouldn't have lost that 20 billion to the EU. He bowed his head like a schoolboy in detention. Linham just sighed. Suddenly, agents from the National Security Bureau stormed into the Science Institute looking for Professor Chan. Chan stood up totally confused. The agents flashed their badges and dropped the hammer. You're suspected of colluding with Europe and wasting state assets. You're coming with us? Suddenly it all clicked for Professor Chan. You mean the 20 billion? Ah, fine. It was my mistake after all. I'll cooperate. Punish me however you see fit. When national security moves, nobody gets in their way. Honestly, Professor Chan brought this on himself. A little suffering might actually do him some good. Seeing Linham gift that manual to Chan, Director Ai, and Fang Zheng were practically drooling with envy. Haha, Linham, buddy. Our relationship is way better than yours with that old guy, right? Fang Zheng winked, clearly hinting at something. Linham laughed, exposing the truth. Oh, that I printed like 100 copies to hand out to the dev team. I just tossed him one to be nice. Poor Professor Chan. The old fool was treating a mass-produced pamphlet like a one-of-a-kind treasure. But make no mistake, that manual was still the crystallized wisdom of Linham's genius. Huaxia's future shouldn't rest on just one boy's shoulders. His goal was to spread the knowledge and let the whole nation rise. Our satellite navigation grid is finally 100% complete. It's high time we christened this masterpiece. Fang Zheng broke the silence while Itia Jun stared intensely at the tech. Naming is always the hardest part, isn't it? But suddenly a light bulb went off in Linhan's head. Think back hundreds of years ago to the ancient times. Before high-tech maps, our ancestors navigated by the rising sun and the endless night sky. They looked to the stars, to the constellations that never failed them. The Northern Dipper, the Big Dipper, the eternal guide in the darkness. That is the spirit we need to capture right now. It's a symbol of hope that has guided emperors and travelers for eons. But just as the mood was getting legendary, the atmosphere shifted instantly. A sudden piercing ringtone shattered the silence like a gunshot. Director I snatched the phone. Hello? We felt a tremor here too, but the epicenter isn't local, right? The voice on the other end delivered a bombshell. Director I's face went pale as a sheet. Say that again. He heard something that his brain refused to process. The phone slipped from his grip in slow motion. Tears welled up in his eyes. His fists unclenched and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Zhuancheng City, 300 kilometers away. It's been hit by a catastrophic earthquake. Fang Zheng didn't hesitate for a second. We need to mobilize the rescue team immediately. Our department has stockpiles of heavy coats, blankets, and emergency tents ready to go. I'm heading out to secure food and water right now. Lin Han took a deep breath, steeling his nerves. The moment he had been dreading was finally here. In the previous timeline, the British forces controlled the disaster relief airspace. They trolled the rescue efforts, causing countless brave soldiers to lose their lives for nothing. Back then, they didn't just refuse to apologize. They publicly shamed our country on the world stage for lacking our own navigation tech. The memory of that humiliation tasted bitter like ash in his mouth. But this time, the script has changed. The Beidou satellite system is fully operational. So what did the British lock us out of their GPS? Do they think we don't have our own eyes in the sky now? 1,200 satellites forming an inescapable net atomic clocks with an error margin of a fraction of a second over 10 million years. Our positioning accuracy is down to the millimeter level. This system is a beast. It's 1,000 times stronger than their trash-tier GPS. And that's not all. Lin Han had unlocked the weather manipulation tech too. While building the satellites, he casually whipped up a system that can summon storms or clear skies on a whim. Talk about an overpowered side project. If those foreign powers want to flex, let them try. They're in for a rude awakening. Lin Han cut through the noise. I propose we activate the Beidou system immediately, total global coverage right now. The British won't show us any mercy. They definitely won't give us free GPS access during this crisis. Lin Han's logic was flawless. IT Jun and Fang Zheng nodded furiously. Agreed, Lin Han. The activation of the North Star is in your hands. We'll handle the logistics and emergency resources. Lin Han gave a firm nod. With Liu Kui there to back him up, they were an unstoppable duo. The team split up to execute the mission. Lin Han grabbed Liu Kui and sprinted toward the control center. Achieving global coverage with Beidou was going to take some serious hustle. Director I had just received the grim details. Most buildings in Xuancheng had collapsed into rubble. The situation inside was a black box of horror. The entire nation began to move. Rescue units from all four corners of the country were rushing toward the epicenter. The whole world was watching, but the roads were blocked by debris. Traditional vehicles were useless. The only way in was from the sky. Paratroopers. But an airborne drop right now. That was basically a suicide mission. They were facing three deadly obstacles. First, the weather over the city was a mystery. High winds or heavy rain could turn the paratroopers into tragedies before they even touched the ground. Second, the jump altitude. They had to drop from 5,000 meters. Normal paratroopers train at 3,000 meters. That's a 2,000-meter gap in experience. Jumping blindly from that height is insane difficulty. Third, the navigation issue. Without precise guidance, they'd be flying blind, especially if the GPS signal gets jammed. These three problems were like massive mountains blocking the path of life. Human effort alone might not be enough to move them. Meanwhile, across the ocean, upon hearing about the disaster, the British officials showed their true colours. They publicly announced a calibration of their GPS signals. Some regions might experience a temporary blackout. That was code for sabotage. If they want to save their people, they have to play by our rules. No GPS for them unless they get on their knees and beg. Ha 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 ha. The high-ranking officials were laughing drunk on their own power. Controlling the GPS meant they had their hands around the throat of the entire rescue operation. You want to fight nature? Pay the price first. Then one official flashed a wicked snake-like grin. I have an even better idea. Let's give them the signal at first. Wait until their soldiers are mid-air. And then cut the feed. Ha 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 ha. The British side was buzzing with malicious glee. The plan was set and the vibe was toxic. Everyone agreed to pull the trigger immediately. Their goal to watch the reputation of Huaxia's leadership crash and burn completely. Right after the UK dropped a public announcement, they claimed GPS signals were being adjusted, but out of generosity for the disaster, they would try their best to keep it online. Yeah, right. They spouted poetic lines about how natural disasters are cruel, but humans are kind. The irony was off the charts. The big shots in Huaxia actually bought it for a second, thinking the UK turned a new leaf. But little did they know it was a classic case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. The rescue op was on a ticking clock. The Air Force scrambled instantly, gearing up for a high-stakes jump. High in the azure sky, three transport giants soared like eagles. The captain locked onto the target zone, 300 kilometers to go. Even with the weather acting up, they were 30 minutes out. Full speed ahead. The mood at command was heavy as lead. But suddenly the screen flickered. Glitch. Static. Then darkness. In a heartbeat, all data vanished. GPS signal lost. Are you kidding me? GPS lost. We are flying blind, requesting immediate backup. The captain's heart sank as the navigation display went totally black. The GPS was cut. Damn it. What kind of animals are those British guys? 1 second they are preaching support, and the next they're jamming the signal that is straight up savage. The commander did not hesitate. Get the British GPS department on the line now. A moment later, the liaison officer rushed back, looking like he had seen a ghost. Sir, they claim the GPS is overloaded. They are running a massive military drill and hogging all the bandwidth. Smack! The commander slammed his hat onto the ground. Bullcrap! They are in Europe. We are in Asia. We do not even use the same satellite nodes. This is sabotage. We are fighting a disaster and they are playing dirty games. Command! We have thick fog ahead! The captain screamed. Without navigation, we cannot jump. It is suicide. The screams for help pierced the air. The commander clenched his fist so hard his nails dug into his skin, drawing blood. Oh, damn it all. This is what happens when we rely on someone else's tech. Our boys are out there and those British jerks just have to lift a finger to doom them. Do they have no soul? Suddenly, a robotic voice forcefully hijacked the comms channel. This is the Huaxia Beidou Satellite Navigation System Control Unit. I am Linham, number 36, representing the will of Huaxia. The Beidou Satellite Control System is online. The commander froze, completely baffled. Since when does Huaxia have a Beidou system? Is this a prank who is messing around at a time like this? But Linham's voice cut through the doubt. Repeating, this is Beidou Control. Initiating override to connect your units to our satellite network. The commander let out a dry laugh. Connect to Beidou, quit the jokes, kid. But even as he scoffed, he signaled the tech guy. Check that signal source immediately. A realization hit the commander like a truck. Wait, does this mean we actually built our own navigation system? Liu Kuei grinned like a madman. You bet we did. Link it up every second wasted, it's another danger to the victims. The commander nodded frantically. Do it, connect now. Get that signal to the planes. In an instant, a brand new signal beamed straight to the aircraft. The game had changed. Inside the transport plane, the vibe was intense. The soldiers sat in silence, conserving every ounce of energy for the drop. But losing GPS was like gouging out their eyes. They were flying into the unknown. It felt like the Grim Reaper was already holding a scythe to their throats. The captain made a wild decision. Listen up, the British cut our feed to sabotage this rescue. They think a dirty trick like that can stop the People's Army. Our training was not for show. Altitude is 5,000 meters. I am calculating the drop zone manually. My gut says we are right over the target, comrades. Are you scared? Answer me. Are you scared? A soldier roared back, scared of what? Then the whole cabin erupted in unison. Scared of what? The shout was so loud it felt like it shook the heavens. That earlier silence was not fear, it was focus. Huaxia soldiers do not know the meaning of the word fear. We wrote our wills before we boarded. We are ready to fight death itself. They knew the score before they even strapped in. 5,000 meters up. That is uncharted territory, a straight-up nightmare for the Air Force. But fear not an option. Not when hundreds of thousands of lives were down there, praying for a miracle. Comrades, the commander's voice rasped like gravel, our moment of truth is here. The disaster is our command. Our people are waiting. The order cut through the static heavy with duty. 3 massive transport birds, 150 warriors, all waiting for the green light to drop into hell. Shu Yen Tan had gone completely dark. Nobody knew what horrors waited below. These guys were the vanguards, the suicide squad, broken into teams of 15. They were like human flares dropping into the abyss. If one light gets snuffed out, the next team steps up to take its place. They would keep dropping until a beacon finally lit up the ruins of the city. The hatch slowly groaned open. You could see the warrior badge carved into every single stoic expression. The wind hit them like a truck. Fog curled into the cabin like a ghost, and the cold bit deep, but not a single soldier flinched. Because these dudes were not made of flesh and bone. They were forged from steel, tougher than any blade. Just as they were about to dive, the captain's headset screamed. A massive data packet from the Air Force Command Center was coming in hot. The Big Dipper satellite system was online. Precise coordinates received. Check your screens immediately. It is the Big Dipper system. Precise coordinates! The captain was shook. But when the data loaded, his shock turned to pure adrenaline-fueled hype. 1,200 satellites in the heavens had all locked their sights on Shu Yen Tan. After syncing with the Heaven's Eye data, the captain realized the terrifying truth. They were 10 kilometers off target. If they had jumped a second ago, disaster. They would have missed the zone completely and landed straight in the jaws of death. The captain slammed his arm across the hatch, stopping the soldiers. Hold up aboard the jump. I just got a feed from HQ. We are talking coordinates with millimeter-level precision here. Adjust course immediately. Then we drop. As the order echoed, the tension in the plane broke into excited shouts. Accurate data, that meant their survival rate just leveled up significantly. This is a gift from the gods. Chief, did the GPS signal come back? The captain shook his head, a wry smile on his face. GPS is still dead. HQ says they are using something called the Big Dipper system. Never heard of it, and right now, I do not care. We got the cheat codes, boys. We have the data. The commander nodded, his eyes burning with renewed hope. Meanwhile, the Air Force Command Center was buzzing like a beehive. They were crunching numbers like crazy, trying to feed the best intel to the front lines. We have the location, but we are still blind on visuals. Without a map of the wreckage, the rescue is still going to be hell, the operations director said, sweating bullets. But Lam Ham? He just leaned back and smirked. Relax. As long as I am here, history will not repeat itself. 1,200 satellites are about to wake up and flex their full power. Give me 60 seconds. I'm sending a high-definition live stream of the entire city to the main screen. Watch this. The director frowned, confused. What? How is that even possible? Satellites take photos, they do not do live video. Even the top-tier British spy tech has a 24-hour delay, Lam Ham replied with a cool confidence. British tech, that is dinosaur stuff. This is the latest black technology from our homeland. 1,200 eyes in the sky are opening up simultaneously. Link number 374, 4K live stream, God's Eye view activated. The director froze. This was not just a stream. This was God-tier surveillance. The director's jaw hit the floor. What does this mean? Lam Ham chuckled. Data sent. Look at the big screen. Before he could finish, a crystal clear 4K holographic map of the city exploded onto the main display. It was a full three-dimensional render of Shuyanthan broadcasting in real time. The director was not looking at static photos. He was watching a movie. Oh my God. Is there any lag? Lam Ham's face turned serious. Yeah, about 1 millisecond. 1 millisecond, that is basically zero. That meant they had a live feed of the disaster zone. No more groping in the dark. They could spot survivors instantly. The rescue speed and success rate just multiplied by 100. It was literally like walking into a final exam with the answer key in your hand. The director was hyped, but then he looked closer at the screen and his face fell. The aftermath was brutal. Ruins everywhere, dust choking the air. The screen showed people screaming in pain, desperate for help. The director snapped out of his trance. There was no time to waste. Every second wasted was a life lost. He slammed the button, syncing the God's Eye data directly to the 3 rescue planes. Go save them! When the captain saw that video feed, it hit him harder than a physical blow. His jaw practically hit the floor. Shock didn't even begin to cover it. Is this really the disaster zone right now? After a quick double check with the ops manager, the green light was lit. The manager nodded with absolute certainty. That's affirmative. Boys, it's go time. Launch the rescue up immediately. With the situation on the ground revealed and the Beidou satellite locking in coordinates with sniper-like precision, the rescue squad cooked up a flawless plan in seconds. With target coordinates that accurate, our warriors didn't need to gamble with their lives just to scout the area. It was like someone finally turned on the lights in a pitch-black room, target acquired. Comrades, squad up, charge. At the drop of a hat, 150 elite rescuers leaped from the transport plane without a shred of fear. Meanwhile, across the pond, the British officials were popping champagne like it was a festival. They were high on the thrill of holding Huaxia's fate in a chokehold. Just by jamming the GPS signal, they thought they dealt a critical hit to the country. That feeling of playing Puppet Master, they were absolutely addicted to it. Without our precious GPS system, entering that quake zone is a suicide mission. Unless they're literal angels, they're flying blind into a death trap. Ha 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 ha. The high-ranking British officials cackled like cartoon villains. Huaxia is going to take a massive L today. Besides, it's not our citizens dying, so who cares? They have so many people anyway. What's a few 100,000 less? What's the point of those idiots building carriers if they can't navigate? Without eyes, even a carrier is just another Titanic waiting for an iceberg. Sinking is the only ending written for them. Angels, please. Who needs angels when you have something better? Right now, divine warriors were descending from the heavens. From 5,000 meters up, living legends dived towards the target. At 300 meters, white shoots bloomed like majestic jellyfish filling the sky. Boom, a perfect landing right in the heart of the chaos. The moment they cut their chutes, they rushed into the ruins like glowing saviors. Is anyone there? We got your helpers arrived? Seeing Daddy Britain make a move, Japan jumped in to chase some clout too. They claimed to send aid supplies, but get this, the transport plane was filled with thousands of paper cranes. The relief team was livid when they saw the cargo. Are you kidding me? You animals, what are starving people going to do with origami? And the audacity Japan used the aid mission as an excuse to loiter in Huaxia's airspace and spy. But nothing hides from Lin Ham's all-seeing Beidou system. Lock-on confirmed. Lin Ham scoffed, a dog acts like a dog no matter what. Since you guys love causing trouble so much, I've got a little surprise left over from the British package just for you. Caught in 4K, Huaxia's top brass spotted Japan's sneaky little maneuvers instantly. They were forced to exit the territory immediately. They clearly came to troll, not to help. The higher-ups were absolutely done with their nonsense. The mission clock hit 48 hours. Thanks to the satellite support, the whole operation was smoother than butter. The UK and other countries sat back with popcorn, waiting for the tragic news. They were imagining a total blackout without their GPS. They expected chaos tears and total failure, but then came 12:23 a.m. Huaxia announced, mission accomplished. The news anchor beamed with a smile that said, we won. Good evening, everyone. Tune in because we have a legendary update on the rescue mission. The screen lit up with crystal clear footage powered by 1,200 synchronized satellites. It showed that sky full of white parachutes crashing down like a tsunami of hope. Seeing that footage made everyone's blood boil with hype. This is the ultimate security guarantee provided by the People's Army. Danger hardship doesn't matter. When those uniforms show up, the word safety is written in stone. The anchor kept dropping win after win about the relief efforts. Finally, the scoreboard dropped. Mission time 48 hours. Injured 58,688. Deaths 0. I repeat, absolute 0. To speed run a disaster of this magnitude with stats like that is the unbreakable iron will of Huaxia on full display. Are they hacking? The British officials were lagging in real life. We killed the GPS. How did they land those jumps with such accuracy? And where are they getting these 8K resolution images from? The UK analysts ran the numbers on this rescue mission over and over. They analysed it until their brains hurt. And their final cope, Huaxia must be lying. There's no way they're definitely hiding the body count. It's a cover-up. To save face, they launched a massive smear campaign. They started spreading fake news claiming the data was forged. Director IT Jun, who just got back from the front lines, he was about to explode with rage. Lin Han flashed a devilish grin at Director I. Chill out, sir. They're about to taste their own medicine. I've got a plan that's absolutely wicked. Li, Director I frowned, looking skeptical. How? Lin Han leaned in, whispering the details into his ear. Well, what do you think? The director's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. You sly little fox. You were waiting for them to slip up all along. Lin Han smirked. Honestly, I had a plan B, but the earthquake gave me the perfect opening. I'm on it. ITA Jun nodded, rushing off to organise the setup. Meanwhile, number 38 tallied the score. Satellites check. Weather weapons, you bet he has those too. The UK media was having a field day roasting Huaxia non-stop. Everyone was screaming that they were hiding the real data fueling the public's rage. But then, boom, the internet exploded. A new narrative hit the web like a viral shockwave, flipping the script instantly. It was a report so logical, so backed by evidence that nobody could doubt it. It spread like wildfire. The headline screamed, Huaxia, and the EU Joint Forces' official entry into the Galileo satellite system confirmed. Looks like that massive $20 billion investment finally paid off. The article claimed the Galileo system was the real hero behind the disaster relief success, giving all the credit to European tech. And the receipts were all there. Screenshots of the $20 billion transfer and private chat logs between Zhenaiguo and the EU big shots. It looked undeniable. The UK officials lost their minds. Bravo, our own allies stabbed us in the back. The fire was coming from inside the house. They immediately got the EU on the line demanding answers for this betrayal. The EU officials were stunningly confused, their faces turning grim. Is Huaxia insane? Why are they lying? We scammed them out of money and now they're giving us credit, claiming they used our satellites for the rescue. It makes no sense. What's their own angle? Ring, ring. The EU reps picked up the phone from the UK High Command. Before they could even say hello, the British side unleashed a storm of F-bombs. Damn it, Magooby. Wait, they understood the English swears, but what the heck is a Magooby? The UK was a global titan, the only superpower nobody dared to mess with. So the REAU officials just took the abuse trembling in fear. Sir, why are you cursing out our ancestors like that? The UK laid out the evidence. The EU reps panicked trying to explain. No, we didn't give them any satellite signals, I swear. We took the money, sure, but we were just scamming them. We never delivered the goods. The UK official laughed, but it wasn't a happy laugh. Scamming them bullshit, you're scamming us. Who takes billions and does nothing? You took the cash, you did the job. Don't play dumb. The EU team was sweating bullets, unable to prove their innocence. But we literally took the money for nothing. That's the truth. We're just greedy, not traitors. The Brit exploded. Do I look like a toddler to you? The bank transfer records are public. The receipts are everywhere. Stop playing games. The EU officials tried to explain again, helpless against the evidence. We were just toying with Huaxia. It was a trick. They fell for our trap, sent the $20 billion, but we blocked them from Galileo. The British side cut them off. All I see is $20 billion in your pocket. Good job, traitor. Colluding with the enemy, you're going to regret this. Click. The line went dead. Panic swept through the EU headquarters like a plague. They couldn't afford a war with the UK. But no matter what they said, they looked guilty as sin. Only one move left. Refund the $20 billion publicly. It hurt, but the UK's wrath would cost way more than mere money. That's when it hit them. Huaxia played them like a fiddle. What a masterstroke. Releasing the transfer info wasn't a brag, it was bait to sick the British dogs on the EU. And in the process, it proved Huaxia's relief efforts were legit, because they supposedly had European help. Talk about borrowing a knife to kill a rival. But this was just the appetizer. Huaxia's strategy runs deep. Just one chapter of Sun Tzu is enough to wreck these guys. They were playing 4D chess while the West was still playing with mud. That stolen money from Zhenaiguo. It wasn't cash anymore, it was a burning hot potato. Desperate to prove their loyalty, the EU wired the money back instantly. They issued a statement, Huaxia is not part of Galileo. We are returning the funds. They blamed rumours, but the cash was already back in the account. Zhenaiguo got the notification. Before this went down, Director I had briefed him on Lin Han's crazy scheme. He didn't believe it at first, but seeing that lost fortune return, his respect for Lin Han shot through the roof. The EU and UK would never guess they just got played by a 12-year-old kid. Talk about satisfying. A booming laugh erupted behind Lin Han. Director Ai slapped his knee. That move? Absolutely legendary. I bet even if the European Union coughs up the cash, the British aren't going to buy their story. Trust is dead. Lam Ham smirked, nodding like he saw it coming. You got that right. Once a wall goes up in someone's heart, tearing it down is harder than climbing to heaven. Director Ai nodded, stroking his chin. Man, Lam Ham's wisdom is way beyond his years. Destiny works in mysterious ways. That missing 200 million, it's perfect funding to rebuild the city now. On behalf of everyone in the disaster zone, seriously thank you, kid. A big shot, like Director Ai, actually bowed. Lam Ham panicked and quickly helped the director up with a humble smile. You earned this respect. That earthquake was a beast, but thanks to you, we had 0 casualties. It's a miracle. It was all thanks to him. Lam Ham took a deep, steadying breath, feeling the weight of the moment. Since the director put it that way, he'd accept the praise. But his eyes darkened with a hidden agenda. The game isn't over yet. If we hadn't developed the Northern Star satellite system the moment they jammed the signal, total chaos would have erupted. Imagine the nightmare scenario if our tech wasn't ready to counter them. The British jammed our GPS. That could have wiped us out. So no, we're not done. It's time they paid the price for their arrogance. Lam Ham's eyes burned with resolve. A heavy price, Director Ai frowned, staring at him intensely. What are you plotting? What kind of price look we just started winning? We need peace to develop, not a war. Don't be rash. Lam Ham flashed a chill, mysterious smile. Relax, Director Ai. Just follow me. Once you see this, everything will click. Director Ai followed him, skepticism written all over his face. What was this kid up to now? But the moment he stepped into the warehouse, his heart hammered against his ribs. Looking up at the towering machine piercing the sky, his jaw hit the floor. What on earth is that? Lam Ham chuckled softly. That just a little weather jamming device. It messes with local weather patterns. Nothing permanent, just enough to give our friends across the pond a very bad day. Lam Ham tapped a few keys, locking onto the target, the Washington district. He hit execute. Type, hailstorm, status extreme. A massive ice storm was about to hit them right in the middle of spring. Director Ai froze like a statue. Wait, a weather weapon? You actually have one of those? He looked like he'd seen a ghost. When did you even build this monstrosity? Lam Ham laughed casually. Just tinkered with it while working on the satellite system. Just a side project. Project 39, an eye for an eye. Director Ai's brain short-circuited. A side project? You built a weather weapon out of boredom? The director was screaming internally. His heart was beating faster than a techno beat drop. He thought the kid was a genius for the satellite, but this was a hidden ultimate move, and he made it casually. It was absolute madness. This thing could slap the enemy in the face from halfway across the world, and they wouldn't find a single fingerprint. Of course, right now, Lam Ham's toy wasn't at full apocalyptic power yet. To turn it into a true god-tier weapon, he'd need to grind for more tech upgrades and research. Meanwhile, over Washington, dark clouds gathered like a demon army. 3 hours later, day turned into night. The whole city plunged into chaos. The Weather Bureau was losing it. These clouds aren't moving. They've been there too long. What is happening? It was unnatural. A storm appearing out of nowhere with 0 scientific explanation. They were baffled, investigating, without a clue. Humans think they know nature, but they haven't seen anything yet. The British Bureau shrugged it off as a freak event and issued a basic storm warning. Just bring an umbrella, folks. Big mistake. But 30 minutes later, boom thunder shook the earth like a bomb blast. The sound threatened to tear the sky apart. A bolt of lightning slashed through the darkness like a divine sword splitting the heavens. Then came the rain. Of ice. Thumb-sized hailstones pelted down like machine gun fire. Crash. Pedestrians screamed as the ice bullets left them bruised and battered instantly. It hurts. It's huge. Run for your lives. People were getting knocked out cold in the streets. It was total pandemonium. Car alarms blared in a deafening symphony across the entire city. Beep, beep, beep. The barrage didn't stop. The ice chunks were getting bigger, heavier, and deadlier. Suddenly, hailstones the size of a human hand crashed down. Smashed windows shattered everywhere, accompanied by terrifying screams. Mommy help cries echoed everywhere. The Weather Bureau stared at their screens in horror. Hand-sized hail. This wasn't weather anymore. It was a calamity. The government immediately issued a code red, stay indoors or you will get wrecked. Back home, the high officials heard the news. They suppressed their smirks and sent a very polite, very sincere message of condolence. Karma served cold. The high-ranking officials in the UK started throwing major shade the moment the earthquake hit. From their ivory towers in Washington, they bragged about facing a once-in-a-century ice storm, like it was a walk in the park. Their attitude was basically, if you guys can survive a little shake, surely our superior god-tier technology can handle some frozen water. They had the nerve to say, don't worry about it, but those words just poured gasoline on the blazing fire of rage in the East. It was like, we sent you our thoughts and prayers, why are you getting salty? Effectively mocking an entire nation's suffering. Then Japan decided to jump on the bandwagon simping for the UK and telling everyone to chill out because to the British this was just a minor inconvenience. They started flexing their tech specs, bragging that the UK has the world's most advanced GPS system, so rescue teams would swoop in like superheroes to save the day. Unlike the East, which had to rely on the European Union's Galileo system just to find their way out of a paper bag. The arrogance was actually laughable. Lam Ham saw this clown show on the news and realized he'd almost forgotten about these little ankle biters. But since they wanted to volunteer as tributes, he'd let them taste the wrath of heaven and earth. Director Thiet-Kwan was so mad he was practically vibrating, ready to throw hands right through the screen. Japan was acting like the school bully sidekick, barking loudly while hiding behind the UK. And honestly, they needed a hard reality check. These scumbags saw us dealing with a massive earthquake and sent 10,000 paper cranes, then flew their planes around our airspace just to spy on our defenses. Hearing this, Lam Ham's blood began to boil. Sending origami during a disaster? What is this, an arts and crafts festival? All right, bet, Lam Ham smirked. You want to show off? Then Daddy's going to send you a massive slap in the face as a thank you gift for those useless birds. Without hesitation, Lam Ham fired up the weather jamming device and locked onto Japan's coordinates like a sniper. The target area was so small, it didn't even need full power. One weather jammer was enough to blanket their entire map in chaos. Lam Ham couldn't understand the logic if your territory is that tiny. Why are you flexing so hard? The moment the jammer-activated Karma hit instantly, within hours, Japan was pummeled by a massive hailstorm, a perfect mirror of the disaster hitting the UK. Both the UK and Japan were left completely stunned, wondering if the universe had suddenly decided to link their fates. Why were they suffering the exact same frozen nightmare at the exact same time? The UK panicked and cranked their GPS systems to max power, preparing a rescue mission to show the world how tech-savvy they were. They were about to learn what it feels like when God leaves the chat. Just as the UK military prepared to deploy relying on their precious GPS, the signal flatlined. The director of the GPS bureau started sweating bullets. So the satellite feed is dead, we've lost control. It seemed like something was jamming them, maybe a meteor shower full of heavy metals. The director's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. At the most critical moment, their legendary satellite system turned into a useless brick. This was a catastrophe of epic proportions. Dozens of planes were circling the skies over Washington blind as bats without navigation, unable to land safely. We are looking at a massive disaster. Can we switch to the backup satellites? The director screamed. But the staff just shook their heads in despair. Connect to what the signal is zero. It's like every satellite just decided to quit at the same time. Japan was in the same sinking boat. All their satellites went dark, not even a single bar of service could be found. All of this chaos was orchestrated by one man, Lam Ham. We were in trouble, and you kicked us while we were down. So don't blame me for playing dirty. They say a gentleman waits 10 years for revenge, but Lam Ham wasn't about that waiting life. If there's a grudge, settle it now. He told Director I to release a public statement to make sure the humiliation was complete. The UK tried to make things hard for us, so now it was their turn to play on hard mode. This is what we call instant karma, Director AI being the savage that he has loved, this aggressive style of payback. He immediately broadcasted a message to the world at exactly this time, Beijing Standard Time. Our nation is conducting a special test that might cause some minor satellite interference. Sorry for the inconvenience, fam. The moment the news dropped, the UK and Japan lost their absolute minds. The connection failure was actually caused by the East. The director received the news and started cursing up a storm, dropping F-bombs left and right. He was so angry his throat nearly exploded and goosebumps covered his skin. But the East wasn't done yet. They sent Japan a gift of 1 million paper cranes. In our great nation, we believe in repaying kindness with interest. You bros sent us 10,000 paper cranes, so we're sending you back 10 times that amount. Look at that dark horse fly. The Japanese officials were cursing in rage, but they were helpless, staring at a warehouse full of useless paper birds in total despair. Karma didn't just knock. It kicked the door down with steel-toed boots. The 3-hour hailstorm was a total catastrophe, wrecking infrastructure and causing damage that no amount of money could fix. The UK wanted to flex their rescue skills like a superhero movie, but instead they dropped the ball hard. It was a massive faceplant that turned them into the laughingstock of the entire globe. Their rescue planes looked like headless flies buzzing around, totally lost in the skies above Washington. Complete chaos. Eventually, the pilots had to emergency land one by one. It was a majestic scene of absolute failure, like a domino effect of incompetence. This is exactly the price you pay for bullying Huaxia. Forget about humanitarian aid. If you don't want to get pushed around, you got to have the biggest stick in the yard. Truth. The only truth that matters is within the range of a cannon. You dare mess with this grandpa, then get ready to pay double the price, fam. Thiet-Kwan watched the whole thing, witnessing the sheer savagery of Lin Han's methods. Whether it was the classic borrowing a knife-to-kill strategy or instant lightning-fast revenge, it just made the general fanboy even harder. He looked at Lin Han like he was seeing a national treasure. Suddenly a phone ring broke the mood. It was Lin Guo Dong, the dad. He hadn't seen his son in days. Even though they texted that everything was safe, nothing beats seeing your kid in person. Thiet-Kwan wasn't heartless, so he personally drove our MC back to Bay Si Kwang for the reunion. From a distance, you could see Papa Lin jogging over with those frantic parent vibes to meet Lin Han. He grabbed Lin Han's hand, chattering non-stop while checking him out. "You've been gone so long? Did you get taller again?" Lin Han let out a chuckle. Dad really isn't a poet with words. But the warmth radiating from him was real. It hit Lin Han right in the feels, reminding him of his father from his past life, who was just as awkward and loving. In the blink of an eye, the dreaded final exams arrived. 2 days later, the war was over. Lin Han's scores didn't just rise, they skyrocketed to the moon. He snatched the top spot at BAC Kwong Elementary No. 1 with a perfect score, turning heads everywhere. The target was locked BAC Kwong High School, the elite of the elite. That was where our boy intended to conquer next. Usually the valedictorian and salutatorian get scouted early by the high school principal for a little VIP chat. Students with stable high stats are like draft picks. Every specialized school wants to sign them to a contract. But Lin Han was a total dark horse. He popped up out of nowhere with a perfect score, but his track record was unproven. Total wildcard energy. So the principal of BAC Kwong High fell into deep contemplation looking at this anomaly. The principal, Vien Kito, was a middle-aged NPC with a shiny bald head, thick glasses and a round body. He looked harmless, but his mind was racing. He pushed up his glasses, circling Lin Han's name on the recommendation list with suspicion. Mr. Vien, I heard Elementary No. 1 has a kid named Lin Han with God-tier scores. His name has to be on the priority list, right? Another teacher holding a thermos like it was a lifeline walked in. Principal Vien chuckled darkly. This kid, I need to put him under the microscope first. According to his permanent record, this smells like a scam. I suspect cheating. I'm going to do a home visit and expose the truth myself. The other teacher looked at the file and had to agree. The scores were sus. Extremely sus. They'd seen underdogs before, but a horse that suddenly learned to fly like Lin Han never. Going from dead last to No. 1 in the district was too magical to be true. Home visit it is. Principal Vien hopped into his beat-up old Mazda and drove straight toward Lin Han's house. On the way, he rehearsed his interrogation techniques. He was determined to rip the mask off this brat. Meanwhile, the plot was thickening on another front. Ever since Lin Han designed that jet 3 years ago, academician Chen from the Aircraft Institute had been nagging General Ai daily. Let me meet this god-tier engineer. But the schedule never aligned. Right now, the top brass of Huaxia was in a panic meeting. They desperately needed a new fighter jet to counter the UK's F-22 Raptor. The pressure was on. The research team was pulling their hair out. But Lin Han's F-35 blueprints were like a beacon of hope for academician Chen. He called up the general raging. Old Ai, if you don't set up a meeting with Comrade Lin Han right now, I'm going to drop dead right in front of you. General A panicked. Whoa, chill out, don't die on me. I want you guys to meet too, okay? Comrade Lin Han just finished his exams, so he should be home. Academician Chen frowned confused. Exams? What exams? At his age, what is he testing for a prostate exam? General I laughed awkwardly. My bad, I forgot to mention the details. Comrade Lin Han just graduated from elementary school. Academician Chen's jaw hit the floor. The phone shook in his trembling hand. Old Ai, are you trolling me? Comrade, Lin Han is an elementary schooler. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? If this is a prank, I'm really going to die this time. General Ai rushed to explain the whole insane situation. It took academician Chen a full minute to reboot his brain and process the information. His clear scholarly eyes were now filled with absolute shock and awe. Give me his address. I need to see this with my own eyes. But Principal Vien had a head start fixing his comb-over as he marched toward Lin Han's door. Inside, Papa Lin had already cut up some fruit for his genius son. Since Lin Han's mom passed, his dad had leveled up his housekeeping skills, playing both mother and father roles perfectly. Son, are you confident about this exam? Lin Han scrolled through the news while crunching on an apple. Obviously. Unless the world ends, getting into BAC Kwong High is a piece of cake. Papa Lin flashed the warm, glowing smile of a proud father. Lately, Lin Han seemed to have unlocked some god-tier cheat codes. His skills were so sharp that his dad started wondering if the kid was actually adopted. But looking closely, there was no mistake this was his flesh and blood, just with a serious maturity glow-up. Maybe his late mother was pulling strings from heaven. Either way, Papa Lin decided not to question the miracle. Just then, the doorbell chimed and a man named Yuan strutted in, asking if this was the crib of student Lin Han. Papa Lin nodded confused until the man introduced himself as the head principal of North Strong High School No. 3 here for a surprise home visit. Hearing the title, Papa Lin went into full hospitality mode, scrambling to serve fresh fruit and hot tea. Principal Yuan sat down like he owned the place, chest puffed out, while Lin Han stood there with zero stress. The tension was thick as Yuan took a sip and eyed the boy. Listen, kid, your final exam scores were impressive, but I've got a few questions that need answering. Your admission to my prestigious high school depends entirely on whether you can impress me right now. The principal lifted his chin with arrogance. In his mind, he was already convinced this kid was a total fraud. There was just no way a student could pull off such a massive level jump overnight without cheating. He watched Lin Han like a hawk, convinced that this whole genius student act was nothing but a house of cards waiting to crumble. To score the highest in the entire district, that wasn't just improvement. That was suspicious as hell. Lin Han just smiled and shrugged, claiming he had a sudden brain blast while everyone else was struggling to keep up. Honestly, sir, it's really not that big of a deal. Principal Yuan smirked like a villain who just caught the hero in a trap, slowly asking, "Is that so? Then I assume you know the material inside out?" When Lin Han nodded with confidence, the principal whipped out a piece of paper and scribbled down a nightmare-level math problem. Here's the deal. Solve this right here, right now, and I might actually believe your little story. But if you fail, I'm calling the Education Bureau immediately to expose you for academic fraud. Fraud! Lin Han let out a dry laugh, realizing this wasn't a friendly visit, it was a full-blown interrogation. Well, if the old man wanted a show, Lin Han figured he just had to crush this problem to shut him up. He glanced at the paper. It was tricky for a normal kid, but for him, it was absolute child's play, and his pen started flying across the page. He bypassed high school logic entirely using advanced university-level calculus to tear the problem apart. In less than 3 minutes, he was done. Principal Yuan squinted at the paper, completely baffled by the advanced symbols. The principal vaguely remembered this stuff from college decades ago, but right now, it looked like alien hieroglyphics to him. What is this gibberish? I told you to solve it like a student, not write a sci-fi novel. Stop trying to confuse me with fake formulas. You clearly don't know the answer, Yuan shouted, leaving Lin Han totally speechless. The principal was feeling high and mighty, but his rant was cut short by another sharp ring at the door. Papa Lin opened it to find a middle-aged man with a face cold as ice, but a voice full of humble respect asking, "Excuse me, is this the residence of teacher Lin Han?" Papa Lin took one look at the guy and nearly fainted. He knew exactly who this legend was. It was Academician Chen, the legendary mastermind behind the country's most advanced fighter jet designs and a national treasure. This guy was literally one of the top brains in the entire nation, a celebrity of science. Papa Lin's jaw hit the floor. Having a VIP like Chen visit his son was an unimaginable honor. Principal Yuan, who was mid-rant, froze like a statue when he saw the famous scientist standing in the doorway. This was the man he saw on the nightly news, the genius leading the country into the future. And now that national hero was standing right there in a humble living room, it felt totally unreal. When Chen politely shook his hand, Papa Lin frantically waved him inside, stuttering, "No bother, please come sit." Chen stepped inside, took a deep breath, and locked eyes with Lin Han, amazed that this young kid held such a powerful presence. "Academician Chen, you're my absolute idol!" Principal Yuan jumped up, bowing and scraping like a total fanboy. Chen looked confused, so Lin Han casually introduced the frantic man as a local high school principal. Only out of respect for Lin Han, the great scientist gave the principal a polite handshake and a smile. Yuan opened his mouth to brag, but Chen cut him off to address the boy as Teacher Lin Han, a title that made the principal's brain short-circuit. Teacher Lin, Chen said with total seriousness, "I was hoping to get your expert opinion on a matter." The principal stared in horror, calling a fresh graduate teacher. Was this some kind of twisted prank? Vian Kito's jaw hit the floor, but he didn't dare make a peep, nodding along like a bobblehead doll. Lam Ham flashed a humble smile and said, "Academician Chen, you're way too polite, just call me Little Lamb." No cap. Academician Chen waved his hand with a hearty laugh and said, "I've already heard the legends about you from the director, so that's why I came personally. I want to invite you to our Fighter Jet Design Institute for a little VIP tour." Speaking of which, Academician Chen smirked and dropped the bomb. "And while you're at it, how about becoming an honorary researcher at our design institute?" Say what an honorary researcher, he literally just graduated elementary school and he's skipping straight to the endgame level. Vian Kito secretly pinched his thigh hard enough to bruise. It hurt like heck, so this wasn't a dream. But honestly, reality was starting to feel weirder than any hallucination. Standing right in front of Lam Ham was his idol, the absolute legend, Mr. Chen Ziqian. This man was the GOAT who laid the foundation for the entire nation's fighter jets, and here he was, visiting a grade school's house to beg him to be a researcher. The sky was literally falling. Vian Kito felt a migraine coming on. His brain simply didn't have enough RAM to process this data. The wildest part was that Lam Ham actually looked serious, like he was hesitating. "Bro, come on. What kind of status do you think you have? You're a kid. A national hero is inviting you personally and you're acting like it's a difficult choice. What is there to be conflicted about? This is a no-brainer." Vian Kito felt his entire worldview shattering into dust. After a long pause, Lam Ham raised his head with a serious expression. "I do have some experience with fighter jets, but my time is tight. I need to finish the R&D on the jet before school starts." Suddenly, Lam Ham locked eyes with the trembling teacher. "Mr. Vian, when does our BAC Kwong High School actually open for the new semester?" Being stared down by a titan like Academician Chen Vian Ki. To felt his blood boiling with anxiety, his legs shaking like jelly. He had come here for a home visit to expose this kid for cheating. How did the script get flipped so hard? Can the semester start later? "Because our research institute has a critical mission to complete," Chen added, "and we absolutely need Master Lam Ham's assistance." Vian Kito forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Well then, student Lam, Ham, how much time do you need? We can totally negotiate this. We originally planned it to open in a month, but if that's not enough, we can delay it another week. Any more than that, and it's above my pay grade." Vian Kito answered, carefully terrified of offending the great academician Chen. In all his years of teaching Vian Ki, To had never felt pressure like this during a home visit. It was like walking on a tightrope over a volcano. One wrong step meant total doom for their fighter jet research. Academician Chen looked at Lam Ham, waiting for the verdict. Lam Ham nodded. "That should be enough." Hearing the confirmation, Chen's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. He pulled Lam Ham up from the chair. "No time to waste then? Come with me to the Research Institute right now." Just like that, Lam Ham was being dragged away. Lam Kwok Dong poured a few glasses of water, only to find his son had been kidnapped again. He shook his head. He was used to this. Before leaving, Chen told the dad, "Comrade Lam, sorry about this. I'm borrowing your son for a few days." Lam Ham didn't even have time to react. "Wait, Academician Chen, I haven't packed any luggage." "Forget it. Once we get there, I'll get you all new gear. Don't worry about a thing." After they left, The house was dead silent, leaving only Vien Quito and Lam Kwok Dong staring at each other. Lam Kwok Dong sat down and pointed at the fruit plate, looking awkward. "Mr. Vien, please have some fruit. Is this stuff still edible? What kind of monster is my son that even Academician Chen treats him like royalty? All right, just a moment ago, didn't you suspect Lam Ham of cheating? But if he was a cheater, how could he possibly get recognition from a genius like Chen?" Thinking about it carefully, those two scenarios were completely contradictory. The math wasn't mathing. Vien Quito instantly directed a massive drama movie in his own head. A teenager with god-tier talent smarter than Einstein, but to fit in with the normies, he purposely bombed his tests to blend in with his peers. Such patience, such talent. And he, a mere teacher, had almost offended this hidden dragon. Faced with the cup of tea, Lam Kwok Dong suddenly offered Vien Quito panicked. He scrambled up, laughing nervously. "No tea for me." This home visit was a huge success. "We absolutely welcome student Lam Ham to choose BAC Kwong High School." Lam Kwok Dong stood up too, smiling. "Mr. Vien, won't you stay a bit longer? Have some fruit, drink some tea." Watching Vien Quito flee the scene in a panic, Lam Kwok Dong looked helpless. Later, the principal of BAC Kwong High looked at Vien Quito's excited face and decided the man had officially lost his marbles. "Academician Chen, are you sure so you're telling me Lam Ham has connections with the legendary Chen?" The principal laughed bitterly. This story was getting too ridiculous. "Principal, I'm telling you, this kid Lam Ham is built different. He might actually possess some terrifying talent," Vien Quito said with a dead serious face. At this point, the principal couldn't hold back anymore. He pointed at Vien Quito and snapped, "Old Vien, we've already investigated this clearly. Lam Ham's grades are too suspicious. We've analysed it thoroughly and determined there's a 99% chance he's cheating. Some low-tier schools ignore cheating during finals just to boost their stats. We don't need to waste our time on trash students like that. Look, buddy, you're absolutely cooked. I'm giving you a month off." The poor guy was speechless, his grievances stuck in his throat. But he had bumped into Academician Chen, a literal legend. If even the big boss respected Lin Han, there had to be something fishy going on. He wanted to argue, but the principal shut him down cold. It was over. He was suspended, effective immediately. The higher-ups all agreed he was losing his marbles. "Go check yourself into a hospital while you're on break, okay?" Meanwhile, at the Aircraft Design Institute, Lin Han, the youngest person in the room, had officially joined the research squad. Their mission was insane. Build a fifth-generation fighter jet that could go toe-to-toe with the British F-22. That enemy jet had been a total nightmare for us, a massive shock to the system. We needed a counterpunch. We had to develop a rival jet to flex our military muscle and restore the balance. The big bosses called it striking while the iron is hot. And honestly, they were spot on. Our carrier launch had slapped their ego hard, but the enemy was still making sneaky moves in the shadows. So the fighter jet project was green-lit, top priority on the agenda. To make this happen, Professor Chen summoned the cavalry, a group of elite scientists returning from overseas. They took one look at Lin Han and paused. He looked like he belonged on a playground. A stylish lady around 30 asked, "Is that your son, Professor?" Professor Chen smiled like a proud grandpa. "This is Lin Han. He's an honorary researcher, just like you guys." She muttered under her breath, "Oh, so he's just short." Chen rubbed his head awkwardly. "Actually, no. Teacher Lin Han just graduated from elementary school." But listen, do not sleep on his skills. The room exploded with laughter before he even finished. The lady was practically rolling on the floor. An elementary schooler researching jets. Is our country that desperate? Are we completely out of talent? Chen ignored the shade. "All right, moving on. I'm assigning groups. Each team needs a blueprint. We develop from there. Liu Yi, you're teaming up with Lin Han." The laughter died instantly. The vibe got awkward fast. Liu Yi, the lady who was just roasting him, froze. Her face went from mocking to furious in a split second. "I object. You're sticking me with the kid. If the project fails, don't come crying to me." Chen narrowed his eyes. "Comrade Liu Yi, I have my reasons. Just try not to slow him down, all right." She scoffed, rolling her eyes so hard they almost fell out. She glared at Lin Han. "Me slow him down? What does an elementary schooler know? But fine. If he ruins the timeline, I'm demanding an explanation." Chen smirked with absolute confidence. "Deal! I'll give you whatever explanation you want later." Since the boss put his foot down, she couldn't really clap back. She side-eyed Lin Han, convinced he was just a troll sent to annoy her. She was stomping mad. I'd literally rather team up with a dog. Who knows what Chen was thinking? Lin Han stayed silent. A true genius doesn't waste breath on haters. He knew his age made him look sus, but he only cared about the W. The country needed this jet to checkmate the West. There was no time to waste. "Hey, big sis Lou, let's get to work," he said with a chill vibe. She gave the air a dirty look before turning to him. "Fine, let's go. Think you can handle Mark 4325 specs?" Back in her study abroad days, she did work on jets, but mostly just following the professor's lead like a generic NPC. The best thing she ever worked on was barely stronger than an F-15. Now she had to carry the team with a literal child. Beating the F-22 was harder than ascending to heaven. She fell into deep despair. She sat at the computer frantically searching her brain for old college notes. Finally, she sketched out a rough design. She looked at the screen and grinned. "Not bad. The shape is solid, just stuff the tech components inside and we're good. I'm actually a genius. Lin Han peeked over her shoulder. He sighed. Is that supposed to be a fighter jet? The aerodynamics are a total disaster. He scanned the lab and walked over to the wind tunnel equipment. He checked the specs and shook his head in disappointment. Current tech only tests up to Mach 2.5. That is painfully weak. The key is aerodynamics. If the design is flawed, even with engine power, it'll disintegrate in mid-air. The wind tunnel was the bottleneck. He needed better gear. He placed his hand on the machine. Boom! Infinite data flooded his brain. System connecting. Capture complete. Unlocked Mach 30 wind tunnel tech. 6th generation fighter progress 20%. Brand new 6th gen fighter technology. Let's go, Lin Han took a deep breath. This bonus reward was absolutely insane. A 30 Mach wind tunnel that is straight up broken. With this 30 Mach beast and the knowledge downloaded into his brain building, the ultimate 6th gen fighter wasn't just a dream anymore. It was inevitable, crushing the UK's Air Force. That would only take a few minutes now, but to upgrade the wind tunnel, he had to tear the old one down first. Problem is, Lin Han was currently trapped in a pint-sized body with zero muscle. He had no choice but to ask Liu Yi for a carry. Hey, Sister Liu, can you help me dismantle the wind tunnel? Liu Yi was busy admiring her own blueprints. She frowned, looking down at him. You little brat, why do you want to take it apart? Isn't this place chaotic enough already? Lin Han didn't back down. Help me take it apart. I've got something huge planned. She scoffed. Huge? You're just a kid. What kind of huge business do you have? Sister Liu, pretty please. Liu Yi waved her hand dismissively. Fine, whatever. I want to see what big plan you've got cooked up. Even if you break it, I've got the skills to put it back together anyway. Without wasting another second, Liu Yi got to work dismantling the massive machine. Less than 2 hours later, the wind tunnel was reduced to a pile of parts scattered across the floor like high-tech Lego bricks. Lin Han immediately started his mad scientist upgrades, while Liu Yi ignored him, completely diving back into her own design revisions. Flash forward 3 days. Liu Yi looked like a zombie with dark circles under her eyes. After rewriting her draft 7 or 8 times, she finally finished. Lin Han had already wrapped up his upgrades. He sneaked over to Liu Yi, peeking at the blueprint she had poured her soul into. What on earth is this? It's a complete mess. If this jet design could beat the F-22, Lin Han would chop off his own leg, he sighed. Fine, I guess I'll do a little charity work and fix this for her. Lin Han tapped into the 6th gen fighter knowledge in his brain. He sketched out a far superior design, a beast capable of reaching Mach 5. After finishing the drawing, Lin Han was wiped out. Suddenly the system voice echoed in his mind. 6th gen fighter blueprint complete. Unlock progress for 6th gen technology increased to 30%. Who knew just drawing a blueprint could boost his progress bar sweet? Late that night, Liu Yi finally woke up. She glanced at the paper in her hand and froze. Wait, did I draw this no way? Who touched my design? She was fuming. Her eyes instantly locked onto the only suspect in the room, Lin Han. It's just me and him in here. That little brat definitely pulled a prank. She stomped over, waving the paper in his face. Who gave you permission to touch my stuff? Do you realize I have to present this to Professor Chen in a week? My design was the result of endless calculations. I spent days getting that data perfect. You messed everything up. Now I have to redo it all from scratch. You're just trying to sabotage me, aren't you? Lin Han smirked. I just tweaked it a little. Later, I'll even fight 2 of them at once. With my design, that fighter can hit Mach 5 effortlessly. Liu Yi let out a cold laugh. Are you trolling me? Do you have any idea how fast Mach 1 is? Do you even know the top speed of the UK's F-22? Do you know the G-force limits a pilot can survive? Keep dreaming, kid. And another thing I haven't told Professor Chen about you tearing down the wind tunnel yet. If he finds out... She pointed an accusing finger at the machine. Liu Yi stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes went wide as she stared at the wind tunnel. It looked incredibly futuristic. When did you finish reassembling this? Lin Han shrugged. While you were napping, I just threw it back together. Oh, and I casually upgraded it a bit. Casually upgraded? Liu Yi's eyes bugged out as she walked closer. What kind of nonsense did you add to it? Lin Han gave a wry smile. Nothing crazy. I just increased the wind speed limit. It used to be Mach 20. Now it can hit Mach 30. Psst, Liu Yi literally spit out a laugh. Mach 30? Lin Han grinned. Yeah, the old version was archaic. This is much better. Liu Yi squinted, pinching his chin with her fingers. She looked at this elementary schooler with total doubt. Keep lying, kid. Aren't you afraid your tongue will fall out? You think you're capable of that. Even Professor Chen, a veteran in aircraft design, couldn't just whip up a Mach 30 wind tunnel overnight. You're just a grade schooler. Stop daydreaming. Lin Han sighed helplessly. If you don't believe me, let's test it. I just built a fighter jet model. We can put it in the tunnel and check the aerodynamic layout right now. As he spoke, Lin Han picked up a 1:14 scale model. You think I'm just a kid? You think I don't know what I'm doing? But when she saw the exquisite model with its aggressive sharp nose design, Liu Yi gasped. This design, it was even more refined and advanced than the curves of the UK's F-22. Even without wind tunnel testing, just looking at the exterior, she could tell every detail was calculated to perfection. If you put this next to the F-22, the UK's jet would look like a toy. It was a difference between heaven and earth. Fine, I want to see how you supposedly achieved Mach 30. Even if it doesn't hit 30, if it hits Mach 10, I'll admit you're a genius. Liu Yi crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes at Linham. Linham stepped up to the wind tunnel rig, carefully placing the model inside before syncing it with the main computer. This 30 Mach wind tunnel could only sustain peak performance for a single second. To put that in perspective, not even a tornado hits 30 Mach. There was only one way to achieve that kind of insane velocity: an explosion. The shockwave from the blast center would create a massive surge in wind speed. Linham had weaponized this physics principle to modify the tunnel. 1 second was all he needed. Without hesitation, Linham punched in the launch code. Under Liu Yi's watchful eye, the machine began to scream. A heartbeat later, a dull, heavy boom echoed through the lab. In the blink of an eye, the wind speed inside the chamber skyrocketed to Mach 30. Under that devastating impact, the fighter jet model held on for a few microseconds before instantly disintegrating. But blowing up was part of the plan. In reality, the aerodynamic layout of the 6th-generation fighter was only designed to withstand a maximum of Mach 10. Plus, once you added weapon payloads and radar-absorbing stealth coatings, the actual flight speed wouldn't be quite that extreme. The engine output had physical limits too. The final product would cruise around Mach 5, which was already a monstrous number. The computer screen flashed with a waterfall of data. The wind tunnel results and flight simulation metrics were practically singing. The moment Liu Yi saw the numbers, she started trembling. It really was a Mach 30 wind tunnel. Thought, oh my god, am I dreaming? She pinched her own arm hard enough to leave a mark. Ouch, okay, definitely not a dream. Her breathing turned ragged as she stared at Linham with wide, terrified eyes. Did you really build this? Aren't you just an elementary school student? Linham just gave a mysterious little smile, refusing to elaborate. Liu Yi was so shook she lost her ability to speak properly. Kid, you are actually goated. She had to double-check the machine and the computer one more time. The data was flawless. She hissed in her breath, rubbing her temples while staring at the boy. Do you really know what you're doing? Linham stayed cool as ice. Sister Yi followed my blueprints and prepped the next batch of materials. I'm going to need your help. With skills like this, helping him wasn't a chore. Heck, she would have kneeled down and worshipped him right then and there. Liu Yi nodded furiously. If he could build a jet that rivaled the best in the world, she would gladly be his errand girl. You've completely won me over, kid. Just tell me what to do. Liu Yi might have been a chatterbox, but she had a good heart. And what she respected most was pure, undeniable talent. Linham listed out the rare materials and components he needed, leaving Liu Yi to handle the logistics. He turned his focus to the heart of the beast, the engine. He was about to build a pulse detonation engine fueled by a high-energy dual-compressed mixture. But to sculpt the perfect aerodynamic hull for the fighter, he needed a stamping machine far more advanced than what they had. And right now, upgrading the stamping equipment was priority number 1. Linham suddenly remembered something. Research Area 3 had a massive industrial press, but it had been gathering dust for ages. The machine was an import from Hentemu. Every time they wanted to turn it on, they had to pay a massive remote activation fee and connect with foreign technicians. Because the patent belonged to Hentemu, they held all the cards. It was a classic trap. So many industries were forced to use these foreign machines, getting fleeced for cash by advanced nations without any way to fight back. While Liu Yi was busy gathering materials, Linham pulled a stealth mission. He snuck into Research Area 3 and ripped off the dust cover. The giant metal beast was revealed. He placed his hand on the cold steel of the old machine. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out in his mind. Contact with Hentemu Industrial Press confirmed. Analyzing stamping technology. 300,000-ton press technology detected. Comprehension successful. 6th-generation fighter jet technology unlocked progress 50%. A flood of golden knowledge poured into his brain. A 300,000-ton press was the holy grail of manufacturing. This rusty old piece of junk was only rated for 50,000 tons. Even the most advanced machines in the world right now topped out at 80,000 tons. 300,000, that was basically alien technology. From now on, China's manufacturing power would be the granddaddy of them all. Nobody could touch this level. This upgrade would boost production efficiency by dozens of times. For example, look at the Western powers with their 60,000-ton presses. It took them a full week to stamp out parts for one advanced fighter jet. But with a 300,000-ton monster, you could churn out 10, maybe even 20 jets in that same week. The speed and efficiency didn't just add up linearly. It was an exponential explosion of productivity. After upgrading the machine with his newfound knowledge, Linham dragged over the materials Liu Yi had prepared. It was time to get to work. Less than 3 days later, the 6th-generation fighter's hull had been stamped into existence. The Wave Rider design was sleek and predatory, built to surf the shockwaves and dominate the skies. While the chaotic grind continued, the fighter jet shell was silently towed into Linham's territory. Nobody even noticed the movement. Everyone was buried in their work, eyes glued to their stations like zombies. Some teams were still stuck on level 1 blueprints. Meanwhile, under a mysterious tarp, the legendary machine sat waiting in the shadows. Cut to the boss's office. Academician Chen was dealing with some serious drama on the phone. The Half-Eye factory was begging to borrow a stamping press because their own gear was absolute trash compared to the imported tech. Enter the Half-Eye boss, a bald guy with prayer beads smiling like a chill monk despite the chaos around him. Sorry to bug you, Chen. He went for the handshake. This was Liu Jia, but let's just call him Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu was a solid dude with great karma, so Chen was actually happy to help a brother out. But when they arrived at the machine, Chen let out a heavy sigh. Look at this useless brick. It's locked by the manufacturer. We got to pay a ransom fee just so they can turn it on remotely. Total scam. Liu frowned. Seriously, it's been ages. He'd pulled out his phone. I'll call them. We have no choice. Liu clenched his fists, staring at the covered machine, trying not to lose his cool over this pay-to-win nonsense. He dialed the foreign tech support and immediately got blasted by a rude voice on the other end. You idiot! It's night time here. Disturb my sleep again and I'll brick your machine permanently. The call cut off. Dead silence. The awkwardness in the room was absolutely suffocating. Liu curled his toes in his shoes from pure embarrassment, while Chen let out a long, defeated sigh. These were big-shot leaders in their country, yet they were getting bullied by some low-level tech support grunt. That is the bitter taste of not owning the technology. You get played like a fiddle every time. Liu needed this done yesterday, but now he had to wait for Mr. Grumpy to wake up from his beauty sleep. The more they thought about the disrespect, the more their rage meter climbed. Chen snapped. He marched over and grabbed the top. Forget this. Who says we need their permission? It's just a remote lock. We've got geniuses here. I'll find a hacker to jailbreak this thing right now. Whoosh! He ripped the tarp down like a magician revealing a tiger. But as the machine was revealed, Chen froze like his game just crashed. This wasn't the machine they bought. It looked completely alien to him. Chen tapped the metal. Ding, it sounded crisp. Since when did this thing get a legendary glow-up? It looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie, sleek, futuristic, and radiating power. Liu was confused. Chen, you sure this is the imported model we paid for? Chen was still buffering. I don't know. Someone must have modded it in secret. Let's fire it up. Chen hit the power button. The engine roared to life like a beast waking from slumber. The gears locked into place with a satisfying click. Everyone in the room gasped in unison. Holy smokes, it's alive. Liu didn't waste a second. Get the materials. Let's test this bad boy. The tech crew rushed in, tossing alloy sheets onto the bed like a pit crew at a race. Clank, clank, clank. The machine went to work, molding the metal with terrifying speed and precision. In less than 10 minutes, a flawless fighter jet wing appeared. Perfect condition, zero defects. Jaws dropped to the floor. Chen and Liu were too stunned to even speak. That job usually takes 8 hours. This thing did it in minutes. It absolutely destroyed the foreign competition. Compared to this beast, the expensive imported machine was just an oversized paperweight. This is insane, Liu shouted, hype levels rising through the roof. What's the tonnage on this thing? Chen was sweating. To work that fast with that quality, it had to be at least 80,000 tons. Little White, check the stats, hurry. Chen barked at the intern. Little White scrambled over hunting for the spec sheet like his life depended on it. All eyes were on him. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. He finally found the label and started reading. Maximum stamping pressure. Suddenly Little White froze. His face went pale and the bosses felt their hearts stop. What on earth is the number? Spit it out. Is it 3,000 or 30,000? Little White's eyes bulged bloodshot with panic. He stuttered, 300,000 tons. Hearing that number, Professor Chen and Liu were totally shook. 300,000 tons. Do you have any idea how insane that concept is? Even the most advanced stamping machine on the entire Blue Star. It looks like a cheap toy compared to this monster. The strongest tech on the planet tops out at 80,000. That was supposed to be the peak. But this? 300,000. That's nearly 4 times the power. Who the heck dropped this thing here? Is this tech from the future or something? The professor and his team started letting their imaginations run wild. But Liu frowned, getting suspicious. Is this a glitch? Is someone trolling us with fake data? There isn't a single nation on the Blue Star that can build a 300,000-ton press. It's sci-fi stuff. Let's test it. The professor nodded. Maybe it is a prank, but who would have the time for that? Either way, let's fire it up. Bring out the 3-meter thick steel slab. On Liu's command, the techs rolled in a massive metal cube. They centered the 3-meter beast right under the press. Physics doesn't lie. Based on how flat this steel gets, they can calculate the exact force. Simple math. The machine roared to life. Crunch. With a crisp snap, that 3-meter steel block was flattened into a sheet of paper instantly. The engine was set to max output. The steel took the full devastating force of a god-tier impact. But the metal wasn't flexible enough for that kind of power. Boom! Under the insane pressure, it didn't just flatten, it shattered like glass. The explosion echoed through the whole lab. Shrapnel flew everywhere, nearly taking off Professor Chen and Liu's heads. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. It was absurd. With a beast like this, who cares about those clowns at Handsome Tech anymore? Their machine? It's basically garbage now. Compared to this beauty, it belongs in the dumpster. But seriously, who put this here? Professor Chen was losing his mind. Check the cameras. Someone snuck a giant machine in here like a ninja. With this, 300,000-ton monster efficiency went through the roof. Less than a day later, every single wing was finished. Liu grabbed the gear, shook hands, and bounced. Mission accomplished. Right on cue, the handsome tech guy called, sounding lazy and arrogant. Yon, I'm up. Send the money and maybe I'll turn the machine on for you. Professor Chen glanced at the phone and smirked. Hey, handsome trash, get lost. We don't need your garbage anymore. And with that beep, he hung up. Absolute savage. He let out a long breath. Man, that felt better than winning the lottery. He'd been dying to tell those guys off for ages, but before he was stuck, He had to play nice. Now, he's got a super machine. What is there to be scared of? You little techie punk. Daring to talk down to me? I hope you choke on your own ego. The professor is usually a classy intellectual, but dropping a few curse words right now, totally justified. It felt incredibly liberating. He hadn't felt this vibe in a long, long time. Now to solve the mystery. Who brought the machine? A god-tier device appearing out of nowhere. It honestly gave him the creeps. On the other end, the handsome techie was stunned. He woke up expecting a payday, not a roast session. His face turned tomato red with rage. Fine, good job, China. You want to burn bridges? Let's burn them. Don't come crawling back, begging me to start the machine. I won't do it. I'm locking your system right now. Have fun with the giant paperweight, losers. Mess with me. You're going to regret it. He opened his laptop and started smashing keys like a maniac. A second later, a message popped up in English. Connection lost. The techie froze. He mashed the keys again, but nothing happened. It was over. He had zero control. And he wasn't stupid. He realized what happened. They must have hacked our press. He clenched his fist. Those sneaky geniuses. So that's why they got so tough all of a sudden. They cracked the code. Fine, you win this round, but don't you dare use our tech ever again. Meanwhile, Liu Yi was staring at Linham with hearts in her eyes. His skills were legendary, and he looked cool doing it. She was totally captivated. Linham was just built different. In a few days, the fighter jet's body was basically done. But now came the final boss, the engine. Liu Yi suggested buying a Gen 8 turbojet from Russia. It was the safe bet. 16 tons of thrust. Combined with Linham's aerodynamic mastery, that bird would hit Mach 2, easily matching the British F-22. The military games in the UK were just over a month away. When China's new fighter takes to the sky, it's going to go toe-to-toe with the best. The whole world is going to lose their minds. Thinking about the possibilities, Liu Yi trembled with pure adrenaline. A feverish excitement plastered across her face. Since this Mach 2 engine was built by their own team, the results were going to be absolutely legendary. Linhan just gave a wry smile while he kept working, muttering under his breath about how easily satisfied she was. You think that's hype, seriously? My goal is Mach 5. Okay. Compared to that, the British tech is basically garbage. They'll be left eating our dust while looking at the taillights of a Huaxia fighter jet. But hold up suddenly. A knock echoed from the lab door. Liu Yi swung it open to reveal a middle-aged guy from a rival team. Hey, little Liu, Professor Chen wants us to submit the blueprints now. You guys better hustle. Don't drag everyone else down. Liu Yi nodded, glancing back at Lin Han. He had already grabbed the preliminary sketches, looking completely unbothered. Let's roll. Liu Yi took the lead while other team members walked alongside them, chatting loudly enough to be heard. Professor Chen already checked our design. He said it's solid, basically a guaranteed pass. Next step is just following the blueprint for the molding process. As for the engine, we already hit up the Russians. They're down to sell to us even if the price is a total rip-off. The group sighed heavily, acting all helpless. But what choice do they have when domestic engines were too weak to compete? Just then, the group crossed paths with Lin Han and Liu Yi. They looked Lin Han up and down like he was a lost puppy, then smirked at Liu Yi. Hey, we know he's on your team, but anyone else would think you brought your son to work. Ha ha ha, how's it going lately? Does it feel like you're babysitting a little tail everywhere you go? Do you guys even have a blueprint to submit today? Liu Yi shot a glare at the loudmouth and scoffed. You guys don't know jack. Wait until we submit the design. You'll see just how terrifying Lin Han's skills really are. But her defense only made them laugh harder, practically gasping for air. They pointed at Lin Han, mocking him without mercy. That kid doesn't even have peach fuzz on his lip. You're trying to kill us with laughter? How skilled can a literal elementary schooler be? Oh, I get it. He probably knows addition and subtraction up to 100. A true genius. Ha ha ha. Liu Yi decided they weren't even worth the breath. Lin Han just raised an eyebrow, his expression calm and cool as a frozen lake. Lies don't trigger a reaction, only the truth makes people mad. Since their insults were baseless trash talk, Lin Han didn't feel a shred of anger. Everyone soon gathered at Professor Chen's office. The assistant said the big boss was busy with something else and told them to cool their heels for a bit. About an hour later, Professor Chen finally rushed in. He glanced at the crowd before settling behind his desk. Sorry everyone got held up by some business. A bit late. Someone immediately asked, Professor Chen, is there anything we can help you with? Professor Chen thought to himself, you guys aren't detectives. What could you possibly do? A mysterious advanced stamping device had just appeared in Research Area 3. That wasn't something these guys could figure out. Don't worry about that. He waved it off. Just hand over the blueprints. I want to check everyone's progress. Several teams rushed to slap their designs on the desk. Professor Chen reviewed them one by one. Okay, Little Wang's team tweaked this part, and you can move to the next phase. As for the engine and radar, I'm talking to the Russians. Developing our own engine isn't something that happens overnight, so we still need their help for now. Immediately after Professor Chen moved on to critique the other groups. Little Li's design is solid. Very thoughtful planning, and the aerodynamic layout makes total sense. We'll test it in the wind tunnel later. If there are no glitches, this design is our best shot at catching up to the British. Finally, it was Lin Han and Liu Yi's turn. In Professor Chen's mind, Lin Han was the secret weapon to surpassing the F-22 fighter jet. The moment his hands touched the blueprint, his entire body froze. The standard 0.4 Mach was too slow. I want to build a Mach 5 beast. This design gave Professor Chen that nostalgic feeling of first love, his eyes turning red as his body trembled. In a trance, he unconsciously lifted the blueprint, with both hands taking a deep shocked breath. A masterpiece. This is an absolute work of art. It's like gazing at a starry sky or a legendary painting by the masters. It's the best of the best. Seeing the professor's genuine, unfiltered reaction, the other team members started exchanging suspicious looks. What kind of design could make the strict Professor Chen lose his mind like that? Liu Yi nervously asked, "Professor Chen, is our design okay?" Professor Chen's eyes were practically glowing gold. He snapped back from his daydream, shouting joyfully, "Good, it's good, good, good." Your design is incredibly bold. The aerodynamic layout is literally flawless. I can't find a single defect. If we strap the latest Russian engine to this bad boy, it could easily hit Mach 2, maybe even Mach 2.2. His eyes were wild. Every single person in the room was stunned into silence. As he spoke, Professor Chen's eyes were filled with a brilliant light. The others listened completely bewildered. What do you mean, Mach 2.2? Was Liu Yi actually that overpowered? That kid didn't drag her down at all. In reality, Liu Yi was dizzy with shock. The fighter jet design that the kid Lin Han whipped up could actually be built. This was absolutely insane. Professor Chen couldn't stop raving about the work. He shoved the blueprints toward the other researchers, practically shouting, "Get over here! Look at what Lin Han and Liu Yi created. This is how you design a masterpiece." The crowd huddled around looking for flaws. Someone immediately pointed out a blind spot, sneering, "With a design this complex, the materials needed for the fighter jet would have to be insanely tough." Yeah, another chimed in. "With Huaxia's current stamping technology building, this thing is basically a fantasy. It's impossible." Once the doubt started, the rest of the pack joined in. "Exactly. What's the point of a cool drawing if we can't build it? Designs need to be grounded in reality, not fairy tales. If we ignored the laws of physics and manufacturing, any of us could draw up something this ridiculous." Professor Chen shook his head, looking disappointed in his team. "You guys are missing the point. You completely ignored the precision data noted right here on the schematics. These calculations account for every single component. If even one number is off by a fraction, the whole thing fails. It's perfection." Suddenly, Lin Han's voice cut through the noise. "Oh, the stamping machine issue. That's already been handled. Doesn't Research Zone 3 have a press we can use?" The moment those words left his mouth, the smile vanished from Professor Chen's face. He looked at Lin Han in total shock, while someone in the crowd laughed, explaining condescendingly, "That press is only 60,000 tons. It's useless for this kind of military-grade metal." Lin Han let out a light chuckle. "Pretty sure it's sitting at 300,000 tons now, isn't it?" "Wait, what?" Hearing Lin Han's outrageous claim, the crowd erupted into laughter. A few girls pointed at him, mocking the audacity. "This kid is hilarious. Did he really just say 300,000 tons?" The laughter spread like wildfire. "Do you even know what 300,000 tons means, rookie? You moron. Even the United Kingdom can't build a machine that powerful. The most advanced press on the entire planet is only 80,000 tons." Lin Han just shrugged, not bothering to argue with the peanut gallery. "Liu Yi, honestly, we're starting to feel bad for you now. Imagine dragging around a teammate this clueless and still managing to design such a refined fighter jet. You must be exhausted carrying him." "Ha ha ha." Liu Yi's face went dark. 300,000 tons? Even she thought that sounded impossible. But she knew one thing for sure. Lin Han was no idiot. He had already stamped the jet's outer shell, and that finished piece was sitting right there in the research zone. Just as Liu Yi was about to snap back at them, Professor Chen suddenly cut in his voice, low but vibrating with intensity. "Teacher Lin Han, how exactly do you know that stamping machine is 300,000 tons?" The moment he asked that, the entire room went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Lin Han grinned casual as ever. "Oh, that I went to stamp the hole earlier and realized the original machine was total garbage, so I just modded it a little bit." "Excuse me? You just modded it into a 300,000 ton beast." Professor Chen felt his world crumbling. The laws of physics had just left the chat. He gulped heavily, feeling dizzy. "My God, we've been launching a full investigation to find the mystery engineer who upgraded that machine in Zone 3. I never dreamed it was you." The mob that was mocking Lin Han 5 seconds ago froze. The vibe in the room shifted instantly. Based on Professor Chen's reaction, it wasn't a joke. The press in Zone 3 really was a 300,000 ton monster. And this kid Lin Han claimed he just tweaked it like it was a science fair project. That was earth-shattering news. "Is this for real?" Professor Chen was so hyped he couldn't form proper sentences. Bringing Lin Han in was the best decision of his life. This kid wasn't just a genius, he was a walking miracle. That machine solves our biggest headache, and you just saved the country a fortune in development costs. "Don't worry, I'm reporting this to the top immediately. You're getting a massive reward." Lin Han waved his hand dismissively. "Save the reward for later. Right now, the priority is building this jet. The military competition is around the corner, and we can't let Huaxia lose face to the British." Professor Chen looked at Lin Han with pure adoration. This kid was the future engine of the entire nation. Lin Han was blooming into a legend right before their eyes. Meanwhile, the rest of the team just looked confused. A guy who looks like a high schooler casually upgrades a machine to god-tier levels and designs a perfect jet with Liu Yi. It sounded fake. Even a dog wouldn't believe that story. People started whispering in the shadows, is this kid the son of some high-ranking official? He definitely came here just to farm achievements and boost his reputation. A 300,000-ton press, please. Professor Chen is probably just making it up to cover for him. The haters exchanged looks, convinced that their conspiracy theory made the most sense. Professor Chen smiled, ignoring the tension. I'll contact Russia later. We'll get them to supply the engines for your design. I believe with the jet you and Liu Yi designed, we can easily push the speed past Mach 2. Liu Yi felt her blood boil with excitement, but Lin Han frowned. He didn't look happy at all. Professor Chen, actually, the fighter jet I'm building is designed for Mach 5. Also, we don't need Russian scraps. I'll build the engine myself. Say what now? Good Lord, this kid stays quiet, but when he opens his mouth, he tries to give everyone a heart attack. The engine is the heart of the jet. Look, designing a cool shell is one thing, but building a fighter jet engine from scratch, that is straight up delusional. And not just any engine, he's talking about hitting Mach 5. That's sci-fi territory. Academician Tran chuckled, shaking his head like he'd just heard a ghost story. Professor Lamham, you're definitely overthinking this one. The gods can handle the flight dynamics. I'm just here to look good. Words are cheap right now, but give it a month and the truth will drop like a bomb. Lamham flashed a confident grin. The academician nodded solemnly. If you actually pull off a Mach 5 engine, our Air Force won't just fly. They'll rule the entire blue planet. With that kind of insane speed, the UK and every other superpower would be left choking on our exhaust dust. When you're ranking a fighter jet's power level, rule number 1 is speed. Rule number 2, range. It's all about how far you can push before the tank runs dry. The rest of the team wore expressions of pure doubt. No way were they betting on a kid to build a self-made engine. But the old man had faith. He knew Lamham was cooking up a mechanical beast that would make the whole world's jaw drop. Win or lose, success or failure, this was the miracle academician Tran was praying to witness. With the clock ticking like a time bomb, the chit-chat ended. Tran gave the green light, and the race to build the ultimate fighter jet was on. After that flex, Lu Wai's admiration for our MC hit max level. But there was no time to chill. Lamham was ready to unlock the next stage engine technology. First mission. He ordered Lu Wai to grab a decommissioned Russian turbojet engine and haul it over to the lab. Summoning her inner beast, Lu Wai planted her pristine white legs firmly and stomped down ready to show this heavy metal who's boss. With just one hand gripping the cable, she gave a mighty heave. The massive engine flew up from the lower deck onto the platform like it was made of cardboard. Lu Wai gasped for air, wiping her brow with a slender arm. A single drop of sweat rolled down, vanishing into her shirt. Lamham chuckled softly. Rough work, huh? She flashed a smile sweeter than candy. Don't get polite with me now the cargo is delivered. What's the next move, boss? Need an assistant? Lamham waved her off. Nah, you're done. Go get your beauty sleep while I work my magic. Lamham cracked his knuckles, feeling the rush. Being reborn in an elementary schooler's body had one major cheat code: infinite stamina. Even if he crashed for a few hours, he'd wake up fully charged. He was a living perpetual motion machine. Lu Wai giggled shamelessly. Wow, treating me like spare parts, whatever. With a genius god-tier player like you here, I'm happy to be the useless sidekick. She didn't waste a second, flopping straight onto the floor. Let the god handle the flying. Then I'll handle the glowing up. She was truly the MVP of being lazy with style. Honestly, Lamham dug her vibe. No drama, just self-awareness. Turning back to business, he laid his hand on the old Russian scrap metal. Ding, the system voice echoed in his brain. Contact with Russian turbojet verified. Commencing technology analysis. Explosive turbojet technology acquired. The unlocked progress for the 6th generation fighter jet skyrocketed instantly. A tsunami of advanced blueprints flooded his mind. This wasn't just an upgrade, it was a total technological revolution. Complex schematics for the explosive turbojet burned themselves into his memory. This beast output 300,000 units of thrust. It could easily push a fighter past Mach 5. Estimated build time, just 2 weeks. While the engine came to life, Lu Wai stuck to a routine sleep glow-up hand over a wrench repeat. She was living the dream. Lamham ran the diagnostics. Thrust check. The precision of the components was terrifyingly perfect, literally airtight. Phase 1 complete. Next target, the fuel system. The moment he made contact with the aviation fuel, the system went wild. Advanced dual compressed fuel technology unlocked. With that, his mastery over 6th generation fighter tech hit the 90% mark. Then came the phased array radar. Boom, 100% completion. The system threw in a bonus reward, miniaturized air-to-air missile tech. Information downloaded. Lamham shook his head, clearing the mental fog. This was absolute peak fiction. These mini-missiles were designed specifically for his new jet-increasing payload without sacrificing a single drop of speed. Total win-win. And just like that, the 1-month deadline was up. Lamham stood before the completed 6th generation fighter in the hangar, a wicked smile spreading across his face. 500,000 units of super thrust. Dual compressed fuel allowing for 150,000 kilometers of flight. This wasn't a jet, it was a global strike predator. And the teeth. A massive payload of 100 mini air-to-air missiles locked and loaded. Twin-engine vertical takeoff and landing capabilities meant it could launch from anywhere, anytime, dominating the airspace instantly. Phased array radar that sees everything within 1,000 miles. Plus, dual optical stealth and radar jamming to slip into enemy territory like a ghost. Packed with black technology, this was the definition of air superiority. Destroying enemies from beyond the horizon before they even knew they were dead. Tomorrow was showtime. The International Military Games hosted by the UK kicking off in Florida. Huaxia planned to send the J-35. It's a solid carrier jet, but let's be real, in a drag race against the Raptor, F-22 it eats dust. It has its perks, but the flaws are glaring. And you know the opposition is bringing their big gun, the F-22, to humiliate us. 3 years of relying on the J-10. To the rest of the blue planet, Huaxia's military might look like a total joke compared to the UK. Sure, recent events had the citizens raging with patriotism, but let's keep it real. The foundation just wasn't thick enough yet. The UK could bully them anytime they wanted. It was a tragedy. Aside from the old J-10, Huaxia didn't have a single bird in the sky worth fearing. Lin Han checked the time, 1 a.m. sharp. Beside him, Liu Yi shifted in her sleep, revealing legs that looked like pure porcelain. Gentleman mode activated. He quickly tucked her in, left, a handwritten letter by her side, threw a tarp over the beast of a machine, and ghosted the research center. Tomorrow was registration day at Bogang High School, and he couldn't stand them up. A promise is a promise. Back at the crib, Lin Guodong heard the door creak and jolted awake. Thief! He crept into the living room like a ninja, and bam, lights on. Father and son crouched instantly staring at each other in pure terror. It took a solid second before they recognized the face and finally exhaled. Guodong laughed bitterly. Lin Han, why are you back at this ungodly hour? Lin Han just grinned. School starts tomorrow, doesn't it? I can't go back on my word, Pops. Guodong frowned, confused. Wait, does that mean the fighter jet is actually finished? Lin Han nodded like it was nothing. Basically, yeah. Let the pilot test it tomorrow, then ship it to Florida for the military competition. Easy peasy. Hearing that casually dropped bomb, Guodong had to suck in a sharp breath of cold air. A jet. In just over 1 month. It wasn't just beginner's luck. Lin Han hadn't just opened his mind, he'd unlocked the 8 gates of genius. It was absurd, impossible. Yet here it was happening right under his nose, performed by his own flesh and blood. Shocking, absolutely. But facts are facts. Guodong had no choice but to accept this new reality. Good. That's good. I got your school stuff ready. Go crash. Now you've still got a few hours before the grind starts. Lin Han was dead to the world in his room. Meanwhile, morning broke and Liu Yi found the letter. Left early for school, seriously. This kid, he really isn't human, is he? The letter dropped another truth bomb. The jet is done. Drag it straight to Florida for the competition. 0 issues guaranteed. If they were nervous, they could get a test pilot first. Liu Yi relayed this to Academician Chen, leaving the old man completely dazed. He just left. Teacher Lin Han, truly a legend who drops a masterpiece and leaves empty-handed. Within a month, every other team had wiped out. A total massacre of ambition. Some designs died in the wind tunnel. Others rejected the Russian engines like a bad transplant stalling midair after 1 lap. The pilots nearly lost their lives along with the prototypes. Now Liu Yi's team was the final fortress, the last hope. Everyone swarmed the research zone, eyes glued to the center. Lin Han had left the beast covered under a tarp. On Academician Chen's order, the cover was ripped away. Whoosh, wait. Is that a J-10 or a Su-30? Wave-like contours, a flattened nose designed for stealth curves as exquisite as a maiden's waist. And tail wings shimmering with cold metallic lethality. A super cool fighter jet suddenly dominated their vision. Academician Chen and the crew gasped in unison. The machine wasn't just cool, its aerodynamic layout was absolutely flawless. Has it passed the wind tunnel? Chen suddenly demanded. Liu Yi nodded. Done. It can handle speeds of at least 10 Mach. However, with the payload and other factors creating drag, the real-time combat speed is probably around 5 Mach. Hearing this explanation, everyone pursed their lips in doubt, because there was a massive plot hole in Liu Yi's story, and the sharp-eyed academician caught it instantly. He frowned at her. Are you sure it withstood 10 Mach wind speeds? Liu Yi looked confused but firm. Yeah, I was there. I saw the data. Chen opened his mouth, but the other researchers were already calling cap on the 10 Mach claim. Our current wind tunnel gear doesn't go that high. How did you measure it? Don't tell me it was a computer simulation. Comrade Liu simulations and reality are 2 different worlds. Academician Chen nodded, siding with the skeptics. The math didn't add up. Liu Yi just shrugged, palms up. Wind tunnel tech Lin Han solved that ages ago. The device is right behind you guys. Everyone spun around to follow her finger. That unassuming stamping machine, she's saying that thing hits 10 Mach. Liu Yi chuckled softly. Actually, according to Lin Han, the wind speed on that thing exceeds 30 Mach. What 30 Mach? Their jaws hit the floor. Words completely failed them. Dead silence reigned for seconds. Then Academician Chen lunged forward, powering up the device to see if this magic was real. The moment he hit the switch, a ferocious roar tore through the air like a dragon waking up. Boom! The mechanical roar lasted only a split second before dead silence took over. The crowd frowned skepticism written all over their faces. Was it a bust? Did the legendary 30 Mach speed just go up in smoke? I call cap. That was definitely an explosion. Someone sneered. The machine malfunctioned. It's nowhere near as magical as the ads claimed. Professor Chen remained silent, but the gears were turning in his head. Suddenly, realization hit him. He raised a hand, silencing the murmurs like a conductor stopping an orchestra. He dove onto the computer eyes, scanning the data until they narrowed into sharp slits. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling with raw emotion. This was absolutely not a glitch. The reality was, the 30-meter wind tunnel had just completed a full test run. The crowd was lost and the source totally confused, so Professor Chen broke it down for them. Lin Han hadn't failed. He had harnessed the massive shockwave energy from the explosion. He simulated a wind speed of Mach 30. It was a stroke of pure, unadulterated genius. His concept was wild, straight out of a sci-fi flick, but he actually pulled it off. The 30-meter wind tunnel was fully operational. This means our nation's aerospace tech is about to level up and leave the rest of the world in the dust. Professor Chen couldn't hide the hype in his voice. The others finally snapped out of it. As they looked closer at the wind tunnel equipment, their jaws hit the floor. If the 30-meter wind tunnel was real, then this fighter jet might actually possess a speed of Mach 5. If that was true, then at the military competition hosted by the UK, our nation would walk in with heads held high, ready to flex on the entire Blue Star. There was no time for test pilots now. They had to roll the dice and go all in. Professor Chen checked his watch and barked orders. Load the fighter jet onto the transport plane. We're flying straight to the UK for the showdown. Meanwhile, our main character, Lin Han, thought his teacher, Miss Yuan, had delayed the start of the semester. But when he arrived at high school number 3, he dropped a bomb of news. Miss Yuan had been checked into the psych ward for mental treatment. Yikes. School had started earlier than planned. Even though he missed a week and had no clue what was going on, Lin Han wasn't worried. Catching up was child's play for him. Honestly, he could skip 3 years and still ace every test. But when he walked into the registration office, surprise, surprise, his name was nowhere to be found. After standing there awkwardly for a while, his situation finally caught the principal's attention. Principal Liang looked him up and down with a sneer. Still trying to finesse your way in, huh? We rejected you because the staff voted you out. Your exam results screamed cheater. A prestigious high school number 3 doesn't train frauds like you. Where is Miss Yuan? Lin Han asked, keeping his cool. Principal Liang shot him a dirty look. Someone brainwashed her into vouching for you. She wanted to drag you into this school and even put a career on the line. How could I agree to such madness? So I forced her to take a little vacation. She's resting now, far away from your influence. Lin Han's frown deepened, his expression turning to steel. You say I cheated? You got receipts? Prove it. Liang rolled his eyes. Your grades were always at the bottom. Then suddenly you're top of the class for the finals. What did you magically unlock your brain chakras? I've seen dark horses before, but never a donkey that turned into a racehorse overnight. It's impossible. Lin Han didn't have the energy to debate this clown. The principal's logic made sense to a normie, but Lin Han just wanted to get to class. The only way to bypass this gatekeeper was to call for backup. He needed the help of Chief II, a heavyweight connection who definitely had the strings to pull. He made the call, and Chief I was more than happy to flex his influence. Less than a minute later, the principal's phone rang. It was the Provincial Education Department. Talk about speed. Liang picked up the phone and his face instantly froze. He started nodding like a bobblehead. Yes. Understood, don't worry, sir. After hanging up, Liang narrowed his eyes at the student before him. This kid could summon the Provincial Education Department. Since the big bosses had stepped in, he had no choice. He had to let the brat enroll. But now Liang's hatred for Lin Han had leveled up. In his eyes, Lin Han upgraded from a simple cheater to a spoiled Nepo baby using daddy's power. Get out of my sight, go to class 66, and you better not cause any trouble. Lin Han smirked. Mission accomplished. He took a deep breath of the campus air, looking satisfied. Feels good to be back. But Lin Han's sudden arrival didn't sit well with the homeroom teacher of class 66 either. A student like this, either a rich kid or connected to power. Terrible grades and acts dumb, just the type she hated most. The teacher was short, about 4'11", wearing glasses. Everyone called her Tiny New. She banished Lin Han to the last seat in the back row. This was the VIP section for delinquents, the trash bin of the class. Looks like they really wanted to bury him. Lin Han shrugged it off. But just as Tiny New finished her lecture, the principal popped his head in. Listen up. Historic moment incoming. For the first time, our nation is joining the UK military competition. It's being live-streamed globally. And class is moving to the auditorium to watch the broadcast. As citizens, you need to witness our military might. You need to know what you're studying for. Little did they know, their nation had a fighter jet that was about to smoke the F-22. After Mr. New finished organising the lesson plans, he herded the whole class into the conference room like a flock of sheep. On the way there, the gossip mill was running full tilt. Everyone was hyping up the UK's F-22 Raptor. They were saying it's the only 5th-gen fighter on the entire blue planet, invisible to radar, insanely fast, and dripping with style. Another student threw in their 2 cents about Huaxia's own J-35 fighter. They were saying, hey, our carrier-based jet isn't trash, either. Rumour has it a young genius built it. It looks sleek and packs a serious punch. But let's be real, the limitations on carrier-based aircraft are massive. Comparing it to the UK's F-22, that's like comparing a bicycle to a Ferrari. The debate was getting heated. Hearing all this, Lin Han just let out a subtle smirk. Sure, the J-35 can't beat the Raptor, but that's apples and oranges. Different roles, different goals. If you really want a showdown, compare it to the beast Lin Han just finished building. The F-22 claims to be the king of 5th-gen fighters. Well, it's about time they met the new challenger from Huaxia. The Raptor isn't invincible. Its maintenance costs are a nightmare, and its flight range pathetic. The 6th generation monster Lin Han created was born to crush the F-22 into scrap metal. Just then, the global livestream began. The lighter military competition officially kicked off over at the venue. The Huaxia team leader had a face dark as a storm cloud, and the commander beside him was sweating bullets. Are we seriously sending the J-35 up against the F-22? That's basically suicide? Top brass said, if the new fighter is ready, launch it. I'm afraid it's too much too soon, the team leader sighed. We're on our own now. The commander beside him let out a bitter laugh. Fate really loves to play jokes. Suddenly a guard sprinted over, gasping for air like he'd run a marathon. He pointed back and yelled, "It's here! The transport plane just dropped off the fighter!" The team leader and commander exchanged a look. Eyes lighting up, they rushed to the hangar like kids on Christmas morning. But the moment they laid eyes on the machine, their brows knotted into a tangled mess. Is that actually a fighter jet? It looked nothing like a traditional plane. It looked like a prop straight out of a British sci-fi blockbuster. It looked like a rush job, a plastic model made for display, not dogfights. The team leader asked, "Has this thing even been flight tested?" The transport crew just smiled awkwardly and shook their heads. Nope. The commander face-palmed. No test flight, and they dragged it all the way here. If this thing crashes, the entire blue planet will be laughing at Huaxia. I propose we let the pilot do a simple systems check first. Test the basics. If it holds together, then and only then do we tow it to the competition arena to replace the J-35. It bends the rules a bit, sure, but it beats crashing and burning in front of the world. The commander made a solid point. The team leader took a deep breath and nodded. Let's do it. Meanwhile, the J-35 was already being hurried onto the runway. The military competition was officially underway. As the host nation, the UK flexed their military muscle first, their elite gear and disciplined soldiers left the other teams with their jaws on the floor. You had to admit the Brits had the goods. Compared to them, Huaxia's rifles and kit looked, well, let's just say retro. The British soldiers looked down their noses at the Huaxia troops, smug faces everywhere. But then, the main event arrived. A roar tore through the blue sky like a golden eagle screaming, an F-22. Raptor sliced through the clouds. It dominated the heavens, leaving a massive white vapor cone in its wake. The moment that Raptor appeared, the entire crowd froze. Pure shock. That is the apex predator of the blue planet. Nothing else comes close. No other nation has a bird that can fight it. Even the military powerhouse Russia doesn't have a single card to play against this ace. The F-22 isn't just a plane. It's a new era. Trying to surpass it practically impossible. This whole competition, it was a setup from the start. A while back, the UK took a massive L in international waters. They were desperate to reclaim their lost honor. They wanted to prove that the gap between their military might and Huaxia's was as wide as the ocean itself. Back in the classroom, the students watching the live stream were gasping. Whoa, the Raptor's a beast. The British tech level is terrifying, one kid muttered. Imagine if Huaxia had jets like that. That would be the dream. Cut the chatter. You think our country can't cook up something fresh? The principal crossed his arms, staring at the F-22 on the screen, and let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Suddenly, Lin Han mumbled, "Our fighter is 10 times, no 100 times stronger than that British toy. Just wait and see." His quiet comment triggered a wave of mocking laughter from the class. "Yo, Lin Han, since when are you a military expert?" "Sure, our country is growing fast, but 100 times stronger than the UK. Quit clowning, bro. The F-22 is the peak. If you don't know, Jack, keep your mouth shut." Lam Ham shot a side eye at the peanut gallery, Yen Tuck and Chi and their crew. His classmates looked at him like he was the village idiot and scoffed. "Oh, look, who's the expert? If you're such a genius, go build a jet better than the F-22 for us." Lam Ham opened his mouth to roast them back, but the homeroom teacher unleashed her dragon roar. "Hey, what is that noise back there? Focus on the live stream, right now. If you don't study hard, how are you going to lift this country up from the dirt? Weak nations get bullied by outsiders." Her aura was so terrifying, the whole class went dead silent instantly. Finally, the moment arrived. It was time for Huaha to reveal their cutting-edge fighter jet to the world. But when a 3-year-old model rolled onto the tarmac, the crowd gasped. Wait, isn't that just a standard carrier-based plane? That junk isn't even in the same league as the F-22 does. Huaha have absolutely zero stealth game. Everyone thought the dragon was waking up, but it hit the snooze button. The UK played their ace, and we brought a pair of twos. Looks like Huaha is folding early, haha. The ridicule was loud, stinging like a slap to the face of the nation. Watching the screen, Lam Ham frowned deeply. Where's the beast I built? Why aren't they showing my masterpiece? Did something go wrong in the supply chain? Or did someone mess up the schedule? The mockery kept pouring in from the crowd. We expected a finishing move, but they just dragged out some scrap metal. How pathetic. Remember when they boldly faced off against the UK at sea? Where did that fire go? It's gone. Trash is still trash. Give them 50 years and they still won't catch up. Go play with the kiddies. Faced with this disaster, the flight leaders felt like their hearts were on a chopping block, waiting for the butcher's knife to drop. The test pilot had just strapped into the new jet when the commander yanked him out. "Get down from there, right now!" He knew if they sent up that old jet, their reputation was toast. But the new secret weapon? It was a gamble. "We don't know what this new bird can do yet." The commander's voice was grim. "It's too dangerous for you. If not me, then who? Move it, I'm taking this baby up." His aura was absolutely unstoppable. The commanding officer gulped, watching the old lion walk away. The boss was officially pissed off. Once he made up his mind, 8 horses couldn't pull him back like a stubborn mule. He was switching jets and nobody could say squat. "Sir, do you have a death wish?" 2 pilots rushed over trying to block his path. "Commander, please. This thing hasn't been flight tested. What if it explodes mid-air? Let us go instead. It's safer." But the commander bristled, shoving them aside. "You brats doubt me." The pilot's eyes went red with emotion. "Never, sir, but you're the commander. We can't lose you." The old man's eyes burned with resolve. "Exactly. It's dangerous. So why would I send you? Am I a coward? I am the leader. When death comes knocking, I answer the door first. Stop trying to stop me. If this machine can rival the F-22, it's for the eternal glory of our nation. And if I crash, then I die a hero's death. I don't see a downside." The pilots went silent, choked up by his guts. Seeing his soldiers so worried, the commander realized he was being too harsh. He scanned the room and burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, you stinking brats, use your heads for a second." An untested fighter is basically a ticking time bomb. They knew he was saving their lives, and that hit them right in the feels. Standing before the steel beast, the commander took a deep breath and climbed the ladder like a warrior mounting his steed. Whoosh! The transparent canopy hissed open, and a wave of pure futuristic sci-fi energy hit him in the face. Inside, it felt weightless. But wait, where were the buttons? No switches. The commander was totally shook. Is this even a plane? It was nothing like the beasts he used to tame. And he was an expert jet designer for crying out loud. Every machine he ever built followed the rules. This thing, it broke them all. Sitting down, it wasn't just comfy, it was like sinking into a cloud. Better than his expensive massage chair at home. Did old Tran turn this into a luxury lounge? He didn't know whether to be impressed or horrified by the design. Usually a cockpit is cold steel and hard switches, not a 5-star hotel room. The cockpit is the brain of the fighter, the heart of the battle. It's supposed to be a complex system for war, not a cozy den for a Sunday nap. If it's this cozy, how is a pilot supposed to stay sharp? Adrenaline needs edge, not pillows. Imagine sinking into a sofa while trying to dogfight an enemy jet. You can't fire missiles while chilling out. Honestly, this seat is way too plush. It feels less like a cockpit and more like a lounge chair for snacking. Can this luxury recliner actually handle a dogfight? The canopy slid shut with a smooth hiss. Soft blue ambient lighting filled the space like a high-end gaming setup. A robotic chime signaled the system startup. "I am Little May, your combat AI assistant. Let's run through the specs of your new beast." Suddenly, a holographic HUD popped up in midair. It startled the veteran pilot out of his skin. Crystal clear data floated right before his eyes. He muttered in shock, "Is this actual holographic tech?" Little May chirped back, "Affirmative. This is the 2DA2 imaging system. Now that you know the basics, let's learn how to fly this thing." She moved straight to the flight tutorial. But the pilot wasn't listening. He was staring at the stats like they were glitching out max speed Mach 5. Range 20,000 kilometers. Ammo 300 missiles. The commander gasped for air. His heart rate instantly spiked to 200 beats per minute. Mach 5. That's insane. At that speed, the G-force would crush a human heart and pop veins like balloons. And that range, 20,000 kilometers. Even the legendary British F-22 only manages 1,200. If that number is real, this jet could circle the entire planet without refueling. Plus 300 missiles in this flat body. The physics don't add up. He figured the devs must have made a typo in the code. It's a prototype after all. A few bugs in the system display are to be expected. Ignoring the impossible stats, he focused on the controls. Little May's voice returned. "Choose your style, touchscreen mode or classic joystick. Watch this demo." The 2-minute video played, leaving the commander absolutely floored. First up, touch mode. It looked exactly like a mobile game interface, just tapping glass to simulate war. He had never seen anything this futuristic in his life. Second option, the classic stick with physical buttons. For an old-school ace, tapping a screen felt wrong. He chose the stick without hesitation. But then a major problem hit him. He looked around the sleek cockpit. There was no joystick installed. How are you supposed to fly with phantom controls? But Little May was one step ahead. Activating joystick mode. Like magic, the floor opened up. A mechanical control stick rose from the console, the touch panel morphed into physical buttons, giving him that familiar tactile feel. Now that is what I'm talking about. He hit the ignition. The turbine engine roared to life like a tiger waking up in the mountains. The officers outside watched intently. Suddenly a pilot in the crowd pointed at the exhaust. "Whoa, look at that!" Blue flames. That meant perfect combustion. The fuel was burning at maximum efficiency. The crowd instantly lost their cool. Not even the top-tier British engines could pull off a burn that clean. This engine tech was on a whole other level. Where did they even get this? Was it imported secret tech from the superpowers? If the aerodynamics hold up, this thing might actually rival the F-22. The commander's eyes lit up with wild excitement. Meanwhile, the foreign reps were getting impatient. What's taking so long is China chicken. Are they too scared to fly? The British rep crossed his arms looking smug. The F-22 is already out there. Nobody can touch us. But just as the trash talk peaked, boom, the roar of the 6th-generation fighter drowned them out as it rolled onto the runway. The pilot narrowed his eyes. The pressure was crushing him. He didn't need Mach 5. If he could just hit Mach 2, he'd be happy. The jet's debut caused a stir. Looks cool, but is it just a prop? Probably all flash and no substance. Ignoring the haters, the commander gripped the throttle. He slammed it forward the engine, screaming in protest. Let's roll. He was ready to risk it all. The moment the thrusters engaged, a blinding red light exploded from the rear. It launched with godlike speed. The shockwave slapped the audience like a physical blow. A Mach cone formed instantly as it tore a hole through the sky. 1 second later, boom, that beast took to the skies. Whoa! The silence was so loud you could literally hear a pin drop in the stadium. That visible shockwave and speed faster than the naked eye could track, yeah, it was sending a very clear message. The takeoff speed of the Huaxia fighter just casually almost hit Mach 2. The international reps were frozen jaws on the floor in total disbelief. Even the squad leader flying the jet was freaking out. He got a little too hyped earlier and thought he might have pushed the throttle too hard. The takeoff was insane, but looking down, he hadn't even bottomed out the stick. He still had half the power left to go. The leader gulped hard, muttering to himself in pure shock. No way, this can't be real. Can this thing seriously break past Mach 5? There's no way it can actually hit that god-tier speed. Even a super soldier pilot would turn into jelly. At best, it should top out around Mach 2.5. Still, even that speed is mind-blowing. Gaining some confidence, the leader gripped the stick ready to tame this metal beast. Suddenly, the 6th generation fighter tore past Mach 2 like a literal beam of light painting a brilliant streak across the heavens. Meanwhile, the British F-22 was still up there trying to flex its muscles. But then they noticed the Huaxia fighter had joined the party. The British pilot let out a cold snort. Trying to compare specs with the F-22, keep dreaming. He slammed his throttle to the absolute max. The F-22 pierced the clouds like an arrow. He was trying to show off, thinking he was the main character of this sky. He thought his opponents were just talking trash. But little did he know he was about to get completely humbled. The gap between them was massive. When the throttle hit the limit, compressed hydro fuel flooded the combustion chamber and the turbine engine screamed to life. 300 kilonewtons of raw power unleashed. In a split second, the 6th gen fighter hit cheat code speeds, blasting past the F-22 like a bullet through paper. The sonic boom didn't even have time to settle. The speed gauge instantly spiked straight up to Mach 5. From the F-22's cockpit, it just looked like a violent gust of wind. Swept past. A flash of light disappeared into the distance before he could even process what it was. The British pilot froze in his seat. He frantically checked his radar screen. But the radar was empty. It couldn't even track the target. However, the audience with the god's eye view saw everything clearly. The Huaxia 6th gen fighter shot out like a sniper, round piercing the dome of the sky. The visual impact was so intense, everyone's mouths were hanging open. The F-22 was pushing Mach 2.5, but the Huaxia jet left it eating dust. What does that tell you? It means Huaxia didn't just break Mach 2.5, they smashed the barrier and hit hypersonic Mach 5 speeds. Oh my god, this is beyond imagination. Huaxia just delivered the ultimate face slap to everyone watching. The British person in charge turned into a statue staring blankly as their pride and joy got clapped in the sky. He grabbed the radio, screaming in rage. Damn it, go get him, push the throttle to the limit and chase him down. The pilot was basically sobbing. Chase what? They hit Mach 5. I'm maxing out and I can't even smell their exhaust. I can't even see their tail lights. Since when did Huaxia become this overpowered? The British rep was ready to cry. And remember, this is a live stream. In the broadcast zone, the Huaxia commanders were so shook they almost kneeled down to worship the screen. This tech is actually god tier. The commander suddenly realized something and grabbed the mic. Wait! At Mach 5, the G-force will explode human blood vessels. Is the pilot okay? Squad leader, are you alive? But honestly, the squad leader couldn't be vibing harder right now. Sitting in the anti-gravity cockpit, he was hype screaming insults at the British jet. Today, Daddy is going to teach you what real speed looks like. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. Hearing the commander's voice, he finally snapped back to reality. He checked his body. No pain, no pressure. The anti-gravity tech had cancelled out almost all the G-force. The leader shouted back excitedly. No problems here, boss. I'm feeling fantastic. Ha ha ha. This fighter jet created by academician Chen is too advanced. Hearing the pilot was safe, the command room breathed a sigh of relief, but the shock was still real. To get a fighter jet to hit Mach 5, you don't just need perfect aerodynamics. The real secret sauce is the engine technology. As far as he knew, no other nation on Earth had an engine this buff. This means Huaxia developed this beast all on their own. The commander's eyes were sparkling with pride. The F-22 was left so far behind it wasn't even funny. The British were totally salty, publicly announcing, so what if it's fast? A jet isn't a museum piece. Is it just built for racing? All speed, no bite, I bet its combat power is 0. The commander and his squad were convinced their math was mathing. That insane speed, it definitely came with a price tag sacrificing the missile payload. Plus a close-up scan revealed 0 missiles hanging off the wings. Clean as a whistle. They thought they found the fatal flaw. The commander radioed the team leader in a panic, asking, are we still doing this dance? Trust the data, he insisted. The F-22's combat power is legendary for a reason. Everyone knows who the king of the sky is. Hearing this, the team leader's face went dark. The pressure was mounting. Sure, the specs claimed a terrifying load of 300 rounds, but was that heavy artillery or just peanuts? No one knew for sure. If it's just machine gun ammo, it's game over. But backing down now, that's a one-way ticket to Humiliation City. You gotta risk it to get the biscuit. The leader gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Screw it. We take them on? The commander took a deep breath. 22, you're up first. All eyes locked on the target zone off the coast of Florida. Whoosh! A dozen missiles screamed through the air, tearing up the sky before crashing into the ocean. Kaboom! A massive explosion rocked the waves. A 5-meter tsunami rose up as the blast carved a giant hole in the ocean, creating a violent vortex that sucked everything back in. What a magnificent display of destruction. The F-22's mid-range missiles were packing some serious heat. Capable of unleashing 28 missiles, this beast is the apex predator of the blue planet. Unrivaled speed, unmatched firepower. It's in a league of its own. The F-22 finished its flex. Now it was finally time for the challenger from Huaxia to step into the ring. The team leader inhaled slowly, his finger hovering over the weapon release. Eyes closed, he smashed that button down. Let's rock and roll, baby. Fire control radar online. Target locked. The HUD lit up with kill zones and ammo counters. But wait! Before anyone could blink, the weapon bay opened, revealing a cluster of mini-missiles peeking out. These things were tiny. Compared to the massive warheads on the British F-22, they looked like toothpicks 10 times smaller. And then, bam, a dozen of them launched simultaneously. The air shrieked as they tore through the atmosphere, ripping the very sky apart with their roar. Leaving white trails at blinding speeds, they painted a beautiful curve of death across the horizon. A deadly masterpiece woven in the clouds. A split second of silence, then disaster. The ocean erupted like a breaching whale connecting heaven and earth. Poor fish was sent flying into the stratosphere. A fishing boat 10 kilometers away got flipped like a pancake. The shockwave was so insane, it pushed the Florida coastline back 30 kilometers instantly. The beachgoers enjoying their sunbathing session, yeah, they got slapped face first into the sand by the sudden tide. It was a mind-numbing spectacle that felt like a brain freeze on steroids. And believe it or not, that was just the appetizer. The leader kept his finger on the trigger. Reload and repeat, another volley was primed and ready for the same target. Same dream of total destruction. In that moment, even the leader was stunned frozen. He watched as the ocean was literally blasted into a bottomless abyss. At the impact point, the laws of physics took a coffee break. The water vanished, leaving behind a pitch-black void. Time seemed to glitch for a second. Then the ocean crashed back in, creating a whirlpool that spun with violent fury. Don't let the size fool you. These mini-missiles were packing punch 10 times harder than the British heavyweights. Witnessing this apocalyptic beauty, the crowd's jaws hit the floor. Complete silence. The Huaxia jet just casually spammed nearly 30 missiles, instantly breaking the British record of 28. It wasn't even close. The winner was painfully obvious. The British representative was so salty, he literally jumped in rage. What the hell is this? The F-22 is the alpha of the skies? Losing is not an option. Pilot, where are my missiles? Fire them, I need 3 more. We have to beat Huaxia no matter what. The pilot was sweating bullets, squeezing out more ammo, impossible. But there was a dirty trick to boost the numbers. It was cheating, but desperate times called for desperate measures. The British pilot immediately radioed a second F-22 that was fully loaded. The second I hit the cloud layer, we switched spots. We're pulling the old bait and switch. The other pilot's eyes lit up. Brilliant. It was shameful as hell, but effective. They couldn't let the kingdom lose face in a military showdown this big. Just like that, the reserve jet sneaked off the runway and disappeared into the cloud cover. Back on the ground, the haters who were trashing Huaxia a minute ago, dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. But the Huaxia fans, they stood up and started roasting the British team. Is that all you got? Keep firing if you can. Oh, wait. You're out of juice, slower, weaker, and pathetic. So much for the most advanced fighter jet. It's just a pile of expensive scrap metal. The British team had no comeback. Suddenly, the British jet shot straight up, vanishing into the clouds. The crowd looked confused. Wait, did he just rage quit and run away? Maybe it was running on fumes ready to dip, but in a blink, that F-22 popped back up in the sky like a glitch in the Matrix. Since these metal birds look identical, your average, Joe couldn't spot the difference to save his life. It was the perfect disguise. Even if they pulled a fast one, nobody caught on. The switch was seamless. The replacement pilot just smirked like he owned the place. 28 air-to-air missiles locked on and fired instantly. It wasn't quite the nuclear-level light show the Chinese jet just dropped, but 56 missiles is still insane damage output. The crowd was scratching their heads. Yeah, didn't the Brits tap out of ammo already? Why drop another 28? Who knows? Maybe they were sandbagging this whole time to hustle everyone. Purely on payload stats, the UK was flexing hard on China right now. Seeing the scoreboard flip, the British rep got his swagger back instantly. Yeah, it was a dirty trick, but in the international arena, saving face is the only game that matters. He grabbed the mic and started hyping up their F-22 like he was selling used cars, dissing China's tech while screaming, "We just reloaded on you fools. Where's your jet now? China, keep up if you can." Haha, we were just going easy on you out of pity. But you got cocky, so now we got to show you there are levels to this game. You're not the main character here. But the commander's sharp eyes caught a glitch in their matrix. He noticed something sketchy. He spotted movement on the backup runway, an identical F-22 sneaking into the hangar like a thief in the night. It was moving way too sus to be innocent. Son of a... The Brits are actually hacking the game right in front of us. They're playing dirty. That's it, I'm calling them out right to their faces. The commander stormed over to the British rep, pointing a trembling finger at the backup runway. You guys are rigging the match. The British rep just sneered. Rigging, you got eyes on the back of your head or something. The commander stood tall, shouting facts. Stop capping, we saw it. Don't play dumb. Have you no shame pulling dirty stunts in a global tournament that's low even for you? The British rep side-eyed him with zero respect. Receipts. Show me the receipts. If you got no proof, you're just yapping. How could he have proof it happened too fast to snap a pic for the gram or save the replay? He thought calling them out would make them blush, but these guys had faces thicker than tank armor. They denied everything. The commander clenched his fists, rage boiling over like a volcano. But against this level of shamelessness, he was powerless. He turned to leave, swallowing the bitter pill of defeat, but the British rep wasn't done roasting him. He laughed like a villain who just won the arc, then literally spat on the ground behind the commander. Loser. Who do you think you are? Coming at us with zero evidence. You got some nerve. Beat our missile count first, then maybe you can talk smack. Oh, buddy, haven't you heard that karma is a boomerang? Back in the China zone, the commander spilled the tea to the team leader. The leader's aura instantly turned dark fists clenching. He scoffed. Damn, since when did cheaters get so righteous? Chill out. Our bird is a beast compared to their toy. 56 missiles, that's it. They think that's a high score that's cute. The team leader's gaze locked onto the transparent HUD in the cockpit. He stared at the ammo counter, his eyes icy cold. That glowing red number 26 looked dangerous. He slammed the fire button, a demonic grin creeping across his face. Hey, Britain, watch this! Just as the British rep was acting all high and mighty, the sky ripped open. A literal meteor shower descended from the heavens. Over 200 micro-missiles launched at once, connecting the sky and sea in a terrifying web of destruction. The British rep's eyes bugged out of his skull. He stuttered, "Oh my God." The VIPs from every other nation were shook. Their jaws hit the floor. No fighter jet in history had ever unleashed a bullet hell like this. Even an advanced air defense system would crash trying to calculate this many targets. It was overwhelming. The dense rain of missiles slammed into the ocean, triggering a massive tsunami instantly. Sea and sky merged into one chaotic painting. This was the true definition of power. British fishermen saw that wall of water and yeeted their nets immediately. Screw the fish, I'm out. My life is worth more than a paycheck. This was straight up apocalyptic. A Florida-sized tsunami rolled in as over 200 missiles baptized the ocean. The British rep was frozen. Even the first pilot, the one they swapped out, stood there like a statue. His brain couldn't process the missile rain he just witnessed. 2 F-22s tagging in, and they still got wrecked by China. What's the point of even competing? He finally realized China's jet was a literal monster. Earth-shattering power. Even with cheats enabled, they couldn't win. Might as well rage quit now. After emptying the clip, the team leader finally let out a breath. Now that felt good. It had been ages since Huaxia tasted a victory this sweet. 3 missiles? That is all it took to humble the competition. 28 against 3. What a joke. 1 single fighter jet against 10 F-22s. Even that would be a slaughter. This was not a battle. It was a harvest. The commander's fists unclenched as tears of pure adrenaline washed over him. He never imagined that the birds created by academician Chen would be this broken. This was not just strong, it was game-breaking. This went beyond defiance. They had literally poked a hole in the sky. Talk about satisfaction. Oh, how he wished he could see the British representative's face right now. I bet he looks like he just stepped in something nasty. You guys tried to cheat and still lost. That is embarrassing. Those 3 missiles scared the fishermen all the way in Florida. Karma hit them like a freight train. The British higher-ups were blowing up the phone lines instantly. The representative looked like a ghost, stammering excuses. I do not know what happened. Huaxia's jets were moving at Mach 5. They pulverized our F-22s. Should we keep going? The boss nearly had a stroke. Keep going. Are you insane? Pack it up, get out of there. Cancel the whole military exercise. Tell them to scram immediately. The UK hosted this event to flex on Huaxia, but instead they got spanked in front of the whole world. They were literally caught with their pants down. Talk about losing all dignity. The live broadcast was ripped off the air by force. This military exercise was a total faceplant. Their reputation just sank to the bottom of the ocean off Florida. The live stream cut to black, forced offline in a panic. The UK had lost so much face they might never recover. Back in the classroom, every single pair of eyes locked onto Linham. Holy cow, he actually called it. Huaxia really did have a secret weapon. The principal and teacher froze in shock. When Liang Kaiwen finally rebooted his brain, he fumbled with the remote. Was that a sci-fi movie? Did we watch the wrong channel that cannot be real? Little Niu looked half asleep but replied, "Nope, it said live broadcast in the corner." That was real life, folks. No one could believe Huaxia's tech had leveled up this much. They just casually walked away with the F-22's dignity. After seeing that beast in the sky, the F-22 looks like a flying heap of scrap metal. Liang Kaiwen cleared his throat, scanning the future pillars of the nation with a sudden burst of patriotic flair. Students who here wants to build the next generation of fighter jets. The whole class roared, "We do!" The principal grinned like a Cheshire cat. But wait, there is more. Aircraft carriers, nuclear subs, bombers, ICBMs, we need geniuses for everything. I hope every student from number 3 high school becomes a legend for our country. Cheers erupted like a volcano, but Linham sat there lost in deep thought. He clenched his fist. He knew the truth. Huaxia was not there yet. A hard fist is good, but you need a strong economy and tech to back it up. Liang Kaiwen's gaze drifted until it landed on the silent Linham. Seeing the boy quiet, he thought, this kid has zero patriotism, no country, no home dummy. Why are you even studying? Is it not to make our nation great? The principal snapped. He pointed a trembling finger right at Linham's nose. Hey kid, you think you're too cool for this speech? You think you are above us, huh? Linham looked up, frowning, ready to defend himself. I'm not looking down on anyone. But before he could explain, the principal shut him down instantly. I've seen students like you, relying on connections, arrogant, thinking the world revolves around you. To me, you are just wet mud. And you know what they say about mud. It does not stick to the wall, useless. The insults landed and the class burst into mocking laughter. Linham became public enemy number 1. Even the girl next to him scooted away like he had the plague. Linham's eyes turned icy. He glared at the principal and finally found an opening to speak. Principal, I am not arrogant. I used connections because you refused to respect my actual test scores. I already cleared this with Miss Yuan. She agreed. But mentioning the teacher only added fuel to the fire. Shut your mouth. You think you earned those scores. The principal was getting personal now. I can tell just by looking at your face. You are a cheater. Lin Han took a deep breath, keeping his cool. If this place won't keep me, somewhere else will. But the principal just scoffed. Huh, a cheater like you? No one wants a fraud who faked his way to the top. If you have even a shred of pride left, get out of my sight. Get the hell out of high school number 3. At this point, Lin Han didn't even bother arguing. Why waste breath on trash learning can happen anywhere, right? Sure, the school was his goal, but if they were going to kick him to the curb, he wasn't going to beg. Time to bounce. Lin Han just shrugged, cool as ice. Fine, I'm out. Principal Liang sneered. Good riddance. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. But before the echo of his insult faded, a phone rang. Principal Liang frowned and picked up. Hello, say what a medal ceremony for who? Lin Han. Which Lin Han, the kid standing right next to me? The voice on the other end was crystal clear, awarding a medal. Principal Liang froze like a statue. Lin Han. This brat getting a medal. Suddenly outside, 5 heavy-duty military armored vehicles roared into the parking lot, kicking up a storm of dust. The heavy metal doors groaned open with a terrifying mechanical hiss. Clack, clack, clack. Heavy boots hit the pavement. 2 lieutenant colonels stepped out, flanked by 5 majors following close behind. Behind them was a squad of 7 or 8 more, and even the lowest rank there was a major. This was serious business. They adjusted their uniforms with razor-sharp precision. Orders from the top were clear. Keep the circle small, but make the impact massive. Not a secret mission, but not a media circus either. Still, a ceremony of this magnitude, it needed to send a shockwave through the system. So the 2 commanding officers made a call. They'd turn this into a live patriotic lesson for the students, a direct classroom invasion to honor Lin Han. They narrowed the target down to his specific unit. The goal, to publicly crown Lin Han with glory right in front of everyone. This ceremony was basically a surprise tactical strike. Why? Because the higher-ups were still buzzing about the military competition in the UK. The display from Huaxia had shaken the world, but more importantly, it was about that specific fighter jet. That machine had practically slapped the entire British military across the face with its sheer power. When they dug up the identity of the designer, the generals nearly had heart attacks. Impossible, they screamed. But after checking 10 times, they had to accept the insane reality. A grade schooler had built a fighter jet that hit Mach 5.3 and tossed missiles around like toys. I mean, come on, who wouldn't lose their mind hearing that? It sounds like pure fiction, but the facts were cold and hard. It crushed the competition. Whether he's a kid or a PhD, greatness must be rewarded. The order came down instantly. Award the first-class merit medal. No hesitation. Back at the school, the officers marched toward the building with purpose. The principal, finally realizing what was happening, started bowing and scraping from 800 meters away. His eyes locked onto the shoulder insignias of the leaders. When he realized they were lieutenant colonels, he gasped his internal monologue, screaming, "Holy crap!" Principal Liang thought Lin Han just did some minor good deed, maybe saved a cat. He expected a grunt. Instead, he got 2 high-ranking commanders whose authority crushed his tiny principal status. The scale of this event was massive, way above the pay grade of a middle school principal. Liang let out a bitter, terrified laugh. Officers of this rank for Lin Han. Did the kid save the planet or something? Wait, no, that can't be it. It's his background. Lin Han's family is loaded. He probably made one call to the education board to set this up. It's just a rich kid buying a shiny trophy to look good. That has to be it. He's just a spoiled second-generation rich kid. I was right to expel him. Actually, wait. I didn't expel him. Lin Han was just mentally weak and quit on his own. I can't be blamed for that. If the brass asks, I'll just tell the truth. Justice is on my side. He put on a fake smile. Welcome, comrade commanders. His own sycophantic voice snapped him out of his delusions. Liang looked up beaming. Right this way, sirs. A dozen towering soldiers in pristine uniforms marched in a perfect line heading straight for the classroom. And just like that, the classroom door swung open and the squad marched in like they owned the place. The moment they stepped inside, the temperature dropped. A suffocating, serious aura filled the room, crushing the air out of everyone's lungs. The homeroom teacher, Miss Yan Yu, held her breath and snapped to attention, instinctively overpowered by their military presence. Even the students puffed out their chests and raised their heads, their eyes wide with sudden respect and fear. The leader's voice boomed. "Excuse me? Which one of you is Lin Han?" Instantly, every single head turned toward the corner where Lin Han sat calm as a sleeping dragon. "Wait, this intense squad is here just for Lin Han." Miss Yan Yu spotted Principal Liang lurking in the back and rushed over. She lowered her voice to a frantic whisper. "Principal, what is going on? Why is the army here for Lin Han?" Liang frowned, annoyed. "They said they're here to give him a medal." Seeing the principal's sour face, she quickly added, "I bet he pulled some strings with his family. Otherwise, why would a middle schooler get a military medal?" Liang Kaiwen crossed his arms over his chest, looking like the cat who got the cream, totally vibing with Xiao Nu's confidence. He basically said, the old man wanted him to guess wrong, but now he thinks it's game over for the kid. No need to worry anymore. In his mind, the problem was solved. Since he was anxious before he should just be happy, the trash is finally taking itself out. But here is the kicker. They were talking about tolerance, but frankly, getting a first-class merit usually comes with a funeral service. That is right. The #1 merit award is usually reserved for the dead. You basically have to sacrifice your life to earn that level of glory. The classmates were whispering in the back, like little gossip goblins. "Wow, having a rich daddy must be nice, huh? So lucky. Did he earn that gross? Thank God he is leaving. Having trash like him in our class is a total eyesore." Suddenly the atmosphere shifted. 2 lieutenant colonels locked onto Lin Han with eyes burning like torches. They slowly marched up to Lin Han and snapped a perfect military salute. "Comrade Lin Han, thank you for your dedication to Wuxia." This wasn't a joke. The High Command sent them personally. The tall officer pulled out a golden medal that looked like it dropped straight from heaven. The craftsmanship was insane. Intricate carvings, pure gold, this was the work of a legendary master artisan, totally distinct from cheap replicas. The golden glimmer was so bright it almost blinded Lin Han. He looked a little confused. He never expected the military brass to track him down here just to give him a medal. He thought, wait, is this a prank show setup? The NPCs around him were still skeptical. Dedication to the country, this is getting ridiculous too wild. A first-class merit. While he is still breathing, I've never seen this before. Is this what happens when you have unlimited power and money? Just doing whatever you want. Liang Kaiwen and Xiao Nu stood there with their jaws on the floor, their jealousy peaking like an active volcano. Dedication, this is going too far. Their hatred for Lin Han was off the charts. Liang Kaiwen suddenly stepped in. At this point, he didn't care about Lin Han's background or how strong his backing was. He just wanted to vent the toxic annoyance boiling in his gut. He thought, if I don't set an example now, all the students will bow down to corruption. I can't let that happen. I have to be the hero. A true warrior dares to face the blood of power. Liang Kaiwen puffed out his chest, trying to look like a righteous main character. I don't care which unit you're from. If I don't speak the truth today, I will fail thousands of my students. Nice Xiao Nu was clapping like a manic cheerleader in the background. Liang Kaiwen's dramatic speech actually stunned the officers. They looked at him like he was speaking an alien language. The tall lieutenant colonel didn't argue. He just pulled out an official commendation certificate. You call this not dedicated? Look closely. Chapter 56. Some people build fighter jets while others are still playing with Play-Doh. Liang Kaiwen scanned the document and his eyes almost popped out of his skull. He stumbled back in shock, clutching the paper. That bright red official seal was stamped right over Lin Han's name. He rubbed his eyes, but the ink was real. It was authentic, but the content, it made his brain short-circuit. How is this possible? Did you guys make a mistake? This can't be... Am I dreaming? Xiao Nu frowned, catching the principal before he fainted. Principal, what is it? What's wrong? Did Lin Han actually do something useful? Liang Kaiwen's hands were shaking like leaves as he passed the paper to Xiao Nu. Read it yourself. Xiao Nu read one line and screamed, "What, oh my God! You mean that fighter jet that crushed the UK forces was built by Lin Han?" The officers nodded solemnly. Absolutely no forgery. The classmates' brains completely melted. Their eyes were wide as saucers, staring into the abyss of truth. The haters who mocked him shut their mouths instantly. That first-class merit was a literal slap in the face, waking them up from their stupidity. That super cool fighter jet they just saw on the live stream, the one everyone was hyping up, Lin Han made it, sci-fi designed supersonic speeds, leaving the enemy shaking in their boots. 3 missiles sent the opponents spinning, and the mastermind behind it all was their classmate, Lin Han. Unbelievable, unimaginable. The girls who laughed at him suddenly felt like they'd just lost a winning lottery ticket worth billions. If they hadn't mocked him, they could have been friends with a future legend. With resources like that, his future is limitless. They thought he was a spoiled brat, but turns out he was the ultimate hidden boss, slapping them with success. Lin Han was already worried about national defense and building jets while they were discussing where to hang out after school. He is already max level, and they are still fighting slimes in the tutorial. The gap between them was heaven and earth. The military gave him a blank check, and Liang Kaiwen accused him of cheating. Xiao Niu was shivering in the corner like a leaf. This kid Lin Han is simply too OP. This is what a true main character looks like. With the ceremony complete, the air crackled with respect as every soldier snapped a crisp salute to Lin Han. But suddenly a serious message arrived. "Comrade Lin, someone has issued a death order to meet you." Lin Han frowned, letting out a dry, sarcastic chuckle. "That's great and all, but I still haven't even found a school that will take me yet. How am I supposed to be a future pillar of the nation without a classroom?" The lieutenant colonel shot a glare at the principal that could peel paint, then looked back at Lin Han. "This isn't your school." Lin Han spread his hands helplessly while the principal stood there sweating buckets. "My dear brother," the principal started, his voice trembling. But Lin Han stayed silent. To Liang Kaiwen, that silence felt louder than a scream. He knew the kid was mocking him hard. Inside the principal's head, a demon was laughing arrogantly at his misery. "Oh, ancestors, please stop talking. I'm already dying of regret over here." Lin Han was truly a 1 in a billion anomaly in all of Huaxia. A junior high student rocking a first-class Medal of Honor. Not to mention, he was the genius who built a fighter jet that shattered limits at Mach 5. A character of this level, the principal would beg on his knees to his own ancestors just to keep him Student Lin. "I think there's been a massive misunderstanding between us." Liang Kaiwen panicked, talking a mile a minute. "Don't worry, I'll compensate you for everything. This school is your home now. Do whatever you want, I'll back you up 100%. Lin Han shrugged, flashing a carefree smile. "Well, if the misunderstanding is cleared up and the principal is apologizing, in front of all these classmates, I'm not petty enough to hold a grudge. I know when to let things go. My school problem is solved." Lin Han grinned like a tiger at the two lieutenant colonels. "But I just got here. My seat isn't even warm yet, so about leaving." The two officers looked visibly distressed. Lin Han raised an eyebrow. "What are you guys planning to kidnap me?" The lieutenant colonel gave a bitter laugh. "Death order means if we don't bring you back, we're the ones who die." Lin Han froze for a second, then let out a long sigh. "Guess I can't avoid meeting this big shot. For the sake of your lives, I guess I'll take a trip. I suppose I should see the world anyway." Lin Han gulped nervously but kept his cool composure. "Looks like there's no escaping destiny today. All right, let's roll out before you guys get in trouble." 5 heavy armored military vehicles roared to life and sped away like beasts unleashed. Liang Kaiwen and his assistant waved goodbye as the sun set. The two of them looked at each other and finally gasped for air, terrified. Suddenly, Liang Kaiwen slapped his thigh hard enough to leave a bruise. "Oh snap, I almost forgot. There's still that engineer I wrongly accused. He's still stuck in the mental hospital." Later, Liang Kaiwen set up a huge feast to apologize to the poor Director Yuan. He bowed repeatedly. "Old Yuan, I messed up big time. I was blind. Please forgive me." Director Yuan looked ready to cry rivers. Being treated like a mental patient was a nightmare he wouldn't wish on his worst enemy. Holding back tears, he stuffed his face with food. "Whatever, it's over now. What else can I do?" Meanwhile, in Northern City, Division 52. The command room was thick with cigarette smoke and tension. Several top leaders were buzzing about the military competition. "Damn it, I've wanted to do this for ages. I wanted to kick the British team's butt so hard they'd see stars." "Old Shu, you just love talking smack." One officer laughed. "Yeah, Old Shu always has the biggest mouth in the room. Seriously, Old Shu, you're all buck." But everyone knew he was hyped. If our research team hadn't been absolute monsters, we would have been humiliated by the British today. Old Shu glanced at the burly middle-aged man next to him. "As long as the result feels this good, who cares about the details? No need for all that nonsense." "This brat gets a win and starts acting cocky," someone teased. "Just because your 2nd and 3rd Corps showed off in this competition, you're running your mouth non-stop." Old Shu was a rough, tough man's man. He was the brigade commander of the 2nd Corps Division 52, a true heavy hitter. Big Brother Shu didn't argue. He crushed his cigarette and tapped the table with 2 fingers. "Why hasn't this godlike figure arrived yet? I'm losing my patience here. I need to meet this young legend immediately." The room went silent as everyone took a deep breath. To be in junior high and help Huaxia build a defied logic fighter jet. That wasn't just talent. That was being the chosen one, sent by the heavens. When he gets here, we have to ask him if that project can actually work. Old Shu nodded sharply. "You don't need to remind me, I'm definitely asking. This concerns the future combat power of our entire corps." The roar of 5 armored vehicles echoed from the distance. Old Shu shot up from his chair, eyes wide and bursting with excitement. "They're back. Everyone move out. We're welcoming him personally." It was a rare sight, all the top brigade commanders rushing out to greet a guest. Big Brother Shu ripped off his military cap and grabbed Lin Han in a bear hug the second he stepped off the vehicle. Whoa, a true hero really does come from the youth. "You're just a kid. I'm Big Brother Shu, but call me Old Shu. I don't have many virtues, but I respect anyone with more skill than me. I heard from Academician Chen that the fighter jet was all you're doing. I've been dying to meet you. Seeing you in person, you really do have an aura that cuts above the rest." Lin Han didn't even have time to react before he was surrounded by 7 or 8 high-ranking officers all hyping him up. Uncle Shu, you don't need to be this polite with me." Big Brother Shu slapped Lin Han on the back with a hearty laugh. "Don't call me uncle. That makes me sound ancient. Just call me Old Shu. It sounds way friendlier." Lin Han looked awkward. his toes practically curling in his shoes as he forced a smile. Old Shu. Big Brother Shu's eyes lit up instantly. Ha ha, ha ha ha, yes. You called me Old Shu today, so that makes us brothers for life. What kind of legendary scene is this? Lin Han stood there, totally bewildered. Meanwhile, Big Brother Shu rubbed his hands together like a schemer plotting a heist. With a grin, he dropped the bomb. Since we're brothers now, I've got a huge favor to ask. 57. Wait, is the secret weapon of your military factory seriously just a card game? So that was the catch. No wonder he was acting all buddy-buddy. It turns out this old fox was digging a pit for our boy to fall into. As they say, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. The brass treated Lin Han like royalty for one reason only. They knew exactly what kind of monster capability he was hiding. Seeing Big Brother Shu fidgeting like a nervous schoolgirl, Lin Han couldn't bring himself to say no. Besides serving the country as the ultimate flex. All right, spit it out. Hearing that Shu's eyes lit up like high beams on a dark road, he knew he had him hooked. No more beating around the bush. He laid it all out on the table. You know, our country is hurting for tech, especially when it comes to fighter jets. Since you already whipped up that god-tier aircraft, why not crank out a whole fleet of them? I want to build a legendary Spec Ops unit in the 2nd Brigade. Just give me 5 of those bad boys. If anyone dares to mess with us, I'll unleash the secret weapon and catch them with their pants down. Just thinking about it made him cackle like a maniac. Lin Han nodded. He actually had plans for a production line ages ago, but never found the right moment. Now that Big Brother Shu brought it up, the stars were finally aligning. But then, 5 jets. The other commanders started roasting Old Shu immediately. Old Shu, you really have a lion's appetite? Are you trying to work Comrade Lin Han to death? The kid just started middle school and you're already dragging him into forced labor. Big Brother Shu scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, maybe he was dreaming a little too big. Realistically, just 2 or 3 of Lin Han's superjets would break the game balance. A formation of 3, that's enough to stare down the entire British Royal Air Force. You think they'd dare to act tough? We'd smash them to pieces? Just the fantasy was enough to get their blood pumping. Shu raised an eyebrow, doubling down. I've got a military factory. Anything you need, I'll make it happen. But the roasting continued. Old Shu, you mean that scrapyard filled with 30-year-old junk? Back in the day, it built tanks. But ever since the foreign experts bailed, you guys can't even build a tricycle. Now you're stuck making bullets and spare parts. Shu rolled his eyes hard. Get lost. Only you know my dark history. He turned to Lin Han with a shameless grin. Little brother, don't listen to them. With a little polish, it's still top tier. From today on, you're the boss. How about it? Before Lin Han could even say yes or no, Shu dragged him off toward the factory. The front gate groaned in the wind like a dying old man. The sign was so worn out, you could barely read the faded letters. Military Factory Number 3. And right on cue, a gust of wind ripped the sign right off the wall. Crash it landed right at Lin Han's feet. Dust billowed up like a smoke grenade. Big Brother Shu froze. The smile vanished from his face instantly. Then came the awkward damage control. Don't judge a book by its cover. The outside is vintage, but the inside has character, 4 kings, and a pair of bombs. They stepped inside, coughing through the haze. Only one lonely lathe was running slowly, churning out crude bullet casings. A few technicians were huddled together, staring intensely. Lin Han shrugged, unimpressed. Comrade Old Shu, is this the inner beauty you were talking about? When you said character, did you mean playing cards? That was the last straw. Big Brother Shu exploded. He turned on the lazy veterans and unleashed hell. You bunch of useless freeloaders, have you no shame? Attention! Hearing the roar, the old factory manager jumped up in a panic. He frantically ripped the paper strips off his face, the penalty for losing the card game. Line up now. The others didn't dare slack off. They scrambled into a crooked formation. The factory manager put on a greasy smile. Commander, what brings you here? You should have called ahead. We would have rolled out the red carpet. Big Brother Shu shot daggers at old Wang. You've been here for years, Wang. Why hasn't this place improved even a tiny bit? Look at this dump. It's exactly the same as the day I gave it to you. Old Wang was a relic from 1962, faced like a roadmap, 20 years in charge. Forget tanks or planes, he was just counting down the days to retirement, doing the bare minimum. His full name was Wang. Fugi means wealth and honor, a classic name for a classic slacker. Wang Fugi bowed his head, grinning like nothing was wrong. After Shu finished ranting, Wang finally clapped back. Boss, you know the situation. The higher-ups give us zero budget. How am I supposed to make miracles happen with no cash? Shu was so angry he nearly choked. He paced back and forth, hands behind his back. This guy had an excuse for everything. Fine. You want to play that game I brought someone to show you how it's done? Shu grabbed Lin Han and shoved him forward. Meet your new factory manager? Since you don't know how to run a factory, I found someone to school you. The moment Lin Han stepped into the spotlight, the whole room erupted in laughter. Wang Fu guy laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Commander, are you serious? You're putting a kid who still smells like milk in charge? I bet he doesn't even know which end of a bullet goes bang. Wang wiped his nose, looking smug. I know you want to shake things up, boss, but even the best chef can't cook a meal without rice. Before he could even finish, Big Brother Shu's face went stone cold. Everyone attention! The moment those words dropped, the room went dead silent. Even Wang Fu guy snapped to attention like his life depended on it. Listen up. From this second on Comrade Lin Han is the head honcho of Military Factory Number 3. His word is my word. Do I make myself clear? Cold sweat trickled down Wang Fu guy's back. This wasn't a drill. The brigade commander was deadly serious this time. Big Brother Shu turned to Lin Han, patting his shoulder with a heavy hand. These guys are a handful to manage. If they give you any trouble, just say the word, and I'll handle them myself. Lin Han gave a wry smile and nodded. Got it. Then Big Brother Shu grinned awkwardly. All right then, those 3 fighter jets, they're all yours to build. Lin Han chuckled softly, accepting the challenge. But the moment the commander left Wang Fu guy and the crew started scanning Lin Han like he was an alien. Is this not just a brat? Did the commander seriously put a kid in charge? He must be trying to prank the poor guy. Wang Fu guy did not have an ounce of respect for Lin Han. What could a literal child possibly know about military tech? The commander stripped me of my rank earlier. This has to be a warning. The old man is actually pissed at us. The other workers looked totally lost, whispering to their leader, Brother Wang, what's the play here? Are we seriously going to listen to this diaper-wearing kid? Wang Fugi burst out laughing. You guys actually think this kid can run a factory? Get real? Stop joking around. We need to show the commander some real results so he looks at us with respect again. Isn't the brigade short on heavy hardware? We are going to build a tank. Daddy here is going to roll out a T-72BA tank. Let's see if the commander dares to look down on us then. Just checking into the military factory and casually building a tank for fun. Lin Han let out a soft chuckle. Comrade Wang, hold your horses. I am the factory head now. The commander ordered me to build fighter jets. Everyone follows my lead. So your little tank project, you put that on the back burner. His voice rang out in the cold air like a bell. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room snapped onto Lin Han. Wang Fugi loomed over him, looking down his nose. Kid, what are you going to build a jet with magic? Stop talking trash and don't interrupt the grown-ups while we are working. Lin Han's words triggered a wave of laughter. This kid actually thinks he's some kind of expert. It is hilarious. Lin Han narrowed his eyes, his expression sharpening. Fine, ignore me. But when the commander asks about progress later, I'm telling him the cold hard truth. They were not scared of Lin Han, but the commander's orders were absolute law. Wang Fugi frowned, stomping up to Lin Han's face. Hey, brat, are you the commander's son or the secret love child of some other big shot? Lin Han ignored the jab completely and walked into the workshop. Sunlight pierced through the windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air like flowing water. This place is a dumpster fire. The screeching of grinding gears filled the workshop. Lin Han walked to a working station and took a deep breath. What on earth is this machine? 30% of the ammo coming out of this thing is straight garbage. And those stamping machines for the tank's trash. That single roller press should have been scrapped decades ago. This place is prehistoric, Wang Fugai admitted helplessly. It is backward, sure. But who said we lack resources? If you guys didn't maintain them, these machines would be dead already. Lin Han pursed his lips, turning to face the crew with his youthful voice. That is exactly why I am here. Starting today, I am personally going to guide you through upgrading every single piece of machinery in here. Also, you guys wanted to build a tank, right? I will help you with that too. Kid, are you hallucinating or something? You think you can build a tank? Wang Fugi and the others shook their heads, smiling bitterly. If a toddler like you can help us build a tank, then pigs might as well fly. Even though they thought he was crazy, they had to respect the commander's face. Fine, whatever. Tell us what you want. Get me some assistance, then you figure it out. Lin Han pouted slightly. I need steel, lots of it. I don't care about the quality, just find it. Also, hunt down some rare earth metals for me, as much as you can possibly find. This kid was really pushing his luck. Holding a chicken feather and acting like it is an imperial decree, he was actually bossing them around. I will give you a list for the other materials. While I am researching, do not disturb me. Ha Wang Fugui scoffed internally at Lin Han's pretentious act. The kid really thought he was some master researcher. But if the commander wanted them to play house with the kid, they would play along. Researching a 6th-generation fighter jet, for Lin Han, this was a walk in the park. He just had to follow the process. To cast the materials, Lin Han spent half a month upgrading the blasting machine and the lathe. During that time, he finally called his dad. Lin Guodong was shocked. His son was being worked like a mule. Again, director Itia Jun heard the news and exploded, cursing Big Brother Shu and demanding his person back. Big Brother Shu had to scramble to smooth things over using every sweet word in the book to calm Director I's fury. After that little drama, Lin Han immediately got down to business manufacturing the fighter jet. The once rusty little workshop had transformed into a cyberpunk fortress. Every piece of high-tech machinery was humming in perfect synchronized harmony. Lin Ham stood with his hands behind his back, looking at his new military empire like a proud father. Finally, this place looked less like a junkyard and more like a legendary arsenal. A stray beam of sunlight hit the corner of the factory. Lin Ham yanked off a heavy tarp, sending a cloud of ancient dust exploding into the air. Coughing through the haze, he waved his hand, and there it was, a T-34 main battle tank. A true relic from the old Soviet era waiting for a rebirth. This tank was basically a metal skeleton. It had been stripped down, missing more guts than a zombie movie extra. But Lin Ham didn't care about the rust. The moment his hand brushed the cold steel, a high-pitched screech rang in his mind. The system was downloading the tank's soul directly into his brain. Understanding rate at 20%. He grabbed the engine and boom, instant mechanical enlightenment flooded his senses. 40% loaded. His hands flew over every critical component, absorbing data faster than a supercomputer. A tsunami of blueprints and engineering secrets crashed into his consciousness. 100% complete. He unlocked the legendary 280mm smoothbore cannon tech. It took him 2 whole hours just to process that god-tier knowledge. Lin Ham rubbed his hands together with a devilish grin. Time to light this candle. It has been a whole month after all. Outside, Wang Fu Guy puffed on a cigarette looking bored. What is that maniac doing in there? He locked us out like it is top secret Area 51 business. Brother Wang, stop overthinking it. The commander said to follow his lead, so I guess we follow. Not my circus, not my monkeys. We did our part. If he fails, that is on him. Wang nodded, taking a drag. You got that right. We are just here for the muscle. Meanwhile, inside the military factory... Oh, snap. Rows of 6th-generation fighter jets sat there like silent predators waiting to hunt. In the corner, a steel beast stood motionless. Lin Ham dusted off his clothes and let out a sigh of relief. Order up, delivery is ready. While Wang and the boys were gossiping, the massive hangar doors groaned open. Lin Ham strolled out like he owned the place. Comrade Wang Lin Ham waved him over casually. Wang frowned, crushing his cigarette. What now, you need a hand? Lin Ham shook his head. Nope, call the commander. Tell him it is showtime. Showtime today? Wang smirked, wiping his mouth. It has only been a month, kid. What are you, delivering pizza? Do not tell me you actually built a fighter jet. The whole squad burst into laughter. Yeah, right. Building a jet in 30 days? That is not just impossible. It is pure fantasy. Who does this guy think he is? But Lin Ham's face was stone cold. He was dead serious. If you are too scared to call him, I will do it myself. Fine, fine. If you want to embarrass yourself that badly, be my guest. Wang stepped in, blocking Lin Ham's path. Why stop the kid from crashing and burning? 30 minutes later, Commander Shu's booming laughter echoed before he even arrived. I knew my little brother had the magic touch. I knew it. Wang immediately tried to save his own skin. Commander, just for the record, if he built a pile of junk that is not on us, we just guard the door. Commander Shu shot him a side-eye. Look at you trying to dodge the bullet before the gun is even fired. 20 years in the service, and you have got no guts. Meanwhile, Lin Ham stood tall, radiating main character energy. Commander Shu looked at Lin Ham, rubbing his hands like a kid on Christmas. Brother, bring out my new big toy. Let me see it. You want Big Lin Ham smirked and hit the button. The hangar doors split open and blinding light flooded out, hitting them like a flashbang. As the doors fully retracted, Commander Shu's brain short-circuited. His jaw hit the floor. Sitting there were 10 gleaming 6th-generation fighter jets, sleek flat, and looking like they flew straight out of a sci-fi movie. This was technology from the future. And not just one, there were 10 of them. 10 freaking jets. Wait, did you not promise? 3, Lin Ham chuckled. 3? Why would I waste my time making just 3? That wouldn't even warm up the assembly line. Listen to this guy. Is he even human? That is the biggest flex I've ever heard. Oh my god. Commander Shu's face bloomed into the biggest grin ever. You really are the best brother in the world. 10 jets! My legendary air squadron is finally real, ha 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 ha. Lin Ham waved it off. A squadron with only 10 planes, keep dreaming. Comrade Shu, your ambition is way too small. The commander froze. What did he just say? 10 6th-gen fighters. You think that is a joke? A squad needs logistics backup command centers. 10 jets mean 20 pilots on rotation. Do you have any idea how many people it takes? A full squad of just fighters. Nobody does that. 10 is plenty. Besides, my goals are plenty big. Lin Ham laughed. Now that the production line is active, pumping out 10 jets a month is basically a warm-up exercise. Think about it. A proper squadron has at least 100 men. Give me a year, and I will have every single one of those 100 men flying their own personal fighter jet. As Lin Han kept yapping, Big Brother Shu's eyes popped out like a squirrel spotting a golden nut. Slap! He smacked his forehead, swallowing hard, maintaining over 100 6th-generation fighter jets. Even if I sold my kidneys, I couldn't afford the upkeep. But wait, sure they sound fancy, but if we tweak the production models for export cha-ching, the cash would practically print itself. Shu's eyes lit up like high beams. He slapped Lin Han's shoulder. My man! Only a brother like you could cook up a scheme this brilliant. Me, I was born just to burn cash. Lin Han nodded like, yeah, I know. Then Shu gave a sheepish grin, pointing at the workshop. So, mind if we take a peek inside the magic castle? Be my guest. Lin Han shrugged. Technically, you own the joint anyway. While the commander marched in Wang Fugui, and his crew were still frozen at the entrance doors on the floor. 10 jets in a month, is this kid even human? The worst part? For the last month, they were too busy brawling to even step foot in the workshop. That meant Lin Han soloed the entire production line. Holy smokes, this was absolute lunacy. Fugi and the boys exchanged looks, hearts pounding like war drums. They scrambled after Big Brother Shu, desperate to see what kind of sorcery Lin Han had pulled off. But the moment they crossed the threshold, total brain freeze. They stopped dead in their tracks. The only sound in the room was the collective gasp of air being sucked into lungs. Wang Fugui's eyes bugged out as he scanned the room, cold sweat dripping down his neck. What the hell? Was this really their dump of a workshop? It looked like a sci-fi military fortress. Nameless machines hummed at light speed gears, clicking together in a symphony of precision. Compared to the ear-splitting racket from before, this was pure ASMR. Too OP. Now, this is what a real arsenal looks like. Did we import all this high-tech gear? Big Brother Shu blurted out. In his memory, factory number 3 was a rust bucket filled with ancient junk and the stench of old grease. But today, it was spotless. Surgical clean. The machines gleamed like they were fresh out of the box. Just how many zeros were on that bill? Oh, Brother Lin Han, my wallet can't handle this. Shu started sweating bullets, terrified of the invoice. Lin Han just waved him off. Money, please. I just tweaked the existing junk. Only costed some raw materials. Wang Fuguai lost it. He pointed a trembling finger at a massive machine, eyes nearly popping out of his skull. Hold up, I've seen this on the elite academic forums. That's a multi-axis rolling mill. It forges ultra-pure steel, boosting the toughness of alloys to god-tier levels. You're telling me you just tweaked this into existence? Lin Han nodded like it was nothing. Fuguai gasped, feeling lightheaded. Actually, Lin Han corrected casually, the blueprints online only go up to 10 axes. Mine is 18. It crushes their design like a bug. Gah. Fuguai felt like a grenade just went off in his brain. Speechless, his gaze drifted to the hydraulic press. Don't tell me you modded that monster too? Lin Han chuckled. Piece of cake. The old one capped at 30,000 tons. I bumped it up to 300,000. Bam, 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 Fuguai felt like he was taking a machine gun fire to the chest. The sheer absurdity was suffocating. And this lathe, Lin Han shrugged. Upgraded, obviously. Forging speed is up 200 times. That old trash heap was way too slow. Holy crap, 200 times. Fuguai wiped his dripping face. No wonder they churned out 10 fighter jets in a month. The kid upgraded the tools to max out production speed. But here's the kicker, the tech Lin Han created. Even the top dogs in the Western superpowers probably couldn't build this stuff yet. And Lin Han is just a junior high student. If the evidence wasn't staring him in the face, he'd call the asylum. There was only one answer. Lin Han wasn't just a genius. He was a monster among geniuses. Fugi was officially a believer. Suddenly, Big Brother Shu roared, "Little Z!" A bearded grunt scrambled in, snapping a crisp salute. "Sir, you called!" Shu's eyes burned red with adrenaline. Damn right, drag those birds onto the tarmac. Notify Command, the Divine Wind Squadron is officially active. The military drills are next month. I want to make those old fossils in the other districts sweat buckets. Little Z grinned like a maniac. So, yes sir, making the call now. Then Shu rubbed his hands together, giving Lin Han a greedy look. So, Brother Lin, you nailed the jets. Can you whip up other toys? Lin Han side-eyed him. What do I look like to you, Doraemon? You think I can just pull gadgets out of a 4D pocket? Swish suddenly, the sound of a heavy tarp being ripped away echoed through the hall. It was Wang Fuguai. He yanked the cover off, revealing a steel beast that screamed, "Violence!" His eyes glowed, body trembling as his brain short-circuited. Is that a tank? Big Brother Shu shoved Fuguai aside and ran his hand over the cold, textured armor. It felt like pure power. The design was aggressively cool, complete with a menacing cannon and heavy-duty treads ready to crush everything. The craftsmanship on this thing is absolutely god-tier unmatched. Wait, is this a 1-to-1 scale model? If this beast were real, people would drop dead from shock. But there is no hatch, so it has got to be just a fancy decoration, right? Wang Fuguai circled the machine like a detective scanning every inch, but nope, zero way inside. Check out that cannon. The caliber is insane, easily over 200 millimeters. No nation on the blue planet has tech like this. Imagine the size of the shells. Just firing this monster would be a logistical nightmare. Although a barrel that big implies a range that could basically snipe the horizon. After a serious debate, the brigade commander and the crew reached a verdict. This masterpiece was just a toy Lin Han whipped up for fun. It looks sick though. If it worked, jaws would hit the floor. Such a shame it is just eye candy. Fugi got up close and personal. He was practically drooling over the metalwork like a kid in a candy shop. Don't worry, boss. We will build real tanks soon, but the commander just side-eyed him. Oh, now you want to work? Where was this energy? When you guys were slacking off before, huh? Fugai scratched his head, grinning awkwardly. Well, now that Boss Lin upgraded our gear, we actually have a shot at greatness. Before our tools were ancient trash. The commander ignored his excuses and turned his beaming smile toward our boy Lin Han. Brother Lin, you have outdone yourself. Next month is the big military exercise, and listen to this. I am putting you in the VIP seats. You are going to witness the raw power of our nation's military firsthand. The commander could not take his eyes off the tank model. It was love at first sight, totally obsessed. Just imagine planting this beast at the brigade's front gate. We would be the talk of the entire city. Even the mayor would stop and stare for hours. Talk about a massive face-saving move for us. Little bro leaving this here as a waste. Come on, gift it to me. A treasure like this shouldn't hide in a dusty warehouse. Lin Han just chuckled. That was the plan all along. It is yours, Commander. I analysed our current combat data. Honestly, there is a massive gap between us and the top dogs. The commander nodded solemnly. Tanks have always been our weak spot. But one day, we will rule the blue planet. He believed in Lin Han. If he could build this model now, one day he would build a real sci-fi war machine just like it. A cool breeze swept through carrying the heavy weight of memories. Lin Han thought of his fallen comrades. If they were still here, nothing would make them prouder than seeing our nation stand tall and invincible. Rest easy, brothers. I will make it happen. Tanks, jets, everything. No one will ever dare look down on us again. While he was lost in thought, the transport truck arrived. All right, little bro, I am taking off. Don't forget our deal. Hey, 100 fighter jets. Lin Han nodded and waved him off. Consider it done. Not just jets. Tanks too. With the factory leveled up, building legendary gear is going to be a walk in the park. Time to organize the blueprints. I've got jets and tanks to mass produce. The system can handle mass production without me babysitting it. I need to focus on the next big design. A nation isn't built by one man alone. Unity is true power. Suddenly, a stammering voice broke his focus. Factory Chief Lin. After seeing the jets and the upgrades, the title was well earned. He was the real deal. Fugi was there to eat humble pie, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. I'm so sorry, Chief. I was blind as a bat, failing to see Mount Tai standing right in front of me. Please let us learn from you. We have always wanted to contribute to the brigade, we just didn't know how. Lin Han wasn't the type to hold grudges. Sure, they looked like slackers, but their hearts were burning with passion. Water under the bridge. If you really want to help, I need eyes on the production line. Specifically, I need you to prep for the tank production line. We are ramping up immediately. Fugai blinked, totally lost. Tanks, as Lin Han nodded. Yeah, did you miss the one standing right there? You mean the one the commander just hauled off? The entire factory fell into a dead, suffocating silence. Fugai's brain short-circuited. Wait, wasn't that just a plastic model? Lin Han scoffed. Who said it was a model that was a 100% fully functional combat-ready tank? Complete mental shutdown. Meanwhile, the commander was happily dragging a weapon of mass destruction to the front gate to use as a lawn ornament. He patted the cold steel, grinning like a fool, having absolutely no idea what he had just unleashed. Just then, another high-ranking officer rolled up. Officially, he was there to discuss the military drill next month. Unofficially, just to shoot the breeze. Old Zhang, what the hell brings you to my turf? You actually came at the perfect time. Check out my new baby. Commander Shu slapped the steel beast, grinning like a kid with a new toy. This bad boy is a prototype straight from my military factory. If it performs well, we're going to mass produce a whole fleet based on this design. I'm going to build an invincible tank legion. Just wait for the next drill. I'll make the division commander's jaw drop. The visitor was Zheng Fengyi, commander of the Friendship Brigade. He and old Shu went way back bros for life, but rivals at heart. Zhang took a drag of his cigarette, eyeing the tank critically. You always did like these flashy gimmicks. Though I gotta admit the aesthetic isn't trash. Too bad it's just a glorified toy model, huh? Imagine if it was real, though. The drill next month would be a total massacre. Old Shu just stood there, hands on his hips, wearing a mysterious smirk. Don't worry, I've got a secret weapon up my sleeve to crush the competition. Yeah, keep running that mouth of yours. Zhang shot him a skeptical side-eye. Laugh all you want now, buddy. Just wait until I make you eat those words later. And come on, forget business. Let's grab some tea. My son sent me the good stuff. You really do have impeccable timing today. But just as they turned to leave, Zhang accidentally brushed against a touch sensor on the tank. Suddenly, a monstrous engine roar tore through the sky. Holy crap, this thing actually runs. Zhang jumped out of his skin, stumbling back in pure shock. Watching the futuristic tank come to life, Zhang completely lost his composure. The intimidation factor just went from 0 to 100 real quick. Old Shu, I thought you said this was just a damn model. But here is the kicker. Old Shu looked just as dumbfounded. He had absolutely no clue what was happening either. In his mind, anything looking that sci-fi had to be fake. Plus, there wasn't even a visible door, but that low vibrating growl said otherwise. The vibration drowned out the entire world. Then came a sharp mechanical click, and then magic happened. A seamless door materialized on the side, the armor plating sliding open with a hiss of pressurized air. It was the first time either of these veterans had ever seen a tank open up like a luxury sports car. Wait, a side door. Isn't that a weak spot? One direct hit, and wouldn't the hatch blow wide open? Of course, that was a question for later. What they didn't know was that Lin Han built this beast with advanced composite superalloys. Forget shells, even a missile strike would barely leave a scratch on this bad boy. Old Shu stared at the open hatch, scratching his head frantically. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Wait, so it's not a model? Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. He slapped his thigh hard. That brat Lin Han never actually used the word model, did he? Oh god, did I just play myself? Meanwhile, Zhang's curiosity peaked and he was already climbing inside. Old Shu scrambled after him, muttering under his breath. Hey, hands off my baby. Even I haven't been inside yet. But Zhang was quicker on his feet. Chill out, old Shu. Don't be such a stingy landlord. You've seen plenty of my toys before. Shu squeezed inside, only to find Zhang completely frozen in place. Old Zhang, you stroke out on me or something? Shu looked up, and the sight nearly stopped his heart. Is this actually a tank? 360-degree panoramic screens with 0 blind spots, exquisite haptic controls, adaptive climate systems, and 0 gravity seats. It was pure luxury. Are we driving to war or going on a spa retreat? What's with this first-class airline vibe? It took Zhang a solid minute to find his voice again. Old Shu, If this thing hits the battlefield, every foreign tank designer on the planet is going to quit out of shame. Old Shu took a deep, trembling breath. You want to take it for a spin? Zhang's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. Hell yes, the interior is already insane. If the combat specs match up, this thing is straight up broken. Crank it up, Old Shu, full throttle, let's ride. My boys in the 332nd Brigade are out on field maneuvers today. Let's go crash their party and join the fun. Old Shu's eyes gleamed with mischief. The 332, the division's only mechanized armored regiment. Zhang nodded. Yep, they're rocking the T-1600s, the most advanced tanks in the country. They've been grinding daily to prep for next month's war games. The division commander treats them like royalty. They're the ace card of the whole army. Old Shu scoffed a wave of bitterness hitting him. Military training burns cash like crazy, and without division support, it's tough. Even the 332 can't usually afford to go all out every day, but I heard their current prep is on a whole different level. Usually it's just physical drills and burning through expired ammo stocks. But now they're firing live rounds like they're free candy. It's not just training, it's a literal bonfire of cash. No, the speed of burning cash can't even keep up with how fast they waste ammo during training. One shot from a 100mm cannon costs at least 30 to 50 grand. Just one training session blows through hundreds of rounds, doesn't it? And that's just the consumption rate for a single tank. A tank brigade has at least 30 T-1600s. Do the math. The cost instantly multiplies by dozens of times. Damn it. Compared to the 332 regiment, we're treated like unwanted stepchildren. I'm done with this. Let's go mess with them. The two of them made up their minds, instantly revving the engine and driving their tank straight to the shooting range. In the middle of the wasteland stood a barren 30-meter hill with targets lined up at its base. That poor hill had been bombarded so many times, it was practically a goldmine of leftover metal warheads. Every time target practice wrapped up, crowds of locals would swarm the little hill to scavenge the warheads for scrap metal cash. Armored vehicles and tanks from the 332 regiment were prowling the training grounds. Boom explosions echoed occasionally, kicking up dust storms that blotted out the entire sky. In this brutal, hardcore battlefield environment, a sleek, handsome, and incredibly badass tank suddenly rolled into view, shocking absolutely everyone. The commander of the 332 froze in his tracks. Is that one of ours? We don't have tanks like that. It looks like something that just drove out of a sci-fi movie. The commander immediately ordered his men to investigate this anomaly. At that moment, Commander Shu popped his head out of the hatch, waving casually at his brothers in the 332 like he was on a Sunday drive. We're just here to test drive a tank we just built. You guys keep doing your thing. The commander squinted. It was actually Commander Shu, Brigade Commander Shu. What on earth kind of tank is he driving? The commander rubbed his chin, suddenly remembering a rumor. He muttered, so his military factory actually built a tank? It just looks a bit weird. Doesn't fit the standard at all. Ignore him. The vice commander standing next to him handed over a cup of water. Commander Shu has been making some big moves lately. I heard he hired some god-tier expert from outside to manage the military factory, claiming they were going to build advanced weaponry. This tank must be the result. The commander of the 332 let out a mocking laugh. The machinery in his factory, that's all antique scrap from decades ago. It's a miracle if they can even turn on, let alone build something. How powerful could anything built in that run-down dump possibly be? Our T-1600s are still king. One shot would crush that piece of junk. Just you watch. When the military exercises start, our 332 regiment will be the steel sword in the mayor's hand. If Commander Shu wants to show off, he'll have to wait for his next life, haha. While the commander laughed, Shu and Zhang Fengyi had already driven their beast to the firing line. As luck would have it, they pulled up right next to a T-1600 prepping for target practice. Commander Shu rubbed his hands together, sweating bullets. I wonder if the accuracy on this bad boy is actually higher than the T-1600. Damn it, just thinking about it makes me mad. Old Zhang, tell me, why didn't the mayor equip our two brigades with T-1600s? Zhang Fengyi gave a bitter smile. Too many wolves, not enough meat? Just be grateful. Except for the 332, your brigade has the best gear around. Commander Shu let out a goofy laugh. Let's hurry up and test the specs on this tank. Let's talk more action. Just then, a head popped out of the neighboring T-1600 and shouted over the noise. Yo, bros, which unit are you from? Where'd you dig up that funny-looking tank, haha? You guys want to race or something? 62 one-shot to crush that little hill. Let's start this party with a bang. Soldiers, that's a straight-up provocation. Commander Shu's blood boiled instantly. He stuck his head out and roared, Bring it on, you little brat. I'll let you taste how powerful your grandpa's shells really are. Zhang Fengyi frantically tried to pull him back. Are you crazy? We don't even know what this tank can do yet, and you're accepting challenges. If we lose, we're going to lose so much face. Commander Shu waved him off. I don't give a damn about that. That one sentence left Zhang Fengyi completely speechless. The two tanks squared off, and within seconds, a huge crowd gathered to watch. Seeing the tank Shu and Zhang were driving, everyone's jaws dropped. Whoa, where did that gorgeous beast come from? I remember seeing a concept tank with a similar shape, but it wasn't nearly as beautiful as this one. That thing looks powerful. The cannon caliber is at least 130mm, one shot, and that hill in the back is going to turn into a lake. Hey, which one do you think is better, our T-1600 or this new guy? Definitely ours. That new tank looks like a toy some factory built just for fun. Didn't you see earlier? The hatch opens from the side? That thing doesn't even fit standard tank structure. True, the T-1600 is modeled after the Russian T-72B. It holds its own against the best tanks out there. The shooting contest began. The T-1600 let out a savage roar, its barrel thumping dully as a 100mm shell shot out like a piercing arrow. It struck the target with deadly precision. The target shattered and the shell slammed into the hill behind it. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the ground, blasting a small crater right out of the hill. That was a shot from over 10 miles away, hitting the bullseye perfectly. Without obstacles, maximum visibility is only 20 kilometers. All eyes were locked on the target, waiting for the results. You had to hand it to them. The T-1600 was a beast. It was the pride of the nation for a reason, destructive, precise, and absolutely lethal. Bullseye! The shot drilled right into the center, blasting a crater into the hillside. The pilot popped out of the hatch, waving at Big Brother Hua like a cocky winner. "Your turn, old man," he sneered. "Let's see if that junk heap can keep up with my baby." Big Brother Hua was fuming, veins popping on his forehead, but beneath the anger, pure panic. He exchanged a nervous glance with Truong, both of them sweating bullets. Hua was praying to every god he knew. "Please let this tank Linham built be decent. It doesn't have to win. Just don't let us get embarrassed." Old Truong took a deep breath and prepared to fire. He focused every ounce of his willpower, locking the barrel onto the target. "All right, moment of truth. Eat lead, you suckers." The massive 280mm cannon roared, but what came out wasn't a normal shell. It was a monster. That wasn't a tank shell. That was basically a missile. The crowd gasped, their eyes popping out of their skulls. No one had ever seen a tank barrel that huge before. Everyone knew the rules of physics. Big caliber means big damage, but short range. Gravity usually drags those heavy shells down fast. To launch something that heavy, you'd need alien technology or magic. But in the next second, logic went out the window. The massive projectile tore through the air. It punched through the target 10 kilometers away without slowing down. It kept going, slamming straight into the mountain behind it like a meteor. Boom, the earth screamed in agony. The entire mountain shattered instantly, sending boulders flying like pebbles. The shockwave was so violent that crows flying overhead were knocked unconscious and dropped from the sky like rain. A massive mushroom cloud of dust and sand rose up, blotting out the sun. The scene was apocalyptic. The spectators stood frozen jaws hitting the floor. The commander of the 332nd Regiment looked like he'd seen a ghost. His mouth was wide enough to fit a whole watermelon. Total system reboot in his brain. Even the cocky pilot from before was paralyzed. "Bro, are you guys playing war or trying to end the world? Is that a tank or a nuclear launcher?" But the most shocked people were actually Big Brother Hua and Truong. They stared blankly at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance. Gulp. They swallowed hard, throats completely dry. Truong was shaking like a leaf. "Hey, Hua, did we just do that?" Hua's eye twitched uncontrollably. I think so." As the dust settled, the landscape had literally changed. The mountain that used to be miles away, gone, deleted from existence. The local scavengers who collected scrap metal there were crying rivers of tears. The mountain disappeared. How are we supposed to make a living now? Our scrap metal mine just vaporized. Meanwhile, the explosion was so loud, it alerted the big boss. "What the heck is happening in the east?" Division Commander Li Yunlong was stressing over map tactics for next month's wargames. He pointed at a high ground, looking grim. "If we can't flatten this hill, my tank battalion is sitting ducks. We need a miracle strategy." Suddenly, boom! The ground shook, nearly spilling his tea. He stormed outside, hands on his hips, furious. "Which idiot is making that racket?" A signal soldier sprinted over, panting heavily. "Report, sir. It came from the 332nd's testing ground. The brigade commander is testing a new prototype. They fired a shell the size of a telephone pole and literally erased the mountain behind the range." Li Yunlong froze. He gave the soldier a death stare. "Do I look like a moron to you? A missile-sized shell from a tank. That's physically impossible. What kind of barrel could handle that? Are you pranking me?" The soldier looked ready to cry. "Sir, I swear on my life, I wouldn't dare lie to you. The reports are confirmed." The commissar stepped in. "Let's go see for ourselves. Seeing is believing, right?" Li Yunlong nodded slowly. "If this tank actually exists, I won't be afraid of anything." His eyes drifted back to that troublesome hill on the map. If one shot could delete a mountain, Li Yunlong and his crew jumped into jeeps and raced to the range. When they arrived, they saw the badass-looking tank and the empty space where a mountain used to be. The soldier wasn't lying. "Commander on deck, salute." Big Brother Hua and Truong saw the legendary Li Yunlong and scrambled out of the tank. "Why is the big boss here?" But Li Yunlong ignored them. He looked at the tank like a lonely bachelor seeing a supermodel. "Oh my god, beautiful. Magnificent, keep the tank, you 63 others can get lost." Big Brother Hua and Truong rushed over nervously. "Sir, reporting for duty." But Li Yunlong only had eyes for the metal beast. "With this bad boy, the war games are already won. One shot and I'll own the battlefield. We'll catch them with their pants down. First place is in the bag." Li Yunlong caressed the tank's armor tenderly. Pat, pat. The cold metal rang out. "Good girl. Very good." After sizing up the steel beast like a predator, General Li suddenly froze. He snapped his head toward old Hua and Zhang like he'd just realized something. "Yo, little Hua, little Zhang, spill it. Where did this monster drop from? Old Hua started sweating bullets and stammered, "Report, it's just a, little toy from our 3rd military factory. Totally insignificant trash, sir. Not even worth your time." This guy was capping so hard, everyone just watched that so-called toy obliterate the landscape with god-tier power. General Lee shot him a death glare that could melt steel. "You take me for a fool. Since when do toys pack this kind of firepower?" Rubbing his chin, the general fell into deep thought. The math just wasn't adding up. "Something smells fishy. I know your factory, Hua. It's a museum of rusted junk from 30 years ago. It should have been scrapped ages ago. You expect me to believe that scrap heap birthed this futuristic beast?" General Lee narrowed his eyes, staring into Hua's soul. "Tell me the truth, kid. Did you strike a deal with the devil or get some under-the-table funding? Since when did that graveyard of a factory come back to life?" Old Hua scratched his head, putting on his best innocent smile, but nothing gets past the general's hawk eyes. Lee put his hands on his hips. "Hey, looks like you've been hiding some serious goodies from your big boss. All right, here's your punishment. This tank is now property of the division. I'm commandeering it personally." Hua looked like his soul just left his body. "General, no, please." General Lee's eyes went wide. "Ha! You dare fight me for loot? Listen here. If I see it, I want it. It's mine. Hell, even you belong to me. Leave the keys and beat it. Go wait for orders." It was straight-up highway robbery. Old Hua was fuming, but what could he do against the boss? The general has zero chill. Taking a god-tier tank and giving back nothing, trading a legendary weapon for a verbal good job. That's the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals. General Lee hopped into the cockpit and his jaw hit the floor. The luxury interior and sci-fi controls were mind-blowing. 2 hours later, he finally crawled out looking like a kid in a candy store. "Holy cow, this thing eats the Russian T-72B for breakfast." "Little Hua, how did your factory go from 0 to hero overnight?" "Spill the beans." As Hua explained the whole Lin Han situation, the story just got weirder and weirder. General Lee put his hands on his hips looking annoyed. "You trying to prank me? Is this imported tech? How much cash did you burn to buy this talk?" Hua wanted to cry, but no tears came out. But honestly, who would believe a junior high kid built a war machine in his spare time? It sounds like total fiction. The general slapped the armor plating. "I don't have time for fairy tales right now. After the war games, I'm going to meet this mystery kid myself." Then vroom, he peeled out, hitting 60 miles per hour instantly. He pulled a drift that left everyone shook. This isn't a tank, it's a Reaper on tracks. The commander of the 332 Regiment watched with green eyes. He knew exactly where that tank came from. It meant if Hua had the resources, his factory could churn out an army of these mechanical beasts. Brigade 2 was about to become the strongest force on the map. The glory days of the 332 Tank Regiment were over, unless he made a move fast. He sprinted over to old Hua, rubbing his hands like a shady merchant. "Hey, Brigade Leader Hua, how many of those babies you got in stock? I'll trade you my T-1600s. Heck, if that's not enough, name your price. You want ammo? I got ammo." Old Hua's heart was shattering. He thought it took Lin Han ages to build just that one prototype, and the general just joyrode away with it. He didn't even have enough for himself, and this guy wants to trade? Get real. Hua waved him off furiously. "Trade my butt, I only had one, and you saw the boss jacket. One legendary tank for a pat on the back, I got scammed, I took a huge loss." Hua walked away, a dark cloud hanging over his head. Commander 332 shrugged. He didn't get a tank, but he got crucial intel. Even Hua only had one. Truly a rare drop. He went back to drilling his troops. Hua rushed back to the military factory and beelined for Lin Han. Bro, that tank wasn't a model, was it? Meanwhile, Lin Han was chilling, already planning his next masterpiece. The crew was busy working. Seeing Hua look like he aged 10 years, Lin Han asked, "Comrade, you okay? You look wrecked." "I never said it was a model." Hearing that, Hua felt like banging his head against a wall. "Don't ask. We fired one shot and deleted a small mountain." The noise was so loud, the mayor showed up. So the general confiscated it? End of story? My life is a tragedy. Sigh. Just my luck. Hua grabbed him. "Look, can you build another one?" Lin Han just smirked. "Piece of cake?" "The boys are already setting up the assembly line. Give me a month and I'll drop 20 tanks and 100 sixth-generation fighter jets." "Say what?" Hua's jaw unhinged and his eyes popped out like cartoons. 20 tanks. Lin Han furrowed his brows. The clock was ticking and the production line was barely out of the box. 20 units. That was honestly a pathetic number. 20 is too few, bro. Are you even speaking human right now? Do you realize the division commander geeked out like a total noob over just one tank? He was ready to drive that single tank into the sunset. But you cranking out 20 in a month. You're trying to give the old man a heart attack. Big Brother Shu sucked in a breath, shaking like a leaf from pure hype. "Brother Lin Han, forget brotherhood. You are literally my big daddy now. 20 tanks, 100 fighter jets. I could take a tiny squad and absolutely obliterate an entire division with this kind of firepower. It's time for some righteous purification. Oh man, our 2nd Brigade is going to shine brighter than a supernova out there." Lin Han listened to Big Brother Shu tripping over his own fantasies and thought, we haven't even really started and he's already losing his mind. It wasn't just about the tanks and jets though. The real enemy here was the clock. Furthermore, Huaxia needed to pivot. The second these military production lines were stable, Lin Han planned to shift gears immediately into civilian tech. In his past life, nations like the Eagle Federation and the Iron Cross used their tech advantage to drain Huaxia's wealth dry. That massive flow of cash was exactly what fueled their terrifying military might to begin with. So the plan was simple: get rich boost tech and upgrade the arsenal. All three were non-negotiable. 1 month later, boom! 100 fighter jets and 20 tanks signed, sealed and delivered. Big Brother Shu was grinning like a total idiot. Brother Lin, you're actually built different. I don't bow down to many people but you. You're a legend. I'm taking all these beauties off your hands. No takebacks. Shu turned to leave, but froze. Oh, right, I signed you up for the military exercise. You'll be in the control room. Trust me, the show's going to be insane. Lin Han nodded calmly. I'll be looking forward to seeing you in action, Comrade Shu. Shu slapped his chest with a grin. Bet on it with the toys you built me. Everyone's jaws are going to hit the floor. During that month, Wang Fugui and the crew had been grinding non-stop, mastering the machinery, and learning the art of warcrafting from Lin Han himself. They even christened the beasts. The tanks were dubbed Blazing Sun Generation 1, and the jets became Shadowhawk Generation 1. Lin Han also compiled a massive stack of blueprints. With these bad boys, you could spin up a weapon production line anywhere, anytime. But man, drafting those designs from scratch, he didn't expect it to be such a grind. Drawing symbols, annotating specs, cross-checking data, the workload was absolutely massive. Thank God for the universal system. Even with his brain running on overclocked cheat codes, it still took him a full month to finish. The result, 36,860 crates of pure genius. Once Shu left, Lin Han wasted no time. Apprentice, get in here. Wang Fugui came sprinting. Master, what's the move? We've been grinding side by side for days. Fugui had officially bowed to him as a mentor. But Lin Han knew the truth. A nation's strength couldn't rest on just one man's shoulders. If he could awaken the potential of thousands of scientists, Huaxia's development speed would break the sound barrier. That was the only way for the dragon to truly rise. That was why he took Fugui under his wing. Fugui performed the tea ceremony, cementing his spot as the first disciple. Lin Han pointed to the mountain of crates and laid out the mission. Fugui's jaw dropped to the floor. Master, you created all this in a single month. Lin Han just nodded. Fugui gasped eyes wide. With these blueprints, nothing can stop Huaxia from becoming a superpower. Lin Han gazed out the window at the soaring birds, lost in thought. To all my brothers who fell in the past life, I wish you could see this. Meanwhile, the Eagle Federation and the Southern Alliance announced a joint military drill scheduled for the exact same day as Huaxia's. Their goal was obvious. After the humiliation at the last global contest, they had lost face in front of the entire Blue Star. Back then, they got caught slipping because they underestimated Huaxia's hidden cards. Now they wanted to remind the world who the real boss was. They had to prove their military might was still the apex predator of the planet. So Huaxia wants to play soldier, we'll show them the chasm between a tiger and a house cat. Colonel Z, the mastermind behind the enemy drill, smirked with chilling confidence. Back in the Northeast War Zone, Huaxia's exercise was kicking off. Land, sea and air forces, a massive joint operation. The eyes of the entire world were locked on them. After shaking the foundations of the world in Florida last time, everyone wondered, was it a fluke or is the dragon real? The answer was coming. It was the Heavy Hitters Division 702 facing off against the 32nd Army's Division 886. In their last clash, Li Yunlong's Division 702 had been crushed by the 886. But it wasn't a clean win. Division 886 paid a blood price, barely surviving with just their command center standing. This military exercise was absolute next-level madness, fully showcasing the tactical genius of two legendary divisions. The boss of Division 886 is none other than Kong Jie, famously known as Kong the Knucklehead. Let's be real, only Li Yunlong has the guts to call him that nickname to his face. Anyone else tries it, and they're catching hands immediately. These two possess a serious bromance. On the battlefield, they're bitter rivals, but in life, they're brothers for real. Kong Ji stood there, hands on his hips, plotting with the commissar like, how are we going to checkmate that chaotic brat Li Yunlong this time? He pointed to a critical choke point on the map and declared, if we seal this pass tight, Li Yunlong's squad has zero chance of pushing through. Once we trap his main force there, we control the entire game. The commissar nodded seriously, but you could see the hype written all over his face. It's been a whole year. Do you have any idea how boring my life has been for the past 365 days? Without Li Yunlong around, there's no real competition. You just know that's exactly what the commissar and Kong Ji were thinking deep down. Finally getting to throw hands with a worthy rival caused everyone's battle DNA to spike through the roof. This choke point is literally the key to the W. The commissar pointed to the small hill next to the Pass Twin Tiger Hill. We need to stack our defense here heavy duty. If we hold this spot, the pass becomes an inescapable trap. Plus, Twin Tiger Hill is a natural counter to those tank legions. The two of them were vibing, analyzing the board, absolutely pumped for the impending military showdown. Meanwhile, at Division 702 HQ, Li Yunlong was staring at the countdown screen with savage excitement watching the numbers hit zero. As the ear-splitting siren wailed, a massive army rolled onto the designated battlefield like a storm. Yellow sand filled the sky, a majestic scene. Armored vehicles and tanks moved across the wasteland like a crimson flood sweeping the earth. Li Yunlong personally led the Falcon Tank Corps, charging straight toward Twin Tiger Hill like a boss. These Falcon tanks were his secret weapon, his ace in the hole to smash through that critical defense. At the same time Big Brother Shu was doing a roll call, his kamikaze squad had expanded to 2 units, 110 Phantom fighters lined up perfectly, alongside 20 Falcon tanks in Shu's zone. Under the blazing sun, the metallic glint of their armor was blindingly epic. All right, boys, time to give our opponents a baptism of righteous justice. Haha. 65 caliber cannons leveled the playing field. Twin Tiger Hill started with a bang. Before Big Brother Shu revealed his full hand, Li Yunlong was still banking on Regiment 332 as his sharpest blade. The massive tank columns surged forward like a tsunami, while several squads launched flank attacks from the sides. This tactic is known as infantry tank coordination. And let me tell you, the Huaxia army has leveled up this skill to an art form. Infantry tank coordination isn't just dumping soldiers and tanks into a mosh pit that's basically suicide. True coordination doesn't mean the tanks and infantry are holding hands in the same zone. It's about spacing. You disperse the units to spread the enemy thin, but focus all that firepower on a single target. Maximum damage. Li Yunlong's application of this tactic was chef's kiss absolute perfection. Especially with the support of the Gen 1 Super Falcon tanks, the offensive momentum was looking absolutely ferocious. As the tanks and soldiers struck together, the forces Kong Ji had set up beforehand immediately jumped into action. In a split second, bullets were flying everywhere and artillery roared like thunder. Charge! Kong Ji's troops held Twin Tiger Hill, using the high ground to rain fire down, instantly pinning Li Yunlong's tanks and infantry at the foot of the hill. The tank commander immediately barked orders to adjust angles, blasting the hillside to crush the enemy and break the defense of Twin Tiger Hill. At the same time, Li Yunlong had a plan B. He sent a stealth squad through the wild forest to flank them and form an encirclement. Tank cannons screamed, blasting massive craters into the hillside as smoke and dust choked the air. Under the blue sky, even the birds were like nope and fled the area in terror. Suddenly, Li Yunlong's stealth team ran straight into a brick wall. Kong Ji had ambushed troops at the pass ages ago, just waiting for them to walk into the trap. Prediction: level 100. A fierce firefight broke out, turning into a stalemate. Back at HQ, Kong Ji was laughing his head off. I knew that old fox would try a sneak attack, trying to creep up on my backside. Not today. Dream on, the order went out. Kong Ji's hidden troops suddenly flanked from behind, encircling Li Yunlong's stealth squad. The majority of the infiltration force was instantly trapped like rats in a cage. When Li Yunlong found out, he was so mad, he slammed his hat on the table. Damn it! That Kong the knucklehead loves surrounding me. What a scumbag order, Regiment 332 to full press the front. Get the reserves ready for the next wave. And bring me my tank. I'm delivering Kong a massive gift personally. Li Yunlong stormed onto the battlefield himself. He was drifting the Falcon tank across the desert, locking onto Twin Tiger Hill. He screamed at the gunner, "Lock and load! Fire, light 'em up, fire!" A massive 280mm shell blasted out, turning into a beam of pure light straight for Ice Tiger Hill. The troops stationed at the defense line froze their brains, unable to process the incoming doom. By the time their synapses fired, the shell had already slammed into the target. Boom! In a split second, an earth-shattering explosion rocked the heavens. A mushroom cloud rose up like a grim reaper, flattening the entire hill in a single heartbeat. Luckily, the impact zone was calculated beforehand for this wargame, so nobody actually got sent to the afterlife. But General Kong's soldiers were left shook. Half the hill just got deleted from the map, meaning their defense value hit 0. The first line of defense completely shattered. General Li Yunlong saw the hill get blown to smithereens. 1 second it was there, the next, poof. He slapped his thigh in pure ecstasy. Mamma mia, that's the good stuff. Ha 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 ha. Kong, you old fool, taste the power of your grandpa. Li Yunlong grabbed the comm, screaming orders like a man possessed. All units full send, break through their lines for me. The army surged forward like a tidal wave into the smoke. Meanwhile, General Kong got the report and his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What, one shot leveled half the hill? Even my most advanced tanks can't drop damage like that. Are you telling me they're using missiles now? Get the demo team out there, ASAP destroy it. Set up the anti-tank missiles. Is that brat Li Yunlong trolling me? I'm going to make him cry tears of blood, trying to steal my glory. Not in this lifetime, pal. Kong still had an ace up his sleeve, though. The gear score of his 886th Division was way higher than the 702nd. Last time, Li Yunlong took the L not because of bad tactics, but because his equipment was basically trashed here compared to Kong's. But excuses are for losers. Li Yunlong didn't hold a grudge, but this time he was determined to snatch his dignity back from Kong's hands. Charge! The battlefield was chaos. Li Yunlong hopped off his tank and rushed back to command, directing the flow of battle like a maestro. The 702nd Division was fighting like they had infinite stamina buffs, especially after seeing that hill get nuked. The hype train had no brakes. Was this really the same old tank unit 332 they used to know? It was like they leveled up to a whole new class. Even the unit commander felt his confidence skyrocket through the roof. Now he was piloting the Falcon tank, tearing through the battlefield and pushing Kong's forces back to the second line. But ahead lay the river and only one bridge to cross it. Kong wasn't a total noob though. He used the terrain to set nasty traps. His demolition squad was already flanking, sneaking around like ninjas. Anti-tank missiles were locked and loaded, forcing the Falcon unit to camp at a distance. They were pinned down, only able to provide support fire from the side. While everyone was distracted by the fireworks at the front, the demolition team completed their flank. They moved in silence, deadly shadows in the smoke. They planted explosives all over the Falcon tank, ready to light it up, eh? After a series of loud bangs, the Falcon tank was ruled destroyed by the system game over for the tank. It had to exit the match. The commander of Unit 332 was stunned. When did they get behind us? The Falcon is down. Li Yunlong was so mad he was about to rage quit. Kong, you second-rate fool? You scumbag. You dare destroy my beautiful killing machine. I'm going to flatten your headquarters for this. Unit 332 fall back and flank. Armored Corps Rush B infantry charge. We are crossing that bridge no matter what. I'm burning Kong's base to the ground. I want him kneeling and singing apologies to me. Li Yunlong stood with hands on his hips staring at the battle map. He let out a long breath. Man, if only I had some jets and a few more tanks, this would be a cakewalk. Air suppression from above, crushing them on the ground. The charge bugle sounded across the field. The entire 702nd Division launched an all-out assault while Kong's troops fired back with everything they had. Who says our military drills are weaker than the West's? Big Brother Hua got the order to charge, and a devilish smirk crept onto his face. Finally, it's our turn to shine. 110 6th-gen fighter jets, 20 Falcon tanks. If the 886th Division knew Brother Hua was holding this royal flush, wouldn't they just raise the white flag immediately? Never mind Kong Jie not knowing. Even Li Yunlong had no clue that his super tank was just the appetizer. Meanwhile, Lin Han was chilling in the observation room. It was packed with VIP's top brass and legendary generals. In his past life, seeing this many stars on shoulders would have been impossible. Marshals with legendary achievements were right there. It was a real eye-opener. Everyone was analysing the game. That charge by the 702nd was clean. But what is up with that tank? Since when do we build beasts with that kind of DPS? Is it an import? No way, even the superpowers can't build something this futuristic. That sly fox Li Yunlong is hiding the good loot. Once this exercise is over, we need to have a little chat with him. What a shame though. That tank only cleared one hill before getting taken out. If it had better positioning, it could have been a legendary carry for the 702nd. You gotta hand it to Kong Jie though, the commander of the 886th. He's got some serious skill. Coming up with a strat to kill the boss monster tank that fast? That's impressive. Lin Han scanned the battlefield but couldn't spot Big Bro Shu anywhere. He figured the boss was probably gathering the troops planning to flank the enemy and smash through the second blockade. That second defensive line was the real boss fight here. Breaking it was the only way to secure the W. There was no way Big Bro Shu would let this glory slip through his fingers. But Kong Jie's defense? It was built like an absolute fortress. Everyone was thinking the 702 Division had hit a wall. They predicted this showdown would end with a whimper, with both sides running out of gas and calling it a boring draw. A group of high-ranking generals were busy playing armchair quarterbacks discussing the drill. That's when Lin Han piped up, his voice weak but his words heavy. The 702 is about to start their run. Just give it a few minutes. These guys are going to get wiped and the command center is as good as gone. A soldier sitting next to Lin Han glanced at his rank as senior colonel. He smirked, patting Lin Han on the shoulder like a kid. Yo, nephew, you into military tactics too, but that fantasy you just spun, not going to happen, buddy. Look at the map. That second blockade has exactly one bridge. It's a total choke point. If they don't control that bridge, the 702 isn't going anywhere. Anyway, you look at it, this is going to be a long, grinding war of attrition. Unless, and this is a big unless, the 702 suddenly spawns a fleet of bombers to rain hell from above. That's the only way they pressure the 886. Literally, the second he stopped talking, the screens lit up. Fighter jets flashed across the sky like phantom shadows. They were moving so fast, the naked eye couldn't even track them, leaving sonic booms in their wake. In that instant, every jaw in the room hit the floor. Over 100 hypersonic stealth fighters screaming across the sky, the scene was absolutely mind-melting. Boom, boom, boom. And it wasn't just the air show. 20 Falcon tanks tore across the wasteland, carving deep ruts into the earth and kicking up a storm of dust. Big Bro Shu stood on top of the lead Falcon tank, waving his hand like a conqueror ordering the charge. It was the ultimate combo Air Force and Armored Corps working in perfect sync, unleashing a storm of missiles and shells onto the enemy unit. The battlefield instantly turned into a one-sided stomping. Those hypersonic jets were untouchable stealth mode, engaged, infinite stamina, just completely broken stats. For a moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Inside the command center, Li Yunlong stared out the window, completely paralyzed. He watched the phantom jets painting arcs of destruction in the sky, his brain trying to process the impossible. Then the feed from the front lines showed the 20 Falcon tanks rolling in. Li Yunlong felt a rush of adrenaline and rage. That brat Big Bro Shu, he absolutely did this on purpose. Damn it! You had the good stuff, and you waited until now to flex. He was cursing, but he was laughing his head off too. Hey, Kong the second fool. How's my grandson's firepower taste, huh? Meanwhile, Kong Jie was in full panic mode. His command center was total chaos. Invisible supersonic jets, over 100 of them. And tanks that could level half a hill with a single shot. And there were 20 of them. How are we supposed to fight this Yo command? What is going on? Why don't we have this kind of god-tier gear? The top brass were just as confused, except for maybe some next-gen concepts. They had never seen a tank that could delete a hillside in one hit. Even 6th-generation fighters were rare as unicorns, mostly just blueprints in a lab. Did the 702 Division rob a futuristic treasure vault? Or did they pray to the gods of war with this kind of black tech dropping? How is the enemy supposed to play the game? Big Bro Shu gave the order. Falcon tanks target the river. Who needs a bridge? 20 Falcon tanks unleashed hell on the artificial river. In seconds, the water was gone, replaced by a massive natural trench for them to cross. Right after that, the Phantom jets screamed by, dropping a payload of missiles. Of course, these were modified for the drill airburst simulation bombs. No real damage, but on the battlefield simulator, total annihilation. Even as a simulation, watching thousands of missiles rain down on the 886 Division was a spectacle straight out of a blockbuster movie, especially when mixed with the Falcon tank's artillery fire. It was a masterpiece of destruction, a canvas painted in fire and smoke. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the British and the Southern Ice Alliance kicked off their own war games. 56 F-22 fighters carrier strike groups, they brought all their shiny toys. They were live streaming the whole thing non-stop. The goal was simple: show every country on the blue planet who the real boss of the world is. Their Colonel Z was personally directing the show. He stood there, hands on his hips, oozing arrogance. China's military drill. Don't make me laugh. I don't even need to watch it to know it's going to be a kid's show. Send our war correspondents to China immediately. Film their little drill. We're going to broadcast their failure to the whole world and make them the laughingstock of the century. Colonel Z flashed a confident, greasy smile. At this moment, their joint exercise was trending #1 globally. Now that is a superpower. Look at that jet formation. Look at those tanks. The power is off the charts. How could China even dream of comparing to this? China is running a drill today too. I bet they're just playing with toy soldiers. China needs to stay in their lane. On the screen, 340 M102 tanks rolled out. These tanks were loaded with second-gen thermal imaging true color flat screens and digital terrain control systems. It was packed with advanced components, what they called black tech. But little did they know what was happening on the other side. The most critical detail. The cannon caliber on this beast was a massive 180mm, one shell packed enough raw power to blow a giant boulder into smithereens. The destructive potential was off the charts. By this point, the war correspondent had already hustled his way into Huaxia's military observation deck. But the moment he laid eyes on the battlefield simulation, even the camera in his hand started trembling uncontrollably. A visual masterpiece, grand explosive, and unlike anything ever seen, was instantly beamed to the most influential military livestream on the web. Boom! Through the haze of smoke and dust, countless fighter jets screamed across the sky, while tank shells as thick as tree trunks literally evaporated a flowing river. It was a scene that made eyeballs pop out of their sockets. And to think, number 67 single-handedly dragged this military factory back from the gates of hell. Practically every military otaku on the blue planet was glued to the live stream, camping out for the show. After seeing the side-by-side comparison with Huaxia's drill, the viewers immediately shot looks of pure disdain at the other guys. You call that trash a flex? Bro, just look at Huaxia. A single tank shell casually deleted an entire river from the map. Then they flattened half a hill with one blast. That day, they had hundreds of hypersonic jets drifting through the sky like it was a Sunday drive. Now this is what you call a freaking military exercise, baby. The Eagle Nation thought they were going to deliver a shock and awe opening move, but instead they just slapped themselves across the face. After watching the footage, Colonel Z was cussing up a storm. He frantically called the reporter, asking if they accidentally aired a Huaxia sci-fi blockbuster instead. The reporter swore he was innocent. Unless Huaxia's observation room was hacking reality, this was real, and the odds of faking this were basically zero. Even after comparing it to the Eagle and Southern Ice drills, they refused to accept it, screaming that Huaxia had to be using cheat codes. Liars, thieves. Accusations flew around, but the Huaxia netizens instantly evolved into keyboard immortals, launching a frantic counterattack. A tiny country the size of a fist living on someone else's military base actually has the guts to bark like that. Scammers, thieves. Take a look in the mirror. Southern Ice steals all our intangible cultural heritage and then turns around to call us the bandits. Some netizens even posted the ultimate insult, the thumb and index finger pinched together. That tiny gesture triggered the entire Southern Ice population, sending them into an absolute rage. Every man in Southern Ice exploded like someone stole their lunch money. They started spamming curses at a rate of 30 words per second without taking a breath. Huaxia netizens just smirked and casually typed 2 words with critical damage. So fragile. The Southern men took massive emotional damage. Meanwhile, Colonel Z saw the Dragon Nation's drill footage and ordered the reporter to cut the feed immediately. If this kept playing, his dominance would crumble. Even if Huaxia was hacking, he couldn't give them a platform to flex on the world stage. Better to wait for solid evidence of faking and then deliver a knockout blow later on. The military live stream signal was killed instantly. The competition went nowhere, but everyone knew the colonel just took a massive L. Meanwhile, Big Bro Shu had gone completely berserk mode. He literally flattened the riverbed and charged straight for the 886 Division HQ 20 Falcon tanks, screeched to a halt right in front of the main gates. Kong Ji's entire army was totally wiped out, reduced to digital ghosts by the relentless bombardment from the fighter jets. The whole drill didn't even last 5 hours. Kong Ji stood in the command center, gripping his baton, his heart racing like a drum he couldn't silence, losing to Li Yunlong. That wasn't the shameful part. The shame was getting rolled in 5 hours with zero ability to fight back. Li Yunlong had god-tier weapons while they were stuck with pea shooters. That was the part that really grinded his gears. Kong, you little rascal, Daddy's here. Come bow down to your papa. I finally beat you sorry behind Li Yunlong's obnoxiously loud laughter echoed from outside the command center. Seconds later, he strutted in with the swagger of a king. Kong Jie glared daggers at him. You actually have the nerve to show your face here. Li Yunlong rolled his eyes. This guy Kong was definitely salty about taking such a brutal loss. So Li Yunlong kept grinning and walked right up to him. Come on, old Kong. Be a big boy about it. You gotta lose with style. When you beat me before, did I ever act like a drama queen? Hearing Li Yunlong roast him like that made Kong Jie even more furious. He looked up, eyes blazing. What the hell did you just say to me? Back then, did we have gear that looked like it came out of a freaking sci-fi movie? I saw over 100 supersonic jets, 20 tanks firing shells like they were missile launchers. It was just boom boom everywhere. Where on earth did you dig up these freakish weapons of mass destruction? This tech is miles ahead of those Western morons. Li Yunlong put on a goofy, innocent smile. Hey, don't look at me. I literally just found out about this stuff today. Dropping that bomb, he looked toward the entrance and shouted for Big Bro Shu. From the hallway, Big Bro Shu marched into the command center. Reporting for duty, sir. He snapped a crisp salute. Li Yunlong grinned like a proud dad and slapped Shu on the shoulder. See this kid? He runs a military factory that's been collecting dust for 80 years. No idea how, but lately he's been cranking out tanks and jets like they're toys. If it wasn't for this insane military drill, I never would have guessed this brat was hiding an arsenal like this. Kong Ji stared daggers at Big Brother Shu, his face twisted with pure jealousy and annoyance. Damn it. He got completely wrecked by a junior. If this had been a real battlefield instead of a simulation, Shu's barrel would be pressed right against his skull by now. Fine, I lost. The great Kong Jie took the L. But listen up, Li Yunlong. Don't think for a second that I accept this result. My entire squad got wiped off the map because of you, so you better pay up. I heard the rumors, and I want my compensation. Li Yunlong immediately panicked. What the hell were you trying to ambush me? Why should I pay you anything? You're the one who lost the match, and now you want cash. Suddenly, Kong Ji snapped. He whipped out a military combat knife from behind his back. He was about to chop off his own finger right there. Luckily, Li Yunlong had godlike reflexes and stopped him just in time. Kong Jie's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed, Fine, will 2 fingers be enough then? I want those jets. I want the tanks. I want it all. Li Yunlong burst out laughing, pointing at the desperate commander. Man, you really are a total idiot. All right, you win. I'm terrified of your craziness. Keep your fingers attached. You're going to need them to count your money later. With the drama over, Li Yunlong turned to Big Brother Shu. Hey, little Shu, take us to see this legendary military factory of yours. Don't worry, you are the MVP of this military exercise, and headquarters knows it. I'll make sure to put in a good word for you. Just sit back and wait for the fame and fortune, kid. Big Brother Shu's eyes lit up like stars. Commander, I only care about the promotion. I don't need the fortune. Li Yunlong chuckled, pointing a finger at him. This kid really knows the way of the warrior. Good, that's what I like to hear. This military exercise had just witnessed the most earth-shattering event in history. The higher-ups analyzed the battle simulation data and lost their minds. Everyone was obsessed with the hypersonic fighter jets and those 280mm tank cannons that appeared out of nowhere. Every general wanted a piece of Division 702. But of course, that is a legend for another time. With the war games finished, Li Yunlong and Kong Jie dragged Big Brother Shu straight to the mysterious 3rd military factory. On the way, Shu wouldn't shut up about the upgrades and a genius named Lin Han. Wait, are you telling me this one engineer Lin Han completely transformed your dump of a factory? Why does that sound so fake? How could one single person bring an entire dead factory back to life? Who is he? The Monkey King in disguise. Big Brother Shu just gave a mysterious grin. You'll understand once you meet him. 68. This guy is a national treasure. An unparalleled genius. Finally, the military pickup truck screeched to a halt in front of the 3rd factory. As soon as Li Yunlong stepped out, the shiny new signboard blinded him. Even the courtyard was spotless, looking cleaner than a luxury hotel. Every technician inside was buzzing with energy. The complete transformation left the commander absolutely shook. The last time I was here, this place looked like a pigsty. It's only been a few days and it's totally evolved. Big Brother Shu, you sly fox. You really pulled it off. You were making big moves in the shadows. Big Brother Shu scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Honestly, if Brother Lin Han hadn't helped us, this factory would have been shut down ages ago. He didn't just fix it, he saved our lives. Without wasting another second, they followed Shu inside. In the workshop, the gleaming new machines grabbed the general's attention like magnets. Li Yunlong and Kong Jie might look like rough brawlers, but they aren't uneducated. They actually paid attention in military academy. They knew exactly what they were looking at, distinguishing high-tier tech from scrap metal instantly. Kong Ji ran his hand over the advanced hydraulic press and lathe. A jolt of electricity seemed to hit him. His scalp went numb, and the blood rushed from his heels straight to his brain in pure shock. Holy skies! This equipment is even more advanced than the stuff from the British or the Germans. Li Yunlong couldn't stop clicking his tongue in amazement. You brat, I'm out here starving in the cold while you're living like a king eating meat and drinking wine. Just then, Wang Fugai approached to salute the commanders. Wang Fugai snapped to attention and saluted. Oh, Manager Wang is here too. You guys have done a hell of a job. Li Yunlong looked Wang Fugai up and down, scanning him like a radar. This guy has a totally different aura compared to the last time I saw him. Wang Fu guy laughed nervously. I'm not the manager anymore, sir. The current manager is actually my master Lin Han. Everyone knew Wang Fu guy was the top mechanic here, yet he was calling Lin Han his master. Li Yunlong thought to himself, this comrade Lin Han must be an absolute monster of a genius. Little Shu, what are you waiting for? Summon comrade Lin Han immediately. We need to have a serious talk. 10 minutes later, a young, intelligent-looking teenager casually walked up to the legendary generals Li Yunlong and Kong Jie. So, your commander Li Yunlong and your Kong Jie? The generals frowned. Who is this random kid? Li Yunlong raised an eyebrow, his voice dropping an octave. This is a military factory, kid, not a playground. Who let you in here? Go call your parents right now. Big brother Shu panicked and jumped in. Commander, wait. This person is the brother Lin Han I was telling you about. In that instant, their entire room went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Mother of God, this kid isn't even as tall as a rifle barrel. And you're calling him your brother. You're treating a child like an equal. A wave of fury started to boil inside Li Yunlong's chest. Little Shu, are you playing games with me? Did you hire a child to prank me? Do you still want to keep your job as a brigade leader or not? If you don't want to do the job, then get the hell out of my face. Big brother Shu looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. He panicked and stammered, Commander, please, I know it sounds crazy. Even I didn't believe it at first, but he really built those fighter jets and tanks. Why would I dare lie to you? Li Yunlong furrowed his brow. Why was this little punk so confident? He scanned Lin Han from head to toe. No matter how he looked at him, this was just a pint-sized rugrat. Sure, children are the flowers of the motherland, but this one is just a tiny bud. He hasn't even bloomed yet, so what can he possibly do? Damn it, did I wake up in the Twilight Zone today? Old Kong, you buying this? Kong Jie looked just as lost, but the terrified look on Brother Shu's face didn't seem faked. Then there was only one logical explanation. This Lin Han guy must be a dwarf with a baby face. That's the only way this makes sense. So Kong Jie decided to risk it and asked, Comrade Lin Han, exactly how old are you? Lin Han sighed helplessly. 12. I just started middle school. When Kong Jie and Li Yunlong heard that it was like a grenade went off inside their skulls, their brains turned to mush. A 12-year-old middle schooler built a supersonic fighter jet and a 280mm caliber tank. Even comic books aren't this ridiculous. Who would believe this story? But then again, his subordinate had no reason to lie to him. After all, he had seen the destructive power of that tank with his own eyes. He took a deep breath and stared the kid down seriously. Look here, nephew Lin Han. Don't blame your uncle for doubting. But with your age and that middle school diploma, nobody on God's green earth would believe this. How about you show us a little demonstration? Lin Han didn't hesitate. It was showtime. He immediately flaunted his insane engineering skills. In just a few minutes, he assembled a core component of the Falcon tank from scratch. When he slammed that finished part onto the table, the two commanders froze. Their jaws hit the floor. Pure genius. His hands moved so fast they were a blur. It was absolutely shocking. Holy cow, Comrade Lin Han. Where have you been all my life? Li Yunlong did a complete 180. He grabbed Lin Han's hand and shook it like a maniac. Excuse my rude friend. Kong Ji shoved Li Yunlong aside and slid in with a goofy grin. Comrade Lin, listen, I've got a military factory too, and it's way bigger than this dump. I'll make you the factory director. I'll give you a car and 2 bodyguards. Come with me. Our dorms have huge, super soft beds. Li Yunlong kicked Kong Jie away. Get lost, old Kong. This is the 702nd Division. You dare try to rob me in my own house. You're crossing the line. The two men were way too enthusiastic. They looked ready to rip poor Lin Han in half like a wishbone just to take a piece of him home. Lin Han was being pulled back and forth until he couldn't breathe. He gasped, Hey, don't you guys want the tanks and jets? That part is easy. The two old men froze looking at each other, but they refused to let go of the boy. Lin Han signaled his assistant with his eyes. Wang immediately organized the crew and rolled out carts carrying 3 massive crates of blueprints. Lin Han explained, Inside these crates are all the design materials for the first-generation Phantom Fighter and the Falcon tank. With these blueprints and design plans, you can manufacture the tanks and jets even if I'm not here. It's foolproof. As Li Yunlong and Kong Jie listened to the boy, their brains began to hallucinate. The scene in their minds shifted. Suddenly, a massive golden halo appeared behind Lin Han's head. It was the light of a god. His squeaky voice sounded like divine thunder. These are the treasures I bestow upon you. Go crush your enemies, flatten the invaders, and sweep across the world. Instant success. Just like that. Was this kid actually Santa Claus? Li Yunlong and Kong Jie scrambled to grab the boxes, frantically pulling out a stack of blueprints. They stared at the papers intently. The more they looked, the more obsessed they became. This wasn't just paper. This was the future of their nation. The technical specs were insane. It was way more advanced and detailed than any tank or jet they had ever seen in their lives. Anti-gravity cockpit systems that cancel out G-force impact, micro-missiles, compressed hydrogen fuel technology. Every single design detail of the fighters and tanks was laid out with crystal clear precision. There were hundreds of design categories in this set. Even superpowers like England and Germany would weep with envy seeing this. You could pick any random page, and it would be top-tier alien technology. And he was giving it to them for free. Li Yunlong and Kong Jie felt like they were dreaming. Suddenly, Li Yunlong swung his arm, smack. A thunderous slap echoed through the room. 1 second Kong Jie was staring at the paper, the next second he was flying across the room. His face instantly swelled up like a balloon. 2 front teeth snapped off and flew out with a spray of spit. The scene left Lin Han and the others completely speechless. Li Yunlong looked at his stinging palm, feeling the pain, and asked innocently, "Hey, old Kong, did that hurt?" Kong Ji struggled to stand up, screaming curses at Li Yunlong. "You moron! Why did you hit me?" "Yep, looks like the pain was definitely real." This wasn't a fantasy. Li Yunlong's eyes nearly popped out of his skull, practically sparkling with joy. "Ha ha ha ha, I knew it. This is the real deal." Kong Ji's face twisted into a mask of pure betrayal. "Bro, are you serious? You just used my face as a reality check?" But then it hit him Phantom Fighter Jets Falcon tanks. "Are these bad boys really going to be ours?" Li Yunlong completely ignored the guy he just slapped, totally lost in his own little paradise of firepower. Kong Ji stormed over, ready to throw hands and curse up a storm, but Li Yunlong hit him with the ultimate countermove. "Chill out, fam. I'll toss you an extra fighter jet later." Instantly, Kong Ji's rage evaporated like mist in the sun. "You promised all right?" Suddenly, that slap feels like a caress. He grinned shamelessly. "Hey, old man, go ahead and slap me 100 more times. I need to build a whole squad of Phantom Jets. Next military exercise, I'm going to absolutely wreck the other units. It's going to be a massacre." "Wahaha!" Li Yunlong roared with laughter. "Kong Jie, you crazy bastard. If I slap you 100 times, that's basically free plastic surgery. You really have no shame when it comes to snagging high-tier loot, do you?" Lin Han watched these 2 top-tier generals of Huaxia acting like chaotic teenagers. He could only let out a helpless, awkward laugh. But make no mistake, these goofballs were ready to lay down their lives for the people of Huaxia without a second thought. Suddenly, the laughter died down. Li Yunlong frowned, hands on his hips. "Real talk, though. Our military budget is looking kind of sad right now. We can't afford to mass-produce these beasts yet. Those guys from the UK and Japan have been aggressively invading our economy for years. If Huaxia wants to flex its muscles, we need a massive war chest. Just 1 Phantom fighter jet costs around 30 million bucks to build. And that's with Comrade Lin Han working his magic to keep costs dirt cheap." This was exactly why Lin Han had been itching to dive into the civilian tech sector. Military gear protects the nation's fist, but civilian tech that creates the cash flow that strengthens the nation's soul. A country's strength starts with its firepower, sure, but the economy is the backbone that holds it all up. With Lin Han's help, Huaxia already had aircraft carriers, 6th-gen fighters, and god-tier tanks. For now, the defense was solid, so the pivot to civilian technology couldn't be delayed any longer. It was go time. After all, who doesn't want to see their people living that good, prosperous life? The 2 commanders debated for hours. When night fell, they gathered for chow. General Li Yunlong personally poured a glass of Sprite for Lin Han top-tier service. "Comrade Lin Han, we all owe you big time. You've single-handedly leveled up the future of Huaxia's military industry." Lin Han gave a humble smile, clinking glasses with Li Yunlong and the crew. A cool breeze swept through the open mess hall doors. Lin Han gazed out into the pitch-black night, staring at the stars scattered across the sky. He raised his glass to the horizon and downed it in one go. After dropping off the final blueprints, Lin Han was ready to peace out from the military factory. Even though Big Bro Shu tried to keep him around, Lin Han knew his main quest lay elsewhere. Huaxia still had major tech gaps that needed urgent patching. Hiding away in a military plant wasn't the long-term play. Suddenly a name popped into his head. A guy with roots in the military industry, but deep knowledge of the civilian market. That man was Director Itie Jun. Military and civilian tech might seem different, but they're 2 sides of the same coin. Take telecommunications, for example. It started as military tech, then transferred to the public, and now nobody can live without it. After thinking it over, Lin Han dialed up Itie Jun. "You brat, you finally remembered to call your old man back. Your dad misses you so much he's about to die. He nags me every single day to call the army looking for you. My ears are literally bleeding here." Lin Han let out a goofy laugh. Shortly after hanging up, Director I sent a car to pick him up and rush him to the Military Industry Bureau overnight. Itie Jun was sitting at his desk pulling a cigarette from his pack. But the second he saw Lin Han walk in, he hastily shoved the smoke back into the box. He let out a humph and tapped his fingers rhythmically against the desk. "You're right," he began. "Huaxia is currently a sleeping giant with 1,000 things to fix. Every technical field needs a massive upgrade ASAP. For instance, right now, 90% of our chips have to be imported from the US, Germany, and even Japan. Our research in this field is still in baby mode. Meanwhile, the US makes an absolute killing exporting this tech to us every year." "Guess how much?" Itie Jun held up 3 fingers. Lin Han frowned. 30 billion. Itie Jun gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. "Try 3 trillion. It's a mind-blowing figure. This technology is the crown jewel of the information revolution, the holy grail that every nation on the blue planet is fighting over. It's obvious. Whoever controls the chips controls the core manufacturing power of the future. But researching this stuff, it's hell mode difficulty." He wasn't wrong. Lin Han knew the score. To boost Huaxia's military might to the next level high-end chip technology was the non-negotiable foundation. He pondered for a moment before speaking. "This is different from building planes or cannons. Our foundation here is weak. Honestly, it's practically non-existent. I just started junior high, so why can't I do research? This kid Lamb Ham is absolutely losing his mind. Our tech foundation in Huaxia is barely there. You can't cook a 5-star meal if you have 0 ingredients, right? Even if Lamb Ham has the blueprints, actually building this thing is a whole different beast. The manufacturing process is a 5-stage nightmare wafer, prep oxidation photolithography, and more. It is like climbing a mountain that touches the sky. But Lamb Ham's chip technology? It was leagues ahead of the rest, covering a scope wider than the ocean itself. I don't doubt you, kid, but this is difficulty level nightmare. Lamb Ham's eyes burned with determination. I have to try. Seeing that unshakable confidence, isekai decided to go all in. All right, I will bet everything on this crazy ride with you. I have a buddy at Tsinghua University. He knows a thing or two about this domain. Go find him. He might be the power-up you need to get this started. As he spoke, he started penning the recommendation letter. This friend, Zhao Donglai, was a dual PhD legend in materials and a total boss at Tsinghua. Lam Ham grabbed the the letter. Beijing was a long trek from the capital, so he decided to make a pit stop at home first. Back at base, his dad had already whipped up a feast, 3 dishes and a soup. It had been a while. Lam Guodong looked weathered, the dust of the world on his shoulders. Looking at his son was like seeing a ghost of his late wife. Your eyes? They are the exact copy of hers. Lam Ham's heart skipped a beat. Memories of his mother flooded back, beautiful, radiant, and kind. She was a top-tier military scientist who sacrificed everything in a catastrophic explosion during an experiment. That was why Lam Ham swore to dedicate his life to Huaxia's rise. He knew exactly why his dad was getting sentimental. With Lam Ham always grinding away at work, his dad was left solo in that big house, his mind wandering to dark places. But of course, the old man knew the score. Fighting for the country, that is the ultimate honor. The day came. His dad drove him to the station. Golden sunlight bathed Tsinghua University, the holy land of academics. Students walked by with that free, youthful glow. This was the place Lam Ham had always dreamed of conquering. Letter in hand, he marched straight to the material science dean's office. The door was slightly ajar. Lam Ham heard voices drifting out. We have mastered the wafer and oxidation stages, no problem. But the final boss is photolithography. We are stuck at 96 nanometers, and frankly, that is trash tier. The mainstream market is already flexing at 28 nanometers. We are light years behind. Our architecture has 0 breakthroughs. We have a mountain of bugs to fix. Don't stress, Professor. With your guidance, our squad will crack this code in no time. All right, get back to the grind. Update me whenever. Footsteps approached. The door swung open. A girl with a ponytail and a sharp black suit stepped out, pure elegance in motion. She was a total knockout, face like a peach blossom, and that office outfit, it hugged her curves in all the right places. She smirked strangely as she passed him, thinking, whose kid is this? Did a professor bring their son to daycare? She ignored him and dipped. Lam Ham knocked on the door. Enter. Hearing the command, Lam Ham pushed inside. Greetings, Dr. Zhao. He stepped up like a challenger. Zhao Donglai frowned, scanning the kid with suspicion. Who do you belong to? Lam Ham laughed awkwardly. I don't belong to anyone, sir. I am Lam Ham. Director isekai sent me. Here's my ticket in. Lam Ham handed over the recommendation letter with both hands, showing max respect. Zhao took it seriously, but as he read, bam, it was like a hammer hit his brain. He completely froze. He could not believe his eyes. He looked at the kid, looked at the letter, then back at the kid. He kept comparing them until heavy breathing filled the silent office. Panic mode initiated. Finally, he spoke, voice trembling. Kid, did old I really send you? Lam Ham nodded. Zhao lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. Halfway through, he looked up. Fine. If I sent you, I will take care of you. Report to the lab tomorrow. Lam Ham thought, wow, that was easier than the tutorial level. The campus scenery was truly one of a kind. Zhao called a student to handle Lam Ham's lodging. The student walked in and stared at the kid. Lam Ham realized it was the beauty from before. Zhu Xuan, you are in charge of this kid's life now. Treat him well. Put everything on the expense account. Just email me the bill later. Zhu Xuan stared at that kid in front of her, totally bewildered. The milk hadn't even dried on his lips yet. She asked, Miss Zhao, is this your nephew or something? Professor Zhao rolled his eyes hard. Nephew, please. He shot a glance at the kid. He's not here for a family reunion. He's here to revolutionize our lithography project. Zhu Xuan nearly choked on her drink. A literal toddler is going to help us research advanced tech. Is he some kind of Doogie Howser genius from high school? Did he skip grades to get into our Tsinghua University early? Lin Ham just shrugged cool as a cucumber. No, I just started middle school. Zhu Xuan rubbed her temples, feeling a massive migraine coming on. This made 0 sense. Professor Zhao frowned, his patience wearing thin. Quit yapping, Zhu Xuan. Just do as you're told. Defeated Zhu Xuan sighed and threw her hands up. She gestured to Lin Ham. Fine, let's go, young master. Lin Ham didn't say a word. He just trailed behind the beauty. They walked through the co-ed grad dorms, a paradise of long legs and stunning seniors everywhere you looked. But our main character, stone cold. His mind was a fortress completely untouched by the temptations of the flesh. He was here for the grind. As soon as Lin Ham registered, the gossip mill exploded. Graduate students flocked to see the spectacle. Who brought a kindergartner to the lab? Zhu Xuan said he wants to research lithography with us. Is this some kind of prank show? Meanwhile, 71 stacked wafer technologies were being unlocked. Professor Zhao nervously dialed, Director I puffing on a cigarette like his life depended on it. He grumbled into the phone, "Oh, I thought you were sending me a titan of industry. But a kid, what can a brat actually do?" Director I chuckled on the other end. "Don't let his size fool you, Zhao. Let me put it this way." He proceeded to drop some classified truth bombs about Lin Ham's past achievements. Zhao's jaw hit the floor. Shock painted his face. A kid with that much power? The way II described him, this Lin Ham, was like a deity descended to Earth. Director I laughed it off. Anyway, he said he just wants to dabble in the lithography field for a bit. Just give him the resources and support him. Is he really that legendary? Zhao hung up his mind, racing with possibilities. A middle schooler with superhuman specs, and it's verifiable. Maybe this kid is the chosen one to break China's tech blockade. He stopped overthinking. In this vast world, miracles are just Tuesday's news. Zhao silently prayed that a true dragon had finally risen in the academic world to save them. The next dawn was grey and gloomy. The sun hadn't even peeked out yet, but the whole team was already gathered in the lithography lab. It turned out Xu Xuan was the boss lady here. Her skills were top tier, leading one of the two main research squads. The other team was led by a classic engineer archetype, handsome features, but that hairline was retreating faster than a defeated army. You could practically smell the high-pressure burnout radiating off him. That's Wang Sun, a Harvard elite returnee. He switched from electrical engineering to materials science like a pro, a true specialist in deep materials research. Professor Zhao stepped into the center of the room to address the troops. The whispers died down instantly. You could hear a pin drop in the lab. "Everyone meet our newest recruit, Lin Ham, from number 3 middle school. He's joining the project starting today." Boom! Every pair of eyes locked onto Lin Ham like laser sights. Snickers erupted throughout the room. The rumors were true. Miss Zhao actually recruited a junior high kid for top secret research. Hilarious. "Hey kid, did you finish your multiplication tables yet? Do you need a nap time? You're so small, do you even know what a semiconductor is?" Haha Zhao raised a hand to cut the noise. "Enough! Lin Ham joins Xu Xuan's team. Now back to grinding wafers. The last batch was total trash. We had microfractures during the lithography process. Complete failure. It didn't meet the standards." Zhao took a deep breath. "Look, we're pioneers here. Getting this far is already a win. Keep pushing, everyone." The room erupted in cheers. A little progress is still hope. As soon as Zhao left, the glares returned to Lin Ham and Xu Xuan. "Good luck, Team Leader Xu. Looks like you got some dead weight to carry." Everyone treated Lin Ham like he had the plague. A kid in a top lab. Clearly his parents pulled strings and paid big money to pad his resume for college applications. It happens all the time in this industry, so nobody was surprised, just annoyed. Xu Xuan rolled her eyes so hard it hurt. Talk about bad karma. She was drowning in work, and now she had to babysit a useless kid. Her mood crashed through the floor. She decided to pretend the kid didn't exist. The whole lab went into grind mode, leaving the toddler standing there alone. But Lin Ham was fired up. "Big sis Sue, you got any scrap wafers? Can I take a look at the garbage pile?" Xu Yuan threw him a skeptical side-eye. "What's the plan, rookie, planning to take these scraps home for your toy collection?" Lin Han couldn't even argue, so he just gave a helpless shrug. "Something like that." She let out a heavy sigh, shaking her head. I knew it. At his age, if he wasn't looking for distractions, that would be the real weird part. "Check the dumpster out back. It's full of rejects," she said, waving him off. "And hey, unless the lab is burning down, don't disturb me." Her voice turned serious. "We're on a deadline that could kill us, and I don't have time to babysit you on little side projects." Lin Han just nodded, respecting the hustle. That actually worked perfectly for him. The solo grind was his specialty anyway. He grabbed a handful of discarded chips and vanished into an abandoned lab to work his magic in peace. The rest of Xu Yuan's team watched his retreating figure with relief. "Thank God the mascot finally left the building," one of them laughed. "At least he has a conscience and knows when to make himself scarce." Alone at last, Lin Han laid out his scavenged treasures. His finger hovered, then gently tapped the cold surface of a silicon wafer. "Ding-a-tus!" The system voice echoed in his mind like a starter pistol. "Target detected. Wafer contact confirmed. Analyzing relevant technology pathways. Multi-layer stacking protocol. Initiated. Unlock complete tech proficiency at 10%. Instantly, a tidal wave of advanced engineering blueprints flooded his brain. Lin Han shut his eyes, his mind racing to absorb the storm of information crashing into his neural network. When his eyes snapped open, the world looked different. He glanced down at the scrap in his hand and let out a dry, helpless chuckle. What Xu Yuan and her elite team called engineering looked like child's play now. It was rough, clumsy, and totally soulless, just a shape without the spirit. This trash wouldn't even survive a 96-nanometer lithography machine. It was an insult to the silicon itself. But the new stacking tech he just learned, that was pure genius. Time to cook. No more talking. Lin Han rolled up his sleeves and dove straight into the zone. Here's the cheat code. Multi-layer stacking is the holy grail of speed. The more layers you stack, the more insane the processing power becomes. But right now, the tech world is stuck in the Stone Age with two basic methods dominating the market. You've got your 5D and your 3D structures. Honestly, same difference. Just a fancy way of rearranging the furniture. But the god-tier tech Lin Han just unlocked. That was on a whole other dimension, taking the 3D concept and putting it on steroids. With this method, he wasn't just pushing boundaries, he was shattering them. We're talking about a 16-layer CPU architecture. Any rookie knows the internal wiring of a CPU is a nightmare. Add more layers and that nightmare becomes a mathematical impossibility. The current market leaders tap out at 3 layers. That was supposed to be the absolute ceiling for humanity. But under Lin Han's hands, that ceiling just evaporated. 16 layers meant a quantum leap in performance that would leave everyone else in the dust. You guys struggle with 2 layers. Watch me drop 16. You scared yet? 3 days of non-stop grinding later, he held the finished 16-layer masterpiece in his hands. After the final precision cuts, the result wasn't just a chip. It was a work of art. Lin Han held it up to the light, letting the silicon gleam. "Damn," he whispered. "Now that is sexy." His gaze shifted to the dusty bookshelf in the corner. Buried under layers of neglect were the manuals for TSV and packaging technology. He swiped a finger across the spine, cutting a clean path through the grime. A single streak of light revealed the title. As he flipped the pages, his eyes widened. Ding, wafer packaging analysis complete. Synchronizing related data. Packaging mastery. Unlocked tech proficiency boosted to 20%. Boom, another massive download of knowledge slammed into his brain. There was no time to pop champagne. He rode the adrenaline wave straight back into development mode. Stacking was just the appetizer. To create the ultimate composite chip, he needed to nail the packaging before even thinking about lithography. While the experts were still banging their heads against the wall on step 1, Lin Han was already speedrunning step 2. He did crafting the TSV and liquid microchannels like he was building Lego sets. Wafer packaging check. After a brutal sequence of modifications, the rough diamond was finally polished into its true form. 16 layers of pure power interconnected by advanced penetration tech. The internal architecture was a labyrinth of perfection. His eyes burned from the strain of high-intensity focus, but looking at the result, totally worth the pain. Success. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a roar of celebration erupted from the main lab, breaking his concentration. Xu Yuan's team was jumping around like they'd won the lottery, holding their little project up like a championship trophy. They had managed a grand total of 2 layers. Sure, the wiring was cleaner than before, but they were acting like they'd just reinvented the wheel. "Think we can run lithography now?" someone shouted. The team huddled around their double-layer chip, grinning like proud parents looking at a mediocre drawing. Lin Han casually slipped his 16-layer beast into his pocket and strolled out. The team barely spared him a glance, too busy high-fiving themselves. Only Xu Yuan felt a twinge of pity. "Hey, we're going to present this to Teacher Zhao. Come along." Lin Han gave a silent nod, keeping his poker face. But when they reached the boss's office, they weren't the first ones there. Wang Shun's crew had already set up camp. Spotting them, Wang Shun flashed a greasy grin. Well, if it isn't the lovely Xu Yuan. A bit late to the party, aren't we? I thought professionals were on time. Zhu Xuan shot a glare sharp enough to cut glass at Wang Shun. "Being early doesn't mean you're a skilled genius. Miss Zhao hasn't even dropped the verdict yet, so quit your yapping." Wang Shun smirked, oozing arrogance. "Keep talking. I'm just worried your team's wafer is going to look like scrap metal next to ours. We'll see who eats dirt when the results come out." Professor Zhao let out a helpless sigh. Her students were brilliant, sure, but they bickered like cats and dogs. Still, without a little rivalry, diamonds don't get polished right. She cleared her throat, commanding attention. "All right, enough chatter. Bring out your wafers." I pulled some strings to get top-tier testing gear just for this showdown. Wang Shun wasted no time practically shoving his team's masterpiece into Professor Zhao's hands first. The wafer was a beauty-smooth texture, meticulous polishing, and it even rocked a high-end stacking technique. 2 whole layers. That's no joke. Professor Zhao held the wafer, delicately inspecting it under the soft lab light, like she was appraising a rare jewel. Her pupils dilated and a satisfied smile crept onto her face. "Not bad at all. Compared to your last attempt, this is a massive level up." Next came the moment of truth. She pulled out the standard wafer testing unit and carefully placed the chip onto the tray. Click! The machine hummed to life. A beam of azure light scanned the surface, fracturing into a dazzling rainbow reflection. Gasps echoed through the room as the results flashed on the screen. It wasn't just a pass. It was rated excellent. High-tier stuff. Wang Shun was so hyped, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Victory tasted sweet. Their blood, sweat, and tears hadn't gone to waste. "You guys killed it!" Wang Shun was practically already imagining his invite to the prestigious Optical Research Institute. Professor Zhao treated the wafer like a fragile artifact, carefully sealing it in a glass case before snapping her gaze toward Xu Xuan. "Xu Xuan, let's see what your team cooked up." Wang Shun's group really set the bar high this time. Xu Xuan's stomach did a backflip. If they couldn't beat Wang Shun after all that trash talk, she'd never hear the end of it. The humiliation would be lethal. Well, no turning back now. Leaving it to fate, she handed over her team's wafer. Professor Zhao inspected it, but this time her brow furrowed in disappointment. The difference was clear. There was a definite gap between the two teams. You used the stacking technique, sure, but the finish is lackluster. Come on, I know you guys are capable of way better than this. Professor Zhao stared her down. Meanwhile, Wang Shun was covering his mouth, trying not to burst out laughing. He had finally crushed Xu Xuan. The feeling was pure ecstasy. Suddenly, a girl behind Xu Xuan threw shade at Lin Han. "Professor, honestly, it's because we were babysitting this kid." Our team leader had to juggle managing the project and taking care of his daily needs. It was too much. Shut it! Xu Xuan cut her off immediately. This has nothing to do with Lin Han, so don't you dare pin it on him. The kid was an angel. He didn't make a sound or cause a single problem for us. We failed because our skills weren't sharp enough. Period. Professor Zhao didn't say a word, but her expectations for the so-called genius Lin Han plummeted. What was that old geezer thinking? Didn't he promise to send me a technical prodigy? This kid Lin Han hasn't lifted a finger to help? Professor Zhao sighed internally. No use crying over spilled milk. At least Wang Shun's team actually stepped up their game. Their work was genuinely top tier. She ran the test on Xu Xuan's wafer. As expected, it only hit normal rank. Thankfully it passed, but it was barely a victory. All right. Progress is progress, I suppose. Just then, Lin Han casually reached into his pocket and pulled out a wafer. It was polished to a mirror finish, sharp, exquisite, and already perfectly packaged. He walked up to the professor. Miss Zhao, aren't you going to check mine? Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room locked onto the little guy. Lin Han, what are you up to? Professor Zhao frowned. Her gaze glued to the strange wafer in his hand. As she took it, her hand dipped. It was the same size as the others, but the density, it was at least twice as heavy. Maybe even more. Lin Han, holy crap, are you pulling a prank? Is this thing leady? She inspected it closer, her brow knitting together in confusion. The craftsmanship was terrifyingly perfect. Wang Shun couldn't resist another jab. Hey, Xu Xuan, was your team sandbagging hiding a secret weapon? Or just hiding more trash? Ha ha ha, I can't believe you actually let a toddler polish a wafer. Xu Xuan looked down at Lin Han, her face serious, but inside she was groaning. This kid doesn't know a thing about tech, but loves the spotlight. Great. Now he's just given Wang Shun more ammo to roast us. It was supposed to be his little solo project, but now the whole team is going to take the heat for it. The rest of the class rolled their eyes. Isn't this kid just making a mess? Suddenly, Professor Zhao threw up a hand. Quiet! She silenced the room, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Lin Han. Did you polish this yourself? Wait, no, this is already fully packaged. Packaged? It was like a complex architectural marvel. While everyone else was still sketching blueprints, Lin Han had already built the skyscraper. How was this even possible? Lin Han just nodded slowly, casually wrapping things up. If he didn't fix this wafer now, it would have felt totally incomplete. Oh my god, you just tossed that together. Packaging isn't just wrapping a gift, kid. It requires elite-level technique. This stuff makes wafer polishing look like child's play. Yet he's standing there calm as a cucumber saying things that give me goosebumps. Listen, the hottest tech on the market right now is 3D and 5D packaging. I've been staring at this forever and I still can't figure out what kind of sorcery you just used. And come on, spill the beans. Can you tell me your secret? Suddenly, Wang Shun looked up, his face twisted with suspicion. Teach me real for a second. Does this guy look like a tech wizard to you? He's just a brat. He's literally still in middle school. If he actually knows how to polish and package wafers, I'll eat my own shoes. Heck, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair in the toilet. I bet Xu Yuan just coached him through it. He probably memorized a few moves and got lucky. Haha. The crowd burst into laughter, looking at Lin Han and Xu Yuan like they were total clowns. But Professor Zhao wasn't having it. He immediately pointed a finger at Wang Shun and barked, "Shut your mouth, seriously, zip it." Look at this craftsmanship. The level of sophistication on this packaged wafer, it absolutely destroys anything you've ever made. Wang Shun got scolded like a toddler and grumbled, "Is it really that deep?" Meanwhile, Xu Yuan heard the teacher's praise and thought, wait a minute, we didn't help him with a single thing. Did this little monster actually pull it off solo? Judging by Professor Zhao's tone, the work was flawless, but there was something off about the weight. Zhao Donglai inspected the wafer, his brow furrowing in confusion. This feels strange. The weight is totally different from a standard wafer. Lin Han didn't even blink. I used stacking technology. Higher density naturally means more weight. It's basic physics. Stacking technology? Wang Shun stood on the sideline sneering. Oh, give me a break. Stop bragging, you liar. Bro, we all use stacking tech here. None of ours turned out this heavy. I bet you just failed to grind it thin enough. Amateur mistake. You think just piling layers makes it good? You have to polish it to perfection if you want a high score. Lin Han felt like his ears were bleeding from Wang Shun's constant yapping. He turned his head, shooting a cold glare at Wang Shun. So Team Leader Wang, how many layers did your squad manage to stack? Wang Shun looked up with pure disdain. How many layers, Ha? Don't tell me you managed to stack 3? Before the fool could finish his sentence, Zhao Donglai had already placed the wafer onto the testing device. The moment the specs flashed on the screen, the professor gasped out 2 words in total shock. 16 layers. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room snapped toward him. Professor Zhao, what are you talking about? Zhao Donglai practically screamed in disbelief. He felt like his scalp was being ripped off by an invisible force. A massive explosion went off inside his brain. 16 layers. This wafer has 16 stacked layers, and the quality is absolutely god tier. In that moment, the entire room went dead silent. You could literally hear a pin drop. Wang Shun, the arrogant loudmouth, looked like he'd seen a ghost. His eyes popped out like giant bells. 16 layers. Holy crap, is he freaking cheating? Xu Yuan and the rest stared at Lin Han like he was an alien. How is this possible? There's just no way. Lin Ham is literally a fresh middle schooler. No degree, no resources, yet he creates a masterpiece. Who in their right mind would believe this? But the evidence was right there staring them in the face. Their lab didn't even possess technology this advanced. Even if they did, stacking 16 layers is insanity. These wafers are for CPU's lightness and thinness are everything. Plus, the complexity of the circuitry here makes normal wafers look like doodles. Pulling off a 16-layer stack in these conditions, that's basically a miracle from the heavens. Even the country's top technicians couldn't dream of doing this. The truth was undeniable. Everyone was speechless. Zhao Donglai held Lin Ham's wafer like it was a holy relic. He couldn't bear to put it down. It seems old man I wasn't lying after all. This kid Lin Ham, he's got real talent. No, scratch that. Not just talent, he's a 1 in a billion genius, 16 layers, yet so incredibly thin. This is God-level engineering. Student Lin, how on earth did you do this? This stacking technique? This polishing method? I haven't seen anything like this even in the West. Of course you haven't. Their tech is primitive compared to mine. Lin Ham kept that savage thought to himself. He didn't want to break their brains completely just yet. Better to stay humble. If he dropped the truth bomb now, Professor Zhao might actually have a heart attack. Lin Ham just pursed his lips. Time was money and he didn't have enough of it to sit here and lecture them. The mission right now is to master every link in the supply chain. That way, even if the West tries to choke us out, we'll have a counterattack ready. Once this tech matures, we'll do what we always do. We will absolutely crush the competition. We won't just compete with them. We'll swallow 90% of the market whole. We'll make the West beg us for supplies. That was the end game Lin Ham was aiming for. He cracked a slight smile looking at the professor. Professor Zhao talking about techniques now is a bit premature. I need to get my hands on our country's lithography machine. Can you make that happen? You cheeky little brat. Don't you dare touch my 48-nanometer lithography machine. Trieu Donglai was still reeling from the shock her soul barely reattached to her body. She blinked confused, asking, wait, you want to use another lithography machine to carve this wafer? Lin Han shook his head with a calm swagger. Nope, I want to upgrade our nation's entire lithography system. Boom. Trieu Donglai felt her brain short-circuit. The shockwaves just kept coming. He was a teenager, barely out of puberty, talking about national tech revolutions like he was ordering fast food. In any other universe, Trieu Donglai would have put her hands on her hips and roasted this kid. She would have laughed. Listen here, kiddo, you need to hit the books before you try to save the motherland. She would have told him, nice dream, small fry, but becoming a legend isn't that easy. But after witnessing the miracle of the wafer, the script had flipped. Trieu Donglai realized the guy standing in front of her wasn't a normal human. He was a technological god in disguise. Seriously, have you ever seen a kid hand polish a 16-layer stacked wafer and then casually package it like it was nothing? The quality wasn't just good, it was god-tier absolute perfection. So when Lin Han mentioned upgrading the country's machinery, Trieu Donglai didn't laugh. She just went, oh, while her brain furiously scanned her memory banks for the most advanced gear available. Her mental search engine stopped at a facility in the capital known as the Lithography Laboratory. They were a hardcore group, self-funded and obsessed with cracking the lithography code. That institute had just imported a 48-nanometer machine. In this country, that was practically alien technology, the absolute top of the food chain. According to the lab boss, even copying the tech required an original model. You can't counterfeit a masterpiece if you don't have the canvas. It made sense. Trieu Donglai knew the crew there. They had bonded at a tech conference ages ago. They had swapped numbers and mutual respect. Thinking back, that connection was about to pay off big time. Without wasting a second, Trieu Donglai jumped up. She packed the precious wafer into a shiny glass case with the care of a bomb disposal expert. I won't say a word. She laughed awkwardly, trying to smooth things over. Just didn't want you to get the wrong idea. You polished and packaged this masterpiece yourself. I need to show the big bosses so they know our budget hasn't been wasted on coffee and donuts. Lin Han didn't say a word, keeping his cool mystery vibe. Trieu Donglai realized she was rambling like a nervous fangirl. She quickly ushered Lin Han out to check the equipment. The atmosphere was tense, the stakes were high, and the journey was just beginning. This wasn't just a field trip. It was a mission that could change the future of the tech industry. Every second counted. They couldn't afford any slip-ups now. Even if the Communist Party accepted help from a genius, this project was a national treasure. Failure was not an option. Meanwhile, Vuong Huan stood there staring at the glass box Miss Trieu had left behind. Inside was his team's wafer, looking sad and lonely. Just minutes ago, Miss Trieu treated it like a diamond, but the moment Lin Han pulled out his creation, Vuong Huan's treasure instantly turned into garbage. Trieu Donglai didn't even bother to take it with her. She left it there like leftover lunch. Vuong Huan clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. It was a slap in the face, a total humiliation. But the worst part, he didn't know how to clap back. The skill gap was just too massive. 16 layers and still flawless? Kid, you're a monster, he thought. I hope I never see your face again. But if I do, I'm going to beg you to teach me how to polish that silicon. The car engine roared to life, speeding toward the lithography laboratory building. After Trieu Donglai sent a text, an escort led them upstairs. A middle-aged man in a sharp black suit and crisp white shirt marched over. It was Li Pei, the head honcho of the lab. He shook hands with Trieu Donglai. Old Trieu, long time no see. Trieu Donglai beamed the excitement reel. Ever since the last meeting, I've been dying to see your lab. Ha 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 ha, welcome, welcome. Li Pei glanced at Lin Han, flashing a gentle, uncle-like smile. I didn't know you had a son this big. How old is the little guy? Trieu Huy scratched her head, panic rising. No, he's not my son. He's the expert I told you about here to inspect the lithography machine. Li Pei's smile vanished. He frowned, looking at her like she was crazy. Old Trieu, are you joking? The expert is this kid, what the hell? This is a top-secret facility. A lithography machine isn't a toy for toddlers to poke at. Do you have any idea how much that thing costs? We spent £30 million importing that beast from Spain. 30 million. This isn't a game. Trieu Huy spread her hands helplessly. Trust me, I'm not joking either. Li Pei sighed, rubbing his temples. Look, I welcome you, but if you bring relatives here for a sightseeing tour, I'm going to have to kick you out. Hey kid, what are you doing? Suddenly a piercing scream echoed through the laboratory, shattering the conversation. Trieu Huy looked down. Lin Han was gone. Li Pei heard the noise and felt his blood run cold. He sprinted toward the lab room. When he burst in, his heart stopped. Lin Han's young hand was already resting on the surface of the 48-nanometer machine. To Li Pei, seeing Lin Han touch that machine was like watching someone arm a nuclear warhead. He grabbed his head, looking like he was about to explode. You brat! Stop right now! Are you people blind? Stop him before he breaks it? At this exact moment, stopping Lin Han was mission impossible. Why? Because the legendary system had just pinged in his brain, ding, heaven-defying understanding activated. His hand made contact with the 48-nanometer lithography machine, and boom, the download began. 3-nanometer tech unlocking. Process complete. The S-rank technology was now fully loaded in his mind. Just as the system's voice faded, reality came crashing back. A pair of strong hands yanked him backward. Then came the verbal beatdown from Professor Li and his crew, hitting him like a machine gun barrage. Professor Li was absolutely fuming, smoke practically coming out of his ears. He unleashed all his rage onto poor old Cao. How am I supposed to deal with you, man? You bring this brat in here to wreck my lab. Do you realize the stakes? If he touches it and nothing breaks, fine. But if he messes up one circuit, I have to pay a fortune to the guys from Banquet just to fix it. This is a 48-nanometer lithography machine, for crying out loud. But then, Lin Han dropped a bomb. Only 48 nanometers, throw the scrap metal in the recycling bin. Boom, shots fired. That statement hit the room like a nuclear warhead, instantly silencing the entire lab. Every single pair of eyes snapped toward the source of that arrogant voice. There stood Lin Han, one hand in his pocket, looking like the main character in a spotlight. The pressure in the room skyrocketed as everyone stared daggers at him, especially Professor Li. The old professor narrowed his eyes, analyzing the kid. He thought, this brat is barely out of diapers and he's talking big game. Does he have any clue how powerful a 48-nanometer machine actually is? A regular machine is hard enough, but this, not just any country, can build one of these bad boys. This is the crown jewel of the semiconductor industry, and this kid who still smells like milk dares to call the crown jewel trash. It was truly a case of a newborn calf not fearing the tiger. Li spoke with a voice like grinding gravel. I've never seen a kid with an ego this massive. Clearly your teachers failed to teach you any manners or common sense. Do you have any idea how much cash we burned to import this 48-nanometer beast from overseas? In this entire world, the countries allowed to buy this tech can be counted on one hand, and you call it garbage. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. The rest of the staff jumped in, roasting Lin Han like he was the villain. You little brat, stop spouting nonsense. Are you trying to insult our life's work? But raging at a kid wasn't really Professor Li's style, so he turned his laser-focused glare back to the real culprit, old Cao. Poor Cao was frozen in shock. Lin Han's savage comment had completely short-circuited his brain, and he had zero excuses ready. He desperately wanted to find a hole in the ground, jump in, and bury himself until the heat death of the universe. Too bad Professor Li's gaze was sharper than a samurai's sword, stabbing right into his soul and making him tremble. Old Cao, I treated you like a brother, and you bring me this clown. Cao was speechless, scrambling over to Lin Han in a panic. Lin Han, come on. Are you trying to destroy the professor's pride? Why would you say that? Apologize right now. And seriously, you don't think a 48-nanometer machine is a big deal? Lin Han didn't flinch. He looked Li and the others dead in the eye. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm saying I can upgrade this thing. Once I'm done with it, the specs on this machine will be on a whole new level. The room exchanged glances. The kid looked confident, not like a liar, but believing a teenager could upgrade a lithography machine? That's like believing pigs can fly supersonic jets. Still, he was just a kid, so they couldn't exactly beat him up. Professor Li shot Lin Han a look of pure disgust. Then he turned to old Cao. I'm respecting our friendship by not kicking him out myself, but you need to drag this kid out of here immediately. I don't want to hear another word from him. The professor was genuinely triggered now. Cao knew he had to put out the fire before it turned into an inferno. All right. Cao grabbed Lin Han and started dragging him to the sidelines. Right at that moment, the plot thickened. A group of foreign experts strutted in. Leading the pack was a white guy with brown hair and blue eyes, hands in pockets radiating pure arrogance. He didn't even look at Professor Li. He spoke with a heavy, superior tone. Dr. Li, our machine requires adjustments. Please clear the room of your personnel. There is critical technology involved here that we cannot display to outsiders. You understand the rules, right? Lee swallowed his pride and nodded, taking the humiliation. Yeah, I know the rules. But can we speed up the adjustment this time? We have a deadline with a major tech company in 2 months. We need the finished product. The foreigner side-eyed Lee and let out a mocking chuckle. The duration isn't up to us, my friend. Dr. Lee, it all depends on how badly you people damage the machine. If it's bad, we'll need at least a month, maybe longer. Even if the damage is minor, you're looking at half a month to 20 days. Suddenly one of Lee's students stood up, fueled by injustice. Excuse me, we bought this machine. The last adjustment was only 3 months ago? How could it possibly break that easily? It's our property now. Why aren't we allowed to control it? The foreigner spread his hands, flashing a smug, punchable grin. Oh, if you don't like using it, feel free to return it. We have absolutely no problem taking it back. Returning the machine impossible. This was exclusive proprietary tech. Getting approved to buy one was harder than winning the lottery. Returning it wasn't an option and they knew it. The foreigner knew exactly who held the cards here. He was deliberately provoking them, flaunting his power. Maintenance every 3 months, you gotta be kidding me. No machine is that high maintenance. Plus, every tune-up eats 2 weeks and charges by the day, 30 grand minimum. It's straight up highway robbery. But Dr. Lee was backed into a corner with 0 options. In this game, whoever holds the tech holds the crown. They're the big boss, end of story. If Huaxia possessed its own lithography tech, I'd ship this junk back and tell them to kick rocks. I wouldn't take this attitude from anyone. Tragically, the monopoly was ironclad. Even the top dogs couldn't crack the code, leaving them stuck as the punching bags for now. Sensing the air turning explosive, Dr. Lee swallowed his pride. My bad, we're just stressed. Please ignore us and work your magic as fast as possible. The foreigner flashed a greasy, condescending smirk. As fast as possible, huh-oh? I'll make sure it goes at my kind of speed. That tone sent a chill down Dr. Lee's spine. Something definitely smelled fishy. Missing the deadline meant their reputation would tank and their cash flow would snap. These vultures had Dr. Lee in a ruthless chokehold. With the disrespect level over 9,000, Lin Han naturally had to step into the ring. The one thing Lin Han couldn't stomach outsiders trash-talking his people. Who did these clowns think they were? It was time for them to bounce. Lin Han turned to the stressed scientist. Dr. Lee, hook me up with some raw materials. Those bozos aren't fixing anything anytime soon. Materials. Dr. Lee furrowed his brow, looking at him like he grew a second head. What's your angle, kid? Look, I'm drowning in work here. Don't waste my time or cause a scene. Lin Han just shrugged, cool as a cucumber. Zhao leaned in, keeping his voice low. You got a plan cooking? Lin Han casually dropped the bomb he was going to build his own lithography machine. Zhao gasped, nearly choking on air. You serious right now? That was top-tier tech. Lin Han just flashed a confident grin. Just get me the goods and I'll handle the rest. Give me 15 days. Zhao felt his brain short-circuit. It sounded absolutely bonkers, but this kid had already engineered a 16-layer miracle. Why not let him roll the dice? Zhao and Lee huddled up for a fierce whisper war. Dr. Lee was 100% against it, but he was outnumbered. Zhao wouldn't let up, so Lee finally threw his hands up. Fine, consider it a very expensive tuition fee for the kid. Old Zhao, if this goes south, it's on your head. Building a lithography machine wasn't like building Lego after all. I'm making a 3-nanometer beast. Lin Han secured a private lab and a sweet stash of advanced gear. Lin Han's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. He didn't expect them to be hoarding this much treasure. It was clear Dr. Lee had poured his soul into domestic research, but the tech just wasn't there yet. Well, until now. Lin Han had the blueprints in his head. He just needed the toys. Modifying this junk piece of cake. Less talking, more building. It was grind time. Time to teach these golden-haired gatekeepers a lesson. Daddy Huaxia usually chills, but push too hard, he flips the whole table. You want to brag about your monopoly? Watch me build something that makes your tech look like a potato. I'm about to smash your rice bowl into dust. Let's see you act tough when you're obsolete. The monopoly is changing hands, baby. I'll show you what real capitalist crushing feels like until you're crying for your mummy. Zhao wanted to spectate the miracle, but Lin Han shut the door. No audience is allowed when the clock is ticking. The pressure was on. One tiny slip-up and the whole project would go up in smoke. Defeated Zhao hung out with Dr. Lee for a few days while the so-called repairs dragged on next door. Peeking through the glass, they saw the foreigners stripping the machine down to its bones. If you weren't a pro, that pile of scrap was never coming back together. The technicians caught the duo trying to steal a glance at the secret sauce. They immediately shooed them away like stray cats and slapped a black curtain over the window. Rude much? Dr. Lee exploded. I paid a fortune for that machine and I can't even look at it. Old Zhao tell me that makes sense. Zhao curled his lip. That's the price of weakness. If we held the core tech, they wouldn't dare disrespect us. Dr. Lee took a deep breath, a fire igniting in his gaze. We are doing it. We're fighting back. Give me 5 years and we'll hit 48 nanometers. 10 years, we'll crack 20. 15 years from now, 5 nanometers, maybe even 3. We will get there no matter what. Such immense ambition. Zhao looked at his friend with newfound awe. 15 years? A man only has so many of those to give. Watching the sun rise, Dr. Lee's voice turned solemn. I've already decided to bury my life in this lab. I'll fight until my last breath. Zhao felt the lump form in his throat. He slapped his friend on the shoulder, a solid thud of brotherhood. Don't worry. That future, it's closer than you think. Professor Lee's students were fired up, their fighting spirit blazing like a supernova. With tears in their eyes, they swore loyalty to the cause, promising to build a machine that belongs to us. Fast forward 15 days, and boom, Lin Han's 3-nanometer lithography beast was officially alive. For the last 2 weeks, my man was running on fumes, barely eating and catching maybe 3 hours of shut-eye a night. He had to intuitively sense and craft every single component from scratch. But guess what? He actually pulled it off. The biggest nightmare of the bunch was definitely the optical system. Domestic tech was lagging way behind on lenses. And we're talking about the heart of the machine here, light sources, exposure units, the works. Lin Han had to forge everything from absolutely nothing like a legendary blacksmith. Luckily, the grind paid off big time. He didn't just build a control system, he upgraded the auto alignment to a god-tier level of precision known as the angstrom scale. For those taking notes, an angstrom is even smaller than a nanometer. We're talking atomic level accuracy here. That means if the other tech processes catch up, this baby could technically manufacture chips at the angstrom level. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Current tech isn't there yet. Still, this 3-nanometer monster was the peak of what humanity could create right now. Lin Han slapped a triple-stacked wafer onto the stage, ready to test this bad boy out. He hit the start button and the code began to flow. 30 minutes of nail-biting later, a fresh chip emerged from the oven. It wasn't anything fancy, just a standard test structure he punched into the computer to verify the specs. Lin Han inspected the result like a jeweler looking at a diamond. It was flawless. 0 defects, 100% precision. This meant anything printed by this machine was basically guaranteed to be perfect. Meanwhile, the so-called best machines on the planet are stuck at 7 nanometers with a pathetic 40% success rate. Compared to Lin Han's creation, the difference was night and day. Calling existing tech trash would actually be a compliment. The job was done. Lin Han was wiped out, but the thrill of victory gave him a second wind. He stretched on his cot, his bones popping like firecrackers. Suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Hey, you guys are crossing the line. It was Ramsey, that arrogant blonde foreigner from 2 weeks ago. Lin Han had the misfortune of learning his name recently. Ramsey smirked, looking punchable as ever. Crossing the line. Just because the machine isn't fixed, yet hardly our problem. Lin Han peeked through the crack in the door. Professor Lee was shaking with rage, while Zhao rushed over to figure out what the drama was about. The students spilled the tea Ramsey was deliberately stalling. For days, they'd just take parts off and put them back on like clueless monkeys. To make matters worse, the tech company they partnered with was demanding a prototype sample like yesterday. But you know the deal, the student argued. The machine is basically a brick right now. How are we supposed to produce a sample? The partner company was claiming breach of contract and demanding a penalty fee 10 times the original amount. Professor Lee smelled a rat, so he did a little digging in the shadows. Turns out Ramsey secretly owned shares in that very tech company. The guy was playing both sides to scam them dry. Hearing this, Zhao nearly exploded. You scumbags, that's a total violation of regulations. Ramsey just shrugged, mocking them. Violation maybe, but is it illegal? Nope. Why are you screaming like that, trying to intimidate me? He laughed. Fine then. Good luck getting your machine fixed without us. Ha 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 ha, you useless locals. If you're so tough, don't use our technology. Go build one yourself. Oh wait, you can't, can you? You think a 7-nanometer machine is impressive? Let me educate you poor souls. Professor Lee was seeing red, his breath hitching as his heart hammered against his ribs like a drum. He pointed a trembling finger at the villain. You've gone too far. He wanted to tear them apart, but he felt powerless. It was a suffocating feeling. If only they had their own tech. Ramsey put his hands on his hips, gloating. Listen, old man, save your breath. Just suck it up. Consider this a tuition fee for learning how the world works. Pay up and we'll leave you alone for 6 months. Ramsey let out a cold, venomous laugh. A student grabbed the professor's arm, pleading, Professor, don't lower yourself to his level. Let's just survive this crisis first. Then we can focus on building our own tech later. Professor Lee clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. If they didn't fight back now, these vultures would just bleed them dry forever. His eyes snapped open, blazing with a new resolve. We don't need your garbage 48-nanometer machine. We can build our own. You want the penalty money. Fine, take it, but take your trash machine with you. We're done. You're paying? Ramsey's eyes narrowed, then he cackled. Oh, ha ha ha, fine. Don't come crying to me later. Boys, pack it up. We don't need this trash. Plenty of others are lining up for it. Just then, Lin Han kicked the door open, hand in his pocket, looking totally unbothered. Take your broken pile of junk and get lost. The audacity you dare try to hustle Hua Xiao with this garbage. The moment those words dropped, the whole room froze in shock. Jammer and his crew locked eyes on Lin Han. Seeing some kid who looked like he still drank milk, they burst into laughter like a bunch of hyenas. Wahaha, and here I thought someone actually important had walked in. Since when do brats get a seat at the table? Lin Han shot him a dismissive glance, then walked straight up to Zhao Donglai. It's done. From now on, our country doesn't need to beg anyone for tech. The lithography machine is complete. They understood every individual word, but their brains couldn't process the meaning. Wait, you actually built the lithography machine? Zhao Donglai asked again, trembling. Lin Han gave a firm nod. Li Bei and the others frowned, totally lost. What is this kid babbling about? You built that in half a month. You gotta be capping. Stop talking nonsense, Lin Han. Jamer and his squad were clutching their stomachs, dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha, you Huaxia kids sure love to talk big. You really think a bunch of amateurs could build a lithography machine? Stop the clown show? Lin Han just smirked. Oh, you don't believe me? Then let me take you country bumpkins to school and open your eyes. Lin Han's swagger left Zhao Donglei and Li Beiai completely confused. Could this kid actually be the real deal? Even if he only made a 96 nanometer machine, that would still be a legendary breakthrough? Lin Han, are you absolutely sure? Zhao Donglei asked. Lin Han nodded cool as ice. Relax. I don't waste my breath on things I can't deliver. Since we're already at rock bottom, might as well go all in. We've already been insulted enough today. Let's take the gamble. If we win, we slap them in the face. If we lose, well, we just get insulted again, no big deal. You never know the result until you take that step. With that, everyone followed Lin Han straight to the lab. The moment they saw the machine sitting in the center of the lab jaws hit the floor, the silence was deafening. Zhao Donglei's eyes lit up like fireworks looking at Lin Han. This kid, oh my God. Li Bei and the skeptics felt their entire reality shatter. It was like the sky had just collapsed on their logic. They wanted to scream at Lin Han, "Do you have any idea how many millions of parts go into a lithography machine? Do you realize entire nations bankrupt themselves trying to build just the key components and still fail? Do you know it takes the combined effort of dozens of countries to make just one of these beasts work? Yet here you are, a literal child. You single-handedly built what the rest of the world struggles to create. Did you really do this?" Lin Han just nodded casually. Li Bei was paralyzed while Mesa stared at the exquisite machine, gulping down a lump of fear. Did Huaxia actually pull it off? No way, absolutely impossible? Everyone knows how far behind their tech is. One country doing this alone, it has to be a scam, a total bluff. Thinking that Mesa let out a cold laugh. It's just a model. Why are you acting so high and mighty? It only counts if it actually turns on. Lin Han walked up to the console and smashed the start button. Boom, the mechanical beast roared to life, shaking the lab. A brilliant purple light exploded around the lithography machine. The machine is running. What do you have to say now, huh? Jamer started panicking. So what if it turns on? It has to actually function. I dare you to run a test cycle. Lin Han shot him a look of pity. You really won't give up until you're buried, will you? In a flash, he punched in the code. Right before their eyes, the machine executed a perfect run. The speed was so insane that Mesa and his crew stood there frozen like statues. It was running twice as fast as the top-tier machines back in their own country. Li Bei felt his knees getting weak. Good Lord, the work he planned to spend his whole life on was finished by a kid in 2 weeks. The heavens are cruel compared to this genius. My life's work is just a flicker in the dark night. Zhao Donglei was rubbing his hands together like a maniac. We struck gold. We literally struck gold. Lin Han was about to slap the soul out of Mesa and his crew and prove the doubters wrong too. But Mesa still refused to believe Huaxia could build decent tech. He stuck his nose in the air, desperate to save face. Our country has already developed 7-nanometer lithography machines. You guys just invented some obsolete trash and you're acting this cocky who gave you the guts to flex on us. It's hilarious. You treat a chicken feather like a golden arrow. You're just patting yourselves on the back for nothing. Let's go. Let these losers enjoy their little fantasy world. Like a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing only a slice of the sky. But Lin Han called out, "Oh, you really want to measure skills? You think 7 nanometers is impressive?" Mesa puffed out his chest, slapping it hard. "Damn right it is." Lin Han let out a cold smirk. "So, old man, have you ever actually laid eyes on a 3-nanometer lithography machine?" These 78 foreigners came to Huaxia, looking for trouble, but they were about to find out. Lin Han turned his gaze to Dr. Li. "Professor, surely you've got a few spare wafers lying around that you don't need, right?" Dr. Li nodded slowly. "I do. Mind lending me one? I need to show these grandsons exactly what a 3-nanometer machine looks like." Dr. Li gulped hard, totally frozen. It wasn't that his brain was lagging. He just couldn't believe this kid actually built a 3-nanometer beast. The best tech overseas was stuck at 7 nanometers. But 3? Good Lord. Is this kid trying to punch a hole in the sky? He never opens his mouth unless he's about to drop a bomb. They had plenty of wafers. Forget borrowing. If this machine Lin Han built could really hit 3 nanometers, Dr. Li would gift him the entire stockpile without blinking. A moment later, Dr. Li had a student fetch a box of purple wafers and hand it over to Lin Han. Lin Han smiled cool as a cucumber. He picked out a triple-stacked wafer and slotted it into the lithography machine. Power up the machine, hummed to life. Less than 30 minutes later, the engraving was done. Boom! James snatched the finished wafer like a starving dog, barking at his subordinate to test it right in front of everyone. Was it really 3 nanometers? The minion ran the scan with trembling hands. When the data popped up on the screen, his jaw practically hit the floor. His hands shook as he showed the tablet to James. "Boss, look, 3 nanometers? It's actually 3 nanometers." James refused to believe it. He shoved the guy aside, grabbed the chip to inspect it, then ran the test himself. Beep, beep, beep. The result didn't change. 3 nanometers. No fake news here. Huaxia had built a machine that leaped past the entire world all on their own. Rage exploded in James's chest like a volcano. Damn it, he felt like he'd been played for a fool. He thought he held all the cards, but Huaxia just flipped the table and crushed him instantly. Turns out Huaxia wasn't a sheep to be slaughtered. They were a wolf in sheep's clothing. His little trap was useless now. James glared daggers at Dr. Lee, pointing a shaking finger. Okay, fine. You want to play games with me? So what if you built a 3-nanometer machine? Huaxia, do you even understand the architecture? You bunch of idiots. You don't have the packaging structure or the thin film deposition tech we're leaving. James wasn't sticking around for more humiliation. He tried to storm off with his crew, but Linham smiled calmly. Hold up, don't leave just yet. James and his squad spun around, narrowing their eyes at Linham. What, you looking for a fight? Linham laughed coldly, glancing at their trashy 48-nanometer machine. Take your garbage with you when you go. Also refund every single cent you took from us. Now. James sneered. What, did I hear that right? You want a refund on what grounds? Linham looked up. On the grounds that this is Huaxia. You're suspected of fraud. Letting you refund is me being nice. Don't push your luck. Because in his past life, Linham wasn't just a student. He was a soldier forged in blood and fire. Even in a young body, that killing intent in his eyes couldn't be hidden. James and his crew froze. Linham wasn't bluffing. This was Huaxia, and technically, they really were on the hook for fraud. If the authorities got involved, they were toast. James immediately folded, scrambling to arrange the money transfer before dragging their machine out like beaten dogs. Wait! Linham's voice dropped sharp as a reaper's scythe. He just said one word. James felt like a cold blade was pressing against his neck. They scrambled to turn back around. Linham's voice was low and dangerous. Apologize. James gulped, bowing to Dr. Lee. Sorry. Before the echo faded, the whole group bolted. Once they got outside, sweat was pouring down their faces. They felt like they had just escaped the gates of hell. After this scene, Dr. Lee looked at Linham with totally new eyes. Without this kid, they would have lost money and their dignity. No matter how skilled they were, James would have crushed them. Linham might be young, but in half a month he built a legendary machine. 3 nanometers. It was unimaginable. Some humans are just built different. The students behind Dr. Lee were looking at Linham like he was a god. But they also felt the massive gap between them. Everyone working with Dr. Lee was a genius, a top-tier scholar. But all of them combined weren't worth one of Linham's fingernails. And rumor had it, the kid was only in middle school. You have to admit, kids these days are too overpowered. Back when they were his age, they were having contests to see who could pee the furthest. Meanwhile, Linham is building lithography machines. Make it make sense. Just then, Linham looked at Dr. Lee apologetically. Dr. Lee, I used up one of your wafers. I happen to have one here to pay you back. Before he finished speaking, he signaled his buddy Cao. Cao quickly pulled a wafer from his jacket and handed it to Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee looked embarrassed, waving his hands frantically. No way, you just saved the face of all of Huaxia. So I hand over a spirit source. And this is the reaction I get. Isn't this just standard procedure among allies? Why are you looking at me like I grew a second head? Zhao Donglai slid the glowing artifact toward the professor like it was a side of fries. Old Zhao, look, this is just how Linham rolls. Just take the win. Li Pei let out a sigh that could move mountains. Old Zhao, you got to back me up here. I treated Linham like absolute trash before. And now he saves my reputation and hands me this treasure. My conscience can't take this hit. Put yourself in my shoes, man. If you were me, could you just grab it and smile? Zhao Donglai didn't have time for a pity party. Click. He popped the box open. A spirit source of exquisite quality shimmered right in front of Li Pei's face. The old professor froze. It was like his soul got sucked right into the box. His hands trembled as he lifted the chip, treating it like a newborn baby. Glasses, someone get my reading glasses now. A student scrambled over, practically tripping to deliver the specs. Li Pei slid them on and leaned in close. He squinted once, twice, then boom, his mind completely shattered. The craftsmanship was beyond god tier. Shaking like a leaf, sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. Holy cow, this layering technique. There is absolutely no way old Zhao pulled this off. This thing is stacked, at least 8 layers deep. 8 layers. The students nearby gasped, their jaws hitting the floor. 8 layers. Do you guys understand what that means? It means no one on this entire planet Blue Star could craft something this perfect. Who is the artisan behind this? Li Pei screamed, voice cracking with emotion. He was completely oblivious to the smirks around him. Zhao Donglai shot a look at Lin Ham, then grinned at the old professor. Old Li, you seriously haven't clocked it yet, eh? Li Pei's eyes lit up like high beams. Oh my god. Does our Huaxia finally have a savior? Drink! We need to drink to this, to the Shuchun Tower. My treat, let's go. The neon lights of the city seemed to celebrate with them. Li Pei dragged the whole crew, Lin Ham, Zhao Donglai and his grad student, to an upscale joint in the capital. Time for a feast. This is my student, Zhu Zheng. Been with me 2 years. Sharp kid, quick on his feet. This young guy, Zhu Zheng, totally new face to Lin Ham. Zhu Zheng glanced at Lin Ham, then at Zhao Donglai, pouring tea like a dutiful junior. He'd heard the boss hype up a lab genius and realized, it's this kid right here. Zhu Zheng was rocking a black suit and a fresh buzz cut. Honestly, if he wasn't stuck in a lab, he'd be an idol with fangirls lining up around the block. But no ego in this guy. He reached out for a handshake full of respect. An honor to meet such young talent. Linham nodded. He liked the vibe. This Zhuzheng guy was sharp, he adapted fast and didn't act weird about Linham's age. The food hit the table steaming and delicious, but Li Pei had an agenda. Halfway through the meal, the heavy sighs started. Zhao Donglai chuckled, looking over his glass. What's with the long face? Old Li. Someone steal your lunch money. Li Pei shook his head, looking defeated. Sigh. It's our chip industry. We're always eating dust behind the Western giants. We try so hard, but the gap is just massive. Didn't we just sign some strategic deals? Yeah, with some mobile tech companies. The plan is to research together. Try to keep the core technology in Huaxia hands for once. We were going to use that 48-nanometer lithography machine for research, but... Linham caught the drift immediately. He raised his glass with a smirk. Is that all? Why make it so complicated? That 3-nanometer lithography machine, consider it my investment in your lab. It's yours. Bingo. That was exactly what Li Pei wanted to hear. The old man shot up like a rocket. He raised his glass to Linham, trembling with excitement. To the young genius, I, Li Pei, owe you a debt I can never repay. With a 3-nanometer beast, Huaxia's tech just leveled up to the stratosphere. Bottoms up, Professor. Li Pei was now 100% Team Linham. Anyone who gave Professor Li a backbone of steel earned his eternal respect. That 3-nanometer machine, it made him stand tall. He remembered the shocked faces of those foreign snobs, and he wanted to laugh until he cried. Back in the day, he had to beg and plead just for a scrap of 48-nanometer tech. He played the grandson just to get leftovers. But now, forget 48 nanometers, I won't even look at it. Even if you brought a 7-nanometer machine to my door, I'd kick it into the trash. 7 nanometers? That's amateur hour. We're rocking 3 nanometers now, baby. And it's all thanks to the legend sitting right here, Linham. Linham sipped his water underage squad represent. He couldn't hit the booze just yet. Dr. Li, hold your applause. Right now, one machine isn't going to cut it. So, I'm going to use your materials to build 30 more. Li Pei froze. His brain short-circuited. He gripped his empty glass so hard his knuckles turned white, eyes instantly turning red. Zhuzheng sitting next to him started shaking like a leaf. 30 machines. Bro, are you building a factory? If we actually have 30 of those beasts, one lab could power the chips for half of Huaxia. This is insanity, Li Pei snapped out of his trance, staring at his student with wild eyes. Little Jew, don't just stand there with your mouth open. Pour the booze I need to toast my little brother, Linham, 3 times right now. Li Pei slammed back 3 shots in a row. Linham tried to stop him, but the old man was on a mission. It got awkward fast because Li Pei was choking up too emotional to speak. But Linham knew. He understood exactly why those tears were falling. It was the weight of a nation finally being lifted. For ages, Huaxia was the underdog in the chip game, getting kicked around like a noob. But today, the sleeping dragon finally woke up. Decades of frustration just evaporated into thin air. Professor Li Pei wiped his tears completely choked up. The feels were hitting way too hard. The guy usually can't handle his liquor, but his face was glowing red like a tomato. Everyone was wasted on victory juice except for our main man, Linham. While they partied, Linham headed straight back to the lab sleeves, rolled up game face on. It was time to cook up the next blueprint. Like they say, teamwork makes the dream work. Huaxia's rise couldn't just ride on Linham's back forever. He wanted a monopoly. From now on, the 3-nanometer lithography tech would be Huaxia's secret weapon, locked sealed and exclusive. Those blondies overseas wanted to play the blockade game. They thought they could choke off our tech supply. Well, joke's on them. It was time to flip the script. In just 3 months, Linham churned out 30 beastly 3-nanometer machines. The massive lab Professor Li set up was now packed. It looked like an army of steel giants standing at attention. The view was absolutely breathtaking. With mass-produced parts, these babies were rolling off the assembly line faster than instant noodles. Job done, Professor Li called a squad meeting. Linham strolled into the classroom like a boss. Looks like the gang's all here just waiting on the MVP. Li Pei grinned and pointed Linham to the front row seat. All right, class is in session. Little Chu, you just got back from scouting the Eagle Kingdom. Spill the tea, what did you learn out there? Zhuzheng had literally just touched down the night before, still shaking off the jet lag. He whipped out his laptop and cast it to the big screen. Boom, a diagram popped up that grabbed everyone's eyeballs. This was the secret source, a new architecture layout from the fruit company designed by the tech giants at Amma. Zhuzheng broke it down. Listen up, we've got the lithography machine, sure, but if we want high-yield god-tier chips, we need superior architecture. Basically, the architecture is the brain. It's the command center giving all the orders. The sharper the command set, the harder the chip punches. It's the difference between a tricycle and a Ferrari. So our next boss battle is designing that architecture. Suddenly, Zhao Donglai threw his hand up. My students and I are already on it. If our departments join forces, we'll speed run this whole project. Everyone nodded. It was a no-brainer. Professor Li slammed the gavel. Meeting adjourned. As the room cleared, Linham pulled Li Pei aside. Doc, wait up. That package I gave you, did you ship it out yet? Li Pei chuckled. You asked, I delivered. But seriously, what was in that box? Why send it all the way to the National Science Academy? Is it some secret backup from powerful parents? Zhao Donglai scratched his head, totally confused. Yeah, what's the big secret? Seeing them dying of curiosity, Linham dropped the bomb. I sent the blueprints for the lithography machine to the academy. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Say what? Having those blueprints is literally owning an infinite money glitch. You could print cash until you drowned in it. Any normal person would hoard that treasure like a dragon. With that tech, you're set for life yachts, mansions, the works. But Lin Ham? He just casually donated it. Li Pei sighed, realizing the gap between them. I guess geniuses operate on a different frequency. If I had that tech, I'm not going to lie, I would have kept it for myself. Even if I gave it to the country, I'd want my name carved in gold. Compared to this kid, I'm just a selfish old man. Zhao Donglei took a deep breath. Don't feel bad, old Li. I'm the same. Who doesn't want to be a legend in the history books? That's the 3-nanometer blueprint we're talking about. The two professors shook their heads, feeling like they had nothing left to teach this monster. Lin Ham just shrugged it off. Chill out. Everyone's got an ego. You guys aren't selfish. You just have your own style. Even the greatest heroes want to leave a mark on the timeline. It's totally valid. I just figured the Science Academy could unlock its full potential better than I could alone. The shockwave of that revelation lingered in the air. Li Pei and Zhao stood their minds completely blown for a long time. But hey, the grind doesn't stop. The original plan was still a go. Back to the architecture problem, Zhao had pulled some serious strings to snag the latest 7-nanometer chip from the AM company. The second he got his hands on it, he started tearing it apart to see what made it tick. Meanwhile, rumors were swirling at Huaqing University like a storm. Principal, is the gossip true? A sharp-dressed guy in a blue suit, maybe 27 or 28, stood in the office. The principal leaned back, eyes narrowing. That's none of your business, kid. Zhang Junkai flashed a cold, arrogant smile. Principal, someone is encroaching on my territory. You really think I shouldn't care? I've already done my homework. It's that old guy, Zhao Donglei. What gives him the right to reverse engineer AM's tech? He doesn't have the skill level. I want his project shut down, immediately. I'm sure a smart man like you knows exactly what I'm capable of. Don't you, Principal? The principal slammed his hand down on the desk like a judge delivering a death sentence. He stood up, finger-shaking with rage, and hollered, Zhang, I'm warning you. Don't think your parents' power gives you a free pass to act like a tyrant here. I've turned a blind eye to the garbage you've pulled at Huaqing University before, but you just crossed a line you can't uncross. I'm going to make sure you regret this. Professor Zhao's team is completely off limits. Don't you even think about laying a finger on their work? I will not allow you to use your dirty tricks to trample on a team of serious, hard-working scientists. Not on my watch. Zhang narrowed his eyes like a viper, ready to strike, and let out a cold snort. Fine. If the principal won't give me any face, then I guess I'll just have to get my hands a little dirty. You think you have principles? Watch me break them. I'm about to show you that everyone has a price, even you. With a maniacal laugh, Zhang turned and strutted out of the office like he owned the place. The principal was fuming, pointing at the brats retreating back and cursing him out as total trash. Right on cue, the dean of the IT Institute walked in to drop off some reports. Seeing the principal's face turning purple with rage and knowing Zhang had just left, he immediately knew what was up. Let me guess. That spoiled brat Zhang was here causing trouble again. The principal looked up with a bitter expression, shaking his head in defeat. I swear I am completely done with that kid. He thinks his family's connections are a get-out-of-jail-free card to do whatever he wants on this campus. The dean pouted, trying to hype him up. Come on, boss. You got status too. Why are you so afraid of a student? Worst case scenario, we go down fighting. Are you really going to let a kid control us? The principal shot him a look. You talk big, but haven't you heard? When a higher-up sneezes, people like us catch a cold. The dean laughed awkwardly, realizing he was out of his depth. He dropped his stack of papers and flopped into a chair to hear the tea. So what's his scheme this time? What kind of trouble is he brewing? The principal let out a heavy sigh. It's about the money. He submitted a proposal for an architecture project ages ago, hoping to grab a grant from the higher-ups. But it's been over a year, and he hasn't done squat. Meanwhile, Professor Zhao's team is ready to launch their own architecture research right now. Just when the funding is about to drop, this kid jumps in to steal the spotlight. It's a classic snatch and grab job to take the credit. How am I supposed to swallow that? The dean nodded furiously. I looked into Professor Zhao's prep work too. His team is locked and loaded. They've got all the documents ready. They literally just need the cash to hit the start button. From concept to project setup, they did it all in less than 2 weeks. Their prep work is flawless. Compare that to Zhang, who's been sitting on his hands for a year. He's like a dog in the manger, occupying the spot but doing absolutely nothing. It's totally unfair. The two educators chatted for a while but ultimately realized they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Suddenly the phone rang. No prizes for guessing who it was. Zhang had obviously pulled some strings. A big shot leader was on the line, putting on the pressure. The principal argued his best, but finally had to compromise. In 2 weeks, whoever presents the best project report gets the job. With no other choice, the principal had to agree. The news reached Professor Zhao while Lin Ham was standing right next to him. Zhao frowned deeply. But principal, we've been ready for ages. Where did this Zhang guy even crawl out from? Why is he haunting us like a bad ghost everywhere we go? I remember he tanked a project last year and wasted everyone's time. This is ridiculous. But complaining was useless. Zhao hung up the phone, looked at Lin Ham and the crew, and let out a heavy sigh. Orders from above. We have to pause the project immediately. In 2 weeks, we need to prep a killer detailed report to compete fairly with Zhang. Who just sends out free blueprints for a lithography machine? Is this some kind of joke? But Professor, we were here first. On what grounds does that guy get to cut in line like that? Another student adjusted his glasses, looking serious. You don't get it. Zhang has massive backing. That architecture project, he's been sitting on it for a year, but the second he saw us making moves, he got jealous and panicked. What a shameless snake. Lin Ham smirked. He understood exactly what was happening. Someone wanted to crash their party. But with him here, good luck. Is it just a paperwork battle, easy peasy? Lin Ham shoved his hands in his pockets, looking cool as ice as he looked at Zhao. Professor Zhao, chill out. I got this. It's just a document, right? Leave it to me. Zhao took a sharp breath. This isn't like before, Lin. The power behind Zhang is huge. He's not doing this alone. He's definitely calling in reinforcements. He's probably got experts from the UK and other major players on speed dial. For people like that, putting together an architecture plan is child's play. He really wants that project money? Lin Ham grinned, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I'll teach him a lesson. There's always a higher mountain. Zhao frowned, but he realized he had no choice but to trust Lin Ham. Before meeting this kid, he was a total skeptic. But after seeing Lin Ham build a 3-nanometer lithography machine from scratch, he knew one thing: miracles do happen when this kid is around. All right, say the word and we got you, Zhao Donglai declared, stepping up. Me and the other students, we're your ride-or-die crew now, especially Ziyuan. After seeing Lin Ham's god-tier polishing skills and hearing he built a 3-nanometer machine, she was completely simp mode for him. Calling him a prodigy was an insult. Lin Ham was a straight-up god. He scanned the room with a chill smile. If I need backup, I'll definitely hit you guys up. But for now, I need to zone out and get some quiet. Zhao Donglai nodded, totally getting it. We'll handle all the grunt work so you can focus 100%. Let him cook people. Back in the lab, Lin Ham touched the dismantled chassis. Ding, the system's voice echoed in his brain. Contact with 7-nanometer chip detected. Unlocking micro-instruction architecture tech. Unlock complete progress at 90%. Boom, infinite data flooded his synapses. It was like his brain just got a fiber optic upgrade connecting him to the matrix of technology. When he opened his eyes, he wasn't just looking at a chip. He was seeing the code of the universe. He stared at the dismantled machine, ran the diagnostic software, and let out a savage little smirk. AM Company's instruction set is absolute trash. 30% of these commands are duplicate garbage, slowing down the CPU. Think of it like the logic of a human brain. Simply put, if your brain wants to lift an arm, it signals the nerves, then the muscles and boom movement. Chip architecture is exactly like that brain. The more complex the commands and tighter the logic, the faster the AI thinks. But if the logic is sloppy, even a simple move like lifting an arm would take seconds of lag to process. Weak. But the micro-instruction tech Lin Ham just unlocked, it deleted 99.9% of that useless junk. The remaining logic was tighter than a drum, processing hundreds, maybe thousands of times faster than AM's garbage architecture. Lin Ham didn't waste a second. He started typing up the project report, embedding the god-tier logic he just learned. Meanwhile, Zhang Junkai was pulling strings to snatch their project. But this wasn't going to be a fair fight. Junkai got the green light from a VIP. He smirked into his phone. Thanks, Uncle. Without you, those bullies would have stolen my project. These PhDs think they can push people around just cause of their titles. It's total harassment. I started this topic a year ago, and they just hopped on the bandwagon a few days ago. The guy on the other end knew Junkai was full of it. But hey, he was friends with Junkai's parents. Nepotism at its finest. Fine, just do your best. If you lose to them later, even I can't save you. Junkai replied with pure arrogance, Don't worry, Uncle. They're already dead meat. Click. Junkai sprawled out on a ridiculous 10-meter sofa in his villa. He was throwing a party, living his best villain life. Dozens of girls were dancing in the living room. Honestly, the scene was just cringe. He made another call. Yo, Smith, I need a solid from AM Company. Sure, but what's in it for me? A fat stack of funding cash. Deal awesome. Click. Junkai gripped his phone, laughing like a maniac. Zhao Donglai, you old fossil, how you going to fight me? I got connections everywhere. What do you have? A bucket of passion. Trash, old man, that funding is mine. Brother Junkai, come play. The girls dragged him back into his pit of depravity. Smith called AMHQ immediately. This Huaxia pig is actually useful. We need to intervene. We got to block their chip research hard. Even if they try, they can't catch our tech, but we can't take risks. Smith, good job. You handle this. Help Junkai get the project, secure the money, and then make sure the project fails miserably. Smith grinned like a snake. Understood. At the same time, Fang Chishan, the head honcho at the Science Academy, got an anonymous package. It wasn't a letter. It was a thick stack of documents that screamed, top secret. He sat down and read the cover manual for dismantling and building photolithography machines. Fang gasped so hard he nearly choked. God, who's pranking me? What nanometer is this? Please don't tell me it's 48. But as he read on, shivers ran down his spine. His eyes popped out of his skull, glued to 3 words, 3 nanometers. Holy crap, it's actually a 3-nanometer machine. Every single step was documented, complete with photos of the finished product. This was the Holy Grail. After scanning the first document, Professor Fang felt like his brain just leveled up. It was like someone dumped a bucket of ice water right over his head. Holy cow, what kind of absolute genius cooked this up? Looking closely at the photo of the finished product, it was definitely snapped in a lab somewhere. And in the background, those were undeniably Huaxia signs. This meant only one thing. A lab right here in Huaxia had successfully built a 3-nanometer lithography machine. Professor Fang rubbed his temples trying to stop the world from spinning. He couldn't wrap his head around it. This was absolute madness. Huaxia had been struggling to catch up in basic tech, let alone something this advanced. We're talking about the crown jewel of modern industry. Even the most high-tech lithography machines on the planet were stuck at the 7-nanometer level, but a 3-nanometer machine? That sounded like pure sci-fi fantasy. Just then, a researcher walked in and saw the professor. "You asked for me, sir?" Fang nodded enthusiastically, his eyes wide. Yes, get over here. I need a status report stat. Where exactly are we with our own lithography machine project?" The researcher thought for a second before dropping the bad news. "Well, the spectrum research is almost done, but the lens tech is dead in the water. We're planning to import a batch from overseas just to keep going." Basically, progress was moving at a snail's pace, and they were still totally dependent on foreign help. Professor Fang raised an eyebrow, testing the waters. "Hypothetically speaking, do you think anyone in Huaxia has secretly mastered the entire process? Like maybe someone already built a 3-nanometer machine?" Hearing the professor's wild theory, the researcher just stood there, completely frozen for a few seconds before frowning. Fang shot him a look. "Don't look at me like that. I'm being serious here." The researcher laughed awkwardly. "Sir, how is that even possible? When it comes to this tech, besides a few top-tier labs, our Academy of Sciences is the fastest in the game. And even those elite labs are stuck on the same impossible problems we are. We're all in the same boat." So the idea that someone has secretly mastered the entire R&D process, that's absolutely 0% chance. And a 3-nanometer machine? That's even more impossible. Are you daydreaming, sir? Fang laughed and scolded the guy. "You cheeky brat. I know how crazy it sounds. I'm not losing my mind, and I wouldn't dare say it's true without proof. That's why I called you here. Since you're so sure it's impossible, take a look at these documents." With that, Fang slammed the entire solution blueprint and design sent by Lin Ham right onto the table. The researcher read the first page, froze like a statue, and then smack! He slapped his own face. Fang jumped. "Whoa, what are you doing?" "Professor Fang, where on earth did you get these blueprints?" "This tech, it's light years ahead of us." Fang explained the whole mysterious situation. The researcher gasped, sucking in a cold breath. "So it was sent anonymously. Man, finding this guy is going to be like finding a needle in a haystack." Whoever this wizard was, they clearly didn't want the spotlight. But a talent this legendary, they had to find him no matter what. Professor Fang tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. Suddenly, the researcher's eyes lit up. He grabbed the product photo and squinted at the background. Staring at the sign on the wall, his brain gears started turning. "Wait a minute. This place looks super familiar. I swear I've been here before." "Professor!" The researcher jumped up in excitement, pointing at the photo. "It's Li Pei. This is Dr. Li Pei's lab. I took a team there for an inspection a while back. It's definitely him." Fang was over the moon. "Ha, excellent. I knew bringing you in was the right move. Set it up immediately. I'm going to pay Dr. Li Pei a personal visit." Half a month later, the big day had arrived. The dean chose the second floor of the experimental building to evaluate the project reports. Top experts from the field were there to judge the best proposal. And Zhang Junkai, he showed up rocking fresh red hair, looking like he owned the place. His dad had actually flown to Huaxia personally to pull some strings, practically handing Zhang Junkai a tailor-made project report on a silver platter. This report was a masterpiece of architecture, a guaranteed win. As long as he presented it, that sweet project funding was already in his pocket. Coincidentally, Lin Ham and his crew were walking toward the same building when they ran into Zhang Junkai, who was wearing a smug grin. Zhang Junkai made a mocking face at Zhao Donglai. "Dr. Zhao, look at you. You're ancient. What's the point of competing with a young stud like me?" Ha! Zhao Donglai was so mad his mustache practically stood up. "Zhang Junkai, don't you push your luck, you brat." Zhang Junkai burst out laughing. "Haha, why so salty? Competing with me isn't a big deal. But if your team loses the funding this time, you guys are going to be the laughingstock of the entire campus. Imagine a senior doctor losing to a mere grad student like me. Hey, just you wait and see." Zhao couldn't outtalk the arrogant kid, so he just glared. Suddenly, Zhang Junkai spotted Lin Ham in the crowd, and his laugh got even louder. He pointed right at Lin Ham, roasting Dr. Zhao. "Wow, your team really is scraping the bottom of the barrel. You've got the sick, the elderly, and now literal children. Couldn't find any real backup. You had to bring a kid to help. Oh, snap. Don't tell me this is your illegitimate son or something." That was the last straw. Zhao Donglai raised his fist, ready to throw hands. "What did you just say, you punk? You trash relying on daddy's money, you animal." But a few students held Zhao back. If he threw a punch now, he'd lose face instantly, no matter how right he was. After talking some trash, the haters flooded into the massive lecture hall on the second floor of the experiment building. 7 or 8 big shot experts were already locked and loaded in their seats, with the principal presiding like a king at the main table. Zhao Donglai and Zhang Junkai dropped off their project reports before taking their corners. From a distance, the tension between the two squads was thick enough to cut with a knife. The principal scanned the room with a hawk's eye before holding up the 2 project reports like they were sacred scrolls. "Ladies and gentlemen, strap in. The assessment round for Huaking University's architecture project is officially kicking off. I expect our experts to keep it 100% real and objective with these reports. We are looking for the absolute best strategy to fund, so no playing favourites." The experts down below started buzzing, hyping up how far our nation's research has actually come. It was honestly pretty impressive. Dr. Zhao, I actually recognize that Zhang Junkai kid. He looks super young. Guess he's one of those whiz kids, huh? Whiz kid, please. That dude is just riding his family's coattails and acting like he owns the place. Close enough description. But hey, how come the big brains from the Chinese Academy of Sciences ghosted us this time? They're usually all over this stuff. Rumor has it, something massive went down over at the Academy. Director Fang Chishan is running around like a headless chicken trying to find someone. It is pure chaos. What kind of drama could be that big? You didn't hear some anonymous genius slid into Director Fang's DMs with a full blueprint for a lithography machine. That little bomb drop instantly grabbed everyone's attention. The experts huddled up like high schoolers sharing juicy gossip. Where could they even steal that from? We are talking about a 3-nanometer lithography machine. 3 freaking nanometers. Every expert in earshot gasped hard enough to suck the air out of the room. Not even the top dogs in the West have tech that advanced yet, so stealing it would be literally impossible. If a character like that actually exists, they are basically a national treasure at this point. I wouldn't trade a genius like that for a literal mountain of gold. Just then, the principal cleared his throat to interrupt the fanboy session. Listen up, folks. I know your time is money, but academic integrity isn't something we can mess around with. So please lock in and give us a fair and square evaluation. Hearing the boss speak, the experts zipped their lips and looked up at the stage. Enough small talk. I have the project reports from both architecture teams right here in my hands. Pass these around and judge them based strictly on the content. It is a scale of 1 to 10. Let the games begin. Zhang Junkai crossed his arms looking smug as he watched the student distribute their reports to the judges. He turned to Smith and snickered. These old geezers have no clue I've got the mighty AM company backing me up in the shadows. Your company is basically the godfather of this industry. Every architecture on the planet is built on your guys' framework, no cap. I want to see what that loser Zhao Donglai thinks he can do against me with his pathetic ragtag team. Ha ha, Smith laughed with pure arrogance. To be fair, this architecture is just a downgraded version of our tech. But trust me, it is more than enough. Your country doesn't have its own core tech, so this is going to be a total slaughter. Zhang Junkai smirked coldly. Mr. Smith, please don't lump me in with these local chumps. I'm getting my citizenship for the Maple Leaf country next year. I'm practically one of you guys now. Smith grinned. Well then, congratulations. Suddenly, Zhao Donglai spotted Smith sitting next to his rival. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He rubbed them in disbelief and gasped, "No freaking way." Seeing him freak out, Lin Ham leaned in. What is the deal? Why do you look like you just saw a ghost? Zhao Donglai pointed a trembling finger at the foreigner. I know that guy. I met him back when I was touring the AM company headquarters in the UK. He knit his brows, racking his brain until it clicked. Right, that is Smith. He is a top-tier chip architect for AM company. AM company is literally the most powerful tech giant on the entire planet. If Zhang Junkai managed to recruit a heavy hitter like that, what is the point of us even trying? Zhang Junkai didn't even need to spend money on research. With AM company connections, he could just grab some half-finished design off their shelf and absolutely crush us. How are we supposed to fight that? It wasn't just Zhao Donglai, the principal, and the experts all locked onto Smith too. A boss-level character like that is impossible to ignore. The look in the principal's eyes was a mix of complicated emotions. He looked at Zhao Donglai's team with deep worry. Meanwhile, the experts were whispering about how this kid Zhang had ties to the legendary AM company. Does that mean the quality of his project report is going to be god tier? Dr. Zhao has some solid achievements, sure. But against a titan like AM company, to be blunt, he doesn't stand a chance. Playing dirty tricks at such a young age. That kid Zhang Junkai isn't going to make it far in the long run. Let's wrap this up. Whether it's a win or a loss today decides it all. Let's hope old Zhao doesn't crash and burn too hard. Maybe we can slide him a few pity points for effort. After a quick huddle, the judges agreed to treat Zhao Donglai with kid gloves. The judges immediately started circulating the project report like it was hot gossip. Opening the file provided by Zhang Tuankai, they were hooked by page 3. The project was solid. From the architectural design to the future roadmap, every detail was laid out beautifully. With this blueprint, they could probably crack the architectural tech in less than 6 months. Give it 2 years, and the technology would be fully polished and revolutionized. As expected of the pros, everyone else was nodding in approval. One expert, a veteran deep in the architectural field, squinted at the instruction set design with a critical eye. He pushed up his glasses, a stream of praise flowing from his lips. Good. Excellent. Powerful. Predictable results. It truly lived up to the hype of having an AM company member's stamp of approval. With a design this sleek, the complexity ratio of all command levels wouldn't exceed 40 or 50%. You have to realize, even the fruit company, the current market kings, only manage a complexity ratio of 30%. This report was practically flawless. The judges exchanged glances and sighed. For old Zhao's project to top Zhang Tuankai's masterpiece, impossible. The experts wasted no time grading. Almost everyone dropped a 9 and 2 legends, even gave it a perfect 10. When the scores flashed on the screen, the room gasped. Numbers that high. It was a first for everyone watching. Zhang Tuankai puffed up his chest smugger than ever, trying to snatch victory from my jaws. Keep dreaming. What can you achieve with that local garbage? Zhang Tuankai spun around excitedly to shake Smith's hand, thanking the company for the assist. Once those funds hit my account, I promise a massive gift is coming your way. Haha, Smith chuckled. Whenever you have a sweet deal like this, just hit me up. We make a great team. Zhang Tuankai raised an eyebrow. Obviously, I have the connections, you have the tech. This money was practically made for us to pocket. Meanwhile, the project report from Zhao Donglai's team finally landed in the hands of the experts. Hearts pounding, they just prayed old Zhao's work wasn't a total disaster. But the second they flipped the cover, the content grabbed them by the throat. This architecture could practically evolve on its own. I have connections everywhere but this. This was old Zhao's report, a fully complete X-architecture design solution. The command sets were optimized to 99.99%. Holy cow. Did old Zhao find some god-tier backer? The report was freakishly complete. The experts stared until their eyes dried out. This wasn't just a project report. It was practically a cheat code for architecture. With this in hand, who would ever worry about mastering architecture again? It was unreal. The experts flipped pages frantically looking left and right, making Zhao Donglai's sweat bullets. Come on, guys. Just grade the thing already. They were about to tear the paper from reading it so hard. What was the score? Just then, Lin Ham smiled, comforting Professor Zhao. Don't panic, sir. Zhang Tuankai tried to bring in foreign ringers to steal the funding, but I'm not letting him get away with it. Just let the bullets fly for a moment. Zhao Donglai took a deep, shaky breath and forced a laugh. It's not that I don't trust you, kid, but how do we compete with AM's massive foundation? Lin Ham kept a poker face, dropping the subject completely. Up on the main stage, Principal Zhang looked cool as a cucumber, but inside, he was screaming. If that brat Zhang Tuankai snagged this funding, it would be a shameless slap in the face to the entire Huaqing University project team. He silently chanted a prayer. Old Zhao, you better pull a miracle out of your hat. What was up with these experts? They'd been studying it forever without a word. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuankai was practically glowing with confidence. He watched the huddle chatting with Smith and occasionally snickering at the old geezers. Studying it for that long, please. I bet Dr. Zhao's report is such a train wreck, they don't even know how to grade it without laughing. Just give them a 1 and be done with it. Why waste everyone's time? The words barely left his mouth when the experts finally made their move. They scribbled on their cards and hoisted them high. 10 all of them were perfect 10s. In that instant, the hall erupted. Nothing but 10s. The principal went from frozen to on his feet in a split second, clapping like a maniac. Good, 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 haha, he whispered to himself, finally relieved that these experts actually had working eyeballs. They didn't screw me over. Zhao Donglai was stunned. He never expected a perfect sweep. A perfect score. Seriously? Lin Ham just shrugged, playing dumb. But deep down, the kid knew exactly what was up. With a project report at this god-tier level, if it didn't get a perfect score, no project in history deserved one. 99.9% useful commands. A complete roadmap practically spoon-feeding them success with the funding they could build domestic architecture in a heartbeat. As for the AM company, Lin Ham could stand right in front of their CEO, point at his nose, and call them absolute trash. This wasn't just arrogance, this was pure, unfiltered confidence. Meanwhile, Zhang Junkai was losing it completely. Panic flickering in his eyes like a dying light bulb. He shot a desperate look at Smith, but even the foreigner looked totally cooked. With me here, he's claiming this isn't scientific. Now he's screaming rigged match immediately. Exactly! Zhang Junkai jumped up like he sat on a tax, shouting objection. Unfair, there's definitely some shady backroom dealing going on here. His words hit the room like a flashbang. Instant silence. The principal rose slowly, eyes narrowing at Zhang Junkai. Shady dealings. Really? These experts are legends in the field pillars of virtue and prestige. Who are you to drag their names through the mud with your baseless insults? Zhang Junkai furiously pointed at Smith beside him. If it's not rigged, explain this. How could Dr. Zhao's project possibly beat the architecture designed by AM Company? That comparison is a joke. You're telling me he beat the top industry standard and you say it's not fixed. You old fogies will pay for this. I'm telling my mum and she'll show you who's boss. The crowd erupted into whispers. Did this grown man just pull the telling my mummy card? Right on cue, a voice cut through the noise. Ladies and gentlemen, we graded both projects based on absolute fairness and justice. In my hands is the project report from Dr. Zhao Donglai's team. Their logic is flawless and the instruction set design is nothing short of a masterpiece. According to their blueprint, the chip they designed possesses processing power hundreds of times greater than anything currently on the market. Zhang Junkai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. No way, that's impossible. I demand a recheck. The expert calmly walked over and shoved the report right in his face. Read it and wait, buddy. Smith huddled over eyes, scanning the pages. Within seconds, the revolutionary design hit him like a truck. He was shaken to his very core. What why Nani Zhang Junkai looked like his brain just short-circuited. Have you seen enough Dr. Zhao's team receiving a perfect 10 out of 10 is absolutely indisputable? The expert closed the report with a satisfying thud. Case closed. Both Zhang Junkai and Smith stood there like statues, brains completely offline. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. How could the design be this perfect? No matter how they looked at it, there wasn't a single flaw to exploit. It was bulletproof. But panic started to set in. If this project failed, Zhang Junkai was done for. It wasn't just about losing face for himself. He'd be dragging his parents' reputation into the gutter too. And it gets worse. Without this funding, his little embezzlement scheme would be exposed immediately. That $30 million deficit, yeah, that's a one-way ticket to prison. He absolutely could not let that happen. Smith, do something. think of a way out, but Smith was still rebooting, completely dazed. The foreigner had arrived, full of swagger, only to get metaphorically slapped across the face with reality. His confidence was shattered. If Dr. Zhao's report was real, it spelled disaster. It meant an unprecedented threat to AM Company's dominance. They were looking at a total market disruption. He had to act. There was only one option left: destroy the project completely. A vicious plan formed in Smith's mind, and he leaned in, whispering his venomous strategy to Zhang Junkai. Zhang Junkai's lips curled into a cold, arrogant sneer. Fine, too easy. Just as the principal was about to announce the final winner, Zhang Junkai shot up from his seat. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on a second. I don't think we need to continue this charade. Someone here has completely ignored the rules and stolen intellectual property. He flashed a wicked grin. You're dead meat. Even if they got the funding, stealing IP meant the tech could never be sold legally. The crowd exchanged confused glances. Is he talking about Dr. Zhao? The principal frowned, his patience wearing thin. Zhang Junkai, that is a serious accusation. Do you have any actual proof? Zhang Junkai shot the principal a defiant look, then gestured to the foreigner. This here is Mr. Smith, a senior executive from AM Company. He just reviewed Dr. Zhao's report, and guess what? The internal design contains massive chunks of code that are identical to AM Company's proprietary source code. Now tell me, isn't that the definition of intellectual property theft? His words dropped like a bomb, plunging the hall into deep thought before the murmurs of doubt exploded. The principal's eyes turned red with fury. He looked ready to swallow his own nephew Zhang Junkai whole, just to shut him up. But anger wouldn't solve this. The critical question now was simple. Did Dr. Zhao's team actually steal the architectural tech from AM Company? The principal believed in them. He knew Dr. Zhao developed this independently. He trusted the man's integrity, but his personal belief was worthless here. He needed the entire room to believe it. The experts began whispering. Honestly, our domestic charging technology is still in its infancy. For Dr. Zhao to suddenly produce such advanced tech out of nowhere, it is admittedly suspicious. However, the burden of proof lies with the accuser. Without hard evidence, we absolutely cannot allow good people to be slandered. Agreed. Without proof, we can't conclude there was any theft. But Zhang Junkai looked smug, like he had prepared for this exact moment. He signaled Smith. At that moment, Smith raised his phone, displaying a photo of AM Company's instruction set for all to see. You want proof? I have your proof right here. The experts swarmed forward, squinting at the image on the phone. They quickly compared it with the code sequences in Dr. Zhao's project report. And there it was. A huge portion of the command code was identical. Suspiciously identical. It's the same. How is this possible? That is definitely AM Company's patented technology. The experts exchanged awkward glances, their hearts sinking. Their minds shifted from how to judge the winner to how to let Dr. Zhao down gently. Because, unfortunately, the opposition had just slapped undeniable evidence on the table. The principal's expression darkened like a storm cloud. Was there actual proof? Did they really swipe code from AM Company for their own research? Zhang Junkai's gaze snapped toward Dr. Zhao like a viper striking its prey. I thought you were a respected teacher at watching. Turns out you're just scamming national funding. You truly have no shame. Dr. Zhao was completely blindsided. How could this be? Lin Han had written that project report with his own two hands. Could the kid have actually lifted the architecture code from AM? If that's true, what's the move? Should he make Lin Han plead guilty to intellectual property theft? Dr. Zhao's brain was about to short-circuit, but suddenly a light bulb flickered on amidst the chaos. Yunkai's so-called evidence was just a single photograph. Photos can be doctored. That flimsy piece of paper proved absolutely nothing. I demand a forensic verification. Dr. Zhao shielded Lin Han behind his back and roared. The principal nodded, granting the request immediately. Moments later, rushed footsteps echoed down the hallway. The doors swung open. Two men in sharp uniforms marched in the professional evidence verification team. Smith felt a bead of cold sweat roll down his neck. That photo was a rush job he'd ordered from his company. Smith had been in the ARM architecture game for years. He'd memorized Lin Han's code at a glance and forged the evidence based on memory. But it was a high-stakes gamble. If this blew up, he was toast. He shot a nervous look at Junkai. Was the fix really in? A sinister smirk crept onto Junkai's face. He glanced at the inspectors and whispered, "Chill out. Everything is going exactly according to script." He flashed a text message on his phone to Smith. Seeing it, the foreigner's anxiety dissolved instantly. Turns out Junkai had pulled some strings with his rich mommy and daddy to buy off the inspection team. In this rigged game, they were invincible. Defeat wasn't even an option. Once the evidence was stamped legit, Dr. Zhao and his crew could jump into the Yellow River and they still wouldn't be able to wash away the stain. Junkai's heart twisted with sick glee. He thought, "Zhao, you old fossil. What do you have to fight me with? My parents run this town. You're just a university PhD. Even with connections, you're nothing compared to me. In this world, power is king. What I get with a snap of my fingers is a peak you couldn't reach in 10 lifetimes. I love nothing more than stomping on trash like you and watching you squirm." A cruel, icy smile spread across his face. The inspectors picked up the so-called proof and began their theatrical comparison. 10 minutes later, the verdict dropped like a hammer. Mr. Smith's evidence is flawless. Dr. Zhao's team is suspected of copyright infringement. If AM Company decides to sue, this evidence will bury Dr. Zhao. We recommend Dr. Zhao's team cease all violations immediately. The room exploded into chaos. Dr. Zhao's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He spun around, whispering to Lin Han, Is this true? Lin Han, who had been watching this circus act, let out a cold chuckle. He stood up and projected his voice. Junkai Smith, nice trick. But your legal knowledge is trash. Forging evidence, do you guys have a death wish? Every eye in the room locked onto Lin Han. Seeing his baby face, the crowd frowned and shook their heads. Where did this kid crawl out from? Old Zhao put a leash on him. Junkai sneered. Who do you think you are? Forged evidence. You got proof, kid. He exchanged a mocking look with Smith. He says we faked it. Where did this brat come from? He still smells like breast milk. Dr. Zhao is your team empty, sending a toddler out to talk nonsense. Just then, Lin Han laughed softly, raising his head with swagger. Who said I don't have proof I wrote that project report? And every line of that code, I typed it myself. This golden retriever Smith has a decent memory. I'll give him that. But he's weak. He couldn't even distinguish the encryption layers I wove into the code. Is your entire AM company full of amateurs like you? Or are you just the resident clown? The entire hall gasped in unison. Lin Han didn't give them a second to breathe. He was about to strip their conspiracy naked and expose these scumbags to the world. Lin Han strode confidently toward the inspection team. He grabbed the 2 code samples, sliced out the inconsistencies and his hidden trap, then displayed it for the audience. This right here, that's my signature encryption. And this mess, that's the fake garbage this golden retriever cooked up. Haha, this string might look random to an idiot, but delete it and the entire architecture collapses. Mr. Smith, Lin Han stood tall, his aura overwhelming the foreigner. Your company must be magical, running a complex architecture with incomplete code. That's a joke even for an ARM-86 system. Fang Qishan is on the hunt. But first, let's look at the counterattack. When Lin Han broke down the encryption, the so-called experts finally woke up from their nap. Their jaws literally hit the floor. Holy smokes, without this kid dropping knowledge bombs, they would have treated this crucial code like total trash. Who knew it held the secret sauce? Every word Lin Han spoke hit like a sledgehammer. He might be small, but his aura is massive, leaving Smith completely tongue-tied and looking foolish. The fraud was kicking himself hard. How did he miss that detail? It is over. It is so over. His fake evidence just got busted wide open. Zhang Junkai sucked in a cold breath. Seeing Smith sweating buckets, he knew the brat was right. What the heck are they supposed to do now? Zhang Junkai Smith, you better start explaining to our team, and it better be good. Lin Han stepped forward, tightening the noose. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, literally evaporating the sweat right off their faces. The whole room held its breath, waiting for Zhang Junkai and Smith to make their move. How are they going to spin this disaster? They never expected the House of Cards to fall this fast. Seriously, where did this genius kid spawn from? Just a few sentences and their master plan was toast. And now he has the nerve to claim he wrote the project report. The audacity. Zhang Junkai didn't believe it for a second, but he was backed into a corner. He had to use the kid's age as a shield to save his own skin. It was his only play left. He just has to insist the evidence is real. Even if this blows up, he has got the connections to bury the truth 6 feet under. Zhang Junkai lifted his head, his gaze turning absolute zero. You are just a brat. What gives you the right to demand answers from us? You are a minor. Nobody trusts a word out of your mouth. Zhang Junkai, what does being a minor have to do with the truth? Professor Zhao couldn't stay silent, minor or not. He is a vital member of our squad, and I won't let you disrespect him. You got a problem? Zhang Junkai sneered. Professor Zhao, are you really using a kid's ramblings to hide your team's theft? You are way too naive for a professor. It is not up to you if the evidence is fake. It is up to these 2 official inspectors standing right here. So, gentlemen, is the evidence fake or not? Go ahead, spill the tea. The inspectors looked around, playing it cool on the outside, but screaming on the inside. Zhang's parents have god-tier power. They wouldn't dare cross that family. Besides, the whistleblower is just a kid. How much trouble can a toddler really cause for them? They made the choice instantly. We have checked the files. Mr. Smith's evidence is 100% clean. The whole room gasped. Nobody expected them to lie with a straight face like that. After the kid's explanation, even a rookie could see the truth. Are these guys blind or just totally stupid? There's only one answer Zhang Junkai bought them off. The principal was shaking with pure rage. Having scum like you is a stain on our school's face. Zhang Junkai, I don't think your daddy's money lets you do whatever you want. Zhang Junkai just smirked. Principal, what did I do? Without proof, that is just slander, old man. The principal pointed a trembling finger at him, while Professor Zhao clenched his fists, eyes burning holes into those blind inspectors. Even Lin Han was trembling with anger. Who knew Zhang Junkai's face was thicker than a castle wall? Professor Zhao, they aren't blind. They are bought. Zhang's parents run this town right. Pulling a few strings and playing dirty is like a walk in the park for them. I just didn't expect the top university in the country to harbour such absolute trash within its walls. If the heroes who built this country saw this, their hearts would break. Lin Ham's words pierced right through the principal's soul. That was it. The principal slammed the table and stood up like a warrior. He made his choice. So what if he offends the powerful forces backing this kid? Let them fire him. He would rather lose his job and walk away with his dignity than live as a coward. Before Zhang Junkai could clap back, a head suddenly popped through the door. Everyone froze, eyes popping out of their skulls. The experts gasped. Wait, is that academician Fang Qishan? A true titan had arrived. In the science world, this guy is basically a god. Academician Fang has dominated the field for years with legendary achievements that changed everything. Half the country's tech exists because of him. He is a national hero who meets with the president on the regular. His influence is off the charts. Even the principal has to bow down to this level of greatness. Fang Qishan scanned the room, his eyes locking onto Lin Han like a laser. He checked the photo. It is a perfect match. Li Bei wasn't lying. The kid is really here, academician Fang. What brings a legend like you to this mess? The principal rushed down from the podium like a fanboy to greet Elder Fang, but Fang totally goes to the principal's handshake, his eyes locked onto Lin Han in the crowd. Elder Fang hadn't even dropped the reason for his visit yet, when he was ushered into the VIP seats, making him feel a bit awkward. Academician Fang, what brings a legend like you here? Fang chuckled. I'm just here to headhunt someone. Sorry to crash the party, but what's going on here? The principal explained there was some drama with two teams fighting over the same project slot. We are currently in the middle of the selection process. I see, so the tension is high. We hope you can help judge the winner. Elder Fang nodded slowly. All right, then hit me with the project reports. With academician Fang here, the competition was basically over. He was the ultimate boss in this field, but Zhang wasn't sweating it at all because he had a cheat code he knew Elder Fang personally. Uncle Fang Zhang suddenly stepped forward, flexing his connection. Fang looked up at the sound of his name and his face instantly turned serious. Ugh, this brat is here too. Uncle Fang, I didn't expect to see you. I'm leading one of the teams today. I hope you check the reports carefully, Uncle. Don't let some scammers take advantage of the system. Fang scanned Zhang from head to toe with a critical eye. Doesn't this kid usually hate actual work? Why is he fighting for a project now? Zhang replied with a weirdly righteous tone. For the glory of the country, of course. I am. Fang didn't even have the energy to entertain Zhang's nonsense. Zhang always relied on his parents' power to act like a tyrant. Being called uncle by him actually made Fang feel embarrassed. He opened the two reports, scanned through them, and then boom, he was completely shook by the report written by Lin Han. Dr. Zhao, your team's project is absolutely insane. Fang looked up at Zhao, amazed that he could write such perfect command code. This is the first time I've ever seen a command structure this flawless. To be honest, even if I tried, I couldn't write something this good. Elder Fang openly praised Zhao in front of everyone. Zhang heard this and immediately raged. Uncle Fang, they stole that code from AM Company. That's not their skill level. Don't let them scam you. Showing off in front of the master, please. Stole from AM Company. Fang frowned deeply. Zhang, how do you know that? This is Mr. Smith, an engineer from AM Company. He can testify. Zhang shouted quickly. Fang narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, even AM Company's tech wizards couldn't write code this clean. There was definitely something fishy going on. Right at that moment, Lin Han stepped into the spotlight and spoke up. Zhang Yu colluded with outsiders and used fake evidence to frame us for theft. Are you trying to scam the National Research Grant? Zhang shot a glare at Lin Han. Who gave you permission to speak trash? Zhao stood next to Lin Han, puffing out his chest. Of course he has the right to speak. This project report was written by Lin Han himself. Zhang put his hands on his hips and laughed like a villain. You guys are dead meat and you don't even know it. Uncle Fang, just look at the evidence. But Elder Fang wasn't an idiot. Between Lin Han's words and his own knowledge, the truth clicked into place instantly. He spun around, eyes blazing with fury, and glared at Zhang. You brat, I knew you were useless, but now you're trying to scam state funds. You have some serious guts. But worst of all, you look down on people like a snob. Do you have any idea who you just insulted? Zhang froze, completely stunned. Uncle Fang, why are you defending an outsider? Outsider? Fang walked up to Lin Han, his face full of unhidden worship and respect. The only reason he came here was because of the lithography machine blueprints sent to Li Pei's lab. Through Dr. Li Pei, he learned about the legend of Lin Han and was absolutely mind-blown. He was so shaken that he personally came to find this young genius to thank him for his contribution. He didn't expect to find the genius being bullied. Obviously, he had to step in as the protector. I don't care who you are in the face of science, get out of my way. You dare touch the person I admire. Even if the King of Heaven comes down, he'll have to pay a price to leave, let alone a nephew like you. You brat, do you even know who he is? You blind fool, if you make him unhappy, I'll be the first one to destroy you. You can't even write a single line of code yet. You're fighting for a project. Scram. Get out, I don't want to see your face. Zhang's eyes were popping out of his skull. Who on earth is this kid? What's wrong with Uncle Fang? Isn't he friends with my parents? Shouldn't he be on my side? Zhang frowned in confusion. Uncle Fang, surely you're mistaken. Elder Fang completely ignored Zhang Junkai, rushing straight toward Lin Han with a look of pure reverence. Teacher Lin, I received your letter. Your insights, they were absolutely breathtaking. You didn't even leave a signature. Do you know how hard it was to find you, Teacher Lin? Hearing the legendary Elder Fang call a mere child teacher, the entire hall exploded. It was like a collective slap to the face. Everyone froze, goosebumps rising on their skin from pure shock. Elder Fang was a titan of industry. For someone of his status to bow his head to this kid, this world had officially gone mad. Uncle Fang, have you lost your mind? He's just a brat reeking of mother's milk. Look at your status compared to his. Elder Fang's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Zhang Junkai. What do you know, you fool, compared to him? Even I am just an elementary school student. Oh my god, the sky was falling. How could Uncle Fang say that Elder Fang let out a cold snort? Do you understand the weight of lithography machine technology? Zhang Junkai nodded nervously. Of course I know it. It's the crown jewel of modern industry, the ultimate tech of the West, combining the power of a dozen nations. What's your point? Elder Fang dropped the bomb with terrifying calmness. This teacher Lin, who you look down on, he holds the blueprint for the entire lithography legacy. The hall erupted into chaos. What, he actually has the lithography tech for real? Looking at that kid, everyone's eyes were filled with heavy suspicion. Naturally, they doubted it. How could a young student like Lin Ham master the most complex technology on Earth? It was too unbelievable. But these words came from academician Fang himself. How could it be fake? Shockwaves rippled through the crowd. Had a true genius finally appeared in our country, Zhang Junkai let out a scornful laugh. Ha, so what if he has some lithography tech? Plenty of countries have mastered 48 nanometer or even 20 nanometer chips by now. That's hardly worth a standing ovation. 48 nanometers 20, hey please? If Lin Ham only had that level of tech, sure, nobody would be losing their minds. But hold on to your seats, because Lin Ham didn't just match them. He crushed them with 3 nanometer technology. Get out of my sight. Elder Fang didn't even want to waste breath on Zhang Junkai anymore. But Zhang Junkai clung to Elder Fang like a drowning man grabbing a straw. Uncle Fang, I don't care what machines he built, that Zhao team is obviously trying to scam national grant money. I've been running this project for over a year. They're just trying to steal the credit halfway through. You truly are hopeless. Elder Fang sighed deeply, turning to stare daggers at Zhang Junkai. Misunderstood you. Do you think a being like Teacher Lin needs to scam the government for pocket change? Did you know he handed over the lithography technology to the state unconditionally? That tech is priceless. You think he cares about your petty grants, huh? We're talking about 3 nanometer chips. Zhang Junkai stood there thunderstruck. 3 nanometer lithography? How is that even possible, Uncle Fang? Zhang Junkai panicked. He frantically dragged his 2 inspection officers forward. Uncle Fang, I have proof. These 2 checked the evidence personally. Elder Fang shot them a single glance, and their legs instantly turned to jelly. This old man was way more terrifying than Zhang Junkai's parents. Even an idiot could see the winds had changed. Elder Fang didn't even bother looking at Zhang. This brat needs to spill the truth now. The 2 staff members bowed their heads, their voices trembling with tears. Academician Fang, we faked the evidence Zhang Junkai threatened us. He forced us to frame Dr. Zhao. They verified the fake proof Smith provided. Before the sentence even finished, the crowd was in an uproar. The final curtain had been torn away from Zhang Junkai's stage play. Elder Fang was shaking with rage. Zhang Junkai, do you have any last words? Zhang Junkai froze, looking around for backup, only to realize Smith had vanished like a ghost. Uncle Fang, you're cursing. Whack Elder Fang delivered a crisp slap right across Zhang Junkai's face. You still have time to worry about my language? Just looking at you makes me sick. A useless waste of space. Abusing power to still form the nation. I think you've eaten the heart of a leopard to be this bold. Principal, I'm making the call on this. Drag him to the police station immediately. Let this brat learn a lesson he'll never forget. The principal of Huaqing University nodded grimly. This kind of parasite must be crushed. A stain on the era, a shame for 1,000 years. Zhang Junkai had dug his own grave. With Elder Fang against him, his family background was useless. Who dared to offend Elder Fang? That would be a death wish. The police moved in like shadows, secretly securing Zhang Junkai. And then the other shoe dropped. His embezzlement of $30 million from the company was exposed right there. The police announced his crimes on the spot. Even Elder Fang was stunned. This kid really had guts of steel. Getting arrested was exactly what he deserved. Zhang Junkai hung his head as the black hood was thrown over him, dragging him toward the squad car. He clenched his fists tight, plotting in the dark. I'll just hide in jail for a bit. Mom and Dad will bail me out, and then I'll make them all pay. The incident was finally over. Experts, teachers, and students alike buzzed with gossip, their eyes glued to the fallen villain. That little punk finally got exactly what was coming to him, karma served cold. Dr. Zhao and his crew secured that sweet research funding without a hitch. Now it's time to grind for the next stage of the project. Big thanks to academician Fang for the assist on that one. To celebrate, Zhao played host and treated the squad to a feast. At the table, Fang was giving our MC major props and showing respect. But he couldn't help wondering, who exactly is this mystery master? Professor Lin, you look fresh. Early college admission. Lin Han just smirked. Actually, I'm 12. Still in elementary school, bro. Boom, that truth bomb hit Fang harder than a truck. The man was absolutely shook. A literal child prodigy. He turned to the others in a panic. Yo, why haven't you shipped this kid to Huaqing University yet? He needs to skip grades ASAP. With his big brain energy, he could speed run a master's and a PhD in his sleep. You can't let this god-tier talent go to waste. Zhao and Li just exchanged hopeless glances. They tried telling him that, but our MC wants to play the game on normal mode step by step. Nothing they could do about it. So the convo switched from the genius kid to the serious state of Huaxia's tech industry. Every year we're hemorrhaging over $300 billion to foreign companies. That's a massive L for our economy. But now that we've unlocked our own photolithography tech, The game has changed. The era of getting bullied is over. Fang nodded in agreement. Huaxia is about to make a legendary comeback. Our architectural tech is already top-tier max-level stuff. And the chip tech, don't even sweat it. That hurdle is already in the rearview mirror. The real final boss now is thin film deposition technology. Fang tapped the table nervously. My team has been grinding on this for 3 years. We burned a mountain of cash and still have 0 XP to show for it. We're still stuck relying on foreign tech just to get by. Hearing this, the whole squad let out a heavy sigh. They downed some strong baijiu, and you know what happens. The liquid courage started bringing out the hard truths. Zhao slammed his hand down. We might be broke, but we still have our pride, damn it. Why do the higher-ups simp for these foreign cores? They give them buffs and bonuses while ignoring our own local guilds. Take that Arab company, they're totally foreign-owned. They farm at least $1 billion in profit from our server every single year. Li Pei joined the rant session. He let out a long breath. Facts, imagine if they used that gold to buff our own industries instead. Wouldn't that be the meta play? But Lin Han? He saw the bigger picture instantly. He looked at the academician with eyes calm as a frozen lake. He knew. Academician Fang actually understood the dev's master plan perfectly. Lin Han smirked. The higher-ups aren't stupid. They're playing the long game. They use those perks as bait to lure the foreign sharks in. Once they're here, we collab, we learn, and we copy their skill trees. And the moment our local guilds master the tech, it's game over. We crush them with their own weapons. It sounds savage, but that's the law of the jungle. We might look like the bad guys pulling a fast one. But sometimes you have to play dirty so the next generation can live like kings. It might not be honorable, but it saves the nation. A legendary strat that will be remembered for 1,000 years. Zhao and Li's eyes lit up like Christmas trees. But Fang, he was absolutely thunderstruck because he had only heard whispers of this strategy from the top-tier admins. It took him ages to figure out this top-secret 10-year grand strategy. It's a lure and destroy trap. And this 12-year-old kid just decoded the source code in seconds. How is this level of intellect even possible? A monster. A true monster. Fang's respect for Lin Han just skyrocketed to the moon. All right, let's get back to the main quest. We need to crack the thin film deposition code. Eric Company is the raid boss here. They've got the deepest roots and the highest stats on our server. I need to infiltrate their base and learn their moves. It's the only way to patch the holes in our tech tree. Fang tapped the table, a light bulb going off. I actually have a contact inside Eric. Mid-level admin, but he has access. But he's just a manager. We can't just walk in and say, hey, teach us your secrets, right? Fang looked at Lin Han and an evil grin formed. Professor Lin, your size is actually the perfect disguise. My friend is over 40. He has a nephew your age. If you go in as his relative, nobody will suspect a thing I'm making the call right now. Lin Han smirked. He liked this plan. The older scholars looked at each other and burst out laughing. Lin Han thought to himself, being a kid is either my biggest nerf or my greatest cheat code. Yo, old Wang, it's Fang. One day, Lin Han was dropped off right in front of the massive Eric Company building. And there he was, Wang Feng chilling against a sleek black Mercedes R310 like he owned the place. The man was dressed to kill in a sharp black suit and crisp white shirt, rocking the signature bald look. But the real showstopper, those eyebrows. Thick enough to be their own ecosystem and practically touching in the middle. Yo, you finally made it, haha. Fang Qishan shot Wang Feng a glare that could peel paint. You brat, don't you dare try to hustle Teacher Lin Han. That is Teacher Lin Han to you. Wang Feng couldn't believe his ears. He grabbed Lin Han's shoulder, sizing him up like he was buying a used car, and gasped, Old Fang, are you serious? You're calling this kid a teacher? Did you hit your head? Or do you have a secret identity? Fang Qishan wasn't having it. Don't judge a book by its cover, you fool. I'm not wasting breath on you. Just get the job done, or I, Fang Qishan, will personally... He raised his hand ready to deliver a legendary smackdown right there on the sidewalk. Wang Feng panicked, throwing his hands up in surrender with a goofy grin. Whoa, chill out. Don't, Professor Fang. I'm terrified, okay? Consider it done. Whatever you say, boss, I'll make it happen. Once Fang Qishan walked away, Wang Feng stared at Lin Han like he was an alien specimen, muttering to himself. What kind of magic tricks does this kid have to make? Old Fang call him teacher. He looks pretty cocky too. Lin Han just shrugged, playing it cool as the group split up. Meanwhile, Zhang Junkai was dragged to the police station. The cops had him dead to rights, but just as the paperwork was hitting the prosecutor's desk, a phone rang in the chief's office. A high-level call. Director Trieu about my son? Go easy on him, won't you? Director Trieu gulped, sweating bullets, and hurriedly replied, Young Junkai is just a bit spirited. I'll help bury it this time, but, sir, you see... The voice on the other end chuckled darkly. Relax. By next week, you won't be Director Trieu anymore. You'll be the Deputy Chief of Public Security. 89 fraud traps and 0 tolerance for failure. The conversation dripped with murderous intent. Back at the Eric Company, the vibe was intense. 80% of the staff were foreigners. The fact that Wang Feng could survive and thrive in the Shark Tank, dominated by overseas elites, proved he was no ordinary bald guy. Foreign staff were greeting him left and right. Hello? Morning. Wang Feng walked through the lobby like a king, replying in perfect English with total swag before heading straight to his office. Lin Han noticed the sign on the door, General Manager of Enterprise Management. That was some serious high-level clearance within the Eric hierarchy. Wang Feng fired up his computer, hung up his jacket, and waved Lin Han over urgency. "Come here, kid. I'm taking you to the tech department. If we don't finish old Fang's mission today, he'll literally murder me." Lin Han gave a playful shrug and followed Wang Feng toward the danger zone. They walked through a transparent corridor that looked straight out of a sci-fi movie. "Welcome to the tech sector." Staff in white uniforms were operating machines with surgical precision. Lin Han was actually impressed. Looking at the fully automated setup, it was light years ahead of the dusty workshops back in the homeland. You couldn't blame the higher-ups for bringing these foreign giants in. They needed this kind of tech to push domestic industries forward. These guys actually had the skills to back up the arrogance. But suddenly a suit-wearing executive blocked their path like a raid boss. A towering foreigner at least 1.9 meters tall, with a little blonde goatee and a face full of wrinkles. He stood with one hand in his pocket, scanning Wang Feng and Lin Han with pure disdain. "Manager Wang, since when is this a daycare? Why did you bring a child to work?" Wang Feng looked up unfazed. "This is my nephew. His parents are busy today, so I'm babysitting. Do I need a permit for family time now? Or do I not even have that right?" Manager Mike stared him down, but Wang Feng didn't flinch. His aura matched Mike's pressure perfectly. Dealing with these guys was a battlefield every single day. There was a dirty little secret in this place. The upper management hated seeing locals in power. In their eyes, the locals were only good for grunt work and hard labor. That's why every janitor, security guard, and cleaner in the entire Eric building was a local. It was a clear hierarchy. Mike was no different. He blocked Wang Feng again, his voice dripping with venom. "Of course you have rights, but excuse my bluntness. Locals are not allowed in the technical zone of our company. If you insist on entering, and any accident happens, you will take 100% responsibility." It was blatant, ugly discrimination. Wang Feng puffed out his chest, stepping forward until he was practically nose to nose with Mike. Rage blazed in his eyes. "Mike, this is our turf. You dare look down on us in our own country. Aren't you taking this too far? Even if I walk in there today, what are you going to do about it?" The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. It was about to explode. Suddenly another foreign executive walked up, all smiles, acting like the peacemaker. "Whoa, what's going on here? Old Wang Mike, come on. We're all Team Eric here. Fighting looks bad. If Wang wants to check the tech zone, just let him in." But letting him in so easily, that felt wrong. Lin Han's instincts were screaming that this was a trap. He wanted to stop Wang Feng, but the bald manager was already stomping into the tech zone out of pure spite. Lin Han had no choice but to follow, whispering, "That guy and the old man, something's fishy between them." Wang Feng laughed bitterly. "That's the vice president. He's on Mike's side. Hold up, something smells fishy here. That guy Jack. He's the mastermind plotting to wipe out every single Huaxia executive from the shadows." The puzzle pieces finally clicked. Lin Han's eyes widened as he whispered, "He's shedding crocodile tears. Walking into the tech zone now is walking straight into a trap." But Wang Feng just waved his hand, totally unbothered. "You can't stop the inevitable, kid. Old Fang doesn't hand out missions for no reason. If he sent us here, it means something massive is about to go down. Even if it's a setup, I'm dragging you in with me. Whatever you do after that, not my problem." Lin Han could only sigh at the man's stubbornness. Wang Feng might look like a slacker, but the guy sticks to his code like glue. From the high ground, Mike watched the duo like a hawk before turning to his boss. "Hey, Jack, didn't you say you wanted to purge all the Huaxia staff from management? Why the change of heart? Why stop you?" Jack's grin twisted into something truly sinister. "Blocking him now is useless. Think bigger, Mike. We need him to screw up. And I mean royally screw up. I want him bankrupt, broken, and begging to leave the company on his own. To deal with these Huaxia pests, you have to be ruthless." Mike's eyes lit up with pure malice. "Damn, you really play the long game? So you let them through on purpose?" Jack scoffed. "Obviously. You see that bratty kid hanging around him? The second that little rugrat touches anything, I'll have our crew send Wang Feng a gift he'll never forget." Ha 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 ha, imagine the scene. The tech zone suddenly blacks out, a whole batch of wafers gets ruined. The liability for that, it's going to be astronomical. You really live up to the vice president title. This is way more savage than his little petty tricks. A cruel smirk slowly spread across Mike's face. Meanwhile, Lin Han had already wandered over to the thin film deposition area. 7 or 8 staff members were busy running the machines. Right next to them sat the completed wafers, glowing with potential. Lin Han's eyes sparkled. Without hesitation, the boy reached out his small hand and gently touched the processed wafer. The moment his skin made contact, a tidal wave of data crashed into his brain. Interaction with thin film deposition tech confirmed. Analyzing technique. Unlocking physical vapor deposition. Unlocking chemical vapor deposition. Solution. Methods and atomic layer deposition. Acquired. Unlock complete technology mastery. Progress jumps to 100%. Reward unlocked. Field emission lithography technology. Lin Han froze as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Field emission lithography. He immediately dove into the new data flood, and once he saw it, his mind was completely blown. 3 nanometers wasn't the limit anymore. With this tech, even 1 nanometer, heck, angstrom levels were possible. As long as the materials held up, he could build god-tier chips. This reward wasn't just an upgrade, it was the holy grail of lithography machines. So that 3nm tech I just unlocked is already trashed here. Lin Han trembled with pure excitement. But right at that moment, Jack and Mike saw Lin Han touch the finished product. Their lips curled into matching venomous sneers. Jack whipped out his walkie-talkie like a pistol. "It's showtime! Tech department, listen up, cameraman. Tell me you got that shot." It's the 21st century catch-up already. The order dropped like a hammer. The cameraman signaled, and instantly every machine in the zone screeched to a halt. The wafers in the middle of the process were exposed to the air. If they didn't restart immediately, the entire batch would be absolute garbage. This was exactly the chaos Jack wanted. "Why did it stop? What's going on? Our partner needs this batch ASAP. If this coating fails, we're talking millions in losses, maybe tens of millions. Who is responsible for this?" Jack and Mike rushed out, putting on their best fake panic faces. Hearing the commotion, Wang Feng sprinted over too. He arrived to find Lin Han surrounded by a mob. Cameras were already rolling. This was too perfect. Anyone could see this was a staged hit job. Jack and Mike blocked Wang Feng and Lin Han's path instantly. Jack dropped the slang and went full aggressive. "What the hell is this? Why are the machines dead? Explain yourselves right now." The cameraman jumped in on cue. "VP, Jack Manager Mike. It was the kid Manager Wang brought in. That brat started touching our equipment and crashed the whole system. I got it all on video." Lin Han knew a trap was coming, but this framing Wang Feng using a child, these guys were lower than dirt, absolute scum. Mike stepped up to Wang Feng, looking at him like he was something stuck to his shoe. Chewing his gum obnoxiously, he sneered. "I told you, didn't I? People like you always bring disaster to the tech zone. I warned you, but no one listens to Mike. Now look at this mess. Because of this brat, you just torched millions of dollars in product. I'd love to see how you explain this to the big boss." Then came Jack playing the fake peacemaker. He glanced at Lin Han with dead eyes before flashing a snake-like grin. "Well, what's done is done. Wang Feng is a veteran here at Eric Corp. We won't make you pay the millions out of pocket. But a mistake this catastrophic, there have to be consequences." Jack let out a dramatic sigh, deliberately acting like the victim here. He shook his head with a look of helpless pity. "Come on. Manager Wang, just do the polite thing. Resign voluntarily and own up to your mistake. Walk away with your dignity intact." Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, scanning Jack and Mike with a gaze cold enough to freeze water. He let out a chilling laugh. "If you want to frame someone, you'll always find an excuse. You two have wanted me out of Eric Corp for ages. Was it really necessary to use such dirty, underhanded tactics?" Jack immediately snapped back at Manager Wang. "Why are you barking at everyone like a mad dog?" "I'm thinking about your reputation and future here. The evidence is crystal clear. If you hadn't brought that bratty kid here to cause trouble, would this batch of materials be ruined?" Mike suddenly looked up, interrupting with a smirk. "Oh, you don't accept the result. Fine, have it your way. If you can bring this dead batch of materials back to life, we'll pretend none of this ever happened." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire staff burst into laughter. Even Jack chuckled, enjoying the cruel joke. Thin film deposition requires a highly specific environment with precise chemical components and physical processing. Once the process stops, it's game over. There's no restart button. So what Mike was suggesting was basically impossible. It was a challenge designed to humiliate him. Wang Feng knew this perfectly well. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He never expected to be set up by Mike and Jack with such a despicable trap. These foreign companies act so arrogant on our soil. Is it just because the higher-ups give them special treatment and cater to their every whim? But this is our land. You people act like tyrants here, but karma will come for you eventually. Wang Feng didn't care anymore. With a disaster this big, he was doomed anyway. So he might as well curse these scumbags out to vent his anger. But right at that moment, Lin Han suddenly stepped forward, his eyes scanning the so-called scrap metal. "You just need to fix these chips right. That's way too simple. I thought your Eric Corp was supposed to be impressive. I can't believe it's the 21st century, and you're still using such stupid methods for thin film deposition. It's actually hilarious. Honestly, I don't think we need to invite you guys here to teach us advanced experience anymore. Your technology is worse than garbage." Lin Han wasn't being arrogant, and he wasn't being humble. Every word he spoke was powerful and decisive. It didn't sound like language a kid his age should be able to organize. When Mike and Jack saw a little kid talking smack, they laughed like maniacs inside. "Ignorance is bliss, huh? What would a brat like you know? This thin film deposition plan of ours is world-leading technology. You guys begged us to come here, so we came. You even waived most of our taxes. Plus, all those subsidies. We've made a fortune from you people, while your workers slave away for pennies. Haha, a bunch of trash from a lower class dares to be arrogant." Lin Han glanced at Mike and Jack with total indifference. "And what if I fix this batch of chips?" Mike and Jack were instantly cracked up by Lin Han's confidence. "Ha ha ha, fix it. Do you want to hear what you're saying? You think you can fix it? Are you trying to tell a joke?" Wang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Did this kid lack even the most basic common sense? After soaking in those chemicals, the chips had already reacted. If they weren't treated immediately, the chemicals would eat right through the wafer and destroy the internal circuits. By now, those chips were likely beyond saving. "Lin Han, this has nothing to do with you. They wanted to get rid of me a long time ago. They're just using you as an excuse to force me out of Eric Corp. Wang Feng pulled Lin Han behind his back, holding his head high as he faced off against Jack and Mike. He ripped his employee badge off his neck and pointed a finger at the two of them. You two pieces of filth. Don't think just because you hold a little technology, you can act wild on our turf. Today, I voluntarily resign as the sales department manager, but we are not done here. Just you wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Feng prepared to turn and leave. But when he glanced back, he saw Lin Han messing around with the so-called scrap chips. The boy skillfully poured some unknown chemicals into several glass beakers and then tossed the chips inside to soak. Next, with speed that defied logic, he expertly completed the thin film deposition work. Everyone stood their jaws on the floor. A 7th grade student, Lin Han. The scene was absolutely shocking. The little boy was more skilled than their employees with 10 years of experience. Who could they even tell about this? Furthermore, Lin Han combined 3 techniques: physical vapor deposition, chemical vapor deposition, and atomic layer deposition. He mixed them perfectly to coat the chips evenly. The thickness, refractive index, and absorption rate of the film were calculated to perfection. Just like that, the chips that were basically trash suddenly glowed with new life under Lin Han's skillful hands. Moreover, after being processed by his special technique, the deposition effect was actually more advanced than Eric Corp's original technology. Immediately after following standard procedure, the chips passed the machine inspection. The results stunned everyone in the room. Coverage and uniformity reached a perfect score of 100. How is this even possible? Mike and Jack stood there, their minds completely blown. Their company, isekai, had spent over 10 years perfecting thin film deposition. They were easily top 3 on the entire planet of Blue Star for innovation. Yet even their absolute best tech, their god-tier coverage and uniformity, only ever hit 60%. That number was already legendary. The market average a measly 48%. Hitting 60 meant you owned the game. It was the industry gold standard. But reality just slapped them in the face. They realized the truth there is always a higher mountain. That perfect score of 100 flashed on the screen like a blinding sun, leaving Jack and Mike stunned into silence. Wang Feng stood frozen nearby. It felt like someone smashed a giant ancient bell right inside his chest, the vibrations shaking his very soul. Is this kid seriously just a student? How could a rookie crush the pride of a global tech giant so easily? Lin Han finished the sequence. The broken machine didn't just restart, it roared to life like it chugged an elixir of immortality. A perfect 100. He just single-handedly raised the ceiling for the entire industry to a godlike level. Lin Han strolled over to Mike and Jack, chin up, cool as ice. Easy does it. The machine is fixed. I went ahead and finished the rest of the steps for you. Don't mention it. And hey, you won't be needing Uncle Wang for this anymore. Jack mumbled, his brain short-circuited by shock. There's no secret trick to this step. Lin Han grabbed Wang Feng's arm. Let's go. They walked out of the tech zone like bosses. Jack and Mike just stood there watching Lin Han and Wang Feng fade into the distance. Snap back to reality. They rushed to the tech zone. Everyone was already swarming the chips Lin Han just processed. Jack and Mike grabbed 2 chips with trembling hands and shoved them into the tester. 100. Flawless. That kid didn't just get lucky. He had mastered the absolute peak of thin film technology. He held the future in his hands. Oh God, this is a nightmare. Jack and Mike exchanged terrified looks. They wanted to use the brat to destroy Wang Feng's reputation. Instead, they just got absolutely owned by a child. How do they explain this? If they don't get rid of Wang Feng now, they'll never sleep soundly again. They had to find another way to make him disappear. Back in the office, Wang Feng shoved a glass of water at Lin Han and locked the door tight. His eyes were darting around suspiciously. Lin Han flinched. Uncle Wang, chill. What are you doing? Wang sat down, practically vibrating with excitement. How did you do that? Is it magic sorcery? Lin Han raised an eyebrow, awkward. Magic, please. I'm not a wizard. Wang frowned. So you messed with the machine? No way. You looked like a pro. Do you actually know thin film deposition? Lin Han gave him a side eye that screamed, duh. Took you long enough to notice. Wait, really? So that score of 100, that was legit. Lin Han shrugged. Obviously. Wang Feng gasped, sucking in a cold breath. Mother of... Kid, who are you really? Lin Han, 7th grader. Beijing No. 3 Experimental Middle School. He dropped the biggest bomb with the straightest face. A 7th grader. You're telling me a middle schooler just crushed decades of corporate research? Wang Feng looked like he was about to lose his mind. Lin Han spread his hands. I'm not too strong. They're just too weak. What a flex calling the pros weak, savage. Lin Han took a sip of water, looking at the stunned man. His face said, I know you're shook, but save the drama for later. Lin Han analyzed the situation. Uncle Wang was clearly sick of working for these foreign companies. These foreign execs looked down on everyone. They treated the locals like dirt. Our people fought hard to stand tall. Yet here we are still bowing to these jerks. No way. Wang Feng slumped in his chair, sighing. You don't get it. They bully us because they hold the tech patents. They flaunt their superior tech and walk all over us every single day. I've always wanted to master this tech go independent and tell those blonde-haired bosses to shove it. Lin Han smirked. Great minds think alike. You're going to get fired anyway. Let's build our own empire and kick isekai out of the country. Wang sighed. But the tech, they watch me like a hawk. Uncle Wang, Lin Han said calmly. I am the tech. Their methods are ancient history. Wang Feng's eyes lit up like high beams. I knew it. You were thinking the same thing. Ha 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 ha. I've got a few $1 million saved up. You bring the tech skills, I put up the cash, and we split the profits. Deal. With our powers combined, we're going to be absolutely unstoppable. The ultimate uncle-nephew duo is about to take over the world. Linham just laughed it off like the cool protagonist he is. I'll supply the god-tier tech unk, but you run the show. I've got way too many side quests to finish to sit in an office all day. Wang Feng pressed his lips together, holding back his emotions. No point arguing now. It was time to leave this toxic drama fest behind for good. Meanwhile, chaos was brewing. Dumb and Dumber Jack and Mike burst into the CEO's office without knocking, interrupting the boss while he was having a very private meeting with his hot secretary. The two lovebirds jumped up like they'd been electrocuted. Jack, Mike, have you two lost your minds? Ever heard of knocking, or were you raised in a barn? The boss was fuming, his mood completely ruined. I was in the middle of something important, spit it out or get out of my face. Boss Nick, it's a disaster, Jack stammered. Wang brought some brat to the lab today. They went wild and almost bricked an entire batch of wafers. If we hadn't stepped in with our big brain moves to save the day, the company would have lost millions, maybe even tens of millions of dollars. We barely stopped it. Nick's expression darkened instantly. Say what now? Someone tried to wreck my money. Afraid the boss wouldn't buy their story, Jack panicked. He quickly pulled up a video clip, heavily edited to cut out the context, of course. Look, see for yourself, boss. On the screen, the kid looked like a gremlin wrecking the assembly line. Nick's face turned purple with rage. Get Wang in here now. I want his head on a platter. These snakes were clearly plotting together. That was the last straw. Wang Feng was done playing their game. Wang Feng had already packed his cardboard box. He looked up to see Mike leaning against the doorframe, smirking like a villain who thinks he just won the lottery. Well, well. Looks like you know your place, trash. How perfect timing, loser. Boss Nick is screaming for you. You're so cooked. Wang Feng shot him a glare sharp enough to cut glass. Then he marched straight towards the lion's den without looking back. Linham didn't follow him. This was corporate warfare, and it wasn't his turn to fight yet. Besides, he didn't need to be there to know exactly what kind of garbage was spewing from their mouths. The second Wang walked in, Nick didn't even ask for his side of the story. He just slammed the tablet down blind to the truth. Wang Feng, I'm officially warning you, I think the sales director seat has made you too comfortable. You've gotten lazy. We almost lost a fortune today. If Jack and Mike hadn't saved your hide, the company would be ruined. You've been at IREC for years. How are you still messing up like a rookie? Wang opened his mouth to defend himself, but Nick cut him off with a hand wave. Save it. I don't want to hear your excuses. The evidence is right there in 4K docking. Your pay is letting you off easy. Hand over your director title. You're done. Mike stood on the sidelines pouring gas on the fire. I told him to stay out of the lab, boss, but he just had to play hero. Classic incompetence. Jack nodded like a bobblehead. Yeah, thank God we were there, or it would have been game over. Losing money is one thing, but ruining the IREC reputation, that would have been unforgivable. Don't look so sour, Wang. It's your own fault I can't protect you. Suddenly, Wang Feng burst out laughing. Protect me! Protect me! Is that what you call this circus act? You clowns conspired to frame me with dirty tricks. You cooked up lies just to kick me out. Do you think I'm stupid? You're pinning this on me to cover your own tracks. Linham was right about everything. This place is absolutely rotten to the core. You animals have been trying to squeeze me out for ages. Well, guess what? I'd rather starve in the streets than be treated like a dog by the likes of you. Wang Feng had reached his breaking point. With a heavy thud, he slammed his employee ID card onto the floor. I quit, go find another puppet to control. From this day on, IREC Company and I are mortal enemies. And you two, Jack Mike, I won't forget this backstabbing. Just you wait, karma is coming for you. But the dynamic duo just rolled their eyes. Shh. Who do you think you are? Just you wait, please. Without IREC Company, you're absolutely nothing. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, memorizing their faces for the revenge arc. Then he stormed out like a boss. Later at a tea house, he was chugging tea like it was hard liquor. Old Fang and Linham sat there awkwardly. The vibe was heavier than a gravity training room. Finally, Old Fang sighed. Bro, you can't get drunk on tea, stop trying. Linham told me everything that went down. If they want to look down on us, then we have to show them what real strength looks like. Wang Feng suddenly froze, then slammed his cup down. I just can't swallow this anger. I gave my blood, sweat, and tears to IREC, and those snakes repaid me with betrayal. Whatever I'm doing, what Linham said, we'll start our own empire. And when I'm on top, I'll crush IREC Company like a bug. I'll make them regret being born. Suddenly, Linham smirked, a dangerous glint in his eye. Actually, destroying their reputation might be easier than you think. The air in the room froze. Wang Feng and Old Fang stared at him blankly. Say what now? What do you mean? Linham leaned in, dropping the bomb. Remember that batch of wafers I repaired? Wang Feng blinked. Is there something special about them? Old Fang frowned. Define special. Wang Feng started listing the technical specs, and Old Fang's brain almost short-circuited. Thin film deposition technique, 100% absorption rate, perfect refractive index. That's light years ahead of IREC's current tech. That's impossible. Old Fang massaged his temples to stop the headache. He stared at the teenager like he was seeing a ghost. Who is this kid? He went there to learn from them, but ended up schooling the entire company. Irek just played themselves in the worst way possible. They're doomed. So is there a link between this little creature and the Eric company's reputation going down the drain? Linham smirked a dangerous glint in his eye. It's called the Circle of Karma, baby. Just wait and grab the popcorn, the real show is about to start. 3 days later, Wang Feng officially launched the Thin Film Deposition Tech Company. The workforce, a literal army of fresh blood from Huaxiao University. And true to his word, Linham invested with pure brainpower, passing down every single secret of the deposition technique. Fang Qishan and Wang Feng were tight like brothers, so naturally the old professor stepped in to handle the tech side temporarily. But the moment he held the technical blueprint Linham provided, the old man froze. His heart started hammering against his ribs like a war drum. Even though he'd taken his heart medication, seeing Linham's handwritten genius made him tremble uncontrollably. The excitement was simply too much to contain. He had to pop a quick-acting heart pill just to keep from passing out. Once his pulse stabilized, he clutched those blueprints like a veteran general holding the map to the final victory. In his hands, this wasn't just a stack of paper. It was a piercing ray of light destined to shatter the dark monopoly of foreign tech giants. This was the legendary weapon they needed to snatch back their resources from the greedy capital overseas. To him, these techniques were more precious than his own life. He remembered the old days knocking on the doors of foreign high-tech firms begging for just a scrap of knowledge. But those foreign managers, they looked at him like dirt. They mocked his heritage, calling them the sick men of East Asia while laughing in his face. A real man stands tall between heaven and earth. How could he let such a massive humiliation slide without fighting back? And now Linham had handed him the sword of vengeance. A chance to crush those foreign corporations and make local businesses stand proud and tall. The game was officially on. Meanwhile, Nick got an email from a partner company singing high praises for the Eric company. Nick grinned like a Cheshire cat. Ha 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 ha, the fruit company is still booming as always. But did they really need to use such flowery language? Ding dong, an email from the CEO of the fruit company himself. 3 days later, Nick sat face to face with the legendary Boss Jobs. Boss Jobs slid a packaged chip across the table. He smiled. Thanks to your thin film deposition tech, we've created the perfect chip. Nick frowned, totally confused. Is there any difference between this batch and the last one? Brother Jobs, what do you mean it's the same stuff? Boss Jobs looked skeptical. Nick, are you pulling my leg? This time, your tech, the thickness, the refraction, the absorption, it's all at 100% standard. It's in a totally different league from before. Nick was flabbergasted. What, 100%? You can mess around for 3 days, but you can't survive if you mess yourself up. It's clearly always been 60%. Brother Jobs, are you tripping? Boss Jobs pointed at the chip, getting impatient. How could this be fake? After saying that, Jobs frowned, realizing something wasn't adding up. This film-deposited chip came from the Eric company, right? Logically, Nick should know about his own product. Besides, I've already used this batch for our latest high-end mobile product. The press conference is the day after tomorrow. The fruit company's performance is about to skyrocket thanks to this. If we keep using your tech, we'll dominate the mobile world. That was exactly why Boss Jobs invited Nick out to discuss a massive reorder. If the Eric company's tech was this god tier, they would need a massive supply moving forward. It's your company's product. How do you not know? Boss Jobs took a sip of coffee, eyeing him suspiciously. Nick laughed awkwardly. The label did have his code, but 100%. That was insane. He racked his brain. Did he miss something? Then he remembered the production of this specific batch. He gasped, a cold chill hitting him. It was Jack and Mike. It seemed those two, while trying to fix the broken chips, accidentally upgraded the quality to 100%. Talk about a blessing in disguise, Nick muttered. Boss Jobs looked up. I'm here to establish a long-term partnership and increase our orders. Nick snapped back to reality, his eyes lighting up like dollar signs. The fruit company was the hottest thing right now. If he rode this wave, the Eric company wouldn't just grow, they'd become the biggest tech giant on the blue planet. The money would flow like a river. Just thinking about it gave him a rush. Haha, good. No matter how many orders the Eric company will take them all. Jack and Mike had the tech anyway. They just copy the process and boom, 100% standard again, right? Nick nodded, already counting his chickens. Seeing Nick so agreeable, Boss Jobs immediately whipped out the contract. Under the warm cafe lights, Nick scanned the document. His heart nearly exploded with joy. An order for $500 million. Brother Jobs, you really treat me too well. Jobs smiled back. Not at all. This is just a small initial order to test the waters. If it wasn't for the cutting-edge tech from Eric Superb, the board wouldn't even look at this contract twice. If we pull this off, we're looking at another $5 billion, maybe even $10 billion in pure profit. Let's join forces and totally dominate the entire mobile market of the blue planet. By then, your company will be the supreme manufacturing overload. The two of them laughed like villains plotting world domination. But back at headquarters, Nick was gripping the window frame so hard his knuckles turned white, shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. Standing behind him were Mike and Jack, heads bowed low like naughty schoolboys caught cheating. You're two absolute animals. A $500 million contract flushed down the toilet because of your stupidity. So you wanted to kick Wang Feng out, and that's why you pulled this dirty, underhanded scheme? You scumbags, you trash. Nick's face turned purple. If he hadn't announced the fruit company contract right there, he would have been played like a fiddle forever. Jack swallowed hard and whispered, "Boss Nick, honestly, fixing this mess isn't actually mission impossible." Nick narrowed his eyes, hands on his hips giving Jack the death stare. "If you have a fart to release, let it out now." Jack and Mike were trembling like leaves in a hurricane. Jack knew he had to talk fast or die trying. It was Wang Feng's nephew who fixed the tech before. Instead of begging the old man, why not just buy the kid off? Who on earth doesn't like money? Right, am I right? Nick scratched his head. It was a desperate play. Fine, but the clock is ticking. If you don't find that brat in 3 days, you two are dead meat. Jack and Mike looked at each other, nodding frantically. Finding one kid in the capital, it was like looking for a needle in the ocean. 2 days later, Jack and Mike were empty-handed and sweating bullets. Finally, they had no choice. They had to track down Wang Feng first to pry his nephew's address out of him. After digging through every contact, they found out Wang Feng had started his own gig, the Huaren tech company specializing in thin film deposition tech. Finding Wang Feng, Jack and Mike put on their fakest smiles. "Oh, Wang, we were so wrong before. You're a big man with a big heart. Surely you won't hold a grudge against us, little guys." Wang Feng lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and blew a thick cloud of smoke right into their faces. The disrespect was palpable. The two of them coughed and hacked, waving the smoke away. "Wang Feng, we wouldn't dare mess with you now. Messing with you cost us our jobs. We had to start our own thing too." Jack laughed nervously. "Wang, if you need anything, just holler. Let's let bygones be bygones. Right now, we have a super important favor to ask. It's about your nephew." Just then, Linham strolled onto the scene. Jack and Mike rushed over like desperate salesmen. "Hey, little bro, come here, let's chat." Wang Feng stepped in, blocking them with one arm like a fortress wall. "In broad daylight. You two trying to kidnap a child now?" Linham instantly saw through their fake act. He exposed them without mercy. "You two are here for the thin film deposition tech, aren't you?" Jack and Mike nodded like bobbleheads. "Yes, as long as you agree to help our company, we'll pay an astronomical price." Linham looked them dead in the eye and said one word, "Scram." Jack and Mike froze their faces, turning from shock to fury. Before they could even start yelling, Linham hit them with another scram. It was the ultimate face slap. The anger Wang Feng had been holding back was finally unleashed. Linham's voice was ice cold. "Didn't you guys look down on us locals before? Now you come crawling back, begging a local to save your company? Where's that foreign arrogance now?" Linham might be young, but his words were sharp daggers, stabbing right into their pride. Jack and Mike were about to explode. Jack pointed a shaking finger at Linham. "You little punk. We're only inviting you because we value talent. Don't think you're some kind of god." Linham smirked a dangerous glint in his eye. "Just wait and see. When you stand in the shadows, you're already flirting with death." Jack and Mike turned to leave, but panic set in. They failed to get the kid. Now what? If that $500 million contract implodes in their hands, Boss Nick will literally skin them alive. Even worse, if they can't deliver, the fruit company is going to demand massive compensation. According to the contract, failure means paying 3 times the penalty. That's $1.5 billion and their reputation destroyed. It was clear which was more important, dignity or life. Suddenly, Jack and Mike dropped to their knees in front of Linham and Wang Feng. Snot and tears streamed down their faces as they begged. "We were blind. Our dog eyes couldn't see Mount Tide, Director Wang. It's all our fault. You are a generous man. Please convince your nephew to save us." Wang Feng narrowed his eyes. He wasn't a saint anymore. Wang Feng dropped his cigarette butt and crushed it under his heel, grinding it into the dirt. That stomp felt like he was crushing years of frustration. The clouds above parted, and a beam of holy sunlight illuminated Wang Feng like a hero. Meanwhile, the shadow of the building perfectly covered Jack and Mike, leaving them in darkness. The visual symbolism was absolute perfection. Wang Feng looked down at the pathetic duo and asked in a low, dangerous voice, "When you framed me back then, did you ever imagine this day would come? When you guys kicked me to the curb like trash did, any of you try to stop it? Even a little?" That question hit Jack and Mike like a truck. They froze, heads hanging low, their eyes screaming pure despair. Wang Feng didn't let up. "You guys showed me zero mercy back then, so why should I play nice with you now? I'll say it one last time. Get lost. I never want to see your faces again. Whatever happens to your crumbling company is not my problem." Jack and Mike were drowning in panic. They realized too late that they had dug their own graves. But that despair quickly turned into venomous hatred. They stood up, realizing the bridge between them was burned to ashes. So they dropped the act completely. "Fine. You think you're all that? I refuse to believe no one else on this planet can handle the 100 standard thin film tech. Just you watch, we'll survive this. Your little Huaren tech is the one that's going to crash and burn?" As they stormed off, Wang Feng flashed a big thumbs up to Lin Han. "Nice work, kid. That felt absolutely amazing. I took so much crap at that company, but today the score is settled." But Lin Han just smirked and shook his head. "Settled, uncle. The real show hasn't even started yet." Wang Feng paused. "There's more. What are you cooking up, little bro?" Back inside the office, things got serious. Lin Han leaned in, his voice low. "That $500 million order from Apple, do you want it?" Wang Feng's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. "Of course I want it. That's Apple. One order like that would make us the kings of the industry." Lin Han's lips curled into a confident smile. I figured you'd say that. But before we grab the prize, I've got a little side quest. He signaled for Wang Feng to come closer. He whispered the plan. Wang Feng looked dazed. Apple stocks, Lin Han nodded sharply. Buy now. But their stock is already at an all-time high. Isn't it risky to expect it to go higher? Lin Han chuckled. Think about it. Why were Jack and Mike so desperate to find us today? It's because Apple just increased their order volume with them. That's why they were sweating bullets. If they can't deliver, Apple will demand compensation. That penalty fee will snap their cash flow in half. Their entire company is going to crash and burn. Wang Feng listened, but he was still buffering. Okay, but what does their failure have to do with us buying Apple stock? If their supplier goes bankrupt, Apple can't ship products. Shouldn't that make Apple's stock drop? Buying in now feels like we're walking into a trap, doesn't it? Lin Han sighed, looking at his partner like he was teaching a toddler. He prepared to spell it out. Suddenly the gears in Wang Feng's head clicked. A grin spread across his face as he shouted, "Wait, we're going to swoop in and steal that order. With our tech, Apple's performance will skyrocket. The market goes crazy, the stock jumps, and we make a killing." Lin Han nodded. Exactly. Nothing builds capital faster than playing the market right. Ever since he awakened the heaven-defying comprehension system, the world looked different to Lin Han. Regular geniuses might see 2 or 3 steps ahead, but Lin Han, he was playing 4D chess, seeing 10 moves into the future. Everything was dancing in the palm of his hand. Wang Feng didn't hesitate for another second, he went all in. Meanwhile, Jack and Mike were proving just how naive they really were. They called in every favor and pulled every string, but nobody on Earth could match the 100 standard tech. Defeated, they crawled back to the office. Nick was so stressed his hair was falling out. He swept everything off his desk in a blind rage. Crash! Expensive equipment scattered across the floor, shattering into pieces. You two useless idiots forced Wang Feng out, and for what? Are you happy now that $500 million order is toast? Apple demanded the 100 standard. I thought you morons could handle it, but it turns out the real genius was that kid all along. You lied just to get rid of your competition. Damn it! I'm going to make you pay the $1 billion penalty out of your own pockets. This is all on you, Nick screamed until he was gasping for air. The Apple order was gone. Their company had to wave the white flag. They admitted breach of contract, begging Apple to lower the penalty fees. It was their only hope. If Apple demanded the full amount, their company would be wiped off the map. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the CEO of Apple dropped a bombshell announcement. The new phone model was coming with a processor 60% faster than anything else. It wasn't just an upgrade, it was a technological revolution. Breaking news just hit the wire and Fruit Corp stock is blasting off to the moon. After the press conference, Boss Jobs strutted back to his mansion ready to pop a bottle of vintage wine. But then, a random text from overseas slid into his DMs. Our thin film deposition tech hits 100% purity. Jobs let out a cocky laugh. Scammers trying to hustle the king of tech, what a joke. But the smirk was wiped off his face when Nick called. Listening to the voice on the other end, Boss Jobs froze like a statue. Remember the golden rule of web novels? 30 years east, 30 years west. Never look down on a poor youth. Nick was apologizing frantically, but Boss Jobs' eyes were popping out like cartoon saucers. Sorry? If sorry worked, we wouldn't need the police. If you told me this yesterday, I could have spun the story. I could have saved face. But now, it is way too late. I already held the press conference, I hyped the world up, and now you tell me you got nothing. Because of your clownery, Fruit Corp is about to lose over $10 billion in market value. Can you even pay that charging you triple damages is going easy on you? Nick was shaking at his boots. $1.5 billion. That was enough to bury his company 6 feet under without a gravestone. Boss Jobs, please have mercy. Nick tried one last Hail Mary, but Boss Jobs wasn't having it. This wasn't just his money. He had a board of directors breathing down his neck. I have to answer to the shareholders $1.5 billion. I expect every single penny. If you don't pay, I'll sue you for every dime of damage Fruit Corp suffers. And that amount would be way more than $1 billion. Nick fell into the abyss of total despair. It was checkmate. He slammed the phone down, eyes bloodshot like a demon. He ground his teeth looking ready to murder the 2 useless idiots Jack and Mike. Without you 2 morons, our company would have ruled the world. We were destined for greatness. But now we are bankrupt. Are you happy now? You chased away the real talent. Are you satisfied? Nick screamed like a banshee. Jack and Mike trembled like leaves in a storm. Nick was so angry his heart gave out, and he collapsed into his chair with a heavy sigh. I will give you exactly 1 day. Bring me $100 million each, or I am dragging you to court and making you pay with your lives. But let's be real, how are these losers going to find $100 million? You could sell their organs on the black market and still not make a dent in that debt. And so, the hammer dropped. Under the crushing pressure of Fruit Corp, Nick's company had to cough up a staggering £1.5 billion. The company collapsed instantly, and the root cause was the sheer incompetence of Jack and Mike. The court ordered the dynamic duo of failure to pay £300 million in personal damages. For using illegal business tactics, they got slapped with a 5-year prison sentence. Nick's empire turned to dust and he got deported. Back in the UK, without cash, you were a nobody. The former CEO was reduced to living off welfare checks. From top of the food chain to homeless bum. All because they looked down on our main character for being Asian. But Fruit Corp wasn't out of the woods yet. Without the 100% tech, Boss Jobs' press conference was now a massive lie. How to fix this mess? Boss Jobs was tearing his hair out, literally going bald from stress. Then he remembered that scam text from earlier. Call that number? It sounded crazy, but desperation makes you do wild things. He decided to risk getting played. Worst case, I lose a few million. Best case, it saves the entire company from sinking into the abyss. That is the mindset of a leader. He dialed the number. Ring, ring. Hello? Welcome to Huanan Tech customer support. Jobs didn't hesitate. I need to place an order. The 100% standard type. Wait, you guys actually have it. Uncle Wang hung up the phone and stared at our MC Lamham like he was seeing a ghost. His eyes were bulging out. You said Boss Jobs would call us himself, and he actually did. We actually snagged the Fruit Corp deal, haha kid. Are you a psychic or something? Lamham just tapped his temple. It is all up here. I've been grinding for 2 days straight. The production line is ready to roll. With my method making that 100% film is easier than eating bean sprouts. Talk about a flex. Uncle Wang felt like his partner wasn't human. He must be a deity sent down to help him build a business empire. This was way better than slaving away like a dog back at Nick's toxic company. They were going to be rich. I bought $3 million of that stock you mentioned. I will split $2 million with you. But Lamham shook his head. I don't need cash. I want Fruit Corp to fall. Uncle Wang was confused. Wait, aren't we partnering with them? Why do you want them to go bust? Lamham didn't elaborate. It is too early to explain. Just trust the plan, Uncle. Wang took a deep breath and nodded. All right, you are the one leading us to glory. I will follow your lead blind. Shortly after, Boss Jobs arrived at Huanan Tech to inspect the production line in person. The executive checked the specs on the X100 standard and boom, perfection. He was grinning like he just won the lottery, thinking Fruit Corp was finally back in the game. He didn't waste a second signing a 500 million gold yuan contract with Wang Feng, setting the delivery deadline for the next quarter. With the contract safely in the bag, Wang Feng made sure to accidentally on purpose leak the news to some special friends across the ocean. Meanwhile, Nick, Jack and Mike were currently stuck in a closet-sized cell on the other side of the world, sewing clothes like miserable NPCs in a prison simulator. When they heard the news, they completely lost it. The Huaxia guy they used to look down on was now bawling out of control, the biggest winner of them all, while they were stuck scrubbing floors. Talk about instant karma, the heavens don't miss. Back at home, the production lines at Huaren Tech were spinning like crazy, never taking a break. Every single batch using the thin film deposition technique taught by Lin Han was hitting a perfect 100 score. Wang Feng was practically dancing with joy. Those little chips weren't just silicon, they were pure cash stacks. At the same time, Fruit Corp's stock price shot to the moon, sending shockwaves through the entire Huaxia mobile industry. The local mobile bosses were crying rivers of tears, totally helpless against the surge. But here's the tea, the mobile game is all about that core tech. Fruit Corp teamed up with the top photolithography giants on Blue Star to create that sweet 7nm processor. Add in their super smooth software ecosystem that traps users like a comfortable spiderweb, and it's no wonder they gobbled up the market share, becoming the unshakable final boss of the mobile world. But the real reason Lin Han wanted to bankrupt Fruit Corp wasn't just business. In his past life, those phones were actually spy devices stealing top-secret data, and they even had a kill switch to detonate remotely. Countless innocent people got hurt just because they bought a trendy phone. When the war started, those devices turned into pocket-sized bombs. Some poor souls were literally blown to pieces. It was a living nightmare of fate worse than death. Massive amounts of classified intel was stolen, dealing a critical hit to the nation's defense that they almost couldn't recover from. So yeah, people say science has no borders. That's total garbage. When the bombs start falling, that convenient smartphone becomes a weapon in your pocket. Or history lesson fam, back in the day during the invasion, car factories turned into tank plants overnight. That's a lesson written in blood. Lin Han looked up at the sky, and the clouds seemed to morph into that arrogant Bitten Apple logo. He clenched his fists, eyes burning with cold fury. Fruit Corp, your free trial of existence has just expired. Wait, what? You want to go all in on the nanometer tech? Aha, say less, I've got you back 100%. General Fang Qishan was hyped. He pulled a red document from his desk and slapped it down in front of Lin Han. Take a look at this kid, it's going to blow your mind. Ah, the classic frenemies dynamic. Lin Han picked up the red file, scanning it carefully like he was reading a legendary skill book. It was a battle plan. The document outlined measures to counter the foreign tech invasion. The state was finally dropping massive buffs and financial aid for local tech industries. Basically, this meant that any company involved in the mobile game or related tech fields could sign up for these government cheat codes and infinite money glitches. This was huge news. It meant the big wigs upstairs were finally serious about leveling up local companies to fight back against the fruit empire. Lin Han smirked. He was already 5 moves ahead. I've been setting things up. I'm working with Uncle Wang Feng, and we just secured a $500 million bag from Fruit Corp. Fang Qishan took a sip of tea and nodded like a proud sensei. Wang Feng gave me the heads up on that. I actually told him to load up on Fruit Corp stock before the deal dropped. Now that their stock is skyrocketing, he's cashing out big time. We made a killing. Lin Han nodded. I want Uncle Wang to expand into phones. We can supply him with 3nm chips. As far as I know, and the entire Blue Star, only Huaxia has the tech to make 3nm chips right now. Fang Qishan's eyes went wide. You want to snatch Fruit Corp's market share? Lin Han's grin was savage. Snatch it, no. I'm going to uproot their entire family tree. Fang Qishan gulped. He saw a glint in Lin Han's eyes that was way too intense for a teenager. It was the sharp, decisive look of a veteran general. Right now, Fruit Corp is the Rolls-Royce of phones. Taking them down is like fighting a dragon with a stick. Can a kid really pull off a miracle like this? Fang Qishan couldn't hide his worry. Lin Han glanced at the document again, smiling. The leaders were smart. Since the stage is set, I'm going all out. Our nation can't just rely on big guns. We need to dominate the tech world too. You can't run fast with one crippled leg. Just look at what happened to the Red Bear Empire back in the day. Anyway, I need a favor, Dr. Fang. Fang Qishan grinned. Name it. If I can do it, consider it done. Lin Han thought for a second. I'm planning to build a lithography plant here in Huaxia. Do you have any connections for that? Fang Qishan frowned confused. Doesn't Dr. Li already have more than 30 of those 3-nanometer machines? That's enough to open a factory. You want to build another one that's going to cost a fortune. He rubbed his chin, thinking hard. All right, let's roll with it. I'll help you call for investors first. Building a plant burns money like crazy. Lin Han shook his head with a mysterious smile. No, Uncle, you've got it wrong. The lithography plant I'm talking about is nothing like the ones you know. Check this out, Uncle. It's just a rough sketch, but it's got potential. Lin Han casually slid the blueprint across the table like he wasn't handing over the future of humanity. The moment Fang Qishan laid eyes on the papers, his brain short-circuited. His eyes popped wide open and he froze like a statue in a museum. His trembling finger pointed at the document as he stuttered, Wait, is this actually doable a 1-nanometer lithography machine? My God, this isn't just an upgrade. It's a technological quantum leap. Honestly, even Lin Han wasn't 100% certain, but building this chip foundry was destiny calling. And in this game, speed was everything. Delaying would only mean game over. Getting this built early was the only way to secure the nation's future. In his previous life on a parallel blue star, once AI technology evolved into its final form, the world changed forever. The Eagle Nation had hogged all the tech bloodlines and computing power, controlling 80% of the planet's wealth and crowning themselves the supreme overlords of the blue star. They bullied every other nation into submission, rewriting history. But Lin Han had lived through that nightmare once, and he refused to let history repeat itself. This chip technology wasn't just metal and wires. It was the key to unlocking god-tier computing power. So, Uncle, do you have any leads? Lin Han asked, cutting through the silence. Fang Qishan's eyes darted around as he calculated the odds. If this tech was legit, their country would instantly jump to the top of the server, dominating the entire blue star. I don't know if the investors are ready to ball out like that, but we have to shoot our shot. Wait for my signal. 3 days later, the stock market was going crazy. Apple's stock price had hit a new high, but Wang Feng knew this was just the appetizer. Once the new Apple phone with 60% more computing power dropped, the stock was going to the moon. That would be the perfect time to cash out. Just off the Apple orders alone, Wang Feng was already swimming in money, and he knew exactly who to thank Lin Han. Without that kid, Wang Feng would be grinding like a corporate slave for the rest of his life, never tasting financial freedom. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and looked up at the sky with a grin that said he finally won at life. That same day, Fang Qishan came through with big news. He had found a tech giant ready to throw some serious cash into the game. These guys started from the bottom and rode the industry wave to the top, expanding their empire into everything. Now they were heavy hitters in software commerce media. You name it, they owned it. With an annual production value of $30 billion and a net profit of $6 billion, this wasn't just a company, it was a kingdom. Fang Qishan had even written up a full dossier on them. He slid a stack of documents toward Lin Han with a confident smirk. Take a look, and if you don't vibe with them, I'll find another one. We keep going until you're happy. Lin Han appreciated the hustle and flipped through the file. The target, Rongsheng Technology. The CEO, Zhang Hongwei. And wow, this CEO was a stunner, 35 years old, filthy rich, and looking like a model. The backstory read like a main character script, which was exactly Lin Han's flavor. The most impressive part? This CEO didn't just push papers. They built their own research and development team from scratch. The reason Rongsheng Tech was dominating the market was specifically because of that obsessive focus on R&D. This is the one, Lin Han decided instantly. When can we set up a meeting? Fang Qishan chuckled. I figured you'd say that. No time to waste, right? The three of them met up at a high-end tea house conveniently located right underneath Rongsheng Tech's headquarters. But the moment CEO Zhang Hongwei saw Lin Han, the vibe shifted. He looked at Lin Han's young face shocked and immediately turned to roast Fang Qishan. Seriously, old Fang, is this about me stealing your girlfriend back in college? You're still salty, so you hire a high schooler to pitch me a fake project. Are you trolling me right now? Zhang scoffed. Fang Qishan shot him a deadly glare. Can we leave the ancient history out of this? Zhang Hongwei pouted like a dramatic celebrity. You're the one playing games with my time. What kind of blueprint prank is this? You haven't changed a bit since college. Still hot-tempered, still arrogant, and still blind to real talent. Fang signaled for the dramatic CEO to sit down. Zhang Hongwei frowned, his face crumpling in annoyance. He started clicking his Zippo lighter, nervously tapping it against the table while eyeing the duo suspiciously. Look, I had my experts check this blueprint. They aren't sure it's even possible. If I didn't know you personally, I wouldn't drop a single dime on this. Consider this investment an apology for breaking your heart back in the day. Fang Qishan looked like he wanted to slap the arrogance right off Zhang's face. This guy was really pushing his luck. Quit bringing up my dark past. We're talking business here, Fang barked, losing his cool. Zhang Hongwei took a deep breath and slammed his Zippo onto the table. $500 million. That's my limit. Don't ask for more. You know my situation. I have a board of directors to answer to. I can't just burn cash. Fang Qishan wagged his finger like a disappointed teacher. 500 million, no way. Lin Ham is building a chip foundry, not a pig farm. 500 mil is chump change. We need at least $2 billion. Zhang Hongwei looked at him like he had lost his mind. He smashed his Zippo down on the table again with a loud crack, clearly offended by the audacity of the request. He practically exploded out of his seat, stomping his left foot down like he owned the place. He shouted, "Old Fang, you have crossed the line. $1 billion is my final offer, don't push your luck." Fang narrowed his eyes, looking up at Zhang with a devilish smirk. "Oh, really? Do you want me to spill all your dirty little secrets from our college days? Like how a certain someone was still wetting the bed in the dorms?" Before the words could fully escape, Zhang slapped his hand over Fang's mouth in a panic. "Bro, are you trying to ruin my reputation over some petty cash fine? You win $2 billion? Consider it a debt I owe you, just shut up." Fang chuckled, shaking his head. "See, I knew you couldn't handle me without throwing money at the problem." Zhang let out a heavy sigh, shooting his friend a glare full of resentment. Even though he agreed to the $2 billion investment, his company Prospertech was already swimming in deep waters. Pulling out $2 billion right now wouldn't exactly kill Prospertech, but it was like peeling off a layer of skin. That wound wasn't going to heal overnight. Whatever. He'd just chalk it up to the guilt he owed Fang. Back in the day before Fang went to study abroad in the Eagle Nation, he asked Zhang to look after his girlfriend. But plot twist, Zhang and the girlfriend caught feelings, and he ended up stealing his best friend's girl. Even though she only dated Zhang after breaking up with Fang, the bro code was still violated. If Fang wasn't such a loyal guy, these two would have been mortal enemies by now. So honestly, $2 billion was a cheap price to pay for a guilty conscience. Whether Fang wanted revenge, or actually wanted to build this lithography factory, Zhang had to pay up. But the real question was, could this little kid actually pull it off? "Old Fang, be real with me. You're the one actually running the lithography project, right?" Zhang asked, praying for a yes. Fang shrugged, looking completely unbothered. "I wish I had that kind of talent. Let me introduce you properly. The young master in front of you is a 7th grader from Beijing Middle School. His name is Lin Han. The entire lithography project will be under Lin Han's command." "Got it." Zhang looked like he swallowed a fly. He thought Fang was going to drop some big professor's name. Turns out the mastermind is a student, and not even a college student, but a middle schooler. Is this some kind of sick joke? After processing the shock, Zhang came to one conclusion. He grabbed a CPU-shaped lighter from the table and pointed it at Fang like a weapon. "You are definitely scamming me. Damn it. If you didn't have dirt on me, I would have tossed you out the window by now." He rolled his eyes and let out a defeated breath. "Send him to my company at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I owe you big time." With that, Zhang stomped off. Walking out of the tea house, he rubbed his temples furiously. Why does the universe decide to dump all the trouble on him at once? Did the great CEO Zhang just invest in a kid's crayon drawings? After Zhang left, Fang seemed to drift into a deep memory, staring at nothing. Lin Han noticed the shift in the atmosphere. Fang was drowning in his thoughts, but it wasn't the right time to pry. Finally, Fang snapped back to reality and started talking about Zhang again. "You know why that idiot agreed to drop $2 billion on a project nobody believes in?" The setting sun cast a blood-red glow over the table, making the empty teacups look like they were burning. Fang sighed, his voice heavy with regret. "Who told me to be such a nerd back then? All I did was study. I guess everyone has that one regret they can't let go of." Lin Han's face grew serious as he listened. His own regret? It was watching his homeland Huaxia get crushed by the Eagle Nation in his past life. Huaxia had been scarred and trampled, filled with wounds. That's why in this second life, he swore to stop that tragedy from ever happening again. Cut to the Prospertech entrance. Suddenly a security guard stepped in Lin Han's path. "Hey brat, what do you think you're doing? Get lost. This is a high-end corporate building, not a playground." Lin Han calmly stated he was there to see Zhang Hongwei. The guard burst out laughing. "Oh look, he even knows the CEO's full name. How cute." Another guard joined in the mockery. "Beat it, kid. Do you really think a place like this is for someone like you?" But their bullying was loud enough to catch the ear of Zhang, who was just walking up. From a distance, Zhang's face turned darker than a thunderstorm. "What is going on here?" The guard pointed at Lin Han, thinking he was doing a good job. "Boss, this little brat keeps saying he's looking for you. Don't worry, we blocked him." Imagine a kid saying he's here to discuss business projects. Hilarious, right? Zhang shot the guard a look of pure disgust. Then, right in front of their shocked faces, he grabbed Lin Han by the arm and pulled him inside the building. Staring at the backs of Lin Han and the CEO, the two guards froze. It was like they just got hit by a mental sledgehammer. "Bro, did that kid just walk in with the big boss?" Yeah, he did." "Oh my God, he actually knows the CEO. I'm finished. I'm cooked. I just graduated and got this sweet gig at a big company thinking I was set for life. I haven't even been here a month, and I already offended the CEO's guest. My resume is going to have a massive black stain on it forever." Honestly though, Zhang wasn't that petty. Unlike those cliche web novels, a CEO like him didn't have time to hold grudges against random security guards. Besides, he was more worried about the kid. Whether this middle schooler could actually save his company was still a massive question mark. In his heart, Lin Han wasn't a VIP, yet just a risky gamble. He led Lin Han straight to the lab. Inside, a 60-year-old researcher in a white coat was leading a team of stressed-out middle-aged scientists. Boom! A sudden flash of fire ripped through the air. The 60-year-old researcher and his team scrambled back, but speed wasn't their strong suit. It was already too late. Their faces were instantly roasted like marshmallows at a campfire. The old head researcher literally coughed up a cartoon-style ring of black smoke. Another failure. Relax, old man, bye. We just need to take it slow. The man everyone called Old Man Bai was the 60-year-old brain of this operation. Old Man Bai scratched his messy grey hair stress lines deepening on his forehead. If we don't crack this advanced gold core stacking tech soon, our company is officially toast. Mr. Bai! Just then, Zhang Hongwei arrived, dragging Lam Ham along with her. Old Man Bai spun around. He looked like a mad scientist who had just lost a fight with the toaster, nearly making Zhang laugh out loud. Mr. Bai, look at you. The old man laughed awkwardly. We're trying to upgrade the core quality, but every time we hit layer 4, the whole thing rejects the stack. The internal wiring gets more tangled than headphones in a pocket. It short circuits, and then, boom. That's why we look like chimney sweeps. Anyway, CEO Zhang, what brings you down to the dungeon? CEO Zhang pushed Lam Ham into the spotlight. Meet the partner my friend recommended. Surprise! The blueprints you saw earlier. This is the genius who drew them. Old Man Bai squinted at Lam Ham, his face twisting into a scowl. I was wondering why I couldn't understand them. Turns out they were just kids' scribbles. Wait, hold on. CEO Zhang, what did you just say? He is the partner. Old Man Bai looked like he'd seen a ghost. The young researchers behind him looked like their brains had just crashed. Has CEO Zhang finally lost her marbles? Partnering with a literal child. What are we doing here? Playing marbles? Or maybe hide and seek? Are we just throwing cash out the window now? CEO Zhang, please let me knock some sense into you. I think, and then think again. CEO Zhang smiled bitterly. I already gave my word. Besides, I don't think he's scamming me. And even if I get played, I'll accept it. The company is already a sinking ship. Might as well try a Hail Mary pass while we still can. Old Man Bai sighed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. The fruit company is dominating everything right now. They just held a press conference. Their boss bragged about boosting processing speed to 60%. It's crushing the domestic market. Our orders are plummeting. The capital chain is about to snap like a dry twig. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream pierced the air of the lab. Hey, you brat, don't touch the merchandise. While everyone was busy with the drama, nobody noticed the main character making a move. Lam Ham had quietly slipped into the lab like a ninja. He was already toying with the precious gold core they were trying to polish. Luckily, someone spotted him. Otherwise, this kid would have turned a fortune into scrap metal. Who gave you permission to touch our gear? Old Man Bai roared. Even CEO Zhang frowned. This kid was acting like a total loose cannon. Lam Ham was dragged out, but he was still clutching a piece of the gold core. CEO Zhang put her hands on her hips, shaking her head. Looks like relying on this kid was a bust. Lam Ham, you can't just grab expensive tech like that. Put it down before Mr. Bai has a heart attack. At that moment, Lam Ham held up the gold core and smirked. With the way you guys stack this piece of junk will never break past the 4th layer. The room went dead silent. Then the outrage hit. What does a milk-drinking kid know about high-tech? Old Man Bai demanded an answer. Lam Ham held up 3 fingers. 3 hours. That's all I need to fix your mess. Everyone's eyes narrowed. CEO Zhang stood there, hands in her pockets, scanning the teenager. Could this brat really be the miracle they needed? If he could actually do it, their company, Vinthin, might actually rise from the ashes. But the odds were slimmer than winning the lottery. A kid saving a tech empire? It sounded like a bad movie plot. Old Man Bai let out a dry, sarcastic laugh. Sure, kid. If you can break this bottleneck, you'll be the hero of the company. Heck, forget the lab. If you pull this off, the CEO might even promise you the stars in the sky. CEO Zhang sighed. Old Man Bai, you really have a dark sense of humor. Lam Ham didn't blink. I'm borrowing the lab. Result in 3 hours. Without waiting for permission, he walked back inside, alone. A young researcher wanted to stop him, but the seniors held him back. Let him play pretend. What's the worst that could happen if he somehow stumbles onto a solution we win? And if he wrecks the lab, we fix it in 10 minutes. He's just a kid, he doesn't have the strength to destroy the heavy machinery. Everyone shrugged. 3 hours. Let the kid have his fun. Inside the lab, the atmosphere changed instantly. Lam Ham's expression turned serious as he began stacking, polishing, and sealing. A superchip stacked with 16 layers materialized before his eyes. He checked the stats. Perfection. 0 flaws. 3 hours later, Old Man Bai and CEO Zhang were waiting by the door like anxious parents. Lam Ham strolled out looking bored. Old Man Bai smirked, ready to mock him. So, kid, did you have fun in your playground? Lam Ham just gave a cool smile. It was all right, I guess. Old Man Bai let out a heavy sigh, sounding like a tired grandpa. Look, kid, if you're done playing pretend, just head home, okay? Stacking star essence isn't some child's game you can just breeze through. But before the old man could finish his lecture, Lin Han casually held up the finished product like it was nothing. Old man Bai squinted for a second and then Bammy froze like a statue. Was this a 4-layer stacknar that didn't look right? Lin Han shrugged, looking totally bored. 4 layers, please. If that's all it was, I wouldn't even call it technology. I stacked this bad boy 16 times. Every circuit is linked and the power test is green. It's ready to roll. Say what? Old man Bai's eyes almost popped out of his skull. 16 layers. Lin Han nodded with a straight face. Yeah, unfortunately, I maxed out at 16 layers for now. Excuse me, only 16. Bro, if physics didn't hold you back, you'd probably ascend to godhood right now. Old man Bai's entire understanding of the universe just shattered into a million pieces. Director Zhang rushed in like he smelled money grabbing the chip to inspect it. Wait a minute, the thickness hasn't even changed that much. 16 layers. That should be impossible. Lin Han just chilled. I shaved down every layer to microscopic thinness so it doesn't look like a brick. Zhang gulped audibly. Even a legend like Old Man Bai couldn't crack this code yet. This kid just did it like it was homework. Mr. Bai, double-check this for me? Tell me I'm not dreaming right now. Old Man Bai looked up, down, left and right. His fingers were trembling like he was holding a sacred artifact. 16 layers. The old man spent his whole life sweating blood just to get 4 layers, and this guy grinds out 16 in 3 hours? The quality, absolute perfection. The circuit connections, literal grandmaster level. Perfect doesn't even begin to describe it. It was beyond perfect. Old Man Bai hoisted the chip into the air like Rafiki holding Simba in The Lion King, grinning like a kid who just got a PlayStation 5. He spun around and whispered to Director Zhang, "Hey boss, that 2 billion you dropped, definitely not a waste. You need to buy this stacking tech from him immediately. We're going to revolutionize the market with this. Every partner who ever doubted us is going to be begging for orders. The company is back from the dead baby." Director Zhang nodded so hard his neck might snap. "You are absolutely right." Then Zhang looked at Lin Han with the greedy eyes of a merchant. "Look, I already invested 2 billion. Throw in some freebies here." Lin Han just shook his head. "No way, Jose." Zhang thought the kid was being stingy and looked crushed. Okay, can I buy it? Then name your price." Man, this guy really knows how to haggle. Lin Han kept shaking his head. Zhang was starting to sweat bullets. Buying isn't an option either. Come on. Suddenly, Lin Han dropped another bomb. "I'm not just giving you the stacking tech. I'm going to upgrade your entire packaging and etching process while I'm at it." "Say what now?" Director Zhang's jaw hit the floor. "Packaging and etching too. You know how to do that stuff?" Lin Han shrugged. "Just a little bit." The students in the back started whispering, "But stop flexing your show off." "Just a little bit," he said. 3 hours later, every single eye in the room was glued to Lin Han's hands in pure awe. That tiny chip seemed to be glowing with holy light. Lin Han had just put on a masterclass in packaging and etching right in front of their faces. He didn't just fix the chips. He hacked their machines and boosted them to god-tier levels, especially the packaging units. Lin Han noticed Old Bai was using that ancient dusty dual-pin tech, so he casually upgraded everything to CSP chip scale packaging. This tech made everything razor-thin while boosting storage capacity into the stratosphere. It was a quantum leap forward. Compared to that old-school dual-pin garbage, this new setup increased storage capacity by 10 times. Old Man Bai stared at the packaged chip and the upgraded machines like he was looking at a miracle. A huge grin spread across his face, his wrinkles bunching up with pure joy. Ha 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 ha, to see our nation possess this kind of legendary tech in my lifetime. I can die happy now. The students in the back poked their heads out totally confused. They asked, "Professor Bai, is this tech really that OP?" Old Man Bai frowned at them. "You clueless brats, have you never seen true greatness before? This is a conceptual technology I only saw once at a top-secret firm when I was studying abroad in the UK. Even they were just researching it. I had no idea how it actually worked because it was still highly experimental. The beauty of this is how incredibly thin it gets utilizing a centerpin layout. There are too many buffs to list." Old Man Bai rubbed his hands together, looking at Lin Han with total hero worship in his eyes. "Master Lin, can you please walk us through the process? This has been the biggest mystery of my entire career. Back then, when I saw the Westerners proposing this, I was dying to know the science behind it. Even that fancy foreign company couldn't pull it off. And now, I finally have the chance to learn the ultimate truth." To Lin Han, though, this wasn't rocket science. It was just a little side quest to save trouble for later. Besides, it's better to teach a man to fish, right? By training Old Bai and his crew, the nation's tech level was about to level up big time. So just like that, Lin Ham's exclusive masterclass was officially in session. Director Zhang rolled the chalkboard in like a supportive hype man. Lin Ham grabbed the chalk ready to cook. He might be a short king with a baby face, but the moment he started lecturing absolute boss energy, "Listen up today, I'm only dropping the alpha on this specific CSP layer packaging tech. Master this one move and every other packaging technique will unlock for you like a tutorial level." We're talking wire bonding protocols to process the raw base, linking the connections, and finishing it off with a laser-marked signature. Simple. I'll write up a walkthrough guide for you guys later. Professor Bai's eyes lit up instantly. He looked like a student who just aced the final exam, pure, unadulterated excitement. "Young man, how did you even come up with this big brain strategy?" "I've been grinding chip tech for decades and never thought to package it this way. This is absolutely world-shattering. Meanwhile, Professor Bai's students were standing there with their jaws on the floor, looking like NPCs who just witnessed a glitch in the Matrix. What Sword River? What laser mark? Are we speaking the same language? Why marks with lasers, though? Everyone was clueless. Even Director Zhang felt her brain short-circuiting. The complexity was way over her head. But when Lin Ham explained it, he made this S-tier technology sound as easy as making instant noodles. Who knows if the others got it, but Professor Bai was looking at Lin Ham like he was a descended god of engineering. So that's how it works. That's the secret. It reminds me of the old days when I went to the Western Empire to learn. Their local students could touch whatever they wanted, look wherever they pleased. But for me, just because I was from Cathay, they made me stand behind a line. I wasn't even qualified to touch the machines. But from today on, our nation has the world's leading chip packaging tech. The tables have finally turned baby. If those Western guys want to learn from us now, I'm making them stand outside the yellow line. Professor Bai's eyes shimmered with tears. Decades of humiliation were finally being washed away. Hearing the old man's story, Lin Ham suddenly remembered a similar scene. An old veteran once went to the West to see advanced tanks and artillery. A foreign soldier had blocked that old hero, forcing him to watch from a distance like a second-class citizen. It was a bitter, heart-wrenching memory. But Lin Ham vowed right then and there, those days are over. Never again. Lin Ham clenched his fist. His packaging tech and polishing methods weren't just science, they were the last hope for the Wing Xing Tech Company. Director Zhang took Lin Ham straight to a freshly approved plot of land. 300 hectares, enough space for Lin Ham to build his legendary lithography fortress? Director Zhang stood there, hands in her pockets, looking at Lin Ham with a satisfied grin. Honestly, even if the factory never gets built, spending 2 billion credits just for the packaging and polishing tech was already a steal. Pure profit. Oh, this is your sandbox now, kid. Go wild. Lin Ham nodded with a smile. Just as she turned to leave, she paused and glanced back at him, her inner detective trying to connect the dots. This is all Old Fang's doing, isn't it? He sent you to help me, but he was afraid I'd lose face, so he made up this excuse about building a lithography project. Lin Ham thought about it. She wasn't entirely wrong. The project was real, but whether Fang intended to help indirectly, that was up for debate. Lin Ham just smiled, keeping his mouth shut. Director Zhang gave a slightly awkward laugh and said, "Anyway, if you need backup, just call Professor Bai and the crew. I've already briefed them. The whole guild is ready to support your project." Lin Ham gave a simple, As she walked away, he scanned the massive empty field, a wild grin spreading across his face. The lithography factory construction starts now. It's time to give this world a little culture shock. The wind is rising. Time to haul in the net. Meanwhile, at a tea house, Director Zhang was pouring a drink for Fang Qishan. "Old Fang, seriously thanks. Ever since I heard your charging tech had a breakthrough, I wanted to ask for help honestly. I just couldn't bring myself to say it. But now, you sending that prodigy kid to save my company? You're a lifesaver." Fang Qishan frowned, holding up a hand. "Hold up. Pause. Who is helping who now?" Director Zhang laughed. "Oh, come on. Why are you still hiding it? I know everything. Don't worry. I won't forget this massive favor." Fang Qishan just stared at her thinking, is she drunk or did I miss a chapter? 3 months later, the lithography fortress had risen. Lin Ham had to admire the insane speed of the nation's construction crews. The original roadmap said half a year for the foundation, but these guys speed ran the whole thing in 3 months flat. The foreman adjusting his hard hat walked up to Lin Ham. "Factory's done, boss." Boss Zhang already settled the bill inspection passed. "If you need anything else, hit us up. Cathay Construction always delivers." Lin Ham nodded, stepping into the factory with pure hype flowing through his veins. From a distance, the building looked like a colossal circular arena. This design wasn't for show. Lin Ham wasn't building a traditional factory, he was turning the entire building into one giant breathing lithography machine. Inside the circular megastructure, there were 100 optical paths. The light source energy was split apart, filtered through lenses and barriers, then refocused. Because of the sheer intensity of the light source energy, the level of precision isn't just different, it's in a whole other league once those beams hit the lens. Think of it like this, 100 different light paths equals 100 unique specs running at the same time. We're talking everything from microscopic 1 nanometer precision all the way up to 1 millimeter, like separate factory lines for light. Once this light field engine revs up, it's going to crank out tech at a scale that defies logic. You might be thinking, hey, aren't those fancy foreign lithography machines supposed to be the best? Please don't make me laugh. Their top-tier gear only handles one light path at a time, struggling through lenses just to focus. But Lin Han's setup? It's a beast that splits beams into a parallel multi-head system, handling every X-ray spec from 1 nanometer to 1 millimeter instantly. Of course, this light field is just phase 1. We need at least 3 more months to get the real production lines roaring. Lin Han still had to tweak the gear and build some shiny new toys to make it all work. In the meantime, the Dream Team assembled Li Pei and Zhao Donglai joined forces to build a brand new production chain. While Li Pei handled the lithography magic, Professor Fang Qishan couldn't resist jumping onto the bandwagon. He took charge of the architectural side, and before anyone realized it, Lin Han had accidentally kickstarted a high-tech industrial revolution. Even Wang Feng hopped on board. And just like that, the very first Cluster C industrial zone of Huaxia was born. Everyone agreed Lin Han was the MVP who should run the show, but there was a tiny, awkward glitch in the plan. Our genius MC is still a minor. The paperwork to make a kid the CEO would be a total nightmare. Lin Han couldn't care less about titles, though. Since Fang Qishan was the OG who connected everyone, the solution was obvious. With his status as a high-ranking academician, the team unanimously voted Professor Fang as the face of the industrial zone. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the fruit company officially dropped their third-generation mobile device today. Their CEO stood on stage hyping up their revolutionary 7-nanometer chip like it was alien technology, a 60% performance boost. That single stat became the headline that shook the tech world. With that buttery smooth system, they promised the ultimate premium experience, mocking Huaxia for still playing with dirt. The hype was real. People were fighting to buy one, and the fruit phone became the ultimate status symbol across Huaxia overnight. Thanks to that A7 chip and some overclocking magic, sales weren't just good, they were exploding all over the blue planet. Naturally, the fruit company's stock price went to the moon. Fortune changes faster than a lightning strike in this game. In a single night, they snatched up 90% of the market. They were basically untouchable gods. Huaxia's domestic phone makers took a critical hit. Many couldn't handle the pressure and rage quit the market entirely. You couldn't walk down a street in Huaxia without seeing that fruit logo everywhere. But amidst the chaos, Wang Feng was laughing all the way to the bank. With 3 million shares, his assets ballooned to nearly $30 billion. Back before the stock pumped, he listened to Lin Han's golden advice and went all in, buying more every time he had spare cash. Of course, he wasn't just guessing, he was following the cheat codes given by the mastermind. Lin Han had thrown down massive capital betting almost half of the company's cash reserves on this play. Now that the stock had pumped over 30 times its value, Wang Feng had enough FU money to sleep on a pile of gold for the rest of his life. Lin Han watched the fruit company's press conference with a smirk, scrolling through their record-breaking sales data. Smooth system check, A7 chip check, 60% boost, cute. A cold smile played on his lips. It's time to reel in the net. He immediately signaled the crew release the 3-nanometer chip. And here's the kicker. Any mobile manufacturer from Huaxia gets first dibs and a sweet discount. It was time to let the 3-nanometer era kickstart the true mobile revolution. He also shot a message to Wang Feng, dump the fruit stocks now and short the market. Wang Feng didn't hesitate, he trusted Lin Han 100%. Meanwhile, the fruit CEO was grinning like a villain at his sales charts. Good, but 90% market share isn't enough. As long as we breathe, no other company gets a slice of this pie. We're going for total domination. The fruit company staff roared in applause, celebrating their monopoly. The fever continued spreading as more and more Huaxia citizens emptied their wallets for the trendy foreign phones. Domestic brands tried to fight back, but the Western powers blocked all tech sales. The Huaxia market was being devoured alive. Local phone manufacturers were crying tears of blood, screaming, "How are we supposed to compete with this rigged game? They only sell the good chips to their buddies and lock us out completely. It's total bullying." They promised a global server where resources are shared, but look at reality. While we opened our gates, they slammed theirs shut and banned us from the game. This is straight-up gangster behavior. They own the tech, so why should they let a newbie like you use it? Stop crying and blaming the heavens because you're weak. If our country is so great, why don't we just craft high-tier gear ourselves? You guys are just keyboard warriors talking trash. Besides the top-tier servers, who else has the skills to research this god-level tech? The rules said free market, but the Eagle Nation is cheating. They're blocking us just to help the fruit company monopolize the entire world map. It's a total thug move, but hey, that's the privilege of having deep pockets. You try being a thug, then I can't lie. Though the fruit company's phones are actually cracked. If domestic brands weren't trash, they'd make top-tier phones too. The internet turned into a chaotic battlefield filled with trolls roasting our outdated tech. But even when getting beat down, you gotta stand tall. There were still loyal voices cheering for the home team. Everyone was praying the government would step up and boss talk with the Eagle Nation. The higher-ups were hustling non-stop. The foreign ministry tried to negotiate, but they got hit with the coldest shoulder in history. Minister Zhang was absolutely fuming. He wanted to call out their bullying, but he had to hold it in. Our nation is still leveling up right now. Going to war with the Eagle Nation at this stage? That's a suicide mission with zero loot. Damn it! Are we supposed to just swallow this insult? They are literally stepping on our necks and treating us like a doormat. Even though he's a diplomat and a suit beneath that tie beats the heart of a savage warrior. Wanting to drop a few F-bombs is totally understandable. Zhang reported the failure to the big boss, and the atmosphere in the room turned heavy with rage. Just then, the chief secretary handed a file to the leader. The leader took a look and his expression shifted instantly. His eyes lit up like lasers. A high-tech industrial zone. In 3 hours, a meeting that decides the nation's fate begins. The leader summoned the top council for an emergency summit. The topic, how to break the stranglehold these foreign powers have on our tech. The leader's finger landed on one spot, the brand new tech park established in the capital. We must go all in support our own high-tech zone with everything we've got. Policies were drafted at lightning speed to spread across the nation. And just like that, Lin Han's master plan was officially a go. But Elder Fang was sweating bullets. He rushed to find Lin Han to talk about a massive worry. If we drop the 3-nanometer chip news and nobody believes us, the plan flops. Lin Han, however, had already run the simulations in his head. He had calculated every single variable. Out of dozens of phone brands, someone will be desperate enough to try. Real quality speaks for itself. Lin Han broke it down calmly for the old man. Elder Fang nodded slowly, the tension leaving his shoulders. You haven't missed yet, kid. Go ahead and let the chef cook. A few days later, the bomb dropped. Huaxia Tech released the 3nm chip for sale to domestic phone makers. The news hit the internet like a hurricane. Wait, we actually made 3nm chips, no way. Is this cap? This has to be fake news? Even the overseas servers are stuck at 7nm tech. It's definitely a psyop, just a trick to stop the fruit company's stock from mooning. With our current tech level, making 3nm chips is like dreaming in 4K impossible. Major domestic manufacturers wanted to reach out to Huaxia Tech, but nobody believed a random company could pull off this miracle. They thought it was a classic case of catfishing selling dog meat as lamb. So the companies that wanted to collab got cold feet and ghosted the offer. Meanwhile, the fruit company's stock didn't drop, it kept pumping. Boss Sai, the mastermind, was watching everything like a hawk. A true tycoon processes an ocean of data every second. He filters the noise, finds the signal, and crushes the competition. Especially the CEO of a super corporation like the fruit company. He operates on a different level. Hearing the rumor about the 3nm chip, Boss Sai did a quick background check. He let out a mocking laugh. That poor backwater place. If they actually made a 3nm chip, I'll eat my shoe. It's physically impossible. It's just hype. The bubble will burst soon. While Boss C chilled, Wang Feng panicked, sold his stocks, and ran to find Lin Han. Lin Han called a squad meeting to figure out the next move. But suddenly a piece of news dropped that restored everyone's faith. The official state media announced that Huaxia Tech is the real deal. Their advanced tech is officially certified as world-class. With the government co-signing them, the doubt vanished instantly. Huaxia Tech went from sus to legendary in a split second. The local phone manufacturers were sweating. Bullets worried that the Huaxia Tech was total cap. But fear of missing out kicked in, so they rushed to hit up the tech giant ready to cop a batch and clap back at the competition. Lin Han and the squad were absolutely shook when they heard the news. The government really came through in the clutch. Fang Tishan laughed. You think the big wigs just yap about politics all day? Huaxia is stacked with talent. You can't run a massive country like this without some serious skills. Lin Han took a deep breath. He never once doubted the country's power level. With the state backing them, Lin Han could finally chill. The legendary 3nm chips were officially circulating in the domestic market. Li Pei's factory was suddenly drowning in orders. Production capacity was maxed out and things were getting crazy. He had to drag dozens of his grad students onto the assembly line to work overtime just to keep up. Everyone looked like pandas with those dark circles. Prof, are we engineering or dying? This grind is brutal. Li Pei's sweating bucket snapped back. We are on the front lines of a trade war, people. Stay frosty and keep pushing. 2 months later, the domestic brands started dropping their new heat at press conferences. Our grapefruit phone is rocking that 3nm chip boosting processing speed by 200%. Check out this new UI, smooth as butter, and the big rice phone. We are all about value. This 3nm beast we're using, it crushes that 7nm trash from a certain company by 20 times in calculation speed. Just like that, domestic brands snatched 30% of the market right out of the fruit company's hands. Compared to the struggle bus they were riding before, this 30% was a lifesaver. Hope was finally back in the building. Over at the fruit company, the big boss was raging hard. Is Huaxia trolling us? Is this manufacturing real? Is their chip legit or just fake news? His secretary slid a bought grapefruit phone onto the desk for a teardown. Boss, we checked this 3nm chip they hyped up. It's the real deal. High-tech sorcery. We even talked to the top lithography guys abroad and even they can't hit 3nm yet. The big boss looked like he'd seen a ghost. That's literally impossible. Our stock prices are riding a roller coaster right now. If Huaxia's nanometer phones keep stealing our lunch money, we're going to crash hard. By then, it'll be game over for us. We need a processor that can rival Huaxia's tech, and we need it yesterday. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuankai was chilling at a luxury villa with 2 baddies. After his last screw-up, his parents raged and grounded him for 3 months. But honestly, for a rich kid like Zhang, it wasn't even a punishment. His parents covered the $30 million loss, so he was back to his playboy lifestyle without a care in the world. Stroking a beautiful girl's hair, his eyes turned cold. Lin Han, didn't think a brat like you had hands. I'm not taking that L. Next time I catch you slipping, I'm going to destroy you completely. Ring ring, suddenly a call from Smith came through. Zhang sat up, eyes gleaming. You have the 3nm blueprints? Say less. I'm interested. And don't worry, I know Fang Tishan. I've been to his office with my parents 1,000,000 times. Her stealing from him will be a piece of cake. Zhang hung up, hopped in his red Ferrari, and zoomed straight to Fang Tishan's office like a man on a mission. Sneaking in while Fang was out, he used a spy gadget from Smith to crack the safe. Bingo. The blueprints for the 3nm lithography machine were sitting right there. He snapped a copy and secretly met up with Smith at a cafe. Smith inspected the designs, drooling over the tech. But just as Smith went to pocket the blueprints, Zhang snatched them back. Hold up, Smith. You promised me revenge. What does stealing this tech have to do with Lin Han? Smith smirked. This blueprint is enough to bankrupt Huaxia's chip companies. Our intel says the mastermind behind their recent tech boom is actually that 12-year-old kid. It sounds crazy, but our sources are never wrong. Zhang gasped, feeling a chill. He knew Lin Han was special back then, but he didn't realize the kid was this powerful. Fine, I'm in. Let's burn Huaxia's chip industry to the ground. I'll show that brat Lin Han that messing with me is a fatal mistake. Mystery solved. Zhang Junkai smirked like a villain who just pulled off the perfect heist, waving the stolen blueprints right in Smith's face. Mr. Smith, since I've got the goods, let's talk big money. 8 hours later, Smith rolled up to the fruit company who were currently stuck in a losing battle. Boss Sai heard the heavy hitters from AM Company sent a rep and came running out to meet him like he was greeting a savior. The moment they met, Smith slammed the legendary item down on the table, the complete blueprints for the 3-nanometer lithography machine. Listen up, Fruit Company and AM Company are in the same boat, fam. My higher-ups sent me here to help you weather this storm. This is the holy grail, the 3-nanometer design. With your resources, I calculated you guys can crank out a working machine in less than a month. And when that happens, we'll join forces and create the most overpowered chip the world has ever seen. Boss Sai scanned the documents, his face lighting up with shock and pure joy like a kid on Christmas morning. Who cares if Hua broke the trade blockade? Even if they make a 3-nanometer chip, does it even matter now? They're stuck between a rock and a hard place because their ecosystem and mobile software are totally bugged out. As long as we have the 3-nanometer tech too, we'll absolutely crush Hua. Smith nodded. Exactly. Let them taste our wrath. Boss Sai was brimming with confidence. Deal. Just like that, a month flew by, and Lin Han finally finished crafting all the legendary components for the factory. That meant the lithography plant was officially ready to go live and start production. But suddenly the phone in the office screamed to life. It was Fang Tishan, and he sounded like the sky was falling. His voice was frantic like a catastrophe had just hit. Hello, Lin Han. We have a massive problem. Fruit Company just announced their 3-nanometer chip is in mass production. They're dropping a new batch of phones with that tech in just 1 month. Our domestic phones just hit a wall. Nobody is buying. All the consumers are saving their cash for the new Fruit phone. But here's the glitch in the matrix. How on earth did they get 3-nanometer technology so fast? Did they have a trump card hidden up their sleeve this whole time? This is bad. Lin Han knew they needed an emergency war council immediately. The 4 elders, Fang, Li Jiao, and Wang, sat around the tea table sweating bullets and looking like they'd seen a ghost. Lin Han rushed in and the team huddled up. They knew a giant like Fruit wouldn't risk their reputation on a bluff. This 3-nanometer thing, it's 90% likely to be real. Zhao frowned at the tension in the room, thick enough to cut with a knife. Wang jumped in panic in his voice. If it's real, we're cooked. We don't have a single phone on the market that can go toe-to-toe with Fruit. Fruit's stock price is already shooting to the moon. Li let out a heavy sigh. I knew it was too good to be true. Whatever tech we can research the West can research too. We just forced them to use their ultimate move a little early, that's all. Why is our rise to the top always on hard mode? Fang flipped open his laptop to check the damage online. The first thing that popped up was Fruit's flashy ad for the 3-nanometer chip. The comments section was already blowing up saying Fruit was forced to go beast mode. I can't believe they were hiding such a power level this whole time. Domestic phone companies are trash zero original tech. It was probably all deciphered and stolen anyway. I told you guys, why did we suddenly have 3-nanometer tech? Turns out we just copy-pasted from overseas. Stop talking nonsense upstairs. Why can't the tech be ours? Meanwhile, the traitor Zhang Junkai was frantically typing, trashing his own country online. He was cackling like a maniac, his fingers flying across the keyboard in a frenzy of hate. Everyone knows we're famous for knockoffs. It's in our DNA to be thieves. There's no way we built a 3-nanometer machine ourselves. Don't make me laugh. I'm honestly ashamed to have this blood running through my veins. The keyboard clacked under his insane laughter. Zhang Junkai vented all his venom, feeling strangely satisfied, muttering to the screen, what a bunch of idiots. The moon is always rounder abroad, huh? Back in the office, Fang was reading the comments, hyperventilating with rage. These scumbags call us thieves. This is Lin Han's blood, sweat, and tears. If anything, Fruit Company is the one stealing from us. But that angry outburst suddenly sparked a light bulb in Lin Han's mind. Wait a second. Professor Fang, the 3-nanometer blueprints I gave you, they're still safe, right? Has anyone touched them? Lin Han's words froze Fang in his tracks. He frowned. They're in the safe in my office. I haven't organized them yet. You don't think? Lin Han nodded grimly. The group sprinted to Fang's office, cracked the safe, and pulled out the document bag. Fang stood there, paralyzed. His knees turned to jelly, and he slumped against the wall, his face draining of all color. The files, they've been touched. The seal on the bag was broken, clear evidence it had been opened. It wasn't how he left it. The horrifying truth hit them like a truck. The blueprints had been leaked. That explained everything. Fruit didn't invent anything. Their sudden 3-nanometer breakthrough was because they stole our tech. Fuang Kai-son finally stopped shaking, his legs turning from jelly back to solid bone. He immediately went into commander mode, barking orders at the security team. Get to the surveillance room now, he commanded. I want a full sweep. Someone has been creeping around my office like a rat stealing classified data. The entire security squad mobilized instantly. Lam Ham and his crew tagged along, marching straight to the control room like they owned the place. Eyes were glued to the monitors. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife as they began scrubbing through a whole month of footage. It took 3 days and 3 nights of non-stop grinding. Finally, a shadow appeared. Fuang Ki-sun's eyes almost popped out of his skull. When the face came into focus, it hit him like a sledgehammer. It was Truong Tuan Kai, that absolute piece of trash looking unique in his filth like a cockroach on a wedding cake. Lam Ham's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. "I knew it," he muttered. "It's him." Trieu Donglai looked confused. "Wait, isn't that spoiled brat supposed to be rotting in a jail cell?" Lai Boy and Vong Fong exchanged clueless glances. "Who is this guy? Should we know him?" Fuang Ki-sun spilled the tea on the past drama. He couldn't believe the kid's parents were still enabling this behavior. It's absolutely crossed the line. Lam Ham stood to the side, spitting facts about society. Typical, the cost of crime for the rich is basically zero. With parents like his, laws are just suggestions. Fuang Ki-sun didn't waste another second. He whipped out his phone and dialed a number that could shake the city. He was calling straight to the top Truong Tuan Kai's father, the second most powerful man in the capital. "Hello, Mayor Truong. We need to talk." The mayor was in the middle of a meeting when he got the call. He was caught off guard. He thought the professor was calling to roast him about pulling strings to get his son out of prison. But after hearing the truth, the mayor's blood began to boil. That ungrateful animal, his hands just itched to cause trouble every single day. "Professor Fuang, listen to me. I promise you, even if his mother tries to block me, I won't protect him this time. Wait for my update tonight." The mayor hung up, leaving Fuang Ki-sun with a glimmer of hope. That evening, the mayor returned home to his wife, the banking queen, who held the city's economy by the throat. She took one look at his face and knew the vibes were off. "What's wrong with you, old Truong?" she asked. "You look like you swallowed a fly." The mayor exploded. "What do you think? That beast you call a son, your pampering has turned him into a monster. Do you have any idea what he's done now?" His wife just hung up his coat, frowning. "Did you eat gunpowder for dinner? Why are you yelling? Isn't our son quietly staying at the villa?" The mayor laughed a cold, bitter sound. "Quietly, that trash just stole top-secret research from Professor Puong." The wife froze for a few seconds, processing the info. Then she frowned, whipped out her phone, and speed-dialed her precious angel. Meanwhile, Truong Tuan Kai was living his best life, partying with two girls in his arms. He saw the caller ID and quickly signaled for silence. "Hey, Mom, just chilling at home." "Son, be honest with Mommy. Your dad says you stole from Professor Puong. That's not true, right?" The smirk instantly vanished from Kai's face. He gulped nervously, then put on his best acting performance. "Mom, how can you not trust me? I've been locked in the villa this whole time. I haven't stepped one foot outside." Okay, I believe you," she cooed. "You're my good boy. Of course I trust you over them. Just for that, I'm sending you a reward. I'm transferring 100,000 credits to your account right now." Truong Tuan Kai grinned like he just won the lottery. "Mom, you're the goat. Love you to death. I'm going to go play video games now. Bye." He hung up. The wife turned to her husband, pointing at the phone. "Hear that our son is innocent. Why would a good boy like him steal? I think that old professor is just salty because our son got out of jail early. He's holding a grudge. That old man dared to go against us before. I haven't even settled the score with him yet. And now he's trying to come for me." The mayor's face turned purple with rage. He pointed a shaking finger at his wife. "Are you actually delusional? Fuang Ki-sun is a national treasure. A top-tier scientist. Why would a man like that lie? If he didn't have 4K proof, he wouldn't dare accuse us. It was definitely that rebellious brat. I'm telling you, call him back here right now. I'm going to confront him face to face." The wife instantly went full Karen mode. "You're getting more senile by the day. You don't even trust your own flesh and blood. I'm going to fight you on this." The two of them started screaming, chaos erupting in the living room. "You're crazy," she shrieked, tears flowing on command. "If you send my son back to prison, I'll end my life right here, I mean it." The mayor let out a heavy, defeated sigh. He was completely checkmated. "Fine. But how am I supposed to explain this to the professor?" The wife rolled her eyes, scoffing. "He's just an academic, isn't he? I'll handle him." The mayor threw his hands up, done with the toxicity. "From today on, I wash my hands of this. You two can destroy yourselves for all I care." The wife smirked, claiming victory. She puffed out her chest, glaring at her husband. "Call yourself a father. You're a coward. Give me his number. I'll teach him a lesson." A moment later, she dialed Fuang Ki-sun. Back at the lab, Lam Ham and the team gathered around the phone. Fuang Ki-sun recognized the voice immediately. He kept it professional. "Sister-in-law, is something wrong?" The wife's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Professor Puong, do you think our life is too peaceful? Are you plotting to throw my son in jail again? Let me make this clear. My Kai didn't steal your little toys. And even if he did, so what? He is just a child, a baby. If you have a problem, come find me." Click. The call cut off abruptly. Fuang Ki-sun stood there, face full of confusion, getting roasted the second he picked up the phone. "What in the world just happened?" He sighed with total helplessness. "Truong Tuan Kai, that punk is stubborn and refuses to change. His mother spoils him rotten, so they have zero clue how serious the consequences are. I'm filing the case file right now. If his parents can't control him, then the law will have to step in and do the parenting." Lam Ham smirked. "And what if the law can't control him either?" Fuang Ki-sun's face turned beet red. Standing before him was a 12-year-old kid, and his question was a direct slap to the face of the justice system. If the law cannot punish the wicked, is there any hope left for the future of the country? Bumpy roads eventually get paved. If we want this nation to be better, we start right here. It is never too late to try." Fuang Ki-sun looked serious. "Rest assured, justice will be served. Major headache. Wang Feng rubbed his temples. So how do we deal with the fruit company's 3nm chips flooding the market? Do we just let the fruit company conquer everything? Zhao Donglai added. Unless we somehow invent 1nm tech. Li Pei laughed. In your dreams, 1nm technology hasn't even been defined by science yet. It is basically fantasy. Wang Feng sighed deep. So we just stand here and watch the fruit company bully us. Damn it, look at the internet comments. The fruit company fans are strutting around like they own the place. Suddenly Lam Ham chuckled. Who said 1nm doesn't exist? We are not just making 1nm, we are aiming for the millimeter class revolution. Hearing this, Wang Feng checked Lam Ham's forehead. You don't have a fever, so why are you talking crazy? Lam Ham swatted his hand away. You don't believe me? Wang Feng and the others nodded their heads like chickens pecking rice. Of course we don't. That is 1nm we're talking about. Lam Ham kept his cool. If you don't believe me, follow me. 103 agreements were on the line. It was all or nothing. Hearts pounding with doubt, the team followed him. With heavy steps, they trailed Lam Ham to the gates of Vinthin Technology. Right this way. Lam Ham flashed his employee ID. The security guard's eyes widened and he immediately ushered Lam Ham and the group inside with maximum respect. They passed a narrow corridor, crossed a second hall, and stepped through the glass doors. Boom, a massive circular structure appeared. This was it. Lam Ham led them into the light engraving field. The interior was so magnificent and complex it made them dizzy just looking at it. The field was active, humming with a low, powerful roar. A massive light source was split into 100 million parts. It raced down specialized tracks, converging and refracting before hitting the next stage. This is the light engraving field, Lam Ham declared, head held high. Hearing those words from a kid shocked the entire room. This place was completely different from any factory they had ever known. Lam Ham had shattered their reality. This wasn't just a machine. The entire building was one giant light engraving beast. It was hard to imagine how many brain cells were sacrificed to design a facility of this magnitude. So cool, this thing must pump out thousands of chips a day. Real 1nm equipment is actually here. Just as they were admiring the view, boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Everyone scrambled out of the facility. Black smoke billowed in the distance. Li Pei froze, his eyes locked on the burning building. That is my lab! My lab! Panic exploded in the group. Since the industrial zone was founded, Li Pei's lab had been its beating heart. Now that the lab was in trouble, anxiety spiked. They rushed to fight the fire. Luckily, the fire brigade was close and killed the flames in under 30 minutes. When Lam Ham caught up, he found Li Pei on his knees in front of the ruins where 33nm machines used to be. Agony was written all over his face. Gone. It is all gone. Over 30 machines. Completely destroyed. The fire crew confirmed the worst, this was arson. Someone set the fire on purpose. We will work with the police to find the culprit. But you didn't need a detective to guess which shadowy power was pulling the strings. But catching the arsonist immediately, that was a pipe dream. Without the supply of 3nm chips, domestic phone makers were instantly stuck in the mud. Meanwhile, the internet exploded with news of the fire. Public opinion was being steered by hidden hands. A laboratory in the capital has gone up in flames, the report said. Sources say over 33nm machines were active inside before the disaster struck. Analysts predict the fire started in the heart of the country's 3nm production line. This fire wasn't just an accident, it was a catastrophic blow to the domestic chip supply. These toxic rumors were spreading like a virus online, specifically designed to trigger mass panic and wreck the reputation of domestic phone makers. The comment section was a total war zone. Keyboard warriors were trashing local tech while simping hard for the fruit company's new 3nm chips. They were spamming things like, "It's game over now. Since the supply chain burned down, domestic phones are basically bricks." Then the conspiracy theories started flying. Did the company torch their own lab to hide stolen tech? That sounds super sus. The logic was actually kind of terrifying. Only the lithography lab got roasted, while the other buildings were fine. Yeah, that screams inside job. The haters were having a field day typing, "Knew it local tech is trash." All they do is copy-paste from the big dogs. Meanwhile, the rat himself, Zhang Junkai, rushed back to his villa and ditched his disguise. He immediately FaceTimed Smith with a smug grin. "Did you see the news I crushed it?" He laughed like a hyena. "So pay up. How much is my cut this time?" $1 million sweet. Nice, that's like a year's worth of pocket money for me. If my mom knew I was actually earning my own cash, she'd be so proud. On the other end, Smith sounded annoyed. "Listen, kid, do not breathe a word of this to your mother, got it?" Zhang rolled his eyes. "Relax, bro, she won't snitch. Why are you sweating so hard?" The line went dead silent for a few seconds. "Just keep your mouth shut. That's an order." This entire disaster was a tag team operation between the fruit company and Smith. Their goal, to completely choke out the competition and crash the domestic market. "How can these local brands even dream of fighting us?" Smith thought arrogantly. "Their 3nm chips are ashes now. And in 1 month, we drop our flagship product. Just wait until we punish them for even trying." The fruit CEO laughed like a maniac, while Smith stood there with a cruel smirk on his face. Do they actually think they can make a comeback? Keep dreaming? They aren't even fit to shine our shoes? Back at the base, the mood was heavy. The team huddled together, trying to comfort Li Bi, who looked devastated. When Professor Fang heard the news, he stormed in from the courthouse, absolutely fuming. Those animals, if I get my hands on them, they're dead meat. Lin Ham stayed calm in the center of the storm. Professor Fang, what's the status on the lawsuit against Zhang? Fang nodded aggressively. I've filed the charges. Justice is coming. But right now, how do we handle the fruit company's counterattack? We can't just sit here and take the L. Lin Ham looked up, his eyes burning with determination. If the fruit company wants a war, then we'll give them a war. I've already made a move. I signed a high-stakes gambling agreement with 10 major domestic manufacturers. I'm betting everything that the fruit company is going down. We're going to sell over 3 million units in a single month and take back the market. As soon as he dropped those numbers, the room went dead silent. Everyone looked at him like he was insane. Professor Fang frowned deeply. Kid, are you serious? You want to go head-to-head with the final boss right now? Lin Ham nodded slowly. Absolutely. They think just because they have 3-nanometer tech, they can step on our heads and treat us like dirt. They think burning our lab was the checkmate move to destroy our hope. But they forgot one thing. We were mastering the art of war while their ancestors were still figuring out how to build a country. Lin Ham's speech was fire, but the reality was brutal. The lithography factory was the bottleneck. To crank out 3 million advanced chips in 30 days, there wasn't a single factory on the blue planet capable of that speed. It sounded like a suicide mission, but seeing Lin Ham's diamond-hard resolve, the team realized they had no choice. They had to ride or die with him. If they let the fruit company win now, it was game over forever. This was their only shot. It was the ultimate gamble. Could Lin Ham really pull a miracle out of thin air and rip open a path to victory? 1 month later, the 10 domestic brands announced a joint press conference at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And guess what? That was the exact same time the fruit company was holding their massive launch event. The disrespect was real. To the outside world, this looked like a bunch of eggs trying to smash a rock. Pure delusion. The internet trolls were laughing their heads off. LMAO, who gave these trash brands the confidence to launch against the fruit god. Do they want to be embarrassed? The fruit phone is clearly number one. Anyone buying those local phones has single-digit IQ. The hype for the main event was reaching boiling point. Everyone rushed to see just how overpowered the fruit company's new 3-nanometer beast really was. The God-tier conference was about to start. The live stream that millions were waiting for finally went live. The CEO of the fruit company walked onto the stage like he owned the world. All eyes were on their second flagship phone of the year, designed specifically to bury the competition. At the exact same moment, the 10 top domestic brands were unveiling their mystery devices. Behind the scenes, Lin Ham gathered all the CEOs in a private room. The executives stared at the teenage genius in front of them, their expressions serious. This prototype you sent us, it's actually insane. We can source the components globally or hunt down local manufacturers for assembly. Output volume isn't the problem here. The real nightmare is the supply chain. Can the 1-nanometer chip actually keep up with demand? Think about it. If we hold this press conference and ghost the users on the 1-nanometer chips, our reputation is toast. 2 massive hurdles stood in their way. First, up supply. But Lin Han had already played his ace card, sending the 1-nanometer prototypes to the mobile giants. Their jaws hit the floor. Pure shock. They were all in ready to gamble everything on this insane tech. But listen, when a trade war pops off, it's not just about flashy tech, it's about production powerhouses. You need super-tier manufacturing capacity. Second problem, the marketability. Sure, the 1-nanometer is sexy, but will the consumers actually open their wallets? That's a whole different beast. Lin Han let out a sly, confident chuckle. Relax, didn't we sign a little wager, gentlemen? If this product flops, I'll cover every single cent of your losses personally. But if it sells like I know it will, for every phone sold, you owe me an extra 5% commission. High risk, high reward. The 10 CEOs exchanged serious glances. Without this counterattack, the fruit company was going to devour their market share anyway. They were dead meat regardless. Better to roll the dice. Who knows, maybe a bicycle turns into a Harley. It was unanimous. They nodded in sync and marched toward the press conference like warriors to the Colosseum. The online crowd was already swarming. Most of them were just grabbing popcorn waiting to see the domestic brands get absolutely wrecked by the fruit company's high-end gear. But hey, some folks were actually curious. Lured in by that 1-nanometer buzzword the 10 manufacturers were blasting, they wanted to see if it was the real deal or just smoke and mirrors. Meanwhile, all eyes were glued to Botu taking the stage. The crowd went wild. Botu, Botu! The internet worshipped him. The pioneer of the smartphone ecosystem, the beacon of hope for humanity. Basically, the man was a god in their eyes. He fired up the presentation, flexing the new speed and features powered by the 3-nanometer chip. We have the greatest ecosystem on the blue star. The strongest camera tech, the crispest screens, the ultimate processor. Botu spread his arms like a messiah. The giant screen behind him lit up with the next-gen fruit phone animation. A sleek 55-inch metallic beauty zoomed into view. This was it. As the phone appeared, the crowd hit a collective climax, chanting the brand name like a religious mantra. Immediately, Botu dropped the specs on the upgrades. The 3-nanometer chip has evolved. Processing speed has hit 5 million billion calculations per second. The audience gasped before he even finished. To make sure these plebs understood the raw power, Botu clicked to the next slide. On the left, the fruit phone. On the right, a desktop computer. The stats were insane. One phone packed half the raw computing power of a full PC. This device shatters all rules. It is the ultimate mobile tool. Whether you're a CEO, a student, an office drone, or working in the field, this is your weapon. Our Office suite is fully integrated into the Fruit phone. Total functionality turned into reality. With this performance leap, we are launching a brand new era. Thunderous applause shook the room. Bo too bathed in the adulation. He spread his arms, eyes closed, savoring his god-complex moment. The Fruit Company is writing history today, he thought to himself. Take that, Huaxia. It's a taste of your own medicine. You never saw this coming. Our 3-nanometer tech leaves your clumsy attempts in the dust. We are leagues ahead. A cold, arrogant smile crept up his face. The Fruit Company was simply untouchable. Shut up and take my money I'm ordering right now. Bro, ordering online is a breeze, no stress. I see 1 million pre-orders already. That is absolutely insane. Fruit Company is the GOAT. Domestic phones are literal fossils compared to this. They won't catch up in 10 years. Meanwhile, the 10 domestic brands launched their counteroffensive. The product revealed the A1 nanometer chip, the first superclass 1 nanometer chip on the Blue Star. 120 tops of computing power speed demons assemble. It was a coordinated strike. All 10 brands blasting the same message. The superclass 1 nanometer chip is here. But the crowd, zero respect. Oh please, everyone knows we're famous for knockoffs. Do these guys even have a supplier for 1 nanometer LOL? Fruit drops 3 nanometer. So you panic launch a fake 1 nanometer? Yeah right. We smell a scam. Compared to the Fruit event, this press conference is absolute trash. The press conference was an absolute disaster, and the products were even worse total garbage tier. Look at those prehistoric designs. It's actually hilarious. Even the 10 CEOs looked like they wanted the ground to swallow them whole. The crowd wasn't buying it literally or figuratively. It was painfully awkward and, honestly, you couldn't blame them. Everyone knew these domestic brands were all hype and no substance. Prove it or get lost was the vibe. Get off the stage already. What is this trash? Where are you even getting your supply? Since when does our country have 1 nanometer technology? It sounded like a total scam. But just as the CEOs were sweating buckets, Lin Han strolled backstage like a boss holding a hard drive. The sound technician was back there sighing, crushed by the booing from the audience. He was ready to give up. Lin Han tossed him the drive. Plug this into the main computer. The tech guy just froze for a second. Huh? What's inside? Lin Han smirked. Pure gold, my friend. Just plug it in and watch the magic happen. Trust me. Stop zoning out and just do it. It was time to unleash the secret weapon. The technician stopped overthinking. He figured he had nothing left to lose, so he followed orders and jammed that drive into the system. Out in the hall, the crowd was going feral, screaming for the CEOs to quit. People were throwing insults and flipping birds. You're nothing compared to the Fruit Company. Get out of here, stop with the false advertising. Compared to their press conference, this is a joke. I just want to say domestic phones don't research anything. They just use dirty tricks to steal ideas. You bunch of copycat leeches, go bankrupt already. The insults were getting nastier by the second. But right at the peak of the humiliation, the massive screen behind the 10 CEOs suddenly went pitch black. Then a sound pierced the darkness like the first ray of dawn breaking the night. Bam, the screen lit up. It was a god's eye view of a colossal circular fortress. The camera zoomed in at warp speed, diving straight into the heart of the structure. And there it was, a mechanical titan that made the entire building look like a mere platform. A massive lithography machine revealed to the world. Click-clack subtitles flashed as a deep voice boomed through the speakers, a narration Wang Feng had recorded with blood, sweat and tears. Behold our massive lithography field spanning thousands of acres with a daily output of 100,000 units. Oh wait, actual 1 nanometer tech, is this for real? Or is it just CGI? A low mechanical roar shook the speakers as the camera focused on the assembly line. There they were, 1 nanometer chips being born right before their eyes. The entire venue went dead silent. Even the live stream chat froze. Is this really our tech? No way. Look at that speed, 100,000 a day. Oh my God. The whole hall was shook. You couldn't fake footage this detailed. The facility was a steel beast adorned with traditional architecture roaring like a monster working at maximum overdrive. Thought the Fruit Company was the king. Didn't they steal our 3 nanometer tech? Well, look who's laughing now. Feast your eyes on the 1 nanometer revolution. Since the facility was still being optimized, Lin Han was only releasing the top tier chips. Everything from 99 nanometers to 1 millimeter was kept in the vault, but Lin Han was playing 4D chess. He knew releasing the lower tier stuff before the full upgrade was pointless. He was stockpiling those millions of chips for a future power move. Just keep upgrading. The crowd was losing their minds, but the 10 CEOs were statues. They were stunned. So this is why Lin Han kept it a secret. He was saving this nuke for the perfect moment to blow everyone away. A 1 nanometer chip was the ultimate selling point, a total game changer. With 120 tops of computing power, this phone was stronger than a desktop PC. You could run the heaviest graphic settings without breaking a sweat. This was an instant goldmine. In a split second, orders for the new domestic phones started flooding in like a tsunami. Retailers were scrambling to stock up on these 1 nanometer superphones, terrified of missing the hype train. The 10 CEOs watched the numbers climb. They checked the data. Each brand had already smashed past 200,000 units. It was a legendary victory. Together, they racked up nearly 3 million orders, snatching back 20% of the market in a heartbeat. More importantly, they had officially blocked the fruit company's plans for world domination. Back at headquarters, the big boss was shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. Their stocks, which had been flying high, started to nosedive. They actually pulled off 1 nanometer tech find called this round a draw. Those trash brands teaming up only slowed us down a little. It's nothing. We're still on top. So what if they have 1 nanometer chips without our software ecosystem that hardware is just a fancy paperweight? It was a desperate cope, but not only did the boss believe it, his loyal fanboys were eating it up too. The fruit phone was the undisputed king of the mobile world zero. Lag, pure speed, smooth as butter. So what if the competition has a 1 nanometer chip? Haters, gonna hate once you go fruit, you never go back. The comment section was flooded with fanboys calling the domestic phones total trash. And these toxic comments, they were absolutely nuking the confidence of anyone trying to buy a domestic phone. The fruit cult went full fanatical. They were waving banners demanding every true fan buy stock in the fruit company immediately. Fruit fanatics assemble. It's time to unite. The fruit company gave us clout. Now we give them cash. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I just dropped 200 grand on stocks. Let's go. The sheep followed the herd instantly. I put in 20 grand. Support the cause. I literally sold a kidney for this phone. My sugar mummy turns 60 tomorrow. Once she blows out the candles, I'm begging her for stock money. I dumped my whole paycheck into the market, 1,800 bucks all in. I've got 200 left for instant noodles. Worth it? The big boss of Fruit Corp watched the domestic fans empty their wallets. He laughed so hard he almost choked. These idiots are adorable. The strategy worked like a charm. The fruit company's stock finally stopped bleeding. The loyal sons of the nation were using their life savings to build the very bullets the enemy was firing back at them. They claimed it was for freedom. Lamb Ham saw the cringe fest online and created a burner account to drop some truth bombs. Yo, Lamb Ham here. Buy whatever phone you want, that's your right. But YOLOing into fruit stock right now? That's a rookie mistake. The cultists swarmed him instantly. Who asked you, random NPC? Why are you yapping? I ain't spending your money. Stop gatekeeping. You don't know anything about stonks. Once the hype dies down and people realize the domestic phone is garbage, fruit stocks are going to go to the moon. It's called investing genius. If you're broke, just say that nobody needs your advice, Karen. Lamb Ham looked at the insults and sighed. You can't fix stupid. He didn't have the energy to save people who wanted to drown. Meanwhile, inside a luxury villa, rich kid Trong Tuan Kai was panic dialing Smith. Yo, Smith, you there? You told me the stock would go up. Why is the chart crashing? I'm about to rage quit and sell everything before I go broke. And you promised me revenge. What is this 1 nanometer domestic chip? How am I supposed to flex on them now? Smith massaged his temples, sensing the panic. Chill out, bro. Trust the process. The stock will bounce back. That 1 nanometer chip, it's barely a prototype. I'm telling you, it's all smoke and mirrors. Raw power means nothing. Even if the chip is real, their software ecosystem is trash. It's basically a useless brick. Just let the bullet fly for a bit. Tuan Kai paused. That actually made sense. Wait, so this dip is just a discount. If I steal 100 million from my dad and buy in now, I'll make absolute bank. When my dad sees the profit, he'll finally stop calling me a failure. Say no more. I'm off to heist my own inheritance, he. Meanwhile, the domestic 1 nanometer phone was selling out everywhere. Team Good Guys finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lamb Ham's massive gamble had paid off. The squad gathered for a victory tea break. Wang Feng leaned in. Hey, didn't you say we were going to bankrupt the fruit company? We aren't exactly there yet. Titans fall in the blink of an eye. Elder Fang frowned, looking skeptical. Bankrupt a tech empire that's impossible. They're too big to fail. Wang Feng looked nervous. But I listened to you. Lamb Ham, I leveraged everything to short their stock. The price is dropping, but unless it crashes to $10 a share, I won't make the big bucks if it bounces. I'm doomed. The others exchanged worried glances. Was this a setup? Did Lamb Ham just troll his own teammate destroying Fruit Corp? Seemed like a fantasy. Lamb Ham smirked like an anime villain. Who said it's impossible? I told you. It's time to pull the net. Wang Feng was confused. What net? Lamb Ham asked. How many orders did Fruit Corp just place with Huaren Tech? Huaren Tech, the company Lamb Ham and Wang Feng built together. And the only supplier for the critical screen technology Fruit Corp needed. Wang Feng did some quick mental math. After their big keynote, I'd estimate $1 billion in orders, at least 10 million units. Wang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, you mean? Lamb Ham nodded. Exactly. We cut them off. Terminate the contract. Now. Sure, we'll have to pay a penalty fee, but right now, their entire production line is waiting on us.